I transmigrated to a parallel world where national fortunes were bound and cultural heritage was severed. Witnessing the Dragon Nation being humiliated by the Sakura Country for failing to design lethal and eerie game dungeons, its national fortune was on the verge of collapse. At the critical moment, I awakened the Chinese horror treasure trove in my mind and was entrusted with the task of becoming a dungeon designer under perilous circumstances. A rematch with an old enemy, and I counter with the New Year's Eve dumpling feast. As the Sakura strategy team stepped disdainfully into the festive haunted village, thinking they could easily counterattack. But what awaited them was an old woman disemboweling herself and the team leader's head on the chopping block. The global live broadcast exploded instantly, and the Dragon Nation was in an uproar. But this is just the appetizer. My terrifying universe has only just begun to unfold. Chapter 1, Transmigration? The dungeons designed by Dragon Country are nothing special after all. You keep boasting about your thousands of years of cultural heritage, yet you designed a dungeon with 0 casualties, not even a single person from our great Sakura Nation could be killed. Is this all the Dragon Nation has to offer? People of Dragon Country, your national fortune is now ours to claim, courtesy of great Sakura Nation. In the classroom, the large screen projected the maniacal laughter of the Japanese. The piercing mockery made every student's eyes nearly burst with rage. Damn those Japanese! If it weren't for the cultural rupture in our great Dragon Nation, how could we allow you insignificant wretches from a mere speck of land to act so arrogantly? Teacher, is Longwa truly about to perish? Some are angry, while others are worried. Facing this pointed question, the homeroom teacher fell silent for a moment before replying in a bitter voice. After the recent national destiny battle ended in defeat, our Dragon Nation's destiny value has dropped below 10%. The next battle will be our final chance. If we fail again, the Dragon Nation will have no possibility of a comeback. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence. A feeling called despair quickly spread through every student's heart. Only Lu Yu was utterly confused. National destiny battle? I've transmigrated? Before Lu Yu could ponder further, a flood of information suddenly surged into his mind. Indeed, he had transmigrated. And the situation is extremely dire. In short, this was a parallel world bound by a national destiny system. Every so often, the national destiny system forcibly initiates a matching process, selecting 2 countries from hundreds worldwide to engage in a national destiny battle. The so-called national fortune battle refers to 2 countries each designing a supernatural dungeon for the other country to conquer. The strategy team consists of 8 members. If they successfully pass the dungeon designed by the opposing country, they can directly plunder a portion of that country's national fortune value. The level of national fortune directly determines the rise and fall of a nation. In mild cases, it leads to reduced crop yields and sharply decreased lifespans. In severe cases, it causes frequent natural disasters such as floods, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. If the national fortune value drops below 10%, it might even trigger supernatural revivals, potentially turning cities with millions of inhabitants into haunted wastelands. In today's Dragon Country, the national fortune value has already plummeted below 10%, marking the most critical life and death crisis in several thousand years. Lu Yu felt heavy-hearted, but even more so, furious. Dragon Kingdom boasts a history of 5,000 years, with supernatural culture flourishing as early as the Eastern Jin dynasty. Logically speaking, a country like Longwa with such profound heritage should have designed horror dungeons of hellish difficulty. The problem is that in this parallel world, Dragon Country has suffered a severe cultural disruption in supernatural lore. Because the National Fate War did not allow borrowing or copying other countries' scenario designs, and could only use one's own nation's eerie culture as material, while Japan's vengeful spirit Sadako, America's zombies, Silent Hill, and the West's vampires were rampaging, Dragon Country was still relying on traditional horror tropes like resurrecting the dead in blood-soaked terror. Damn, those cherry blossom devils dare to humiliate Dragon Kingdom like this? Do they really think Dragon Kingdom has no one left? Lu Yu grew angrier the more he thought about it. The bizarre cultures of other countries were nothing but nonsense in the past, and they aren't even worthy of tying the shoes of Dragon Country's occult traditions. What are vampires and zombies compared to Juncture? They can't even measure up to a single strand of its fur. As for curses like Juon or Sadako, there's no need to even mention them. Childhood's terrifying nightmare, the wicked ghost of the mountain village, is enough to utterly crush them. As a transmigrator, Lu Yu couldn't swallow his anger. Let the whole world experience what it means to be terrified in Chinese style, where blood is spilled without a trace. So after class that day, Lu Yu immediately went home and designed a draft of the project before submitting it to the material collection website. The dungeon designers of Dragon Country were selected through online screening. Moreover, the first draft is the final draft. Once the initial draft is approved, one can directly become the dungeon designer for the next National Fate battle. Despite competing against over 1 billion people nationwide, Lu Yu wasn't the least bit worried that his initial draft would be rejected by the state. In Dragon Country, where eerie culture has experienced a cultural disruption, design concepts to this day remain stuck in the most traditional and outdated forms of gore horror. And his Chinese-style horror is undoubtedly the most unique among all horror materials. As expected, just 3 days later, Lu Yu received the official appointment letter from the nation, designating him as the lead designer for the next National Destiny battle scenario. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon Nation. What? What does that mean? Choosing a freshman as the designer? Are you kidding? It's over, it's completely over now. The country has just given up. Why? Even if there really are no other candidates, couldn't they have chosen someone older and more experienced? Why give up like this? The entire nation was plunged into sorrow. But no matter how much the outside world debated, the candidates had already been finalized. 3 days later, the randomized National Destiny battle proceeded as scheduled, initiating the matching process. I wonder which two countries will be matched this time. Damn it, please don't let it be my Korea. Do you remember the last National Fate battle between Dragon Country and Sakura Country? The final result was a complete victory for Sakura Country, which seized Dragon Country's last spark of hope with 0 casualties, pushing Dragon Country to the brink. I wonder if this time it will be them again. The match results are out. Oh my god, it's actually Dragon Country versus Sakura Country. Haha, good thing it wasn't our Monkey Kingdom, now you Dragon Kingdom are totally doomed. Tremble, Dragon Country, this time our great Sakura Nation will show no mercy. When the match results were announced, all countries on Blue Star began to gloat. Sakura Kingdom was especially raucous. As for Dragon Kingdom, only endless silence followed. Only Luyu sneered coldly. To think I matched with Japan again? Though I can't wipe them out in one go, I'll just consider this collecting interest. Feel the fear, Japanese. A strange smile curled at the corners of Luyu's lips as he finalized the pre-prepared dungeon content with a decisive keystroke. At the same time, an 8-member strategy team composed of Japanese players was forcibly teleported into the dungeon. The live global broadcast simultaneously displayed the scenes unfolding within the dungeon. Darkness and silence reigned. Surrounding them were over a dozen low, earthen houses, each adorned with large red lanterns and vibrant couplets pasted on their doors, creating an atmosphere of eerie festivity. Lanterns, couplets, is this the Dragon Nation's spring festival? What do these Dragon Nation people mean? Making it so festive, are they welcoming us? I actually think the Dragon Nation is trying to show goodwill to our great Sakura Nation. After all, if they lose this time, they won't have another chance to turn things around. The group of 8 looked around with great interest, their faces full of amusement and mockery. At this moment, a line of bloody text suddenly appeared, clear condition, survive New Year's Eve until dawn. Hang on until dawn? Captain Murakami Taro couldn't help but scoff after seeing the clearance conditions. Same old routine again, no creativity at all. The others also burst into laughter, not taking it seriously at all. The Dragon Kingdom citizens watching the livestream were filled with despair, their last glimmer of hope extinguished. Only Luyu remained completely unflustered, instead letting out a cold laugh. Chinese-style horror is like an aged wine, the more you savor it, the richer its flavor becomes. This is something people from other countries could never learn in a lifetime of jump scares. Let's go see what new tricks these Chinese people can come up with. At this moment, Murakami Taro casually called out and led the others as they slowly walked forward along the village path. Initially, all 8 of them were relaxed, as if they were on a vacation. But as time passed, their attitudes gradually began to undergo some inexplicable changes. The village is so quiet. I don't even hear a single dog barking, one team member muttered. Probably haven't triggered any traps set by the Chinese yet. What? Are you scared? Taro Murakami shot a dissatisfied glance at the team member, making him shake his head repeatedly in fear. Though the others remained silent, they gradually heightened their vigilance, constantly on guard against ghosts or monsters that might lunge from the darkness. Captain, look ahead. There's a house with lights on. After walking forward for about 10 more minutes, one of the team members suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Murakami Taro looked up and indeed saw a house with its lights on ahead, standing out conspicuously in the darkness. At that moment, all the Sakura Islanders, including Murakami Taro, couldn't help but feel relieved. They didn't even realize why they felt relieved themselves. Let's go check it out. Murakami Taro called to the others and instinctively quickened his pace toward the house. The group froze in place as they pushed open the creaky, worn wooden door. The room was brightly lit, and a little boy sat quietly at the table, lowering his head as he wrapped dumplings. The air was still thick with the rich aroma of meat, making everyone involuntarily swallow their saliva. At this moment, the little boy suddenly looked up and gave them an innocent smile. Hello, uncle and auntie, would you like to make dumplings with me? My grandma prepared a lot of fillings. Making dumplings? Driven by hunger, Taro Murakami even forgot he was in a dungeon instance and accepted the invitation without hesitation. The rest of the team was puzzled. What exactly was the captain getting at? They were here to clear the dungeon, not to make dumplings. Though confused, they still gathered around the table under Taro Murakami's urging and started wrapping dumplings with the little boy. On the table sat a plate of freshly steamed dumplings, their tempting aroma making everyone's mouths water. Unable to resist, some even grabbed a few and popped them straight into their mouths. The dumplings from Dragon Country are quite good, delicious. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? How dare Dragon Nation? Don't forget there are strict rules for dungeon design, killing this way won't even count. Kamita is right, everyone can eat without worry. Murakami Taro spoke nonchalantly as he picked up a steaming dumpling and began devouring it ravenously. After devouring a few dumplings, Murakami Taro patted his satisfied belly before remembering he was still inside the dungeon. So he turned to his teammates and whispered, "Keep an eye on that little boy. I'm going to check out what's happening in the kitchen." Thud, thud, thud. The chopping sounds from the kitchen never ceased, as if there was an endless supply of meat to be minced. Murakami Taro cautiously entered the kitchen, following the sound of chopping meat. The kitchen was filled with swirling smoke, where a burly man wearing a half-apron stood motionless by the stove, head bowed as if waiting for the dumplings to steam. In the corner, an elderly woman stood with her back to him, mechanically chopping the meat on the cutting board with repetitive, rhythmic strokes. This man looks like he might be trouble. I should start with the old woman closest to me first, he thought. Murakami Taro was never the type to meekly accept his fate. On the contrary, he enjoyed taking the initiative to open up new possibilities within the dungeons. So he quickly reached a decision in his mind. But before he could walk over, the old woman suddenly turned her head. The old woman's cleaver was still dripping blood, her wrinkled face beaming with a smile as she grinned at Murakami Taro. "Young man, were the dumplings tasty? If you're still hungry, I can chop up some more for you. Let me see if there's any meat left." As she spoke, the old woman suddenly lowered her head. Taro Murakami instinctively froze and followed the gaze. Yet the scene before his eyes instantly shrank Murakami Taro's pupils, his expression transforming into one of abject terror in mere moments. The old woman's abdomen appeared as if it had been ripped open by a sharp weapon, with her bloody internal organs and intestines all gruesomely exposed. What sent shivers down Murakami Taro's spine was the old woman actually reaching into her abdominal cavity, pulling out blood-red intestines and placing them on the cutting board while muttering to herself, "The meat is all gone, so let's have some intestines instead. They're chewy and delicious. Oh my god." The gruesome sight made Murakami Taro collapse to the ground in terror, his blood-curdling scream shattering the silence of the courtyard. Chapter 2, Murakami's Martyrdom. Did you hear that? It sounded like Captain Murakami's scream. Hurry, let's go check. Hearing the heart-wrenching scream of their Captain Murakami Taro coming from the kitchen, Deputy Captain Kamita Kenzo suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and hastily called for the team members to rush toward the kitchen. At the forefront, Kenta Kamita even drew the dagger from his waist, looking as if facing a formidable enemy. However, when they rushed into the kitchen, they froze in their tracks. Where are the people? Where's the captain? Where's Murakami? Everyone looked around in bewilderment, but no one could see Captain Murakami Taro anywhere. Even more eerily, the sound of chopping meat continued unabated within the smoke-filled kitchen. The man standing in front of the stove remained with his head bowed, silent, as if he hadn't heard the screams from Murakami Taro at all, nor noticed their intrusion. Everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, feeling the atmosphere suddenly grow extremely oppressive. The pervasive sense of horror has seeped into everyone's hearts. This is the charm of Chinese-style horror. If it were designed by the Eagle Country, the old lady and the man would already be wildly swinging kitchen knives to attack people. But that kind of scene isn't actually very scary, because their actions have already revealed that the horror they can embody is limited to just this. The most terrifying aspect of Chinese horror lies in its ability to speak volumes through silence. It instills an inexplicable fear while leaving one utterly clueless about its source. However, after a tense standoff, Kentaro Kamita, the deputy team leader, finally mustered his courage. Warily approaching the elderly woman, he cautiously asked her hunched back, "Summa-mason, have you by any chance seen our team?" Mid-sentence, Kentaro's gaze accidentally swept across the cutting board, and what he saw instantly chilled him to the bone. There lay on the chopping board, shockingly, a bloody severed head. It's Murakami Taro, who had gone missing. As if he had encountered something extremely terrifying before his death, Murakami Taro's eyes were wide open, his face still wearing an expression of lingering horror, presenting a ghastly look of someone who died with grievances. In that instant, Kenta Kamita's pupils constricted violently, feeling a surge of icy dread shooting straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He had considered the possibility that Murakami Taro had already been killed. I also imagined the bloody scene of seeing Murakami Taro lying dead in a pool of blood upon entering the kitchen. Yet he never expected to see Taro Murakami's head lying on the chopping board. The old woman seemed oblivious to Kentaro Kamita behind her, still mechanically chopping with the kitchen knife in her hand while muttering, "The brains must be boiled thoroughly, only then will they be delicious." Isn't that our captain? Ah, oh my god. The expressions of the remaining team members suddenly turned horrified as they all noticed Kamimura Taro's head on the chopping block. Although they had all received relevant training and wouldn't be easily frightened. But this terrifying scene before me had never appeared during training. In an instant, the last 7-member group from Sakura Country fled the kitchen in terror, pissing their pants, afraid that even a moment's delay would make them share the same fate as Murakami Taro, becoming the next severed head on the chopping block. The audience watching the live broadcast worldwide also felt chills run down their spines. Fuck me, that scared the shit out of me just watching the livestream. The scene where that old lady just pulled out her intestines was absolutely terrifying. When she turned around, my first thought was she'd charge at me with a knife. Never expected her to chop her own guts up like minced meat, almost scared me to death. Is this seriously a dungeon designed by someone from Dragon Country? Did they cheat or something? How terrible Dragon Country designed haunted dungeons are is practically world famous. In fact, many countries don't even bother checking match results when paired against Dragon Country, they just pop the champagne and start celebrating in advance. Yet this time, the entire world was stunned, utterly unable to believe this was a bizarre dungeon designed by Dragon Country. The audience from Longway, however, completely shook off their previous despair and were overjoyed. Amazing! They actually got 2 members of the Sakura Country strategy team killed right at the start. Damn satisfying, so damn satisfying. Why did those Japanese bastard dogs stop barking? Keep yapping, will you? Nothing more to say, Luyu is the man. From now on, you're my godfather. What a thrill! Finally, the day has come for us to make Japan eat humble pie. In the past, Japan had always stolen the spotlight, repeatedly defeating Dragon Country in the battles of national fate. The eerie dungeons designed by Sakura Country have caused heavy casualties in Dragon Country, and even when successfully cleared in the end, they come at a tremendous cost. In contrast, the dungeons designed by Longwa were treated like a spring outing in the countryside by the strategy team from Sakura Country, who cleared them effortlessly without facing any pressure at all. But this time, they finally got to see the strategy team from Sakura Country struggle, and the feeling was nothing short of exhilarating. However, compared to the overly excited audience, most viewers were more worried. Sigh, if only Luyu had appeared earlier. Even a few losses wouldn't matter, at least we could have accumulated some experience. Yeah, experience is really a fatal flaw. Luyu is just a freshman in college. His experience in designing dungeons is definitely far behind the older generation, that's the biggest issue. This strategy team from Sakura Country is no pushover. It all depends on whether Luyu's dungeon design is rigorous enough. Honestly, the odds aren't great. Since the national fate battles began, Sakura Country's players have consistently ranked in the global top 10 for dungeon conquests. They were just underestimating the challenge earlier and didn't take it seriously. Now that they've snapped out of it, they probably won't give any more chances. Damn, hearing you talk like this is making me worry too. This battle determining the fate of Dragon Nation's future would grant them breathing room if won, but losing would mean no chance of recovery. At this moment, over 1 billion citizens of Dragon Nation, including its top leadership, dared not even blink as they stared fixedly at the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the Sakura Country strategy team that had fled over 100 meters from the compound finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Black! Someone couldn't hold it in and immediately leaned against the wall, vomiting violently as if trying to spit out every last drop of stomach acid. Even the deputy team leader, Kamita Kenzo, felt nauseated, his face pale as a sheet. Damn it! How did those Dragon Country people suddenly get so clever? They actually designed a dungeon that can really kill people. After catching his breath, one of the team members spoke in a trembling voice. The others also said in shock, it really was like seeing a ghost. This designer from Dragon Country named Luyu, we've never even heard of him before, yet he managed to create such bizarre plotlines. Stop talking nonsense. The most important thing right now is to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. After catching his breath, Kenzo Kamita said to the group with a grave tone, now that Murakami is dead, I will take over as team leader. From this moment on, you must follow my commands unconditionally. Chapter 3, Stuck Inside? Hey! The samurai spirit is what Japan is most renowned for. And this very samurai spirit was now being displayed in all its intensity. All fear and tension seemed to vanish instantly. With solemn expressions, they turned to Kame Kenzo, awaiting his command. Kame Kenzo's face darkened as he gazed at the brightly lit Shin family compound. That lit-up courtyard is clearly a trap set by those treacherous Dragon Nation people. They want us to be curious, even fool us into thinking it's a safe zone. But in reality, that's the most dangerous place of all. So moving forward, we just need to steer clear of that courtyard and we'll be fine. After hearing Kamita's analysis, the other team members nodded in vague understanding, finding his reasoning plausible. Yet a dissenting voice emerged, but Kamita-kun, isn't it possible that the unlit areas are actually more dangerous than the lit-up house? The expressions on everyone's faces shifted slightly. Indeed, that possibility existed too. Reverse thinking they'd used it often when designing dungeons, and it always proved remarkably effective. Just as all eyes turned to Kame, his face darkened instantly. Damn it, are you the captain or am I? If you've got so many ideas, why don't you take the lead? I'll follow your orders. Only after unleashing a torrent of scolding and seeing the other party cower and lower their head did Kamita Kenzo feel satisfied. As the newly appointed captain, how could he tolerate his team members casually challenging his authority? Besides, he already had a plan to clear the stage. Kamita Kenzo swept his gaze across the group and sneered coldly, truth is, we've all fallen into a trap misled by those treacherous Dragon Nation bastards. Remember the conditions for clearing the stage? The objective is to survive New Year's Eve and hold out until dawn. Any normal person seeing this condition, coupled with that one lit up room, would instinctively assume it's the safe zone that only by holding out there until dawn can we clear the stage. But we overlooked one crucial point, the objective only stated that surviving New Year's Eve counts as clearing the stage, it never specified where you must survive it. So we can just leave right now, no need to stay in this village. As the Dragon Nation people say, this is called going against the grain. As Kamaita Kenzo finished speaking, every team member's eyes lit up. Exactly. As long as we survive tonight, does it really matter where we do it? Why must we stay in this dangerous village? Moreover, dungeon design had resource constraints. It couldn't conjure infinite monsters and structures out of thin air. Since Lu Yu had concentrated all resources within the village, it was obvious that the area outside must be the safe zone. Captain Kuda's right, we don't have to follow his script. Going against the grain, that's brilliant. Those Dragon Nation viewers watching the livestream are probably cursing us out right now. They never expected us to pull this stunt. Ha! I can't wait to see the Chinese viewers lose it. The bloom instantly lifted from the group as their confidence returned. One even made an extremely arrogant gesture, flipping a thumbs down sign to mock all the Dragon Nation viewers watching the livestream. Seeing Kuda and the others' arrogant display, the Dragon Nation viewers were so enraged their eyes burned red. They wished they could storm into the dungeon and fight them head-on. Damn it, those bastards. Their smug faces are disgusting. Sigh, nothing to say. We're outclassed. We have to accept defeat. I just hope Lu Yu designed the dungeon with these guys in mind. Otherwise, you guys still have hope? I've given up completely. Not even Lu Yu, who's right in the thick of it, could have spotted this flaw, let alone us viewers watching the livestream. The Sakura Nation strategy team is undeniably strong, but I refuse to accept it. Why can't the Dragon Nation produce a single competent designer? Every Dragon Nation citizen was seething with resentment. Earlier, they thought today would finally be their chance to vent. But before they could vent, Japan's reverse psychology had already shut them down, leaving them even more frustrated. Lu Yu, who was also watching the livestream, smirked at this, going against the grain? Soon you'll learn what it means to be overly clever. Meanwhile, Sakura Nation's assault team had been moving along the village road for some time. Their pace was neither too fast nor too slow, constantly alert to their surroundings, maintaining utmost caution. This was the most fundamental quality of any assault team. Their earlier carelessness stemmed from underestimating the dungeon designed by the Dragon Nation, believing it impossible to kill even one of them. But with casualties already mounting, they could no longer afford to underestimate this dungeon. Vigilance was now non-negotiable. An eerie silence hung over the path. Every household hung bright red lanterns, yet not a single light shone from within, nor did any sound reach their ears. Though the group was gradually adjusting to this eerie atmosphere, they still couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Each time they passed an earthen house, they unconsciously quickened their pace. Kamaita, look ahead. That seems to be the village exit. Just then, one of the team members suddenly exclaimed in delight. The rest of the team, including Kamaita Kenzo, looked up and were instantly filled with relief. The creepy mud houses were no longer visible ahead. Instead, a wooden sign stood there, bearing the words Chen Village. Beyond it lay a narrow path leading into the darkness. Though the unknown darkness ahead might also hold dangers. Compared to the low-lying mud houses behind them, the darkness ahead undoubtedly felt more reassuring. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kame Kenzo declared triumphantly, I told you so. The Dragon Nation people couldn't design a decent dungeon. This was probably their last trump card. Too bad I saw right through it. Let's go out of the village. Kame Kenzo strode confidently ahead. The rest of the team followed suit. As they continued along the village path, Kame Kenzo deliberately paused when passing a wooden sign, glancing at it with interest. Then he led the group forward again. But after walking for only a short while, Kamaita Kenzo suddenly froze, noticing another wooden sign ahead. Chenjia Village? Isn't that the same sign we just passed? Kamaita frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head and chuckling. They deliberately set up multiple signs, trying to make me think I've come back? Silly Dragon Country people. How could such a petty trick possibly fool the conquest team of our great Sakura Nation? He sneered coldly, ignoring the sign entirely as he pressed onward. But just as he passed by, Kamaita Kenzo paused abruptly, deciding to mark the spot after all. He kicked the sign over with his foot. Only then did he proceed with renewed confidence. Yet, after walking only a short distance, another wooden sign appeared ahead. And this one was lying on its side by the roadside. This time, not only did Kame Kenzo freeze in shock, but the rest of the team also sensed something was amiss. Kamaita-kun, isn't that the sign you just kicked over? Why did it come back? Those houses are still further ahead. A growing sense of unease washed over the group. An inexplicable dread settled over each of them. Chapter 4, The Taste of Being Trapped in a Ghostly Loop. This makes no sense. It's impossible to be trapped. Could Lu Yu have anticipated my move, knowing I'd kick over the wooden sign as a marker and deliberately set up a collapsed one instead? Yes, that must be it. Kenta Kamaita felt a twinge of panic himself. But after a moment of analysis, he quickly convinced himself otherwise. With a sweeping gesture, Kame Kenzo forced himself to stay calm and led his team forward, though his pace unconsciously quickened. Yet before they had gone far, that same wooden sign lying by the roadside came into view again. Even its exact position of collapse was identical. No, this is that sign. We're just going around in circles. Kame Kenzo halted abruptly, his face growing increasingly pale. The other team members felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. What sent shivers down their spines even more was that the brightly lit Shin family compound stood not far behind them. It felt as if it had always been there, as if they hadn't moved far at all. Kame-kun, maybe we shouldn't go any further. Something feels off. Someone said in a trembling voice. But Kamaeda Kenzo clenched his teeth. Let's go. I refuse to believe Liu has anticipated all this. Under the coercion of Kamaeda Kenzo's tyranny, the group had no choice but to grit their teeth and press onward. Yet no matter how many times they tried, the collapsed wooden sign always reappeared fixedly ahead. The more they looped, the closer the brightly lit Shin family compound seemed to draw near. No, we can't go on like this. This place is too eerie, we'll never escape. Kamaeda Kenzo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even if he refused to believe in superstition, he had to accept reality. The main issue was that the Chen family compound was drawing ever closer. If they kept walking, they might just find themselves appearing inside the compound itself. Meanwhile, the Chinese viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but get goosebumps. Holy crap, is this some kind of illusion? Why do they turn around and head back every single time they reach the village entrance? Not only that, but every time they turn back, they end up closer to that courtyard. This is way too bizarre. I've never seen anything like this in dungeon designs from other countries. The Dragon Nation viewers were both horrified and exhilarated. Their excitement stemmed from the revelation that Liu had deliberately designed the scenario to thwart the Sakura Nation team's attempt to cut corners. But for the Sakura Nation team, being trapped in this endless loop felt anything but pleasant. They had no choice but to halt and anxiously discuss their next move. Kamaeda-kun, what should we do now? It's getting late, and the longer we drag this out, the more dangerous it might get. How about we just go back? As long as we don't disturb them, we should be fine. Yeah, Captain Murakami was probably killed because he disturbed them. As long as we don't make a sound and don't disturb them, we should be fine. The group discussed nervously, glancing around fearfully as they spoke. Kamaeda Kenzo felt a heavy weight on his heart. He understood clearly that the bizarre encounter had drained the team's energy, making them reluctant to take risks. They wanted to spend the night in the Chun family compound, which at least appeared relatively safe. But as the only inhabited and lit compound in the village, how could the Chun family compound possibly be free of danger? Calm down. Remember, Lord Locust is watching the livestream outside. How can you justify this to the great Sakura Nation that nurtured you? To rally their spirits, Kamaeda Kenzo had no choice but to invoke the name of the Locust Lord. His stern command reminded everyone they were being broadcast live to the world. Taking deep breaths, their nerves gradually steadied. Kame Kenzo, however, frowned and fell deep in thought. After a long moment, inspiration struck. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Holy crap, I get it. We've fallen for the Dragon Nation's mind games again." Surviving New Year's Eve doesn't necessarily mean enduring it inside the Chun family compound, nor does it mean enduring it outside the village. Neither is the wisest approach. What will truly get us through New Year's Eve are precisely those rooms we've been ignoring, even fearing all along. Katsuzo Kuroda grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Yes. That must be it. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Hearing Kamaeda's analysis, everyone felt enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes. That's right. We never explored those darkened houses. Darkness often signifies the unknown and terror. The Dragon Kingdom people exploited this very fear, placing the safe zone in the place that seemed most dangerous. Those sneaky Dragon Country folks. They can't design dungeons properly, so now they're playing mind games? If it weren't for Kamiyama-kun figuring this out, we'd still be in the dark. Everyone was thrilled, as if they discovered a new continent. The Dragon Nation spectators, however, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet no matter how anxious they felt, they could only watch helplessly as Kamaeda and his team strode purposefully toward those darkened houses. As always, Kamaeda Kenzo remained cautious, selecting the most inconspicuous mud brick house. He carefully pushed open the creaking wooden door, motioning for his teammates to follow as they cautiously felt their way inside. The room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the wall, casting the group's shadows onto it. Everyone flinched in fright. Kame Kenzo jumped too, turning to see a teammate had flicked on a flashlight. Furious, he snapped, "Damn it. Don't you know how dangerous that is? What if something strange is in here and we startle it?" The teammate who'd turned on the flashlight hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Kamaeda. He scrambled to apologize, "Sorry, Kamaeda-kun. I'll turn it off right away." Hearing this, Kame erupted again, "You idiot. It's already on, what's the point of turning it off now?" Under the flashlight's glow, Kame scanned the wall. Covering nearly the entire surface were countless Fu characters plastered crookedly across the wall. A chill ran down Kamayama's spine. He couldn't explain why, but these characters, which should have been festive, now seemed eerie in their sheer abundance. "Arima-kun, I think I touched something." "Shine the light over here," one team member suddenly whispered, his voice tinged with fear. Arima-kun, holding the flashlight, didn't hesitate. He immediately turned the beam over. The beam swept across the room, revealing a pitch-black coffin standing silently in the exact center of the room. That's a coffin? They actually have a coffin in their house? The group jolted in shock. Kamita Kenzo's eye twitched. What kind of sane person would keep a coffin in their home? Chapter 5, Bloody Scene. Though startled by the coffin in the room, they were, after all, a professional assault team trained in desensitization. Facing such a sudden shock, they merely flinched instinctively before quickly adapting. Search the house thoroughly. If there are no threats, we'll spend the night here tonight. Kamita Kenzo began issuing orders, directing the team. The team wasted no time, meticulously searching every corner of the room by the light of their sole flashlight. They found nothing unusual, only the pitch-black coffin remained unsettling. Seeing the room was relatively safe, Kamita Kenzo immediately decided they would spend the night there. Huddled together in a tight circle, they had no watches or timepieces to tell the hour, so they could only silently await the break of dawn. Perhaps they didn't even notice it themselves, but their mindset had shifted. Gone was the mindset of violently clearing a dungeon. Instead, they found themselves praying for danger not to come. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through the room. The group shivered violently, frantically scanning their surroundings with a paranoid tension. Kenzo Kuroda noticed his teammates' unease and frowned. What's wrong with you guys? Can you calm down? It's just a dungeon. Haven't you been through this before? Where's that fighting spirit you had when we cleared the Eagle Country's lost dungeon? Don't tell me, you're actually scared by this crappy Dragon Country dungeon? This kind of dungeon is a piece of cake if you just change your approach. It's nothing to be scared of. Kamita Kenzo's words were nonchalant, but his body betrayed him. His gaze darted warily toward the coffin from time to time. SSSSSSS. Suddenly, a piercing sound of nails scraping against wood erupted from inside the coffin. What was that? It sounds like it's coming from inside the coffin. Could there be something inside? Already on edge, the group jumped in fright, nearly bolting for the door. Kenta Kuroda felt a chill run down his spine too, but having just declared this dungeon a piece of cake, he couldn't back down now. Calm down, everyone. This is definitely a trick you set up to scare us off. There's definitely nothing in the coffin. If you don't believe me, I'll lift the lid and show you. Katsuzo Kamita reassured the others as he steeled himself and approached the coffin. Taking a deep breath, he strained with all his might and slammed the lid open. But the instant the lid opened, a pair of eyes wide as saucers and filled with venomous hatred stared back at him. Ah! Kamita Kenzo stumbled backward in terror, nearly falling to the ground. But he froze in place. Those eyes, how could they be so familiar? Okayasan? Kame Kenzo instinctively called out toward the coffin, his voice tinged with disbelief. Thud! As if responding to Kame, the woman inside the coffin suddenly sat up straight. Her head twisted stiffly toward Kame, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Did you enjoy the dumplings? If you want more, I have plenty here. Kamita's mind went completely blank. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The woman in the coffin was actually his mother. Before Kame could process it, the woman slammed her head against the coffin with a thud so forceful it shook the entire casket. Bump after bump, her movements grew faster and more violent. Blood quickly flowed down the coffin, staining the floor crimson. Mom! What are you doing? Kenta Kuda was overcome with terror, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. He rushed forward, desperate to stop his mother. Yet the woman seemed oblivious to his cries, continuing to pound the coffin with all her might. Thud! 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 Blood flowed more and more. Soon, a massive gash split open in the woman's skull, and a mixture of brain matter and blood trickled down her forehead. Finally, she stopped. Her hair hanging wildly about her face, she turned to Katsuzo Kamita with an even more sinister grin. Good boy, come eat your dumplings. As she spoke these eerie words, she raised her hand and pried open the top of her own skull. Snap! A sharp crack. A gap was forcibly torn open in her skull. Next, an entire, intact skull cap. Once the skull cap was peeled back, what was exposed wasn't just brain matter but dumplings soaking in it. Ah! Kamita Kenzo let out a horrified scream. His eyes instantly bulged wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The next moment, with a thud, Kuroda Kenzo fell stiffly to the ground. His face still bore an expression of utter terror. He had been scared to death. The second Japanese contestant met his end. The global audience watching this scene was utterly horrified. He actually died of fright? What did he see? Why didn't I see anything? It was an illusion. He was scared to death by an illusion. What kind of hallucination could possibly scare the deputy leader of the Sakura Nation's conquest team to death? Illusion-induced death was not actually the world's first such case. But it's not far off from being the first. Since the start of the National Fortune War, countless instances have attempted to kill through hallucinations, yet very few succeeded. Even among the few successful cases, victims were typically subjected to multiple illusionary shocks, their fear levels piling up until it killed them. In contrast, Kenta Kuroda experienced only this one illusion, yet it proved fatal enough. While the world reeled in shock over what Katsuzo Kuroda had witnessed, the Dragon Nation erupted in exhilaration, its morale soaring. Awesome. So awesome. Another cherry blossom country person is dead. So satisfying. That's exactly how we should slaughter those cherry blossom country bastards, make them taste despair. With this, both the captain and vice-captain of the Sakura Nation's assault team are dead. If I weren't afraid of overpraising them, I'd say this moment deserves to be written into history. Every Dragon Nation citizen was electrified. Especially when they saw Kenta Kuroda literally scared to death, they were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Yet the Sakura Nation's assault team was now gripped by utter terror. Kamida was dead. And he died of fright. What was even more bizarre was that they hadn't witnessed anything. All they saw was Kamida inexplicably running over to lift the coffin lid, then screaming "Mom" in terror before being scared to death. Such a bizarre death was utterly unheard of and unseen. In an instant, the remaining members were all terrified out of their wits, scrambling and crawling their way out of the hut. Chapter 6, Safety in Numbers? The 6 remaining members of the Sakura Nation task force scrambled out of the compound, abandoning any thought of escaping Chin Village. They sprinted frantically down the village road, driven only by sheer desperation. But soon they collapsed from exhaustion, staring hopelessly at the brightly lit Chin family compound in the distance. They were back. It felt like a never-ending loop. No matter how far they ran, they always ended up back where they started. I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet, how can I die here? One member's fear meter was nearly off the charts. Collapsing to his knees, he buried his face in his hands and wept. Does this mean we're all going to die here? Another member, his face ashen, slumped to the ground, his voice dripping with utter despair. Fear is contagious. When one member of the team broke down emotionally, it inevitably affected the others. Gradually, despair began to spread across every face. Damn it! Everyone calm down. At that moment, Ozawa, the oldest member of the team, spoke up, his voice filled with anger as he shouted at the others. As those chosen by the great Sakura Nation, we should have prepared ourselves to sacrifice for our country before entering this bizarre dungeon. Your whining and crying only brings shame upon the great Sakura Nation before the entire world. Stand up. Keep your composure. Don't forget what the great Sakura Nation taught you. Besides, if we can overcome our inner fears, this bizarre dungeon isn't actually that difficult. The more we fear and panic, the more we amplify its difficulty. Ozawa shouted angrily, his face twisted with frustration. Truthfully, he felt just as lost and uncertain, utterly clueless about what to do next. But regardless, the immediate priority was undoubtedly to rally the team and boost morale. Otherwise, once morale plummeted to freezing point, everyone would become solely concerned with their own survival. Ultimately, more and more people would be scared to death, meeting the same fate as Murakami and the others. Under Xiaozei's rallying cry, morale gradually began to rebound. The despair and confusion in everyone's eyes were gradually replaced by resolve. Witnessing this transformation, even the Dragon Nation, which harbored the deepest hatred for Sakura Nation, couldn't help but marvel at the discipline of its people. I hate to admit it, but the Sakura Nation's assault team ranking among the world's top 10 is well deserved. These little guys have something special. They managed to rally their team's morale again after 2 defeats. If this were Monkey Nation, they'd probably have given up by now. So what if they're disciplined? Their captain and vice-captain are dead. I refuse to believe they can clear the dungeon now. If they do, I'll eat while doing a handstand on my livestream. That said, the Dragon Nation players weren't entirely confident either. Luyu was still too young, and this was his first time designing a dungeon. They couldn't guarantee his next design would definitely defeat the Cherry Blossom Nation's raid team. But no matter what, they would trust Luyu unconditionally. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation S had finally regrouped and regained their composure. Even with their wits back, they still had to face the inevitable. Ozawa-kun, what should we do next? The group looked to Ozawa-kun, the eldest member, with hopeful eyes, clearly regarding him as their anchor. This was one of the main reasons the Sakura Nation strategy team had always maintained such strong discipline. Even if the captain fell, the vice-captain would step up. If the deputy captain died, the eldest member would take charge. If the oldest member also perished, they could elect another relatively senior member. In short, no matter how many fell, the group would always find a leader to take charge. But what they didn't know was that Ozawa-kun was also deeply lost. He took a deep breath, his gaze drifting among the darkened huts scattered around them. In the night, they seemed like grotesque creatures with gaping maws, utterly terrifying. We absolutely cannot go to those huts. They're traps deliberately set by the Dragon Nation people. They want us to mistake those dark huts for safe zones, then kill us all. As Xiaozei spoke, his voice grew solemn. Since those dark huts are off limits, the only place left for us is the lit-up Chen family compound. The mere mention of Chen family compound froze the air instantly, as if the temperature had plummeted to freezing. Terror and unease spread across every face. The Chen family compound? That place was no less dangerous than anywhere else. Most crucially, there were people there. Facing the uncanny head-on was undoubtedly more terrifying than confronting it indirectly. Of course, in certain situations like now, confronting the uncanny head-on could be the wiser choice. Xiao Zhe is right. We have to go back. Only there are lights on, so it must be relatively safer. But Captain Murakami died there, didn't he? That place is dangerous too. Hearing the doubt, Xiao Zhe shot the questioner a fierce glare. You idiot. Captain Murakami died because he recklessly entered the unexplored kitchen alone. You must understand that the deadliest traps in the anomaly dungeon are acting alone and exploring unknown areas. Even Deputy Captain Kamida's death happened because we overthought things and went where we shouldn't have. So, considering everything that's happened, I suspect this weird dungeon isn't difficult at all as long as we stop overthinking. Simply put, as long as we don't get curious, stay out of the kitchen, and just wait inside until dawn, we should be fine. Even if the people inside attack us, with so many of us together, we might still have a chance to win. At least they're visible enemies, not some formless, bizarre lifeforms. Xiao Zhe's words instantly made everyone ponder deeply. Everything they'd experienced so far had indeed stemmed from overthinking. Upon reflection, everyone suddenly realized Xiao Zhe had a point. Thus, consensus was quickly reached. Led by Xiao Zhe, the group mustered their courage once more and returned to the Chen family compound. Footsteps grew louder as the remaining 6 members tiptoed into the house, treading as if on thin ice. The room was brightly lit, radiating a warm and welcoming atmosphere, a veritable paradise compared to the outside world. But the scene that met their eyes made their breath catch in their throats. The little boy sat at the table, head bowed, mechanically rolling out dough and wrapping fillings. He paid no heed to their uninvited presence. It was as if he hadn't even noticed them. He didn't seem to care why they had fled in such a panic before, nor why they had returned without permission now. It was as if nothing else mattered to the little boy. He was solely focused on making dumplings. Chapter 7, Eating Dumplings. In the kitchen, the sound of meat being chopped never seemed to cease. Each chop felt like a hammer blow to their nerves, sending a chill down the spines of the 6-member Sakura Nation strategy team. Don't panic, stay calm. Since they're not reacting, let's act like nothing's wrong and sit down to make dumplings with them. Ozawa whispered to the others. After speaking, he took a deep breath and sat down cautiously. Even considering potential unforeseen complications, he positioned himself in the exact same spot as before, not an inch out of place. The others sat down nervously. One person carefully rolled out dough for the little boy, while another took the rolled dough and watched nervously, trembling as they tried to learn how the boy stuffed the filling. Though they were earnestly learning to make dumplings, their eyes never left the clock on the wall, longing for dawn to come sooner. Tick, tick, tick. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, it was the middle of the night. Daybreak was less than an hour away. The tension in the air gradually eased. Some even began to doze off, having completely lost their sense of urgency. What the hell? They actually let them doze off? No way, dude. Don't tell me they just let them pass through? Come on, man. The setup was so well done earlier, how could it just fall apart like this? The Longwa people, seeing this, could no longer sit still, their frustration mounting. Only Luyu wore an amused smile, utterly unfazed. Like dozing off? No problem. Soon they'll get to sleep their fill. Right into the next life. Mr. Shota. Mr. Shota. This is a dungeon run, and you're actually nodding off? At that moment, Ozawa-kun also noticed the dozing team member. A black line instantly appeared on his forehead. Suppressing his anger, he quickly snapped him awake with a few sharp shouts. Ida jolted awake, instantly realizing his foolishness. He scrambled to apologize. Suma-mason. This place is just too peaceful, I accidentally dozed off. My deepest apologies. Actually, I almost dozed off too. Me too. The others awkwardly chimed in, helping to cover for Ida. Ozawa remained silent, but a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. This bizarre dungeon had already claimed the lives of 2 key members of their. Based on the terrifying experiences so far, it could easily rank among the most dangerous dungeons in the world. So why, right now, was nothing happening? Could it be they'd bet correctly? Was this the correct way to clear the instance? If they followed the designer's intended path, would danger simply vanish? Just as Xiao Zhe and the others began to relax, the steady chop 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 of meat being minced in the kitchen, which had echoed all night, suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the kitchen echoed with the old woman's muttering, as if talking to herself, "We're out of meat, Fukue. Go get some more." The group exchanged glances, each seeing terror and unease in the other's eyes. The relief they had just felt instantly vanished, replaced by a sinking feeling. As they nervously turned toward the kitchen doorway, they saw the man emerge expressionless, holding 2 dark red hooks in his hands. The group nearly wet themselves, convinced the man was finally going to attack them. Yet the man ignored them entirely, walking expressionlessly out of the courtyard and disappearing into the night. He wasn't after us? Seeing him come out with those hooks in his hands nearly scared the living daylights out of me. Thank goodness it wasn't us. Several Japanese nationals breathed a collective sigh of relief. They didn't bother to speculate where the man was headed, only feeling a wave of lingering fear wash over them. But before their hearts could fully settle, rustling sounds suddenly echoed from the courtyard like someone dragging a heavy object through the grass. Their hearts immediately tightened, and they hurriedly looked toward the sound. The scene that met their eyes made their pupils instantly contract in sheer terror. The man was dragging two corpses back, sharp hooks piercing through their chests. The gruesome, blood-soaked sight nearly made them vomit. "Dad!" At that moment, one of the Japanese men suddenly cried out in terror. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the corpse in the man's hands. It was unmistakably his father. The other Japanese girl shrieked in a trembling voice, "Mom?" She recognized the other corpse as her mother. As children, there was nothing more unbearable than seeing their parents hurt. Yet now, their parents lay on the ground, their bodies pierced through by a hook, blood dripping freely as they were dragged across the floor. Both of them instantly turned red-eyed, unable to tell if this was an illusion or reality. Their eyes bulged as they tried to rush forward. Ozawa, seeing this, panicked and rushed to stop them. "Don't act rashly. This is an illusion. Have you forgotten how Deputy Captain Kuroda died?" The others scrambled to their feet and held them back. "Stay calm. We're almost through." "Yes. Just one more hour left. Stay calm, no matter what. For the sake of Great Sakura Nation, you must control yourselves." Under the group's persuasion and restraint, hesitation and conflict flashed across their faces. In the end, they gritted their teeth and sat back down. By then, the corpse had been dragged into the kitchen by the man. Soon after, the sound of meat being chopped echoed from within. The two trembled violently, as if each chop landed on their own bodies. Seeing this, the others offered more comforting words, fearing the two might act impulsively and rush in. After a long while, the sound of chopping in the kitchen abruptly ceased once more. Just as everyone was growing anxious, the old grandmother appeared at the kitchen door, her face radiant with a kind smile, carrying a steaming plate of dumplings. The steaming dumplings were placed on the table, their aroma filling the air. Yet no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. The thought that the dumplings might contain the remains of their teammates' parents made them feel sick to their stomachs. How could they possibly eat? The two men's eyes reddened. Staring at the steaming dumplings on the table, they looked as if they were witnessing their own parents' corpses, a scene of profound sorrow. But with the old woman still present, Xiaozhe feared any sudden incident might occur. He desperately signaled to his teammates, urging them to pick up their chopsticks. The others understood the message. They cautiously glanced at the old woman before finally steeled themselves to pick up the dumplings and pretend to eat. Of course, they were only pretending. There was no way they could actually eat them. Yet as the dumplings neared their mouths, they froze. The old lady showed no sign of leaving. Standing beside them with a smile that was impossible to describe, somewhere between eerie and benevolent, she watched intently, as if she wouldn't feel at ease until she saw them swallow the dumplings. Chapter 8, Collapse. Under the old woman's gaze, which was impossible to tell if it was benevolent or eerie, the few remaining members of the Sakura Country strategy team couldn't help but shiver. They felt a chill rising up their spines. Several members gulped nervously, glancing uneasily at Ozawa, seeking his direction. Xiaozhe was also torn. Eat? Or not? If they didn't eat it, who knew what might happen next? They were less than an hour away from successfully clearing the dungeon. No one wanted to stir up trouble at the last minute. But before this, whenever the old woman served dumplings, she'd always leave immediately without lingering. This time, however, the old woman showed no intention of leaving. It seemed she intended to watch them eat the dumplings before she could rest easy. If they ate, they simply couldn't bring themselves to take a bite. The thought that the meat filling in this plate of dumplings might very well be their teammates' parents, how could they possibly have any appetite left? But seeing the old woman show no sign of leaving, Xiaozhe gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and gave his teammate a meaningful glance. Eat. Their expressions froze instantly. Eat them? After a moment of inner turmoil, they steeled themselves, shoved the dumplings into their mouths, and slowly chewed, fighting back the nausea. The savory, sweet juices burst in their mouths. After a night of hunger and cold, their eyes lit up. They even found themselves chewing faster, realizing it actually tasted pretty good. Ugh! What the hell is this? That nearly broke my teeth. But just then, one of them suddenly grimaced and spat out a hard object encased in meat filling. Picking away the leftover meat scraps with his fingers, he froze in shock. A watch? How could there be a watch inside a dumpling? The others froze in shock. How could a watch be inside a dumpling? Yet one of them instantly widened his eyes, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Because he instantly recognized it as his father's watch. Suddenly, another person began retching and also spat out a hard object. After a quick cleanup, he frowned in confusion. This is a necklace? Someone had swallowed a necklace. Just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, the only female teammate in the group suddenly trembled violently, her eyes instantly filling with boundless terror. She knew that necklace all too well. It was clearly the birthday gift she had given her mother on her birthday. No, impossible. Recalling the image of the man dragging her parents' bodies into the kitchen moments ago, an eerie pallor spread across their faces, their pupils dilating and contracting erratically. Finally, their terrified gazes froze completely in that instant. Their bodies slumped backward, limp and lifeless. After a few convulsions, they ceased moving altogether. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in shock. Xiaozhe was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They're dead. Only when someone frantically checked their breath and discovered no life remained, letting out a terrified scream, did Xiaozhe slowly come to his senses. In that moment, a chill ran through his entire body, as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was filled with terror. To an outsider, the manner of their deaths might seem rather abrupt. But Xiaozhe knew full well that they were specially trained warriors, men who could never be easily scared to death. Unless, that is, their inner fear had already accumulated to a critical threshold. Ultimately, unable to bear the overwhelming terror, their fear levels would have skyrocketed, leading to their deaths from sheer fright. Huff! Huff! Watching 4 teammates die horribly before his eyes, Xiaozhe's own fear had unknowingly reached its breaking point. His pupils began to contract violently, and his breathing grew uncontrollably rapid, like a bellows. Now, he clung to consciousness by the last shred of his sanity. The other 3 weren't faring much better, their minds teetering on the edge of collapse. In fact, these 3 grown men had huddled together in a corner like frightened little girls, clinging to each other and trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, viewers worldwide couldn't help but shake their heads. Everyone knew these 4 remaining survivors were, in essence, already corpses. Their fear levels had reached the breaking point. Any further strange occurrence, even a sudden gust of wind, could easily scare the life out of them. Unless the ordeal dragged on long enough to give them time to react. But the dungeon was set to end in less than an hour. Even if Lu Yu was a novice designer, anyone with basic dungeon design knowledge knew the final moment was the only chance. Miss it, and it was gone forever. Therefore, there was no doubt about it, the Sakura Nation team had lost. They were about to suffer their first global defeat. Damn it, who the hell is this Lu Yu? How did he manage to pull Dragon Nation back from the brink of collapse? The Sakura Nation is a bunch of useless fools. To let the Dragon Nation win a single round, utterly infuriating. How dare the Sakura Nation criticize us Curry Nation for constantly boasting about being number 1? Aren't you lot even more arrogant in your daily bragging? Yet here you are, wiped out in Dragon Nation's dungeon design. Utterly disgraceful. While Sakura Nation's strategy team did pay a price early on due to arrogance, they adjusted their approach later. Yet they still couldn't turn the tide. This proves Lu Yu's dungeon design is genuinely bizarre. I hope our Eagle Nation think tank avoids blind overconfidence and focuses serious attention on this Lu Yu. Audiences worldwide buzzed with speculation, wondering who this Lu Yu truly was. Just then, the live stream suddenly cut to a series of piercing screams. The camera panned to reveal the man emerging from the kitchen. Still clutching the sharp hook, he impaled the 2 dead Japanese contestants without emotion and dragged them back into the kitchen. The old woman also returned to the kitchen, hunched over. Before entering, she turned and flashed them an eerie smile. Before long, steaming hot dumplings emerged from the kitchen. This time, however, both the old woman and the man emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a plate of dumplings, and sat down at the table. The new year is almost here, let's eat dumplings together. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? The old woman's eerie smile sent the remaining 4 Japanese nationals into a panic, their terrified screams piercing the air. The scene froze at the moment all 4 froze in place, eyes wide, collapsed lifeless on the floor. Viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but shiver, feeling utterly horrified. Even those watching from outside the dungeon found it utterly unsettling. After all, the meat filling in those dumplings was made from the corpses of their teammates. This dungeon design was twisted even by twisted standards. Just as the global audience felt their scalps tingle, the livestream suddenly went black. The next moment, a line of blood-red text slowly appeared. Sakura Nation Raid Team, all members defeated. Result, Sakura Nation clear failed. Countdown, 30 seconds. Instance closing. 30, 29. Chapter 9, locate Lu Yu at all costs. Damn it. Those useless fools actually lost to Dragon Nation? Utterly unforgivable. Within the gilded splendor of Sakura Nation's imperial court, a series of violent thuds echoed from the conference room as someone slammed their fist on the table. Staring at the blood-red text flashing across the live broadcast screen, Sakura Nation failed to clear the gate. Tenko's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth grinding to dust. Of all the nations in the world, he could accept losing to any of them. Except losing to the Dragon Nation, that was utterly unacceptable. Since the National Fortune War began, the Dragon Nation had consistently ranked at the very bottom among all nations. In stark contrast, their great Sakura Nation had remained undefeated throughout the entire National Fortune War. Yet today, the mighty Sakura Nation had actually lost to the bottom-ranked Dragon Nation. And it was a crushing defeat, a total annihilation. You worthless fools, all of you get back and reflect on your failures. Should we lose again, you'll all commit seppuku to atone. The more Tianhuan thought about it, the more his rage boiled over. He unleashed a torrent of curses upon the pale-faced strategists. The advisors dared not utter a word of protest, all bowing their heads and trembling, muttering hi and summa mason incessantly. Get out. All of you. Just looking at you makes me furious. After waiting anxiously for the locust god to vent its fury, the advisors scrambled to their feet as if granted a reprieve. But at that very moment, a line of blood-red text appeared before everyone's eyes. Dungeon strategy failed.
Penalty: Sakura Nation's national fortune 5%, maximum lifespan of all Sakura Nation citizens 5 years, this year's grain yield 10%, probability of natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and super typhoons plus 5%. Damn it!
The locust's barely contained fury surged anew, flames nearly leaping from its eyes. The strategists turned deathly pale and scrambled out of the conference room, fearing Tianhuan would hold them accountable if they lingered.
At the same moment, all Sakura Nation citizens witnessed the punishment for failure. How could this happen? We only lost once. Wait, no, grandfather, don't die. Damn it! When did it become the turn of that accursed Dragon Nation to plunder the fortune of our great Sakura Nation? It's an utter disgrace.
The entire nation resounded with cries of anguish and furious curses. Everyone was devastated, unable to accept this outcome. Countless elderly citizens of Sakura Nation collapsed and died in the streets as the punishment descended. In an instant, the entire nation plunged into endless chaos. Medical resources, funeral services, and food supplies teetered on the brink of collapse. The rising death toll even spawned a new industry, street-side corpse burning. But the punishment for failure did not end there. Barely an hour after the punishment struck, geologists urgently observed thick smoke rising from Sakurajima and Mount Fuji, signaling imminent eruptions. This nearly scared the hell out of the already furious heavenly locust. In a country as small as Japan, any volcanic eruption could obliterate half an island and claim millions of lives. But it didn't end there. Soon, meteorologists urgently observed that a tropical cyclone had silently formed over the sea near Sakura Country. Though it was currently just a tropical cyclone, seemingly undaunted by threats. Every Japanese citizen knew this was the system's punishment. Should Sakura Nation suffer a few more defeats, the tropical cyclone would inevitably intensify into a super typhoon, bearing straight down on the nation. While Sakura Nation scrambled frantically to evacuate populations, Dragon Nation erupted in nationwide celebration. For the Dragon Nation had finally shaken off its past gloom and welcomed a long-awaited reward. National Fortune Battle Victory Reward: Dragon Nation's national fortune plus 5%, maximum lifespan of all Dragon Nation citizens plus 5 years, this year's grain yield plus 10%, probability of natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, super typhoons, etc. 5%, probability of occurring bizarre events 5%. When the system rewards descended, the entire Dragon Nation erupted in ecstatic jubilation. Luyu is awesome. Today was absolutely amazing. Not only did we win, but we beat Sakura Nation. Finally, we've got our revenge. Feels so good. Finally, we can thoroughly mock those Cherry Blossom Country snobs. Damn it, they were so arrogant before, constantly rubbing Dragon Nation's nose in it. Now it's your turn to face punishment, isn't it? Ah, so satisfying, so damn satisfying. Even though this win barely saved the Dragon Nation's national fortune, seeing the Cherry Blossom Nation in chaos is more than enough for me. You bet. I just checked the Cherry Blossom Country is in utter misery. It's pure bliss for the soul, leaving me feeling utterly refreshed. I'll be keeping watch here today. Let's see if any of those Cherry Blossom scum dare call us heartless. Remember when the Dragon Nation was punished, suffering countless casualties? Didn't the Cherry Blossom Nation rub salt in the wound with their taunts? We're just returning the favor. Before this, every soul in Dragon Nation had been seething with pent-up fury. Today, that pent-up anger could finally be vented. But those who truly breathed a sigh of relief were undoubtedly the Dragon Nation's high command and think tank. Inside the conference room at that moment, the latest updates from provinces and cities streamed continuously across the screens. Haiha City Meteorological Bureau reports the path of the Category 18 super typhoon over the sea has shifted, with its intensity slightly weakening. It is projected to make landfall after the next national fortune war, or possibly alter its course to strike Monkey Nation? Tianhu City Geological Bureau reports the super-sized volcano in Taipei province shows a clear trend of reduced activity. After analysis, the expert team unanimously concludes the eruption will be delayed until after the next national crisis. Special Investigation Department of Yunhai City reports the bizarre incidents erupting in remote areas have ceased. It remains unclear whether the abnormalities have vanished or merely gone into hiding. Gazing at the multitude of positive updates on the large screen, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and think tank team were nearly moved to tears. The past years for Dragon Nation could scarcely be described as anything but catastrophic. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, super typhoons, sandstorms, extreme cold, severe droughts, natural disasters had been relentless. Not long ago, a small-scale strange incident even erupted, claiming the lives of hundreds in a single village without explanation. It could be said that Dragon Nation's recent setbacks and the continuous decline of its national fortune had plunged the country into prolonged chaos. Most coastal areas have become ghost towns, utterly uninhabitable. At any moment, natural disasters could strike, claiming millions of lives in an instant. But today, with Luyu's meticulously designed dungeon securing a decisive victory, the Dragon Nation finally gained a moment to breathe. Though only 7 days of rest remain before the next national fortune battle commences. This brief respite is sufficient to save millions, even tens of millions of lives. After all, evacuating the displaced takes time, and resettling them takes time.
Preparing supplies also requires time. Quickly. Find Lu Yu immediately, at any cost. And dispatch the most elite special forces immediately. Escort Lu Yu directly to Base 1 with the highest security protocol reserved for protecting the sovereign. The director of the Copy Design Institute instantly recognized Lu Yu's critical importance. He immediately turned to his secretary and issued a stern order. Chapter 10 Acknowledgements. The pitfalls we dug earlier were simply too deep.
This victory in the national fortune battle has merely delayed the outbreak of various natural disasters. In his rented room, Liu scrolled through his phone, his mood growing heavy as he saw evacuation notices continuously being issued across provinces and cities. All signs pointed to the fact that the Dragon Nation was far from fully recovered and remained in crisis. Still, compared to before, things were undoubtedly immeasurably better. At the very least, the super typhoons threatening the coastal regions and the restless volcanoes in the inland areas had both been temporarily held back. As for when the crisis would truly be lifted, Lu Yu estimated it would take at least 3 to 5 more victories. And the next national fortune battle will undoubtedly be the most crucial one. Victory would buy more time, while defeat would send them back to square one overnight. The weight on his shoulders suddenly felt heavier. Better get moving and prepare for the next dungeon. Shaking his head, Lu Yu returned to his bedroom, turned on his computer, and prepared to design the next dungeon. But just then, a knock sounded at the door. Is it rent time already? Lu Yu froze in surprise. He was certain the previous occupant had paid rent just a few days ago. The knocking persisted outside. Without pausing to think, Lu Yu hurried out of the bedroom and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, however, Lu Yu's scalp tingled with shock. Standing outside was a full squad of soldiers armed to the teeth. The sharpness inadvertently revealed in their gazes made it clear these were elite soldiers who had seen frontline combat and carried lives on their shoulders. Just as Lu Yu stood dumbfounded, a man dressed in a black suit, appearing refined and scholarly, stepped forward from the crowd. Moving with a hint of deference, he approached quickly and asked in a gentle tone, "May I ask if you are Mr. Lu Yu?" Their respectful demeanor immediately made Lu Yu think of someone from the government system. He didn't dwell on it, assuming the man was likely from a local government department. "I am Lu Yu. And you are?" "My surname is Li. I'm the secretary to Director Yi of the Dragon Country Copy Design Institute. You can just call me Little Li." Secretary Li was extremely courteous. But the casual remark he made instantly stunned Lu Yu. Holy crap, the director's secretary? Ever since the national fortune system descended, Longwa, like other nations, had shifted its entire focus to conquering and designing dungeons. Hence the establishment of the Dungeon Design Institute. Precisely because the Dungeon Design Institute bore such immense responsibilities, its privileges were unparalleled. It was no exaggeration to say that even the sovereign couldn't arbitrarily interfere with the Dungeon Design Institute. The authority wielded by this dean's secretary before us goes without saying. But a secretary is ultimately just a secretary. The one who truly sought him out was undoubtedly Director Yi, the man behind Secretary Li. Lu Yu wasn't surprised by this. When he submitted his work, he had anticipated that the state would send someone to seek him out. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "Mr. Lu." Suddenly, Secretary Li composed himself and took a step back. Immediately, he bent at a 90-degree angle, bowing deeply and respectfully to Lu Yuxing. "Thank you so much for your assistance to Dragon Nation. In this battle for national destiny, Dragon Nation's victory is largely attributable to your contributions. On behalf of the entire nation and myself personally, I express our deepest gratitude." Lu Yu froze momentarily, utterly unprepared for Secretary Li's unexpected display. He hurried forward to help Secretary Li up. "Secretary Li, you're too kind. As a citizen of Dragon Nation myself, I wouldn't stand idly by while my country faced peril. Setting aside other considerations, I understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. That's true enough, but not every citizen of Dragon Nation possesses the same level of awareness as you, Mr. Lu." Secretary Li shook his head solemnly. "That is precisely why the director personally ordered me to bring an elite special forces unit to escort you to Base 1 in the capital. After all, spies and agents from various nations have their sights firmly fixed on you now. Even within our own country, there are those with ill intentions who may have already targeted you. They could strike at any moment. Given this, please do not perceive this as a restriction on your personal freedom. It is for your own safety." Secretary Li's tone remained gentle, devoid of coercion. But the mention of Base 1 left Lu Yu somewhat taken aback. He had, of course, heard of Base 1. It was said to be the safest place in all of Dragon Nation, completely immune to natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and typhoons. Built in a non-seismic zone at the very center of Dragon Nation's interior, hundreds of meters underground, even the most catastrophic natural disasters could not reach it. Precisely because Base 1 was so secure, its capacity was extremely limited. Even high-ranking officials and dignitaries were turned away. Only truly important figures, such as the sovereign, were permitted to reside there. Still, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the honor. He never imagined he'd receive such high-level treatment. Of course, he was well aware of his own importance. The hard-won victory for Dragon Nation was largely his doing, and the nation's future fortunes, whether triumph or defeat, rested almost entirely on his shoulders. If he wasn't qualified to stay there, the vast Dragon Nation would struggle to find a second candidate. Moreover, the city where he currently resided was quite close to the coast, potentially vulnerable to sudden natural disasters. With this in mind, Liu accepted without hesitation.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Liu. Seeing Liyu's nod, Secretary Li visibly relaxed. Secretary Li then immediately began making arrangements for the subsequent procedures. Liu wouldn't need to worry about much. Base 1 was fully equipped with all necessary facilities, and clothing and such were the least of his concerns. All he needed to do was board the state-provided armored vehicle and travel to Base 1 under the escort of elite troops. The journey passed without incident. The next morning, after passing through multiple layers of security checks, the armored vehicle finally entered Base 1. Even the driver was replaced by Secretary Li upon entering the capital city, a testament to how secretive Base 1 truly was. But upon actually entering Base 1, Liu discovered it wasn't nearly as mysterious as he'd imagined. Put simply, it was an underground fortress built by piling up various metals and concrete. The interior decoration was equally sparse, some might even call it crude. But the security was truly impenetrable. Any random wall inside was at least as thick as a vault door. There was even a dedicated soundproof room for Liu to design his copies. Liu wasn't there for leisure, so he paid little attention to such details. After settling in, Liu wasted no time diving into his dungeon design work. Chapter 11, The Young Family Troop. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The next National Fortune battle arrived right on schedule. Audiences across Dragon Nation had logged into the livestream long before kickoff, watching with bated breath. It's here. It's finally here. What the hell are you getting excited about? Forgot we're the lowest priority here? Damn, I almost forgot Dragon Nation lost so many times before, they're bound to keep fighting this round. Damn it, the Dragon Nation fans are so loud. Can you shut up? Those Cherry Blossom Country people are useless. Last time they let your Dragon Country win by luck. If it were my Kimchi Country, we'd breeze through. Bastards. When did you kimchi eaters get a say? We Sakura Nation still have unfinished business with Dragon Nation. Match results are in. Oh. This should be interesting. Dragon Nation versus Kimchi Nation. As the matchups were announced, all the nations that had received buys breathed a collective sigh of relief. Kimchi Nation was overjoyed. Damn it, our Kimchi Nation is truly blessed by the heavens. We got Dragon Nation as a pushover opponent. We've been studying the Dragon Nation's tactics for days now, we've got them figured out. This time, the whole world will see how powerful our Kimchi Nation is. Kimchi Nation is #1 in the universe. Loyalty. While the Kimchi Nation's strategy team shouted loyalty before their leader, the scene in Dragon Nation was starkly different. Oppressive. Heavy. Every Dragon Nation citizen felt uneasy. The previous victory hadn't actually instilled much confidence in the Dragon Nation's people, though many were reluctant to admit it. It was undeniable that their previous win had largely stemmed from Sakura Nation's carelessness. They hadn't taken the battle seriously at first, and by the time they realized their mistake, it was too late, ultimately leading to their defeat. Thus, going into this match, the entire Dragon Nation felt uncertain. In the conference room of the Dungeon Research Institute, the think tank led by Director Yi watched the livestream with solemn expressions. Who knows what kind of dungeon Liu has designed these past few days? We don't expect it to surpass the last one, just hope it achieves a similar level of impact. Enough of this useless chatter. Get your notebooks ready. Spot any areas for improvement and jot them down immediately. Director Yi's stern voice cut through the murmurs in the conference room. His mood was equally somber, tinged with tension. Because up until now, they hadn't even inquired about what kind of dungeon Liu had designed. The reason for their silence was that this National Fortune battle was, at best, Liu's second major engagement. They didn't want to put too much pressure on him, so they hadn't inquired. In fact, they had already tacitly accepted that this National Fortune battle was likely to end in defeat. They treated it as an experiment to see whether Liu was a flash in the pan or truly possessed genuine ability. Despite mentally preparing themselves, when the countdown appeared on the live stream screen, He couldn't help but feel his heart race and his breathing quicken. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The 8-member strategy team from Kimchi Nation had entered the dungeon. A line of blood-red text abruptly appeared. Clear condition: attend the opening ceremony of the Young Family Theater Troupe and leave alive. Attend the troupe's opening ceremony? Seeing the conditions, Director Yi and the others in the conference room couldn't help but twitch their lips. Their mood instantly turned incredibly complex. Disappointment mingled with frustration at their own limitations. Opera was one of Dragon Nation's traditional arts. To them, designing a bizarre dungeon based on opera was nothing short of creative bankruptcy. The Kimchi Nation strategy team couldn't help but snicker. I knew that kid Liu just got lucky last time, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. This time, he's finally shown his true colors.
I thought he might have something fresh up his sleeve, but it turns out he just stole our Kimchi Nation's opera culture to adapt it into a dungeon.
Aren't many of Long Nation's traditional cultures passed down from our Kimchi Nation anyway? Just get used to it.
Hearing the Kimchi Nation strategy team's remarks, the Dragon Nation people were both furious and amused.
I'm speechless. Korea's the one constantly stealing our traditions to apply for UNESCO recognition, yet somehow it's turned into us stealing theirs?
These plastic surgery freaks from Kimchi Land are like that. They eat too much kimchi, it fries their brains, and they lose their minds.
Cut them some slack. Thieves haven't been like this for just a day or two.
They've been stealing so long they genuinely think they own the place now.
This vassal state has gone completely mad.
We should have flattened the entire thieving nation from the start. The Dragon Nation was filled with curses, but the Kimchi Nation strategy team couldn't hear a thing. Their faces held a hint of wariness as they began surveying their surroundings.
Yet it was clear to everyone that they didn't take it seriously at all.
Deep in their eyes lay nothing but arrogant superiority. This stemmed from the innate sense of superiority in the Kimchi Nation's people.
This also stems from Kimchi Nation's outstanding performance in previous national fortune battles.
In short, the confidence of the Kimchi Nation strategy team surpasses even that of the Cherry Blossom Nation.
And this is precisely what Lu Yu hoped to see. Because this dungeon, at its core, wasn't fundamentally different from the first one.
If the Korean strategy team played it safe throughout, they still had a chance to clear it. But Lu Yu knew the Kimchi Nation too well. He understood their arrogance mirrored that of the Cherry Blossom Nation. That's precisely why he crafted a similar dungeon.
As for why he didn't design more powerful, bizarre lifeforms like zombies, Lu Yu certainly wanted to.
Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation had suffered too many losses earlier, causing the national fortune system to allocate pitifully scarce dungeon resources. It was simply impossible to design powerful supernatural entities with such meager funds. But this situation was only temporary.
Win a few more rounds, and resources would become abundant.
Inside the dungeon, the Korean strategy team was also springing into action.
The Young Family Troop? Let's go check it out.
Captain Lee Jae-hyun led the charge, followed by Deputy Captain Park Soo-yeon and others, striding toward the ancient Chinese-style theater before them.
A warped, decaying sign hung above the old theater, bearing the words Young Family Troop. Such an obvious clue might have made others hesitate.
But the arrogant Kimchi Nation conquest team didn't give it a second thought.
Bang!
Captain Lee Jae-hyun kicked the wooden door open with even greater arrogance, striding in like a debt collector demanding payment. Yet the moment they stepped inside, a wave of crimson light instantly engulfed them. The crimson glow emanating from two large red lanterns was eerily vivid, like fresh blood, casting the entire theater in a spooky, graveyard-like atmosphere. The faded opera scrolls scattered throughout the courtyard appeared eerily unsettling under the crimson glow. It felt as though the actors in their theatrical robes, frozen within the paintings, were silently watching them.
Lee Jae-hyun frowned. Though he felt inexplicably uneasy, he refused to show it outwardly. With a look of utter contempt, he spat out, "This creepy atmosphere again? Doesn't Dragon Country have anything new to offer?
Even a random kid from Kimchi Country could design a scarier dungeon than this.
Surely the Dragon Nation doesn't really think we're as useless as those Cherry Blossom Country fools? Trying to scare us with such cheap tricks? Is that it?
At least design a ghost that suddenly appears.
Maybe it could scare our deputy captain." "What the hell are you saying? Ha ha ha, Hyun-san looks so cute when she's angry."
The Kimchi Nation strategy team burst into unrestrained laughter, their voices filled with carefree ease.
One member, however, frowned. Amidst the laughter, he faintly discerned a sound reminiscent of traditional opera. Chapter 12, Unfamiliar Melody, Hidden Meaning. Who's singing opera? The faint, intermittent opera notes were nearly drowned out by the group's boisterous laughter. But Kim Jun-min distinctly heard a wailing, sorrowful opera melody, as if someone were performing in the courtyard. The more intently he listened, the clearer the opera melody became. He could even sense the intense sorrow and resentment contained within the melody.
Jin Junmin shuddered involuntarily, his fear level rising slightly.
He hurriedly called out, "Xiangu, Xiaoyanjie, something seems off. Do you hear that opera music? Opera?"
At his words, everyone instinctively froze. As the air settled, they indeed heard a wisp of melancholy opera music drifting faintly from the depths of the courtyard.
The voice was as melodious as a nightingale's song, yet it seemed to carry endless sorrow and resentment.
Especially in the stillness, it carried an inexplicable, indescribable eeriness. There definitely is opera music coming from the courtyard. As the sole female member of the team, Deputy Captain Park Soo-yeon's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively moved closer to Lee Jae-hyun.
Another Korean teammate also looked uneasy. "Captain, this sound feels off. The more I listen, the more it gives me the creeps." Lee Jae-hyun felt a chill run down his spine too. They hadn't heard any opera music when they first entered. This meant the eerie incident had just triggered, signaling they had entered the territory of strange lifeforms. Of course, it could also be some kind of recording device deliberately playing sounds to scare them. Regardless of the possibility, as the captain of the Korean expedition team, no matter how frightened he felt inside, Lee Jae-hyun couldn't show it directly. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is a common tactic of the Dragon Nation, using sounds or environmental effects to create a terrifying atmosphere to scare people. Last time they used this trick repeatedly, scaring the Cherry Blossom Country folks half to death. But our Kimchi Nation's task force isn't comparable to those useless Cherry Blossom Country fools. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Lee Jae-hyun snorted dismissively. He even strode ahead boldly, seemingly intent on tracing the sound to its source. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to hurry after him. As they cautiously entered the theater lobby with flashlights in hand, the mournful, wailing opera music grew increasingly distinct, sounding almost as if it were right beside their ears. Is that the stage? There's no one up there. Where's that sound coming from? See? I told you Longwa only has a few tricks up his sleeve. Since there's no one on stage and the sound is coming from there, it's obviously some kind of recording device that triggered automatically. The theater lobby was spacious, with a newly constructed stage occupying most of the space. Despite the dim lighting, everyone could clearly see the stage was empty, no one was performing. In an instant, the tension eased, and everyone breathed a silent sigh of relief. Jae-hyun, look here, there's a book. Park Soo-yeon suddenly froze, as if she had discovered something, and quietly called out to Lee Jae-hyun. A book? What book? Lee Jae-hyun instinctively turned to look and indeed saw a table placed near the entrance they had entered. On it lay a yellowed play script. The table stood alone, holding only the book and nothing else. This arrangement immediately made Lee Jae-hyun frown. To him, the book's placement was clearly a triggered trap. It defied all logic. Who would place a table at the entrance with nothing on it except a single book? This book, it should be okay, right? Did the designer arrange it this way on purpose? Just to make us notice the book? What's there to fear? It's just a worn-out book. What harm could reading it do? Could it possibly kill the reader? The group murmured among themselves, each displaying extreme caution, hesitant to make a move. After all, reaching this point meant they had officially entered the dungeon's danger zone. Therefore, any rash action could invite deadly consequences. The Sakura Nation's raid team from the last attempt had paid with their lives, demonstrating firsthand that curiosity killed the cat. Yet, as the group debated, a Korean man strode forward with a carefree swagger, snatched the playbook, and grabbed it without a second thought, utterly unconcerned it might be a trap. The others' expressions darkened instantly, but it was too late to stop him. But after 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected scene never materialized. Kim Tae-woo held the book in his hands and addressed his teammates with a sigh of exasperation. I don't know what you're all so nervous about. It's just a damn book, not some man-eating tiger. He shook his head, ignoring his teammates as curiosity drew him to flip open the first page of the play script. First listen, unaware of the melody's intent. Second listen, already immersed in its rhythm. Kim Tae-woo recited the passage in his clumsy Long Kingdom language, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He could barely make out the Chinese characters. In fact, not just him, every member of the Kimchi Nation strategy team had studied the Dragon Nation language for a period. Given the two nations' geographical proximity and Korea's former status as a vassal state to the Dragon Kingdom, it wasn't unusual for them to pick up basic Dragon Kingdom language through osmosis. Countries like Monkey Nation were no exception. No matter how much they developed or tried to shed their Dragon Nation roots, significant traces of Dragon Nation culture inevitably lingered within their borders. The most typical examples were undoubtedly Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation. Sakura Nation still uses a large portion of its writing system directly derived from Dragon Nation's script, showing no shame whatsoever, utterly brazen. Kimchi Nation, however, is more subtle or perhaps more concerned with appearances. They'd rather invent their own characters than copy Dragon Nation's outright. But creating their own is incredibly difficult, often leading to situations where they can say something but can't write it down. This issue caused considerable headaches for Korea, but through persistent revisions and refinements, they eventually resolved most written expression problems except for names. Yet to this day, the names on Kimchi Country citizens' ID cards still appear in Dragon Country script. This is an unsolvable problem. No language in the world can match the Dragon Nation's ability to convey meaning so directly with just 1 or 2 characters. Consequently, most Kimchi Country people know a bit of Dragon Country language. Even if they can't understand it, they can still make out some characters. Moreover, they were a professional strategy team who had undergone relevant training, so it was hardly surprising that they could recite it. But being able to recite it doesn't mean they understood its meaning. What is the meaning within the melody? And what is the person within the melody? Chapter 13, Someone in the Audience. Kim Tae-woo's brow furrowed deeply. Even drawing upon his entire lifetime of knowledge, he couldn't grasp what these 2 lines were trying to convey. Lee Jae-hyun and the others gathered curiously around him. They had been feeling a bit tense, but seeing Kim Tae-woo was fine, their hearts naturally relaxed. In fact, their relief turned to a touch of irritation. To be intimidated by a mere book? Utterly humiliating. But more than that, they were curious about what the book's contents actually meant. Could it be that they needed to solve some kind of puzzle? Puzzle elements were actually quite common in dungeons. Except for dungeons that must be cleared through brute force, nearly all incorporate some puzzle elements.
After all, it was one of the few universal elements worldwide, like a combination lock that could make a dungeon harder to design and add difficulty for enemy factions. Of course, puzzle elements in eerie dungeons also have specific requirements. To be precise, you can have the enemy nation solve puzzles, but you must provide multiple obvious clues. You can't force them to hang themselves on a single tree. There's nothing more to it. The book only has this one line. At first listen, I didn't grasp the song's meaning. Upon hearing it again, I became part of the melody. Is this a poem from the Dragon Kingdom? Or a proverb? Could it be telling a story? Bull, have you ever seen a story told in just one sentence? Actually, there is. There's a Chinese idiom called mending the fence after the sheep are lost. When I first heard it, I had no clue what it meant. Later, I looked it up online and discovered it's an idiom about a shepherd whose sheep pen had a hole, leading to a sheep being snatched by a wolf. So what does a hole in the pen and sheep being snatched by wolves have to do with mending the fence after the sheep are lost? Of course it does. The story goes that after losing several sheep, the shepherd finally realized his mistake and quickly patched the hole. From then on, he never lost another sheep. At that moment, the Korean strategy group inside the dungeon launched into a heated debate over this very line from the book. It even led to a scene where one Korean enthusiastically explained a Chinese idiom story to another Korean. This scene nearly made the Dragon Country audience burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. That mending the fence after the sheep are lost idiom nearly caused that Kimchi head to have a brain freeze. The profound depth of Dragon Nation's language isn't something these Kimchi Nation folks can grasp easily. This is the essence of cultural heritage. It's just a shame. Chinese viewers couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at this point. Where the pity lay, everyone understood. It was the severe disconnect in the Dragon Nation's peculiar culture. Had it not been for this, how could the Dragon Nation have suffered repeated defeats in the National Fortune War, once pushed to the brink of collapse? But the mere thought of Lu Yu quickly lifted the spirits of the Dragon Nation audience. The uncanny dungeons designed by Lu Yu clearly stood apart from all existing uncanny cultures, undoubtedly filling the void in Dragon Nation's uncanny cultural lineage. Now it all depends on how far Lu Yu can go. Inside the conference room, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and director Yi couldn't help but chuckle. But so far, Lu Yu's designs largely continued the atmosphere of horror from his previous work. This couldn't help but make them feel a pang of worry, fearing Lu Yu might be a flash in the pan with nothing new to offer. Just then, Park Soo-yeon's excited voice suddenly echoed through the dungeon. I understand the meaning of this line now. At first hearing, one doesn't grasp the meaning of the song. Here, first hearing means exactly what it says hearing it for the first time. Not knowing also means exactly what it says not understanding. The meaning within the melody refers to the emotions conveyed in the opera. So the first line means that when you first hear this opera, it's hard to discern the emotions it aims to convey. The second listen likely refers to hearing it a second time. As for the final phrase, the person within the song, I suspect it might refer to the performer singing the opera. But this line likely contains a misleading trap. For instance, the first listen and second listen in the first sentence seem to suggest we should listen to the opera multiple times to grasp its meaning, but in reality, it's meant to delay our progress. I suspect the true meaning is to follow the opera's sound and find the performer. Or perhaps, to avoid the performer? By the end of her analysis, Park Soo-yeon found herself lost in confusion. For them, the hidden meaning behind this phrase remained too difficult to grasp, as baffling as tackling a graduate school entrance exam. Lu Yu nearly burst out laughing as he listened to Park Soo-yeon's analysis. It must be said, she was a talent. Unfortunately, her interpretation was light years away from the phrase's true meaning. Even if Park Soo-yeon had successfully deciphered it, she would still have ended up in another trap meticulously laid out by Lu Yu. Because Lu Yu hadn't left this phrase for them to decipher at all. Such childish tricks as puzzle solving were beneath Lu Yu's contempt. They lacked lethality and served no real purpose, far less effective than directly unleashing bizarre lifeforms. Take your time pondering it. By the time you've figured it out, you'll find yourselves already deep in the trap. Lu Yu's smile grew increasingly amused, as if he were already envisioning the amusing spectacle. Inside the dungeon. Li Zixian frowned in thought for a moment before suddenly remarking thoughtfully, the objective requires us to attend the Young Family Theater Troupe's opening ceremony and leave alive. And right now, we're in a place with a stage. Doesn't that mean the troupe's opening ceremony has already begun? Combined with the implication in that line. So our top priority now is to get out of here alive? At this point, Lee Jae-hyun's expression abruptly darkened. The other team members also paled, scanning their surroundings as if facing a formidable enemy. Just then, Kim Tae-woo suddenly cried out in terror, "Look! There are people below the stage, lots of them." People? Startled, everyone hurriedly looked toward the stage. They saw the chairs below the stage neatly arranged, densely packed with people sitting silently, their eyes fixed on the performance. Whoa! Lee Jae-hyun's scalp prickled, and he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Where did all these people come from? How had he not noticed them earlier? Did anyone notice that area? Were these people there the whole time? No idea.
Most of the lighting was focused on the stage. I didn't really notice the audience. I didn't notice either. The task force fell into a flustered panic. None of them had anticipated so many people lurking below the stage. They weren't even sure if those people had been there from the start or had suddenly appeared. Their vantage point resembled the upper balcony of a movie theater, positioned quite a distance from the stage. When they first entered, their attention had been entirely on the stage. Later, their eyes were drawn to the play scripts on the tables, causing them to completely overlook the numerous chairs and the many people below the stage. Chapter 14, Paper Audience. Don't panic, everyone. Stay calm. This is just the dim lighting and distraction creating an atmosphere of terror. Don't fall for it. Feeling his teammates' breathing grow heavier, Li Zixian's heart sank instantly, realizing something was wrong. He swiftly turned his head and barked a low command to steady their nerves. There were many ways to die in a dungeon instance, but skyrocketing fear levels and bizarre lifeforms striking without warning were the deadliest. Take the previous instance in Dragon Country, for example. The entire 8-person team from Cherry Blossom Nation perished due to skyrocketing fear levels. Now, they were repeating that very mistake. Though it was only the beginning, and the fear level hadn't actually risen much yet. But once it started climbing, it was like opening Pandora's box, virtually impossible to contain. Even those who've undergone desensitization training can't easily reset the fear gauge to 0. However, Li Jaehyun's sharp command did have an effect. Everyone quickly realized the fear levels were climbing and began taking deep breaths, forcing down their inner unease to regain their rationality and composure. Seeing the group had regained their composure, Li Jaehyun murmured again, "Stay alert. There might be danger. Prepare yourselves in advance." They nodded firmly, took deep breaths, and stared at the audience below the stage as if facing a formidable enemy. The lighting was dim, and they couldn't even be certain what the figures below were human or something else. But whatever it was, a fight seemed imminent. Yet, after standing ready for a long while, they noticed the audience below the stage remained completely still, sitting quietly as if utterly absorbed in the melodious opera music. The quieter the audience remained, the more uneasy the performers grew. Why aren't they reacting at all? This is strange. Did they not notice us, or are they not human at all? The moment the first words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze in an instant, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Li Jaehyun's face darkened as he snapped, "Choi Ji-yeon, I'm starting to wonder if you're a spy sent by the Dragon Nation. Don't you know that scaring people is the most taboo thing in a dungeon run?" He'd only just managed to lower everyone's fear levels a little. But thanks to Choi Ji-yeon's remark, everyone's fear levels shot back up. Even he himself wasn't immune. A chill ran down his spine. After all, there were dozens of spectators below the stage. If these weren't humans, then wouldn't that mean they were about to face dozens of bizarre creatures? Choi Ji-yeon swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Boo, but I really feel like they're not human." Her trembling voice and stuttering words sent another wave of dread through the crowd. The already tense atmosphere grew even more oppressive. "Shut your mouth." Li Jaehyun was so furious he nearly kicked her. "I told you to shut up, and you're still talking." But deep down, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. But he understood one truth all too well: the more he thought about it, the more his fear would skyrocket. Facing this situation, confronting the fear head-on was the simplest solution. So Li Jaehyun forced himself to stay calm and barked, "Stop scaring yourselves. I refuse to believe that in Dragon Nation's current state, they have enough resources to create dozens of ghosts. Follow me. Let's get closer and see for ourselves, figure out if these things are human or ghost." Though inwardly resistant, the others dared not object. They cautiously followed behind Li Zixian, gradually approaching the spectators gathered below the stage. As they cautiously drew near and saw the audience below up close, everyone's breath caught in their throats. It felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on their hearts, leaving them nearly unable to breathe. They're made of paper. Paper dolls? A pungent smell of paste filled their nostrils. Only now did they realize with horror that seated below the stage were neither humans nor strange creatures, but entirely paper figures. Though clearly not strange creatures, the crowd's fear didn't diminish, it surged even higher. For these paper figures bore eerily lifelike makeup. Especially the blood-red blush on their cheeks and the eerie, half-smile playing at the corners of their mouths delivered an incredibly direct and intense visual and psychological shock to the Kimchi Nation Conquest team. Even more unsettling, these paper figures came in various forms, dressed in different ancient theatrical costumes, as if meticulously crafted to resemble real people. The more human-like they appeared, the less human they truly were. This is the allure of Chinese horror. Not just the Korean Conquest team, even the livestream viewers were startled out of their wits when they first saw this horde of paper figures. "Holy, you scared the hell out of me. Whoa, the more I look at these paper figures, the creepier they get. I've got goosebumps all over. My brain knows they're fake, but why does staring back at them send chills down my spine?" The terror of paper dolls lies on a psychological level. This kind of terror is far more terrifying than some weird creature getting up close to your face or suddenly leaping out of the darkness. Because the paper figures resemble humans, yet everyone knows they aren't human, they're made of paper. This triggers the uncanny valley effect. It's only natural that foreigners would be startled upon first encountering a paper doll. Yet audiences in the Dragon Kingdom were genuinely startled too. After all, paper effigies represent an ancient tradition in China, typically used in funeral rites. This means wherever paper effigies appear, they are inextricably linked to rituals like funerals, death, and worship. In this world's Dragon Kingdom, due to a cultural disconnect regarding the Yuri, the first reaction upon seeing paper figures doesn't lead to other interpretations. They certainly never imagined these figures could also become the audience beneath the stage. Gulp! At that moment, the Kimchi Nation's conquest team and the dungeon all swallowed hard, their fear levels skyrocketing instantly. The mournful opera music still echoed through the air. The paper figures stared blankly at the stage with hollow eyes, not uttering a single sound. It seemed only they could see the performance unfolding on the stage. The more they considered this possibility, the more the Kimchi Nation conquest team felt their scalps tingle. They even began to suspect that someone was actually performing on the stage, but they just couldn't see it. Stop overthinking it. Remember the conclusion we reached? The Dragon Nation's bizarre dungeon is fundamentally psychological horror. It relies on atmosphere to amplify the participants' own imagination, making them fear worse the more they think about it. As long as we stay calm and avoid dwelling on it, we'll be fine. Besides, these paper figures may be eerie, but they don't seem to be supernatural beings, just simple paper cutouts. Since they haven't attacked us, why should we fear them? Just pretend they don't exist. Li Zixian took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. He also worked hard to calm his teammates' nerves. Despite the logic in his words, a seed called fear had already been planted deep within each person's heart, now silently taking root and sprouting. Chapter 15, The Eerie Sound of Opera. The Kimchi Nation raid team inside the instance remained utterly unaware that the seed of fear had already taken root. Through deep breathing and meditation, they gradually calmed themselves. Of course, they still dared not look directly at the paper figures. Even when passing by the paper figures, they couldn't help but feel anxious and tread carefully, as if afraid of disturbing them. Ah! A sudden, terrified scream pierced the air. Li Zixian and the others walking ahead jolted in fright and quickly turned to look. But there was no sign of trouble behind them. Only a seated paper figure had suddenly toppled forward, landing right in front of a team member who was passing by. Startled by the figure suddenly blocking his path, he jumped back. Sungwoo, are you deaf to what I said? I told you not to startle us in the dungeon. Scaring us is one thing, but what if we alerted the strange lifeforms? Though nothing had happened, Lee Jae-hyun couldn't help but scold Cho Sungwoo. He glared at him fiercely after speaking. Bro, in Korea, age trumps everything. Even though Cho Sungwoo was only a few months younger than Lee Jae-hyun, he dared not utter a word of protest, only lowering his head with a flushed face. Seeing Cho Sungwoo comply, Lee Jae-hyun snorted before turning away. But the very next second after turning away, a sudden "what the hell" echoed from behind. Whether out of anger or fear, Zhao Changyu clenched his teeth and stomped on the paper effigy, grinding it repeatedly underfoot while cursing, "You! Those bastards from Dragon Country think they're so hot stuff, scaring people with paper dolls? They really think our Kimchi Nation's countermeasures team is useless, huh?" After several stomps, Zhao Changyu still seemed unsatisfied. He grabbed the crumpled paper effigy and tore it apart with force. The paper figure instantly shattered into fragments in his hands. Surveying his handiwork, a smug grin finally spread across Zhao Qingyu's face. His sudden, frenzied outburst left the others momentarily stunned. Deputy Captain Park Soo-yeon gaped in disbelief. Cho Sungwoo, have you lost your mind? We're in a dungeon. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Zhao Changyu merely snorted dismissively. What's there to fear? They're just paper cutouts. Do you really think they can come back to life and kill me? Lee Jae-hyun had been seething with pent-up anger, ready to vent. But upon hearing Cho Sungwoo's words, his brow suddenly furrowed as a critical realization struck him. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to have fallen into a trap after all. They'd been affected by the eerie atmosphere Lu Yu had engineered. Fear was only part of it. Take Zhao Qingyu's sudden rage, for instance, it stemmed, to some degree, from that eerie atmosphere. It had driven him to act impulsively, trying to drown out his own terror. This was essentially a human stress response when frightened. People might scream or smash things to bolster their courage. But in a dungeon, such behavior could easily lead to accidents. Looks like we'll need some specialized training on this front once we get back. Other nations probably haven't caught on yet. This means our Kimchi Nation can seize the initiative. Next time we're matched against the Dragon Nation, they're destined to become nothing more than stepping stones for our rise. Lee Jae-hyun thought to himself, a hint of smugness creeping into his mind. He then shot a cold, warning glance at Cho Sungwoo. Cho Sungwoo had already regained his composure and realized his behavior was inappropriate. He quickly lowered his head guiltily, shut his mouth, and kept his eyes fixed on his nose on his heart. Whoosh! Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the stage. Everyone instinctively froze, then hurriedly looked over. A blood-red curtain abruptly descended, completely obscuring the entire stage. The next moment, as the curtain slowly parted, the opera music grew clearer and more distinct.
Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their hearts nearly stopping. There, on the stage, stood a woman dressed in white theatrical costume. Her makeup resembled that of the paper figures, cheeks flushed like blood, lips painted thickly, and a deathly pallor across her face. Ignoring the audience below, she began singing a lamenting opera melody, her voice wailing with a sorrow as if she had suffered the greatest injustice. The opera's melody seemed to pierce the soul, relentlessly burrowing into everyone's ears. Unconsciously, the crowd's gaze froze for a moment. As they watched the woman on stage, their expressions began to shift. As if infected by the sorrow in her voice, expressions of pity, sympathy, grief, and resentment surfaced involuntarily. Something's wrong, this voice is strange. Suddenly, Li Zixian snapped back to his senses, realizing the powerful emotional pull within the opera's melody. Yet even with his senses returned, completely shaking off the opera's influence proved no easy feat. The sound seemed to possess a magical power. The moment one's mind relaxed even slightly, it would be instantly assimilated and infected. Huff, huff. As the leader of the task force, Li Jaehyun's professional discipline far surpassed that of his teammates. He immediately closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to clear his mind as much as possible, aiming to completely block out the opera sounds. Years of training paid off in that moment. Li Jaehyun quickly forced himself to calm down, and the opera music, which had felt like a demonic chant piercing his ears, gradually faded into the background. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that his teammates were not faring well. One by one, sorrowful expressions spread across their faces. Some even had tears welling in their eyes, as if they were experiencing the woman's emotions firsthand. Li Zixian's heart skipped a beat. He barked out a command, "Snap out of it. Quickly block out that sound using the meditation technique we trained. Otherwise, your fear levels will soon exceed the danger threshold." His command snapped everyone back to reality. Their expressions froze, then one by one, they snapped back to their senses, still shaken. Only then did they realize with a chill running down their spines that they had unwittingly been led by the nose by the eerie entity. That was close, we almost bit the dust. Thank goodness Xian Go wasn't affected. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's downright unnerving. We've heard that opera music before without issue, but this time it actually stirred our emotions. The group shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if they'd been truly ensnared. Li Zixian glanced at the others, feeling some dissatisfaction with their performance. But reprimanding the team now would only damage morale, pointless. Besides, the urgent priority was undoubtedly deciding what to do next. Should they leave or stay? Or was this what they called the opening ceremony? Just as Li Jaehyun hesitated, Choi Ji-yeon suddenly let out a terrified scream. Chapter 16, I'll die right in front of you. Look! That woman performing on stage, isn't she the paper doll that Zhao Changyu tore to shreds just now? She's actually come back to life? Choi Ji-yeon's words sent a chill through the crowd, and they instinctively turned their gaze toward the stage. What they saw made their scalps crawl. The woman performing on stage was undeniably the very paper effigy Zhao Changyu had torn to shreds moments ago. The makeup on her face was identical. Zhao Changyu nearly wet himself in fright. That paper effigy was torn to shreds by his own hands. Now that it had come back to life, wouldn't he be the first one it came looking for? The crowd was gripped by terror, enveloped in a wave of sheer dread. But before anyone could recover from their shock, another shrieked, her face is changing. Staring in horror, they saw the actress's face on stage begin to contort and shift. Her features seemed to be pulled and reshaped by an invisible giant hand. Gradually, it transformed into the face of Zhao Changyu. Zhao Changyu stared at the woman on stage, whose face was identical to his own. His pupils dilated several times over in an instant, his eyes instantly filling with boundless terror. What the hell is going on? How can he turn into my face? Zhao Chengyu's terror had skyrocketed to near fatal levels, yet he remained utterly unaware. Instead, he pointed at the woman in horror, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Not just Zhao Changyu, everyone else had turned pale with fright. Their collective fear levels began to skyrocket, indirectly amplifying the power of the eerie lifeform. In an instant, the entire theater was enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. The eerie opera music grew increasingly shrill and piercing, becoming nearly impossible to ignore even with sheer willpower. As the team leader, Li Jaehyun managed to maintain his composure. But the other members were already screaming in terror. This was the very manifestation of fear levels spiraling out of control. Watching his teammates' fear levels spiral out of control one after another, Li Jaehyun grew desperate. If this continued, he might end up the sole survivor in the dungeon. Even with his considerable skills, clearing the dungeon would be utterly impossible. Soyeon, sung. But just as Li Jaehyun frantically tried to rouse his teammates, the opera music abruptly stopped. Li Jaehyun froze in shock. The opera had actually stopped? Could it be that everyone had regained consciousness, causing the strange entity to lose its power? He quickly glanced at his teammates to verify this theory. But to his astonishment, everyone appeared as if just awakening from a dream, still visibly shaken. Clearly, they hadn't broken free on their own, the opera music had simply stopped. But there was no reason for that. This had been a chance for total annihilation. The Dragon Nation designer couldn't possibly be so kind as to let them off the hook. Just as Lee Jae-hyun was filled with suspicion, Jo Sung-woo, who had been dancing on stage to the opera music, suddenly froze in place. A pair of hollow eyes stared straight at Jo Sung-woo below the stage. That terrifying gaze sent a chill down the spine not only of the targeted Zhao Changyu, but also of everyone else in the audience and viewers worldwide watching the livestream. Zhao Changyu nearly wet himself in terror, collapsing to the floor and scrambling backward on all fours. Why? At that moment, the Zhao Changyu on stage suddenly murmured a single word. Everyone froze, momentarily bewildered. Why? What do you mean, why? Just as everyone was bewildered, Zhao Changyu spoke again. His voice was filled with despair and anguish. I don't understand. I just sang the part poorly, why must I die for it? Fine. I'll die right here for all of you to see. The moment the words left his lips, Zhao Chengyu's expression twisted into one of venomous hatred. As if venting every ounce of humiliation and agony she had endured, she abruptly drew a gleaming dagger and slashed her own throat without hesitation. Splatter! Ah! A piercing scream erupted abruptly. But it wasn't the Zhao Changyu on stage who screamed, it was the real Zhao Changyu below the stage who suddenly let out a piercing, agonized cry. Even more bizarrely, a crimson wound appeared without warning on Zhao Chengyu's throat. In an instant, blood spurted forth like a fountain, drenching the stunned Lee Jae-hyun and the others. The next moment. Ah! Everyone screamed in terror. Even Lee Jae-hyun, with years of dungeon running experience, found his eyes widening in disbelief. His heart felt like it was being crushed by a giant hand, leaving him gasping for breath. They weren't strangers to blood. On the contrary, blood and severed limbs were the most common sights in many training exercises. Yet no matter how much one had witnessed, nothing could compare to the sheer horror unfolding before their eyes. It wasn't merely because Zhao Changyu had suddenly collapsed and died before their eyes. It was because the Zhao Changyu on stage had committed suicide, while the real Zhao Changyu below the stage was dead. Such a bizarre situation instantly sent everyone's fear levels soaring once more. Ward's Law. The person on stage committed suicide, yet it was the person below the stage who died? With Dragon Nation's current dungeon resources, it's impossible to design a bizarre entity capable of killing from the start. Even if fear levels granted power, it couldn't easily kill someone outright unless that shredded paper doll was the problem. Simply destroying a prop in a dungeon invites a deadly retribution? This defies logic. I protest. Dragon Nation must be cheating. Cheating. If anyone cheats, it's your Eagle Congress. If you don't understand, watch and learn properly. Although the Dragon Nation people were desperately defending Lu Yu, even they were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why Zhao Changyu had died. After all, while instances could be freely designed, they still had to follow certain rules and logic. Tearing up a paper doll was never a valid trigger for the execution mechanism under the rules. If that were allowed, then wouldn't opening a door trigger a kill, or stepping on a tile in a certain area trigger a kill? Therefore, the Dragon Nation audience firmly believed that Zhao Chengyu's death was far more than simply tearing up a paper doll. But exactly what triggered the finish remains unknown. In the Dragon Nation conference room, the assembled high-ranking officials were filled with shock, delight, and suspicion. They were delighted that Lu Yu hadn't disappointed them, nor had he run out of ideas. At least for now, this dungeon proved far more complex than they'd imagined, even exceptionally challenging. Moreover, compared to Lu Yu's first instance, the Yang family troop instance was clearly more refined in its content. From the sorrowful despair to the furious monologue delivered by Zhao Changyu on stage, it was evident this was a fully fledged, plot-driven instance centered around theatrical performance. Chapter 17, Human or Ghost? If this truly is a story-driven dungeon, the rise of our Dragon Nation is within reach. Globally, only a handful of nations possess story-driven instances. If our Dragon Nation could have one too, why would we ever worry about reclaiming our national fortune? What are you talking about? Reclaiming national fortune? If this dungeon truly is a story-driven one, the Dragon Nation's return to its peak is just around the corner. The crowd grew increasingly excited, as if the Dragon Nation had already risen. Dean Yi watched them popping champagne prematurely and couldn't help but shake his head. He decided to pour some cold water on their enthusiasm to bring them back to reality. Have you all forgotten something? Remember, our Dragon Nation still ranks at the bottom of the charts. We have limited dungeon resources at our disposal. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Given our nation's current predicament, even if Lu Yu is a genius, it's highly unlikely he could create the fully story-driven instance we all hope for. Unless Lu Yu compresses his design to the absolute limit, then it might be possible. But the problem is, compressing dungeon resources to the absolute limit also means numerous conditions will become far more difficult. For instance, the execution conditions would become infinitely more challenging. If Zhao Changyu hadn't died, I might have shared your optimism. But Zhao Changyu is dead and he was executed. This alone proves that Lu Yu devoted most of his resources to the execution. As for the storyline we were hoping for, it's probably not going to happen. At this point, Dean Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Yu's arrival was timely, yet undeniably too late.
Had Liu Yu been present when the national fortune system first ascended, why would there even be a need to worry about insufficient dungeon resources? That said, back then, the world had little understanding of how to design bizarre dungeons. They simply piled up quantity within the dungeons, neglecting quality. It wasn't until nations gradually refined their dungeon designs that truly exceptional SSS tier dungeons emerged, ones with complete narrative chains, like Sadako and Freddy. The thought that even a tiny country like Sakura could possess story-driven instances made Dinyi sigh deeply once more. Fortunately, Liu Yu possessed immense potential. Given sufficient time, and provided Dragon Nation could secure 1 or 2 more victories, he firmly believed that one day, Liu Yu would also be able to design narrative dungeons. Only then would the Dragon Nation truly rise to prominence. Dinya's cold shower of reality jolted everyone back to their senses. A chorus of sighs echoed through the conference room. Inside the instance, the nearly terrified strategy team gradually regained their composure. Though terror still etched their features, their fear levels had stabilized. Because everything had fallen silent. The Zhao Changyu on stage had turned into a paper effigy after his suicide, while the real Zhao Changyu lay motionless in a pool of blood below, clearly dead. Staring at Zhao Chengyu's corpse, Li Zixian's face darkened. Before entering the instance, he had solemnly promised the sovereign that he would lead the team to clear the instance without casualties. He never imagined Liu Yu wouldn't replicate the previous instance, rendering all their recent research useless. And now, to make matters worse, they had suffered a fatality. A whirlwind of emotions churned within him, gradually drowning out the fear. Li Zixian took a deep breath and coldly ordered the group, "From this moment on, no one is to touch anything within the instance without my explicit permission. If you disobey, I will kill you before the strange lifeforms even get the chance." The group fell silent. Truthfully, even without Li Jiehyun's warning, they wouldn't dare touch anything in the copy. After all, they had the cautionary tale of Cho Sung-woo. Jaehyun. Jaehyun. A team member suddenly spoke up, panic evident in their voice. I touched it too. But I only accidentally stepped on it. It should be fine, right? His words sent a chill through the group. Like startled birds, they all instinctively took several steps back, maintaining a safe distance from him. Li Jaehyun frowned and looked over. Your face? Without warning, Li Jaehyun's voice suddenly rose to a sharp pitch, as if he'd witnessed some horrifying sight. Everyone froze for a moment, instinctively looking at each other's faces. Their expressions quickly mirrored Li Jaehyun's, filled with utter terror. Are you human or a ghost? You're not Park Sung-hoon. Who are you? Park Sung-hoon, who was being stared at like a monster, was on the verge of tears. What do you see? I am Park Sung-hoon. Park Sung-hoon had no idea what was happening. But judging by the crowd's horrified reactions, he could tell something terrifying had happened to him. No matter how desperately he tried to prove his identity, the crowd remained terrified, backing away further and further. Viewers watching the live stream gasped in unison. His face, it's turned into the face of a paper doll. Holy crap, just glancing at it nearly gave me a lifelong trauma. A human face painted like a paper doll is far more terrifying than a paper doll painted like a human face. The audience completely understood the reactions of Li Jaehyun and the others. For at that moment, Park Sung-hoon's face had silently transformed into that of a paper doll. His cheeks flushed crimson like blood, the rest of his face deathly pale, with pitch black eyeshadow encircling his eyes. He looked utterly terrifying, like a freshly hanged corpse just cut from the noose. What's going on? Why won't any of you believe me? The more terrified everyone reacted, the more flustered Park Sung-hoon became. His voice grew louder without him realizing it, filled with both anger and hurt, yet also an attempt to steady himself through this very act. Yet no matter how loud he shouted, he couldn't mask the terror within. Sung-hoon, stay calm. Don't move. Seeing Park Sung-hoon growing increasingly agitated, Li Jaehyun stepped in to soothe him. Truthfully, he wasn't even sure if Park Sung-hoon was human or ghost at this point. He dared not provoke him. Besides, with one person already dead, losing another would only lower their chances of success. Under these circumstances, calming Park Sung-hoon down was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Perhaps this was just Liu Yu's twisted sense of humor? Truthfully, Park Sung-hoon wasn't seriously injured, only his face had transformed into that of a paper doll. Comforting himself with this thought, Li Jaehyun spoke in as gentle a tone as he could manage. Sung-hoon, don't blame everyone for isolating you because your face has become just like those paper dolls. But don't get upset just yet. Li Jaehyun tried to calm Park Sung-hoon with foresight. Yet Park Sung-hoon was completely deaf to his words. Chapter 18, Scared to Death. Hearing that his face had become like a paper doll's, Park Sung-hoon was struck as if by lightning. His pupils dilated and contracted wildly, his voice thick with terror and despair. My face turned into a paper doll's face? Cho Sung-woo had been killed by a paper doll. And now, his own face had become that of a paper doll. For Park Sung-hoon, this was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, Park Sung-hoon's fear levels skyrocketed, instantly surpassing the threshold of death. Ugh! His eyes widened in terror, his chest caved in instantly, and he died on the spot. He had literally scared himself to death. Sung-hoon. He's dead. Sung-hoon is actually dead.
Everyone stood frozen in shock, utterly unable to accept that Park Sung-hoon had simply died like that.
Lee Jae-hyun gaped, utterly dumbfounded.
He never imagined Park Sung-hoon could be so fragile that hearing his face had turned into that of a paper doll would terrify him to death. But then again, such a fate would likely befall anyone in his place. The very words paper man had become a nightmare, a chilling sensation gripped anyone who heard them. Yet before the group could recover from the shock of Park Sung-hoon's tragic death, that eerie opera melody resounded once more, like the whisper of a demon. Though it was the most ordinary opera music imaginable, it sent shivers down everyone's spine, their fear levels skyrocketing instantly. This was because they had already been driven to the brink of mental exhaustion by the opera music, becoming hypersensitive to every sound. Hearing it again now felt like listening to a death knell, filling them with utter terror. Just as panic reached its peak, a terrified voice suddenly cried out, "Choi! Choi Ji-yeon, your face! My face, my face?" Choi Ji-yeon was still dazed. But terror quickly snapped her back to her senses. Could it be that her face, like Park Sung-hoon's, had transformed into that of a paper doll? Choi Ji-yeon, clinging to a sliver of hope, finally broke down when she saw the horrified stares of the crowd in their frantic attempts to back away. Little did he know, everyone else had broken down too. Amidst the opera music, Choi Ji-yeon's entire face had turned as pale as gold paper, devoid of any color. The heavy eyeliner only accentuated the hollow, lifeless gaze in her eyes, as if her soul had been ripped out, leaving only an empty shell. Just like the horribly deceased Park Sung-hoon before her, Choi Ji-yeon had transformed into the chillingly terrifying form of a paper doll. "No. I don't want to die. Save me." Suddenly, the broken Choi Ji-yeon let out a desperate cry for help. Faced with death, no one could remain calm. All Choi Ji-yeon could do was desperately call out to her teammates for help. After all, in the dungeon, her teammates were her only support, not even her parents could help her. Yet all that answered him was silence. Everyone knew Choi Ji-yeon was on the brink of following Park Sung-hoon's footsteps. His fear meter had skyrocketed to the execution threshold, a point where no outsider could possibly intervene. Besides, who would dare to help him? Who knows if the current Choi Ji-yeon was even still Choi Ji-yeon? Perhaps she had already been possessed by some strange entity? Lee Jae-hyun, however, felt a pang of hesitation. Too many had already died. The original team of 8 now numbered only 6. That's assuming Choi Ji-yeon, who could drop dead at any moment, is still counted. If Choi Ji-yeon died too, only 5 would remain. The fewer survivors, the lower the probability of clearing the dungeon, a theory universally acknowledged by every nation on Earth. Moreover, Choi Ji-yeon isn't entirely beyond saving. Although her face had already transformed into that of a paper doll. But just like the tragically deceased Park Sung-hoon before her, neither was killed by the eerie entity. They both scared themselves to death. In other words, if they could quickly calm Choi Ji-yeon's emotions and lower her fear level below the lethal threshold, there might still be hope. With this realization, Lee Jae-hyun made an immediate decision: attempt a rescue. He took a deep breath and spoke to Choi Ji-yeon in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Ji-yeon, calm down first. Look at me and listen carefully. Sung-hoon is different from Sung-woo. Sung-woo's death was likely because tearing out the paper doll angered the supernatural entity, causing him to die suddenly and inexplicably. But Sung-hoon was literally scared to death. He hadn't done anything wrong. It was purely because his fear became overwhelming, causing his fear meter to skyrocket, ultimately leading to his sudden death. If you don't want to die like Sung-hoon, listen to me. Stay calm, control your fear, and stop dwelling on all the negative thoughts. Otherwise, even if you don't want to die, you will. None of us can save you." As the team leader with sharp logic, Lee Jae-hyun's reassurance proved effective. Choi Ji-yeon was still terrified, but hope, like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, began to flicker in her eyes, once filled with despair. I'll try my best." He took a deep breath, then forcefully exhaled, repeating the cycle over and over. As his chest heaved violently, the training he'd undergone finally took effect. Choi Ji-yeon immediately felt her fear levels slowly beginning to drop. Lee Jae-hyun's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's it. Keep controlling that fear level." Seeing it work, the others chimed in, cheering Choi Ji-yeon on. After all, every extra survivor meant a 10% increase in their chances of clearing the dungeon. After a period of breathing regulation, Choi Ji-yeon's fear level finally dropped below 80%. Though still above the danger threshold, at least she wouldn't suddenly drop dead. Choi Ji-yeon was filled with relief and excitement. However, the moment she stood up and started walking toward the group, Lee Jae-hyun suddenly roared, "Don't come over here." The sudden outburst froze Choi Ji-yeon in her tracks, leaving her utterly bewildered. Seeing Lee Jae-hyun's tense reaction, a chill ran down her spine as a vague realization dawned on her. His initial excitement was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented wave of despair and hopelessness. Lee Jae-hyun was at a loss for words. He knew full well that this would undoubtedly hurt Choi Ji-yeon. But for everyone's safety, he had no choice. Otherwise, if Choi Ji-yeon appeared normal on the surface but had actually been replaced by a strange entity, any rash contact with her could easily lead to them being used as a pawn in someone else's scheme. Certain truths couldn't be stated outright. At the very least, Choi Ji-yeon's emotions needed to be stabilized. With these thoughts in mind, Lee Jae-hyun immediately softened his tone and addressed Choi Ji-yeon as gently as possible. I'm truly sorry, but as the team leader, I must prioritize everyone's safety.
Even if you're fine, it's best we maintain a safe distance for now.
I hope you understand this isn't abandonment, but a necessary precaution.
Chapter 19, Another Death. At those words, Choi Ji-yeon's entire body trembled violently. No matter how well-spoken or reasonable Lee Jae-hyun sounded, the one being isolated wasn't him, it was Choi Ji-yeon. In that instant, Choi Ji-yeon felt like an outcast, overwhelmed by a wave of despair. Are you abandoning me?
Her voice was thick with despair. Yet everyone avoided her pleading gaze, unaware of the strange expression on her face or the subtle, almost feminine edge that had crept into her voice. I'm truly sorry, but I must prioritize everyone's safety.
It's my duty as captain. But rest assured, we won't abandon you. You can still come with us. But, you must walk at the very front. Lee Jae-hyun couldn't bring himself to look Choi Ji-yeon in the eye.
Still, he hadn't truly abandoned Choi Ji-yeon and was doing his best to calm her emotions.
Choi Ji-yeon fell silent for a moment before lifting her head. How is this any different from abandoning me? Do you only feel satisfied when you've driven me to the brink?
By the end, her voice had grown thick with resentment. The crowd froze in shock, then erupted into panic.
Who are you?
Though the name Choi Ji-yeon sounded distinctly feminine, she was in fact a proper man, a real guy. Yet at that moment, her voice sounded androgynous, as if spoken simultaneously by a man and a woman. The chilling effect sent shivers down everyone's spine, making their hair stand on end.
Who am I? Did you ever really care? Don't you all just want me dead? Fine. I'll die right before your eyes. Choi Ji-yeon shot a venomous glance at everyone present, as if etching their faces into her memory forever.
Hearing these words, everyone froze, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Hadn't they heard this before? Before anyone could react, Choi Ji-yeon suddenly opened her mouth to an eerily wide size. No one knew what Choi Ji-yeon intended to do. But Lee Jae-hyun's pupils suddenly contracted. He urgently shouted, "No! He is going to bite his tongue to kill himself. Stop him." With that, Lee Jae-hyun rushed forward in panic. The others were also terrified and scrambled to rush forward to stop him. Watching their panicked expressions, Choi Ji-yeon instead revealed an eerie smile. The next moment, he stuck out his tongue and bit down hard without hesitation. Put! Driven by inertia and the force of his bite, Choi Ji-yeon instantly severed half his tongue. A torrent of blood spurted forth, staining his clothes crimson and leaving everyone frozen in place, involuntarily shivering with cold. Biting one's tongue was an excruciatingly painful and swift method of suicide. Blood gushes into the windpipe, while the remaining tongue retracts rapidly deeper into the throat due to the excruciating pain. Consequently, Choi Ji-yeon immediately let out agonized gurgling sounds. Her eyes rolled back, her face turning deathly pale, as if she were being strangled. In an instant, Choi Ji-yeon lost all strength, collapsing before everyone. Amidst violent convulsions, she gradually ceased moving, becoming the third person to die. Staring at Choi Ji-yeon's lifeless form on the ground, Lee Jae-hyun's mind went completely blank. He froze in place, utterly paralyzed. He felt on the verge of collapse, his face contorted with agony and self-reproach. He felt Choi Ji-yeon's death was entirely his doing. The others were equally horrified, their fear levels rapidly climbing to a point dangerously close to the killing threshold. But reaching the kill threshold was far from easy. After all, reaching that level essentially meant being scared to death. Scaring someone to death was no simple feat. Especially after everything that had already happened, breaking through the threshold only grew more difficult. Soon, someone regained their composure. Seeing Lee Jae-hyun's shattered state, he rushed over to console him. "Captain, don't blame yourself. Choi Ji-yeon's death had nothing to do with you. She was killed by the anomaly." "That's right, Captain." Choi Ji-yeon's voice wasn't her own anymore. She was clearly killed by the supernatural. "It's not your fault. Captain, now is not the time for self-blame. The king and the citizens of the great Kimchi nation are counting on us." The others also rushed to comfort Lee Jae-hyun. Lee Jae-hyun took a deep breath, his facial muscles twitching as if he were struggling to suppress the pain and guilt within. After a long moment, a flicker of resolve returned to his eyes. "You're right. Now is not the time for self-blame. We must clear this dungeon and live up to the expectations of our king and our people." Seeing Lee Jae-hyun finally pull himself together, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. After all, this team still needed a commander. Apart from him, they believed no one else in the team could shoulder such heavy responsibility. And regardless of seniority, Lee Jae-hyun was the only veteran in the squad who had fought on the front lines since the very first national war. Even when he hadn't taken the field in previous battles, merely serving as an advisor, his wealth of experience remained undeniable. But just then, the eerie opera music sounded once more. Everyone froze in shock, and Lee Jae-hyun's forehead veins instantly bulged. "Puff, calm down, calm down." The opera music had evolved from its initial eeriness into something that now irritated everyone. Taking deep breaths to steady himself and forcing himself to tune out the music, Lee Jae-hyun quickly ordered, "Everyone spread out and look for an exit." We have to take the initiative now, we can't let this weirdness lead us around by the nose any longer. Taking the initiative meant greater risk. But it was also the most likely way to clear the dungeon quickly. What else could they do? They couldn't just wait to die here, could they? After giving orders to his team, Li Zixian immediately scanned the surroundings for an exit. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air.
Soo-yeon? Recognizing Park Soo-yeon's voice, Lee Jae-hyun hurried over.
Following the sound to the side of the stage, Lee Jae-hyun froze in surprise. He hadn't expected a side door to be hidden here.
Park Soo-yeon's voice was coming from inside.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Jae-hyun rushed inside. He soon spotted Park Soo-yeon, her face drained of color, standing to the left of the entrance. Before her stood a massive coffin, placed there abruptly. On top of it lay a yellowed sketchbook. Seeing that Park Soo-yeon was unharmed, nearly startled by the coffin, Lee Jae-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a mix of surprise and suspicion, he approached the coffin. Circling it once, he found nothing unusual. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the sketchbook from the coffin. Opening the first page, he found a hand-drawn sketch. It depicted a woman with an exquisite figure respectfully performing a master-disciple bow to a middle-aged man who radiated authority yet carried a hint of lecherousness.
A woman paying respects to a master? Could this be a clue? Chapter 20, We Are the Outsiders.
Li Zixian's interest was piqued, and he immediately became curious about the rest of the sketchbook. He turned to the next page. The woman soon joined the opera troupe and began learning to perform. But as the days passed, her lack of natural talent gradually became apparent. In that troupe, where technical skill was demanded with extreme rigor, she scarcely ever got the chance to perform on stage. On several occasions while assisting backstage, she accidentally caused major mishaps that disrupted performances, drawing a chorus of boos from the audience. Thus, she became the most disliked person in the troupe. Whenever the master scolded someone or felt frustrated, he would take it out on her. Yet no matter how much they bullied her, she kept her head down and worked. And each evening, as the sun sank below the western hills and night descended, she would slip alone onto the stage. By moonlight, she began her practice of theatrical singing. Every movement, every line of song, she performed with utmost dedication, even when not a single spectator watched below. Later, one day, the woman fashioned many paper figures with her own hands. These figures, each uniquely shaped, were arranged neatly below the stage to serve as an attentive audience listening to her performance.
Paper dolls, audience. Could this be a bizarre manifestation of her life's experiences?
Witnessing this scene, Lee Jae-hyun's mind immediately began to ponder. Just as he wondered whether the woman would recover in the days ahead, the next page made his pupils contract sharply. Day after day, the woman practiced her singing until one night, the troop leader discovered her. Pointing at the props scattered on the ground, the troop leader unleashed a torrent of curses at her. The woman only pleaded and apologized. But the troop leader showed no mercy. After a barrage of blows and curses, he dragged her into the courtyard. Much later, the woman emerged from the courtyard, her clothes torn and disheveled, hair hanging loosely, her entire being seemingly drained of spirit. On that night of utter despair, she donned the costume she had sewn for herself and stepped onto the stage where she had practiced day and night, moving slowly, one step at a time. The stage appeared eerily cold under the moonlight. No tears remained on her face, only endless resentment. Under the moonlight, she performed the dance and opera she had practiced countless times for the very last time. After finishing her song, she took a white silk ribbon and ended her life on the stage. The album abruptly ended here. After Li Zixian finished viewing it, he remained silent for a long time, feeling a strange suffocation in his heart. He had already guessed that the woman in the album was the very same bizarre lifeform from the dungeon. He also knew that empathizing with the bizarre entity within the dungeon was extremely dangerous. But the woman in the album was simply too pitiable, too tragic. Despite undergoing all manner of cold-bloodedness training, Lee Jae-hyun couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Park Soo-yeon, who had viewed the album alongside him, also felt an unusual heaviness in her heart. As a woman herself, she could empathize with that agony all too well. Yet both quickly pushed aside their wandering thoughts. Lee Jae-hyun's gaze lingered hesitantly on the enormous coffin before him. This coffin was noticeably larger than a standard one. Was it some kind of hint, or what? And why was there an album placed on top of it? Lee Jae-hyun began to suspect it might be a clue to solving the puzzle. Or perhaps, it was their only hope for survival. Is this the backstage area of a theater? Temporarily tucking away the sketchbook, Li Zixian scrutinized the area ahead with suspicion. They had nowhere else to go now. The place they had come from had turned into a wall. They could only continue exploring around the stage for a new exit. Or wait for dawn. But the latter was undoubtedly the most foolish choice, for the bizarre creatures within the dungeon would never let them live to see daylight. They had to take the initiative. With that thought, Li Zixian took a deep breath, gathered his teammates, and decided to check behind the stage for clues. Once everyone was assembled, Lee Jae-hyun cautiously led the team in lifting the curtain and stepping behind the stage. Yet the moment they stepped inside, Lee Jae-hyun's breath caught in his throat, his fear meter nearly skyrocketing. For behind the curtain lay nothing but paper dolls. Before the dressing tables, inside the changing rooms, anywhere a person could stand was packed with paper figures of every shape and form. Even more eerie was that these paper figures weren't randomly placed, they occupied every spot where a person should be. For instance, a paper figure sat before the dressing table, as if applying makeup. Behind it, several others held hairpins and other tools, seemingly applying makeup to the seated figure. Though the backstage area was utterly deserted, not a single living soul in sight, these paper figures created the illusion of bustling activity. This jarring visual and psychological contrast sent an inexplicable chill down everyone's spine. It felt as though they had entered a world of paper figures, where these paper figures were the living ones, and they themselves were the outsiders. The more he dwelled on this thought, the more horrified Lee Jae-hyun felt. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Captain, what should we do now?" Park Soo-yeon asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Lee Jae-hyun took a deep breath. "Ignore them. Pretend they don't exist. We'll continue exploring." A wave of dread washed over the group. His words sounded easy enough, but how could they possibly ignore them? These lifelike paper figures, if not for their immobility, would be almost indistinguishable from real people at a glance. But since Lee Zaishian had already led the way inside, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. With each step, they hesitated nervously, fearing the paper figures might suddenly come to life and lunge at them with vicious expressions. Yet the imagined scene never materialized. The paper figures remained busy with their own affairs. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief, their pace unconsciously quickening. But just then, someone gasped in terror. "Did you notice? It feels like these paper figures are watching us. Staring at us?" The remark sent a chill through the already tense group, nearly making them wet themselves. Lee Jae-hyun frowned. He had been observing the paper figures all along and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Besides, they weren't moving. "Be specific. What do you mean, like they're staring at us? Did you actually see them move, or are you imagining things?" Lee Jae-hyun's voice was stern. At a time like this, any word from anyone could easily touch the fragile nerves of the group. The slightest misstep could easily scare someone to death. That's why Lee Jae-hyun was being exceptionally serious and stern, pressing the other person to explain themselves. The man had been confident at first, but under Lee Jae-hyun's intense gaze, his resolve wavered. Nervously, he stammered, I'm not sure. But when I passed by the paper doll just now, I vaguely felt like it was staring at me." "Not sure? What the hell are you talking about?" "Not sure my ass." Lee Jae-hyun's forehead bulged with veins from anger. If he'd had a baseball bat in his hands, he would have made that guy experience some proper kimchi-style bullying today. Chapter 21, Assimilation. Sorry, Jae-hyun, maybe I really did overthink it. In Kimchi Land, the vast majority of people grew up being bullied. That man had clearly experienced Lee Jae-hyun's bullying firsthand. Seeing Lee Jae-hyun's furious expression, he was instantly terrified, hastily bowing in apology, almost kneeling. Yet even at this level of humiliation, Lee Jae-hyun showed no sign of forgiveness. His voice remained cold as he declared, "Do this again, and you won't be eating at the table anymore. Go eat leftovers." With that, Lee Jae-hyun ignored him completely. He raised his hand, gesturing for the others to follow. After cautiously walking forward for a moment, Lee Jae-hyun suddenly frowned and halted. "What's wrong, brother Zaishian? Did you spot something?" Already on edge, the group grew tense the moment Lee Jae-hyun halted. Instead of answering, Lee Jae-hyun frowned deeply and scanned the surroundings. It was unclear whether it was the influence of the man they'd just encountered that had heightened their nerves. Or could it be that these paper figures were genuinely problematic? He too felt that sensation of being watched, as the team member had described. It felt as though countless pairs of eyes were silently watching him from behind. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lee Zaishian stared at one paper figure for a long time, yet he couldn't find anything amiss. Both their poses and positions were identical to before. Could it really be that I'm just too nervous? Seeing no issues with the paper doll, Lee Zaishian could only suspect his own heightened sensitivity. Or perhaps he'd simply been driven to paranoia by the dungeon's relentless torment. The opera music still echoed. In that brief moment of distraction, the melodious yet intensely hate-filled singing once again pierced Lee Zaishian's ears like a demonic chant. Though the opera's tempo was steady and even somewhat melodious, the more he listened, the more uneasy Lee Zaishian felt. "No, I have to get out of this godforsaken place fast." A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Lee Zaishian remained utterly unaware that his mindset had already shifted silently. From his initial desire to clear the dungeon quickly and humiliate the Dragon Nation, to the current state of panic and desperation to escape. Jae-hyun? Lee Zaishian unconsciously quickened his pace, ignoring his teammates' alarmed calls behind him. Only after repeated shouts did he snap back to reality, turning impatiently, "What's the big deal? Spit it out already. Annoying." But just then, a terrified scream pierced the air. "Jae-hyun? Your face." "My face? What about my face?" At first, Lee Jae-hyun didn't quite grasp the situation, glancing at Park Soo-yeon's horrified expression with a hint of irritation.
But when he saw the sheer terror in Park Soo-yeon's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming sense of unease and dread surged through him in an instant. The expressions of the others also turned utterly horrified. Because Lee Jae-hyun's face had silently transformed into that of a paper doll. Exactly like the others who met a gruesome end before. Seeing the terror in everyone's eyes, Lee Jae-hyun felt a chill run down his spine, his breathing growing uncontrollably rapid. His trembling hands slowly reached up to touch his own face. His fingertips encountered a cold, rigid sensation. It felt as though he wasn't touching a flesh and blood face, but a lifeless sheet of paper. In an instant, Lee Jae-hyun's pupils contracted violently. His heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible giant's fist, and terror washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. No. This can't be. Lee Jae-hyun's voice trembled uncontrollably, his face etched with terror and disbelief. Just like Park Sung-hoon and Choi Ji-yeon before him, he couldn't accept that his own face had become that of a paper doll. But the icy sensation in his hands plunged Lee Jae-hyun into utter despair. Ah! Jae-hyun, bro, you. The next moment, the crowd grew even more terrified. Some even collapsed on the spot, paralyzed by fear. For from their perspective, Lee Jae-hyun's body was undergoing an even more horrifying transformation. His once healthy, wheat-colored skin rapidly turned as pale as paper. Eventually, it became as thin as cardboard, seeming as though it would tear at the slightest touch. His features grew increasingly blurred, as if he were transforming from a living person into a paper effigy. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Lee Zaxian, sensing the terrifying transformation overtaking his body, instantly lost all composure. With terror and despair, he reached out his hand toward his teammates. But the sound that emerged from his throat like the rustling of paper only deepened everyone's panic. Instinctively, they all scrambled backward. No one dared approach Lee Jae-hyun. They all wanted nothing more than to distance themselves from him as quickly as possible. After all, paper people equaled bad luck. It had become a universal truth. Just then, another piercing scream tore through the air. My hand. My hands turned to paper. The agonized scream sent shivers down everyone's spine, forcing them to turn their heads in alarm. Yet the sight that met their eyes sent shivers down every spine. For that team member's hands had completely transformed into something resembling paper, limp and lifeless as they hung down. His once healthy complexion was instantly replaced by a ghastly paper white pallor, as if two paper arms were hanging from his shoulders. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? We didn't touch anything. Someone save me, I don't want to die. I surrender. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Wah! Fear was spreading like wildfire at an alarming rate. Everyone's fear levels spiraled out of control. Some screamed in terror, others collapsed in despair and wept. Ugh! Soon, one team member's fear meter exploded. Clutching his chest, he collapsed in agony, twitching a few times before going still. Others, driven by an intense will to survive, scrambled and crawled desperately toward the entrance. But just as one was about to exit the backstage area, a sudden scream erupted, and the person collapsed forward uncontrollably. My legs! Ah! The man's desperate cries only intensified the spreading terror within everyone's hearts. When they saw his legs had completely transformed into paper-like limbs, another person's eyes instantly bulged. Their fear meter skyrocketed, and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the Korean strategy team had disintegrated. Only Park Soo-yeon and one other member remained untouched by the paper figures. But watching her teammates transform one after another into paper figures as if cursed, Park Soo-yeon found herself powerless to control the fear surging within her, no matter how hard she tried. Ha! The teammate beside her gasped for air like a bellows, teeth chattering, her fear level nearing the kill threshold. Suddenly, Park Soo-yeon shuddered violently, feeling an odd sensation wash over her face. Chapter 22, Total Annihilation. No! Park Soo-yeon's voice, choked with tears, was filled with pleading and despair. Her trembling hand reached up, slowly touching her face in disbelief. The icy sensation on her fingertips instantly shattered the last shred of hope within her heart. My face. No, don't. Park Soo-yeon pleaded in terror and despair. This was a purely instinctive reaction born of extreme terror. Once someone reached this state, whether inside a bizarre dungeon or in the outside world, they were essentially headed for a psychiatric ward. In a bizarre dungeon, the outcome was naturally far more dire than in the outside world. In an instant, Park Soo-yeon's fear levels shattered her breaking point. Her face, already deathly pale from terror, shifted abruptly from pallor to an eerie flush. Then, the flush faded into a lifeless pallor. Her once pretty eyes instantly became hollow and lifeless. Park Soo-yeon, dead. The last surviving team member, clinging desperately to consciousness, was now teetering on the brink of a mental collapse. His eyes brimmed with terror and despair as he stared at his teammates, now transformed into paper figures, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet his instinct for survival grew ever more intense. No, I don't want to die. I have to get out. A sickening madness suddenly spread across his face as he scrambled on all fours toward the direction they had come from.
Yet before he could cover much distance, the same airy and terrifying transformation descended upon him. First, his arms. Starting from his fingertips, his skin gradually turned as pale and waxy as paper. Then, this transformation swiftly spread to his legs, chest, and face. His cheeks and lips flushed a deep crimson like blood, his expression growing numb and hollow. The man staggered a few steps before finally freezing in place, transformed into a paperman, frozen in the very posture he had held in life. They're all wiped out like that? Creepy as hell. That's the only feeling I have right now, utterly creepy. Too terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight, filled with nothing but paper dolls. So all this time we were just messing with them? Lu Yu is way too cruel. Torturing them for half a day before finally giving them a quick death. But fair is fair, it sure feels satisfying to watch. While Korea never bragged as much as Japan, their condescending, self-righteous attitude was downright disgusting. This finally crushed their arrogance. But seriously, you call that a satisfying death? Are you sure watching yourself and your teammates slowly turn into paper dolls feels satisfying? Am I the only one wondering why they suddenly wiped out? Did they trigger something? Or has the weird life been hiding its power all along, deliberately toying with them for amusement? I'm curious too, but this isn't our place to know. It's classified. Dragon Nation spectators were all incredibly excited. This victory in the national fortune battle felt even more exhilarating than the last one. If the last victory was down to luck, this one was undeniably a display of sheer power. After all, this was a national fortune battle. If mere luck could secure 2 consecutive victories, Dragon Nation wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Meanwhile, global viewers remained frozen in front of the livestream, still unable to process what had just happened. On screen, the Korean strategy team remained frozen in various poses, their bodies now fully transformed into paper figures. They were forever trapped within the dungeon, becoming part of its fabric. In the deathly silent dungeon world, only the eerie echoes of opera music lingered. At that very moment, a line of blood-red text silently appeared. Kimchi Nation Raid Team, all members defeated. Result, Korea failed to clear the dungeon. Countdown, 30 seconds. Dungeon closing. 30, 29. Only when the result flashed across the dungeon screen did the global audience snap back to reality. Then, they collectively gasped in shock. And Bolipobo, this is unbelievable. Kimchi Nation's elite task force wiped out? Did Dragon Nation unearth something recently? Why did they suddenly become so powerful? Damn it! China was barely hanging on. How did they pull off this comeback? The world order is about to shift. After the Dragon Nation secured victory in this battle for national destiny, its fortune has risen above the danger zone. Many neighboring small nations now face a difficult choice, whether to pin their hopes on the nearby Dragon Nation or continue aligning with the distant Eagle Nation across the ocean. Countless people sensed the looming storm from the Dragon Nation's victory. For the Dragon Nation has never vanished throughout history. Even when faced with the brink of annihilation, it has always risen again, reclaiming its place atop the world. This time is no exception. The Dragon Nation has returned. And the script is identical to before, rising once more from the depths of despair. Dragon Nation Conference Room. The assembled high-ranking officials were overcome with excitement, tinged with awe. For no one could have imagined that the Kimchi Nation's assault team would be annihilated in an instant. It was extremely rare for a team to be wiped out in an instant in these bizarre dungeons. Even in the formidable SSS-level Ju-on dungeon of Sakura Nation, enemy teams weren't annihilated all at once. They were picked off one by one, step by step. The more Director Yang pondered it, the more unbelievable it seemed. He couldn't suppress his thrilling conjecture. Could the difficulty of the Young Family Theater Troupe instance surpass even Japan's SSS tier curse instance? If this were true, Dragon Nation's raw strength would swiftly surpass top-ranked nations like Kimchi Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation, placing it directly alongside powerhouses like Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation. Yet excitement aside, upon regaining his composure, Director Yang swiftly dismissed his own conjecture. First, SSS tier instances weren't something he alone could define. Nor could a group of high-ranking officials simply declare it SSS tier through consensus. The designation of an SSS tier instance requires a joint vote by all nations worldwide at a united conference. If more than half voted in favor, it would undoubtedly be classified as an SSS tier instance. Even if the Yang Family Troupe wasn't an SSS grade instance, it was undoubtedly at least S grade or higher. After all, the most glorious achievement of the Kimchi Nation's raid team was clearing an S-rank instance with minimal casualties. Any nation that has cleared an S-rank instance demonstrates that it possesses the capability to clear S-rank instances. But that doesn't mean they can clear it every single time. After all, every instance is different, and failure is always a possibility. Regardless, today's victory speaks volumes. Chapter 23, Retribution Descends, Unlucky Kimchi Nation. Thank goodness we didn't reject Lu Yu's submission back then. Dean Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. When he first saw Lu Yu's draft manuscript, it had been a revelation, yet it had also filled him with apprehension. In the end, with no other viable options, he reluctantly gave Lu Yu a shot. Little did he expect that Lu Yu's attempt would pull the Dragon Nation, which had one foot in the grave, back to life.
Moreover, everything was now moving in a positive direction.
Given time, a return to the pinnacle of Blue Star might not be beyond reach. Just as President Yang was envisioning this bright future, the rewards for victory in the National Fortune War suddenly arrived. National Fortune War Victory Reward, Dragon Nation's National Fortune plus 5%, maximum lifespan of all Dragon Nation citizens plus 5 years, this year's grain yield plus 30%, probability of technological breakthrough plus 5%, probability of natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, super typhoons, etc.
10%, probability of occurring bizarre events 10%.
This system reward was significantly more generous than the previous one.
Particularly noteworthy was the combined reduction in disaster and anomalous event occurrence rates.
When stacked with the previous 5% bonus, the probability dropped to a substantial 15%. The population's lifespan also increased by an additional 5 years.
Many elderly citizens instantly appeared years younger, walking with renewed vigor.
Yet while the Dragon Nation basked in this blessing, the Kimchi Nation plunged into nationwide panic. National Fortune War failure penalties, Kimchi Nation's National Fortune 5%, maximum lifespan of all Kimchi Nation citizens 5 years, this year's grain yield 10%, probability of natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and super typhoons plus 5%, probability of bizarre incidents plus 5%. If one only looked at the punishment details, it was barely tolerable.
But the reality is far more terrifying than the penalties.
For over half a month, an ultra-powerful typhoon has been gathering strength above sea level, now ticking like a time bomb ready to explode at any moment. This typhoon was originally destined to sweep toward Dragon Nation. Yet, due to Dragon Nation's consecutive victories in 2 battles, its course has shifted repeatedly. Now, with Kimchi Nation's defeat in the National Fortune battle, the super typhoon at sea has instantly found its outlet. Swept up in a vast expanse of dark, surging waves, it's charging toward Kimchi Nation with overwhelming force. It's not that Dragon Nation got lucky, it's just that Kimchi Nation got unlucky.
It's just like the Wheel of Fortune in the Land of Winter.
A revolver loaded with only one bullet. When Kimchi Nation's turn came, the bullet happened to be the one fired. At that moment, inside the Kimchi Nation's leader's office,
President Park Chung-hee paced like a caged animal. Damn it, heaven is out to destroy our Kimchi Nation. Why the hell did it have to start moving when my Kimchi Nation was losing? Why the hell did the typhoon have to start moving now?
Staring at the urgent report from the Meteorological Bureau, Park Chung-hee was both furious and anxious, cursing incessantly.
Chaos erupted across Kimchi Nation.
Forget about losing 5 years of life expectancy, everyone scrambled like locusts, sweeping supermarket shelves clean of all supplies. But as supplies vanished, fights erupted everywhere, people red-faced and frenzied, fighting to the death over every scrap. Those unable to secure supplies formed massive gangs, pillaging homes and looting stores.
For survival, law and order had long been cast aside, forgotten by all.
To quell the domestic riots, Park Chung-hee had no choice but to deploy the National Guard to suppress the unrest. But he underestimated the terrifying strength of the human will to survive. The legendary 8 blows per second record was shattered in no time. To fight back against the National Guard, countless people rallied together, stormed police stations, and looted all firearms and weapons, forming an unprecedentedly massive resistance organization.
Within half a day, the entire nation descended into chaos.
Seeing the situation spiraling completely out of control, Park Chung-hee grew desperate. He sent an urgent secret letter to the Dragon Nation, hoping they would intervene and assist. Sending troops to suppress the uprising was, of course, not something Dragon Nation would do. After all, Eagle Nation still maintained a military presence within Kimchi Nation. The primary need was for Dragon Nation to assist with the evacuation of personnel and supplies. After all, the Dragon Nation was the closest major power to Kimchi Nation, aside from its northern neighbor.
If personnel could be evacuated to Dragon Nation territory, the domestic chaos could be swiftly brought under control. As for seeking help from Eagle Nation?
If possible, Park Chung-hee certainly wouldn't want to grovel to his mortal enemy, the Dragon Nation. But the Eagle Nation was far across the ocean, and with the typhoon potentially making landfall as early as tonight or tomorrow morning, it was simply beyond their reach. Thus, Park Chung-hee had no choice but to swallow his pride and send a confidential letter to the Dragon Nation.
Ha! Has Park Chung-hee lost his mind? He actually expects us to make room for them? Back when our Dragon Nation desperately needed supplies, those kimchi eaters turned us down without a second thought. How dare Park Chung-hee now ask us for help? Damn it, those kimchi eaters are shameless bastards.
They're even more disgusting than those cherry blossom people in this regard.
If you ask me, we should just strike while they're vulnerable and annex Korea into our territory.
Inside the conference room, the senior officials burst into angry laughter upon reading the confidential letter from Kimchi Nation. Though it contained a few apologetic phrases, the subsequent pleas for Dragon Nation's magnanimity and assistance laid bare the Pickle Nation's shameless true colors.
So Korea thinks a simple apology can erase all past grievances?
On this matter, the Hawks' stance was crystal clear. They wanted to strike while the iron was hot and take down Korea in one fell swoop. But while the idea sounds good, execution is far from easy. After all, the Eagle Nation's garrison forces remain formidable. Compounded by an imminent typhoon landfall, the Korean peninsula appears safe now but is already half submerged.
For these reasons, the Hawks' ambitions are destined to remain unfulfilled.
Though they couldn't seize Kimchi Nation, it didn't stop the high-ranking officials from leisurely watching the spectacle unfold. Including all citizens within the Dragon Nation who skipped work today, heading straight home to gloat over the live footage streamed back by drones.
Night fell swiftly.
The super typhoon, shrouded in thick, dark clouds, descended upon Kimchi Nation like a colossal beast.
Before the typhoon, Korea seemed as insignificant as ants.
Wherever the gale swept, houses collapsed like fragile houses of cards. Torrential rain poured down like seawater flooding inland, mercilessly submerging vast swaths of farmland and towns.
In just one night, the entire nation lay ravaged, its infrastructure largely destroyed, houses collapsed in vast swathes. In the meters-deep floodwaters, countless bodies floated lifelessly.
These were only the visible losses.
Countless others remained unseen. Millions of displaced, homeless people would likely band together to form a formidable resistance force just to survive.
Piles of corpses will likely bring plagues, causing even more deaths. The shortage of supplies would also become a problem the Kimchi Nation must confront. Park Chung-hee, hiding deep within his bunker, was naturally aware of all this. But more than concerned for his people's safety, what infuriated Park Chung-hee to no end was the Dragon Nation's refusal to come to the rescue.
Damn you, Dragon Nation!
You forced my hand. Chapter 24. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. Before the might of nature, humanity is truly powerless.
But Korea really has some bad luck.
This super typhoon, destined to hit only Korea, Japan, and Korea, just happened to reach its peak intensity right when Korea was losing, and it unleashed its full fury. Inside Base 1, Luyu, like other citizens, had stayed up all night watching the live broadcast with keen interest. Though in the face of natural disasters, humanity ought to stand together and help one another.
That was in the past. That notion is now outdated.
Especially for fickle nations like Kimchi Land and Cherry Blossom Land. Help them, and not only will they show no gratitude, they'll strike you down mercilessly in future battles for national supremacy.
It's pure thankless labor. As for international reputation? Who cares about that nowadays? In Luyu's view, Dragon Nation's refusal to come to the rescue was perfectly justified. It's all about reciprocity. Ding dong!
Suddenly, the doorbell rang. After the door display flickered briefly, the image outside quickly projected onto the screen. A young man in military uniform stood at the door, his demeanor cautious to the point of being timid.
Mr. Liu, would you be available now?
President Yi and the others are waiting for you in the conference room.
Would you like to?
Liu recognized the visitor. It was Secretary Li.
A meeting? Alright, I'll be right there.
Secretary Li had personally come to request his attendance, indicating this meeting was unavoidable. Liu quickly gathered his things and headed to the conference room with Secretary Li. The meeting room was located near Base 1.
A bulletproof vehicle transported them there, and they arrived in just a few minutes.
Here he comes, here he comes.
Better to meet once than hear about it 1,000 times. Today I finally get to meet young brother Liu. Young brother Liu is just over 18, right? Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
Honestly, when I was 18, I was still figuring out how to pick up girls.
But brother Liu has already taken on such a heavy responsibility. Honestly, comparing people is just depressing. The conference room was already packed.
Seeing Liu arrive, everyone greeted him with beaming smiles, lavishing him with admiration.
Liu couldn't help but silently gasp in awe. Good heavens!
Not a single person in this conference room was without 2 stars on their shoulders. The sheer scale of it was downright terrifying. Although the Dragon Nation had indeed declined considerably compared to its former glory, as the saying goes, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the nation suffered a crushing defeat in the War of Destiny, its military might remain intact. Therefore, the influence and status of these individuals would never change. Yet here they were, gathered together, waiting for a young upstart like him to lead the meeting. Liu momentarily didn't know whether to feel honored or overwhelmed. Yet compared to these military heavyweights, the true powerhouse was clearly the elderly man seated at the head of the table.
If he hadn't guessed wrong, this must be President Yi. Moreover, he was the only one in the entire room not wearing a military uniform.
Merely sitting there, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. That was the formidable aura born of long-held high office. Yet at this moment, President Yi looked over with a kind smile. Young friend Liu, I've been eager to meet you. Come, take a seat over here. Liu froze momentarily, only then noticing the empty seat beside Dean Yi clearly reserved just for him. After a moment's hesitation, Liu walked over and sat down with confidence. After all, this was not the place for mutual refusals. It would be inappropriate. Besides, since Dean Yi had reserved the seat for him, refusing it would likely leave it empty. Better to be gracious. Seeing Liu so unreserved and at ease, President Yi couldn't help but feel a touch of surprise, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. However, he said nothing. Glancing around at the assembled guests, he gave a slight nod. Since everyone is present, let us formally begin the meeting. Whoosh! All the curtains closed instantly, plunging the entire conference room into darkness. But soon, a soft, non-glare light illuminated the walls, forming a massive ultra-high-definition projection screen. Lu Yu froze. Wasn't this the live feed from the Kimchi Nation's campaign against the Young Family Theater? This scene should be familiar to everyone. It's the full live broadcast from the Kimchi Nation's campaign team during the last National Fortune War. Today's meeting is primarily to invite our friend Lu Yu to analyze the content of this dungeon for us all. As the saying goes, learning is the fastest path to becoming stronger. Our Dragon Nation's strategy team, however, has had no access to quality designers domestically. Consequently, our understanding and knowledge of these dungeons is practically non-existent. Even our dungeon clearing experience has been entirely copied from other nations. Imitation can never capture the essence, especially since many instances feel vastly different when experienced firsthand versus observing from the outside. Therefore, we sincerely hope young Master Lu Yu will share his insights on this instance. Once we distill these into actionable knowledge, we can pass it on to our strategy team. At this point, Dean Yi paused deliberately before adding, though everyone in this conference room is trustworthy, young Master Lu Yu, if you feel certain classified details are inconvenient to discuss, you may skip them entirely. It's perfectly acceptable. After hearing Dean Yi's words, Lu Yu finally understood his meaning. Indeed, mastering dungeon strategies wasn't something one could learn by watching videos or live streams. It was like Zhang San and Li Si both learning a craft. Li Si had a master to guide him, while Zhang San could only rely on online tutorials to teach himself. While self-study is feasible, the knowledge gained is ultimately limited. Especially when it came to concepts that required explanation, no one was there to break them down, leaving him to rely solely on his own intuition. In contrast, Li Si could grasp the core principles directly through the master craftsman's explanations. Since it could benefit the strategy team, Lu Yu saw no reason to hold back. Dean Yi, you're too kind. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. I'll certainly do my utmost to explain. This dungeon, well, there's nothing I can't explain about it. But asking me to explain it all at once, I'm not sure where to begin. What aspects are you most curious about? The Yang family troop dungeon was complex in some ways, yet straightforward in others. Starting from the very beginning would be a waste of time. It would be better to focus on specific points. So Lu Yu promptly threw the question back to Dean Yi. Dean Yi, however, seemed hesitant. To put it mildly, he was fascinated by every single design element of this dungeon. But if he had to pick the most intriguing part, it was undoubtedly why the Kimchi Nation strategy team had suddenly wiped out. Without further ado, Director Yi fast-forwarded the dungeon footage to that critical moment. Chapter 25, Interlocking Pieces. This spot right here, I want to know why the Kimchi Nation strategy team suddenly wiped out? Dean Yi looked at Lu Yu, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The others perked up as well, pricking up their ears, afraid to miss a single detail. Why did they wipe? Actually, it wasn't sudden at all, it was inevitable. Watching the live feed, Lu Yu shook his head. Truthfully, the moment the Kimchi Nation team entered the dungeon, their lives entered a countdown. The group froze in confusion. What did that mean? So in your view, their lives were already on a countdown the moment they entered the instance? For a moment, they couldn't decide whether to call Lu Yu arrogant or simply overly confident in his dungeon design. But judging by the outcome, no amount of arrogance or confidence from Lu Yu seemed excessive after all. He had indeed wiped out the Korean raid team. Dean Yi's curiosity grew even stronger. From Lu Yu's tone, could this dungeon be far more complex than they'd imagined? Could it be, as they suspected, a story-driven instance? Under the curious gazes of Dean Yi and the others, Lu Yu began his explanation calmly and deliberately. The Young Family Troop dungeon, in my view, is one built upon the foundation of emotional resonance. From the moment they entered the dungeon and the opera music began to play, their emotional state was already being subtly stirred. Looking back, you'll notice that everyone reacted to the opera music to some degree. Even subsequent elements, like the opera score, were designed to amplify their emotional state until it reached a resonant peak. In truth, those two lines in the score were a subtle hint, a warning not to overlook the seemingly ordinary opera music, lest they become characters in the play without even realizing it. But unfortunately, they misinterpreted it. It was also from that moment onward that the earlier groundwork began to take effect. The shredding of the paper figures was also a chain reaction triggered by heightened emotional values caused by the opera sounds. Yet emotional intensity alone cannot kill. Only by transforming that intensity into fear can they be trapped within the dungeon forever. That's why the paper figures transformed later. This explanation might be hard to grasp, so let me summarize it simply. Unless one can truly block all 5 senses and 6 perceptions, completely isolating themselves from the opera sounds, the moment you hear those opera sounds, you are doomed to become a paper figure. At Lu Yu's words, everyone shuddered, a chill running down their spines. They had imagined countless possibilities, but never considered the Young Family Opera Troupe instance could be this terrifying. Truly achieving such sensory isolation was not impossible, but those born with such cold-blooded detachment were as rare as 1 in 10,000. At least, the Korean strategy team contained no such individuals. Moreover, Korea had initially been completely unaware of what a dungeon even was, let alone the staggering difficulty threshold of the Young Family Theater Troupe dungeon. In other words, the vast majority of nations encountering the Young Family Theater Troupe instance were destined for total wipe. Given this, even if the Young Family Troupe instance isn't a story instance, its difficulty easily ranks it among S-tier or even SS-tier content. This outcome was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Dean Yi. It meant Dragon Nation finally possessed a dungeon worthy of being its trump card. Then what about that sketchbook they saw backstage? A military bigwig with 2 stars on his shoulders suddenly asked, unable to contain his curiosity. And what was the purpose of that coffin? It seemed like more than just a scare tactic to me, another 3-star general pressed. These 2 questions echoed the curiosity of most present, including director Yi himself. All eyes turned to Liu Yu in unison. Liu Yu hesitated for a moment. These designs touched upon aspects the Korea Strategy Task Force had yet to explore. But then he thought about it. The Young Family Theater dungeon was nothing special, just an ordinary dungeon. As Dragon Nation won more and more, the resources available for dungeon design would grow. Eventually, he could create far more powerful and bizarre lifeforms. Trash dungeons like the Young Family Theater could be phased out entirely. So there was nothing he couldn't share. How about we call it a day? The material we've covered so far will provide ample training for our task force for quite some time. Just as Liu Yu was about to explain, Dean Yi abruptly declared the meeting adjourned. Liu Yu froze, still confused. But soon, he caught the constant, meaningful glances Yi was sending his way. Understanding the implication, Liu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It's actually fine, Dean Yi. The rest of the content can be discussed, it won't have much impact. After all, the Young Family Troupe copy could be discarded anyway, so revealing its secrets wouldn't matter much. That was his reasoning, but Director Yi seemed cautious. If it involves classified information, I don't think we should disclose it. If not, we still need to be careful about what we say. We can't just expose everything about this copy. What if there's... Though Director Yi promptly stopped himself, everyone understood his concern. He feared a mole within their ranks. Had this been before the national fortune system descended, the group would have been furious, perhaps even slamming their fists on the table. But times had changed. The Dragon Nation was a prize coveted by other nations for far too long. No one could guarantee there weren't paid informants among them. Moreover, a ticket for the entire family to the Eagle Nation was still prohibitively expensive. It meant never again having to worry about being affected by natural disasters or strange occurrences. Liu Yu was quick to grasp Director Ye's concerns. Yet his formidable confidence and resolve meant he harbored no fear that leaks would trigger severe consequences. In fact, he saw it as a means to intimidate enemy nations, a way to make them realize that the Young Family Theater Troupe instance was far more than it appeared, thereby indirectly showcasing the profound strength of the Dragon Nation. Though this thought crossed his mind, Liu Yu gave no outward sign. Instead, he feigned nonchalance. Rest assured, Director Yi. I know my limits. Then, completely ignoring the desperate warning glances Director Yi was sending his way, Liu Yu began explaining as if showing off. In fact, the contents of the album are crucial to the dungeon's completion method. As for the requirement to attend the opening ceremony and leave alive, that's actually a textual trap. If the national task forces enter and obediently participate in the opening ceremony, they'll inevitably face certain death in the end. Because once you participate, you can never leave. Just like the Korean strategy team, they became paper dolls, trapped forever within the dungeon. That's why the Young Family Troupe dungeon is one that demands thorough exploration. Chapter 26, officially declaring war on Dragon Nation. Take that sketchbook, for instance. It briefly outlines the bizarre life cycle of the dungeon's creatures, appearing like a personal memoir. But if you're observant enough, you'll notice every detail is presented from a third-person perspective. If you look even closer, you'll realize this album was drawn by someone else entirely. As for that enormous coffin, didn't you notice it's twice the size of a normal one? Listening to Liu Yu's words, Dean Yi and the others furrowed their brows thoughtfully. They were beginning to grasp Liu Yu's meaning. Liu Yu was suggesting that a connection existed between these two elements. But where exactly was the connection? Don't worry if you can't figure it out. Rewind the footage back to the coffin. There's a detail you definitely missed. Liu Yu offered a hint. Dean Yi froze. Could there be another detail he hadn't spotted? He hurriedly operated the equipment to rewind the footage. The moment the coffin appeared on screen, Dean Yi hit pause and stared intently at the live feed. Is that a line of text? In life, we share the same quilt. In death, we share the same grave? Suddenly, Director Ye's pupils contracted sharply as everything clicked into place. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He never imagined the Young Family Troupe instance would truly be a story-driven instance, just as they had anticipated. It seemed to tell the story of an unnamed man within the troupe who had secretly developed feelings for the woman in the sketchbook, silently watching over her all along. The reason the sketchbook was written from a third-person perspective was because it was this very man who had drawn those pictures. As for the coffin large enough for two, the answer was written directly on it. Sharing the same bed in life, sharing the same grave in death meant they would sleep together in the same room while alive and be buried in the same tomb after death. Of course, this was merely the man's fantasy. In life, he was too timid to even confess his feelings, let alone stand up to stop the troop leader from mistreating women, much less share a bed. So the dream of sharing a grave after death was most likely never fulfilled. So, if we find the bodies of a man and a woman and place them together in the coffin, we clear the dungeon? Or perhaps the coffin isn't empty, their bodies are already inside? Dinya's mind raced with horror, growing more stunned by the second. He had assumed the Korean strategy team had nearly completed exploring the young family theater troupe dungeon, only falling short at the very end. But he never imagined that the Korean team hadn't even entered the main storyline. If the young family troupe dungeon storyline had 100% completion, then the Korean team had likely only explored about 40% of it, leaving the vast majority unexplored. If the Kimchi Nation found out about this, wouldn't they be furious enough to get high blood pressure? Sacrificing the lives of their entire team only to uncover 40% of the dungeon's content? No one could accept such a result. Yet all of this had now been exposed by Liu Yu. The mere thought of this information potentially leaking sent a chill down Director Ye's spine. Liu Yu, you really are. Ah, he's still too young, lacking depth and cunning. Dean Yi sighed inwardly, filled with frustration at Liu Yu's recklessness. But since Liu Yu had already spoken, regret was useless. All he could do was sigh inwardly. The others in the conference room gradually grasped the implications. A chorus of gasps erupted, echoing throughout the room. Absolutely mind-blowing. Truly mind-blowing. Such an exquisitely crafted design, it's already worthy of being called an SSS tier instance. SSS tier, that might be pushing it. After all, the rating system for bizarre instances prioritizes danger. Instances like Sadako from Sakura Country or Freddy from Eagle Country start off with non-stop carnage right from the get-go. That's what truly earns an SSS rating. Still, even if the young family troupe is an SSS tier, it's definitely an S tier, if not an SS tier high difficulty instance. Speaking of which, this classified information shouldn't leak out, right? Someone suddenly remarked with a meaningful tone. At these words, everyone's pupils instantly contracted slightly, choosing to remain silent. Each person harbored their own suspicions, but none would voice them openly. After all, for beings of their caliber, keeping a secret was effortless. Unless one chose to confess. But by the day of that confession, the person would surely no longer be in the conference room or even in the country. Just as the silence hung heavy, Secretary Lee's sullen voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Dean Yi, Kimchi Nation has suddenly joined forces with Cherry Blossom Nation to hold a joint press conference. Should we relay the live feed? Hearing the voice, everyone froze. President Ye's expression instantly turned grave, transmitted immediately. The expressions of those present gradually grew somber. Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation were arguably Dragon Nation's greatest rivals at present. Mainly because they're geographically close. At least Eagle Nation lies across the ocean, any hand reaching over would be easily cut off. But these two tiny nations, often backed by the Eagle Nation, constantly harassed the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, the two nations themselves were not particularly effective at managing their own affairs. Even the Eagle Nation's mediation efforts proved ineffective, allowing the situation to remain precariously stable. Yet today, the Kimchi Nation has unexpectedly joined forces with the Cherry Blossom Nation to hold a joint press conference. And this happened right after the Dragon Nation had just refused the Kimchi Nation's request for assistance. The implications of this move were profoundly detrimental to the Dragon Nation. Forgetting all about the mole issue, everyone turned their serious gazes toward the projection screen. The image quickly appeared. At the press conference, Kim Jong-il, the leader of Kimchi Nation, delivered a statement before all the journalists. Given Korea's current dire situation, I hereby declare that starting today, Korea will formally establish a strategic alliance with Japan. We will share all research findings within the dungeon and collaborate on designing strategies to conquer it. Furthermore, we hereby declare war on Dragon Nation effective immediately. This news instantly caused the pupils of Dean Yi and others in the conference room to contract sharply. Liu Yu was also taken aback. The news exploded like a bombshell, instantly sending shockwaves through the international community. Though the Dragon Nation was not what it once was, a starving camel still outstripped a horse. Even the Eagle Nation dared not overturn the table. How could the Kimchi Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation presume to do so? Unless the Eagle Nation's mighty hand was secretly fanning the flames? Or had the two nations been thoroughly enraged by their previous defeats? Regardless, this news sent shockwaves through every nation. Smaller nations that had considered courting Dragon Nation instantly broke out in cold sweat, hastily abandoning the notion. Are you kidding? The Dragon Nation isn't worth risking everything for right now. Moreover, the ones declaring war on Dragon Nation are Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. And behind the scenes, the Eagle Nation might be stirring the pot. Unless one was suicidal, who would risk antagonizing these three powerful entities for the sake of the Dragon Nation? Chapter 27, National Fortune Rules Update. The joint statement from Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation sent shockwaves through the international community, igniting fierce debate. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs likewise issued a statement at breakneck speed. The Dragon Nation has always adhered to the principle of peaceful development and has no intention of antagonizing any nation. However, should any malevolent entities attempt to treat the Dragon Nation as an adversary, the Dragon Nation will respond in kind, showing no mercy. The term demons and monsters revealed the Dragon Nation's utter contempt for Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Yet both the Dragon Nation's citizens and its leadership understood this statement was more about saving face than reflecting genuine military strength. The atmosphere in the conference room was incredibly oppressive. This time, we're in deep trouble. Dinya's expression was grave as he declared in a deep voice, though our nation has won the last 2 national fortune wars, our ranking has only climbed from the bottom to a position in the lower tier. Compared to the long-dominant Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation, the gap in strength remains staggering. Now these 2 nations have joined forces to attack our Dragon Nation. Compounded by the various disasters currently plaguing our homeland, this situation of internal turmoil and external threats is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for our Dragon Nation. Should we falter even slightly from here on, we shall be shattered into pieces. What are your thoughts on this? A deafening silence fell in response to Dinya's words. No one dared to take up the thread. For this situation was virtually unsolvable. In the past, the Dragon Nation at least had its ultimate deterrent, its nuclear arsenal, as a last resort. Faced with nuclear weapons, it didn't matter if several nations joined forces, even the entire world united would be no match. After all, the worst outcome would be mutual annihilation, all perishing together. But times had changed. The nation's fortune remained at an all-time low, manifesting in relentless misfortune. Crop failures, frequent road collapses, and even snow in June are no longer uncommon occurrences. As for nuclear weapons, they carry immense risks. Military experts have previously analyzed that under such a low national fortune value, a launched nuclear bomb could very likely explode on the launch pad, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Even if they managed to launch successfully, there was a high probability of propulsion system failure during flight, causing mid-air crashes. Even if, by some miracle, none of these failures occurred and the nuclear warhead reached its target area, it would still face a high probability of malfunctioning or missing its mark entirely. Such uncertainties made the Dragon Nation dare not lightly play its nuclear trump card. After all, if you set this precedent, regardless of whether it hits or misses, other nuclear-armed nations would immediately unleash a barrage of nuclear missiles onto your territory. Yet beyond nuclear weapons, the Dragon Nation held few other trump cards. While the Yang family troop scenario could be considered a trump card, it could only be played during a national fortune battle. With only 7 days until the next national fortune war, Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation would likely not grant them that luxury. The senior officials gathered in the conference room felt their despair deepen with every passing thought. Was the Dragon Nation, which had finally glimpsed hope of rising, about to be knocked back down to earth in a single blow? Just as utter despair gripped everyone, a blood-red notification suddenly appeared before their eyes. National Fortune System Rule Update. New rules as follows: all future national fortune battles will be shortened from a 7-day cycle to a 4-day cycle. The new rules descended without warning. Whether nations objected or agreed, once the rules were issued, they could never be altered. This sudden rule change left the assembled high-ranking officials in the conference room stunned. Then, despair washed over them. It's over. Heaven itself is conspiring against our Dragon Nation. Damn this national fortune system. Why update the rules now of all times? It's clearly targeting our Dragon Nation. Damn it, we'll fight to the end. Launch every nuclear missile we have, advance all ground forces. If we can't survive, no other nation will either. The conference room erupted in curses. Only Lu Yu felt utterly baffled. Why would the rule update be even more disadvantageous to the Dragon Nation? Wasn't this supposed to be a good thing? Seeming to notice Lu Yu's confusion, Dinyi sighed and explained, the National Fortune War has many rules. For instance, after every 2 instance designs, the next one will always be a raid instance based on the previous one. Therefore, when it's Dragon Nation's turn next, they will inevitably be tasked with conquering another nation's dungeon. And since Dragon Nation ranks lower, another rule dictates that lower-ranked nations are more likely to be consecutively matched in the National Fortune War, with a high probability of facing higher-ranked opponents. Therefore, there's a high probability that the next National Fortune War will once again match us against Dragon Nation. Moreover, the probability of us being matched against nations like Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation will be exceptionally high. While our Dragon Nation does hold certain advantages in dungeon raiding compared to dungeon design, our severe lack of accumulated experience in dungeon creation means we often rely solely on trial and error during raids, lacking a mature, systematic methodology. Thus, this rule update is nothing but detrimental to our Dragon Nation. After hearing Dinya's explanation, Liu finally understood. No wonder the previous 2 national fortune battles had both matched him against the Dragon Nation, and both opponents were formidable. It all came down to the rules. Based on this reasoning, the upcoming national fortune battle would indeed be highly disadvantageous for Dragon Nation. After all, conquering a dungeon fundamentally tests one's understanding of the dungeon itself. In other words, the more experience a nation has in designing dungeons, the deeper its understanding of them becomes, and the easier it becomes to conquer them. This rule update instantly sent shockwaves through the international community. All top-ranked nations reacted like sharks sensing blood in the water, their eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. After all, for them, the accelerated pace of national fortune battles only meant reaping greater fortune and advantages. For nations at the bottom of the rankings, however, this was nothing short of a nightmare. More frequent national fortune battles meant greater opportunities and greater risks. If they could keep winning, they might quickly accumulate advantages and catch up to the top-ranked nations. But defeat would hasten a nation's demise. Isn't this just like the shrinking poison zone in PUBG? Lu Yu mused. Anyone who's played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds knows that each circle contraction swiftly eliminates a large number of players. At the same time, it gives underdeveloped players more opportunities to acquire resources. This rule update to the national fortune system was clearly designed to weed out nations still clinging to life. Chapter 28, Granting Highest Privileges. There were many nations clinging to survival in the world. Although the Dragon Nation's current situation isn't quite desperate, another loss in the next round would plunge it back into its previous perilous state. Thus, Director Ye's concerns were entirely justified. Lu Yu. Suddenly, Director Yi turned to look at him, his expression hesitant, as if unsure how to broach the subject. Lu Yu froze for only a second before quickly grasping what the director intended to say. You want to ask if I know about dungeon guides, right? Yes. Since you're so knowledgeable about dungeon design, I figured you might have unique insights into dungeon strategies. I was wondering if you could help us research this, so we can better advise the strategy team later. Dean Yi was genuinely embarrassed to broach the subject. After all, Lu Yu was already shouldering the heavy responsibility of designing the dungeon. This was absolutely no easy task to accomplish. Otherwise, a vast country like Dragon Nation wouldn't be unable to find a single competent designer. In fact, several designers had driven themselves mad trying to create high-difficulty dungeons, ending up with schizophrenia. This alone showed just how immense the pressure of this job was. If possible, he wouldn't have wanted to assign this task to Lu Yu either. But there was simply no one else. With the national fortune battle just 4 days away, Dean Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask. Under the Dean's hopeful, pleading gaze, Lu Yu merely smiled and said, Dean Yi, there's no need to be so formal. Even setting aside any sense of duty to country and family, I'll do my utmost to help. Besides, clearing dungeons seems straightforward to me, far simpler than designing them. The only question is whether our nation possesses dungeon footage from other countries' live streams or replays? Having such video materials would make research considerably easier and boost our chances of clearing it. Lu Yu made this request primarily out of caution. After all, he couldn't guarantee that dungeons designed by other nations would perfectly align with the bizarre cultures he remembered. And this request wasn't unreasonable at all. Upon hearing it, Dean Yi was overjoyed and immediately promised, rest assured, we have both video and written materials. Our think tank here in Dragon Nation hasn't been sitting idle these years. We've collected information on every instance used by every nation so far. All this data is now stored in the most heavily guarded Archive 0 within Base 1. You may access it at any time, day or night. Hearing this, everyone's pupils instantly contracted. Archive Room 0 was nothing short of the nation's most secretive treasure trove. It not only housed recordings of every copy-related event but also every ancient manual that had ever appeared throughout the Dragon Nation's 5,000-year history. It was no exaggeration to say that any single book within was a priceless treasure. In the vast Dragon Nation, only the Sovereign and Director Yi possessed the authority to grant access. That Lu Yu could be granted access without any scrutiny spoke volumes about his standing in Director Ye's eyes. But then again, Lu Yu bore the crucial responsibility of conquering the dungeon. Granting him the highest access level seemed perfectly reasonable. Lu Yu wasted no time. Immediately after the meeting concluded, he set off for Archive Room 0. After undergoing a series of disinfection and sterilization procedures, Lu Yu finally gained access to the interior of Archive 0. The entire archive maintained absolute temperature and humidity control. This was the optimal preservation method for ancient texts, preventing weathering and oxidation. The top-secret texts within left Lu Yu utterly stunned, his gaze almost unable to tear itself away. But he didn't forget why he was there. Suppressing his curiosity, Lu Yu quickly located the cabinet in the corner of the archive room containing duplicate copies of documents from various nations. Since the next national fortune battle would most likely pit them against top-ranked nations like Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation, Lu Yu's objective was clear. He would focus his research specifically on the materials from these countries. The Ring, Juon, The Grudge. The Shining, It, Silent Hill, Saw. Pretty much the same. After a quick glance, Lu Yu realized that the dungeon designs from each nation largely drew from their own eerie cultural traditions. This put his mind at ease. Still, he needed to take a look. He wanted to see how other countries handled these dungeons and if there were any differences. Over the next few days, Lu Yu immersed himself completely, meticulously verifying each one against the memories stored in his mind. Before he knew it, 4 days had passed and the national fortune battle arrived once again as scheduled. Inside the conference room, the nation's top officials were so tense their breath nearly stopped. They'd prayed to every deity imaginable, desperate for their nation not to be matched. But as the matching results solidified, despair washed over the entire group. As expected, it was Dragon Nation again. And this time, the opponent matched was none other than Dragon Nation's old rival, Sakura Nation. Upon hearing the news, the entire nation erupted in cheers, with some even setting off fireworks in the streets to celebrate. After all, their last defeat to Dragon Nation had been utterly humiliating, leaving a deep-seated resentment festering within them. Now, facing the Dragon Nation again, this time switching from offense to defense, how could they not pop the champagne corks early? As for whether Dragon Nation could win, they hadn't even considered that possibility because it was 0. Just as the matchup results were announced, Sakura Nation abruptly convened an emergency press conference. On screen, the ruler of Sakura Nation stood arrogantly, his voice dripping with hubris as he declared, "In light of our nation's strategic shift toward Dragon Nation, I hereby announce that for this national fortune war, Sakura Nation will deploy one of our most powerful, long-held secrets, the Curse of Wrath, to confront Dragon Nation." This single, simple statement instantly plunged the entire Dragon Nation into despair. It's over. Everything's over. It's the curse of the grudge instance. The curse of the grudge instance. No nation has ever successfully cleared it. Every country that entered was annihilated. Those damn cherry blossom bastards. This is blatantly targeting Dragon Nation. Let's all die together. The fiercer the Dragon Nation cursed, the more exhilarated the cherry blossom nation grew. Ha 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 ha. Scared now? Where's all that bravado from back when you were trash talking? So cocky, huh? Keep it up. I'll see if your Dragon Nation has what it takes to clear Sakura Nation's strongest curse dungeon. Tremble, Dragon Nation. Your defeat is certain. Lady Kayako herself will slaughter every last member of your Dragon Nation conquest squad, leaving not a single one alive. Kill. 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 Wipe out the entire Dragon Nation conquest team. Just wiping them out would be boring. I'd much rather see the Dragon Country team kneel and beg for mercy in our Ju-on dungeon. Now that would be truly entertaining. Chapter 29, I have absolute confidence. Holy, what did I miss? Sakura Nation actually went so far as to deploy the Ju-on dungeon? Sakura Nation is ruthless. They openly declared they'd deploy the cursed dungeon before the battle even started. Knowing they're helpless against it, the Dragon Nation must face death in utter despair. It's murder and psychological warfare combined. Holy, thank God my Kimchi Nation allied with Sakura Nation. Just the thought of facing their Ju-on instance sends chills down my spine. Audiences worldwide are buzzing with heated debate. But most were gloating. After all, the Ju-on dungeon stands as an insurmountable mountain of terror in the minds of every nation on Earth. Since its debut, no raid team has ever successfully cleared it. In fact, many national teams have perished almost immediately after starting. Its horror and complexity speak for themselves. And when the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials witnessed the Cherry Blossom Nation's ruler's arrogant attitude, they were furious beyond words. No matter how infuriating it was, what had to be faced would eventually be faced. Dinyi immediately summoned the task force and Luyu to the conference room. You have 5 minutes to prepare. I'll first brief you on the situation I've summarized. First, the Ju-on dungeon is set in a haunted house in Sakura Country. Based on previous videotapes, there are 2 supernatural entities within the dungeon, Kayako and Toshio. Their method of appearing is quite bizarre. They can materialize anywhere, on walls, ceilings, under floors, or in any hidden corner. Once you see them, closing your eyes won't help. There's a high probability your fear meter will instantly exceed its limit, killing you on the spot. However, there have been cases where death occurred the next day, likely tied to individual tolerance levels. So the most crucial thing is to stay calm. Under no circumstances should you look directly at them. If you truly can't avoid it, stare straight at them, but fill your mind with something else. Think of your parents, think of your girlfriend, distract yourself. Oh, and never even think about exploring the Ju-on dungeon. Though it's a story-based instance, everyone who tried to explore it died that very night. The dungeon is vast. You can leave the haunted house and even go shopping on the streets. But escaping is useless. Kayako's power can kill from afar. Even if you flee the haunted house, you'll still die. With each word Dinyi spoke, the gravity on the faces of the Dragon Nation strategy team deepened. Despair engulfed them, unstoppable and overwhelming. No weaknesses, capable of killing from afar, and even a single glance could cause instant death. Faced with such an eerie entity, how could anyone possibly survive? Seeing the ashen expressions on everyone's faces, Director Yi couldn't help but sigh. He knew full well that speaking these words would likely further dampen the team's morale. But there was no choice. These were essential precautions. The slightest carelessness could cost lives. Suddenly, Director Yi snapped his fingers. There's one more thing, and it might be good news for you. The last nation that entered the Ju-on dungeon chose a different tactic. They collectively left the haunted house to seek a way to clear the stage outside. Although most were swiftly killed by Kayako from afar, one individual unexpectedly uncovered a secret never before discovered. This secret was that there seemed to be an exorcist in the city who might be able to suppress Kayako's vengeful spirit.
But before that person could uncover the master's location, Kayako killed them remotely too.
So I suggest you try this. After entering the instance, quickly leave the haunted house. Scour the town for the exorcist's whereabouts and find a way to get him to intervene. Upon hearing Dean Ye's words, everyone froze. Exchanging glances, they all saw delight in each other's eyes. Whether this plan worked or not, it was certainly better than waiting to die inside the haunted house.
2 minutes left. Luyu, do you have anything to say?
After instructing everyone on all the necessary precautions, Dean Ye finally turned to Luyu, a glimmer of expectation flashing in his eyes. He desperately hoped Luyu's efforts over the past days hadn't been wasted, that he'd noticed more details and clues. Yet, meeting the Dean's expectant gaze, Luyu replied calmly, "What I want to say is, I actually have a simpler, more direct way to clear this challenge.
That is, I'll lead the team and enter the trap myself."
Dean Ye froze, then his eyes widened instantly.
What did you say? Are you out of your mind? No. Absolutely not.
He nearly suffered a heart attack from the shock.
Luyu actually wanted to personally enter the cursed dungeon and lead the team into the cursed dungeon? How dare he?
This dungeon maintained a 100% fatality rate. To this day no nation had ever cleared it. Even if Luyu had truly discovered something and was confident, succeeding on the first try was utterly impossible. Not only Dean Ye, but the entire strategy team was stunned speechless, nearly convinced they'd misheard. They were essentially China's elite suicide squad, shouldering a mission and responsibility most people wouldn't dare take on. Yet here was Luyu, volunteering to go to his death.
It was unclear whether to call Luyu fearless in ignorance or overconfident.
Luyu knew full well that Dean Ye would refuse, but he remained undeterred. He stated earnestly, "Dean Ye, I'm not crazy, and I'm not joking.
I'm serious. Let me lead the team in.
I have 100% confidence we can clear the cursed dungeon."
No. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances.
Director Yi shook his head vehemently, his gaze fixed on Luyu as though he were a madman.
Luyu sighed helplessly. By your logic, since we're doomed to fail no matter what precautions we take, why not let me try? Maybe we'll succeed? If I'm confident enough to claim a 100% success rate, it means I have absolute certainty. Besides, if I were truly going to my death or had no real chance, wouldn't my personality dictate that I'd leave behind the next dungeon design beforehand? Well. Dean Ye's expression immediately clouded with hesitation, somewhat swayed by Luyu's reasoning. But allowing Luyu into the dungeon was simply too risky. After all, Luyu was now a national treasure. If anything happened to him, not only the Dragon Nation's ruler and high-ranking officials, but the entire nation would never forgive him. Even setting aside all that, he didn't want Luyu to come to any harm. Such a promising young talent, with a bright future ahead of him, there was simply no need to take such a risk. Dean Ye, time is running out. One path guarantees defeat, the other offers a high probability of victory. The choice is yours. Seeing President Yi wavering, Luyu pressed his advantage, ramping up the pressure. Seeing the clock ticking away, Ye's face crumpled into a knot of inner turmoil. Finally, clenching his teeth, he declared, "Fine. Since you're so confident, I approve your attempt. Wang, step down. Luyu will take your place as captain." Chapter 30, Last-minute lineup change. Has the Dragon Nation lost its mind? Dean Ye, this isn't appropriate, is it? Although being replaced felt like escaping death and getting a second chance at life. Xiao Wang still hesitated. He couldn't shake the guilt of deserting his comrades at the 11th hour. Under Director Ye's stern gaze, Xiao Wang reluctantly complied. The others also wore peculiar expressions, none expecting Luyu to be so adamant about going to his death. They were even more astonished that Director Yi had agreed. Only Luyu wore a satisfied smile. Seeing Director Yi sighing repeatedly, Luyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Director Yi, don't worry. That cursed dungeon is nothing but a piece of cake, a walk in the park." Dean Yi gave a bitter smile. If it were truly that simple, it wouldn't still maintain a 100% fatality rate to this day. But the promise had been made. Moreover, Luyu seemed genuinely confident. His assurance was contagious, and a glimmer of hope began to stir within Yi. Meanwhile, as the roster was submitted, news of the Dragon Nation's last-minute lineup change spread rapidly across the globe. What? Are you kidding me? They replaced the captain with Luyu? Seriously, has the Dragon Nation's leadership lost their minds? Why would they put Luyu in charge? That's practically sending him to his death. What the hell is Dragon Country thinking? And it was approved by Director Yi? Is Director Yi a mole? Thorough investigation. We must thoroughly investigate Director Yi. I strongly suspect he's a mole for the enemy nation. The entire Dragon Nation reeled in disbelief, bordering on utter despair. Amidst the torrent of criticism, Director Yi could only offer a helpless, bitter smile, responding with silence. Upon receiving the news, Sakura Nation was equally stunned. Holy crap, is that new guy they just put in charge over in Dragon Nation, is that Dragon Nation's designer, Luyu? What? Has Dragon Nation lost its mind? Sending a copy designer to lead a raid challenge? This must be fake news. How could that be possible? The roster can't be fake unless it's just someone with the same name. Wait, the dungeon footage is streaming. Whoa! It really is that Luyu. Has Dragon Nation lost its mind? Could it be that our great Sakura Nation's mole in Dragon Nation is making a move?
Possible, but I lean more toward it being Luyu's own decision.
Haven't you noticed how confident he looks? Not at all like he's being forced or reluctant.
Youngsters these days, hot-headed and full of themselves. They'll only realize their true limits when they fall flat on their faces. Dragon Nation has reached the pinnacle of stupidity.
They actually agreed to let Luyu enter the dungeon? Isn't this just handing over their nation's future to be destroyed?
While the entire Sakura Nation buzzed with discussion, a higher-up swiftly received the news.
Upon confirming the accuracy of the report, the leadership erupted in wild celebration.
After all, Luyu was already widely recognized as a threat and a potential danger. It was because of him that Dragon Nation had won the previous 2 national fortune battles. Now Luyu was personally entering the dungeon and challenging Sakura Nation's most difficult cursed dungeon at that.
Wasn't this a suicide mission? Not only Sakura Nation, but other nations rejoiced as well.
Kimchi Nation and Eagle Nation were especially brazen, mocking Dragon Nation relentlessly across every social media platform. In response, Manhwa could only offer endless silence.
What could they do? They couldn't very well announce to the outside world that Luyu claimed to have absolute certainty, insisted on going, and they reluctantly agreed, could they?
Meanwhile, Luyu and his group had already arrived at the courtyard of the haunted house.
It was afternoon. Gentle sunlight bathed them, instantly easing the tension in everyone's hearts. Thank goodness it's daytime.
I heard some teams entered at night and never saw the next morning's sun before they died.
Pfft, pfft, pfft. Don't say things like that. We're here to clear the dungeon, not to, you know.
Exactly. We need confidence. Let's follow Captain Luyu's lead. Captain, just give us orders, we'll follow them to the letter. The group rallied, fixing their gaze on Luyu as if he were their anchor. Setting aside his role as captain, Luyu's status as a dungeon designer was equally impressive. And he'd single-handedly pulled Dragon Nation back from the brink. That was why everyone admired him. Luyu remained silent, quietly awaiting the system prompt. Soon, a line of blood-red text appeared silently. Clearance condition: survive 1 week within the cursed dungeon world.
Time within the instance doesn't necessarily align with the outside world.
In other words, 7 days inside the instance could equate to 1 day outside, or perhaps just a few hours.
None of that mattered.
What matters is how to survive a week. Luyu remained unfazed, his composure unshaken even upon seeing the daunting challenge. But the others' expressions gradually darkened. They had all done their homework and knew the curse's requirement was to survive 7 days. But stepping inside and feeling the eerie, terrifying atmosphere emanating from the haunted house, they finally understood just how terrifying a condition surviving 7 days truly was. Surviving even 2 extra days felt like a luxury, let alone 7. Unlike the others, Luyu casually scanned the surroundings of the courtyard. Whether it was a trick of the mind or something else. From the moment he stepped into the dungeon, Luyu had distinctly sensed a faint, lingering chill in the air. It felt as though countless pairs of vengeful eyes were watching them from an unseen corner, lurking in the darkness. Even in broad daylight, this sensation remained intensely palpable. This was proof enough that Kayako and Toshio had already noticed these uninvited guests. Aware that danger could strike at any moment, Luyu swiftly turned to his teammates and spoke at breakneck speed. I'm the leader, so you must obey my orders unconditionally.
Got it? Understood. Without hesitation, the group shouted in unison. Their obedience to Luyu came from the heart. Seeing this, Luyu finally relaxed. He immediately ordered sternly, all right, now listen carefully to every word I say. First, go search the immediate area right now. Find a place where you can buy a black cat. Remember, it must be completely black. Once you've bought the black cat, pick up a few boxes of cartoon videotapes. Then, without hesitation, find a place far away from the haunted house and hide. For the next 7 days, act as if I never existed. Don't worry about my safety, and don't come back for me. The farther you are from here, the better. At first, everyone listened intently, expecting some crucial instruction from Luyu, ears pricked up in anticipation. But when they heard the latter part of his words, they were all stunned. Chapter 31, Ghosts in the Ceiling. Captain, this is an order. Before his teammates could say another word, Luyu cut them off with a stern tone. This left everyone momentarily at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Not just them, even Dean Yi, watching the livestream, was stunned. He had expected Luyu to offer some explanation, but instead, the moment they entered the dungeon, Luyu had dismissed all his teammates, deciding to venture deep into the haunted house alone. This was no joke. Holy crap? What the hell is he thinking? Telling his teammates to leave? Does he plan to face Kayako alone? Is he sacrificing himself to save his teammates? Too bad. In our great Sakura Nation's Ju-on dungeon, all schemes are futile. The goddess Kayako will slaughter every single soul who enters this dungeon, leaving not a single one alive. You Dragon Country folks always say our Curry Nation isn't fully evolved, but look at the guy you picked, Luyu. He's no better. Trying to dodge Kayako's pursuit like this? Ridiculous. I'm curious what he bought that black cat and anime tapes for. Does he plan to turn the Juon dungeon into his home?
Maybe he thinks he's discovered some brilliant strategy to beat the game. Too bad the countries before us have already proven that any fancy workaround only speeds up your death. Countries around the world were mocking him relentlessly. Inside the dungeon, the Dragon Nation strategy team was also in a state of turmoil. Though they trusted Lu Yu unconditionally, abandoning him to fend for himself while scheming for their own survival was a cowardly act they simply couldn't bring themselves to do. I'll say this one last time, this is an order. Seeing the lingering hesitation, Lu Yu raised his voice again, emphasizing sternly. This time, the group felt utterly helpless. With heavy hearts, they cast one last lingering glance at Lu Yu before gritting their teeth and marching off to carry out the order. What's with those looks?
Like I'm going to die for sure. Lu Yu felt both annoyed and amused by their lingering, reluctant gazes.
Shaking his head, Lu Yu refocused his attention on the haunted house before him. After staring at it for a few seconds, he stepped forward without hesitation, walking toward the sinister house that radiated waves of icy coldness. The front door stood ajar. With a gentle tug, it creaked open with a jarring squeak. Inside, all the curtains were drawn, plunging the place into pitch darkness utterly unsettling. This was a form of environmental horror, not unlike traditional Chinese horror. As a designer, Lu Yu wasn't fazed by this level of horror. His fear meter remained firmly at 0. As he stepped into the entranceway, a sudden creak echoed behind him. The door had slammed shut behind him. For anyone else, fear levels would likely start fluctuating. But Lu Yu remained as still as a mountain. He walked toward the living room across the creaking wooden floorboards as if oblivious to the disturbance behind him. Suddenly, a putrid stench filled the air like foul odors rising from a sewer, causing Lu Yu to wrinkle his brow. Testing me? Quite aggressive. Lu Yu thought silently to himself, yet outwardly he seemed oblivious to the foul stench. He walked calmly into the living room and sat cross-legged at the table. The surface was damp, dotted with droplets of water. Or rather, the entire room was shrouded in a damp, gloomy atmosphere. Even if this weren't a haunted house, even without Kayako, living here would be unbearable. Lu Yu paid no mind to these stylistic details, his gaze sweeping thoughtfully around the room. When his gaze fell upon the shadowy figures scattered across the walls, floor, and staircase, his eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression flickered with emotion. The shadows took various forms, some contorted bodies, others gaping mouths as if emitting silent screams. These were the members of the international task force who had entered the Juon dungeon but never emerged. They were forever trapped in this terrifying world. At first glance, the shadows didn't feel particularly unsettling. But the deeper he thought about it, or when he saw how human-like they appeared, and then confirmed they were indeed human, that fear surged up instantly. Still, Lu Yu had watched Juon dozens of times. Even experiencing it firsthand now only caused a slight emotional ripple, nothing more. Though Kayako hasn't attacked me yet, there's no telling when she might strike. I need to get that protective charm as soon as possible. Lu Yu thought to himself. He then stood up and walked unhurriedly toward the upstairs. Each step was measured and deliberate, showing no sign of urgency to avoid arousing Kayako's suspicion. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Yu relied on his memory to locate Kayako's room. The moment he pulled open the door, an overwhelmingly pungent, acrid stench of blood instantly assaulted his senses. A blood-soaked mattress lay in disarray on the floor, as if a murder had just taken place. An old, worn picture frame hung on the wall, its photograph blurred and indistinct just enough to make out a little girl. That was Kayako as a child. A child's photo should have a bright and cheerful style. But what Lu Yu saw was a twisted, vengeful face, as if the little girl in the photo was staring straight at him. Kayako's background was actually quite tragic. Most children grow up healthy and happy under their parents' care. But Kayako was never favored by her parents. The void in her childhood gradually shaped her into an extremely reclusive and gloomy personality, with only a black cat accompanying her through her youth. Thus, black cats became one of Kayako's vulnerabilities. Later, when Kayako grew up, she fell for a guy named Kobayashi Shunsuke during her college years. But due to her shyness and low self-esteem, Kayako dared only to secretly observe him, recording every detail of Kobayashi Shunsuke in a notebook. This very notebook was the diary Lu Yu was searching for. It was also one of Kayako's weaknesses. Lu Yu knew clearly that as long as he obtained the diary, he would be safe, at least for the moment. So upon entering the room, Lu Yu ignored the deliberately created atmosphere of terror and searched the desk with clear purpose. Soon, he discovered the diary tucked away in a drawer. Gently lifting the diary, Lu Yu brushed off the dust and sat down on the floor to begin reading. Just as he became engrossed in its contents, a dark shadow suddenly materialized on the ceiling. The next moment, Kayako's deathly pale face slowly emerged from the ceiling. Her eyes burned with endless venom, and her jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly spreading behind Lu Yu. Holy! Kayako's here. We're done for, really done for. Kayako's attacking us. Run, Lu Yu! There's a ghost on the ceiling. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the Dragon Country audience was instantly frantic, like ants on a hot pan. Dinya's vision went black, his lips muttering over and over, "It's over, it's all over." Chapter 32, he fell asleep. Regardless of the outside world's panic, Luyu remained engrossed in flipping through the diary inside the dungeon, seemingly oblivious to Kayako on the ceiling and the long hair slowly coiling around his neck from behind. But in truth, Luyu had noticed long ago. The bone-chilling cold seeping up his spine made it impossible to pretend nothing was happening. Yet the more critical the situation became, the more Luyu understood he must maintain his composure. After all, an overreaction could only hasten his demise. Besides, he still held the diary containing Kayako's secrets. Luyu understood clearly that Kayako wouldn't kill him while he held the diary. This diary was Kayako's soul sanctuary, or perhaps the last remnant of humanity and tenderness lingering within her heart. So Luyu simply acted as if nothing was happening. Ignoring the long hair creeping closer to his neck, he continued flipping through the pages. Yet no matter how calm Luyu appeared, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous inside. After all, he was literally gambling with his life. Fortunately, he had bet correctly. That chill lingered at the back of his neck, yet it hesitated to strike. From an angle Luyu couldn't see, Kayako was clinging to the ceiling, her eyes fixed on him with pure, venomous hatred. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang, sounding jarringly out of place in the dead silence. The chill behind him instantly receded like a tide. Kayako's hair retracted rapidly, and her figure instantly blended into the ceiling, vanishing without a trace. Luyu finally let out a silent sigh of relief and rose to answer the door. Unsurprisingly, standing outside was one of the members of the Rococo strategy team. Luyu recalled his name was Yu Dongqiang. Captain, the Black. Yu Dongqiang was holding a black cat and several videotapes, carefully preparing to report the situation. But before he could finish, Luyu silenced him with a stern glare. Go! Luyu snatched the black cat and tapes from him, barking the order at Yu Dongqiang in a low voice. Then he slammed the door shut with a bang. Yu Dongqiang looked helpless, but eventually turned and left, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Inside the haunted house, Luyu carried the black cat into the living room. After sitting down, he grasped the cat's two front paws and held it close to examine it carefully. The cat was of purebred lineage, its fur a deep, intense black, and its eyes shone with a lively, intelligent gleam. Not bad. It's almost identical to the black cat in the original story. The more the cat resembled the black cat kept by Kayako in the original story, the greater Luyu's chances of survival. He held the cat affectionately, playing with it for a while before turning on the TV, inserting a videotape, and nonchalantly watching cartoons. The haunted house was eerily silent, as if even outside sounds were blocked out, quiet as a graveyard. The old-fashioned TV had no speakers, but that didn't dampen Luyu's enjoyment in the slightest. But just then, the screen suddenly flickered with static. Anyone who'd seen horror movies knew that before ghosts appeared, all sorts of terrifying phenomena would accompany them. Luyu, of course, wasn't going to be scared. He continued watching the static with the same rapt attention. Before long, the television returned to normal. But behind Luyu, a dense, ink-black shadow silently materialized on the floor. Kayako had appeared. She slowly crawled out from beneath the floorboards, right behind Luyu, her eyes filled with venomous hatred, staring straight at him. Toshio also appeared silently at the living room doorway, his eyes vacant as he stared fixedly at Luyu and the black cat in his arms. But soon, Toshio's attention was drawn to the cartoon playing on the TV, his dark pupils fixed intently on the screen. It worked after all. Feeling the terrifying, icy aura around him yet seeing no immediate action, the heavy weight on Luyu's chest finally lifted with a sigh of relief. He hadn't been scaring himself for nothing. Since Kayako and Toshio hadn't made a move, he might as well pretend nothing had happened and go about his business. Watching the TV, Luyu gradually felt drowsy. His head tilted to the side, and he fell asleep. Holy, he actually fell asleep? Doesn't he realize Kayako and Toshio are right behind him, watching him? Holy crap, I'm speechless. Is this guy just thick-skinned, or does he not give a damn about the Ju-on curse? How can he even sleep? Damn it, Kayako-sama, strike him down. Kill him. Why aren't you doing anything? All the spectators were utterly dumbfounded. The Japanese audience was furious and anxious, unable to comprehend why Kayako, their revered goddess, hadn't made her move on Luyu yet. If Luyu kept sleeping like this, Japan would lose all face. At that very moment, the hatred in Kayako's eyes suddenly turned terrifying, as if enraged by Luyu's actions. Her cascading black hair, which had been covering her entire face, surged toward Luyu like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. But just as the hair was about to touch Luyu, Kayako suddenly noticed Toshio staring intently at the anime playing near the doorway. His intense focus seemed to strike a chord deep within her heart, causing her hair to halt mid-air. Her venomous gaze fixed on Luyu for a long, lingering moment. Finally, the hair receded like a tide, and Kayako's figure vanished silently into the darkness. The first day passed without incident. Early the next morning, Luyu rubbed his eyes and woke up early. Finding himself unharmed, he felt no surprise. Instead, he silently began cleaning the house. He tidied up all the clutter in the living room, mopped the floor until it gleamed, and wiped the dust off the walls. He then went upstairs and tidied every room. Particular attention was paid to the room where Kayako had been killed. He scrubbed away all traces of blood, dried the floor thoroughly, and straightened the crooked picture frame on the wall. During this time, Kayako appeared several times, silently watching Luyu without doing anything. This infuriated the Japanese viewers watching the livestream outside, who were itching to storm into the dungeon and demand why Kayako hadn't made her move yet. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. If they were actually forced into the dungeon to face Kayako, they'd likely themselves in terror. The audience in Dragon Country was completely baffled by this. When did Kayako's personality become so gentle? Only Dinya's eyes lit up. Could Luyu really have a way to clear the Ju-on dungeon? Before this, he would have never believed Luyu could clear the Ju-on dungeon. But now, it seemed Luyu might actually possess that ability. Kayako had attempted to kill Luyu multiple times, yet each time she seemed to hold back for some inexplicable reason. As for how Luyu managed it, that was equally the source of curiosity for viewers worldwide. Meanwhile, Luyu had finished cleaning up the second floor and descended. Passing through the living room, he spotted Toshio. He was utterly engrossed in the cartoon, his eyes never leaving the TV screen. While watching the cartoon, he gently stroked the black cat nestled in his arms. The scene looked less like a creepy dungeon and more like a warm slice of everyday life. Luyu smiled silently, not disturbing Ju and Xiong, and turned to leave the house. Chapter 33, Holding the Emperor Hostage to Command the Princes. Soon, Luyu returned, carrying several large and small bags filled with clothes suitable for Ju and Xiong and Kayako. There were also some snacks popular with children. Acting as if Toshio weren't a ghost, he sat down beside him and watched cartoons together. "Why do you wear these boxers all day? Didn't your mom give you any new clothes?" Luyu suddenly turned to Junyo and asked. As a vengeful spirit, Jun Xiong froze completely, staring at Luyu with a look of slight bewilderment. "Here, uncle bought you lots of new clothes. Try them on." Without waiting for a response, Luyu picked up the new clothes and began dressing Ju and Xiong. Ju and Xiong forgot to resist. Despite being a powerful vengeful spirit, in Luyu's hands he was like a child, being dressed in various beautiful new outfits. Finally, Luyu even dressed Ju and Xiong in a cheerful-looking overalls and orange shorts. Not only was Ju and Xiong dumbfounded, but the audience outside was utterly speechless. Seriously, dude, is this really the Junyo from Ju-on who kills people at the drop of a hat? Honestly, with this outfit, Junyo doesn't look scary at all anymore. He looks cute, like a little kid. He is a child, okay? He just used to act scary. Bastard. You scum, how dare you dress our Toshio like this? I order you to stop. While the entire world was in shock, only the audience in Sakura Country was furious. After all, the Ju-on dungeon was Sakura Nation's ace up their sleeve, and Kayako was revered nationwide as a goddess, worshipped day and night with incense. Yet in this moment, Luyu had turned their Ju-on dungeon into child's play, even dressing their Toshio in new clothes. What horror remained in Jun's appearance now? It was nothing short of utter humiliation. Little did they know, this was precisely the effect Luyu intended. Of course, it wasn't merely for dramatic effect, it was to give Toshio something he'd never known before, a father's love. This way, he could draw closer to Kayako. But the real target of his strategy was Kayako. Toshio was merely secondary. So while sitting beside Toshio watching TV, Luyu casually probed with questions. Toshio, what does your mom like to eat? Cake? Chocolate? Mango? Strawberries? Toshio, your mom. Luyu sounded more like he was talking to himself. Ju and Xiong hadn't answered at all, he couldn't speak. But Luyu's questions had successfully baffled Ju and Xiong, who stared blankly at him. As a vengeful spirit trapped within a dungeon world, Toshio had never interacted with humans. Or rather, every other raid team from different countries he had encountered before had been permanently sealed away in the dungeon world by Junyo and Kayako. No one had ever treated him like Luyu did, buying him clothes, talking to him, watching TV together, or even showing concern for him and his mother. On the ceiling, a flicker of emotion flickered unconsciously in Kayako's eyes, filled with venomous hatred. Over the next few days, Luyu went about his life as usual. He seemed to have completely forgotten his mission to conquer the dungeon, instead treating himself as the master of this haunted house. Of course, he didn't overstep his bounds, everything in the house remained as it should be. Except that every evening while watching TV, he would stroke the black cat, joining Toshio in snacking and watching cartoons. Kayako's appearances grew more frequent, always lingering near Toshio, silently watching Luyu. Yet she showed no signs of attacking Luyu, merely observing his every move as murderous intent swirled within her heart. After all, as a mother, no matter how terrifying her hatred grew, Kayako ultimately couldn't ignore her son Toshio's feelings. Tadashi finally had someone to accompany him, someone who cared. Kayako simply couldn't bring herself to harm him. Yet as a vengeful spirit within the Ju-on curse, Kayako's hatred only deepened with each passing day. On the fifth day, as Luyu slept soundly as usual, Kayako seemed to finally steel her resolve. She appeared silently on the ceiling, her gaze filled with venomous hatred as murderous intent nearly solidified around her. Yet, just as Kayako prepared to strike, a figure materialized silently at the doorway. It was Toshio, dressed in fresh clothes. His pure, dark eyes flickered between his mother on the ceiling and Luyu, revealing for the first time a look of reluctance and pleading. Kayako's movements froze instantly. In the end, the murderous intent she had painstakingly built up dissipated once more.
Ha? You're letting Luyu go? Holy, is this really the Kayako who strikes fear into every nation on Earth? Holy, what the hell is going on? Why isn't Kayako moving yet? Holy, I get it now. I totally get it. Luyu wasn't going in to die at all. He'd already figured out the rules of the Ju-on dungeon through videotapes and other means. Damn, that's genius. Using kids' favorite toys and cartoons to build a connection with Toshio, indirectly making his mother Kayako hesitate to act out of fear of harming her own child. That move is absolutely brilliant. Chinese viewers, finally catching on, were both shocked and thrilled. They had assumed Luyu was walking into certain death, but it turned out he had already mastered the Ju-on dungeon, completely manipulating Toshio and Kayako. In the conference room, Dean Yi and the others were utterly speechless. This is a curse of the grudge scenario with a 100% fatality rate. Luyu actually subdued Toshio using just a few small toys and some new clothes? It's like using the emperor to command the feudal lords. Luyu has truly mastered the ancient wisdom passed down by our ancestors. That move was brilliant. You have to admire it. Who could have guessed Kayako's weakness was Toshio? By winning over Toshio, Kayako can't kill Luyu no matter how much she wants to. She'd have to consider her son's feelings. But why didn't Kayako go after Luyu right at the start? That's a bit odd, isn't it? Exactly. Several national task forces were wiped out right at the start. This clearly shows Kayako doesn't need any preconditions to kill. Once you enter a certain range or area, you could be killed by her at any moment. Everyone was thoroughly perplexed by this. Earlier, Kayako sparing Luyu could be understood as her consideration for Toshio's feelings. But why didn't Kayako kill Luyu at the very beginning? Before they could figure it out, another night had passed in the dungeon. Today marked the 6th day within the dungeon. If Luyu could hold out just one more day, the cursed dungeon famed for its 100% fatality rate would finally see its undefeated legend shattered by the Dragon Nation. Chapter 34, Birthday Cake. These final 2 days were the most nerve-wracking for Dragon Nation viewers. Naturally, it was also the most nerve-wracking time for Sakura Nation's viewers. After all, the cursed dungeon was the very foundation upon which Sakura Nation had established its position at the pinnacle of the world. It was precisely by winning several crucial battles through the cursed dungeon that they had managed to climb into the top ranks of the leaderboard. If Dragon Nation successfully cleared the cursed dungeon with 0 casualties, it would be devastating news for Cherry Blossom Nation. It would mean that Dragon Nation's assault team, or more precisely, Liu himself, had mastered the method to clear the curse of the grudge instance without suffering a single casualty. It must be remembered that Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation are now mortal enemies locked in an unending feud. If Luyu were ruthless, he could have sold the method for flawlessly speed-clearing the cursed dungeon to other nations or even shared it freely. Once the world knew how to speedrun the cursed dungeon unscathed, it would lose all value, becoming less than even the most basic dungeon. For Sakura Nation, this was the worst possible nightmare. Thus, at this very moment, the entire nation of Sakura, from its sovereign to its strategist, stared intently at Luyu on the livestream, praying he wouldn't survive the final 2 days. Unbeknownst to Luyu within the dungeon, none of this was known to him. After waking up, he got ready to go downstairs and watch TV with Juinxiong as usual. But as soon as he reached the living room, Luyu suddenly froze. In the dimly lit stairwell, a ghostly figure stood out starkly. It was Kayako. This was the first time Kayako had ever revealed herself willingly. Previously, whenever she appeared, it was always out of Luyu's sight, never directly in front of him. But this time, Kayako had materialized directly. Luyu understood perfectly why Kayako had chosen to reveal herself. Her tragic fate in life was the primary reason for her deep-seated resentment after death. Therefore, anyone entering the haunted house would immediately be marked by Kayako as one who must be killed. Initially, the diary served as his protection, so Kayako held back from acting. In the days that followed, Toshio became his second protective talisman. But even Toshio's protection might not be enough to completely quell Kayako's murderous intent. After all, even the man she had secretly loved ended up being killed by Kayako in the end. Despite this, Liu showed no signs of fear. Even if he felt uncertain inside, he had to pretend not to care on the surface. Otherwise, Kayako would surely realize that his recent actions were merely survival tactics, not genuine feelings. Instead, Luyu offered a gentle smile. He even stepped forward and, without a word, gently took Kayako's hand. The sensation in his hand felt like touching a lump of soft ice, cold to the bone. In that instant, Luyu even sensed Kayako's sudden surge of hatred and murderous intent, as if she might seal him forever within the dungeon the very next second. Yet the more intense it grew, the calmer Luyu became. He continued speaking to Kayako in a gentle voice. "Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. I specially bought you a birthday cake." The bone-chilling cold vanished in an instant. Luyu distinctly felt Kayako's entire body tremble. The venom and hatred in her eyes vanished at a visible speed, replaced by utter bewilderment. Not just Kayako, but the audience was stunned too. "Dude, you actually dared to grab a ghost's hand like that? Holy, this guy's got some serious guts. Touching Kayako's hand like that? Doesn't he fear she'll kill him in a fit of rage? Bakaya are you? How dare you lay a finger on the goddess Kayako's jade hand? Put it down immediately. Wait, am I seeing this right? He actually brought a birthday cake? Under the stunned gazes of all the viewers, Luyu pulled a fresh strawberry cake out of the refrigerator. It even had Happy Birthday Kayako written in cherry blossom script. This time, everyone was truly convinced, utterly impressed. Because Luyu had genuinely prepared a birthday cake, not just paid lip service. Kayako was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly as Luyu pulled out candles, lit them, and placed them on the cake. As a vengeful spirit, Kayako's heart had once been filled only with endless hatred for her own weakness, hatred for her husband's brutality, hatred for everyone in the world. But in this moment, Kayako was utterly bewildered. Birthday? Someone actually remembered her birthday? She couldn't even remember her own birthday anymore. No one had ever celebrated her birthday when she was a child. As an adult, no one cared who she was or when her birthday fell. Yet Luyu not only remembered her birthday, but had even prepared a birthday cake for her with great care. Originally determined to kill Luyu, this intruder, Kayako now found herself at a loss. Several times she tried to summon the intent to kill, but it simply wouldn't come. Just as Kayako stood in a daze, Luyu suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into the room without a word. Kayako had completely forgotten to resist. Her eyes, which should have been filled with venomous hatred, instead stared blankly at Luyu. She let Luyu lead her by the hand, guiding her to the dressing table. When Luyu picked up the comb, preparing to brush Kayako's hair, she suddenly shuddered violently. Her eyes were once again filled with endless venom. A bone-chilling coldness erupted instantly. Be good, don't move. Your makeup will smudge and ruin your look. At this critical moment, Luyu's gentle yet slightly reproachful words instantly left Kayako's mind blank. The chill dissipated silently. Thus, Luyu began gently combing Kayako's long hair as she sat frozen before the dressing table, tucking strands behind her ears and securing them with a hairpin. Dude, I just woke up. What the hell is going on here? I'm completely dumbfounded. Is this some kind of weird dungeon or a dating show? Is this really the Kayako who used to kill anyone she saw? How come she's letting Luyu touch her like this without any resistance? In previous Ju-on dungeons, the tension was so thick viewers watching livestreams would instinctively hold their breath. But with Luyu, it's turned into something completely different. What's more, it's even starting to feel a bit heartwarming. Clothes? I won't change them for you. The new set on the bed, I prepared it especially for you. Remember to put it on. Luyu's gentle voice echoed once more through the livestream feed. Hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Bro, have you lost your mind? Asking Kayako to change clothes? Do you really think Kayako wouldn't dare kill you? Just as everyone thought Luyu had gotten too deep into character and was nearing his demise, Kayako remained silent for a long while. Finally, she nodded silently. She actually agreed? I can't believe this. No, Kayako goddess, you can't just listen to him like this. Damn it. Damn you, Luyu. I'll kill you. The Japanese audience was absolutely livid, unable to accept Kayako being so completely submissive to Luyu. Chapter 35, All Survive, Clear Without Damage. Whether the Japanese audience accepted it or not, Kayako immediately changed into a clean, beautiful outfit. Though they couldn't see the process. But when Kayako emerged from the room, her appearance completely transformed from her previous terrifying state left global viewers utterly speechless. Kayako had once been terrifying, long hair veiling her face, revealing only one eye filled with venomous hatred. But now? Not a trace of terror remained. Her hair was now pulled back, and she wore new clothes that accentuated her graceful figure. She looked just like a housewife from a Japanese film. Though those eyes still burned with an irrepressible hatred. Anyone could tell Kayako harbored no murderous intent toward Luyu. Instead, she radiated endless confusion and an indescribable emotion. Luyu couldn't help but pause, stunned by Kayako's stunning transformation. Truth be told, with her new outfit and hair tied back, Kayako actually looked quite beautiful. Yet as Kayako gazed at Luyu, an inexplicable feeling suddenly welled up within her. As if afraid to meet his eyes directly, she averted her gaze. The next moment, a cloud of black smoke billowed up. Kayako vanished completely, leaving no trace whatsoever. She actually got shy? Luyu froze, feeling both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought Kayako could ever feel shy? But this barrage of advances was indeed overwhelming for the love-starved Kayako. Though her disappearance was a relief. On the surface, Luyu still had to put on a show. Staring at the spot where Kayako vanished, he gradually sank into a daze, as if his soul had been drained. Dejected, he slumped onto the sofa. In a corner hidden from Luyu's view, Kayako silently materialized, watching the dejected Luyu in the darkness. Those eyes, though still filled with venom, flashed a complex emotion that was impossible to describe, a mix of bewilderment and reluctance. As night fell, Luyu slept on the floor as usual on the second floor, in Kayako's very own room. He even clutched Kayako's diary in his hands. He was playing the part to the fullest, all to maintain his image as a devoted lover. Then, in the dead of night, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the hallway.
The next moment, a terrifyingly pale face gradually materialized from the ceiling.
Kayako had returned.
Her upper body slithered out like a snake until she was practically face to face with Lu Yu, staring intently at him as he slept.
Could there still be a chance? Here it comes. Kayako is finally going to strike. Wonderful.
Goddess Kayako, I knew you wouldn't let anyone who entered this dungeon go unpunished.
Kill him. Kill this insolent fool. Dare to defile Kayako-sama, the goddess of our Sakura nation? Lu Yu, you deserve to die. The Sakura nation audience had already despaired.
Until they witnessed this scene suddenly, everyone was electrified with inexplicable excitement. In the Dragon Nation conference room, Dean Yi and the others had already prepared to pop the champagne early. But before they could pop the cork, Kayako suddenly materialized, seemingly intent on killing Lu Yu.
This terrified everyone present.
They nervously pressed their palms together in prayer, beseeching all the gods and Buddhas to protect Lu Yu.
Heaven protect him, heaven protect him. It's the last night, please don't let anything go wrong, I beg you. Lu Yu, wake up. Get up. Kayako is coming for you. Some even hoped Lu Yu would discover Kayako. It was the final night.
Even if he escaped to hide somewhere, as long as he could make it through until morning, everything would be fine. Yet no matter how fervently they prayed, Lu Yu remained unresponsive, still fast asleep with his eyes closed. At that very moment, Kayako within the dungeon suddenly stirred. Her face drew closer to Lu Yu's, nearly close enough to feel each other's breath.
Even this proximity carried a hint of ambiguity. Why isn't the goddess Kayako making her move yet?
Why do I feel like Lady Kayako doesn't seem intent on killing Lu Yu at all, but rather...
No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not just the viewers from Sakura Country, but even those from Dragon Country were starting to sense something was off. With their faces pressed so close together, it hardly looked like she was about to attack. It felt more like... Just as everyone was filled with shock and doubt, suddenly, Kayako in the dungeon closed the distance to Lu Yu once more. They were already close enough, but now she drew even nearer. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in horror, as if they'd seen a ghost. They're kissing? Holy, so it wasn't what we thought at all, it was. I'm speechless. So all this time, they were actually here to do that thing. From now on, I won't respect anyone but Lu Yu. He can even hook up with ghosts, that's beyond what humans can do.
Dean Yi and the others in the conference room were so shocked they nearly pulled their beards out.
Holy, is this even the Kayako we know? What does Kayako mean by this? Did she really hook up with Lu Yu? Holy crap, a real-life ghost story? This is insane.
Youngsters sure know how to have fun even hooking up with ghosts.
Everyone was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. They'd imagined countless possibilities, but never that Lu Yu would actually get Kayako.
And not in the sense of clearing a dungeon, but in a completely different way. At that moment, the whole world was watching the spectacle unfold. Only the people of Sakura Nation felt their hearts turn to ice. Watching Kayako, their revered goddess, initiate a kiss, the entire nation felt as if they'd lost their parents, their eyes bulging with fury. It felt like witnessing their own mother run off with another man. They didn't know whether to hate Lu Yu or Kayako. Meanwhile, a night had passed within the dungeon.
Dawn finally broke.
Lu Yu, who had slept soundly until dawn, remained unaware of the previous night's events. He merely felt a slight chill on his lips, attributing it to the room's low temperature and paying it little mind. He descended the stairs as usual, when suddenly, Lu Yu's gaze froze. There, standing at the top of the stairs, were Kayako and Toshio, staring straight at him.
Phew, stay calm. Since they didn't make a move the past few days, it means my acting is solid. The thought flashed through his mind as Lu Yu walked toward Kayako without breaking stride. Seeing Kayako's venomous gaze locked on him, Lu Yu steeled himself and stepped forward, gently kissing her forehead. I'm leaving now.
The scene felt so tender it didn't resemble a creepy dungeon at all, more like a husband reluctantly leaving his wife before heading to work.
The audience was stunned.
But the most shocked of all were undoubtedly the viewers from Sakura Country.
Kayako was their goddess. Last night, Kayako's spontaneous kiss had already dealt them a heavy blow.
Yet just moments ago, Lu Yu kissed their goddess once more and in full view of everyone.
The kicker? Kayako showed no signs of hostility toward Lu Yu.
What baffled everyone even more was that Kayako's previously monochromatic, almost black and white aesthetic suddenly seemed to gain color. It was as if her once dark heart had been illuminated by Lu Yu's presence.
Seeing Kayako's transformation, Lu Yu was also somewhat taken aback.
Before he could recover, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Dragon Nation campaign team, all members survived.
Result: Dragon Nation campaign successfully completed. Countdown: 30 seconds. Instance closing. 30, 29.
Everything before his eyes suddenly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already left the instance and returned to reality.
But the livestream didn't end immediately.
As the countdown drew to a close, the eerie, terrifying scene showed Kayako and Toshio holding hands, silently gazing at the spot where Lu Yu had vanished. If one looked closely, one could see Toshio's eyes filled with reluctance. He had been genuinely bought off by Lu Yu. No acting involved so naturally, he was reluctant to see Lu Yu go. Yet, if one looked even closer, a fleeting, complex emotion could be glimpsed in Kayako's eyes, filled with venomous hatred, a mix of tenderness and reluctance, or perhaps both. Chapter 36, Special Reward. Luyu actually pulled it off? Unbelievable. The Dragon Nation S actually cleared the Juon dungeon without a single scratch? Did the person above grow eyes on their butt? What do you mean the Dragon Nation team cleared the Juon dungeon unscathed? It was clearly Luyu who cleared it unscathed alone. His teammates have been hiding these past days, never showing their faces at all, okay? Sakura Nation viewers, hold your horses. While you're technically correct, doesn't your correction just make your Sakura Nation look even more ridiculous? Baka. That's a huge difference. I'm no dungeon designer, but I bet Juon's difficulty is way harder solo than with a team. Luyu only won by exploiting a design loophole. It's a dirty trick. Even if he won, it'd never be recognized by our great Sakura Nation. Exactly. Our great Sakura Nation absolutely refuses to acknowledge Luyu or the Dragon Nation. My Kimchi Nation agrees with the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Dragon Nation won unfairly and won't get my Kimchi Nation's approval either. Two tiny countries with such inflated egos. Too bad they're still talking tough after losing. That's not pride, it's just not knowing how bad they are. Luyu's textbook perfect strategy deserves global study. Whatever your decision, my Ice Bear Nation will rewatch the footage endlessly to uncover every possible clue. Holy crap. Anyone still watching the livestream? Did you catch it? Kayako's eyes actually showed reluctance. Whoa. Could it be? The global first clear of the Juon dungeon was undoubtedly a bombshell for nations worldwide, sparking intense and widespread debate. Behind the scenes, intelligence agencies worldwide stirred like disturbed beehives. Countless spies and agents began operating, openly and covertly probing the Dragon Nation for the secrets of their victory. Even knowing full well they'd get nowhere, nations still doggedly pursued every lead. After all, the Curse Dungeon is one of the world's few dungeons with a staggering 100% fatality rate. Before Dragon Nation, no country had ever cleared the Curse Dungeon. Now that Dragon Nation had become the first to bite the bullet, nations naturally flocked like bees to honey, desperate to obtain first-hand intelligence to prevent their own countries from facing it helplessly. Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and diplomatic corps, however, were grinning from ear to ear. After all, this marked the first time since the advent of the national fortune system the Dragon Nation had been courted by the world as a true great power. This world has always operated under the jungle law of survival of the fittest. When Dragon Nation was constantly losing before, it held no sway in the international community. If others didn't seize the chance to kick you while you were down, that was already showing you face. Who would dare expect them to fawn over you? But times had changed. With Luyu leading the team to a flawless first clear of the Cursed Dungeon, Dragon Nation's international standing had become utterly unrecognizable. It's no exaggeration to say that from this moment onward, the Dragon Nation has truly risen. For Dragon Nation can now leverage information gaps to exchange vital strategic resources including but not limited to dungeon clearing methods, design concepts, food supplies, medical treatments, and super seeds. After all, the Cursed Dungeon isn't Dragon Nation's foundation, it's Sakura Nation's. Dragon Nation can operate however it pleases without affecting itself. But a smart player wouldn't give away all their cards right off the bat. For instance, Dragon Nation could offer insignificant information or even outright falsehoods to engage in non-equivalent resource exchanges with other nations. This game is all about mutual consent. Even if others buy it and later realize something's off, they can't hold it against the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, how could future business deals ever happen? In short, only after winning this national fortune battle would the Dragon Nation truly rise. Just as the entire nation celebrated, the national fortune system suddenly bestowed its reward. National Fortune Battle Victory Rewards, Dragon Nation's National Fortune plus 10%, maximum lifespan of all Dragon Nation citizens plus 5 years, this year's grain yield plus 50%, probability of technological breakthrough plus 10%, probability of natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, super typhoons, etc. 15%, probability of occurring bizarre events 15%. Through these successive events, the entire Dragon Nation gained a full 15 years of life expectancy. How many 15-year spans does a human life hold? Adding these 15 years could give even the friliest elders a second spring. This year's grain output has also experienced a massive surge, nearly matching the levels of the Golden Age. Of course, the most crucial development is the further significant reduction in the occurrence rates of natural disasters and bizarre incidents. It must be understood that the greatest concern for the Dragon Nation today is undoubtedly the frequent occurrence of various natural disasters and bizarre incidents. Given the vastness of the Dragon Nation and its previously precarious situation, it simply cannot protect every citizen. Consequently, whenever natural disasters or even bizarre incidents erupted in many regions, the Dragon Nation had to make tough choices, sacrificing some areas rather than sending reinforcements that would only lead to more senseless casualties. Of course, that was before. Following 3 consecutive victories in the national fortune battles, the probability of natural disasters and bizarre incidents occurring has now dropped to a relatively safe threshold.
Even if an incident did occur, as long as it wasn't multiple simultaneous outbreaks, the emergency response teams would certainly be able to handle it.
However, compared to these rewards visible to all citizens, a prompt appeared before Lu Yu's eyes, one only he could see. Special reward for clearing substage without casualties. Designate a nation to unleash a bizarre event within its borders. Selectable events are limited to pre-designed scenarios. The maximum impact area of the bizarre event is influenced by the target nation's national fortune value. A higher national fortune value reduces the event's reach, while a lower value expands it.
Designate a nation to unleash a bizarre event? Lu Yu's expression grew increasingly peculiar.
He hadn't expected the national fortune system to have special rewards. And this special reward seemed downright deadly. Glancing around, he saw no unusual expressions on the others' faces, confirming that only he could see this prompt. Still, deciding which country to target required consulting with Dean Yi and the others. After all, sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone.
Everyone, please follow me.
Suddenly, a large group of people in white coats surged into the lounge. They moved swiftly, surrounding the 7-member task force that had entered the cursed dungeon with Lu Yu. After preliminary examinations, they were all carried away on stretchers. They were taken away for examination. Following the examinations, they would undergo a period of psychological counseling. Much like the psychological counseling required for Eagle Nation police officers after firing their weapons. As for why psychological counseling was necessary? Naturally, it's to prevent members of the assault team from becoming paranoid after emerging from the bizarre dungeon, unable to adjust mentally. This could lead them to constantly suspect others, causing unnecessary trouble for those around them and even society at large.
Chapter 37, Guard against thieves day and night, but beware of traitors within.
Though this was standard procedure, the expressions on the 7 members' faces were inexplicably strange. They desperately wanted to protest that from entering the instance to clearing it. They hadn't even seen Kayako's face. They certainly didn't need counseling.
But since this was a mandatory procedure, they could only comply. Lu Yu was also surrounded.
But this time, it was Dean Yi and the others surrounding him.
Lu Yu, how are you feeling now? Do you need psychological counseling?
I think it's absolutely necessary. Better safe than sorry. The assembled Dragon Nation high-ranking officials all looked at Lu Yu with concern, as if terrified that after entering the instance, he might emerge a changed man. After all, Lu Yu was now a national treasure. If anything happened to him, they wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Under the tense gazes of the officials, Lu Yu shook his head.
I feel perfectly fine. No counseling needed. By the way, Dean Yi, how much time has passed outside?
Exactly 2 days.
Director Yi answered without hesitation.
They were all tracking the time down to the second. Partly due to anxiety and concern, partly to record the time discrepancy between inside and outside for archival purposes.
2 days, that's manageable. Hearing that not much time had passed outside, Lu Yu finally relaxed a bit. Otherwise, if 7 days passed in the dungeon and 7 days passed outside, wouldn't the next National Fortune War have already concluded?
Even so, preparation time was running short. Only 2 days remained. You should rest well these 2 days and avoid overexerting yourself. Besides, it's not certain we'll be matched with our Dragon Nation this time.
Even if we are, can't we just reuse the Yang Family Theater dungeon?
Director Yang sensed Lu Yu's worry and spoke reassuringly. The others nodded in agreement, all expressing strong confidence in the Yang Family Troop instance. Lu Yu opened his mouth, hesitated, and swallowed his words. Truthfully, he wanted to say that reusing a single instance more than once or even multiple times was downright foolish. While the Yang Family Troop instance could certainly be reused, who could guarantee it wouldn't be cleared by someone else next time? Dragon Nation could only afford to win, not lose.
A single defeat would invite unnecessary risks and complications.
Therefore, no matter what, Lu Yu could never treat a single dungeon like a precious treasure to be reused repeatedly.
Fortunately, there was still ample time.
With 2 days remaining before the next National Fortune battle commenced, Lu Yu had sufficient time to design the next dungeon.
No need for rest.
I haven't suffered these past few days. In fact, I've slept better than I ever do outside.
Besides, I have something more important to discuss with everyone.
Lu Yu was already itching to cash out his special rewards.
Well, that's true. Let's head to the conference room then. We also have something to discuss with you.
By the end of his sentence, Dean Yi's expression had grown slightly somber. The others fell silent too, their expressions as heavy as if they'd lost a national war. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity.
Had something significant happened in recent days? Upon entering the conference room, the curtains drew tight, plunging the space into dimness.
After everyone took their seats one by one, Lu Yu suddenly noticed an empty chair.
Could it be?
Just as Lu Yu was deep in thought, Dean Yi suddenly looked over. His expression was grave, tinged with a hint of guilt. You've been in the dungeon these past days, unaware of what's unfolded outside.
After careful consideration, we feel it's essential to inform you. This empty seat belonged to a former high-ranking external official.
His role involved liaising with the international community and, when necessary, extracting information from influential figures abroad.
You could think of him as a top-tier spy. As for why it remains vacant now, I imagine you've already guessed the reason after what I've said. He defected? Lu Yu was naturally somewhat surprised. But it wasn't exactly a huge shock either. After all, with such a high-level position suddenly vacant, anyone could guess something was amiss. Dean Yi didn't deny it, stating, to be precise, he was never one of us. He was actually a double agent. He had concealed himself so well, and with the Dragon Nation in its low period at the time, the intelligence he gathered held very limited value. Even if leaked, it wouldn't have been enough to impact the Dragon Nation. But there's always a loophole. Everything we discussed at the last meeting, he overheard it all. At this point, Dean Yi let out a heavy sigh. You guard against outsiders day and night, but it's the traitor within you guard against least. That meeting had covered numerous classified details about the Young Family Theater Troupe's replica. He had believed everyone present was trustworthy, thinking it no big deal to share such information. Little did he know there truly was a mole within. Lu Yu shook his head upon hearing this. Was it Dragon Nation's carelessness, or Eagle Nation's vigilance? Even with one foot in the grave, the Dragon Nation still had to guard against the Eagle Nation, which had planted a thorn in its heart. And that stake had indeed proven effective. Even if it lay dormant for decades, a single activation was enough to alter the course of many things. Take the Young Family Theater Troupe, for instance. To all nations outside its borders, it was nothing short of a cornerstone of national defense. Much like the curse of the Cherry Blossom Country instance, it was a reusable template. But now the mole has fled. The confidential discussions about the Young Family Troupe that day would inevitably be leaked. This is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Dragon Nation. Put yourself in their shoes. If the Eagle Nation were the Dragon Nation, they wouldn't dare continue using a compromised dungeon either. Thus, the Young Family Troupe scenario is effectively rendered useless. Yet Lu Yu detected another layer of meaning in the conversation. It seemed Director Yi had no intention of abandoning the Young Family Troupe copy outright. As Lu Yu pondered this, Dean Yi spoke with solemn gravity. Although that mole hasn't leaked any information externally, the confidential details of the Young Family Theater can now be considered public knowledge. The problem is, we have very few usable scripts left. While the first one is quite good, most of its content has been thoroughly researched. Continuing to use it carries significant risks. In contrast, the Young Family Troupe copy, though fraught with hidden dangers, contains plot elements that only those from Dragon Nation can fully comprehend. After deliberation, we believe it may still be viable to continue using it. Lu Yu, as the designer of this play, we'd like to hear your thoughts. Dean Yi still couldn't bear to part with the Young Family Theater play. But he also feared the risks were too great. Therefore, he ultimately needed to hear Lu Yu's perspective. Lu Yu merely smiled. If he had to state his position, it was simple. My opinion is to abandon it outright. Because the Young Family Troupe dungeon was designed from the outset as a transitional element, not meant to be repeatedly used as a trump card. Chapter 38, The Trouble of Happiness. The moment Lu Yu spoke, everyone froze in disbelief. They had imagined countless possibilities. They'd anticipated Lu Yu getting furious, falling silent, or even berating them for inaction. But they never expected Lu Yu to casually utter a single sentence and simply abandon it. Is it really necessary to be so extreme? I think we could still give it a try. Dean Yi even adopted a tentative tone to negotiate with Lu Yu, unwilling to abandon the Young Family Theater instance after using it just once. It wasn't that Dean Yi didn't care about winning or losing. His insistence actually stemmed from his immense confidence in the Young Family Troupe dungeon. He believed that even if the strategy leaked, other nations' teams might not necessarily clear it. But to Lu Yu, Dean Yi's stubbornness seemed utterly pointless. A mere Yang Family Theater instance? Give him a single night, and he could devise dozens of similar, non-duplicating instances. I see absolutely no need to test it. Once it's leaked, there's risk. And risk means potential defeat. Rather than gambling that other countries won't clear it, we should just switch to a different dungeon. We can even exploit their overconfidence and make them take a nasty fall in the dungeon. Lu Yu stated his position directly. Dean Yi fell silent. He actually wanted to say that the first instance posed even greater risks than the Young Family Troupe. Yes, Dean Yi was thinking of the first instance. He hadn't considered that Lu Yu planned to use the final 2 days to design a new dungeon. Instead, he instinctively assumed Lu Yu intended to reuse his own debut work. After a moment of hesitation, Director Yi ultimately chose to trust him. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest. Oh, and you mentioned earlier that you had something important to discuss with us. What is it? With Dean Yi bringing it up, the others also perked up with interest. Lu Yu didn't beat around the bush. When the National Fortune System bestowed its reward earlier, I received a prompt visible only to me. This notification itself is a reward from the system, a special reward for clearing the instance without taking damage. The group exchanged stunned glances. A special reward? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Wait, I think I remember something like this before. Back in the day, Eagle Nation publicly claimed they held a special reward powerful enough to obliterate certain countries. Right, I remember too. Back then, the Eagle Nation was utterly arrogant. Any country that dared to object would immediately receive death threats. Luyu, stop beating around the bush. What exactly is this special reward? Yi couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and pressed urgently. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Liu smiled faintly. Well, it seems the special reward I've obtained is just like Eagle Nations, capable of reducing certain nations to ashes. The same reward as the Eagle Nation? Yi's pupils flinched. The implications of this revelation were staggering. The Eagle Nation's arrogance back then was witnessed by all nations. And now, today, Dragon Nation had obtained an identical reward? Alright, no more beating around the bush. I'll just come out and say it. Seeing everyone growing impatient, Liu finally revealed the answer with a smile. Actually, the reward I received is a bizarre instance that can manifest in a designated country. Simply put, I can choose any instance I've designed, designate a specific nation for it to manifest in, and trigger its outbreak in the real world. The conference room instantly fell into dead silence. The next moment, gasps of shock erupted in rapid succession. Whoa! Every face was frozen in horror, utterly speechless from the shock. Designate a specific country and unleash a bizarre dungeon I've designed. That would trigger a bizarre incident outbreak, wouldn't it? It must be understood that compared to natural disasters, the destructive power of an anomaly outbreak is absolutely unparalleled. While natural disasters are dangerous, they can at least be prepared for in advance. For instance, typhoons don't suddenly appear over cities, they usually form over the ocean first. Similarly, volcanic eruptions are preceded by various warning signs. Perhaps earthquakes are the only natural disasters that cannot be prevented. However, the destruction caused by earthquakes is one-time compared to that of a bizarre dungeon. After the shaking subsides, reconstruction can proceed on the same site. Therefore, when facing natural disasters, thorough preparation can minimize casualties and losses to the greatest extent possible. Yet the eruption of anomalous events is often silent and sudden. And once unleashed, their destructive force is nearly permanent and irreversible. Much like nuclear radiation, entire regions become utterly contaminated, rendered permanently uninhabitable. Certain anomalous entities even exhibit continuous growth, perpetually expanding their sphere of influence. This is precisely why all nations tremble at the mere mention of such anomalous events. Its destructive power is absolutely beyond doubt. But against whom it should be used is a matter worth considering. What are your thoughts on this? Luyu smiled warmly as he looked around at the group. The others hesitated, each sinking into a pleasant dilemma. The hostile nations toward Dragon Country were common knowledge, primarily Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and Eagle Country. Against whom to use it was indeed a matter requiring deep deliberation. Theoretically, using it against Eagle Nation would be the most satisfying. After all, they bullied us relentlessly over the years. But we must remember they also possess such a devastating weapon. That's the point. The Eagle Nation may have made threats and postured over the years, but they never actually used it against us. If we deploy it against them, they'll retaliate immediately. Such a mutually destructive outcome benefits no one. The Eagle Nation can essentially be ruled out. That leaves us with a choice between the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation. It's fitting that these two nations have just formed an alliance and arrogantly declared war on our Dragon Nation. This time, we must make them pay a heavy price to serve as a warning to others. So which one do we choose? Kimchi Nation or Cherry Blossom Nation? Kimchi Nation just suffered a natural disaster. It's the perfect time to kick them while they're down. I choose Kimchi Nation. No. Kimchi Nation is already severely weakened, with internal turmoil making it nothing but a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. Wasting this ultimate weapon on them would be pointless. I choose Cherry Blossom Nation. Seconded. I also think Cherry Blossom Nation is the best choice. First, we just cleared their cursed dungeon. As punishment for failing, they're already highly likely to face natural disasters. If we unleash this weapon now, it'll crush them completely, they'll never rise again. Second, the grudge between Sakura Nation and our Dragon Nation has long needed settling. Now is the perfect opportunity. At the mention of the feud with Sakura Nation, hatred filled every pair of eyes present. Luyu narrowed his eyes. National grievances and personal vendettas, no one would ever forget them. With the discussion having reached this point, was there any need to continue? Let it be the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 39, An unprecedented volcanic eruption retribution has come. Does anyone else have any objections? If not, then it's settled, the land of cherry blossoms. In the conference room, Yi reconfirmed everyone's consensus. The attendees exchanged glances and raised their hands without hesitation. Had it been any other country, further deliberation and discussion would likely have ensued. But when the target was Sakura Country, there was simply no need for further deliberation. Alright, since there are no objections. Seeing that no one else wished to speak, Yi was about to seal the deal with a decisive hammer blow. He was merely going through the motions. If anyone had voiced dissent, they might have been suspected of being a mole. But since everyone was in agreement, it couldn't have been better. Just as Yi was about to announce the decision, Secretary Li's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yi, this is Secretary Li. There's an emergency situation in Sakura Country. Are you available right now? An emergency? Could it be that punishment has struck, causing Sakura Nation to fall into internal turmoil like Kimchi Nation? That seems unlikely. Sakura Nation remains relatively united as a whole, at least more so than Kimchi Nation. Then could it be an earthquake?
The group murmured in speculation.
Dean Yi addressed the door directly. Come in.
The door opened quietly as Secretary Lee entered the conference room. Seeing the prominent figures present, his demeanor instantly grew cautious. President Yi, I've just received the latest news. Japan's most iconic national mountain has suddenly shown unprecedented signs of eruption. Reports indicate the scale and intensity of this eruption could be unprecedented. At these words, stunned expressions spread across the room. The national mountain of Sakura Country wasn't that the perpetually snow-capped Mount Fuji? While Mount Fuji had occasionally shown signs of activity in recent years, it mostly amounted to minor smoke emissions and lava flows, nothing to be overly concerned about. Previously, geological experts in the land of cherry blossoms had even declared that Mount Fuji would never erupt on a large scale. Yet now, Mount Fuji was showing unprecedented signs of eruption. The crowd reacted swiftly, instantly realizing this was the punishment of the national fortune war descending upon them. Great! A volcanic eruption. That damn volcano should have erupted ages ago. Back then, if it weren't for the unstable international situation, the Dragon Nation would have launched a missile to activate Mount Fuji and flatten the Cherry Blossom Nation once and for all. That incident happened so long ago, best not to bring it up. Quick! Dispatch reconnaissance drones immediately and relay the live footage here. Every single person present was filled with anticipation. Lu Yu also looked at the large screen with a hint of amusement. Soon, the live feed came through. Mount Fuji in the footage showed all its snow and ice completely melted. Massive plumes of volcanic ash erupted continuously from the crater, coalescing in the sky into a towering, sky-darkening cloud of smoke. Holy crap, is it really going to erupt on a massive scale? This scale is terrifying. Compared to the signs before previous eruptions, those were child's play. Forget the past few times even the major eruptions recorded in history look like child's play compared to this. Boom! Just as the crowd watched the live feed with bated breath, murmuring their theories, Mount Fuji suddenly erupted with a deafening, thunderous roar utterly without warning. As if an ancient beast slumbering deep underground had been abruptly awakened, the earth instantly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Simultaneously, thick plumes of smoke surged relentlessly from the crater, completely engulfing the entire sky. The scene was apocalyptic and terrifying. Volcanic ash, like a curtain of darkness, completely obscured the sky, plunging the surrounding areas, indeed, half of Sakura Nation, into endless gloom. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as cracks suddenly spread rapidly downward from the crater. Screams, cries of terror, and agonized shrieks began to rise in waves. The area near Mount Fuji was far from uninhabited, quite the opposite, it was a world-renowned tourist destination. Thus, hotels and guest houses of every kind were abundant in the vicinity, with a large city situated not far away. But now, as the signs of volcanic eruption grew increasingly evident, that city too was caught in the turmoil. Japanese citizens on the streets began fleeing in panic, those with cars driving away, others running for their lives. Yet their speed was no match for the volcanic ash pouring down from the sky. Thick, billowing smoke carried scorching hot sand and stones, which instantly pelted the city like a torrential downpour. These were fragments of magma from the volcano, carried by the ash as it erupted. They rapidly cooled and solidified mid-air, forming rocks of varying sizes. Though not as hot as the magma itself, these fragments still carried scorching heat, instantly tearing flesh and skin upon impact. Many unlucky souls were crushed to death by boulders the size of basketballs. And this was merely the destructive force before the volcano erupted in full. Another deafening roar shook the heavens. Immediately, searing magma surged from the crater like a raging torrent. The rolling lava carried an oppressive force of utter destruction, sweeping down the mountainside at a pace that seemed slow but was anything but. Everything in its path, whether reinforced concrete structures or boulders several meters tall, twisted and deformed like fragile paper toys, only to be completely engulfed by the molten lava. In less than 10 minutes, the entire area surrounding Mount Fuji was engulfed by the molten lava. A sweeping glance revealed not a single standing structure, only an endless expanse of deep crimson lava. Had the eruption ceased at that moment, the damage might have been tolerable for the land of cherry blossoms. But this unprecedented massive eruption showed no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, the lava had already spread into the surrounding cities, completely submerging entire urban areas beneath its fiery tide. This is the wrath of heaven. Before such overwhelming divine fury, how utterly fragile and insignificant humanity appears. It can only be said that retribution is inevitable, though its time may be delayed. The blood debt incurred by the people of Sakura Nation in years past has now fallen upon these innocent souls. They deserve no sympathy. When our Dragon Nation faced natural disasters, the Cherry Blossom Nation not only refused aid but mocked us relentlessly. Our current restraint is already an act of mercy. Watching the land of cherry blossoms gradually consumed by the surging lava, the assembly in the conference room felt not a shred of pity, only cold, indifferent stares.
Chapter 40, The Strange Arrival. By midnight, Mount Fuji, which had erupted relentlessly all day, finally fell completely silent. Yet the devastation it unleashed and the losses inflicted upon Sakura Nation were far from over with the eruption's end. The visible catastrophic consequence was that half of Sakura Nation lay completely submerged in magma. Those once thriving cities now lie in utter ruin, devoid of any trace of the vibrant lights that should illuminate urban life. In nearby major cities, hospitals were overwhelmed with patients. The incessant cries of the wounded echoed through the night, casting an even heavier shadow over the already despair-shrouded land of cherry blossoms. With the overwhelming number of casualties, the accompanying problems have become glaringly apparent. Medicines, hospital beds, and medical resources all began to run critically low. The ruler of Sakura Nation was at his wit's end, forced to urgently seek aid from neighboring Kimchi Nation. However, Kimchi Nation had just endured a super typhoon, leaving its own medical resources depleted and unable to spare any assistance. The Eagle Nation, though capable of assisting from thousands of miles away, faced logistical hurdles. Preparing and transporting medical supplies would take at least half a day to a full day to reach the Cherry Blossom Nation. Time was of the essence. The ruler of Sakura Nation couldn't afford to wait that long and had no choice but to turn to Curry Nation and Monkey Nation for assistance as a last resort. Relations between these nations and Sakura Nation were neither particularly good nor bad. If they truly wished to help, they certainly could. Yet they too harbored numerous reservations. After all, Dragon Nation had just completed Sakura Nation's cursed dungeon without a single casualty. In order to obtain information about the cursed dungeon, they were all scheming on how to befriend the Dragon Kingdom rather than antagonize it. Thus, when faced with Sakura Nation's plea for help, these nations hesitated. After all, the relationship between Sakura Nation and Dragon Nation is known worldwide. It's practically an international consensus that siding with Sakura Nation means opposing Dragon Nation. After much deliberation, these nations ultimately declined Sakura Nation's request. The reasons were simple. They could easily cite excuses like medical resource shortages or inventory gaps. After all, their ties with Japan were neither particularly strong nor weak. Even if Japan were to fly into a rage, it wouldn't be foolish enough to take it out on them. And indeed, that proved to be the case. Though stung by the rejections, the ruler of Sakura Nation understood clearly that the nation could no longer afford to act with the same arrogance and tyranny as before. Yet the shortage of medical supplies must be addressed. Ultimately, Sakura Nation inevitably followed Korea's well-trodden path, swallowing their pride to seek aid from Dragon Nation. Has that Rizhao Longchuan lost his mind? How dare he ask us for help? They just joined forces with Kimchi Nation to declare war on us, Dragon Nation, and now they have the nerve to ask us for medical supplies? How dare they? You want help? Fine. We'll just add fuel to your fire. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were so enraged they laughed. They actually have the nerve to ask for help? Then let your Cherry Blossom Nation taste what assistance from the Dragon Nation truly means. That very night, Liu received orders from the Dragon Nation's High Command, deploy a bizarre dungeon to the land of cherry blossoms. Liu had been itching to do this for ages. He immediately selected the land of cherry blossoms and descended upon the Young Family Theater instance. As night fell, while the aftermath of the volcanic eruption still lingered, a bizarre stage materialized silently on the outskirts of Daiching City. Passing Japanese citizens were taken aback by the sight of the stage. With the nation plunged into such dire peril, who would dare stage some theatrical performance? Just as one passerby was about to storm over in anger, a wailing, mournful opera melody suddenly filled the air. Instantly, their footsteps halted, and a belated sense of dread spread across their face. He remembered this was the Dragon Nation's design dungeon, the Young Family Troupe. Exactly as seen in the livestream. Ghosts! A blood-curdling scream erupted as the man tried to bolt. But before he could get far, several blurry figures appeared without warning on the path he must take to escape. Under the moonlight, their stiffly raised heads revealed faces as pale as paper. The blood-red blush and vividly bright lipstick instantly made his eyes widen in terror, his fear meter skyrocketing. You're not the Korean conquest team? Ah! A piercing scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced the very next second. When silence finally descended, the paper doll procession had grown by one member. News of the bizarre incident quickly reached Rizhao Longchuan's ears. What did you say? A bizarre incident erupted in Daicheng City? And it's the Young Family Theater Troupe's replica in Longhua? Over 300 people have been killed and turned into paper figures? Listening to the emergency minister's report, Rizhao Longchuan's expression darkened to the extreme. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption hadn't even fully subsided, and now this bizarre incident had erupted. It was as if heaven itself was conspiring to destroy the land of cherry blossoms. Though filled with despair, Rizhao Longchuan did not suspect the Dragon Nation, nor did he imagine this could be their doing. Quickly! Immediately assemble the nation's most elite special forces units and all reserve tactical teams. Have them swiftly devise a plan to minimize the impact of these bizarre incidents. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Rizhao Longchuan decisively issued a series of orders. Faced with bizarre incidents, many nations lacked robust contingency plans, often resorting to improvisation. On one hand, the probability of such incidents occurring is extremely low.
On the other, many nations opt for a cold approach when confronting them, choosing to ignore them rather than deploying teams to suppress them.
But Sakura Nation couldn't afford such an approach. Having just endured a volcanic eruption, half of Sakura Nation lay submerged in magma. Its territory had already been reduced to half its original size. Abandoning Okawa City, the nation's second most populous city after the capital, would leave Japan with nowhere left for its people to live. Therefore, even knowing the mission was a suicide mission, Ryosuke Ryusen gritted his teeth and issued the suppression order. Yet half a day later, the emergency minister practically stumbled into the office, crawling in as he desperately delivered news that felt like a bolt from the blue. "It's terrible, Your Highness. All the special forces units near the stage have been wiped out. Even the reserve assault teams have been reduced to paper dolls." "What?" Upon hearing this, Rizhao Longchuan abruptly stood up, staring at the man in disbelief. The next moment, he collapsed into his chair with a thud, murmuring in despair, "It's over. Everything is over. The special forces dying was no big deal, they were easy to train, no need to feel sorry for them." But the reserve assault team had been wiped out too. This was a devastating outcome that neither Rizhao Longchuan nor the entire Sakura Nation could accept. Chapter 41, Pandora's Box.
Campaign teams were extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring extensive desensitization training and instilling comprehensive logical understanding of the dungeons. It's safe to say that training a qualified strategy team capable of entering a dungeon takes at least half a month, if not a full month. But now the National Fortune War rules have changed. What used to be a weekly event has accelerated to every 4 days. Compounding the issue, Sakura Nation had suffered consecutive losses, making their next turn highly probable. If the last task force were to suffer any mishap, Sakura Nation would have no more task forces to deploy. The more Rizhao Longchuan thought about it, the more despair washed over him. He slumped back in his chair, sinking into profound hopelessness. After agonizing over it, Rizhao Longchuan finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Transmit my order, effective immediately, abandon Oka City entirely. Prohibit all citizens from approaching it. Dispatch elite special forces to completely seal off Oka City, no one is permitted to enter or exit." To prevent the bizarre incident from spreading further, Rizhao Longchuan had no choice but to reluctantly order the complete lockdown of Daicheng City. As for the civilians still trapped within the city, my deepest apologies. Rizhao Longchuan could only silently utter an apology in his heart. Beyond that, he could do nothing. He could only stand by as the bizarre lifeforms rampaged through the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. By now, other nations had also learned of Sakura Nation's situation through various channels. Yet no amount of hearsay could compare to the stark reality witnessed firsthand. When drone footage revealed that over half the citizens of Okawa City had been transformed into paper dolls, nations everywhere were seized by utter horror and dread. It felt as though this catastrophe had befallen their own lands rather than Sakura Nation, leaving them trembling with dread. Many nations immediately put themselves in Sakura Nation's shoes, hastily convening their think tanks for round-the-clock discussions on countermeasures. From military strikes to esoteric mystical methods, from coordinated sieges to individual breakthroughs, every nation racked their brains, exhausting every conceivable approach. Yet in the end, every single one was plunged into despair. They simply couldn't find an effective way to suppress it. Because by the time you hear the opera music, the paper dolls have already surrounded you. Even if you hid somewhere where the opera couldn't be heard, though no paper figures were nearby, you still couldn't do anything about the bizarre lifeforms within. Not to mention, the true supernatural entity never appeared at all that could be seen were those manipulated paper figures. Only at this moment did all nations finally grasp the gravity of the situation. That is, the strength and depth of the Dragon Nation had far surpassed their wildest imaginings. As for the young family troupe, they simply couldn't conceive of a solution proof enough that the Dragon Nation was no longer the nation it once was. Following this incident, the Dragon Nation's standing in the international community skyrocketed like a rocket. The neighboring small nations closest to the Dragon Kingdom, sensing its imminent resurgence, began actively courting its favor. Overnight, the situation transformed dramatically. The nation that had been isolated by other countries suddenly received requests for visits and cooperation from nations around the world. Yet seeing the Dragon Nation's resurgence, the Eagle Nation could no longer sit idly by. As the long-standing global hegemon, the Eagle Nation had grown accustomed to the feeling of being fawned over by every nation. Therefore, they could not possibly ignore the Dragon Nation's rise. And it certainly couldn't stand idly by and watch the Dragon Nation rise unchecked. Admiral Anthony, do you have any suggestions regarding this? Due to the time difference, it was still late at night in the Eagle Nation. Yet despite this, the Eagle Nation's sovereign summoned Admiral Anthony, commander of the combined naval, air, and ground forces, in the dead of night. After a moment's contemplation, Anthony stated, "Your Excellency, I believe our nation must act immediately. Otherwise, if the world sees us failing to respond, they might interpret it as cowardice that we lack the resolve to confront the Dragon Nation." You have a point. But launching an unprovoked attack on Dragon Nation could easily cost us public support. Moreover, Dragon Nation has won consecutive national fortune battles, steadily restoring its national fortune value. A military strike might not achieve the desired effect.
The Eagle Nation's ruler felt a headache coming on.
Previously, they had refrained from annihilating the Dragon Nation entirely, fearing it might lash out in desperation and confront them directly.
But who could have imagined the Dragon Nation would survive against all odds?
With Liu Yu's emergence, the Dragon Nation had completely transformed from an underdog into a dominant force, one capable of threatening the Eagle Nation's very position. Under these circumstances, only a heavy blow could bring the Dragon Nation to its senses and remind the world who truly held the reins of power. But how exactly to strike hard was the question. As the Eagle Nation's ruler furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, Anthony stared blankly at the live broadcast from Sakura Nation, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, Anthony's eyes lit up. He immediately whispered to the Eagle Nation's ruler, "Your Majesty, I've just thought of a plan that can strike at Dragon Nation without tarnishing our reputation."
"Oh? Tell me more."
The Eagle Nation's ruler perked up with interest.
Anthony lowered his voice further. "Instead of openly attacking the Dragon Nation, we could secretly send agents into their territory.
There, they would deploy the special reward we acquired years ago against them."
"Special reward? You mean?"
The Eagle Kingdom's ruler's eyes lit up as he grasped Anthony's plan. Yet a moment later, hesitation crept back into his voice, "But the entire world knows Eagle Nation possesses this special reward."
"Wouldn't that still amount to a direct declaration of war against Dragon Nation?"
"That's true, Your Majesty.
But have you forgotten the most common tactic our Eagle Nation employs?
As long as we deny it and immediately declare it an accident after the fact, even if Dragon Nation knows we're behind it, they'll be powerless to act. This way, we avoid leaving any evidence, suppress the Dragon Nation's arrogance, and show the world that our Eagle Nation remains the undisputed leader. As the Dragon Kingdom would say, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone."
Anthony declared with brimming confidence.
A sly grin slowly spread across the Eagle Nation's ruler's lips. This tactic was all too familiar to the Eagle Nation. In the past, incidents like civilian airliners being shot down or missiles landing on hospitals and villages were all brushed off with such excuses. Without hesitation, the Eagle Nation's ruler slammed his fist on the table and made his decision. That very night, a fully armed SEAL Special Operations Squad secretly infiltrated Dragon Nation from a small neighboring country bordering its territory. After trekking through the night, the group finally reached the city limits. Gazing upon the brightly lit city below, a cruel smile slowly spread across the lips of the squad leader. "Dragon Nation people, taste despair." With that, he unstrapped the backpack from his shoulders and retrieved a canister resembling a virus containment unit. Sealed within the canister was a mass of pitch-black mist. Vaguely visible within the fog was a hideously disfigured face, snarling with fury. "Everyone, prepare for evacuation." The squad leader's hand rested on the canister's lid. His expression was tense beyond measure. Only after confirming every member had retreated over 100 meters did the captain grit his teeth and swiftly unscrew the lid. Whoa! In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the air. A faint, terrifying cackle echoed through the wind. "Run!" As if he'd opened Pandora's box, the captain scrambled and crawled his way down the path, wishing his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. The others, catching up to the captain, also fled headlong into the woods, as if terrified of being caught by the bizarre lifeforms released from the jar. Chapter 42: The Bizarre Incident Unfolds. At dawn, a soft ray of sunlight fell upon the building of the Dragon Country Dungeon Research Institute. As a student at the institute, Zhao Ming arrived early as usual. Sipping coffee, he sorted through recent suggestions from citizens regarding dungeon design. It wasn't only Longhua that welcomed public input. In fact, institutions worldwide similar to Longhua's Dungeon Research Institute widely accepted complaints and suggestions from citizens. The collective wisdom of the masses was immense, often surpassing that of think tanks composed of dozens of elites. However, the vast majority of suggestions submitted by the public were ineffective and required extensive filtering to extract valuable content. This constituted the daily work of most staff members at the Dungeon Research Institute. But just as Zhao Ming was handling his routine tasks, a sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the air. Without hesitation, Zhao Ming answered the call with practiced ease. "Hello, how may I assist you with your complaint or suggestion?" "Hello, is this the Dragon Nation Dungeon Research Institute? My name is Wang Chang. I'm a police officer from Yunhai County. This morning, a highly unusual death occurred in our county. After preliminary investigations, our bureau strongly suspects an outbreak of supernatural phenomena. We urgently require your assistance." Wang Chang's voice on the other end sounded as urgent as if his eyebrows were on fire. Hearing this, Zhao Ming's previously relaxed expression suddenly froze. "An outbreak of supernatural incidents? Are you sure?" Unconsciously, Zhao Ming's voice rose several octaves. His tone brimmed with disbelief. For the outbreak of supernatural incidents often brought unforeseeable catastrophic consequences, far more terrifying than any natural disaster. But Longhua had won the previous national fortune battles. Logically, even if a bizarre incident erupted, it shouldn't have been Longhua's turn. They'd been winning consistently. With this thought, Zhao Ming immediately adopted a serious tone as he pressed for clarification. "Officer Wang, please describe the specifics in detail. This is critical." I need you to report the facts without embellishment. Tell me exactly what happened.
Understood. Wang Chang took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice.
This morning, our bureau received a report from a resident. He stated that upon waking, he noticed his father, who usually rose early to work, hadn't gotten up.
He went to check on him in his room.
Upon entering, he discovered his father brutally murdered in bed. Terrified, he immediately called the police.
We rushed to the scene immediately after receiving the call.
Preliminary forensic examination confirmed the victim died from multiple organ failure due to excessive blood loss. Additionally, the medical examiner discovered distinct claw marks on the victim's chest, resembling those of some kind of wild animal. However, our investigation revealed no signs of forced entry in the room. All doors and windows were securely locked, and the glass remained intact. I consulted animal experts, who unanimously agreed this could not have been caused by any known wild animal, as none in the forests near Yunhai County possess claws matching these marks.
After ruling out all possibilities, the only explanation I can think of is a supernatural occurrence. By the end of his explanation, Wang Chang's voice had grown noticeably uncertain.
After all, he was just an ordinary police officer with no experience dealing with supernatural phenomena, so he naturally felt uneasy. But upon hearing such a bizarre death, Zhao Ming's expression instantly grew grave. An ominous foreboding began to rise within him. He quickly said, "Officer Wang, secure the scene first.
I'll report this immediately."
After hanging up, Zhao Ming wasted no time, immediately rising to seek out his mentor, Professor Zhang. In his office, Professor Zhang, wearing reading glasses, was frowning deeply as he studied the solution to the mystery surrounding the young family theater troupe in Sakura Country.
When his student Zhao Ming burst in, his face etched with anxiety, Professor Zhang immediately expressed his displeasure. "Zhao, haven't I told you?
In our line of work, no matter what happens, you must maintain your composure.
What kind of example are you setting, rushing in like this? Professor, it's an absolute emergency."
Zhao Ming wasted no time, rushing to recount the details of the phone call.
"What?"
Professor Zhang, who had been calm moments before, paled instantly upon hearing Zhao Ming's report.
"A bizarre incident has erupted?
This is a top priority matter, no less significant than a nuclear explosion." Forgetting his own embarrassment, Professor Zhang rushed out the door. "You go back to work. I need to report this to Dean Yi immediately." In the conference room just one floor below, Dean Yi was in the midst of discussing contingency plans for the bizarre incident with his advisory team.
Although the young family troupe incident hadn't erupted within Dragon Nation, the tradition of preparing for danger in times of peace had always been deeply ingrained in its people. Through this real-world example from Sakura Nation, they could fully learn lessons and gain experience in advance.
For instance, they could study both the strengths and weaknesses of Sakura Nation's response methods, learning from them and refining their own approach. This way, should strange incidents ever erupt in Dragon Nation, they would be better prepared to respond swiftly and effectively. Just as the group was discussing, Professor Zhang suddenly burst into the conference room. He hurried to Dean Yi's side and whispered urgently, "What did you say?" Upon hearing reports of a suspected bizarre incident in the border town, Dean Yi's expression darkened instantly. He hastily apologized to the think tank before immediately following Professor Zhang to his office. After hearing the detailed report, Dean Yi's brow furrowed.
"This shouldn't be happening. Our Dragon Nation has won 3 consecutive national fortune battles.
Logically, the probability of strange incidents occurring should have dropped to an extremely safe level.
There's no reason for such an incident to erupt suddenly now." President Yi was utterly perplexed.
The probability of various natural disasters occurring had already been reduced to a level where the nation could comfortably relocate affected populations.
So why were bizarre incidents suddenly erupting instead?
Growing increasingly suspicious, Dean Yi deliberated for a moment before instructing Professor Zhang, "Notify the response team.
We're heading straight to the site. Depart immediately." Going to the scene personally carried inherent risks and uncertainties.
But Dean Yi refused to believe in superstition. On one hand, he wanted to see for himself whether a bizarre incident had indeed erupted. On the other hand, if it was indeed an outbreak, his presence on site would facilitate subsequent command and handling.
Professor Zhang naturally dared not object.
They were the very experts in this field, the firefighters for such crises.
If they didn't go, could they really expect non-specialists to handle the situation?
Leading the hastily assembled task force, Dean Yi and his team sped along the road and soon arrived at Yunhai County. Local police had already prepared for the handover, delivering all documentation and information to Dean Yi.
Chapter 43, Claw Marks. Let's go. First, we'll examine the body.
After briefly reviewing the materials, Director Yi made an immediate decision to visit the funeral home and examine the body. Upon arriving at the funeral home, Director Yi personally took charge, lifting the white sheet covering the body with his own hands. When he saw the 4 gruesome claw marks on the chest, his expression grew even more grave. Indeed, these don't look like normal wounds. A sliver of hope had lingered in Director Yi's heart. But now, that sliver of hope had all but vanished. These wounds simply didn't resemble those inflicted by a wild animal. Animal claw marks wouldn't be so neatly arranged. Moreover, if they were caused by a wild beast, bacteria and soil should have been easily collected from the wounds. Yet the forensic pathologist's preliminary report indicated the victim's wounds were exceptionally clean, with no bacterial residue, as if they had split open on their own. Despite this evidence pointing directly to a supernatural occurrence, Dean Yi still refused to believe it. He remained convinced that after winning so many battles, there was simply no reason for a supernatural event to occur. So, Director Yi turned to the grief-stricken son of the deceased standing nearby. Are you the family member of the deceased? Did you hear any unusual sounds last night? Or has your father exhibited any strange behavior in recent days? The son wiped away tears and choked out, No. I slept deeply last night and heard nothing. My father acted just as he always did these past days, nothing unusual. Try to recall carefully. Are you certain you didn't hear anything at all? Just as Director Yi persisted in his questioning, the phone of Officer Wang, who had accompanied them, suddenly rang. Officer Wang answered the call and listened for a few moments before his face instantly drained of color. Noticing the pale-faced Wang, Director Yi felt an ominous foreboding surge within him. He urgently asked, What happened? Officer Wang's voice trembled as he replied, Director Yi, there's been another death, 2 deaths, actually. The manner is similar to this victim's, both with claw marks on their chests. A chill ran down Director Yi's spine. At that moment, the last shred of hope vanished completely. At least from the current evidence, it was almost certainly a supernatural outbreak. But, it was daytime. Aren't supernatural entities usually active at night? Even the Yang family troop instance that descended upon Sakura Country remained quiet during the day, only becoming unrestrained after nightfall. Could this be a supernatural entity that kills regardless of the hour? The more Director Yi thought about it, the more grave his expression became. He quickly said to Officer Wang, Let's go. Take us to see the bodies. Officer Wang hesitated. Director Yi, the 2 victims were found in different locations. Which one should we examine first? Dean Yi froze, a wave of surprise washing over him. They didn't die in the same place? So it can kill during the day and even kill from a distance? Dean Yi's expression darkened further. A supernatural entity of this caliber was beginning to exceed the bounds of his understanding. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions also shifted. Members of the investigation team urgently tried to dissuade Dean Yi. Director Yi, perhaps you shouldn't risk going yourself. Let us investigate instead. Yes, you should stay in command at the rear. We're all trained professionals. Even if we encounter strange life forms, we can at least manage to handle them. It's one thing if we get hurt, but if anything happens to you, we'd live with that guilt for the rest of our lives. In the vast dragon nation, there was only one Director Yi. Just as there is only one Lu Yu. Thus, everyone pleaded earnestly. Yet Director Yi remained resolute, No. This matter is too peculiar. I must go personally to see what exactly is causing this disturbance. No matter how hard they tried to dissuade him, Director Yi insisted on going. In the end, they had no choice but to reluctantly agree, driving to the hospital where the second victim was located. In the hospital morgue, Director Yi frowned as he examined the second victim's wounds. After a thorough examination, his brow suddenly furrowed as he turned to the attending physician. Did you treat the wounds on her body? No, sir. She had no vital signs when she arrived. We attempted some emergency procedures, but after confirming they were ineffective, we immediately sent her to the morgue. The doctor, unaware of the situation, hurriedly replied, fearing he might be mistaken for the murderer. Director Yi ignored the doctor, continuing to frown as he examined the wounds on the body. Although both bodies bore 4 deep claw marks across the chest, the wounds on the previous victim were distinctly different from those on this corpse. Where the previous body's wounds were clean and precise, this one bore traces of struggle. Could it be that the victim saw the strange creature before dying and tried to fight back? Then why didn't the first victim fight back? Was it because the first victim was too old and frail to resist? Dean Yi frowned deeply. After deep contemplation, he turned his troubled gaze toward the deceased's family. Are you the deceased's spouse? Do you know where she went before her death? Did she exhibit any unusual behavior or utter strange remarks prior to this? The bereaved family member wept uncontrollably. No, my wife stayed home running the shop. She never went anywhere. These past days were no different from usual. Director Ye's eyebrows shot up. Running the shop? Does your shop have surveillance cameras? Yes, there are cameras, the family member nodded urgently. Upon hearing this, Director Yi immediately said, Let's go. Take us to view the surveillance footage from your shop. The family naturally cooperated fully, leading everyone to their shop and frantically retrieving the surveillance footage. The footage showed the early afternoon. The deceased appeared perfectly normal, bustling about the shop, tidying things up, nothing out of the ordinary. Soon it reached around noon. After eating lunch, the deceased sat on the sofa for a while before appearing drowsy. He picked up a sign, hung it on the door, returned to the sofa, lay down, and began his afternoon nap. Everything appeared perfectly normal, with no signs of impending death. Director Yi and the others frowned, growing more puzzled the longer they watched. If everything had been perfectly normal up to this point, why had the deceased become deceased? Just as everyone was puzzled, the deceased lying on the sofa in the footage suddenly shuddered violently. Immediately afterward, the deceased in their sleep suddenly contorted their face in agony, their body thrashing violently as if tormented by a terrifying nightmare.
This eerie scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. Chapter 44, Nightmare Freddy. Honey.
The deceased's husband, witnessing this, was overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. Director Yi immediately gave Officer Wang a look, signaling him to escort the bereaved family away. He then frowned and continued watching the surveillance footage. In the blink of an eye, the victim on the screen had gone limp as if made of mud, utterly still. Moments later, blood began seeping from her body, staining the sofa crimson. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines.
Dinya's expression grew grim. Only now did he finally confirm that a supernatural event had erupted.
The surveillance footage had captured the entire process of the victim transforming from a living person into a corpse. Throughout the entire process, no supernatural phenomena occurred, and no so-called supernatural beings were seen.
Yet the victim was dead in the most bizarre and inexplicable manner.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Director Yi could no longer sit still.
He immediately reported the matter to the sovereign.
Your Majesty, a supernatural incident has erupted in Yunhai County.
We request immediate evacuation of local residents and complete lockdown of the county. What? Are you certain this is a supernatural incident? I am absolutely certain.
After a moment of silence, the sovereign spoke gravely, approved. Furthermore, from this moment onward, you have full authority over this matter.
No orders need be reported to me, issue them directly.
Though unclear about the specifics, the fact that Director Yi had personally made the call compelled the sovereign to take it seriously.
Thus, the sovereign promptly delegated full authority to Din Yi.
After hanging up, Director Yi immediately ordered the tactical team beside him, immediately deploy the nearest Special Forces squad to fully seal off Yunhai County.
The county residents are your responsibility.
Work with local police to evacuate them all as quickly as possible.
Understood. The task force and Officer Wang nodded solemnly before departing to carry out the orders.
10 minutes later, armored vehicles swiftly entered Yunhai County.
Fully armed Special Forces soldiers leaped out, established perimeter lines, and sealed off the entire county.
Police and the task force divided responsibilities, evacuating urban residents via phone while visiting every household in villages to inform them of the situation. Despite the orderly execution of the evacuation, Yunhai County was home to millions of residents. With such a massive population base, evacuation was far from a simple task. Director Yi, the evacuation will take at least 3 days. Inside the command vehicle, Director Ye's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened to the Special Forces captain's report.
3 days neither long nor short.
If the bizarre lifeforms maintained their current killing pace, 3 days might be manageable.
As for casualties?
To put it bluntly, once an anomaly event erupted, casualties numbering dozens or even hundreds would be considered a relatively fortunate and acceptable outcome. The problem was that once many bizarre incidents erupted, their scope and lethality would steadily increase over time. In other words, the more people die, the stronger the anomalous entity becomes, the stronger it becomes, the more people die. Therefore, a 3-day evacuation window meant the situation could very well spiral completely out of control. Thus, Din Yi issued a direct, uncompromising order, at all costs, reduce the evacuation period to 2 days.
This. Understood.
The Special Forces squad leader grimaced, but ultimately had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the order.
Time could be squeezed out if pushed hard enough.
If necessary, they'd resort to more forceful methods.
After all, it was all about saving lives, details didn't matter.
As the Special Forces captain departed to carry out his orders, Director Yi furrowed his brow, turning his attention to analyzing this sudden, bizarre incident. As the head of the research institute, Director Yi certainly wasn't all talk. He understood clearly that the urgent priority was to swiftly determine this bizarre lifeform's method of killing, in order to devise countermeasures. Just as Director Yi was reviewing the surveillance footage repeatedly, the tactical team members began trickling back in. Evacuating civilians was only part of their job. Analyzing the dungeon was their true primary task and their specialty. By examining the 3 fatal cases and communicating with the victims' families over the phone, Director Yi quickly identified a common thread. All victims died in their sleep. This method of killing seems familiar. Director Yi furrowed his brow, certain he'd encountered this method of killing somewhere before.
But for the moment, he couldn't place it. Could this bizarre entity be entering the victims' dreams to kill them while they sleep?
Just as Director Yi was deep in thought, a casual remark from one of the task force members suddenly made his pupils contract.
Enter dreams and kill within them? Din Ye's expression darkened instantly.
He recalled a terrifyingly bizarre dungeon, Nightmare Freddy. The Nightmare Freddy dungeon was one of the Eagle Nation's trump cards, once terrifying audiences worldwide so badly they dared not sleep, fearing they might never wake up again.
The reason?
The dungeon's eerie entity, Freddy, possessed the terrifying ability to enter dreams and kill within them. If this sudden outbreak of strange events was indeed the Nightmare Freddy instance, it would explain why all the victims died suddenly while asleep. But why would the Nightmare Freddy scenario suddenly erupt within the Dragon Nation? One could argue that the Dragon Nation had suffered too many defeats, inviting this supernatural calamity, a theory that might hold some merit.
But the problem is Dragon Nation hasn't lost a single match recently.
The deeper Director Yi thought about it, the deeper his frown grew. He even began to doubt whether he was overthinking it. To verify his suspicions, Dean Yi swiftly retrieved relevant records on the Nightmare Freddy instance from the database. After careful comparison and analysis, however, Director Yi finally gave up hope. He was now 100% certain that the bizarre incident erupting in Yunhai County was indeed the Nightmare Freddy instance.
For anyone killed by Freddy, their bodies would invariably bear horrifying claw marks. As for the origin of these claw marks,
the prevailing theory was that Freddy wielded iron claws resembling knuckle dusters strapped to his hands.
Killing in dreams is nearly impossible to stop. How do we break this cycle?
Dean Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him.
Freddy's terror is known worldwide. Since no one has ever seen Freddy, there's no way to identify his weaknesses.
Not to mention Freddy's ability to freely traverse dreams. As long as someone fell asleep, Freddy could directly enter their dreams and kill them within that realm.
Dreams themselves were an ethereal and elusive phenomenon.
Stopping Freddy from killing within them was more unrealistic than climbing to the heavens.
Just as Dean Yi was sinking into despair, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Right. I almost forgot about Lu Yu.
The mere thought of Lu Yu filled Dean Yi with sudden excitement, like glimpsing a ray of hope.
After all,
Lu Yu had even conquered the Ju-on dungeon. If even Lu Yu couldn't handle it, then no one else stood a chance.
Chapter 45, Dean Yi seeks help.
Dean Yi?
Seeing that the caller was Dean Yi, Lu Yu was taken aback. Dean Yi had almost never contacted him proactively. This sudden call must mean something important. Thinking this, Lu Yu quickly answered the call. Hello? Dean Yi? Lu Yu, how's the research on the copy going over there? Are you available now?
The voice on the other end sounded relatively calm, yet carried an underlying sense of urgency. For someone as steady as a rock as Dean Yi to sound this anxious, something truly major must have happened.
But what could possibly be happening now?
Without pausing to ponder, Lu Yu replied promptly, the dungeon research is nearly complete.
I have ample time now. What's the matter? If it's convenient, I'd like to request your immediate presence in Yunhai County. A paranormal incident has suddenly erupted here.
Based on our preliminary research and discussions, we strongly suspect Freddy from Eagle Country is behind this. Dean Yi cut to the chase, detailing the events unfolding in Yunhai County to Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's pupils instantly contracted.
Freddy?
As a time traveler and a devotee of paranormal lore, Lu Yu knew full well the horror Freddy represented. He was a terrifying entity capable of freely traversing dreams and killing victims invisibly within them.
But what Lu Yu couldn't understand was why Freddy would appear in the Dragon Nation.
Dragon Nation had won so many national fortune battles, and everything was progressing smoothly.
Why would bizarre incidents suddenly erupt?
Lu Yu furrowed his brow,
lost in deep thought.
He strongly suspected that this outbreak of strange events might have ulterior motives.
Perhaps the Eagle Nation had intervened.
But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Since Dean Yi had confirmed it was a supernatural incident, the immediate priority was undoubtedly to find a solution as quickly as possible.
I'll be right over.
Lu Yu accepted the task without hesitation. After hanging up, Secretary Shaoli called again to inform him the car was ready and they could depart immediately. Lu Yu had nothing to prepare, so he got straight into the car and headed for Yunhai County. Throughout the journey, his mind raced through every piece of information he could find about Freddy, strategizing possible countermeasures. Though Freddy was a terrifying, nearly unstoppable force, his original movie franchise did offer countermeasures. However, Lu Yu wasn't sure if the methods from the movies would work against the real-life Freddy. He would need to study the situation further based on actual circumstances. 2 hours later, Lu Yu arrived at Yunhai County, bordering the frontier. At the toll gate leading into the city, he could see numerous special forces teams conducting urgent evacuation operations.
All entry and exit points were under strict control.
Private vehicles were prohibited from entering the streets, with transportation handled exclusively by buses and passenger vehicles arranged by emergency services. This was naturally to prevent chaos. After all, evacuating a county town of several million people was no small undertaking.
If everyone took to the streets in their private vehicles, the roads would inevitably become gridlocked.
What could be accomplished in a day or two would be dragged out for 3 or 4 days. At this moment, the modified light armored vehicle passed through multiple security checks and arrived at an open field on the outskirts of Yunhai County. The area had been temporarily converted into a command center. A massive command vehicle sat parked right in the center of the clearing, where Director Yi paced anxiously outside. Spotting Lu Yu stepping out of the vehicle, Director Ye's eyes lit up. He hurried over in 3 strides. Lu Yu, you're finally here. The director's reaction, as if he'd seen a savior, made Lu Yu feel slightly uncomfortable. He still wasn't quite used to being treated like a savior. Fortunately, Director Yi didn't prolong the pleasantries, quickly ushering him into the command vehicle. The screen displayed a comprehensive chain link table detailing the entire sequence of events.
Anyone with basic intelligence could understand what had transpired. 3 days for evacuation?
After briefly reviewing the situation, Liu glanced at the countdown timer in the lower right corner of the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. The mobilization speed of the Dragon Nation was unmatched by any other country in the world. Why would evacuation take 3 days? For other anomalous lifeforms, 3 days might be barely acceptable. But against Freddy, 3 days was simply too long. I agree 3 days is too long, Yunhai County Director Yi replied, his expression equally grave. But Yunhai County is complex, with many scattered villages.
Some areas aren't even reachable by phone, we have to walk in.
So even under the fastest possible conditions, a complete evacuation would take at least 2 days.
Dean Yi explained the reasons, his expression equally grave.
After all, the Freddy instance had long been one of the primary targets for the Dragon Nation's offensive operations. He understood all too well that the longer the evacuation dragged on, the greater Freddy's threat would become. It was simple logic, a person could go without sleep for 1 day, but not 2. The moment they slept, Freddy would likely strike. As for trying to stay awake with coffee or Red Bull? Everyone understands the logic, but some older folks simply can't handle the strain on their bodies. Take the elderly and infants, for instance, how could they possibly endure 1 or 2 days without sleep like younger people? In any case, suppressing sleep is the most effective way to avoid being killed by Freddy. Even if your body can't handle it, minimize your sleep duration as much as possible. Avoid spending too much time with Freddy in your dreams. As Liu spoke, Director Yi relayed this information to his subordinates, who then disseminated it through a grassroots network to reach every citizen. He had issued similar warnings before. However, given the urgency of the situation at the time, his tone had been considerably harsher. The gist was clear: if you don't want to die, never let yourself doze off. Even if exhaustion makes your eyes heavy, be prepared to carve out a chunk of flesh to shock yourself awake and stay alert. While such harsh measures proved effective, they couldn't withstand the physical limits of some individuals. In contrast, Liu Yu's approach was markedly gentler. If you absolutely couldn't hold on, you could doze off for a moment, but not for too long. But regardless of the method, it ultimately only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Liu Yu understood this well. He immediately turned to Dean Yi and asked, Dean Yi, I'd like to know what our Dragon Nation knows about the Freddy's Laughing House dungeon. For instance, have you discussed any potential countermeasures beforehand? All for the sake of caution. Although Liu Yu already had a solution in mind. But considering the many uncertainties, he couldn't guarantee his approach would definitely work. Therefore, it was prudent to seek clarification before making a decision. Chapter 46, The Capture Plan. Dean Yi hesitated before replying. We did develop several approaches back then. But after deliberation, most contingency plans were ultimately discarded. Only one contingency plan was unanimously deemed potentially viable. The idea behind this plan was this: since Freddy can freely traverse others' dreams, leaving no place to hide, we decided not to hide at all. Instead, we would defeat Freddy directly within the dream. However, this plan involved numerous uncertainties. Because prior to this, no one had ever seen Freddy, making it impossible to describe his appearance or the nature of his abilities and methods. So we couldn't know how powerful the Freddy we encountered in dreams would be, or whether he could even be defeated. Listening to Dean Ye's words, Liu Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. It must be said that the Dragon Nation's research into the Freddy test instance was indeed thorough. Avoiding Freddy was undoubtedly a foolish choice, but the more one tried to escape, the deeper the fear of Freddy would become. Thus, when your body can no longer endure and you're forced into the dream, Freddy's mere appearance would terrify you to death. How could you possibly dare to resist him? Yet the approach Dragon Nation envisioned was forceful. Since evasion was impossible, they would prepare mentally in advance and confront Freddy head-on within the dream. Whether it succeeds or not, this approach is far better than waiting for death. But Freddy is far from the simple foe they imagined. Liu Yu hesitated to dissuade Dean Yi, but considering this approach might be deployed in future national battles, he felt compelled to warn him. Dean Yi, haven't you noticed that in all these cases, the victims died within 1 to 2 minutes? Even the elite assault team from the Ice Bear Nation couldn't last more than 5 minutes in the dream. This clearly indicates that time in dreams likely flows slower than in reality, while Freddy's abilities across the board are practically unmatched. Not to mention that the dream world is one we cannot control ourselves. Yet Freddy can enter dreams. This alone proves he wields far greater mastery over the dreamscape. In other words, even if you hide in the safest fortress in the world within your dream, Freddy can still appear silently around you. He could even disguise himself as someone closest to you, gain your trust, slowly draw near, and then brutally kill you when you least expect it. In short, defeating Freddy in a dream is virtually impossible. As for your proposed strategy of taking the offensive, in my view, it's merely a way to die with a bit more dignity. After Liu Yu finished speaking, Dean Yi fell silent. Even if he felt some reluctance to accept it, it remained an undeniable truth. Every single death case unfolded exactly as Liu Yu described. Victims were dead within 5 minutes. Not to mention, outsiders had no way of knowing just how powerful Freddy truly was within dreams.
What if the Freddy they encountered in the dream was some kind of supernatural being who could fly and walk through walls? That was entirely possible. After all, it was the dream world. No matter how bizarre or surreal, it wouldn't be surprising. Though somewhat disheartened, Dean Yi felt an unexpected glimmer of hope. Xiao Lu, from what you're saying, it seems you've uncovered details about Freddy we're unaware of? So in your opinion, is there any way to deal with Freddy? Dean Yi was Dean Yi after all, quick on his feet. I immediately guessed that Lu Yu might have something up his sleeve. Otherwise, given Lu Yu's temperament, if he truly knew nothing, he wouldn't be giving orders with such a calm tone. Lu Yu didn't beat around the bush. I have indeed thought of a way to deal with Freddy, he admitted frankly. But this method carries a tiny bit of risk. A real solution? Dean Ye's eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly replied, isn't risk part of the deal? Nothing in life is completely risk-free. Even driving to work carries the risk of accidents. As long as the rewards outweigh the risks, it's worth it. Quick, tell us what this plan of yours is. The Freddy's Nightmares instance, comparable to a curse-ridden dungeon, had once sent shivers down spines worldwide, leaving people too terrified to even sleep. Now Lu Yu was confidently declaring he'd found a solution. How could Dean Yi not be filled with anticipation? Under the director's eager, burning gaze, Lu Yu paused briefly before speaking. First, we need to find someone brave enough to willingly enter the dream and confront Freddy face to face. Then we need this person to capture Freddy within the dream. Simultaneously, we must swiftly awaken this person from their slumber. If all goes according to plan, when this person wakes up, Freddy will be brought into reality as well. But note that time flows differently in dreams than in reality. We have no way of knowing how much time passes inside or what happens there. Therefore, waking them too early would be futile, while waking them too late could be life-threatening. This is why we need to use precision instruments to monitor this person's brainwaves, allowing us to determine what he is experiencing in his dream. Lu Yu's method was feasible in the movie. Yet to Director Yi, it was nothing short of a wild, even preposterous notion. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Director Yi was still stunned by Lu Yu's approach. But after only a second of stunned silence, he declared without hesitation, alright, we'll do it your way. I'll arrange a suitable candidate immediately. Prior to this, no one had ever proposed such a bold and audacious approach to capturing Freddy. Since it was an untested method, it must mean there was some possibility it could work. Now, he had no choice but to try anything. Otherwise, if they kept dragging their feet, Freddy would start slaughtering everyone once their nerves snapped. Oh, and one more crucial point to note. During this operation, we must ensure no one falls asleep. Otherwise, we risk creating an escape route for Freddy. And we can't guarantee Freddy will enter anyone's dreams specifically. Lu Yu wasn't surprised by Director Ye's decisiveness. After all, this was the only option left. With that final remark, he joined Director Yi to make the final preparations. The selection of participants was naturally not something Lu Yu needed to worry about. In fact, he had even considered volunteering himself. But considering Director Yi would certainly refuse, and that anyone could handle this task, he didn't dwell on it further. The candidate was quickly confirmed. Captain Wang, the most elite member of the strategy team, would take charge. Chapter 47, The Hypocritical Eagle Nation. Professor Zhang, notify everyone immediately. Starting now, the clock is ticking. No one is permitted to sleep for the next 2 hours. Fearing further complications, Director Yi gave Professor Zhang this instruction before immediately leading a large contingent to the finest local hospital. Since only hospitals possess the necessary EEG monitoring equipment, the capture operation could only be executed there. To ensure Freddy couldn't escape once exposed, the entire hospital was evacuated within half an hour. Hundreds of fully armed elite troops surrounded the premises inside and out. Once preparations were complete, Lu Yu and Director Yi led Captain Wang to the EEG monitoring room. Captain Wang, when you encounter danger in your dreams and find yourself unable to escape, remember to try dangerous methods to wake yourself up. For instance, you could jump from a high building or end your life by electrocution. This is an extreme method to jolt your brain awake, but it poses no actual harm to you, so proceed without hesitation. Finally, we'll set a 10-minute timer outside. Regardless of whether you catch Freddy, we'll wake you the moment it goes off. Are you ready? Lu Yu solemnly instructed Captain Wang. Captain Wang took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I'm ready. Then let's begin. Lu Yu stepped back. The doctor immediately understood and stepped forward to administer the sleep-inducing medication. In an instant, Captain Wang's head tilted to the side, his eyes began to glaze over. And finally closed them, falling fast asleep on the spot. At that moment, tension began to grip everyone present. At the same time, the Longwa foreign press conference was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The reporters were asking routine questions, and everything seemed normal. But in an instant, the media outlets suddenly transformed like sharks sensing blood, scrambling to bombard the Dragon Nation diplomat with questions. Diplomat, hello. I'm a reporter from Transparent News Agency. I've just received an exclusive tip. May I ask if an unusual incident has erupted in a county named Yunhai County on your Dragon Nation's border? Hello, diplomat. I'm a reporter from ABC. We have confirmed reports that residents are being evacuated from Yunhai County. Why did your country withhold this information from its own citizens? Hello, diplomat. Please give us a clear answer. Is Yunhai County? Faced with the reporter's sharp questions, the diplomat broke out in a cold sweat. The think tank watching the live broadcast turned ashen-faced, unable to contain their fury as they slammed their fists on the table. Damn Eagle Nation. We weren't certain before, but now we can be 100% sure this is absolutely Eagle Nation's lethal strike against our Dragon Nation. Deliberately leaking the news to provoke relentless media questioning, plunging the entire nation into chaos? Oomph. The Eagle Nation's scheme is far more complex than that. Plunging the Dragon Nation into turmoil is merely the first step. Their true intent is to warn every nation on Earth to make them understand who the real boss is. Frankly, Eagle Nation's schemes don't even require special meetings to figure out. You could guess them with your toes. If the Dragon Nation could see through it, other nations certainly could too. In an instant, nations that had been planning to curry favor with the Dragon Nation broke out in cold sweat. How could they fail to see that the Eagle Nation's true intentions lay elsewhere? Thus, previously agreed upon collaborations, even contracts on the verge of signing, were unilaterally nullified. Some nations, learning of this while en route to Dragon Nation, immediately altered their itineraries and turned their planes around for Eagle Nation. As the situation escalated, the Eagle Nation finally issued a statement. Yet the content of that statement incensed the entire Dragon Nation. For in their statement, the Eagle Nation hypocritically claimed they had acted unintentionally and harbored no ill will toward the Dragon Nation. The incident originated when the Eagle Nation attempted to secretly transport a container holding a sealed copy of the Nightmare Freddy to their ally, the Cherry Blossom Nation, for research. Their goal was to find a way to break the seal on the Young Family Theater copy. However, while transiting through Dragon Nation, they accidentally released Freddy. Finally, the Eagle Nation offered a feigned apology, claiming they would do their utmost to cooperate with Dragon Nation in resolving the matter. They claimed it was unintentional, but the entire world understood this was the Eagle Nation's standard excuse. Or rather, it was an open warning to the Dragon Nation, a stark reminder not to presume that winning a few national fortune battles granted them the right to challenge the Eagle Nation. Naturally, Dragon Nation was furious. Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation currently lacked the strength to confront the Eagle Nation. After all, the Eagle Nation had occupied the top spot for far too long, accumulating national fortune to terrifying levels. It was no exaggeration to say that Eagle Nation was now the sole nation on the entire blue star that channeled the fortune of countless others. Their luck was so extraordinary that even casually dropping a bomb in the desert could yield vast quantities of oil. Thus, the Dragon Nation could only swallow its pride for now, ignoring the Eagle Nation's insincere greetings. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, Director Yi, and the others in the hospital remained completely unaware of all this. Captain Wang had been in a deep sleep for 5 minutes now, yet there was still no sign of movement. Director Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Beside him, Lu Yu frowned as he stared at the flatline on the EEG monitor. Logically, Captain Wang should have encountered Freddy the moment he entered the dream. Unless Freddy had somehow detected their plan and deliberately avoided him. But that possibility was virtually zero. Because Freddy within the dream world had no way of knowing what was happening outside. He was only the all-knowing God within the dream. Just as Lu Yu pondered whether something had gone wrong, the EEG monitor, displaying steady, flat brainwaves, suddenly emitted a deep, resonant hum. Beep. With a low hum, Captain Wang's brainwaves rapidly exhibited intense fluctuations, while his heart rate shot up to over 100 beats per minute. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, his expression instantly turning grave. Clearly, Captain Wang had encountered Freddy, which explained the sudden, dramatic fluctuations in his brainwaves. But they were outside and couldn't help Captain Wang at all. All they could do was hope he managed to catch Freddy. As for how to determine whether Captain Wang had captured Freddy? Ultimately, it came down to guesswork, interpreting the fluctuations in his brainwaves to infer what Captain Wang was doing. For instance, if his brainwaves suddenly peaked, it meant Captain Wang was in a state of extreme tension and excitement within the dream. For the highly trained Captain Wang to be this tense and agitated, there was essentially only one possibility: he had caught Freddy. Chapter 48, Capturing Freddy Alive. Everyone, get ready. Dean Ye's eyes fixed intently on Captain Wang in the bed as he barked the order. Everyone's hearts sank as they fixed their eyes intently on Captain Wang. Just as the tension thickened, Captain Wang suddenly let out a muffled growl from the bed. In the next instant, every muscle in his body tensed violently, veins bulging prominently. As if locked in a dreamlike struggle, Captain Wang's hands shot forward in a fierce choking motion, his expression twisted into a savage grimace as if he were gripping someone's throat. Just as panic gripped the room, the lights in the testing chamber flickered and plunged into darkness without warning. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room. Not a soul could see their hand in front of their face. Wake Captain Wang immediately. Lu Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he barked the order at the doctor. The doctor, already prepared, hurried forward, groping in the dark to grab Captain Wang's arm and swiftly inject a brain-stimulating drug. Seconds later, the lights flickered back on. In that very instant, everyone's pupils contracted violently as a chill shot up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. Dean Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Because, in Captain Wang's hand, was truly a person. The person's skin was twisted and distorted as if severely burned, their features almost unrecognizable. What horrified everyone even more was that the person's right hand was a gleaming claw weapon. Each claw seemed to radiate a bone-chilling cold, just as terrifying as the claw marks found on the bodies of the deceased. Quick! Someone, help! Without a moment's hesitation, Director Yi shouted frantically toward the entrance. The elite guards stationed outside heard the cry and immediately rushed in. The sight of Freddy's horrifying form sent a collective gasp of horror through them. But after only a second of stunned silence, they snapped into action. Gritting their teeth, they charged forward, swiftly pinning Freddy down. Only then did Captain Wang manage to break free, gasping for breath beside the struggle. Roar! Freddy, pinned to the ground, thrashed wildly, emitting low, raspy growls. The sound was almost inhuman, more like the death throes of a wild beast. However, this was the real world, not the dream realm where Freddy could act with impunity. In reality, Freddy's power was severely weakened. Even so, his suppressed power remained staggering. It took several burly men a tremendous effort just to keep him pinned down. Administer the anesthetic. Lu Yu, witnessing the struggle, barked the order at the doctor. Freddy's greatest strength lay in entering dreams. Who knew if his abilities would be suppressed in the real world? If they let the hard-won capture slip away, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Therefore, they needed to sedate Freddy as quickly as possible, rendering him completely unconscious. However, the doctor beside him seemed to have been scared stiff. His entire body was trembling, his face deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. It wasn't the doctor's fault for being timid. After all, as ordinary people, they hadn't received any relevant training. It was only natural for them to be scared stiff. Add to that Freddy's terrifying appearance, it wasn't just the doctors. Even Captain Wang, who had received professional training, was still reeling from the shock. So Lu Yu didn't press the doctor. He stepped forward, snatched the syringe from the doctor's hand, and without a second thought, drew a full dose of anesthetic. He plunged the needle into Freddy's arm without hesitation. Such a massive dose of anesthetic would have caused organ failure and death in any normal person. But on Freddy, it merely elicited an even more piercing howl. Simultaneously, its body began thrashing even more violently and wildly, like a rabid beast, its strength astonishingly immense. The members of the Special Forces team flushed crimson, struggling to contain Freddy's violent convulsions. Gradually, as the anesthetic took effect, Freddy's struggles began to wane. Finally, Freddy's entire body went limp in an instant, completely unconscious. Seeing Freddy finally subdued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Dean Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his heart filled with both gratitude and lingering fear. But above all, he was filled with utter disbelief. He never imagined that the method Lu Yu had devised would actually succeed in capturing Freddy. Moreover, Freddy was likely the only such bizarre creature ever captured alive anywhere in the world. The Dragon Nation had accomplished a feat unprecedented anywhere in the world. A whirlwind of thoughts swept through him, leaving President Yi in a daze as if he were dreaming. It took him a long while to come to his senses. Only when he saw Freddy lying unconscious on the ground did Dean Yi hazily snap back to reality. But as he snapped back to reality, a headache-inducing problem immediately surfaced. Freddy had been captured, but what to do with him now presented a profoundly troublesome problem. As the first and likely only nation to ever capture a bizarre life form alive, Dragon Nation had no precedents to reference and no established protocol for handling such entities. Frowning deeply, Director Yi pondered the situation before turning to Lu Yu. Young Lu, in your opinion, what would be the most appropriate way to handle Freddy? This. Let me think it through. Lu Yu also furrowed his brow slightly. Truthfully, he hadn't considered what to do with Freddy after capturing it. As for killing it? Who knew if Freddy was immortal? Killing it might just be like letting it escape. If not killed, then how should it be dealt with? Surely locking it up in a dungeon wasn't an option? After pondering for a long time, Lu Yu still couldn't come up with the perfect solution. He could only settle for a compromise, prioritizing caution. For now, Freddy still seems extremely afraid of anesthetics. We can keep it under anesthesia and transport it to an uninhabited area within a kilometer radius for confinement. This will prevent it from escaping into dreams. Ultimately, I can't think of any better solution. We'll just have to keep injecting anesthetics to keep it asleep. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Director Yi nodded thoughtfully. This approach was indeed the most prudent course of action available at present. With that, Director Yi resolved his hesitation and immediately dispatched personnel to prepare a specially modified ambulance for Freddy's transport. To ensure Freddy wouldn't awaken en route, the ambulance was stocked with copious amounts of anesthetic. Tubes were even inserted into Freddy's body, delivering small but continuous doses of anesthetic through multiple sites. Even with all preparations complete, Lu Yu and Director Yi remained uneasy. They decided to accompany the ambulance to the temporary shelter hastily set up in the neighboring county. Chapter 49, Incalculable Value. Given Longwa's infrastructure speed, constructing a shelter overnight was no problem. Of course, the primary requirement was not luxury, but a container capable of continuously releasing anesthetic agents and large enough to hold Freddy.
The remaining task was clearing the area, sealing off a radius of at least 1,000 kilometers, if not more, under military-grade quarantine protocols. That would ensure absolute security. Upon arriving at the containment facility, the surrounding area had already been fully taken over by the military. Checkpoints along the road were even more numerous than those at a military base. Only when they witnessed Freddy being sealed inside a specially designed glass container, with the anesthetic agent beginning its release, did Liu Yu and Director Yi finally feel a sense of relief settle over them. Director Yi gazed at Freddy inside the container, his emotions strangely complex. After all, this was a living, breathing anomalous lifeform. In the past, anomalous lifeforms were terrifying entities that made people around the world tremble with fear. Forget capturing one alive, many people would likely die of fright just hearing the words anomalous life, let alone contemplate capturing one. Yet today, an anomalous lifeform had been captured alive. This left Dean Yi with a sudden, disorienting sense of having shattered an information barrier. It was as if aliens had suddenly arrived on Blue Star, completely overturning the widely held rumor that no extraterrestrial life existed in the universe. Not to mention that this living, bizarre lifeform holds immeasurable value for the Dragon Nation. For instance, the Dragon Nation could use this opportunity to launch a series of studies on bizarre lifeforms. Study how they survive, explore their differences from humans. It might even lead to the development of new weapons specifically designed to combat these anomalous beings. If weapons effective against these bizarre lifeforms could truly be developed, would the nation's future campaigns ever fail to conquer foreign territories? The entire world order would likely be utterly overturned from that moment onward. The more Dean Yi contemplated this, the more his heart surged with excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to travel through time and witness just how formidable the Dragon Nation would become. But just then, a frantic call snapped him back to reality. He glanced at his phone before answering it on speaker, showing no concern for appearances. Of course, it was Liu Yu. With anyone else, Dean Yi wouldn't have been so careless. A woman's voice, authoritative yet tinged with urgency, came through the line. Dean Yi, what's the situation on your end? Mission accomplished. It's been resolved smoothly. But it wasn't much to do with me, it was all thanks to Liu Yu that we managed to resolve this with minimal casualties. Your Majesty, you might not believe this, but the total casualties from this bizarre incident amounted to only 5 cases. Director Yi declared triumphantly. Of course, he didn't take credit for himself, immediately deflecting all the glory to Liu Yu. Liu Yu had intended to interject, but upon recognizing the sovereign's voice on the line, he immediately fell silent. It wasn't that he dared not speak, he simply didn't want the sovereign to know he was present. Otherwise, he'd surely be bombarded with questions later. What did you say? It's already been resolved? And only 5 casualties? The sovereign was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing the news. This was the bizarre incident that had the entire world trembling in fear. How could it be resolved overnight? And casualties were this low? Even a minor earthquake or a small typhoon would likely cause more than 5 casualties, wouldn't it? Just as the sovereign was reeling from the shock, Dean Yi broke into a mysterious smile. Your Majesty, these events are nothing compared to what's coming next. I have even more earth-shattering news that will leave you speechless. Even more shocking news? The sovereign perked up at once, urging him on. Dean Yi, why are you playing coy now? Spill it, what is this news? Liu Yu listened to their exchange, feeling both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought the usually stern Dean Yi had such a playful side? His mischievous delight satisfied, Dean Yi finally smiled and said, with Liu Yu's assistance this time, not only did we resolve the situation with minimal casualties, but we even. Mid-sentence, Yi suddenly seemed to recall something. He lowered his voice cautiously and asked, Your Majesty, is there anyone else nearby? Must you be so secretive? Rest assured, no one else is here. The meeting just ended, and I'm alone in my office now. The sovereign found himself both amused and exasperated, unsure whether Director Yi was being earnest or merely teasing. Hearing this, Dean Yi finally relaxed. Your Highness, it's not that I'm deliberately being mysterious. It's just that this matter is truly incredible, even beyond comprehension. A little caution is only prudent. And I believe once you hear it, you'll agree my caution is justified. Because, we've successfully captured a living, bizarre lifeform. The instant President Yi uttered those words, an excruciatingly long silence descended on the other end of the line. One could even distinctly hear the ruler's rapid breathing. What did you say? A living anomalous lifeform? Captured alive? It took a full moment before the ruler's incredulous exclamation finally came through the phone. That's right, it's alive. If you don't believe me, I can send you a video. President Yi said, initiating the video call. When the ruler saw Freddy trapped inside the glass container on the screen, he sucked in a sharp breath. The next moment, she hurriedly asked, Not many people know about this, right? Are they all trustworthy? Rest assured, they're all trustworthy, the cream of the crop. Though there are some potential risks. I'll have Secretary Lee handle it properly to ensure nothing leaks out. But honestly, I think it would be better to make this public. If necessary, we can simply deploy our main forces, even bring in the missile launchers. Any country that dares to cross us will be dealt with decisively. President Ye's tone carried a hint of disdain. After all, this was Dragon Nation territory. Who would dare to act recklessly? The sovereign recognized the logic in this reasoning and replied, "Then we shall proceed as you suggest. Immediately mobilize all elite forces. Furthermore, I must trouble you, Director Yi, to personally oversee the follow-up operations. By the way, is Lu Yu with you?" The sovereign suddenly asked with curiosity. She had long heard of Lu Yu's formidable reputation but had never had the chance to meet him or exchange a few words. Upon hearing this, Dean Yi immediately turned to look at Lu Yu. Lu Yu hastily shook his head. He's not here. We might be participating in the next national fortune battle, so after wrapping up things here, he'll head back immediately to handle the dungeon matters." Understanding the situation, Dean Yi promptly provided Lu Yu with a perfect excuse. "He's not here? Well, never mind then. We'll just have to wait until he has time." Chapter 50, The Eagle Nation's Concerns. He heard the sovereign hang up the phone with a hint of disappointment. Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dean Yin, however, was puzzled. "You kid, so many people would kill for a chance to speak with the king, yet you're actually afraid he'll come looking for you." "It's not that I'm afraid of being sought out. I just find that kind of thing a bit awkward." Lu Yu didn't know how to explain it. Dean Yi shook his head helplessly and said no more. Just then, another call came in. "Secretary Li? Dean Yi, the public outcry is escalating rapidly. The entire world is watching what's happening in Yunhai County, and domestic sentiment is beginning to stir. Should we release the current situation?" Secretary Li cut straight to the chase. Upon hearing this, President Yi and Lu Yu exchanged a glance and immediately reached a unanimous decision: release the information immediately. After all, the Dragon Nation was still in its infancy, and both domestic and international audiences needed reassurance. Failure to announce that the bizarre incident had been suppressed would expose the nation to mounting diplomatic pressure and tangible losses. Domestic citizens would also feel uneasy, potentially leading to large-scale hoarding of food supplies. Therefore, from every angle, the benefits of disclosure outweighed the risks. Consequently, the Dragon Nation government swiftly released the news to the public, accompanied by a video showing Freddy confined within a containment unit. Notably, the footage had been deliberately blurred. This was naturally done to fuel speculation among nations. Unsurprisingly, the news exploded like a bombshell upon release, instantly causing a massive uproar in the international community. Across the streets and alleys of Dragon Nation, nearly everyone was discussing this astonishing news. Is this real? They actually captured Freddy? No way. Freddy captured alive? Is this even real? Holy crap, when did Dragon Nation gain the ability to capture bizarre lifeforms alive? That's insane. Does anyone know if this video is fake or real? Who cares if it's fake? The weird incident is definitely resolved. My friend over there just told me they've cancelled the evacuation. Everyone's heading home to their families now. More than Freddy's capture, the Dragon Nation citizens were thrilled that the bizarre incident had been perfectly resolved. In everyone's understanding, once a bizarre incident erupted, it could easily claim thousands or even tens of thousands of lives. Entire cities being wiped out was a common occurrence. Take Sakura Country as a prime example. In stark contrast, the Dragon Nation handled the situation with remarkable speed and minimal casualties, almost none at all. This instilled a profound sense of shared pride and immense prestige throughout the nation. Yet in Eagle Nation, the situation was entirely different. In the conference room, senior officials, think tank members, and 3-star generals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force of Eagle Nation all watched the video playing on the screen with solemn expressions. A clip lasting no more than 10 seconds was replayed hundreds of times. The more they watched, the deeper the silence grew. It truly echoed the saying, the more people gathered around a round table, the heavier the silence grew. Their silence stemmed from the undeniable reality that the footage before them was not, as some outside rumors suggested, likely to be fake. Or rather, while others might speculate it was fake, they could not afford to cling to such wishful thinking. After all, they were the ones who had released Freddy. Now that the strange incidents had been resolved, and a figure resembling Freddy appeared in the video, they could no longer afford to cling to any illusions. How could this be? How could the Dragon Nation have dealt with Freddy? Did someone leak information? Reveal Freddy's weakness? Who even knows Freddy's weakness? Do you? The designers who created the Freddy's Nightmare attraction were secretly executed. Tell me, who else in the world could possibly know Freddy's weakness? The ruler's furious interrogation silenced the man instantly, leaving him speechless. The others fell silent as well. For they all knew the ruler spoke the absolute truth. Freddy's dungeon had risen to fame overnight, becoming one of the most iconic dungeons in Eagle Nation. That era marked the nation's most glorious moment. But after the glory faded, someone immediately realized that only the dead keep secrets. To ensure the Freddy dungeon could never be breached, the Eagle Nation secretly executed its designer, publicly claiming he had died from overwork. This secret was known only to the high-ranking officials present. The outside world had no way of knowing. Freddy's weaknesses, too, were buried beneath the earth forever. So how did Dragon Nation manage to crack Freddy in such a short time? Capturing Freddy alive seemed utterly preposterous to everyone, like something straight out of Arabian Nights.
Regardless, we have vastly underestimated the Dragon Nation's capabilities.
It seems their years of restraint were merely a facade. Behind the scenes, they've been conducting frantic research. I suspect they must have mastered some special technology or method, otherwise, capturing Freddy would be impossible.
Your Excellency, I recommend applying international pressure to force Dragon Nation to reveal this secret.
Otherwise, they will be pitting themselves against the entire world. The ruler of Eagle Nation's expression shifted between anger and gloom. He understood perfectly well what it meant to antagonize the entire world.
After all, the anomalous lifeforms threatened all of humanity.
If the scope of these anomalous incidents expanded, it could potentially affect the entire human race. Therefore, they could easily stand on the side of humanity to condemn Dragon Nation, accusing it of selfishness and disregard for global safety, and so on, in order to force Dragon Nation to reveal its secret.
But, to put it bluntly, would the Dragon Nation truly care? Or rather, would a nation capable of capturing the anomalous lifeforms truly be swayed by such childish threats?
If they don't turn around and threaten to release those strange creatures onto your territory, you should count yourself lucky and be grateful.
The urgent priority now is no longer figuring out how to embarrass Dragon Nation. We must consider when the Dragon Nation's retaliation will strike. Even a powerhouse like Eagle Nation couldn't help but worry about the future. After all, the Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. Simply by capturing Freddy alive, they owe the Dragon Nation profound respect. Otherwise, who could guarantee the Dragon Nation wouldn't turn the tables and secretly release Freddy onto their own territory? The mere thought sent a chill down everyone's spine. Following the meeting, senior officials immediately ordered heightened border security to prevent such an occurrence. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Nation's command center, Liu, President Yi, and others watched the relentless stream of exaggerated reactions from various nations, all smiling with amusement. This was precisely one of the main reasons they had chosen to release the information publicly. Once the news was out, the Dragon Nation didn't even need to take action or issue threats against specific nations. The countries themselves would become tense. The most anxious were undoubtedly Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation. The latter two were mere lackeys of Eagle Nation. With their own domestic chaos already rampant, they naturally feared Dragon Nation would kick them while they were down. As for Eagle Nation's fear of Dragon Nation, it boiled down to dreading the consequences of their own actions facing the terror of Freddy. Chapter 51, Rule Change, Temporary Dungeon Replacement. With the Dragon Nation capturing its first anomalous lifeform alive, the world entered an unusually peaceful period. Even the typically arrogant and domineering Eagle Nation had fallen silent these past days, not daring to utter a peep. Amidst this silence, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The national fortune battle was about to commence once more. However, just as everyone awaited the match results, the national fortune system suddenly issued a notification. Upon seeing the notification, nations were stunned. What's going on? Did they change the rules at the last minute? From the traditional 1v1 battle format to launching 5 1v1 matches simultaneously? This is bad. With the rules changed like this, won't smaller nations like ours be wiped out instantly? The sudden alteration to the national fortune battle rules plunged nations and citizens worldwide into panic. Especially for those struggling small nations, the entire country was engulfed in despair. This rule change would undoubtedly increase the probability of nations being matched against each other, accelerating the demise of smaller countries. But where there's sorrow, there's also joy. For instance, audiences in Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation cheered enthusiastically. After all, they were confident in their own nation's scenarios, so they didn't see the rule change as worsening the situation. Instead, they viewed it as a positive development. In the Dragon Nation's conference room, Director Yi couldn't help but frown. With these rule changes, the pace will only accelerate. This is hardly a positive development. The attendees, unlike the optimistic Dragon Nation viewers, all frowned deeply, understanding President Ye's concern. The logic was simple: no one could guarantee their nation would win every single national fortune battle. That was only one concern. Second, the pace was already intense. Preparation time had shrunk from 7 days to 4. Now, the format of 1 1v1 match every 4 days had been changed to 5 1v1 matches every 4 days. This meant the number of nations participating simultaneously had expanded from 2 to 10. This change might benefit the stronger nations. But consider this: why has the national fortune system suddenly accelerated its pace? Could it signal that the tournament has entered its elimination phase, with the global landscape poised for a major shakeup? The thought of what might unfold in the future left everyone feeling uneasy. Liu shared their unease. The sudden rule change in the national fortune system clearly signaled something. Put simply, it was akin to the shrinking circle in battle royale games. As the circle tightens, the pressure on each nation grows ever greater. What would happen when the circle finally closed? Liu didn't know. But that uncertainty was precisely what made it so terrifying. But regardless, now that the rules have changed, nations have no choice but to comply. After all, the matchmaking is mandatory. Whether you like it or not, if your country is selected, you must participate.
Soon, 10 nations were selected and entered the match pool. The Dragon Nation was naturally among them. The attendees in the conference room were unsurprised by this outcome. Instead, they were more concerned about who their opponent might be. For the pool contained not only formidable foes like the Ice Bear Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation, but also the world's top-ranked Eagle Nation. No matter how much the Dragon Nation looked down on the Eagle Nation, the latter's strength was undeniable. Its commanding position at the top was secured not by the flattery of minions like Sakura Nation or Kimchi Nation, but by sheer, undeniable strength. Thus, everyone dreaded facing the Eagle Nation. But fear brings what it dreads. As the match results were announced, the scenario everyone dreaded most materialized. Dragon Nation versus Eagle Nation. This outcome instantly sent shockwaves through Dragon Nation and the entire world. Upon learning the matchup, the people of Dragon Nation lost all sense of humor. Holy, how the hell did we get matched with Eagle Nation? I mean, I kinda wanted Dragon Nation to face Eagle Nation so we could totally humiliate them, but that was just wishful thinking. You actually made it happen? Who knew this day would come so soon? Dragon Nation is finally facing off against Eagle Nation, but can we really win? Hard to say. Really hard to say. I have faith in Luyu, but the Eagle Nation is just too powerful. They didn't earn their top spot by luck. This time, Dragon Nation might be in for a rough ride. Go, Luyu. We're counting on you. Go, Luyu. We're not asking for a win, just show the world China's fighting spirit and inflict as much damage as possible on the Eagle Nation's assault team. It's only natural to root for your own country. But rooting for your country doesn't mean being so arrogant that you look down on everything else. Especially when facing the Eagles, a formidable opponent. To the point where no one held much hope for victory anymore. Instead, they hoped Luyu's dungeon design could inflict as many casualties on the Eagle Nation as possible, nothing more. In stark contrast to the anxious Dragon Nation citizens, global viewers were gripped with intense excitement. After all, this was a true clash of titans. Regardless of who won or lost, it was a spectacle they relished. Beyond the visual spectacle, the outcome of this national destiny battle held profound significance. For the Eagle Nation, a decisive victory would cement their hegemony, rendering it virtually unshakable. Conversely, should the Dragon Nation prevail over the Eagle Nation, it would be an unmistakable declaration to the world that the Dragon Nation's rise is unstoppable, forever reshaping the global landscape. Thus, this contest of national destiny concerns not only the Eagle Nation's prestige and the Dragon Nation's fate, but also the critical next steps in decision-making for all nations. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and oppressive. President Yi and the others were equally aware of the critical importance of this decisive battle. After several moments of hesitation, President Yi couldn't help but glance at Luyu beside him, asking with evident concern, "Young Lu, the opponent is the Eagle Nation. Are you confident?" Luyu remained unflappable, replying calmly, "Of course I'm confident. However, I've decided to switch to a different scenario to ramp up the difficulty for the Eagle Nation." Change the scenario? President Ye's face flashed with surprise. Did you prepare 2 scenarios? Luyu offered no reply, merely flashing a mysterious smile. He hadn't been idle these past days, having already prepared 2 scenarios for the upcoming national battle. While both instances were nearly identical in difficulty, they differed significantly in their gameplay mechanics. As for why he had prepared 2 copies? First, having won several recent battles, he now had abundant resources to draw upon for the copies. This meant his design approach no longer needed to be confined to a single aspect as before. Once his creative juices started flowing, it was hard to rein them and no use trying. The other reason was that both instances were relatively straightforward to design, requiring little effort at all, which is why he ended up creating 2 at once. Chapter 52, Who was Rintingting? Watching Luyu's enigmatic smile, Dini felt like a cat scratching at his heart. But seeing that Luyu clearly had no intention of explaining, he forced himself to suppress his curiosity and turned his attention back to the livestream. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation was conducting its final mobilization. This pivotal battle concerning its hegemonic status was one the Eagle Nation's sovereign could not possibly miss. He had even arrived at the scene in person. In this battle for national destiny, our opponent is the Dragon Nation. As the long-standing world's dominant power, the Eagle Nation has never tasted defeat, and this time will be no exception. Furthermore, according to our intelligence analysis, the Dragon Nation will most likely employ the Young Family Theater instance again this time. Thanks to substantial intelligence provided by our mole within the Dragon Nation, we've extensively prepared for the Young Family Troop scenario and studied various countermeasures. I am confident that as long as everyone follows the plan, victory will undoubtedly belong to our Eagle Nation. For the glory of the Eagle Nation. The sovereign's impassioned voice resonated with infectious fervor. Inspired by his words, the assault team stood tall and shouted in unison. For the glory of the Eagle Nation. For the glory of the Eagle Nation. After the rally, each member of the raid team was itching to get started, brimming with confidence as they strode purposefully toward the dungeon entrance. Little did they know, the Young Family Troop dungeon had long been phased out by the Dragon Nation. Their so-called preparations now seemed utterly laughable. Cut to the scene. The 8 members of the Eagle Nation's assault team had already entered the dungeon.
Clearance condition, protect Rentingting.
The moment they entered the instance, the 8 immediately scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet as the camera panned, the scene that unfolded left them all momentarily stunned.
This place doesn't seem to be the Young Family Troop dungeon, does it? Did Dragon Nation switch dungeons? Protect Rentingting? Who the hell is Rentingting? I don't care who Rentingting is, I'm more concerned about why the Dragon Nation didn't stick with the Young Family Troop dungeon.
Faces flushed alternately pale and crimson, each feeling thoroughly toyed with. After all, they'd poured extensive preparation into the Young Family Troop instance beforehand, devoting nearly all their time to countering the paper dolls and analyzing the storyline. But after all that research, Dragon Nation had switched the dungeon, rendering their entire strategy useless. The Eagle Nation's ruler and his entire think tank now wore ashen expressions. They never expected Dragon Nation to break from the script. But at this point, they had no choice but to accept it. Captain Jack quickly regained his composure, shrugging at his team. Alright, guys, no point dwelling on it. It's changed, so we'll just have to study it anew. The others fell silent, resigned to accepting reality. After gathering their composure, they began to survey their surroundings anew. The surroundings were dim and eerie, nearly pitch black. Captain Old Jack pulled out his flashlight. Click! As the switch was flipped, a blinding beam of light suddenly sliced through the darkness. Yet the light did not bring a sense of security. Quite the opposite, in fact a chill ran down everyone's spine. Because, surrounding them, were coffins packed tightly together. What the hell is this place? Old Jack felt a chill run down his spine. The others felt a chill in their hearts too. Though their fear levels hadn't risen, being surrounded by a pile of coffins inevitably made everyone feel uneasy. What unsettled them even more was that these weren't ordinary coffins. They were ancient, resembling those used by people hundreds of years ago. Worse still, each coffin bore a sinister yellow talisman sticker. Talisman paper was a traditional practice unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Most bore the names of deities or Buddhas. Many Dragon Kingdom natives, even if they couldn't decipher the meaning, were at least accustomed to seeing them and didn't find them particularly frightening. But to Old Jack and his companions, the crooked characters on those talismans looked like Western demon summoning symbols, growing more eerie the longer they stared. This place feels downright unnerving. We need to get out of here fast. Old Jack hadn't expected such an eerie scene right at the start and was already considering retreat. The team members were equally eager to leave this spooky place behind. They flicked on their flashlights and cautiously felt their way forward in the dim light. Each person moved with the lightest of steps, as if afraid of disturbing whatever lay within the coffins. But the truth was, they had no idea if anything was inside those coffins at all. And that was precisely the most terrifying part. Even if 9 out of 10 coffins were empty, the mere possibility that one might not be and suddenly startle them was utterly unsettling. And being surrounded by a pile of coffins wasn't even the worst part. What made everyone want to curse the most was the poor quality of the wooden planks beneath their feet. With every step, they creaked loudly. In bright daylight, this sound wouldn't be frightening at all. But in this dead silence, every sound became amplified, and that constant creaking and groaning relentlessly tugged at their frayed nerves. I think this place is just relying on environmental horror, maybe it's just an ordinary morgue. Someone, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, tried to ease their fear with a light-hearted tone. Yet the only response was silence. Perhaps it really was just environmental horror. But who dared to truly let their guard down? Better safe than sorry. They were on a mission, and failure was not an option. Just then, slivers of moonlight suddenly illuminated the blue brick floor ahead. There's a door. Seeing the exit, everyone was filled with surprise and delight. At last, they could leave this dreadful place. Of course, even on the final stretch, everyone proceeded with extreme caution, as if walking on thin ice. Only when they pushed open the door and finally stepped outside did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. A mortuary? Looks like some kind of ancient building from the Dragon Kingdom? Old Jack glanced back at the plaque above the building, murmuring thoughtfully. He glanced at it casually before losing interest. After all, they'd made it out alive. Why dwell on what kind of place it was? Help! Help! Assault! Suddenly, a terrified cry for help echoed from the distance. Did you hear that? Someone screaming for help? What does assault mean? Hearing the cries, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions clearly showing shock. Captain, should we go check it out? Ariel, the female member of the team, felt a pang of compassion upon hearing the cries for help coming from another woman. However, Deputy Captain Mark frowned and said, Ariel, don't forget this is a dungeon world. Meddling in others' affairs can get you killed. The other members fell silent, clearly siding with Mark. After all, this wasn't the outside world, it was a dungeon world. What if this was a trap set by Luyu? Chapter 53, Bewitched. Captain Old Jack was well aware it could be a trap. But in a dungeon, every choice often came with both risk and opportunity. Risk stems from traps, while so-called opportunities are naturally shortcuts to clearing the dungeon. Many dungeons deliberately set up similar traps to make the team hesitate, afraid to approach. Little did they realize that this very hesitation caused them to miss the shortcut to victory, ultimately wasting even more time. After a long, thoughtful frown, old Jack decided to investigate. Let's go check it out and decide based on the situation. Old Jack gave the order. Though reluctant, the others had no choice but to obey. Following the sound, they cautiously crept forward. As they rounded a corner, they suddenly froze. For right before their eyes, a scandalous scene was unfolding. A stunningly beautiful woman was being molested by a hideous old man, her clothes torn and disheveled. Old Jack was particularly stunned, never expecting to witness such a scene. Captain, that woman doesn't appear to be a supernatural entity. Rescue her first. Ha! The team members watched as old Jack rolled up his sleeves, momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected the captain to issue such a decisive rescue order. Some even couldn't help but wonder, could the captain be acting on lust? Though the woman was undeniably beautiful, so captivating they couldn't tear their eyes away. Let her go. Before anyone could think further, old Jack roared and charged forward. Seeing this, the others dared not hesitate, rushing forward to assist. But by the time they reached the scene, the old man had already been kicked to the ground by Captain Old Jack and scrambled away, rolling and crawling in his escape. The entire group was utterly stunned. Their Captain Jack was well over 50 years old, firmly in middle age. Though he was still in fairly good shape, matching the stamina of the younger members. But outside of training, they'd never seen Captain Old Jack so fired up, like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Could the captain have fallen for this woman? Well, it's actually possible. Ward? This is a dungeon world. Is the captain love at first sight? The more the team watched Captain Jack's clearly unusual reaction, the more unbelievable it seemed. Yet, while it seemed unreasonable, it actually made perfect sense. Old Jack was genuinely starved for affection, still no wife, never even dated. Could it be love at first sight? Just then, the woman suddenly went limp, about to collapse to the ground. Old Jack rushed forward and caught her in his arms. She fell into his arms, looking pitifully helpless as she murmured, "My savior, thank you for saving me. My name is Dong Xiaoyu." No one noticed the faint, almost imperceptible flicker of pink light that passed through Dong Xiaoyu's fox-like eyes. For everyone else was utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at old Jack cradling a woman in a princess carry. Only now could they finally be certain old Jack had indeed fallen in love. But this was just too absurd. The group struggled to process it. After all, old Jack had fallen for an NPC from the dungeon. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, Captain Jack completely ignored them, turning to Dong Xiaoyu with concern. "Miss Dong Xiaoyu, are you alright? Are you okay?" I feel a bit dizzy." Dong Xiaoyu lifted her head, looking pitifully vulnerable. The moment that gaze, filled with vulnerability and helplessness, met Jack's, his heart gave a sudden, violent tremor. When he looked at Dong Xiaoyu again, his eyes held an unnoticed tenderness and infatuation. "Thank you for saving me. My home is just around the corner. Could you walk me there?" Dong Xiaoyu spoke again, her soft voice nearly intoxicating Jack. "Of course. Which way is your house? I'll take you there right now." Jack's voice softened without him realizing it, as if he and Dong Xiaoyu weren't just meeting for the first time, but were lovers deeply in love. Yet to everyone else watching, the scene felt utterly bizarre. Even the slowest among them should have sensed something was off. "Captain." The team members cautiously spoke up, trying to warn Jack. But Jack didn't even glance their way, already carrying Dong Xiaoyu into a mansion. Only then did the others realize, to their astonishment, that a large, brightly lit mansion stood right beside them. "Captain, wait." Seeing Jack already carrying Dong Xiaoyu into the mansion, the group was suddenly horrified and tried to stop him. But as soon as they approached, the vermilion gates slammed shut with a loud bang. Only 2 yellow lanterns remained, swaying gently in the moonlight, casting flickering, faint glows. "What the hell is this?" Mark couldn't help but kick the wall in frustration. He'd intended to kick the door, but Jack's imposing presence made him hesitate. Besides, they still couldn't be sure what was really going on with Jack. Was he genuinely in love, or had he been bewitched? Wait, was that woman just now a ghost? Someone blurted out in terror. But another frowned and said, probably not. If she were a ghost, how could she be flirted with? True, how could a ghost be flirted with? His words drew nods of agreement from the others. Because up until now, there had never been such a thing as a ghost bewitching someone's heart. When ghosts appeared, it was usually time for slaughter. So in everyone's minds, ghosts wouldn't waste their energy charming people before killing them. This realization only deepened their helplessness. For it suggested only one other possibility: Jack had fallen in love. Helpless, the group left outside had no choice but to spend the night outdoors. Fortunately, it wasn't winter. Huddled against the wall, they slept on the ground and didn't feel the cold. Only a lingering sense of frustration remained in their hearts. Yet as dawn broke, Jack still hadn't emerged. After sleeping outside all night and finding the captain still hadn't emerged, the group's pent-up anger finally boiled over. "We can't wait any longer, let's go straight in and find the captain." Deputy Captain Mark forced himself to calm down as he spoke. With that, he took a few steps back, drew a deep breath, and kicked the mansion's gate with all his might.
With a thunderous crash, the gate collapsed. However, a pungent, putrid stench assaulted their senses, nearly making everyone retch up last night's dinner. This. The next moment, their expressions froze. Eyes widened in disbelief as their faces betrayed utter shock. For the mansion before them bore no resemblance to the one they had seen the night before. Last night, they had clearly seen a magnificent mansion, brightly lit and opulent. Yet now, this mansion reeked of decay and neglect, covered in cobwebs as if abandoned for decades. The stark contrast sent chills down everyone's spines, making their hair stand on end. Chapter 54, The Eerie Opera Voice. Over there, it looks like the captain. The words had barely left their lips when their gazes slowly settled upon a pillar standing in the center of the courtyard. There, bound in an eerie posture, was their captain, Jack, his face frozen in sheer terror. Just then, a faint, eerie theatrical voice drifted from the distance. Instantly, everyone grew tense. This voice sounded nothing like anything a normal person could produce. "Get out of here! Quickly, get out of here!" Deputy Captain Mark shouted urgently. Panic seized the group. The eerie mansion before them, the dreamlike murmurs all around everything was slowly tearing away at their mental defenses, gradually unlocking the deep-seated fear within their hearts. But what was even more terrifying was that the further they ran from that place, the louder the eerie theatrical chant grew. No matter which direction they fled, it seemed to draw them closer to that spot. Suddenly, they burst out of the woods into a clearing. At that moment, the ee sound became crystal clear, as if it were echoing directly within their ears. Before them, a high platform stood in the center of the square. Upon it, a woman clad in red sang a sorrowful song. In this monochrome world, the sudden presence of a woman in red stood out starkly. Though none could understand her words, the melody carried a palpable sense of desolation. Not only those present, but even those watching the livestream instinctively took a step back. Some covered their eyes with both hands, yet still peered through the gaps between their fingers. TSK, what a strange sound. That definitely isn't human, it's probably a ghost. This place feels off, especially with that huge moon hanging in the daytime sky. Damn, after seeing this, I won't be able to sleep tonight. But the most terrified were those from the Dragon Nation. It was a fear rooted deep in their blood. Inside the instance, the hearts of these Eagle Nation team members began racing. Their breathing grew heavier, and the blood within them boiled incessantly. Don't be scared. We've all undergone rigorous training. Deputy Captain Mark's words sounded like he was trying to reassure himself, yet also warning his comrades. Yet the more he spoke, the deeper his inner dread became. They had prepared themselves mentally for things like the ghost bride, the coffin, and the big red lantern. But now, before him, something new appeared, a woman in red, a stage of extraordinary misery. Besides, training was one thing, but facing the real dungeon was another matter entirely. This genuine fear couldn't be eliminated by any desensitization training. It was human nature, anyone would be afraid. At this moment, the team members' terror continued to climb, rising from the 10s to the high 30s and 40s. But soon, they discovered something. "Deputy Captain, there are chairs here, and food." Then someone noticed the empty seats surrounding the stage, each with a small table in front holding exquisite pastries and steaming hot tea. In that moment, the eerie singing seemed to return to normal. Most present had some familiarity with Dragon Nation's theatrical traditions, easing their fears somewhat. The woman in red on stage was singing a love song. For a moment, everyone was moved by the song's sentiment, even feeling a hint of pity for the young woman in the red gown singing with such sorrow on stage. Ah, how tragic. She must have been a big star once, but now she's probably faded into obscurity. Unable to bear the blow, she sings alone in the dead of night. This place must have been bustling once, probably a famous theater, but now it's completely deserted. They even prepared refreshments. That's professional. Eagle Nation. Bruce Pie unconsciously picked up a cup of coffee and downed it in one gulp. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about the current situation was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Still, losing only one captain so far is a silver lining. He shook his head and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Inside the copy, Deputy Captain Mark and several of his team members slowly took their seats. So far, they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Of course, the most unusual presence was the red-robed girl before them, though she'd been putting on an act the entire time, paying them no mind. "Deputy Captain, why don't we rest here? This spot is open and clear, no snakes, insects, or rodents to bother us, and nothing blocking our view. If any beasts approach, we'll spot them immediately." You're right. We'll stay here for now." Deputy Captain Mark nodded. He certainly didn't want to wander aimlessly in this Dragon Country instance. Mark sipped tea and nibbled on pastries, feeling quite relaxed. Before long, nature called, and he stood up to relieve himself behind the stage. Emerging from behind the stage, Mark lit a cigarette to ease his nerves. Gazing at the bright moon in the sky, he felt a strange sense of contentment wash over him. After finishing his cigarette, Mark walked back. But the instant he turned around, he froze in place. The stage, which had been empty moments ago, was now packed to the rafters. Holy crap! Where did all these people come from? This doesn't make sense. Out here in the middle of nowhere, a stage suddenly appears for a performance. That's one thing. But how did so many people end up here watching? Were they always here? Could it be these seats were occupied all along?
When Mark turned around, the live stream audience froze in shock. After experiencing the previous Dragon Country instance, they were growing increasingly familiar with this Dragon Country style horror mode.
Inside the instance,
Mark froze for a moment, then a chill crept up his spine. But he immediately recalled his previous training regimen for Dragon Country dungeons.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Even so, he struggled to convince himself, building up his mental defenses.
Yet humans possess a certain intuition.
Its sensory abilities were incredibly powerful, detecting any anomaly in the vicinity the instant it occurred. Then, he discovered an even more terrifying truth. Suddenly, so many people appeared around his teammates, yet they seemed completely unaware. They continued sipping tea and leisurely watching the drama unfold on stage. Under these circumstances, the only explanation was Chapter 55, the sudden appearance of the uncanny. They couldn't see anything. According to this dungeon's mechanics, when seated, they couldn't see how many people were beside them. They continued leisurely eating pastries and sipping tea. Had he not urgently needed to relieve himself and left his seat, he likely wouldn't have known these people existed until now. The thought sent a chill down his spine. The very thought was terrifying. The most terrifying aspect of the Dragon Country instance was that you couldn't delve too deeply into it because the more you thought about it, the more horrifying it became. So, those chairs were occupied from the very beginning? Mark murmured, his heart pounding wildly as his fear level climbed relentlessly. Upon reflection, it all seems so strange. In the middle of nowhere, how could someone be singing here? And how could there be so many tables and chairs, not to mention tea and snacks? Is this woman in red even human? No, it's bizarre. Those people who appeared out of nowhere were even more bizarre. So from the very start, they'd been dealing with a bunch of weirdos. Wasn't that just courting death? Eagle Nation. Inside the underground facility. The live feed on the large screen showed the unfolding situation. Mark's emotions had completely spiraled out of control, a sight that startled both the Eagle Nation personnel and the think tank members present.
What on earth is happening, Lord Bruce? You said they underwent the most rigorous desensitization training. How could they lose their composure so easily? The Eagle Nation's sovereign asked, his expression displeased. The ruler was no longer young. Over recent times, numerous top medical teams from Eagle Nation had performed multiple life-prolonging surgeries on him. But human life cannot be sustained merely by transplanting organs and blood. He could even feel it clearly. His life was nearing its end. If the Eagle Nation were to lose to the Dragon Nation this time, under the National Fortune System's reward and punishment mechanism, every citizen of Eagle Nation would have 5 years shaved off their lifespan. He would be implicated in this as well. If he truly lost 5 years of his life, he wasn't sure he could survive. In fact, he might die outright. In other words, if Mark and the others fail, then his time may well be up. Bruce Pei, if you betray my trust, I'll make sure you don't leave this place alive even if it costs me my own life. Do you understand? The Eagle Nation's ruler declared, furious and flustered. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Have you ever seen anyone I've trained lose in a dungeon mission? The last National Fortune match added 5 years to your lifespan. Without me, you'd likely be dead already. Bruce Pei remained utterly unfazed by the threat, calmly taking a sip of his coffee instead. Even though this dungeon was extremely perilous, he had complete confidence in the soldiers he had trained. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe Mark and the others could succeed 100%. He trusted his trump card cutting-edge technology. It all came down to whether Mark and his team could hold out. If danger arose, Mark and his team would follow his instructions, harnessing their technology to forcibly enhance their capabilities and push through the mission. Even the ruler of Eagle Nation remained unaware of the true nature of this trump card in their hands. If deployed, it would inevitably make them the world's public enemy. Therefore, it must never be deployed unless absolutely necessary. If you fail to deliver, humph. The Eagle Nation's ruler withdrew his gaze, shifting his focus away from the Dragon Nation's instance and onto the Eagle Nation's own instance. After all, whether successfully clearing a dungeon or defending it, the system would grant additional lives as a reward. Thus, even if the entire Dragon Nation squad perished within the Eagle Nation instance, he could still survive. Meanwhile, 10 Dragon Nation members found themselves trapped in a city overrun by zombies. Their situation was dire. They were being chased by a horde of zombies. Yet even in this dire situation, they felt no fear. Are Dragon Nation warriors truly fearless of death? Witnessing this, the ruler of Eagle Nation stomped his foot in rage. It seemed the Eagle Nation instance was no longer reliable. Within the Dragon Nation instance, Mark hadn't lost his mind. When he realized his fear index had reached 90, his heart leapt into his throat. He knew all too well that if this continued, he might be driven to suicide. He immediately closed his eyes tightly, covered his ears, and shut out the world, forcing himself to calm down. The desensitization training he'd undergone recently clearly paid off.
He quickly regained his composure, and his fear index gradually dropped, falling below 50.
Thank goodness.
Mark opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, and then walked over to his team members.
Deputy Captain, why did you take so long in the bathroom? Is your prostate giving you trouble? I know a doctor who's great with prostate issues. Want me to take you see him after the dungeon run?
Deputy Captain, I gotta say, the stuff here is really good. I heard that in Dragon Country, the highest rating for desserts is not sweet. These pastries aren't sweet at all, but they're still pretty tasty.
Deputy Captain, what's with that look? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Just moments ago, everyone was laughing and joking. But when they saw the sweat on Mark's face, they realized something was terribly wrong. Mark now knew for certain that his teammates genuinely couldn't see the people surrounding them. Strangely enough, the eerie presences around them seemed equally oblivious to his existence, all fixated on the red-dressed girl performing on stage.
The red-clad girl, seemingly tireless, continued her chant. Mark, however, grew increasingly uneasy.
What they needed to do now was escape this place as quickly as possible.
Alright, stop eating. It's time to start the game.
This was the Eagle Nation warrior's secret code, signaling imminent danger and the need for immediate evacuation. At these words, everyone's expressions turned grave.
Realizing what was happening, they began packing their belongings in preparation to leave. Deputy Captain, these pastries are quite tasty. Shouldn't we take some back too? We only brought some crackers when we entered the instance. They really aren't that tasty.
One of the team members asked.
Mark quickly replied, then let's hurry.
The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for them. The surrounding environment seemed filled with an eerie chill, like an icebox, making him shiver all over. At that moment, everyone stowed away their pastries and even handed some to Mark.
Chapter 56, Pastries Turned Corpse.
But when he touched the pastries, he suddenly felt one of them was unusually smooth. Mark lowered his head, his eyes narrowing instantly.
This isn't pastry. It was a bunch of damn rats.
His face drained of color the moment he saw the food on the table. A wave of intense nausea and revulsion surged from his stomach to the top of his head, forcing him to vomit.
These weren't delicious pastries at all, they were clearly piles of dead snakes, earthworms, rats, and the like.
And these corpses had already begun to rot and stink.
Only then did he clearly see.
Every member of his team around him, their bodies, hands, even mouths were smeared with foul-smelling blood. Some were still wolfing down their food, obliviously tossing a dead rat into their mouths and chewing it with relish.
Deputy Captain, what's gotten into you? Didn't I just see you toss a bone? Holy. Deputy Captain, you're secretly eating me too. Wait. Damn it. Why is there a dead rat in my hand? And in my mouth too. In an instant, a delicate equilibrium shattered.
Only then did everyone realize that what they had been eating wasn't pastries from above, but rotting corpses.
A torrent of putrid bodily fluids erupted from every mouth.
Some vomited on the spot, filling the dining table and floor with an indescribable stench. This scene stunned not only them, but everyone watching on screen. The stench seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, making one want to vomit.
Holy. Put. That's disgusting. I just finished eating, holy. To create such delicious-looking food through illusion, the Dragon Nation folks are seriously impressive.
The Dragon Nation is indeed powerful, but this illusion is just too disgusting. They really will stop at nothing.
Is this some peculiar custom unique to the Dragon Kingdom? Damn it, stop talking, I'm gonna puke. I've made up my mind from now on, I'm going vegetarian. Inside the dungeon. The fear levels of the Eagle Nation team members skyrocketed.
The thought that these foods they'd just been savoring as delicacies were actually the corpses of filthy little creatures. The more they thought about it, the more nauseated they felt. By the end, they nearly vomited their guts out. Mark hadn't eaten much, but he couldn't control the nausea and vomited too. Even after vomiting, he still felt a foul taste lingering in his throat, occasionally turning to retch again. The next moment, his expression froze abruptly as a wave of overwhelming dread washed over him. While they bent over to retch, the drama on stage had ceased its singing. The eerie figures surrounding them all turned in perfect unison, fixing them with icy stares. Bruce Pie froze, spilling the coffee he held in his hands.
He was completely dumbfounded.
The scene before him felt eerie even to an outsider like him, let alone the others trapped within the dungeon.
Who exactly is this Luyu, to conceive such a terrifying spectacle?
No, this dungeon was designed for free exploration.
Could it be that he had anticipated this very situation all along? Damn it, this is great. I've been led by the nose by him.
Bruce Pie's expression had lost all trace of his previous composure and calm. He had always been confident in the soldiers he had trained, but Luyu's dungeon was truly terrifying. Even he himself was startled by this scene.
It's fine. Thankfully, I've got one ace up my sleeve. Oomph, Luyu.
While your dungeon design skills surpass mine, your methods fall far short.
I'll show you what true human treachery looks like. Inside the dungeon.
Mark could no longer suppress the terror gripping his heart. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone around him looked utterly bewildered.
The truth Mark saw, the people surrounding him, none of them could perceive it. In that moment, Mark felt utterly powerless. Fully aware that he alone could see it, and no one else could understand him. His mind shattered. Fear and blood pressure surged through him. Mark now had to deploy his ultimate weapon to prevent his fear index from exceeding 100 and causing instant death. This was a secret weapon specially crafted by Mr. Bruce P., who had explicitly warned them not to use it unless absolutely necessary. But given the current situation, where he was on the brink of death, it seemed there was no circumstance more desperate than this. Back in Eagle Nation, he had a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. Once this dungeon was cleared, he could collect a hefty pension and live a good life with his loved ones. He couldn't just die like this, leaving his wife and child heartbroken over his ashes. No, even if he did die, he wouldn't leave a trace behind. Mark thought this as he pulled a sci-fi-looking syringe from his backpack. The needle was so fine it was invisible to the naked eye, yet the injection was swift. As the needle pierced Mark's skin, an unknown fluid was injected into his body. In less than 3 seconds, Mark slowly regained consciousness. Feeling his body stiffen as his fear levels plummeted wildly. Could it be a sedative? Lu Yu, watching the livestream, couldn't help but frown. At the same moment, netizens worldwide, including national leaders and experts, simultaneously shared a thought. Damn it! How dare those Eagle Nation people smuggle high-tech equipment? Have they lost their minds? Sedatives are classified as prohibited substances worldwide. Beyond calming people down, ordinary sedatives also reduce combat effectiveness. If the Eagle Nation uses tranquilizers in this mission, it could cause irreversible damage. Once this drug hits the market, nations will race to acquire it, accelerating humanity's extinction. The Eagle Nation is defying the heavens. Sure enough, at that moment, officials and experts from Eagle Nation also turned their criticism toward Bruce Pye. What's going on, Bruce? Do you realize you're committing a crime? Bruce, if we become the enemy of every nation, it won't benefit us at all. All nations will unite against us. That would only hasten our demise. Just then, a hoarse laugh echoed through the room, sending chills down everyone's spine. They all turned to see the Eagle Nation's ruler standing there. What a joke! What drugs we Eagle Nation people use is none of anyone else's business. Chapter 57, Injection of Prohibited Substances Sedatives. Is there anyone left on this planet who can stand against us? Enough of this nonsense. We must win this national war by any means necessary. The ruler naturally sided with Bruce Pye, for if Eagle Nation lost, his own days would be numbered. As for the thoughts of other Eagle Nation citizens and their futures, he couldn't care less. At worst, if Eagle Nation vanished, he'd simply find another place to live. It wasn't just him, several elders among the major corporations backing Eagle Nation were also nearing the end. I imagine they would be quite pleased. Bruce, I must ask, are there any adverse effects? If the results prove favorable, I intend to mass-produce this for widespread military application. This scene sent a chill through everyone present, yet they were powerless to resist. Without the backing of their sovereign, they feared they might not even keep their jobs. Whether they could survive at all was another matter entirely. For a moment, the room fell completely silent. Bruce P. grinned. Of course there are side effects: permanent damage to the kidneys, liver, and nervous system. And it's addictive. Once you start, you'll be hooked for life. But I suspect anyone who takes this vial has already crossed a point of no return. Even if they do come back, the government will provide subsidies to ensure they never have to worry about medication for the rest of their lives. But once you get hooked on this stuff, there's no stopping. According to our lab data, they'll only last 10 years at most. Inside the dungeon, Mark scrambled to his feet, his expression eerily calm, as if he had completely lost his humanity. However, his physical capabilities remained largely unaffected. Neither his muscular strength nor his neural reflexes showed the slightest decline. Even now, if they chose to flee or fight, it wouldn't hinder them in the slightest. Mark now stared back at the creatures with an icy gaze, showing no trace of fear. Fear? Impossible. Mark was now utterly unstoppable. Seeing this, the other members of the Eagle Nation team swiftly drew special anesthetic syringes from their belts and injected them directly into their arms. Since they'd been discovered anyway, they might as well use it now to avoid further panic. But they had no idea how severe the side effects of these syringes truly were. Mr. Bruce Pye had told them these agents were extracted from a specific type of leaf. While addictive, they supposedly posed no threat to human life. At that moment, the entire Dragon Nation erupted. Everyone was attacking each other online and on the Eagle Nation's official website. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. This is abandoning your own people. I'll be damned if anyone will ever serve you again. The side effects must be severe, even addictive. How could you be so cruel? Even if they survive this ordeal, how many years do you think they have left? Sigh, it's useless. As long as there's enough money, there'll always be fools willing to serve the Eagle Nation's elite. One side pays with cash, the other with their lives. It's perfectly fair. Holy, thank God I'm in Dragon Country now. If I were in Eagle Country, I'd have beaten the out of you bastards long ago. This pisses me off to no end.
They couldn't care less about the lives of their own people, all they care about is whether they can win. It's not just the people of Dragon Nation, citizens of other countries feel the same way. But some just love a good spectacle, practically hoping things will blow up. Way to go! That's the spirit of the Eagle Nation. But I wonder if ordinary folks like us can actually get our hands on this medicine? Money's no object. Awesome! Just thinking about seeing Dragon Nation fail makes me happy. Dragon Nation within an underground base. Luyu, what are we to do? The Eagle Nation has no shame. They actually injected banned substances. It's sheer recklessness, treating soldiers' bodies and lives like toys. Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and think tank were furious beyond measure. Seeing the Eagle Nation's shamelessness, they were seething with rage, itching to launch nuclear bombs right now and wipe the Eagle Nation off the face of the earth. They never imagined the enemy hadn't properly researched this scenario at all, they'd simply cheated their way through. But soon, Luyu's furrowed brow smoothed out. Is that so? I beg to differ. It's undeniable that Eagle Nation's technology is indeed formidable and well suited for its people. But while they may be ruthless, I'm no saint either. I've always treated all nations equally. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. The Dragon Nation representatives were momentarily stunned. Seeing Luyu's composure, they understood and broke into smiles. Ha! Excellent! Truly the finest young talent of Dragon Nation, unmatched in wisdom. With Luyu on our side, Dragon Nation shall rule the world. When it comes to strategy, Dragon Nation boasts a long-standing tradition. If the Eagle Nation dares to play dirty tricks, they're bound to fall. Luyu remained composed, picking up a cup of tea and taking a small sip. Inside the copy, the Eagle Nation delegation rose to their feet, their faces serene. Their fear levels plummeted below 10 instantly, as if they'd shed all human dread. Weird my ass. I'm not scared of you. Mark sneered coldly, glancing around at everyone present, a faint smirk playing on his lips. At this moment, his state had reached its peak. Yet his mind was eerily calm, as if he were floating in a celestial realm. Bring it on! He strode forward arrogantly, advancing toward the figure ahead. Yet the strange presence did not move, merely watching him calmly, as if all this were merely his illusion. Ha! An illusion is just an illusion, nothing more than a scare tactic. At this moment, Mark had shed all human emotion. Just then, movement stirred within the crowd. These eerie faces weren't blurry or indistinct, they were vividly lifelike, each with its own distinct form. Some wore tattered garments, while others still had mud caked between their fingers. Yet these eerie figures showed no sign of life, pale as corpses, their expressions numb, ice cold and vacant, an utterly unsettling sight. They rose as one, shuffling like the walking dead, encircling the Eagle Nation warriors. Mark and his teammates all sensed a terrifying aura. Thanks to the sedatives they'd been injected with, their fear levels barely exceeded 20. Even so, they were startled. It was easy to imagine that without the preemptive sedative injections, they would have been utterly petrified by now. Chapter 58, Utterly Inhuman. At this moment, even without much emotion, Mark and the others remained relatively clear-headed. Beyond their astonishment, they began to exercise caution. Under normal circumstances, even if they hadn't suffered total annihilation, they would have lost at least some men. It was clear this dungeon would be no less formidable than the young family tree, perhaps even more so. Everyone, be alert. Prepare for combat. These strange creatures are likely capable of physical damage. Mark addressed the group. As he spoke, he drew his pistol. Firearms were utterly useless against the mysterious anomalies of the Dragon Nation. Yet, to them, these anomalies appeared like zombies, perfect targets for bullets. Gunshots rang out as bullets struck the shambling, lifeless figures. Miraculously, the bullets proved effective. Soon, everyone emptied their magazines, reloaded with fresh rounds, and continued firing while retreating, ensuring constant firepower. You freaks, all of you, just die already. Shoot them down. Blow their heads off. These Dragon Nation weirdos are pathetic. Under the effects of the sedative, all the Eagle Nation warriors displayed an odd mix of calm and heightened excitement. The smiles on their faces, however, were stiff and utterly chilling. In an instant, the entire world erupted. Holy, this tranquilizer's effects are insane? Utterly inhuman. Holy, this is even scarier than our Cherry Blossom Country's weirdos. I just caught a glimpse before going live and got the fright of my life. Who knew these Eagle Nation soldiers could stay so composed? Clearly, this tranquilizer packs a serious punch. I guarantee you, Eagle Nation will never sell us this tranquilizer. Inside dungeons, it's practically a game-breaking bug. With this, Eagle Nation becomes unbeatable. They'll breeze through any nation's dungeon. Damn it, this screwed-up national fortune system, why isn't it stepping in to reign in Eagle Nation? Does this national fortune system actually permit the use of banned substances? If so, wouldn't every dungeon become a breeze? Eagle Nation. Cheers! With a pop, the Eagle Nation's ruler had already ordered a bottle of champagne brought forward to celebrate victory in the national fortune battle ahead of schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, though this dungeon run isn't over yet, I believe the victory in this national fortune battle belongs to none other than our Eagle Nation. Dragon Nation's dungeon is nothing but trash in the face of our advanced technology.
Let's celebrate early. Cheers. Wow, getting to live 5 more years? That's absolutely fantastic.
A nation as vast as Dragon Nation, if their citizens lose another 5 years of life, the death toll would be terrifying.
Ha! What a satisfying victory. No bloodshed.
In this national fortune battle, our Eagle Nation didn't lose a single soldier, yet we've decimated the Dragon Nation's forces.
I wonder just how many we'll take down this time. I can hardly wait.
Only Bruce Pie did not raise his glass.
His expression grew increasingly grim.
For some inexplicable reason, despite holding all the advantages, he felt an inexplicable tension and frustration, as if he hadn't anticipated victory coming so easily.
On the screen, Eagle Nation's soldiers continued firing. 5 minutes later, every last one of the anomalies in the dungeon had been slain.
Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, everyone wore a sickly pallor.
And her. Kill her.
Mark fixed his gaze on the woman in red on the stage, raised his gun, and aimed it at her. But before he could pull the trigger, she vanished. In the next instant, she materialized directly before Mark, passing right through his arm. Their eyes nearly touched. Her face was that of a corpse, flesh torn open, blood streaming freely. Her eyes held no pupils, only the whites, and her hair hung in disarray.
Holy! What the hell is this? Ward, you ing bastard.
Despite the sedative, Mark's fear meter shot straight up to 80. His fingers kept hammering the trigger as curses poured from his mouth. Yet the red-clad girl seemed glued to him. No matter how he shifted his gaze, her eyes never left him. Mark was terrified to the point of near explosion, quickly covering his eyes with his hands. The next moment, a line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes.
Jack is dead. What? What just happened?
Suddenly, cries of shock erupted from his teammates nearby.
Deputy Captain, you just shot Jack dead. 1 shot, 1 kill.
Your marksmanship is truly legendary, Deputy Captain. Under the influence of sedatives, these individuals felt neither fear nor sorrow. Despite witnessing their comrades being killed, the group remained composed.
Mark cursed again. Even the sedatives couldn't calm him down.
His head felt like it was about to explode.
Is that thing gone? All gone.
He snapped his eyes open, only to find the woman's face had vanished. But what shocked him even more was that the stage that had been right before his eyes had vanished, along with the chairs surrounding it. Even on the ground, all the corpses had vanished without a trace. Under the cold moonlight, the area was now surrounded by overgrown graves. What the hell just happened? Mark was utterly bewildered, and so were the others.
Was that entire scene just an illusion? Had they been firing into thin air? Damn it, we're out of ammo.
Everyone immediately checked their inventories, only to realize that due to the illusion, every last bullet had been expended. The group's voices instantly grew hushed.
This can actually kill people? Idiots.
The ruler of Eagle Nation and his entourage of advisors, who had been sipping champagne moments before, now wore grim expressions. While a death at this juncture wasn't particularly significant, it left them deeply unsettled. Because it was a terrible start.
How did Mark's fear level spike so dramatically just now?
Bruce Pie's expression darkened further.
He was relieved the Eagle Nation warriors had been preemptively administered sedatives. Otherwise, this unexpected incident could have resulted in numerous casualties. Without the sedatives, everyone's fear levels would have skyrocketed.
At that point, the eerie terror within this dungeon would have become overwhelmingly powerful.
Chapter 59, The Sudden Turn of the Battle.
By then, the Eagle Nation's forces would likely have been left with no choice but to await their doom. Alas, without the serum, they would have been defeated long ago. Just 2 segments no, just 1 segment of footage was enough to sway the entire battle. This instance in Dragon Country hadn't weakened at all, it had grown even more formidable. The threat hadn't diminished, it had only grown.
But in the end, I will be the victor. Now, 9 of us Eagles remain alive.
Luyu, how will you respond next? Bruce Pie clutched his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. Under the cold moonlight, a woman clad in red hung from a large tree. A massive crimson coffin lay on the ground, her legs dangling over its edge, swaying gently in the breeze. Legend held that in ancient times, women who hanged themselves carried immense resentment, especially those clad in red. The woman in red before them possessed strength beyond imagination. The red-clad woman the Eagle Nation warriors had encountered earlier was an illusion conjured by this corpse. If they had taken the conventional approach, Liu estimated that this scenario would likely have claimed many lives.
But the Eagle Nation warriors didn't play by the rules. Instead, they used sedatives to numb all emotions, even eliminating fear.
What should have been a life or death struggle was resolved with surprising ease. But just then, a weasel burst from the nearby bushes, lunging directly at the red-clad corpse. It dissolved into a yellow mist and vanished. The next instant, 2 strange lights suddenly shot from the eyes of the woman in red. The once decayed corpse suddenly stirred to life, a long tail emerging from beneath her garments. Mark and the others wandered aimlessly through the graveyard, searching for an exit. Even now, they no longer feared the surrounding graves.
Still, they knew lingering here was not a wise choice.
Their ammunition had been depleted during the earlier illusion. Should another emergency arise, they would be left with only a small knife to fight the zombies hand to hand. Under the cold moonlight, the surroundings were pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Though each carried a flashlight, they still felt enveloped by an invisible force. Just then, a piercing, chilling howl erupted from behind them. The sound was eerily cold, part human, part beast, sending shivers down their spines. Mark and the others turned to see the red-clad woman suddenly appear beside them. This sight instantly sent their fear levels skyrocketing. Without the sedative injections, they would have likely wet themselves and been wailing in terror by now. But this time, they were surprisingly bold. One of them even pulled out a knife and plunged it into the corpse of the red-clad woman. Clang! The custom-made alloy dagger from Eagle Nation pierced the corpse, sending sparks flying. It felt like striking a metal shell harder than steel, unable to penetrate even a fraction of an inch. Holy, what the hell is going on? Is she made of diamond or something? A member of the Eagle Nation stared in disbelief at the short blade, then looked up and locked eyes with the corpse. It was a face already severely decayed, yet now covered in fur as thick and wild as a beast's. The sight of man and beast combined was utterly bone-chilling. Roar! The woman suddenly opened her mouth, revealing a row of jagged teeth, and tore the Eagle Nation teammates' throat clean off. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The red-clad corpse, now stained with human blood, began to lap it up greedily. As time passed, the decay on her body gradually faded away, revealing a deathly pale face beneath. Mike is down. Yet the other Eagle Nation teammates showed no fear whatsoever. They charged forward, attacking the red-clad corpse. Some even tried to pull her away from their fallen comrade. Yet the corpse remained motionless as a statue, continuing to suck the blood from the desiccated corpse. Before long, the dried-up body was drained completely. The red-clad corpse had now fully restored to its original state. Her body appearing indistinguishable from a human's, save for certain animalistic traits. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes burned with unrelenting hatred. It seemed that no matter how many people she killed, it could not appease the hatred in her heart. Instead, it only grew stronger. Suddenly, the creature reached out, clutching both men by the throat. With a violent jerk, its two vertical pupils darting back and forth between their necks, as if deliberating which victim to bite first. The red-clad corpse possessed immense strength, its sharp claws clamping down like pincers. No matter how fiercely the victims struggled, it was utterly futile. Those claws were as hard as metal. Finally, it made its decision, sinking its teeth into the neck of one of the men. White is dead. Witnessing this scene, everyone was plunged into profound despair and terror. Facing this creature that seemed to defy the laws of nature, he could neither kill it nor defend against it. Once caught, death was certain. Retreat! This monster is too dangerous. Mark ordered. Damn it, how can she be this powerful? They're cheating. The group reluctantly retreated. They seemed to have completely forgotten that it was they who had resorted to underhanded tactics, using cheats. Yet now, he was accusing the other side of cheating. What about the national fortune system? I'm filing a complaint. The Dragon Nation designers must be cheating. This is unfair. But no matter what they said, the national fortune system remained silent. How could an elephant care about the roar of ants beneath its feet? At that moment, the entire arena erupted in chaos. No one could fathom how this monster could be so powerful. After all, in certain dungeons, while some monsters might be invincible, they still had limitations. For instance, their movement range is limited and fixed. Or it could be a one-hit kill. Like that slow-moving Sadako. But in the Dragon Kingdom instance, this red-clad female corpse had no movement limit. It could take down as many attackers as showed up. This was something no instance world should be capable of. Moreover, since first entering this instance, the fear levels of the Eagle Nation's people have been steadily rising. Logically, such perverse developments should have no place within a dungeon. Yet all this occurred within the dungeon's established parameters. The system had not intervened. Chapter 60, The Death of the Eagle Nation's Ruler. No one had noticed that, from the very beginning, a yellow weasel had burrowed into the corpse of the red-robed woman. In truth, the moment the Eagle Nation's people grew careless toward the weasel, this outcome was already sealed. Eagle Nation, within an underground structure. With a clatter, the ruler of Eagle Nation's wine glass crashed to the floor. But now, he had no time to care about such things. His face was filled with panic as he roared at Bruce Pie. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening in the Dragon Nation instance? I remember you said everything was under your control. What the hell is going on now? Bruce Pie now wore a look of deep concern. His eyes flickered with astonishment and confusion as he muttered under his breath, though no one could hear him. How could this happen? And the National Fortune System hasn't issued any blocking commands so far. That means the Dragon Nation hasn't violated any rules. In other words, the instance is still within the system's parameters. Could it be the Dragon Nation found some clever loophole to exploit? I'm talking to you. Stop playing dumb. The ruler of Eagle Nation slapped Bruce Pie across the face and shouted. At this moment, the ruler was bordering on hysteria. In the dungeon, every team member's death felt like a fatal blow to him. Suddenly, several cell phones rang in the basement, all calls from the heads of various factions. It was clear they were genuinely panicking. If the Eagle Nation squad were wiped out, some among them would surely die. Even with dedicated medical personnel supplying them with ample fresh organs, it would be of no use. But Bruce Pye seemed oblivious to the leader's warning. His hair was disheveled, his expression manic, and he muttered incoherently. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He shoved the Eagle Nation ruler aside, rushed to the control console, and rapidly tapped the computer screen. He located the video currently playing and rewound it to the very beginning. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, "I get it! I get it! Ah, Liu, you're absolutely brilliant. I concede this time." He was like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, laughing wildly, making it impossible for anyone to approach him. But by now, no one paid any attention to his frenzy. They had long since lost interest. Their sole concern now was whether they could actually defeat this instance in Dragon Country. "Don't worry, we still have one last hope. As long as those guys are smart enough, they won't die." Bruce Pye suddenly grew much calmer. He adjusted his collar and smoothed his slightly disheveled hair. "You'd better pray this dungeon run ends in total victory, or I won't let you off the hook." A cold gleam flashed in the Eagle Nation ruler's eyes. "No worries. I've already got a plan." Bruce Pye ignored the Eagle Nation ruler, focusing instead on the scene before him. At this moment, only 6 members of the Eagle Nation team remained. Another man, held captive by the red-robed corpse, had his throat slit. The corpse bathed in his blood as if taking a bath, allowing the crimson liquid to dye her body red. Her skin appeared as if carved from jade, without a single wrinkle. The blood soaked through her clothes, making her appear even more alluring. Or perhaps, those red clothes had never been red at all. Witnessing this, the remaining 6 men scattered in flight. Some even shed their shoes, ready to flee barefoot. Not being afraid didn't mean they weren't panicked. They possessed reason, intellect, and even the fear of death. But strangely, once they were more than 10 meters away from the corpse, they could see nothing at all. Only then did they notice the surrounding darkness had deepened. The full moon in the sky had shrunk to a tiny speck, as if it might vanish at any moment. Surrounded by weeds and graves, they had no idea where to go. "Everyone, head that way. Hurry, or she'll catch up to us soon," Mark shouted. Everyone followed closely behind. Several people carried flashlights, but their beams seemed to sink into a thick layer of grease, offering little clarity on the situation ahead. The red-clad corpse didn't immediately pursue them. Instead, it began tearing into the bodies of the recently deceased Eagle Nation members scattered around. If that red-clad female corpse only knew how to kill, then by now, they would all likely have perished here. Yet everyone's sense of dread only grew stronger. If they could at least see something strange around them, it might be bearable. But now, they couldn't even tell front from back. It felt as though some monstrous creature might burst forth at any moment. The suffocating dread of the unknown and the darkness was overwhelming. Were it not for the lingering effects of the drug, they would have fainted from terror long ago. 48. 49. 50. Before long, everyone's fear levels had skyrocketed. This was an absolute crushing blow to them. Their heightened fear accelerated the growth of this dungeon's eerie power. The red-robed corpse was already an invincible presence. If it devoured this much fear, what would become of it? Darkness spread once more. Visibility had now dropped below 5 meters, and the moon in the sky had vanished completely. The flickering flashlight beams illuminated row upon row of desolate graves. The dim light seemed to swallow every sound. Within the limited visibility, only the heavy breathing of a few people could be heard. The confined space felt suffocating, like being trapped inside a cave. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Before them, blood-soaked characters appeared. "Mary killed. Finally caught by the red-clad corpse. That red-clad corpse is right behind us." From the moment she killed Mary to now, it hadn't even been a minute. Clearly, under these circumstances, they had to find a way to escape immediately. Otherwise, they could hold out for no more than 5 minutes. The red-robed corpse was unpredictable, capable of killing one person every minute. If she began an endless pursuit, this dungeon would be a dead end. Despair seeped like putrid liquid from the surrounding shadows, enveloping every living soul within its grasp. Everyone felt suffocated. But there was no choice. All they could do was keep running forward, hoping to escape this place as quickly as possible. Martin killed. The next moment, the surviving members saw those blood-soaked characters appear before their eyes once more. Mark turned around just in time to see his comrade, the one who had always loved discussing the shapely behinds of beautiful women, vanish swiftly into the shadows behind them. Chapter 61, Life or Death Escape. An arm clad in a crimson sleeve emerged from the shadows, its face pale and devoid of color. Her blood-red, terrifying claws gripped Martin's throat like he was a small chicken, squeezing it shut. It felt like plunging into a pitch-black lake with no bottom in sight. What the hell is this? The veins on Mark's temples throbbed violently. The adrenaline rush seemed to have been partially neutralized, allowing him to regain a sliver of sanity. It could also be that the intense exercise accelerated his metabolism, allowing the drug's effects to manifest to some degree. His fear level was now at 60. Thud. Mark spun around abruptly, only to find his path blocked by a wall. His head took a hard knock, leaving a large bump. Mark was reeling from the impact, and with the rest of the team scrambling for cover, no one noticed he'd come to a halt. Mark felt himself plop down onto the floor. The spot where his back met the ground seemed to have lost all sensation of pain. He struggled to his feet, but a sudden, intense sense of mortal danger made him realize the drug in his system had lost most of its effect. Clang! Before long, he collided with the wall again. It seemed to move as if anticipating Mark's next move, blocking his path. Ward, you bastard! Mark was utterly shocked. In that moment, he felt only utter darkness surrounding him, unable to see a thing. It was as if he were trapped within four walls, with no escape possible. Was this another illusion? Helplessness, disappointment, fear, frustration. A volcano of emotions erupted within him, forcing a roar to escape his throat. But he quickly realized something was wrong. As the dizziness subsided, he looked again and saw a glimmer of light. A hole had appeared in the wall. He instinctively clenched his fists, then suddenly understood. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his body, and he froze stiff. This wasn't a wall at all, it was clearly a coffin. Peering through the small hole, under the sickly green moonlight, several coffins were arranged. From some came shrieks, gasps, and the frantic stomping of feet, as if a desperate struggle was underway. In the distance, a bare rope swayed from a tree. The red-clad female corpse now stood before one of the coffins. Its lid had been pried open, revealing the long dead body within. After she had eaten her fill, she tossed the corpse aside and slowly walked to the next coffin. She swallowed the man lying on the wooden boards, his eyes tightly shut, in one gulp. Holy! An illusion! This is all an illusion. So everyone who entered this dungeon got trapped in a coffin. That's why the red-robed corpse has been hanging on that big tree nearby all along, waiting for the right moment to awaken. This dungeon is brilliant. How could a human conceive of something like this? How could anyone possibly clear it? Turns out it wasn't that the red-clothed corpse was so powerful we were all trapped in an illusion from the start, completely helpless. Then that red-robed corpse could just start slaughtering them at will. So everyone was trapped in an illusion, forever unable to touch reality. At that moment, think tanks across the globe turned ashen-faced. Only now did they realize the vast chasm between their capabilities and Lu Yu's. Now, every single one of them was plunged into utter despair. They couldn't find an exit from this dungeon. All they could do was watch helplessly as they were killed. His spirit remained trapped within the illusion, while his physical body awaited death. It was a despairing terror far surpassing anything in reality. Thud! Eagle Nation! The ruler collapsed onto the ground, a foul, bloody stench erupting from between his legs as his body shook uncontrollably. Your Majesty! Someone, help the king! Where are the doctors? Where have they all gone? The sovereign is failing. His brain has begun hemorrhaging. All we can do now is... All we can do is what? Prepare the coffin. Contact the sovereign's family. Bruce Pye sat there like a stone, his face drained of its usual radiance. He had thought that even if he couldn't defeat Lu Yu, he could hold out for a round or two. Even if he resorted to underhanded tactics, it would have been worth it. But now, he realized just how foolish he had been. From start to finish, he'd been played like a monkey. He wasn't even worth a single hair on Lu Yu's body. No, it was more accurate to say that Lu Yu didn't give a damn about the entire world's think tanks. Lu Yu was practically a godlike figure. The sheer breadth of his knowledge was staggering, any single piece of it could obliterate them all. Deep within an underground base in the Dragon Nation. Ha 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 ha. It's an illusion. One illusion after another, endless and infinite. There's no way to tell where reality ends and illusion begins. No wonder Lu Yu has remained so calm all along. He had a trump card up his sleeve. No wonder that moon looked so strange and unreal from the very start. So all this time, those under the illusion were seeing the moonlight refracted through tiny holes, mistaking it for the moon outside. Ugh, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. That monster has been hanging from the tree since the beginning and still hasn't woken up. So as more bodies pile into the coffin, the female ghost will awaken. This is just too terrifying. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm puzzled. How did Mark suddenly regain consciousness and uncover the dungeon's true nature? At this point, Lu Yu held nothing back and stated plainly. To be honest, I didn't know the Eagle Council would use banned substances beforehand. In my plan, you were only supposed to awaken from the coffin when your fear level reached 100. But I never imagined they'd use drugs to suppress their fear levels. That's practically suicide. I had assumed this instance could be reused. I'd have preferred everyone to perish within the illusion. But now, it seems only I've had such rotten luck someone still woke up and saw the dungeon's true nature. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Good heavens, Lu Yu was so deeply concealed I've been played by him again. If Mark hadn't awakened, we'd all remain in the dark until some unfortunate soul stumbled upon the dungeon's secret. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. Well, looks like we'll have to create a new dungeon now.
Chapter 62, Do I Look Like a Human or a God? Inside the dungeon.
When Mark uncovered the horrifying truth beyond the coffin, his entire body trembled and he completely lost all sensation.
After a brief freeze, he finally snapped back to reality as another teammate collapsed.
The corpse of the woman in red devoured the flesh as if gnawing on an oyster.
The sequence of actions was performed with such practiced ease, as if rehearsed countless times. At that very moment, Mark suddenly sensed a terrifying aura.
The teammate he had accidentally killed in the dungeon, it wasn't his doing. It had been slain by the corpse of the woman in red. After all, there was no way he could have killed his comrade through the coffin in the illusion.
Only now did it dawn on him.
At that moment, his eyes had been covered by the red-robed female corpse, leaving him unable to see anything. Or rather, the red-robed corpse had already awakened then, and in reality, it had killed his companion.
The realization hit him like a ton of bricks.
Mark felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and the next moment, he vomited violently. No, he had to run, he had to save himself.
Mark was instantly overcome by a fierce will to survive.
Judging by the current situation, he had at most 3 people's worth of time left to live. Therefore, he had to flee immediately. He quickly searched around his body, hoping to find something useful. What he found surprised him.
A gun.
Yes, he had fired a gun in the illusion. But in reality, his pistol still had bullets inside. So this gun was still usable.
Mark didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed the gun and unleashed a hail of bullets at the wooden target before him. Mark's ears were instantly blown to shreds, blood gushing out. But driven by an intense will to survive and a powerful surge of excitement, he ultimately refused to collapse. Bang!
In the end, it was unclear which shot had done the trick.
A piece of wood fell from above, landing squarely on Mark's body and piercing his cheek.
A trail of blood immediately began flowing from the wound. But he seemed oblivious to it, kicking the coffin lid with his foot. He shattered the worn wood into splinters with a single kick and crawled out from beneath it. In the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, he felt a hint of coolness. Above him, the moonlight remained bleak and desolate. The red-clad corpse seemed utterly oblivious to his escape, still gnawing at a corpse. Just one more corpse, and he was as good as dead.
Run!
Mark glanced at the coffin nearby, where his last remaining companion lay. But now, he couldn't afford to think about that anymore. His teammate's death was buying him precious time. He wasn't sure if the red-robed corpse could catch him as he fled. But for Mark, such thoughts were irrelevant. He only wanted to survive one more minute. At that moment, when Mark finally escaped from the coffin, the entire world held its breath. Especially the wealthy elite of the Eagle Nation. By now, their hearts were pounding in their throats. For to lose another 5 years of lifespan would mean certain death. Thus, in this scenario, their fear levels were scarcely lower than Mark's. They appeared even more anxious than Mark himself, as if a gun were pressed to their own heads, ready to fire at any moment. Impressive. Truly worthy of an Eagle Nation warrior to escape the clutches of the uncanny and still survive. If Mark can escape this place, he'll earn the Eagle Nation's highest honor. I'm willing to give Mark $100 billion. Ha 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 ha. I finally see a glimmer of hope. I can survive. 5 years. 5 years. I might just live forever. No matter how cunning Luyu is, he could never have imagined Mark would wake up. But now, Mark is no longer invincible. The red-robed corpse won't catch up so quickly. Mark will definitely escape. Many were overcome with excitement, their faces flushed crimson, clutching at this sliver of hope like drowning men grasping at straws. They were the world's wealthiest and most powerful individuals. Naturally, they refused to accept a short life. Their thirst for survival was unparalleled. Even the ruler of Eagle Nation was nothing more than a puppet they had cultivated with their money. Yet precisely because of this, they were all the more reluctant to depart. This peculiar national fortune system offered them a glimpse of hope for immortality. Many should have died a decade ago, yet the system forcibly extended their lives by 10 years. They believed that this time, they would survive once more. At this moment, world leaders and think tanks everywhere watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. They understood clearly that this war determined the fate of Blue Star. Should the Dragon Nation fall, a bizarre phenomenon would descend upon it. Given the Dragon Nation's current strength, it would likely suffer catastrophic casualties. Indeed, the entire nation could face annihilation. Should Eagle Nation fall, many of its behind-the-scenes manipulators would be killed, leaving them scarcely better off than Dragon Nation. Both the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation stand as the most powerful nations on Earth. Should either fall, the survivor would ascend as the dominant power on Blue Star, delivering a massive shockwave to all other nations. Thus, while it appears on the surface that Mark is fleeing, in reality, he is like a sword gripping the trigger of a nuclear bomb. Whether he lives or dies, it will cause an uproar. Ha! Why is that red-clothed corpse still gnawing on the body? Didn't she see someone escape? That shot was so loud, has she gone deaf? Mark actually got away. Our country is finished. I thought our Dragon Nation would achieve a complete victory. Who'd have thought such a low probability scenario would happen to us? Sigh, we've really hit rock bottom. Sometimes, a seemingly insignificant person can alter the entire course of the world. In the future, Mark might become a great hero, a figure destined to be remembered by history. Mark glanced back repeatedly, relieved to see the red-clad corpse hadn't followed. His heart raced with excitement, blood even trickling from his ears. Yet a faint smile crept onto his lips, for he knew this time, he had narrowly escaped death. "Hey, countryman, do I look more like a human or a god?" Just then, a strange cry echoed through the air. Under the moonlight, a weasel dangled from a thin rope. Its body was shriveled like a piece of cured meat, yet an eerie glow flickered in its eyes. Mark's entire body trembled as his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if struck by lightning that Weasel had clearly possessed the red-clothed corpse within the illusion. Chapter 63, The Punishment Descends. Why was it hanging from a tree now? A sense of foreboding washed over him. "Hey, countryman, do I look more like a human or a god?" Though Mark's ears were deaf, the voice still echoed in his mind. The voice was raspy, like a finger scraping across glass. That agonized scream came from the dead weasel before him. Mark's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out instinctively. The moment the words left his lips, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Even a fool could tell this weasel was part of the dungeon. Moreover, this peculiarity was unique. It kept asking whether he was human or divine. In this situation, his answer was crucial, as it could very well influence the creature's actions. "I'm sorry, I mean no harm," Mark pleaded in a trembling voice, as if defending himself. Suddenly, the weasel's body emitted a nauseating stench and began to dissolve. It was nothing but a pile of feces. But that wasn't the end of it. The feces now gushed forth in a steady stream, like a massive fountain. Mark's legs were already covered in the filthy liquid. Mark's face contorted in horror as he retched violently. But soon realized with despair. The filth on his legs was like a muddy swamp, firmly gluing him to the filth on the ground. No matter how hard he strained, his feet refused to budge. At that moment, the livestream viewers watching the dungeon run collectively gasped, "Whoa, now they're getting into the gross stuff?" Only Mark's expression was complex, filled with despair, fear, and utter absurdity. No one could fathom what was going through his mind. Or perhaps he was filled with regret. Regretting that he had fled the coffin, regretting that he had awakened from the illusion. If only he could have died as mysteriously as the others, that would have been a happy thing. At the very least, he wouldn't be stuck wading through right now. And to be humiliated like this in front of the entire world. No. A piercing scream erupted, enveloping him entirely. Soon, filth filled his lungs, choking off his breath. Struggling for air, he slipped into unconsciousness, plunged into utter darkness. In that moment, he felt death's breath upon him. The screen darkened, revealing a line of blood-red text. All members of Eagle Nation perished. Dungeon mission failed. No, I don't want to die. Eagle Nation, inside a luxurious villa. An elderly man with snow-white hair, his body connected to numerous machines and tubes, stood there. Witnessing Eagle Nation's defeat, he immediately began rolling on the floor in terror. I don't want anything. I don't want anything. I'll even beg for food. I don't want to die." His upper body was bare, blood and excrement staining his skin crimson, yet he paid it no mind. His face contorted with terror as he scrambled and crawled. All the nurses and staff recoiled in horror, as if terrified this man might snatch away their own young, healthy bodies. Damn it, how could we lose? Damn Mark! His palms bore sharp claws, like the razor-edged talons of a demon. At this moment, many regions of Eagle Nation were in the same state. And the leaders of numerous conglomerates were ashen-faced. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, few could maintain their composure. But at that very moment, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. "Punishment has arrived. ZZZZ detected prohibited substances used by Eagle Nation within the instance. Penalty doubled. 10 years of human lifespan and 10 years of mineral resources shall be seized from the Eagle Nation." Within a single second, countless Eagle Nation citizens ceased to breathe. Those who had believed they might survive a little longer had their expressions frozen in shock and resentment. Who could have imagined this punishment would be doubled? What should have been a 5-year lifespan reduction had become a 10-year reduction. In an instant, most of the nation's wealthy and high-ranking officials collapsed to the ground like robots whose power had been cut off. Before they could even comprehend what had happened, they were already dead. It must be understood that the majority of Eagle Nation's wealth and power lay in their hands. Their deaths plunged the entire nation into chaos. Holy, what a powerful system. 66666. Karma's A. Eagle Nation abused banned substances and got double punishment from the system. That's way too lenient. Seems this system is pretty fair after all. Even if they weren't banned, they deserved a proper punishment. If anyone dares to do this again next time, they'd better think twice about what kind of punishment they'll face if they lose. Ha, this is the Eagle Nation's comeuppance. They dared to cheat, yet can't even clear a single dungeon. How embarrassing. Noobs need more practice. Eagle's Nation must have lost a lot of people this time. 10 years. They probably won't have many veterans left. With Eagle Nation fallen, everything will start anew.
Dragon Nation netizens were excitedly flaunting their victory online.
What was most infuriating was that no one from Eagle Nation dared to speak up. After all, what they said was the truth.
At that moment, across the entire Blue Star, only the Dragon Nation erupted in celebration.
The rest of the nations, however, fell into a deathly silence.
The Eagle Nation's fate today might well be their own tomorrow. This peculiar instance of Dragon Nation was truly terrifying.
If their own country ever encountered this instance next time, they'd likely be in for a world of trouble.
To make matters worse, the system now added insult to injury by directly granting rewards from the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's national fortune plus 10%, national life expectancy plus 10 years, mineral resources plus 10%.
At this moment, Dragon Nation's netizens grew even more triumphant. They flooded the very forums, platforms, and networks that had once mocked them, broadcasting this joyous news far and wide.
Who do you think you are? Didn't you say the Dragon Nation was finished?
If you could learn from our Dragon Nation, you might scrape by for a few more years.
Adding 10 years to my life? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Why isn't anyone standing up to me? Weren't you all so full of hot air before? Netizens worldwide were furious.
It's infuriating, just a bit of pride, and they start flaunting their power.
Most crucially, they couldn't deny it. They knew full well this victory by the Dragon Nation was utterly unprecedented.
Even the Eagle Nation has been shattered. Just moments ago, news of the Eagle Nation's ruler's demise had already spread through every street and alley.
The Dragon Nation managed to eliminate the Eagle Nation's ruler without firing a single shot. In an instant, many fell into panic, and even more began contemplating whether they could relocate to Dragon Nation. Chapter 64, Designer's Award. Everyone shared a common question: would Luyu create a new challenge for the next national fortune trial?
Ever since Luyu's emergence, the entire Dragon Nation had risen like a blazing sun, crushing all opposition in its path, invincible and unstoppable. Originally, Eagle Nation believed it was invincible in this national fortune matchup. But Dragon Nation didn't care at all, immediately switching to a new scenario. He had assumed the new scenario would be a letdown, but to his surprise, the mission difficulty surpassed anything before. Even if we gave you every secret about the instance and let you enter, you still wouldn't have a 100% chance of success. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's dungeon still held many undisclosed secrets. The yellow-skinned beast, the eerie performance, the mysterious red-robed woman, the mass grave, layer upon layer of illusions, and finally, the true world. Most international teams wouldn't even make it past the first 2 scenes before throwing in the towel. And who knows what new horrors might lurk beyond. At this point, all the think tanks refused to study the Dragon Country dungeon anymore. They'd likely waste time, and Dragon Country would just release new dungeons anyway. Yet, just then, a startling announcement echoed through everyone's minds. In recognition of Dragon Nation's outstanding performance in this instance, the Designer Award is hereby conferred. This system grants Dragon Nation the special privilege to freely select any enemy nation for challenge in the National Fortune War. This announcement instantly sent shockwaves across the entire world. It must be noted that this peculiar national fortune system had been in operation for a full decade, and no one had ever received the Designer's Award before. Yet at this moment, bestowing this honor upon Dragon Nation and Luyu could not be more fitting. Nevertheless, this was a nightmare scenario for every nation on Earth. From now on, Dragon Nation could freely attack any country. Offending the Dragon Nation would guarantee utter defeat. After all, previous challengers were selected at random. Future challenges would depend entirely on the Dragon Nation's whims. It could choose any adversary and annihilate their nation. In an instant, numerous major powers harboring grudges against the Dragon Nation were utterly terrified by this spectacle. Though they had previously spouted tough talk, when the crisis actually arrived, they were the ones wailing the loudest, everyone utterly terrified. Dear viewers, hello everyone. Welcome to today's live news broadcast. I'm your host, Zhongli. Today, the ruler of Sakura Nation unexpectedly announced plans to visit Dragon Nation, requesting private trade negotiations with its officials. However, Dragon Nation has flatly refused. Currently, the Western 8 nations have begun preparing documentation to reclaim numerous cultural artifacts from the Dragon Nation. However, the Dragon Nation has yet to respond. Next, news of Dragon Nation's successful conquest of the Eagle Nation dungeon, causing another decline in Eagle Nation's national fortune and reducing the average lifespan of all citizens by 10 years. Simultaneously, a city in northern Eagle Nation has witnessed multiple incidents of the undead attacking civilians. The Eagle Nation government has now deployed military forces to impose strict control over the city. This round of national fortune matching unleashed a torrent of events that sent shockwaves across the entire planet. Countless lives were lost, countless nations were destroyed, and countless more plunged into chaos. Only a handful of powerful nations remain standing. And the Dragon Kingdom is one such nation. Dragon Nation emerged victorious once again, with the entire nation erupting in celebration. Meanwhile, numerous nations have already approached Dragon Nation's officials, hoping to establish some form of cooperation. However, Dragon Nation clearly isn't buying it. When the Dragon Nation faced adversity, not a single country offered assistance, not even the slightest support. Worse still, several neighboring nations that had once maintained friendly relations with Dragon Nation turned their backs at the critical moment. Such betrayal was utterly intolerable. Within the subterranean complex, a new gathering commenced. Congratulations on Dragon Nation's latest victory. In just over an hour, I've received over a dozen calls from other nations. It seems they've finally learned to fear us. It's not fear, they know they're doomed. Exactly. Speaking of which, what's the situation over in Eagle Nation? Everyone immediately thought the Eagle Nation must be busy dealing with the consequences of the biochemical crisis that has descended upon them. The Eagle Nation at this moment. Armored vehicles encircled the city, with countless Eagle Nation soldiers armed to the teeth guarding every exit. At that moment, the entire city lay in utter silence. Amidst the ruins, save for a few scattered zombies, not a single human survivor remained. Should any zombies emerge from within, soldiers stationed on the streets or snipers lying in wait on high ground would immediately eliminate them one by one. In the dungeon world, those anomalies were terrifying, but outside the dungeon, they offered no resistance whatsoever to modern firearms. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center. This time, the senior officials in charge of the matter all wore expressions of deep concern. Following the death of the Eagle Nation's ruler, a major purge of high-ranking officials was underway. The nation's government was now embroiled in a fierce power struggle. As for the zombie crisis unfolding, no one gave it a second thought. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. Don't they realize that if these anomalies erupt, our country is finished? What the hell are they thinking, fighting over power at a time like this? They deserve to be damned. At that moment, a laptop in front of Luyu displayed various updates on Eagle Nation. It detailed how many high-ranking officers had perished in the recent national conflict, and where zombies had suddenly emerged. This time, Eagle Nation suffered heavy losses. Their original rulers have all fallen, leaving only a few old men to manage the country. Luyu glanced at the documents in his hands and couldn't help but sigh. He had always maintained a spectator's attitude toward Eagle Nation. According to Dragon Nation intelligence, Eagle Nation had suffered losses of several million people in this national war. This was merely a preliminary tally. Countless elderly citizens, unable to evacuate in time, had been buried alive in their homes by earthquakes and collapsing buildings. What concerned him more, however, was that the zombie virus that had descended upon Eagle Nation might be waterborne, a terrifying prospect. Because the Eagle Nation initially failed to recognize this, the zombie virus spread so rapidly. Chapter 65, The Nation of Demons. To date, at least 3 major cities have fallen, with casualties exceeding 10 million. If the Eagle Nation's leadership continued to overlook this, it could spell national disaster. Mr. Luyu, the next round of the National Destiny War is upon us. We have begun screening opponents. Here is the list of adversaries for your review. At that moment, a man resembling a clerk walked by, holding a form densely filled with the names of other nations. Luyu located the names Cherry Blossom Nation and Eagle Nation at the top of the list. Clearly, the Dragon Nation's leadership was poised to strike while the iron was hot. They intended to seize this opportunity for a massive pursuit, aiming to annihilate both nations in one decisive blow. Luyu, however, disagreed. Times change. In the future, the bazaar would become a new type of weapon, used to gauge a nation's threat level. He believed that nations possessing this uncanny civilization must be eradicated immediately to prevent them from becoming a grave threat to the Dragon Nation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his assistant chuckled softly. Mr. Luyu, the list that person gave you earlier was actually forged. They were merely testing you, prompting you to make a wise decision. This one here is the genuine list. Luyu froze, then burst into laughter as his gaze fell upon the list. The Kingdom of Demons, the Kingdom of Decay, the Kingdom of the Furry Bear. He froze. Though he had anticipated something, he hadn't expected this. How could the land of transgender beings be listed as the greatest threat by the Dragon Nation? Seeing Luyu's bewildered expression, the assistant produced another document and handed it to him. This is classified material concerning the secrets of those nations. Therefore, you must keep it confidential at all costs. Otherwise, our agents' lives could be in danger. Luyu felt a chill run through him. This world was indeed far more complex than he had imagined. At the very least, it far exceeded his current understanding. Some nations were far more intricate than met the eye. Luyu immediately retrieved the documents. Yet the moment he opened them, he froze. Strange? They can actually control this kind of thing. How on earth did they manage it? At the top of the document, it boldly stated, the demon-human nation currently possesses the ability to manipulate the uncanny. This anomaly first emerged after the strange phenomenon descended upon the human-demon kingdom, much like the zombie virus of old. But according to the documents, this resurrected anomaly had been manipulated by them into the dungeon. Moreover, within the instance, the demon kingdom could leverage this anomaly's power to defeat their opponents. However, their method had been detected by the Dragon Nation. For now, this remained a secret known to none. Should it become public knowledge, every nation on Earth would follow suit. Luyu flipped through the pages again before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Controlling these anomalies was no easy feat, or rather, it was nothing short of drinking poison to quench thirst. This fact was evident from a simple statistic. Ever since that last instance of placing the anomaly into a dungeon, the human demon nation had never deployed it again. If its abilities were truly that useful, it would have been exploited repeatedly long ago. Why would they still rely on manual labor to construct dungeons? Subsequently, the Dragon Nation dispatched investigators to conduct a thorough inquiry into the human demon nation. The investigation revealed that the nation of demigods had suffered a massive disappearance of its citizens. Over 10,000 citizens vanished without a trace during that national crisis, leaving no remains behind.
The Demon Kingdom's explanation was that this was punishment brought by the descent of a strange phenomenon. However, the Dragon Nation clearly did not believe this explanation. The disappearance of tens of thousands signified that the supernatural entity possessed immense power. Following this incident, the Dragon Nation uncovered certain truths. The Demon Kingdom appears to be using sacrificial rites to appease the strange phenomenon, seeking to harness its bizarre power. Liu watched this scene unfold, a chill running down his spine. He did not fear the strange entity. What terrified him was human nature. In a world where everyone believed the supernatural was the most terrifying force, the Demon Kingdom dared to sacrifice its citizens' lives to feed these monstrosities. This was utterly terrifying, utterly revolting. Of course, the fate of the Demon Kingdom's citizens is none of the Dragon Kingdom's concern. However, even the Dragon Nation's upper echelons felt uneasy about such a monstrous realm. Who knows how many such monstrosities they've bred? Once they assemble an army of these monstrosities, no one will be able to stop them. Liu Yu immediately reported to the Dragon Nation's leadership. Mr. Liu Yu, are we truly prepared to go to war with the transgender nation? Should hostilities commence, all the dangers and repercussions will fall squarely upon us. Some voiced their opposition. We all know your dungeon design is solid. Though the current death rate is 100%, if a team skilled at clearing dungeons encounters it, we'll be in trouble. Liu Yu had anticipated this possibility. It's merely a strange entity. Within the Dragon Nation's strange civilization, there exists a unique ability capable of effectively eliminating it. Soon after, Liu entered his small room once more, ready to focus on designing the next instance. This wasn't his first time designing a dungeon, and compared to previous attempts, he now felt far more adept. Even before entering the room, he had been contemplating how to finalize the new dungeon's design. This time, he could finally pinpoint his objective. Previous dungeon designs had been created blindly. But now, he knew exactly who his next opponent would be, the human demon nation, a nation capable of manipulating the uncanny. To clarify his thoughts, he deliberately reviewed footage of the transgender kingdom. This glance revealed something noteworthy. The people of the transgender nation appear remarkably composed. Given their intellect, they couldn't possibly have developed the Eagle Nation's sedative. Could they be employing some method to deceive themselves? Long-term self-deception, much like ascetic practices, could alter one's nervous system. For instance, some enlightened individuals possess no desire for women and feel nauseated at the sight of meat. The transgender kingdom has conducted extensive research on this phenomenon. Common self-control, this transgender nation absolutely cannot be underestimated. Looks like I need to take this more seriously, Liu Yu thought to himself. First, to inject some suspense into this scenario. Second, he needed to devise a new plot twist, one that could resolve the eerie mysteries of the transgender kingdom. It seemed the beginning would require some effort. As for the conclusion, that goes without saying. Within the Dragon Nation's uncanny civilization, only two anomalies could handle this situation. Chapter 66, A New Round of National Destiny Warfare. After all, the mission of these two anomalies was to capture all anomalies and send them into reincarnation. Even ancient demons thousands of years old could be captured by them, let alone the anomalies of that so-called human demon realm. At this thought, Liu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. With this thought in mind, he rubbed his hands together eagerly, ready to take action. The human demon realm. Like other nations, the human demon kingdom was currently deliberating on the Dragon Kingdom mission through joint discussions between its think tank and high-ranking officials. The Dragon Nation now possessed the right to choose which enemy nation to attack, but the likelihood of them actually launching an assault was not particularly high. Still, it was better to be prepared. Even if they didn't encounter it now, they would surely face it in the future. Our investigations suggest the Dragon Nation's peculiar civilization likely stems from its profound historical legacy. Items like lanterns, candles, and coffins are all commonplace objects. Then there are the ghostly brides, noose ropes, and weasels, all commonplace things. Yet within the Dragon Nation's dungeons, these ordinary objects take on an air of mystery. This sense of mystery evokes an unsettling foreboding. Understand this, if a sane person enters the Dragon Nation's dungeon, they're bound to experience significant fear levels. Fear only amplifies the eeriness within the dungeon, breeding more dread in humanity. Once it grows powerful enough, it will kill you. Therefore, when our nation encounters the Dragon Kingdom, our only strategy is to leverage our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. We must control, even harness the eeriness. We must eliminate the Dragon Nation's eeriness before it grows strong. Without these anomalies, we can easily navigate the Dragon Nation's dungeon. Excellent. That means the Dragon Nation's dungeon won't be so terrifying after all. Now that you mention it, I'm actually eager to meet the people of Dragon Nation. I've never attempted the Dragon Nation instance before, but I'm really looking forward to it. Time flew by. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye.
During this period, numerous events unfolded, particularly the zombie virus outbreak in Eagle Nation. The turmoil still hadn't subsided, with several cities already affected.
Now, the Eagle Nation has elected a new sovereign to lead during the transition. Major factions and power groups are all undergoing realignments. Rumors suggest this power struggle was marked by bloody violence, though it was ultimately suppressed.
Since the zombie toxin can spread through water sources, Eagle Nation has invested significant resources in upgrading its national drainage systems. Initially, they underestimated the threat, only realizing the gravity of the situation once it spiraled beyond control. But they had already missed the optimal window to contain their adversaries.
Rumor has it many wealthy individuals fled overseas.
Nearly 30% of Eagle Nation's territory lay in ruins, rendering continued life there impossible.
All residents relocated to areas farther from the zombie hordes. This displacement has created widespread unemployment, a problem that cannot be resolved anytime soon.
War was imminent.
Chaos also reigned online.
Due to the previous 2 national fortune competitions, Dragon Nation netizens have begun running rampant online, demanding others address them as daddy. Other nations, wary of Dragon Nation's might, dared not speak out. Yet when confronted by Dragon Nation's netizens, they had no choice but to yield.
This emboldened Dragon Nation's netizens even further, fueling an urge to trample a dog underfoot. Can't wait. The next national battle is about to begin. I wonder who'll be unlucky enough to face us. Sigh, this is such a headache. Dragon Nation's special treatment is just too powerful.
I remember past national wars, where netizens from many countries would mock us online.
But this time? Not a peep. They must be scared. Sigh, being the strongest is such a lonely place. Netizens worldwide kept their complaints bottled up, seething inwardly.
Yet no matter how furious they felt inside, they dared not voice their anger. He feared his complaints might spark a massive conflict, ultimately escalating into a full-scale war between the 2 nations. If that happened, he'd be branded a villain for all time. Some people, fearing their blood pressure would spike from the rage, chose to stay offline altogether to avoid being driven to their graves. Yet, at this most sensitive moment, someone dared to provoke the Dragon Nation.
The Dragon Nation has been acting far too brazenly lately. Don't forget, our Rotten Nation's dungeon prowess is in no way inferior to yours.
Admittedly, your Dragon Nation's dungeon strength has indeed improved recently.
But how many powerful dungeons like the Young Family Troop or Illusion do you actually possess?
The greatest weakness of Dragon Nation's faction lies in its illusions.
Once those illusions are exposed, it poses no threat whatsoever.
If our think tank can devise a solution to counter the dungeon's illusions, then defeating Dragon Nation's dungeon will be a piece of cake. Under their leadership, more voices emerged online. In truth, once someone takes the lead, thousands will follow suit. After all, once the number of supporters grows large enough, even with Dragon Nation's vast population, they couldn't possibly take down every single one.
You Dragon Nation think you're so tough?
Just wait until we build our strength, then we'll settle the score.
You probably don't know about the 5,000 years of cultural heritage in Dragon Country, do you? Our bizarre culture is endless.
Just wait, you'll see what's coming. Just as both sides were poised for battle, the national fortune system suddenly manifested, heralding the commencement of a new war. And the Dragon Nation chose to oppose the Demon Nation. The news sent shockwaves across the entire world.
Demon Kingdom. First, we have always maintained neutrality and never provoked anyone.
Everyone assumed that in the new round of dungeon challenges, the Dragon Nation would surely cause trouble for the Eagle Nation.
However, it seems everyone miscalculated.
Nevertheless, a significant portion of the think tanks across nations have discerned the underlying pattern. The Dragon Nation likely intends to eliminate one of the top nations in the bizarre culture rankings first.
The bizarre civilization of the transgender nation is truly terrifying in some respects. It ranks among the top 3.
The Dragon Nation's leadership is remarkably rational, even coldly detached, bordering on ruthlessness.
Chapter 67, 7 Uncanny Phenomena.
Indeed, as expected of the Dragon Nation, they are the most intelligent race on Earth. In terms of strategy, we fall far short. If it were our rotten country, we probably wouldn't stand a chance anytime soon.
Once the other nations complete their studies of the Dragon Nation's operations, their threat to us will diminish considerably. Transgender Nation.
Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the Transgender Nation's executives turned distinctly peculiar.
They hadn't anticipated the Dragon Nation would come knocking on their door.
This was nothing short of contempt for the Demon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom had miscalculated. This time, they were bound to suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the Transgender Kingdom.
Oomph. The Dragon Nation clearly looks down on us.
But back in the day, our country wasn't even worth a single finger of the Dragon Nation. But they never imagined we still held the trump card of the supernatural. This time, the Dragon Nation is in for a major setback. The others all wore mocking smiles.
The Dragon Kingdom? Is it really that formidable?
As the countdown began,
the battle was about to erupt. Almost simultaneously, all challengers entered the dungeon world. Everyone hurriedly opened the instance livestream.
Everyone wanted to know what unexpected twists this Dragon Nation instance would bring. Meanwhile, nations allied with Dragon Nation remained relatively unfazed. After all, whether Dragon Nation won or lost, they stood to gain nothing, they were merely spectators. Even if losses were to occur, they would only materialize long down the line. In fact, even without Dragon Nation, they would likely perish in their own endless wars.
However, as things stand now, this Dragon Nation instance seems somewhat different from previous ones.
A voice echoed from the screen. It was a man's voice, tinged with mockery and a hint of coldness. He began to chant slowly, as if narrating a tale. On the 15th day of the 6th month, the gates of the underworld swing wide, releasing demons and specters, left with a horse's face, right with a bull's head. The ghostly patrols roam the streets without pause.
At Kaishiku, headless flies come to seek vengeance, do not raise your gaze.
At Guishir mouth, hearts are crooked, twisting truth, taking lives.
Trust none, flee before dawn.
As the eerie and terrifying song echoed, a scene slowly materialized within the dungeon.
An ancient alleyway lay before them, every window tightly shut, 2 white lanterns hanging at the doorways.
The sun sank below the horizon, its dying rays like blood. 10 figures suddenly materialized on the cobblestone street, their shadows stretched long by the fading light.
Behind them stood a wooden sign bearing 3 characters. Blackwater Town.
No sooner had they entered the instance than they heard this strange singing.
This instantly sent their fear levels soaring by over 30 points. Back in the real world,
a chill ran through the entire crowd. With the system's assistance, everyone finally grasped the song's meaning.
Holy crap! Judging by the lyrics, are there 7 different types of eeriness here? Liu really went all out this time.
With such limited space, he still managed to cram 7 distinct horrors into a single instance.
This is insane.
If he were a programmer, he could turn 1 megabyte of data into 1 gigabyte.
I'm just curious, what method did he use? Damn, this ghost song is insane.
We've barely entered the instance and haven't done anything yet, but the fear levels of the Demon Human Kingdom team members are already skyrocketing.
Holy crap.
Liu, I was wondering why you've been MIA for days. Turns out you were crafting this massive dungeon. The officials of the Dragon Nation, while astonished, breathed a sigh of relief. For the Demon Human Kingdom team, who could manipulate the bazaar, the more eerie and dangerous the dungeon, the greater the protection it offered them.
Because it's a secret.
Liu lifted his teacup and tapped its handle. He couldn't very well admit that while this dungeon contained many strange phenomena, each individual force was actually quite weak.
As the challengers' fear levels rose, these forces would grow stronger one after another.
This design naturally involved a certain technique. The later an anomaly appeared, the stronger it became. The earlier an anomaly appeared, the more terrifying it became. All of this was within his calculations. Therefore, for the past half-month, he had been busily performing calculations and debugging.
In the dungeon, the challengers from the land of demi-humans included both men and women.
Yet no one would mistake these women for genuine females, for they were most likely all men. 2 figures stood out as particularly peculiar, shrouded entirely in black robes, exuding an air of profound mystery.
Then, crimson text appeared. Hold out until dawn. Damn it, what's going on?
The blood had barely faded when a member of the transvestite squad spoke up. They'd been absolutely terrified just now. Complete darkness, only that strange voice echoing. Originally, they could manipulate all manner of eerie phenomena, feeling themselves superior. But this dungeon had left them feeling utterly powerless from the very start. In such a situation, even with their supernatural abilities, they couldn't use them.
If something went wrong, they'd just have to wait for death. That feeling was unbearable. Don't panic. The more agitated you become, the more likely you are to become prey for the dungeon's supernatural forces. The voice belonged to a man who appeared devoid of emotion. This man was named Shepala, the very captain of the Transgender Kingdom's team. His name might not be widely known, but a glance at his track record would reveal the truth. Over recent times, he had led the Transgender Kingdom team to clear over a dozen dungeons consecutively. And every single one was a full party clear. To date, this remains an unbroken record. However, this achievement has gone largely unnoticed, as the Transgender Kingdom has always maintained a low profile. Had the Dragon Nation's think tank not stumbled upon this by chance, they might have genuinely been fooled into thinking he was a weakling. In a way.
In this instance, the Human Demon Kingdom's team stands as the most formidable force on Blue Star.
That song we just heard might very well be the key to this dungeon. Let's all think about it together and sing that song again.
At this point, his expression turned frenzied.
Then, we'll eliminate all the anomalies.
The moment he finished speaking,
the entire crowd erupted in uproar. Resolve all the eeriness? Are these people out of their minds? Are they sending a bunch of lunatics into the instance? Don't lunatics know fear? Yet, the think tanks of every nation were now busy gathering intelligence.
Gradually, they too began to grasp the peculiar nature of the transgender nation.
What? It's him! The transvestite squad leader who cleared multiple dungeons in one go. Chapter 68, Resolving All Anomalies. How did we not notice him before? We were so fixated on their copies that we never realized how deeply hidden his true abilities were. By now, every nation on Earth, much like the Dragon Nation, has begun to take the human-demon realm seriously. Previously, everyone believed their uncanny civilization was more powerful. Now it's clear not only is the weird civilization formidable, but the humans themselves are terrifying. Yet some dismissed Jepra's words as nonsense. Humph, what a bold claim, daring to say they'll destroy the anomalous. What do you take the anomalous for? Zombies that can be destroyed by brute force? Such a feat is extremely rare even within the entire Dragon Nation. And currently, there's no known solution to eliminate the Dragon Nation's strange entities anywhere in the world. Yet his words were swiftly slapped down by reality. Within the Dragon Nation instance, two figures cloaked in black robes suddenly pulled back their hoods. The sight sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. These two figures resembled infants fashioned from some unknown material, radiating an evil, dark aura. Their expressions bore no trace of cuteness, instead radiating a malevolent aura. Both infants were bald, their bodies covered in strange symbols painted in red. Even through the thin fabric, one could guess similar patterns lay beneath. At that moment, the other members of the transgender kingdom each slit their own palms, dripping their blood onto the two black infant sculptures. In an instant, the infants seemed to come to life. Moving, emitting eerie cackles while greedily lapping up the blood. Seeing this, even the slowest thinker would grasp what was happening. Strange. These two infants were truly bizarre. They weren't from the Dragon Country dungeon, they were eerie resurrections from the real world. Gumanton? Everyone stared in disbelief. They finally understood why these individuals from the human-demon realm could appear so composed, so arrogant even within the Dragon Realm's dungeon. They remained utterly insolent and overbearing. Because they had every right to be. They could actually control two anomalies within the dungeon. And now, these two anomalies could even help them tackle the Dragon Nation dungeon. Those are Gumanton, aren't they? They've actually mastered the power of the weird. How did they manage that? But weren't the anomalies supposed to be uncontrollable? I'm reporting this. Even that Eagle Nation got punished for cheating last time. If we lose again now, I can't even imagine what'll happen. Holy crap, if they can control anomalies, does that mean they can control anomalies from other nations too? With this cataclysmic shift, the Dragon Nation suffers the most. They've barely revived any supernatural beings, let alone control them. Ha. So does that mean we could control our own vampires and werewolves? Could I become nobility and gain eternal life? At that moment, the entire world erupted. Gumanton, an anomaly resurrected from the real world, had been controlled by the demon-human nation. The shock brought by the demon kingdom this time was no less than that of the dragon kingdom, perhaps even surpassing it. For a moment, every nation seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope. If controlling the supernatural truly became possible, Blue Star would become the world's ultimate haunted house. The people of the demon kingdom had excellent memories. The terrifying song sung at the beginning of the instance remains vividly etched in everyone's memory. Moreover, the song wasn't particularly difficult to sing. And before long, they had pieced together its general lyrics. After a round of discussion, Jepra finally stated, "The Gate of the Strange will open in mid-July, similar to the Sakura Country instance, falling under the Night of 100 Strange Phenomena category. Tonight, the streets will surely be filled with wandering spirits. But judging by the final line of this song, this town itself must harbor some inherent eeriness. That's precisely why the danger here is even greater." He paused briefly before continuing. "Additionally, it seems there's an entity called the Gue Officer within the Night of 100 Mysteries. This seems like a supernatural force capable of forcibly ending someone's life. I think even with the ancient spirit doll, we should remain cautious to prevent things spiraling out of control. This dungeon in Dragon Country might be dangerous, but if we follow their rules to clear it, we should be safe." After discussing, they split into two groups to search the town for the supernatural entity and find a way to eliminate it. In this peculiar Dragon Country instance, whether you stay put or move around, both carry life-threatening risks. To counter the unpredictability, preemptive action was the wisest course, extinguishing all anomalies before they could threaten. Two members of the Demon Nation team, clad in black robes, each controlled two black doll sculptures, forming two separate groups. The group then split into two teams and began searching the town. As the sun set, the town glowed with lights, yet the streets were utterly deserted, not a sound could be heard. This was an extremely strange phenomenon, as if not a single living soul remained in the town. But if no one lived here, why were there so many lanterns? Unconsciously, every member of the transgender kingdom felt an immense sense of oppression. Their fear levels had all surged above 10. This was not a good sign. These anomalies feed off the challenger's fear levels to survive. Once fear levels become excessively high, the anomalies within this instance will only grow stronger. Hurry! Jepra led a small squad, knocking on every door one by one.
Before encountering the dungeon's anomalies, they must find a safe place.
If they encountered threats like the eerie patrols, they could hide inside. But strangely, every door in the town seemed welded shut.
No matter how hard he knocked, no one answered. After searching thoroughly, they finally came upon an unlocked house. The furnishings remained intact, as if someone had temporarily left, but the room was pitch black without any candles lit. They had no choice but to grope around with flashlights. And after confirming there were no threats, they decided to use the house as a temporary shelter before venturing out again.
But then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door.
Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed sharply across the empty cobblestone street, devoid of any other souls. Jepala exchanged a glance with the other team members, signaling them to stay quiet. He walked to the window, dipped a finger in his saliva, and poked a hole in the paper screen. Two figures slowly emerged onto the street. One wore black, the other white,
each wearing a top hat. Chapter 69, The Black and White Impermanence.
They walked boldly down the deserted street. Jepra stared at these two oddly dressed, arrogantly strutting figures before him, and only one word came to mind: bizarre. This was the strongest foe in the entire dungeon. Encountering them meant certain death. Therefore, the best strategy was to hide once they appeared, then emerge only after they had moved far away. But here's the problem. If you encountered these two weirdos during exploration and there was nowhere to hide nearby, it would be extremely dangerous.
You could very well die instantly.
At that moment, Jepra relayed this information to his team members.
Holy crap! Is that what the weirdos look like? They look terrifying. One even has a long, protruding tongue. Eerie patrols on patrol don't linger. So if we encounter them, we'll be killed? The uncanny civilization of the Dragon Nation is truly terrifying. How could such monstrous beings exist? Why do I feel like the uncanny entities in this dungeon all seem to fear them? I wonder who'd win if a Gumantong faced off against a ghostly constable. I don't know why, but as a Dragon Nation native, I've known about the black and white impermanents for ages. Yet just seeing them now sends shivers down my spine. It's a fear ingrained in the blood of every Dragon Nation citizen. These black and white impermanents are truly terrifying. Inside the dungeon, watching the eerie presence slowly retreat from the street. Only then did Jepala relax. They probably didn't spot us. As everyone prepared to enter the dungeon for exploration, a sudden creak echoed through the spacious room. It sounded like a rope, suspended by dozens of kilograms of weight, swaying back and forth. Ah! Suddenly, a ladyboy screamed in terror, nearly stumbling to the floor. She had taken a step back, only to feel her head collide with someone. Looking up, she saw a figure suspended above them. But when they had entered this place earlier, they hadn't noticed it at all. There's a person hanging from the ceiling, she pointed upward. Everyone froze, lifting their heads. Hanging directly above their heads was a corpse, clad in white robes, hair disheveled and tangled. What's so surprising? It's just a dead body. Judging by her condition, she seems to have been hanged within the last day. Jepala snapped irritably. Just moments ago, his fear meter had spiked past 70 points, and the teammates' actions had sent everyone's fear levels soaring. This was utter nonsense. As the elite soldiers of the transgender kingdom, their emotional fluctuations were far too extreme. If excessive fear amplified the dungeon's eeriness, that would be the real danger. Write me a written reflection and submit it later. After speaking, Jepra ordered his men to lower the corpse. After all, they intended to use this room as a safe zone. Having a dead body hanging there was simply too terrifying. In such a dark and eerie environment, it only added to the spine-chilling atmosphere. As the leader, he could not tolerate the slightest oversight. After all, this corpse had increased the entire team's fear level by 1 point, a colossal mistake. Once this dungeon run concluded, he'd have to write a self-criticism report. But just then, a voice rang out. I recall a line in the ballad, something about a hanged ghost, right? The words had barely left his lips. In an instant, the room fell deathly silent. Could everyone's luck really be that bad? Even randomly choosing a room could lead to something eerie? What if it truly was something sinister? At this moment, none dared to make a move, for any rash action might spell certain death. Captain Jepra recalled the lyrics of that song. Damn it! We must leave immediately. This eeriness had been mentioned in the lyrics. If encountered, they must retreat immediately. Otherwise, they might well meet their end here. Get out of here! He bellowed. Though they possessed ancient spirit dolls capable of handling all manner of anomalies, the best course now was to lead everyone to safety from this perilous place. First, get out of here. Find a relatively safe place, then figure out how to deal with this hanging ghost. Instantly, everyone sprinted toward the exit with all their might, not a single soul willing to linger. After all, only the cloaked figure could control the Gumantong. For ordinary people like them, if the supernatural entity detected them, it would likely spell certain death. Crash! The door kicked open, and a group of people burst out, appearing on an empty street.
By then, the two supernatural officers had vanished without a trace, and the street showed no signs of abnormality. Seeing this, everyone relaxed, a sense of relief unlike any they'd ever felt washing over them.
Wait. One person is missing.
Jepala glanced around, his previously composed expression suddenly shifting. Everyone turned their gaze back toward the house. There, suspended midair by a white cloth, hung the figure that had vanished moments before. His legs kicked wildly in the air like a frog's, while his hands desperately clutched at the white cloth, as if trying to tear it down. His face was flushed crimson, tinged with a hint of purple, a clear sign of severe oxygen deprivation.
Oh no, we have to save him. Jepala's gaze fell upon the man cloaked in black.
The cloaked figure held the gumantong high in the air, muttering something under his breath before raising it above his head.
Wah! Wah!
At that moment, the gumantong suddenly emitted a bone-chilling wail.
As if amplified by a megaphone, echoing far across the deserted street with an unbearably piercing quality. Holy crap! That's terrifying. Why do I feel like this gumantong is even scarier than the people of the Dragon Kingdom? So terrifying. How could they possibly control such a bizarre thing? TSK, the eeriness of this dragon country is still more terrifying. If those people had discovered the hanging ghost just a little later, they'd probably all have been bitten to death. Scared the crap out of me. Who knew that corpse was hanging from that guy's head? If they hadn't noticed it, that would have been truly ghostly. Oh no, oh no. The moment this little one started crying, I got goosebumps all over. After crying for just a moment, the white cloth suddenly seemed to be eaten away by something, rapidly turning to ashes. Even so, the face of the member from the Demon Kingdom was still covered in bruises, looking like a giant steamed bun. Not only that, his tongue hung out, and his eyes bulged like a toad's. Chapter 70, The Hanged Ghost. His struggles gradually ceased. His body bent at an unnatural angle, limbs dangling upside down, head lolling to the side. Such a death was clearly unnatural. An ordinary person would struggle for at least several minutes before being hanged, but he had passed out in just over 10 seconds.
Clearly, this was the hanged ghost's power. Not only suspending victims mid-air but also accelerating their demise.
Hanging from the beam, the man's fear level skyrocketed.
Though his companions were rushing to rescue him from afar, his will to survive and terror for his life completely overwhelmed him. Thus, his fear index surged past 90 points. Then, as if something had clogged his mind, he gradually lost consciousness. His fear level stopped rising and began to slowly decrease. At that moment, words written in blood appeared before everyone's eyes.
Opava defeated. Plop. Soon, the cloth strip was corroded into fragments, scattering onto the ground.
But it was too late.
Once the system declared him dead, it meant no amount of rescue efforts could bring him back.
The only option left was to temporarily preserve his body.
Damn it! Too late. Damn it. Jepala kicked the ground in frustration.
If they had fled this room from the start, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Had they detected the hanging ghost sooner and used the gumantong's abilities earlier, perhaps they could have saved one life. Unfortunately, there are no guarantees in this world.
Due to the captain's miscalculation, casualties had actually occurred.
They had underestimated the peculiarities of the Dragon Country instance.
Wah! The ancient spirit doll's wail abruptly ceased.
It stared at the desiccated corpse with a look of pure malevolence, as if witnessing the most exquisite feast imaginable. At that moment, the cloaked figure murmured incantations, drawing the spirit doll back into his body.
The hanged ghost is still here. As long as we don't go inside, it won't harm us.
I believe we shouldn't overuse the gumantong's power. This ability comes at a cost. We must wield it only when absolutely necessary.
Damn it!
Within the trans community, witnessing their comrade's swift demise, everyone seethed with rage. They naturally felt no pity for this life lost. But by the end, the gumantong would likely consume a great deal of blood. In truth, every member of this team was essentially her sustenance. If push came to shove, they'd let the gumantong devour them. At least that way they could harness more of its power.
Now, they hadn't even killed a single Dragon Nation monster, yet the gumantong was already being used to save lives. How could they not be furious? Moreover, after this person's death, his fear will be released uncontrollably. This is no good at all. This guy is utterly useless. His escape speed is pathetic, and what's more, are all the members of this team blind? When we get back, make each of them copy their self-criticisms 1,000 times just in case. Lock them all in the punishment room to reflect on their mistakes. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Country instance, that hanged ghost kills way too fast. The death of the transgender nation challenger left the Dragon Nation's high command thoroughly satisfied. But immediately afterward, they began to harbor doubts. This instance was simply too strange. Logically, all the anomalies within the instance should be weak. Moreover, the Demon Kingdom hadn't sensed much fear upon entering the instance. Therefore, the anomalies within the instance should not have been this powerful. Yet now, the anomalies had grown so formidable it was truly peculiar. All eyes turned to Luyu, eager to know how he had managed it. Oh, to be honest, I didn't want to spoil it. Wouldn't it be better if you discovered the truth yourselves? Lu Yu voiced his thoughts. Alright. Inside the instance. Jepra's face turned green. He knew he'd be punished when he got home this time. But it was his fault they hadn't even noticed the hanging ghost looming above them. Let's go. Everyone stay clear of this room. We need to find another haunted hideout quickly. Otherwise, if we run into the ghost patrol again, we'll be in serious trouble. Jepala made up his mind quickly. They had to act immediately, without a moment's delay. After making all necessary arrangements, the group departed. They raced against time, for none knew when that mysterious, eerie presence might strike again. Meanwhile, another squad. Tony, did you see that? One of our guys just got taken out. The 5-member team's expressions darkened upon hearing the news. Despite Gumanton's assistance, their losses were still devastating. This was utterly unbelievable. What was even more terrifying was that they had no idea what had actually happened. The most terrifying thing was the unknown. As they discussed, they suddenly realized they had arrived at a square. The square was vast, yet a faint, musty stench hung in the air. A wooden sign by the roadside read, Kaishiku. A chill ran down everyone's spine. These 3 characters signified an eerie presence here. Kaishiku was a place in the history of the Dragon Kingdom used for executing criminals. It was a gloomy and sinister place where most of the vengeful spirits were restless souls that refused to pass on. That was why there were so many strange occurrences here. Yet the people from the human-demon realm did not flee. Instead, they stood their ground, their gaze fixed on the second cloaked figure and the ancient spirit doll in her hands. It was a little girl with twin ponytails. Though she appeared to be a delicate, porcelain-skinned child, her skin bore an eerie purplish-black hue. Her face and eyes bore an unnatural, inhuman quality. Who could say which side would prevail in this battle between 2 supernatural entities? Even though one of our team members had already fallen. To the second squad, it seemed like they must have encountered some accident. Most likely they encountered a ghostly enforcer and were forcibly killed. Otherwise, with the Gumanton's assistance, how could anyone have died? We'll split up and search for traces of the headless monster. Of course, if anyone encounters trouble, shout for help immediately. The hooded woman, cradling the small Gumanton, spoke up. Everyone was thoroughly shaken. They exchanged nervous glances, none willing to step away from the cloaked woman first, fearing some unknown danger lurking ahead. At that moment, Tony, acting as the deputy team leader of Group 2, spoke up. Don't be afraid. As the rhyme says, don't look up. Keep your head down and walk forward. We should be fine. Chapter 71, The Headless Monster. Headless spirits despise humans with heads, but when you keep your head down, they mistake you for another headless creature like themselves. Captain, I recall the rhyme also mentioned walking on tiptoes. Why is that? I don't know either. All I know is that following the rhyme will keep you alive. Maybe all ghosts walk on tiptoes. Let's kill this headless monster first, then move on to the next one. Don't linger here. Running into a ghost constable would be trouble. With no other choice, they spread out. Everyone lowered their heads, tiptoeing as they began searching the vegetable market for the headless monster. The scene was utterly bizarre. Even in this apocalypse devoid of supernatural events, it was enough to terrify someone into hospitalization. Meanwhile, Lu Yu watched the scene unfold, nearly bursting into laughter. Lu Yu, what's gotten into you? At that moment, everyone was utterly baffled. Could it be that this dungeon's design was meant to mock the challengers from the human-demon realm? Then Lu Yu spoke. I'm laughing because those people will die soon. Everyone gasped in shock. Die soon? How could that be? Hadn't they been following the ballad's instructions all along? How could they die so soon? Suddenly, someone remembered something. Their eyes narrowed sharply as they turned to look at Lu Yu. Could it be, there's something wrong with the content of this song? The moment the words left his lips, the entire room fell silent. Right. Why hadn't they considered this before? This dungeon run was still Lu Yu's idea, and he wrote all the songs. But who could say for certain whether the information within them was true or false? Could the ballads be designed to mislead the challengers from the demon kingdom? Follow the song's instructions, and you're as good as dead and you'll die. Die quickly. By now, everyone understood. The ballad said to run if you encountered a hanged ghost, but the truth was the opposite. If you encountered a hanged ghost, you absolutely must not flee. At the very least, he mustn't panic and run or he'd be strangled to death. Thus, the challengers from the land of demigods unwittingly chose the most perilous approach to confront those eerie phenomena, which is precisely why team members began dying the moment they entered the dungeon. Even with the ancient spirit dolls arriving from the real world to assist, it proved utterly useless. All of this was part of Lu Yu's meticulously planned conspiracy. Holy! A high-ranking leader from the Dragon Nation cursed loudly, staring at Lu Yu as if he were a monster. Young man, you're incredible. To set such a massive trap, waiting for the transgender kingdom's people to walk right into it, truly cunning. By now, everyone understood Lu Yu's plan. That opening song was composed by Lu Yu specifically to eliminate the human-demon kingdom challengers more swiftly. If the demon kingdom challengers couldn't quickly uncover its flaws, they'd all likely meet their end here. Lu Yu merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. No one could fathom his thoughts. Lu Yu's schemes were intricately woven, layer upon layer. No one knew how many traps he had set, all waiting for others to walk right into them. At this moment, many eyes turned toward the demonic challengers with a hint of pity. These poor souls had truly terrible luck. Today might well be their final day. Kaishiku. The 4 challengers from the transgender kingdom walked with heads bowed and toes curled, moving in an awkward posture as they searched for the headless ghost lurking within. Meanwhile, the cloaked woman stood guard at the very center of Kaishiku, cradling the ancient spirit doll. She remained vigilant, ready to rush to the scene at the first sign of trouble. But no terrifying scene unfolded. As if nothing eerie existed here at all. The group wandered around and around, yet nothing eerie materialized. Ugh, I'm exhausted. My neck is killing me. One of them finally couldn't hold back, muttering under their breath before retreating to the cloaked woman's side. Seeing this, the others also began to falter and retreated. Thanks for your efforts, everyone. Perhaps the strange forces here haven't fully matured yet. If we haven't found anything unusual within 5 minutes, we'll leave. This place's strange phenomenon is so weak. Perhaps it poses no threat to us at all. The hooded woman spoke up. But at that very moment, everyone sensed something was terribly wrong. At Kaishiku, another figure remained, tiptoeing forward with head drooping. How could she not be tired? Come back. We need to prepare to leave this place. But the figure seemed utterly oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. Still walking on. Head bowed low, not even a glance in this direction. Something's wrong. Judging by the current situation, this person must be caught in some kind of illusion, unable to hear their calls. Everyone approached the man cautiously, calling out his name. But strangely, he seemed completely oblivious to their words. His entire being seemed possessed, head drooping, tiptoeing forward. One teammate, suddenly overcome with frustration, stepped forward and slapped him across the face. With a sharp slap, the man froze and slowly turned around. Headless. He wasn't walking with his head down, he clearly had no head at all. At this sight, everyone felt their hair stand on end, especially the one who had just slapped him, who let out a piercing scream. The horror level skyrocketed. How could a headless man still be alive? Holy, no wonder he didn't respond to anyone. Turns out he never had a head or a mouth to begin with. Holy, I just realized something. What if he never had a head to begin with? He's been walking around with everyone else all along, just never looked up. Ugh, just thinking about it is terrifying. Truly something only China would do. Eek eek eek, why isn't this livestream blurred out? It's too terrifying. So weird, his head got chopped off, but there's no blood coming out. This scene left many viewers speechless, already casting a shadow over their minds. But then, another thought struck them: where had the head gone? If a person could still move forward without a head, it meant he had been alive. His head must have been severed at Kaishiku, but why did no one see where it went? Moreover, when a head is severed, it should make some noise when it hits the ground. Yet no one had heard any unusual sounds. After all, when a person walks on tiptoe, they make a tap 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 sound, and when their head hits the ground, it makes a thud. Chapter 72, The Headless Ghost's Tragic Death. However, the challengers from the Demon Kingdom didn't dwell on this question for long. Now, upon discovering their comrade had become a headless corpse, a thought immediately sprang to mind. How did the ghost strike? Why were they killed even as they lowered their heads and walked on tiptoe? If following the ballad's actions meant certain death, how terrifying would that be? If they stayed here, wouldn't they be courting death? The group remained crouched, tiptoeing in silence. Yet, shortly after they lowered their heads, the headless corpse beside them suddenly stirred. A large blade had appeared in its hand at some unknown moment. Though honed countless times, it still gleamed with a cold, unyielding light, a decapitating blade of unmatched sharpness. With a sharp swish, a white light flared from his body. The beggar from the Demon Country, who had just moments before bowed his head in supplication, now lay decapitated, not a single drop of blood spilled. Thud! The body crashed to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. The remaining 3 demonic beings stood frozen, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The cloaked woman slashed her own palm, spilling the blood onto Kumanthong's body. Wah! Wah! A piercing wail echoed through the deserted vegetable market, adding an eerie twist to the already terrifying atmosphere. Yet, upon hearing that wail, the headless corpse froze completely, the long sword in its hand clattering to the ground. Just then, Kumanthong suddenly began wailing again. Her voice was shrill, tinged with malevolence, devoid of any sorrow, instead sending chills down one's spine. Clang! A floating blade approached within inches, poised to sever the hooded woman's head. But then, the blade abruptly fell to the ground. A crack split open along its length, and crimson blood began to seep from the fissure. Everyone, keep your heads up. The cloaked woman narrowed her eyes, bringing the Kumanthong close to her ear and whispering something. Instantly, the crowd dared not lower their heads. It must be said, bowing one's head was the posture most likely to be beheaded. After all, bowing the head was the ancient method of execution. Then, she squeezed out some more blood and handed it to the Kumanthong. But the Gumanton leapt down, landing directly atop the great blade.
Its mouth opened wide, revealing a row of terrifying, hideous fangs, and it began gnawing viciously at the blade.
Snap, snap, snap. An unbearably tooth-aching sound echoed. A shrill grinding noise filled the air.
In less than 30 seconds, the long blade, formed from an eerie shape, was snapped clean in two.
Bloodstains dotted the ground, yet the ancient spirit doll devoured it as if it were some potent tonic, gobbling mouthful after mouthful.
She swallowed the drop of strange blood, flew back to the cloaked woman's hand, perched on her ear, and whispered a few words.
The anomaly has been dealt with.
Only then did the cloaked woman relax, addressing everyone present. Then, the system broadcast two chilling announcements, confirming the deaths of the two teammates. However, the announcement came a full half-minute after their deaths, significantly delayed compared to previous notifications. Whether this was intentional on the system's part remains unknown. Some speculated it was more likely the first possibility. After all, the fairyland had introduced a genuine supernatural entity into the instance, an act that was itself a violation of the rules. That the system hadn't instantly terminated them on the spot was already an act of mercy.
Damn it, two more dead. Something feels off.
In the folk song, people lower their heads when facing the headless ghost, but that just makes you die faster.
Meaning this song is a lie. I knew something was off the moment I heard it. After all, Liu orchestrated the ballad, why would he be so kind? Following the song's instructions is suicide. Damn it, Liu is just too devious. What a ripoff. This is just bullying. Transgender kingdom. You little brat. Utterly shameless. How despicable. Watching 3 of their 10 challengers fall one after another, the leaders of the human demon kingdom were all deeply troubled. After resolving one bizarre incident, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Could it be they were about to suffer total annihilation? They controlled 2 ancient spirit dolls this time, how could they possibly be wiped out? Could it be that this Dragon Nation dungeon is truly this treacherous? Damn it, isn't that how the Dragon Nation always operates?
Before killing you, they make you experience the utmost fear and despair.
I'm not worried.
After all, we still have 2 ancient spirit dolls.
Didn't you see that Ghost Infant drink the anomaly's blood? Her power must have surged significantly by now. Exactly.
The stronger the anomalies in this dungeon, the more advantageous it is for us.
We'll be the ones who win in the end. Perhaps after completing this dungeon, our abilities will become even more terrifying. How could that be? He. Successfully slaying one anomaly marked a promising start. This proved that the anomalies within this dungeon could indeed be eliminated. Gumanton's strength had also increased significantly.
The second team was debating whether to scout ahead for anomalies or return to their original position to regroup with the first team.
But just then, footsteps echoed from the distant street.
Thud, thud, thud. The sound suggested 2 people were approaching. Clearly, these were not members of their group, but ghost officers. Thud, thud, thud. Their steps were steady, each echoing across the deserted street. Mid-July, the night the ghost gate opened.
And anyone bold enough to strut about like that on the street couldn't possibly be human.
The members of Team 2 from the Human Demon Nation squad, unable even to retrieve their fallen comrades' bodies, immediately sprinted in the opposite direction from where the sound originated. At this moment, any delay in fleeing could mean certain death at the hands of the GUE officers. They had never seen the ghost constables, but the invisible pressure they felt had already sunk deep into their hearts. A single headless specter had cost him 2 teammates and forced him to summon the ancient spirit doll.
If they encountered the most powerful ghost officer now, they would soon be wiped out entirely. Quick! Find a room with an unlocked door and hide inside.
No, better yet, find a room with a locked door and force your way in. If anything seems off, kill it on sight.
Tony, acting as the temporary leader, immediately gave the order.
At such a critical moment, he actually ordered his team to force their way into a sealed room.
Chapter 73, Safe House. Bang!
A gunshot rang out, followed by a member of the transgender nation drawing a pistol and spraying bullets at the surrounding doors.
Crack! Glass shattered. Seeing that the buildings within the instance could be destroyed, everyone's eyes lit up.
They rushed forward and began kicking the door violently.
However, this seemingly flimsy wooden door proved unexpectedly sturdy. After all, they possessed weapons from the outside world, yet now they couldn't even break down a single door. Just then, someone shouted, "Damn it! This gate is made of metal. The ones we kicked open before were wooden, no wonder they hurt so much." By the light of their flashlights, they finally realized that those seemingly ordinary doors were all forged from metal. This is a trap. They deliberately didn't want anyone to get in.
This must be another Thai idea from that asshole designer, Liu Yu. He must have planned this from the start when designing this dungeon. He'd anticipated this exact scenario, all to give them a taste of their own medicine. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie footsteps grew louder, approaching like the premature tolling of death spell.
Hearing this sound, everyone's expressions changed. Tony sensed trouble brewing.
If this continued, the gate would be breached, but it would be rendered unusable forever. The real danger would be if the broken gate proved as good as nothing to the ghostly enforcers.
Perhaps Liu Yu had even set a trap here? Moreover, as the ghostly enforcers drew nearer, the team members' fear levels were skyrocketing. This was not a good sign. It was tantamount to aiding and abetting the enemy. The best course of action was to flee as far as possible. Let's go. We should leave first. Maybe we'll encounter another team. Perhaps other teams have already discovered hiding spots. Let's not delay any longer. Tony made his decision instantly.
They had to abandon the idea of forcing their way through and ran off in the opposite direction from where the sound was coming.
Not long ago. On the other side of the town.
Upon hearing that another team had also lost 2 members, everyone's faces turned pale.
What happened? How did 2 more die?
In this situation, with intelligence not being shared, the opposing side could only speculate wildly, which only added to the pressure.
Jepra seemed to realize that splitting up might not be the best strategy, and his expression darkened instantly.
But they had no mind to concern themselves with the other teams.
Something felt off ahead.
Everyone remembered seeing a wooden plank at the entrance when they first entered the dungeon. Yet now, they all saw that same plank again, a sign they had returned to their previous position. Yet this place now felt different. Darkness and gloom hung heavy, as if something absorbed all light. The white lanterns lining both sides of the street had dimmed.
But that wasn't the strangest part.
The strangest thing was that on that massive wooden plank, there were 2 figures. One had a bull's head, the other a horse's head.
Over 2 meters tall, their bodies solid muscle, like 2 enlarged versions of Schwarzenegger. Shrouded in an unknown dark substance, they looked eerie and sinister.
If not for the constant movement of their eyes, everyone would have mistaken them for stone statues. What the hell is this? In their minds, these 2 were likely just orcs. Holy crap! They're orcs. I was terrified when that weasel appeared last time. I haven't dared set foot in the zoo since. Wonder how these beasts will attack this time. Holy! Not another death, right? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon. The moment Jepra saw these 2 ox-headed and horse-faced creatures, the opening lines of a folk song echoed in his mind. The ghostly patrol roams the streets, don't stop. These were the ghostly constables. Perhaps they were even more dangerous than the ghost patrol, for in the rhyme, both the ox-headed and horse-faced beings ranked higher than the ghost patrol. An inexplicable dread surged through him, like a normal person encountering a tiger in the forest.
Run!
Without another word, he led the group running in the opposite direction. Thud, thud, thud.
Amidst the echoing footsteps, the black and white figures headed toward Kaishiku. Suddenly, one of them halted. Bending down to pick up the blade now only half intact.
####. He whispered something to the black-clad figure beside him.
Exclamation point. The black-clad figure responded. Then,
one clad in black, one in white, each walked forward, their footsteps echoing with a steady thud thud thud. The only difference was that this time, he held a curved blade in his hand. Thud thud thud.
The first squad of the human demon kingdom fled as if pursued by some terrifying entity.
In truth, no pursuers followed them at that moment. On the other side, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons standing by the wooden plank rolled their eyes. Their gaze swept over the group but never left. Like 2 highly professional security guards. They seemed determined to guard this gate against anything slipping through.
They don't seem to have followed us yet.
But I doubt they'll leave so easily.
Otherwise, this dungeon wouldn't be beatable. Having 2 ghostly officers patrolling the streets back and forth is terrifying enough.
Jepra called out to his team and shouted at them.
Everyone halted in their tracks. Panting heavily, they prepared to rest and eat.
Even inside the dungeon, basic physiological needs had to be met.
While eating, Jepala suddenly remembered something. And the realization sent a cold sweat running down his back.
His fear meter shot straight up, hitting 70 points. This was the first time he had ever lost his composure like this since entering the instance. A thought struck him. If this path was now blocked by the Minotaur, it meant this route was no longer passable. But don't forget, there are still 2 ghostly officers patrolling the other side. Didn't that mean they were trapped here? If they couldn't find a suitable hiding spot before the 2 ghost officers returned from their patrol, they'd be caught in a pincer attack. Only now did Jepala truly grasp how diabolically twisted the dungeon designer's mind was.
One misstep, and it's a path to eternal damnation.
The second group was better off, they could run farther.
But they weren't so lucky. Trapped inside, whatever happened, there was only one way out, death. Chapter 74, Dead End. Realizing the danger, Jepala immediately shouted.
Get out of here, quick! The words hung in the air as everyone froze in shock. Even most of the spectators watching the match were stunned.
What on earth was happening? Had they encountered some powerful supernatural force?
But a few quick-witted individuals grasped the situation.
This is bad.
They've driven themselves into a dead end.
This is a complete stalemate. The dungeon designer is a genius. How did they come up with this plot?
If I don't figure out every detail, I'll probably die without even knowing how.
Holy crap, this Dragon Nation dungeon is insanely hard. I have no clue how to beat it. Without the resurrection glitch or the Eagle Nations potions, would a regular team just wipe instantly if they went in? Seeing this, Luyu let out a faint smile. Back when he designed this dungeon, he deliberately made every house on the street inaccessible. There were only 3 genuine safe houses. The strange patrol would make a full circuit every 10 minutes. To avoid detection, challengers had roughly 10 minutes to locate and enter a safe zone. The problem was, all 3 safe zones harbored eerie phenomena. Without eliminating the anomalies or utilizing them, it was utterly impossible to evade the ghost patrol unscathed. Yet he had hinted at this at the start of the dungeon and even provided a hidden message. Yet the people of the land of demons hadn't given it much thought. They only wanted to rely on the Gumantong to clear the dungeon. Luyu, I just want to know one thing. If you were to clear this dungeon alone, what are your chances of success? At that moment, someone beside him spoke up, a hint of unease flickering across their face. Me? I just quit right here. I'm a bit of a coward. If you made me go in, I'd be scared out of my wits. Luyu replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. By all accounts, every dungeon he designed had a way to be cleared. But to clear this one without prior knowledge? That would demand immense courage, sharp wit, and lightning-fast reflexes. Thud thud thud. Wherever the black and white impermanents walked, safety followed. Even the dark gods would not dare to cross them. But now, 2 human squads, one ahead, one behind, blocked this passageway. One side fled desperately, the other pursued relentlessly. One feared being overtaken by the ghostly officers, while the other worried the fleeing party might outpace them and turn back to block their own escape route. Yet neither team noticed a crucial flaw. Within this dungeon, there were no such things as safe zones. The eerie entities of the 3 safe zones were all watching them. To evade the supernatural, one must first confront it. Perhaps only after paying a heavy price would they realize this truth. Before long, Jepra and the others passed by the house where the hanged strangeness was imprisoned once more. But they did not enter. For them, this was not a safe place. As long as they didn't provoke the hanged ghost, they would be fine. They pressed onward. Before long, Kaishiko reappeared before them. He saw the bodies of 2 fallen comrades and the severed blade of the ghost-slaying sword. But now was not the time to tend to their fallen comrades. They had to leave as quickly as possible and find a hiding place before the ghost constable turned back. Yet as they walked, they realized there was no such thing as a safe house here. Only then did it finally dawn on them. If this dungeon had been designed by a team from another country, they would have given you options. Otherwise, this dungeon would be an unplayable mess. But the designer of this dungeon was no benevolent soul. This dungeon wasn't meant for challengers to pass through, but to trap them in a desperate situation. At this realization, Jelpara felt a chill run through him. In other words, there was no safe zone at all. Leaving everyone with no choice but to hide in the hanged ghost's chamber. The only way out is to confront the hanged ghost face to face, either coexisting peacefully with it or killing it outright, then retreating inside to evade the ghost patrols. Luyu's trap was designed specifically to deal with them. If they still naively believed the folk song was instructing them on how to evade danger, they would soon meet the same inexplicable deaths as those who came before them. If they think Luyu is kind enough to hint at the passage technique or leave them a safe house, they're finished. In the end, there was only one path, death. Either they'd be caught by the ghost constables or forcibly executed. Stop running. There's no sanctuary here. Even if there were one, it couldn't be here, most likely outside the town. To survive, you must return to the house where the hanging ghost appeared earlier. Jepala's voice rang out. But just then, someone suddenly pointed. Hold on, there seems to be a light over there. Before them stood a 2-story building, radiating a warm yellow glow that starkly contrasted with the white lanterns dotting the town. Could this be the real safe house? Captain, should we go inside and hide? Someone impatiently stepped forward and tentatively pushed open the door. When he saw that the door could actually be opened, his expression instantly became quite something. After all, they had just sprinted hundreds of meters in a matter of seconds. If they had to keep running, they might have literally run themselves to death. Alright, let's hide for now. But stay alert, no more weird stuff. Jepala said, giving a meaningful glance to the man in the black robe. The man understood and poured his blood over the Gumantong's head, just in case. Creak. The door swung fully open, revealing the interior. It was a restaurant. Under the dim, warm lighting, rows of clean, neatly arranged tables gave it the feel of an Earth-style eatery. The air carried the faint aroma of cooked food. And people couldn't resist the warm glow and the enticing aroma of food. It brought them a sense of peace. Thus, upon entering the hotel, the people of the transgender kingdom gradually relaxed. It felt like returning to a warm, comfortable, and safe Blue Star rather than a dungeon filled with danger and strangeness. Dragon Nation cuisine ranks among the finest on the entire Blue Star. I never imagined I'd get to taste it in this dungeon. A Tajuan teammate sniffed the air and remarked. It seemed this restaurant wasn't merely a safe house, it even served food. Chapter 75, The Withered Old Man. However, Jepra remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. He didn't expect Luyu, the dungeon designer, to be so accommodating. After all, they were adversaries. Don't touch anything here. Have you forgotten what the ballad says? At that moment, everyone recalled the rhyme.
Gurgle gurgle, stomach growls, don't stop now.
Fill your belly first, then hit the road. Journey meant escape and death.
In this dungeon, it likely meant certain death. These items were highly likely to be deadly poison.
One bite and death was certain.
Instantly, everyone's expression changed.
Sure enough, Lu Yu had ulterior motives. There was definitely a trick here.
The group ascended to a private room on the second floor, only to find the table already laden with delicacies: roasted chicken, crispy duck, grilled lamb. The mere sight of it made their mouths water, their stomachs churning violently.
Just one taste would be worth dying for the next second.
From the moment they entered the room until now, Lu Yu had been surprisingly kind. At the very least, he allowed them to fill their stomachs before sending them to their deaths. But having such delicacies before them without being able to eat them was the true torment. These challengers from the demon realm seemed certain the food was poison and dared not touch a single morsel.
Gentlemen, are you here to dine or to stay the night?
Just then, a raspy voice echoed through the dining hall,
startling everyone on the second floor and sending their fear levels skyrocketing.
Upon entering, they had all checked thoroughly, even searching the ceiling meticulously, finding nothing suspicious. Yet now, a figure had materialized before them out of thin air. Yet, it wasn't until they descended to the first floor lobby that they could clearly see the appearance of the speaker.
This was definitely not a human.
It was an ancient figure, clad entirely in pitch black, gaunt and skeletal, resembling nothing more than a living skeleton.
My friends, would you care to join me for a bite? Or perhaps you intend to stay the night? He showed no hostility whatsoever, instead asking politely. This scene left the people from the demon realm momentarily stunned.
Jepra paused for a moment before speaking slowly.
What food do you have? How much does it cost to stay here?
He remained cautious, refusing to act rashly.
This strange place seemed utterly peculiar, governed by its own rules.
Perhaps by following its rules, he could survive unscathed without paying too high a price. Accommodation requires 400 jin of meat, while meals only need 100 jin. But the next moment, the gaunt old man, as if spotting prey, began drooling frantically, his gaze fixed on him like he was eyeing a plump, juicy pig. This is truly bizarre. Instantly, everyone began retreating, preparing for battle. The cloaked man dripped his blood onto the body of the Gumantong. And the Gumantong suddenly let out a series of muffled cries. But something strange happened.
The gaunt old man showed no reaction whatsoever.
He extended a finger as withered and bony as a chicken's claw, dug into his ear with its sharp nail, and muttered to himself.
My earwax seems to be piling up more and more. Someone should take my ears off so I can give them a good cleaning. This was unprecedented. The Gumantong's wails had no effect whatsoever. The scene left everyone present drenched in cold sweat.
Had they not possessed strong nerves, they would have been scared out of their wits long ago. Damn it, that shriveled old man might be ugly, but he's got some skills. I'd call it the most bizarre supernatural phenomenon below the level of eerie envoys. So that ghost head blade was nothing but trash after all, shattered by a single shout from the Gumantong. What a useless piece of junk. A disgrace to the supernatural world. Looks like that skinny old man must have starved to death. Holy, 100 pounds of meat for a single meal. Is this food made of gold and silver or something? Huff. Suddenly I'm tempted to trade my comrade's flesh. Guess I've lost my mind. Hey, you up ahead, you've got issues. I'd advise you to see a shrink ASAP, or else your whole family will be gone. Netizens in Dragon Nation were stunned to see a supernatural being capable of effortlessly defeating the ancient spirit doll, causing an online uproar. At this moment, the fear levels of the Transgender Nation challengers all exceeded 50%, with the more timid ones even breaking through to 70%. They knew all too well that the more terrified they became, the stronger the eerie power of the gaunt old man before them grew. But there was nothing they could do about it. Unlike the Eagle Nation's people, they didn't have access to calming drugs, and their trump card, the Gumantong, had been completely neutralized. Thus, they could only tremble in fear. At this moment, the highest echelons of the Transgender Nation were the most anxious. After all, if every member of this squad fell at the hands of this wizened old man, the entire battle would be as good as lost. Now, their faces were etched with confusion and rage. Damn it! How could this dungeon have such inexplicable things? Even the Gumantong is useless. We managed to counter the ghost head blade earlier, but this starving ghost is way too powerful. Maybe it's stronger than the ghost head in raw power. This isn't a normal dungeon at all. I'm filing a complaint. Dragon Nation must be cheating. I refuse to believe a single dungeon could harbor so many bizarre anomalies. But the system couldn't care less about their complaints. When it comes to cheating, it's still the transgender kingdom that's cheating. Yet the anticipated total annihilation never materialized. After all, hunger ghosts, like ghost officers, are a peculiar type of supernatural entity. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't pose too much of a threat. If you don't want lodging or food, just say so. Don't try to scare me with some brat. The wizened old man scratched his ear, muttered under his breath, then headed upstairs. These days, you really see all sorts of people. he muttered as he climbed the stairs. Then he sat down at the table and began to eat heartily. While downstairs, everyone could hear the sound of slurping and crunching coming from above, occasionally punctuated by a satisfied little hum. He didn't even spare the bones, swallowing them whole. Witnessing this scene, the group of challengers from the demon realm all breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem like the murderous type. At that moment, they all felt fortunate they hadn't touched the food. This table of dishes might very well have been their last supper. Chapter 76, Pincer Attack. Had they actually eaten those delicacies back then, they might well have been devoured alive by starving ghosts by now. What they didn't know, however, several of their group had already perished in the dungeon. Selling those corpses to the starving ghosts could buy them a safe stay in this place for a while. If they could haggle, they might even get some food in return. This was something Lu Yu had deliberately prepared for them. This wasn't merely a safe house, it also provided buffs like rapid stamina recovery and hunger satiation. But clearly, the people from the transgender kingdom were unaware of this. Of course, Lu Yu's actions weren't driven by kindness or a desire to spare their lives. Such a setup would reduce the difficulty of this dungeon, allowing challengers to grow stronger. After all, Lu Yu was certain they wouldn't touch these delicacies at this moment. Moreover, hunger and death are relative concepts. If buffs could be enhanced while eating, hunger and death would become even more potent. Moreover, if the starving ghosts grew increasingly powerful, they would become a hindrance to the Gumantong. The outcome? Lu Yu's prediction proved entirely accurate. These individuals genuinely dared not touch a single item on the table. He had never imagined he could treat his own kind as currency for trade. Of course, only those who were both mad and exceptionally gifted could conceive of such a scheme and dare to execute it. While the starving ghost feasted with relish, the people from the demon kingdom were preparing to slip away unnoticed. But just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Jeppala's expression darkened as he peered out the window. Two figures, one black and one white, were strolling leisurely down the street. The last time he had seen these two, they had been on the street to the right. But now their positions indicated they had come from the left street. Indeed, the ghostly patrolman had completed his rounds and was returning. Now, within the room, there was a starving ghost completely unaffected by the Gumantong. And outside this building, the ghostly patrolman was still on watch. If at this moment, the starved ghost suddenly found its food lacking in flavor and craved a taste of human flesh for variety, they'd be dead on the spot. Everyone grew tense. The fear levels of the group skyrocketed, consistently hovering above 60%. This time, their lives truly hang by a thread. Why don't we just fight our way out? Let the Gumantong face off against the ghostly enforcers, we might still stand a chance. One voice spoke up. Jeppala stared at his teammate as if he were an idiot, convinced the man had lost his mind. If forced to choose between the ghostly constable and the starving ghost, he'd rather face the starving ghost. Thud, thud, thud. The ghost officer approached at a leisurely pace, yet everyone's hearts tightened, wishing he'd bolt away at a 100-meter dash speed. Earlier, their fear had been the ghost constable's speed. Now, they found this ghost officer far too slow. This time, things truly were different from before. At this moment, everyone understood what it meant to feel like seconds stretched into years. The footsteps of the sinister officer felt like a heavy hammer, striking each person's heart with a force that filled them with both tension and dread. But at that very moment, a spine-chilling occurrence unfolded. Before the inn's door, the sinister officer's footsteps abruptly halted. At that very instant, every heart stopped beating. We're done for. The ghostly officer had surely found them. Death was imminent. Gulp. Upstairs, the starving ghost had finished chewing its food and stopped eating. It seemed even he feared those ghostly officers, daring not to make a sound lest he draw their attention. The people of the human demon realm were already scared out of their wits. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. The ghostly officers had moved away. Huff. Some could no longer hold on. The moment they relaxed, it was as if all their strength had been drained, and they collapsed directly onto the ground. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the sound of starving ghosts chewing their food. Hurry! Jeppala dared not linger for a moment. He kicked open the door and sprinted out first. Time rewound several minutes earlier. The second squad had heard the eerie footsteps of the ghostly officers at Kaishiko and immediately broke into a run. When they finally stopped, they realized they had already fled the town. The moonlight was hazy. Before them lay a lake as still as a mirror. And this town? It was actually an island in the middle of the lake. From their current position, leaving the town was utterly impossible. They couldn't even make a turn. From their vantage point, the entire town seemed to have only one passable street. What are we supposed to do? This place looks like the worst hiding spot ever. Are we supposed to hide underwater? One of them exclaimed in alarm. The sinister officer was right behind them. If they delayed another 2 or 3 minutes, they'd be finished. Wait. We can take a boat. Just then, Tony pointed to a small boat nearby. Though dilapidated, it showed no signs of leaks. With a collective push, they finally managed to launch it onto the water. Then, a distant sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The ghost cop was coming. Row fast. The group rowed furiously away from the shore, then lay flat on the boat, each with only their head exposed. Thud, thud, thud. Two tall figures appeared, one clad in black, the other in white, walking toward them at a leisurely pace, as if strolling through a garden. But the challengers from the demon-human realm shuddered the moment they recognized those figures. Their appearance differed from ordinary eerie beings, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing, praying the two supernatural officers would hurry away. Fortunately, the two ghostly officers didn't stop. Instead, they headed toward the shore, turned back, and soon, all sound ceased. They're finally gone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just narrowly escaped death. From the moment they entered until now had been little over an hour, yet to them it felt like an eternity. The fact that this dungeon required them to hold out until dawn made its difficulty truly staggering. Let's just stay out on the water. As long as we're not in the town, we shouldn't encounter anything strange. Most importantly, those ghostly officers probably can't cross over here. Some were struck by an idea. Before he could finish speaking, the lake water's temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling aura spread through the air. Chapter 77, Water Ghost. At that very moment, an eerily strange male voice, tinged with pain, echoed across the entire lake. Help! Damn it, this is terrifying. Something's wrong with this lake. I remember hearing about water ghosts in the folk songs. Everyone was startled by that eerie sound. That eerie voice seemed to linger in the air. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Inside the dungeon, the members of the second squad were also terrified, their fear levels skyrocketing. Two members hurriedly pushed the cloaked woman forward, pointing frantically toward the lake surface. At that critical moment, the cloaked woman moved again. The wound on her arm hadn't fully healed. With a gasp, fresh blood flowed from the slashed wound, dripping down the ancient spirit doll's body. Wah! Wah! A strange, bone-chilling wail echoed across the entire lake. In the pitch-black night, it sent shivers down the spine. Gradually, the eerie cries for help subsided. The lake fell silent once more, and the surrounding air seemed to return to its original temperature. It's the Gumantong. We're saved. The other two men's faces lit up with joy. How could they have forgotten about the Gumantong? They were all protected by the Gumantong. How could they possibly fear these strange occurrences? After all, even that cursed blade had been easily dealt with by the Gumantong. No, look. Why has the lake water turned black? At that moment, some noticed the lake beneath their boat had changed. It had suddenly turned pitch black, and even the light reflecting off its surface vanished without a trace. Never mind that now. Let's get to shore first. We'll deal with that thing after the Gumantong takes care of it, a man said. But just then, Kumanthong began wailing loudly once more. Her wails grew louder as she stared at the lake in terror. A dark blue hand had quietly rested on the boat's gunwale, as if some creature was about to emerge from the water. A clearer voice rang out from beneath that palm. Help! It's coming up! We're done for. We're on the water now. How can we escape? These people are probably doomed. Water everywhere, either killed by the monster or drowned. Inside the dungeon. Originally, they believed that with the help of the ancient spirit doll, they could surely suppress the supernatural entities in this watery realm. Thus, without realizing it, everyone's guard gradually lowered. The Gumantong let out a piercing shriek, followed by a supernatural entity bursting out of the water. Everyone's faces paled instantly. Their fear levels had already surpassed 80% and were still climbing relentlessly. We're done for. Since entering this instance, they had been utterly terrified. This made the dungeon's eeriness become exceptionally terrifying. This was precisely why, despite crying, the Gumantong couldn't suppress his opponent. Instead, his wails only grew louder. Remember, after consuming the blood of the ghost headblade, Gumantong's power had surged dramatically. #%at. At that moment, Gumantong's expression suddenly twisted. His face twisted with rage as he glared at the dark green arm clutching the ship's rail. Like an enraged leopard, he let out a threatening growl directed at his companions. The shrill screams grew louder and louder. Gumantong leapt forward, slamming into the chest of one of the demon realm members. As terror filled the person's eyes, she swiftly scrambled upward toward her throat. Her speed was astonishing, like a hairless, jet-black ape. Snap! Gumantong tore into the large artery at her neck, sucking greedily. The scene left everyone stunned. Why wasn't this Gumantong helping them? Why was it attacking its own kind instead? Could it be that the Gumantong realized it couldn't handle the supernatural threat and decided to devour them first? As the Gumantong sucked more and more blood, the eerie fingers slowly receded like they were in water, leaving behind a wet, sticky handprint on the wooden floor. Gone? The remaining two challengers from the land of demons felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. A 5-member team now reduced to 2, one of whom had overused the Gumantong's power and been sacrificed. The Gumantong had now drained every last drop of blood, then submerged itself back into the dead man's abdomen, chewing voraciously on his internal organs. Both men knew they were absolutely safe for the time being. They frantically paddled, racing toward shore before the Gumantong finished devouring their comrade's belly. He glanced back, still trembling with fear, only to find the once calm lake remained pitch black, like a black hole sucking in all light. "We must reunite with the other team immediately," the woman in the black cloak declared. "The number of anomalies in this dungeon is growing. A single Gumantong cannot handle them alone, we need two Gumantong to merge." At that moment, both teams shared the same objective. Due to Team 2's relentless running, it wasn't long before Team 1 encountered the two members of Team 2. Of course, Team 1 had already learned of the deaths of 3 teammates through the system announcement, so this scene held no shock for them. Yet, a growing sense of unease settled in their hearts. He had initially believed that with the help of the Gumantong, he could dominate this dungeon. Yet in the end, they still lost 4 members. This dungeon proved far more challenging than anticipated. While it lacked the illusions encountered in other Dragon Nation dungeons, creatures like the ghostly constables, ox-headed and horse-faced demons, and starving ghosts were equally unsettling. If they were forced into combat, it would be a dead end. Moreover, they needed to find a safe place to evade the surveillance of the ghostly officers. But even this safe house might not be completely secure. Danger lurked everywhere. Jepula spoke up, "Have you found a safe house?" The members of Team 2 had clearly encountered the ghostly officers, yet the officers hadn't attacked them, suggesting they'd enjoyed a brief period of safety. The two then recounted the entire sequence of events. Jepula said, "According to the ballad's meaning, we must rescue the water ghost." The cloaked woman's expression darkened. The ballad cannot be trusted. She then recounted what had transpired at Kaishiku. Everyone's faces paled. No wonder they had felt something was off. When they first encountered the headless specter, they hadn't sensed any great danger. Logically, this specter shouldn't have been overly powerful. Yet even so, one team member had fallen and Gumantong's intervention had been crucial. Chapter 78, the song's meaning is reversed. The lyrics say that when we see the hanged ghost, we should run away. So the reverse is true, don't run away. As he spoke, an expression of extreme agony spread across Jepula's face. So the hanging ghost was already there, having spotted them the moment they stepped through the door. But they were fine at first because they didn't even try to escape. Then, upon seeing the hanged ghost, they fled in terror, and that's how his companion died. Strange. Earlier we encountered the starving ghost. The chant said fill your belly first before moving on, meaning we could eat anything. But we didn't eat anything, and yet we survived. Suddenly, someone realized and exclaimed in shock. What was going on? Everyone froze in shock. Should they follow the folk song after all? Never mind. Now isn't the time for that. We should hurry and find a safe place before the ghost patrols come looking. Jepula looked up at the clock on the wall. By his calculations, the ghost officers should have already arrived at Kaishiku. There wasn't much time left. Now that they had 2 Gumantong in their possession, they naturally had to eliminate one of the ghostly beings first. After disposing of it, they could slip into the safe house and wait until dawn to emerge. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. As the two scanned their surroundings, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the lakeside street. Thud, thud, thud. Fear and despair surged through everyone's hearts. A ghostly officer? Logically, the ghost officers should be heading toward the ox-head and horseface direction now. Even if these 2 ghost officers were exceptionally swift, they should at most be returning from that direction. Why was another ghost constable appearing from the opposite direction now? At that moment, the sound of thud, thud, thud pounded like mallets upon everyone's hearts, their breaths nearly halting. The high-ranking officials of the human demon realm were no exception. Does that mean there are even more ghostly messengers? We're done for, we're done for. The fear levels must be too high, that's why so many ghostly officers have appeared. Run! You fools! Head to the starving ghosts. Hand over a few people as food to buy us a night of peace. Perhaps we shouldn't panic so much. It's just one ghostly officer. We have 2 Gumantong with us, we still have a chance. Like hell we do. Haven't you seen that not even one Gumantong can handle a water ghost? How is it supposed to fight a ghostly officer? Run! Thud, thud, thud. In this dungeon, those footsteps drawing ever closer sounded like death knells to everyone. Captain Gakapala was drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a familiar male voice rang out. Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm not a ghostly officer. As he spoke, a figure emerged. A scholar clad in white approached at a leisurely pace, fan in hand, his bearing graceful and refined. Seeing it was not a ghostly officer, everyone relaxed. But soon, everyone grew wary once more. In this desolate, eerie place devoid of human presence, anyone wandering the streets was most likely not human. A ghostly scholar. The word flashed through Jepula's mind. The final eerie entity mentioned in the ballad. Yet, to his astonishment, it was a strange entity akin to a ghostly constable capable of moving freely. Jepula's heart skipped a beat. He quickly signaled his 2 companions to prepare to summon the Gumantong. Fear not, I mean you no harm. The strange scholar gently fanned himself with his handheld fan, wearing a gentle smile that made one feel at ease, not at all like a strange entity.
If not for the dungeon setting, he could easily be mistaken for a living person. Jepula demanded, "What do you want?"
"I'm here to warn you, don't wander around aimlessly here. Otherwise, when that sinister patrol returns, you might not find a suitable place to hide.
"I can guide you. Follow me."
With that, he turned and strode forward without waiting for their response. The people of the Demon Kingdom exchanged glances, none of them following.
What if that sinister figure was looking for a place to kill them?
Judging by the lyrics of the ballad, this ghostly scholar excelled at twisting the truth, meaning he was a master deceiver.
Yet the ballad's content didn't match reality. Thus, no one dared be certain whether this trickster was trustworthy. Come on, let's follow him.
He's right, if he wanted to kill us, he would have done it already.
If he leads us into danger, we can always stop and just trail behind at a distance. Jepra thought for a moment before speaking.
So everyone followed the trickster forward.
Viewers watching the livestream outside couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap, these people are seriously bold as hell.
Knowing full well that the weird scholar before them is a weird, they still dare to advance. If it were me, I'd have been scared out of my wits the moment I saw this weird. If it were me, I'd probably have fainted on the spot seeing this weirdo.
That said, I can't help but think this weirdo looks kinda cool. Everyone, look, this is the room.
He held a fan and addressed the entire group. It was a two-story building, nothing particularly remarkable in this area. Had it not been for the mysterious scholar leading the way, he would never have found it. Creak, at that moment, the door swung open on its own. No, to be precise, it was the occultist who opened the door.
Yet not a single person from the human-demon realm dared to step through it. As if sensing their apprehension, the occultist spoke up. What are you all worried about? Never mind. I'll be blunt with you. There are indeed spirits here, not one, but two.
But they both died for love. A married woman once accidentally pushed open a window, only for the wooden panel to suddenly collapse, striking a passerby below. The pedestrian was a strikingly handsome man, a perfect match for her. In modern times, such an incident would be nothing out of the ordinary. At worst, the woman would be accused of infidelity and the couple would divorce. But in ancient times, it was a scandal of the highest order. When the woman's husband learned of it, she was forced to swallow a deadly poison, and her lover chose suicide as well. These two spirits are peculiar. Once you enter their domain, they won't harm you unless you make their child cry. Only a fool would believe you. Chapter 79, The Ghostly Scholar.
Jepula sneered inwardly.
This ghostly scholar probably never imagined that the moment they stepped inside from the outside, they already knew everything about this dungeon inside out.
Everyone recalled the song's ending.
You say him, I say her, this pair of dogs, both deserve to die. The deceitful scribe, heart unrighteous, twists truth, takes lives, trust him not, walk at daybreak. Clearly, the trickster in the rhyme was nothing but a fraud. Do not obey his commands. Of course, that pair of scoundrels weren't pushovers either. The tale in the ballad, truth and fiction intertwined, gave Jepra the illusion that Sherlock Holmes had possessed him. But there might be other possibilities. That is, if he was right and there truly were two anomalies in the room, then the strange scholar would be the third anomaly. After all, dungeon designers aren't exactly saints.
After pondering, Jepula made up his mind. We're going in.
But, Captain. Everyone hesitated, knowing the ghostly scribe's words couldn't be trusted. The entity trapped within this room was likely a fierce ghost. But what they hadn't considered was this: if there was a fierce ghost inside the room, did that mean there were no fierce ghosts outside? This ghostly scribe was a strange phenomenon in itself. If they refused to heed the trickster's words, the enraged trickster will likely attack them. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they would lose the safe house, and then they would have to fight the vengeful ghost. But now was no time to wait. The ghost constables were patrolling nearby. Every second they delayed meant they'd die without a proper burial. The best course was to pretend to obey him and walk inside. Besides, they still had the ancient spirit doll. If push came to shove, they could slaughter all the supernatural entities here and use it as a temporary refuge. If they disobeyed orders and provoked the ghostly scholar into killing them, at least they'd have a stronghold to defend. They could deal with the ghost officers once reinforcements arrived. Either way, they held the upper hand. All units, listen up. Jepra couldn't voice his true thoughts, for the weird scribe stood right beside him. He immediately assumed his role as captain and issued orders to his team. Yes, sir. The two cloaked figures exchanged a glance before each slashed their own wrists. A torrent of blood gushed forth, splashing over the body of the Gumantong. A flash of greed flickered in both Gumantong's eyes. The group entered the room, and soon, only the weird scholar remained outside. But just then, the weird scholar gave a slight flick of his fan, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, ambiguous smile. The furnishings inside the house were equally sparse. Only a dining table stood in the center, while the second floor housed a bedroom. Along the wall on the first floor stood two chairs. Yet, upon entering, they were stunned to discover two figures seated upon those chairs. A man and a woman, both heavily painted with bright rouge and strange white powder, a makeup reserved solely for the deceased. Both corpses were wrapped in shrouds. But both corpses had wide, staring eyes. Upon seeing the group enter, they turned their heads in unison, their expressions utterly bizarre. The scene sent a chill down everyone's spine, but with the two Gumantong present, they should be safe.
Curse them! Jepala gave the order.
These eerie beings were definitely not good. The occultist was lying. He believed others didn't recognize him, yet he hadn't realized he'd been giving himself away from the very start. The ballad made it clear, the sorcerer loved to twist the truth. In that moment, the crowd unleashed every vile word they'd never uttered in their entire lives. The scene instantly descended into an utterly bizarre situation. The eerie atmosphere transformed into a grotesque spectacle as netizens worldwide reveled in the verbal brawl unfolding among the people of the demon-human nation.
This is just too embarrassing. This is so vulgar, it'll corrupt the kids. Holy crap, never knew the dirty talk in the land of drag queens was so unique.
I'll jot it down, might come in handy someday. Sigh, not as extensive as our dragon nation's curses.
Just one word is enough.
But this country bumpkin is so uncouth, spewing non-stop.
How the hell does he keep talking like that?
At that moment, several big shots from the transgender kingdom felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Still, they figured as long as they dealt with those ghosts and monsters and cleared the dungeon, it would be fine.
Face? What's that? Can you eat it?
However, just as the transgender kingdom's people were cursing up a storm, a turning point emerged.
The two eerie creatures' faces contorted with terror, and a blood-curdling scream erupted from their mouths sounding like the wail of the dead. Yet, as their curses continued, everyone sensed something was terribly wrong.
For the two eerie creatures showed no signs of being killed by curses.
Instead, they seemed to be staring at mortal enemies. Wah! 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 A pair of male and female ancient spirit dolls suddenly burst into loud wails.
As the wails echoed, the two eerie figures, who had been seated upright on their chairs, simultaneously rose to their feet and began advancing toward them step by step. The group of transgender kingdom challengers, who had been hurling insults at them, were utterly bewildered. These two strange beings weren't afraid of the curses at all. In fact, they looked quite angry.
Everyone, stop. The ghost scholar was right, these two entities are truly extraordinary. It's all a misunderstanding.
Jepara seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly shifting as he loudly warned those around him. But it was too late for words now.
The two anomalies erupted in fury.
In life, they had been branded adulterers for their love.
With no other choice, they chose to die together.
Now, they had to endure the insults of a crowd of scum. If they let this slide, it would mean they'd lived their lives for nothing.
Only then did everyone realize this dungeon was far more complex than imagined.
The behavior of the mysterious scholar was utterly bizarre. He spoke the truth, yet this truth plunged the demonic faction into peril.
This was no accident, it felt deliberately orchestrated.
If all this stemmed from the deceptive scholar's profound understanding of humanity, then the eerie intelligence within this dungeon was truly terrifying.
Or perhaps the Guiwensher's true specialty lay in cunning schemes and devious plots. Regardless, the human demon kingdom had been thoroughly duped.
This time, they had provoked two beings who had absorbed vast quantities of fear energy and, at the peak of their power, had raised the specter of death.
I get it now.
No wonder his voice sounded so familiar. Chapter 80, The Mysterious Identity of the Deceitful Scholar. Just then, a member of the human demon kingdom suddenly gasped in horror, his face twisted with dread.
You guys feel it too?
This weird scholar's voice sounds just like the one who started singing that folk song at the beginning of the dungeon.
The words landed like a massive bomb dropped into a tranquil lake.
It sent chills down everyone's spine.
What?
So he had planned this all along. I thought that song was Lu Yu's doing, but it was actually sung by the weird scholar.
Holy! I've got goosebumps all over. Why does it feel like he's been resurrected, possessing his own consciousness? This is terrifying. The weird scholar exploited every strange phenomenon.
And he was lurking in the shadows, plotting something sinister.
What the hell does he want?
Thud, thud, thud. The black and white impermanents strolled down the deserted street, not a single supernatural being daring to lay a finger on them.
Yet,
there sat this peculiar figure, perched on the staircase outside his own door. Fan in hand, he watched the two pass by with an expression of utter calm. The black and white impermanents abruptly halted, turning their gaze toward the ghostly scholar. Their lips formed words only the strange could comprehend.
Poof. This place has nothing to do with you.
But the weird scholar seemed uninterested in acknowledging them. Before he could finish, one of the Grim Reapers had already drawn his blade halfway, poised to strike. But he was swiftly restrained by the other. The two exchanged glances, then circled around the weird scholar. Watching them depart, the sinister scholar swayed his fan and murmured to himself. Those from another world, though they've mastered dark powers, it's merely a crude technique. Each time they wield it, they drain human blood. But that ghost-headed blade is gone now. Too bad I didn't get it, the ghost constable took it instead. The drowned child still lies in the lake. They seem unaware that dragging the water spirit ashore would neutralize its threat. These people appear fearful of the spirit enforcer's slaughter. The starving ghost didn't strike. They were cautious enough not to devour everything in the shop. Now that they've clashed with that adulterous couple, no matter which side wins, the ultimate beneficiary will be me.
Ha ha ha. Inside the two-story building, two ghostly figures shuffled step by step toward the human demon kingdoms group. Their movements were slow and deliberate, like those of an elderly, frail person. The closer they drew, the louder the couple's wails grew. Don't worry. Judging by their movements, they can only kill us if we injure them first. Besides, the Kumanthong are here. They're nowhere near capable of killing us. A member of the transgender kingdom spoke up. Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground as if the life had been drained from him. Saguri killed. The blood-red characters appeared before everyone's eyes, confirming that the two strange beings had struck. What was terrifying was that no one had seen how they had attacked. It was as if they had started from frame zero, defying all logic. Everyone be careful. Don't let them get close. Jepra nearly roared the command, his forehead glistening with sweat. What was most terrifying now was the enemy's power and method of killing. In such a situation, ordinary people would likely pile up the bodies first before trying to identify the killer's pattern. Only then could they find a way to counter it. But, at this point, rules held no meaning for them. To these two strange beings, it seemed as though they were being insulted. And the earlier insults had clearly enraged them. Now, these two were undoubtedly prepared to fight to the death. Now, he had only one option, to harness the power of the Kumanthong and slay the couple right here. Then he could stay here until dawn. Put. Suddenly, a man spat black blood and collapsed. The appearance of the Kumanthong did not stop the two eerie figures from continuing their slaughter. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone. 5 seconds had passed since the first teammate was killed. This meant that no matter how powerful his teammates were, they would be eliminated within 5 seconds. Except for the two black-robed figures beside the Kumanthong, the rest of the teammates would be wiped out within 10 seconds at most. Run! Under the overwhelming pressure, Gopala could endure no longer. I'm scared of dying. Even if there are Guwensure outside, it's far better than waiting to be killed in this room. But the moment Jepala stepped out of the room, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Warm liquid surged from his throat. He wiped it away with his hand, a pained smile curling his lips. It was a streak of black blood, thick as ink. Jepala is dead. In less than 30 seconds, all three had been killed. This pair of bizarre entities had reached the pinnacle of absurdity. After enduring a series of horrors and triggering a deadly trap, their power had reached an unimaginable level. Even with two Kumanthong, they couldn't stop the carnage. His methods were too elusive to guard against, and his killing speed was terrifyingly swift, leaving no time for reaction. Thud. In the real world, the ruler of the land of demons suddenly collapsed to the ground. One moment there were 6 people left, the next only 3 remained. The disparity was staggering. The other executives wore expressions of utter despair. It must be said, the Kumanthong they controlled was indeed peculiar, but within this dungeon, it stood no chance against these eerie foes. Whether it was the undead officers yet to strike, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, the starving ghosts, or now the ghostly couple, they were all terrifying. What do we do now? The pressure from that couple is overwhelming. This dungeon is impossible to clear. There's nothing we can do about it. The more fear points accumulated at the beginning, the more terrifying the supernatural entities become. I believe the Kumanthong from the land of demons, combined with the potion from the land of eagles, would be absolutely lethal. But unfortunately, the system won't let us use it. Ridiculous. Those 2 items are among the most powerful weapons in the world today, comparable to nuclear weapons. Why would they be casually used in a dungeon? As for the other nations, they were all spectating with a sense of amusement. Inside the dungeon at that moment, the last remaining members of the land of transgendered beings faced a life or death moment, none willing to give up easily. Chapter 81. A bunch of trash. To survive, even if it meant losing all pride and enduring unbearable pain, he would cling to life. But just as the 3 prepared to flee, they halted abruptly. Before them stood the weird scholar, his icy gaze fixed upon them. A bunch of trash. Just as all 3 expected the weird scholar to attack, they were stunned when he walked past them toward the building behind. Then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. 2 adulterers, yet still so deeply in love. Excellent. I shall send you both to hell together. It was a hatred akin to that reserved for mortal enemies. The couple, however, ceased their assault on the humans and fixed the weird scholar with equally hate-filled stares. It seemed they shared a deep, ancient enmity. But that no longer mattered to them. Surviving the brink of death felt like a miracle, like an ordinary person suddenly winning 100 million jackpot. It was a joy that came straight from the heart. Soon, however, a sense of urgency washed over him. Just moments ago, in their nervousness, they thought they'd heard the footsteps of the ghostly officers. But he hadn't noticed when the ghostly patrol had left, nor had he detected its patrol. The most crucial thing now was to find a place to hide and weather this storm. Given this dungeon's eerie difficulty level, the ancient spirit doll stood no chance against any of the supernatural threats. Hold on, I have an idea. The ghost scholar and that couple seem to have some conflict. They've already started fighting. If they fight, it's either you die or I die. If the ghost scholar wins, then there'll be no danger here. Then we won't need to search for shelter anymore. Besides, I doubt we'd find a better place in all of Blackwater Town. That's true. Everyone's eyes lit up. If they were lucky enough to create a safe house, perhaps they might survive. Should we help the Rune Master? If he wins, he might spare us. Another voice chimed in. Don't forget, the weird scholar is also a weird being. While his program seems slightly smarter now, his core purpose remains unchanged, to slaughter every soul who enters this instance. The cloaked woman rejected this idiotic suggestion with a low, raspy voice. Everyone fell silent, watching the outcome of this battle, a battle that would determine their future. But before the battle concluded, the GUE officer arrived. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie footsteps echoed once more. Even if they were moving fast, they shouldn't have arrived this quickly. Faces darkened. Ghost patrols were meant to be hidden, but this time, there was truly nowhere to run. Besides, even if they tried to dive into the lake, it was impossible. The ghostly officer had already approached from the lake's opposite shore. Climb onto the rooftops? That was even less feasible. The houses in this town looked rustic, but each one was incredibly tall. Apart from this wall, there was almost nothing to climb. Though the people of the Demon Kingdom possessed exceptional physical prowess, they were no professional rock climbers. Asking them to do a pull-up was one thing, but expecting them to scale a building using only their hands was sheer folly. Thud, thud, thud. The distance grew shorter. People could clearly see two figures wearing tall hats slowly approaching from the far end of the alley. Get inside! Someone shouted at that moment. After all, even if there were three strange entities inside the room, it was far better than encountering the ghost constable. With that, the group hurried inside and slammed the door shut. However, the situation inside the room wasn't as dire as they'd imagined. The floor was covered in a dark, oily substance that kept spreading. The room was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. The two Gumantongs suddenly burst into wailing, their cries growing more piercing, more terrifying, more shrill. This made it clear that the danger within this room far surpassed anything they had faced before. It was highly likely that everyone would soon meet an inexplicable end. But before long, only one teammate remained standing unprotected by the Gumantong. He coughed up blood, spilling it like black water across the floor, and collapsed with a thud. The two Gumantong shattered like porcelain, black blood flowing from their bodies, while the cloaked woman also spat out a mouthful of black blood. Within mere breaths, the entire team had been decimated to a single survivor. The lone survivor, clad in black, charged out of the room without hesitation. At that moment, two tall figures suddenly materialized in the middle of the road. Their faces, painted with demonic symbols, stared coldly at him. The black and white impermanence. Wah! The ancient spirit doll clutched in the black-robed figure's hand didn't even have time to scream before one of them swung a morning staff, instantly reducing it to a puff of black smoke that vanished without a trace. Silence fell. The child's cries were no longer heard on the street. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly bewildered. But strangely, after dispatching the spirit doll, he did not kill the challenger. Instead, he slowly walked away, continuing his patrol. From the end of the alley came faint footsteps, barely discernible. The hurried footsteps gradually faded away. The cloaked figure stood frozen in shock. In that moment, a thought struck him: just how dangerous was the role of a ghost constable? Perhaps the role of the ghost patrol was merely to contain the eerie occurrences within the town, not to let people roam freely. And then there were the lyrics from that old song, "When the ghost patrols the streets, don't stop." This line, rather than referring to people, seemed to speak to the supernatural itself. It could deter people from approaching, yet wherever it passed, humans would become utterly safe. In other words, Luyu had devised a method to counter the eerie phenomena using the very Guecha. By the time they realized what had happened, only one challenger from the human demon realm remained. From start to finish, everyone had been tricked, or more accurately, they had fallen into Luyu's trap. The audience stared in stunned silence, but soon their expressions shifted to utter disbelief. That's the power of the ghost officer? Terrifying. He actually killed one of the most dreaded supernatural beings in the human demon realm, the Gumantong, with a single strike? What exactly is that white staff? Could it be the Dragon Nation's national treasure? How could it possess such power? Wait, why didn't the ghost officer kill the challengers? Chapter 82, The Key to the Dungeon. Clearly, this rhyme was penned by the ghostly scholar. His specialty is deceiving others into believing the ghostly enforcer can kill indiscriminately. But in truth, the ghostly enforcer is here to aid you. It specializes in subduing the supernatural. Holy! This scene is utterly shocking. What the hell is going on here? The ghost officers themselves are terrifying. Even if they didn't harm anyone, ordinary people would flee in panic at the sight of this. I feel goosebumps all over my body. So this dungeon was nothing but a trap all along. We've been walking into it since the start. That song at the beginning of the dungeon is the key to this whole thing. This dungeon isn't impossible to crack. If you analyze it carefully, you'll see the designers left plenty of escape routes.
Unfortunately, the people of the demon kingdom were arrogant, convinced of their own strength. They saw no need to uncover the dungeon's secrets and charged straight in. But this time, they've truly met their end.
Terrifying. The rewards this time aren't any smaller than the previous 2 dungeons, but it's far more dangerous. One misstep could mean instant death. It feels like jumping into certain death knowing full well it's a trap.
High-ranking officials and strategists from other nations likewise wore expressions of shock. Initially, some speculated the ballad was a hoax. But no one knew for sure. Especially after encountering the ghost-headed blade at Kaishiku, no one could have imagined that this eerie force compelling people to walk with heads bowed would ultimately claim their lives. For no one truly understood the nature of the Dragon Nation's uncanny civilization. Those unaware of the situation could easily be deceived by the song's lyrics, only to be tortured to death. Few would consider using their companions' bodies to save their own lives. Nor would anyone dare carry a water ghost to shore. In the water ghost's predicament, anyone would choose flight over rescue. Had the people of the kingdom of demi-humans not been protected by the Kumanthong, Team 2 would likely have been wiped out long ago. In any other kingdom, without the benefit of such a chant, the entire force would likely have been annihilated. The design of the ghostly officer, however, was something no one could have anticipated. After all, most people's first instinct upon seeing a ghostly officer is to flee. Yet, ironically, its very presence offered the greatest protection. No spirit dared approach it, and it never killed without cause. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap, respect, Lu Yu. You truly are the best dungeon designer in our Dragon Nation. The old man who had been cursing earlier now showered Lu Yu with praise without reservation. At this point, even if someone survived within the dungeon, the outcome was inevitable. For this time, Dragon Nation would emerge victorious. This dungeon of the Dragon Nation maintained its 100% fatality rate, earning its reputation as the most terrifying, most bizarre, and most dangerous one in the world. One man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. Across the entire world, no nation can breach our defenses. Everyone marveled at how brilliantly designed Lu Yu's dungeon was. No, brilliant was an understatement. It was virtually invincible. With you here, the Dragon Nation's destiny is boundless. Truly, you are a treasure bestowed upon us by heaven. Heaven blesses the Dragon Nation. It is our honor. Lu Yu felt somewhat embarrassed by such praise, for he had merely replicated some bizarre civilizations from a parallel world. Ultimately, it was because the Dragon Nation's civilization was simply too mysterious. Any one of its peculiarities could easily defeat any other nation. The final human demon nation still couldn't hold out for long. The final hour of the night had arrived. At this moment, the fear levels of the human demon kingdom's challengers reached their peak. The night of 100 mysteries unfolded. Mid-July, the gates of the strange opened. Countless spirits poured through the gaping gate, wandering this world. Today was the night when every household shut their doors. The residents of Blackwater Town were particularly aware of this. For over a decade, the village had witnessed several murder cases. A young scholar, obsessed with making a name for himself, neglected his wife. Only after passing the imperial examinations did he discover she had taken another man and was pregnant. The adulterous couple drank poison and killed themselves, while the scholar descended into madness. No one knew when he too passed away. Yet from that time onward, people often saw a scholar clad in white robes wandering the streets late at night. At Kaishiko, the executioner Oldly, drunk on wine, accidentally killed someone with his executioner's blade. Once, children playing in the river drowned. It is said a beggar once sneaked into an inn at midnight, gorging himself on food and wine until he burst. And countless other such tales abound. All members of the human demon nation have perished, failing to complete the dungeon quest. Detected, the fairy kingdom has illegally introduced supernatural entities into the dungeon world, violating the rules. The fairy kingdom will suffer tenfold punishment. The fairy realm's fortune is halved, its populace's lifespan is halved, and half its territory is ceded. Within 3 days, all living beings on this land must be expelled, or they will be erased outright. At this moment, the backlash from the national fortune system finally arrived. No one had anticipated that while the Eagle Nation received only double punishment for consuming banned potions, the transgender nation faced tenfold punishment for wielding the power of the uncanny. The moment this punishment fell, countless people throughout the demon realm in every street, every city, every village shuddered violently. Like puppets, they collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Their lifespans were halved. This led to the deaths of many young people. Overnight, the land of demigods became the world's youngest nation. The country descended into complete chaos. With most of its high-ranking officials dead, there was simply no one left to govern or maintain order. Especially those living on the plundered lands, they frantically stockpiled daily necessities and relocated their families elsewhere. 3 days later, anyone remaining here would be forcibly purged by the system. While nations expressed deep sympathy for this plight, few offered tangible assistance. Because they were the ones who brought the anomaly into the instance, this time, both they and the Dragon Nation would be affected. This battle is a fight to the death. All of this is their own doing. Human kindness stirred a flicker of sympathy within him for his own kindred.
Chapter 83, Punishment Descends.
But this did not mean he would harbor any sympathy for these people. At this moment, the entire world was plunged into utter shock.
A tenfold punishment, such a severe penalty, would likely lead to the annihilation of the human demon kingdom before long. My God, is the human demon kingdom about to be destroyed? Even if half the population remains, they're mostly commoners. Those simple-minded fools and high-ranking officers have likely been decimated in battle. They're as good as useless now. Thank goodness we weren't the ones fighting the Dragon Kingdom this time. Otherwise, I'd truly become an orphan. Never underestimate the Dragon Nation. With their long history, their cunning far surpasses ordinary imagination. From now on, no one can stand against them. I wonder if we could establish friendly relations with the Dragon Nation. Rather than wait for concessions from our own country, it might be better to relocate our entire family to the Dragon Kingdom. But given the current situation, it seems unlikely they'd accept outsiders, right? We could sneak out. Surely the Dragon Nation officials wouldn't kick us out then? I'm rolling in money.
I could significantly boost the Dragon Nation's finances.
Surely they'd welcome me with open arms.
Only then did some citizens begin to grasp the situation. If the Dragon Nation continues to grow stronger,
then every nation would be defeated one by one.
Then their futures would end up like Eagle Nation and Transgender Nation. Most people still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, but a few sharp individuals had caught on, realizing the sheer terror of Dragon Nation. Most of them were middle-aged. If their lifespans were half like those in the Transgender Nation, they likely wouldn't last much longer.
This means defeat equals death. This is no financial crisis like before.
A financial crisis is merely a game, nothing compared to the bizarre history of a nation.
This is a matter of life and death. It concerns their very survival, their civilization, their history.
In their eyes, their own lives mattered most. Therefore, they had all made plans to relocate to the Dragon Nation.
However, they were too late. Ahead of them, some wealthy nations, like the Eagle Nation, were already making plans to emigrate.
The Dragon Nation, however, had long been prepared, barring all from entry.
Moreover, massive troop deployments now guarded the Dragon Nation's borders. Any attempt to cross this land would be deemed an act of aggression, met with immediate lethal force. The entire planet erupted in chaos.
Within the Dragon Nation's camp,
this unexpected windfall sent the entire nation into a frenzy of excitement.
This development had effectively added 50 years to the average lifespan. Combined with their existing lifespans, the average age in Dragon Nation now hovered around 170 years.
If all went well, everyone could live long and healthy lives. Some fortunate souls might even reach 200 years.
Others in their 70s and 80s, who had been making funeral arrangements, woke up startled to discover their lifespans had doubled. Combined with the rise in national fortune and the acquisition of half of the Demon Kingdom's territory, this victory could be called a resounding triumph.
The entire world fell silent, while the Dragon Nation erupted in song and dance.
Some even took to online forums to strike back at those who had previously criticized the Dragon Nation during the national fortune wars. This process seemed tedious and time-consuming, but for the Dragon Nation, time was abundant. They could indulge in life to their heart's content.
Who was all that yelling and screaming earlier? IP address looks like it was from the UK. Where'd everyone go now? I thought you were so cocky. How come you're backing down so fast? No one dared say anything, retreating in a flash.
Once, with the advent of the national fortune system, every nation possessed its own unique, bizarre civilization. Only the Dragon Nation, lacking such a civilization, found itself unable to create more powerful dungeons. Thus, other nations held a sense of superiority toward the Dragon Nation. Even after Dragon Nation suddenly gained Luyu, securing an absolute advantage, the fundamental mindset of other nations hadn't shifted. They still believed Dragon Nation had merely fallen into decline. The Dragon Nation appeared to have enjoyed a period of splendor, but it was merely overnight wealth.
Yet after several wars of national destiny, the truth became clear to all discerning observers. The people of Dragon Nation had merely been lying low. Now, they have awakened on Blue Star, standing atop this planet and looking down upon the entire world. All creatures beneath them were but ants. At this moment, several nations, sensing the dire situation, attempted to seek refuge under the Dragon Nation once more. But it was already too late. Had they appeared sooner, they might have saved their own skins. Amidst this turmoil, many had completely forgotten that within the human-demon realm instance, a group of challengers from the Dragon Nation was still fiercely battling the bizarre forces there. Yet at this moment, Luyu and the other executives did not pop champagne. Instead, they continued watching the live broadcast of the human-demon realm instance. It must be noted that the human-demon realm instance ranked among the top 3 globally.
In just a few short hours, the Dragon Nation had lost half its members. The village within the instance was primitive and traditional. Legend held that an old witch lived there, cursing every villager until they died one by one. The shaman's appearance points were varied and extremely secretive, making detection nearly impossible.
To clear the dungeon, there was only one solution: locate the shaman's hidden lair and eliminate him.
However, the horror level of this transgender nation instance paled in comparison to that of the Dragon Nation instance. Apart from the primitive and terrifying elements, everything else is normal. Within this dungeon, the sorcerer only casts curses upon specific individuals at precise moments. This selection is entirely random. Once chosen, the victim dies instantly, enduring immense agony before their demise. Awaiting one's own death while fully aware of its inevitability is an excruciating ordeal. Moreover, this fear could amplify the eeriness. If one's mental fortitude is too weak, they are likely to be eliminated. In this challenge, the Dragon Nation's approach to practicing black magic was remarkably straightforward. They treated it as a form of toxic gas. Being cursed by black magic was akin to being struck by stray bullets in combat. Given the mental fortitude of the Dragon Nation challengers, such eeriness scarcely inspired fear, it was merely death. Chapter 84, Embroidered Silk Shoes. Families of soldiers killed in battle received substantial compensation, ensuring generations of financial security and peace of mind. However, this instance proved rather difficult. The sorcerer was exceptionally well hidden, making him utterly impossible to locate. This led to heavy casualties. If they still couldn't find him, the entire unit might be wiped out. Soldiers of the Dragon Nation feared death not at all. Even if they couldn't win, their families would be taken care of. Yet this also carries consequences for the Dragon Nation. In their eyes, being buried alive with their homeland is worse than death itself. Deep within the Dragon Nation's subterranean base, Liu no longer wished to remain. After all, the sorcery of the human demon nation was utterly wicked, and every soldier was being tortured beyond recognition. Before this, he had felt some guilt. But judging by the current situation, they needn't feel pity for their fallen comrades. But at that moment, a line of words written in blood appeared before Liyu's eyes. For creating a dungeon with a 100% death rate and spawning multiple alternate worlds, you shall receive a mysterious Class A artifact named Embroidered Shoes. The next moment, a line of blood-red text appeared before Liu. Item, Embroidered Shoes. Terror level, Class A. Description: when wearing this embroidered shoe, you may freely traverse any corner of this world. However, your physical form will become ethereal, rendering you unable to interact with other objects. Note 1. Prolonged wear of this shoe is inadvisable, as it will weaken your constitution. Wearing it for over 2 hours will make you ill, 3 hours will freeze you to death, 5 hours will kill you instantly. Note 2. Limited to 1 wear per day. Embroidered shoes? This thing is probably similar to the Gomantong controlled by the land of transgendered people. Both are eerie objects with strange powers. According to the description, this equipment is extremely dangerous. Prolonged wear could very well lead to death. The key lies in how it's wielded. A pair of embroidered red shoes appeared in Liyu's hands. Smaller than his palm, they were clearly shoes meant for the bound feet of women in ancient times. Liu couldn't decipher what they were, but they seemed to be some sort of auspicious object. Yet this seemingly auspicious pair of embroidered shoes could actually kill its owner. Yet soon after, Liu noticed an even more bizarre phenomenon. Only he could see the embroidered shoes, no one else present noticed them. This meant that only he could see the shoes. No one else could take them away. Even if someone knew of its existence, attempting to snatch it from Liyu's grasp would likely end in grabbing nothing but thin air. Liu immediately began studying how to wear these embroidered shoes. A pair of shoes capable of invisibility was an incredibly useful item in this world. Now, the challengers from Dragon Nation were already waiting inside to meet their doom. If he could get in, he might just pull off some unexpected tricks. As for his safety, that was a given. Once he slipped into those shoes, it was as if he vanished from another world. In other words, he had become a phantom. Wait, these shoes are too small. How am I supposed to get my foot in? Liu immediately faced a headache. These embroidered shoes were typically worn only by women with bound feet. Nowadays, due to dietary habits, people's legs were much larger, making it incredibly difficult to wear these embroidered shoes. Liu's feet simply wouldn't fit inside. Yet, just as he was trying to figure out how to get them on, the embroidered shoes suddenly changed size, fitting perfectly. His size 43 feet instantly shrank to half their original size. Standing over 6 feet tall with such tiny feet, and now sporting a pair of miniature embroidered shoes, he looked utterly bizarre. But the strangeness was yet to come. As he stared at the video of the Transgender Kingdom dungeon playing on the large screen, a sudden impulse seized him. His form flickered, and he vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, inside the instance. Originally a 10-person group, but now, suddenly, there was one more person. A person who shouldn't have been there. It was a dim, cramped room where 5 members of the Dragon Kingdom were resting. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized inside. It was a translucent figure. He wore modern clothing and held a phone in his hand. On his feet were a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes for bound feet. "Who are you?" Wang Chang immediately noticed the intruder. His reflexes were sharp. Instinctively, he drew his gun and fired. It wasn't that he was bloodthirsty, but everyone in this village of the land of demi-humans seemed mentally unstable. An unexpected intruder could pose a threat, and the safest course was to eliminate him. As the gunshot rang out, he suddenly realized the bullet had passed straight through the man in front of him, embedding itself in the wooden panel behind. A large clump of wet wood shavings flew out, releasing a damp, musty odor. It went right through. Had this guy already transformed into a ghostly spirit, rendering physical damage useless? But before Wang Chang could fire again, a soldier beside him suddenly shoved him aside. Wait, he doesn't seem like a ghost. Look at his clothes, clearly modern attire. I even spotted the words "Made in Dragon Nation" on his shirt. He's from Dragon Nation. This is strange. This is a dungeon instance. Why would someone from Dragon Nation appear here? The spectators who witnessed this scene also sensed something amiss. Anyone with a bit of discernment could tell that Lu Yu belonged to the same race as these 5 Dragon Nation soldiers, and his aura was strikingly similar to that of the Dragon Nation. But this was the human demon realm instance. Why would a Dragon Nation person be here? The first to react were some high-ranking personnel acquainted with Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu suddenly enter this instance, they immediately fell into a fluster. What's going on? Isn't that Lu Yu? Why is he in this instance? Where did Lu Yu go? Quickly pull up the surveillance footage and investigate this. Lu Yu must be safe and sound. What if that really is Lu Yu? How did he get in? Impossible. This is a simulation. No country possesses that kind of capability. Lu Yu suddenly vanished from the conference room and then reappeared in this dungeon, leaving everyone stunned. Chapter 85, The Invisible Lu Yu. This sent shockwaves through the entire nation of Dragon Country. After all, Lu Yu's status was hardly less significant than that of a nuclear bomb. Even under the current extraordinary national circumstances, the danger he posed far exceeded that of any previous nuclear threat. If anything happened to him, it would be an absolute catastrophe for the entire Dragon Nation. In reality, within this underground base, not only was Lu Yu's physical condition monitored by specialized medical personnel, but military security personnel also guarded his personal safety. Not even a fly could slip through. Yet, at that very moment, Lu Yu suddenly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire chamber. My name is Lu Yu. I am the dungeon designer from Dragon Nation. The system has just bestowed upon me a mysterious artifact. I am currently testing its functions. Everyone, please remain calm. Lu Yu's body had already become ethereal, and though people could no longer touch him, his voice still carried outward, audible to everyone present. A gift from the system? At that moment, the 5 Dragon Nation soldiers exchanged glances. One of them suddenly spoke up. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be Lu Yu. Everyone, holster your guns. News of Lu Yu's inexplicable appearance in the dungeon quickly spread across the globe. Upon learning that the entire Human Demon Nation force had been annihilated in the Dragon Nation instance, everyone began searching for the Human Demon Nation's instance livestream. Lu Yu's name became known to all. This Dragon Country instance could be said to have become so bizarre and perilous largely because of him. Even Lu Yu's profile picture was heavily altered by news agencies in certain countries for advertising purposes, adding devil horns and bat-like black wings. He hadn't done anything, yet the entire world had already branded him a villain. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Yu's face, many foreigners quickly recognized him. What? It's Lu Yu, the Dragon Country dungeon designer. How is he inside the dungeon? Are you kidding me? He can actually enter the instance? That's cheating. System, I'm filing a complaint. Wait, why is his body so transparent? Holy crap, is that even human? Could he be a weirdo? This is terrifying, it's giving me the creeps. I get it now. Lu Yu made this dungeon so bizarre because he himself is a weirdo. Soon, someone spotted Lu Yu's shoes. The foreigner might not recognize the style, but a closer look revealed something was off. An adult's body paired with a pair of tiny feet. The contrast was genuinely unsettling. Even the soldiers from the Dragon Nation, who hadn't reacted much in the Transgender Nation instance, felt their fear level skyrocket upon seeing Lu Yu. Yet they all understood this effect must stem from that mysterious artifact. I'll go find that sorcerer first. Lu Yu knew there was no time to waste. After briefly explaining the situation upon entering the instance, he prepared to depart. He could freely pass through walls like a ghost, delve deep underground, and wield the legendary Earth Escape technique. With his current power, locating a mere sorcerer was no challenge at all. If the dungeon were a game, he was a player with unlimited cheats. Clearing it was merely a matter of time. Another 5 minutes passed. Lu Yu quickly located the sorcerer and rushed back to report his position to the Dragon Nation soldiers. The soldiers swiftly eliminated the sorcerer. At this moment, the entire world witnessed Lu Yu running rampant within the instance, yet they could do nothing about it. Holy! He's cheating! This is definitely cheating! System, you're being way too unfair. How could you give them something this good? Good heavens! If the system can protect the Dragon Nation, why can't it protect us? What did we ever do to offend it? Before long, the National Fortune War came to an end. In this National Fortune War, almost no nation on Blue Star was destroyed except for the Human Demon Nation. The situation in the Human Demon Nation was grim. Having endured the previous national fortune war, the already decimated population of the human demon nation now plunged into yet another catastrophe. Just then, a coincidental rumor spread. The upper echelons of the land of transgender people sacrificed everyone to control the Gumantong, using these souls to feed it. This only deepened the chaos within the kingdom. One could even say their very existence now serves solely to sustain the Gumantong. This situation was widely reported by numerous countries around the world. For a moment, nations fell silent. The Dragon Nation's dungeon was truly terrifying. His power was immense, and he could choose his enemies at will. A single battle of national destiny was enough to destroy a mighty nation. Who could possibly know what the Dragon Nation's next target would be? In such a situation, no nation could guarantee victory over the Dragon Nation. Merely surviving its onslaught would be considered a fortunate outcome. After emerging from the Fairyland dungeon, Luyu immediately removed the embroidered shoes. The entire ordeal had lasted no more than 10 minutes. Yet his body felt icy cold, a faint discomfort lingering within. The moment he removed the shoes, however, the sensation vanished like smoke dissipating into thin air. Yet a lingering unease still clung to him. Wow, you're finally back. We never expected you to vanish like that. Upon seeing Luyu reappear, the group from Longwei relaxed. After hearing the full story, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. This was a pair of invisible embroidered shoes. If only Luyu could see them, they'd be itching to send them back to the lab for thorough research. If they could uncover any strange abilities or similar phenomena, it would be a significant gain for Dragon Country. Under the influence of the national fortune system, bizarre revivals had occurred worldwide, prompting the Dragon Nation to initiate research into the mysterious civilization. However, over the years, Dragon Nation's research had yielded little progress. At best, they discovered that while the strange phenomena could be controlled, the cost was devastatingly high. Luyu, I advise you to focus on recovering. You don't look well. You've been studying the dungeon non-stop lately, you really need to rest. The others urged him in unison. Okay. Luyu replied. After all, the national fortune battle had just concluded, and the next one was only a little over a month away. He needed to prepare by thoroughly researching the Dragon Nation's new dungeon. After stepping into his bedroom, he realized he'd forgotten where he'd tossed the embroidered shoes. Chapter 86, Researching the New Dungeon. Just as he turned to look for them, the embroidered shoes suddenly appeared in his bedroom. Had Luyu not already known about this shoe's peculiar nature, he would have been utterly terrified. Although the war within the instance had concluded, the conflict in the real world showed no signs of abating. If anything, it had intensified. This was especially true regarding the research into the Dragon Nation instance. Yet those in power showed no willingness to address the issue. They understood clearly that even if they could decipher it, it would be utterly useless. After all, the Dragon Nation's dungeons always introduced new content each time. Meanwhile, the amateur experts approached it with a scientific mindset, analyzing it frame by frame. Everyone was pondering how to clear the Dragon Nation dungeon. Some analysis videos have even surpassed 10 billion views. Some nations even established religious organizations worshipping Luyu as an idol. They even clashed with their own citizens over protecting Luyu, resulting in massive casualties. Our investigation reveals that Luyu, the dungeon designer, primarily uses dreamscapes like the mass grave. However, the Blackwater Town instance has never featured any illusions from start to finish. It's been encountering the bizarre in reality. But in my opinion, the Human Demon Kingdom's team didn't even make it past the first gate. We have no chance of clearing this Dragon Nation instance. If we want to survive, there's only one option left: submit to the Dragon Nation and join us as Dragon Nation citizens. If we lose, we'll ally with them. That way, no one can defeat us. But just as everyone was still discussing the Dragon Nation instance. Unbelievable. Vampires roaming the streets of this rotten country? Is this a warped sense of morality or the utter collapse of humanity? Look, with the transformations in the transgender nation, governments worldwide are scrambling to contain the anomalies: vampires, werewolves, mummies, zombies, and the slit-mouthed women. A research report on controlling the anomalies was delivered to the authorities, immediately drawing high-level attention. The next campaign will be a chaotic free-for-all. In past international conflicts, challengers survived amidst an irresistible force of mystery. But in future scenarios, it will become a clash of anomalies between nations. Such cheating will become commonplace. Our nation's anomalies are so terrifying, they might trigger an apocalyptic catastrophe. Relax. Instead of worrying about apocalyptic disasters, you should be concerned about other nations. An impossible dungeon combined with bizarre abilities. What do you think will happen? Well, that's true. They'll likely destroy themselves before we even get a chance to intervene. Among all the great nations in the world, only one can truly stand against us. The rest will all be forced to wield these strange powers against each other, fighting to the death, only hastening their own destruction. That saying was spot on after all. Which saying? To drive someone to the brink of death, you must first drive them mad. Mr. Luyu, the roster for next month's National Fortune Battle has arrived.
They've requested your input. Outside Lu Yu's office, an assistant pushed open the door. Lu Yu picked up the list, scanned it, and suddenly his eyebrows twitched. Compared to the previous list, the order had changed drastically. At the top was Sakura Nation. His assistant explained beside him. Previously, our rankings were based on each nation's threat level. The Demon Nation was considered the most dangerous prospect for development as they possessed strange powers. Naturally, they were prioritized for elimination. However, now that nations worldwide are researching these strange abilities, some may destroy each other or be annihilated by others before we even need to intervene. Therefore, higher-ups believe that in this situation, the Dragon Nation's strategy should be to hold back, observe how things unfold, and wait until the situation stabilizes before taking further action. Lu Yu chuckled. Since the Dragon Nation can freely choose any country as its target, it must pick the one it despises most, right? He paused before adding. I concur with the higher-ups. For the next national fortune battle, let's target the land of cherry blossoms. Please send me the details of recent developments. I need some reference material. Since every nation is now striving to harness the anomalies for their own ends, we absolutely cannot afford complacency. We must devise a specialized scenario tailored to the anomaly civilization of the opposing nation. Wait. Lu Yu suddenly realized, I have a cheat code. With a pair of embroidered shoes that could take me anywhere in the world, couldn't I use them to peek into their dungeons? As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. He looked down and saw a red embroidered shoe appear at his feet. With these embroidered shoes, he didn't even need to carry them. Wherever he went, he could summon them with just a thought. At first, he felt a bit apprehensive, but as time passed and he confirmed the embroidered shoes posed no danger to him, he completely let his guard down. He had grown accustomed to it, even numb to it. Sakura Nation. Following the utter defeat in the War of National Destiny against the Dragon Nation, the land of cherry blossoms descended into a profound silence. All high-ranking officials were replaced by a new generation of young leaders. Within an underground facility, a group of newly appointed high-ranking officials from Sakura Nation gathered with members of the think tank to discuss countermeasures. Gentlemen, we have sufficient reason to believe that the Dragon Nation possesses a list posing a grave threat to them. The most compelling evidence is that, even after acquiring this special capability, they have not taken action against us. This also indicates that our current strength is insufficient to pose any threat to them. That is precisely why they dare not strike against us. Therefore, this is the perfect opportunity for me to revive the dynasty and destroy the Dragon Kingdom. A man in a suit delivered his impassioned speech. Young and ambitious, he was determined to elevate Sakura Nation to its greatest glory in history, conquering the entire Blue Star. This was the dream cherished by all Sakura Nation citizens. Their territory was small and sparse, while the Dragon Nation, vast and rich in resources, appeared to them like a land of plenty. Thus, throughout the ages, ambitious individuals had always sought to destroy the Dragon Nation. Everyone, take a look. This is the strange artifact we revived before. More precisely, a demonic blade. We once deemed it useless, but after the events in the demon realm, I believe everyone now understands. Chapter 87, The Cherry Blossom Nation's Scheme. Yes, we can let him enter this instance and help us complete the instance quest. The crowd below began to protest. But the demon blade carries too great a risk. It inflicts damage upon its wielder, and the user will inevitably perish. Worse still, it becomes uncontrollable, slaughtering innocents indiscriminately. Even our own countrymen could fall victim to it. Calm down. I know what you're thinking. The demon blade merely craves more blood. It's said that the upper echelons of the human demon kingdom have secretly slaughtered tens of thousands to control the Gumanton. I believe we can adopt this method as well. The demon blade's bloodlust stems from its craving for human blood. If we provide it with sufficient blood, won't it become my servant? If word of this gets out, there will be massive opposition within the country. Ha! Rest assured, it won't be a problem. You should know there are still countless Dragon Nation people within our borders. They're not part of us. However, they failed to notice. On the wall beside them, hundreds of meters below the Earth's surface, a translucent figure observed the meeting. This was Lu Yu, clad in embroidered boots, having arrived at the secret high-level meeting room of Sakura Nation. They believed themselves well hidden, but in truth, the Dragon Nation had long possessed intelligence, thoroughly familiar with the hiding places of Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials. Infiltrating the meeting room itself, however, was impossible. Therefore, even if the Dragon Nation discovered the secret base, there was nothing they could do. Even deploying nuclear weapons would be unable to eliminate every single person inside. This structure had been purpose-built to withstand such superweapons. However, times had changed. Lu Yu now wielded a power granted by the system, similar to the method used by the Land of Demons to control the Gumanton. So that's how it is. Now that I've uncovered all of Sakura Nation's plans, it's time to thoroughly study the power of this demonic blade. Then we can devise a strategy tailored to its might. Lu Yu silently pondered. Inside a research facility, dozens of Dragon Nation citizens awoke to find themselves in a state of utter terror.
Originally citizens of the Dragon Nation, they had settled in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom for various reasons. Some came for work, others to immerse themselves in the culture and lifestyle. Yet none could have imagined they would become experimental subjects for Sakura Nation. Where is this? Let me go. This is illegal. Do you know who we are? We're Dragon Nation citizens. If you dare touch a single hair on our heads, you're declaring war on Dragon Nation. Damn it, I'm a key employee of the company. How dare you lay a hand on me? However, their protests fell on deaf ears. In these extraordinary times, everything requires special handling. This is no longer an era that reveres humanitarianism. Of course, the higher-ups wouldn't lay a finger on their own people, so within their own country, people from other nations were the best targets. Suddenly, a narrow crack appeared in the tightly sealed room, followed by a clang as something was hurled through the door. It was a Japanese military sword. An ancient relic, clearly an antique, and not a recent one, that it must have been centuries old. At that very moment, in another room, a group of young executives and researchers watched the scene unfold. The demon sword has been placed in that room. Now, we only need to observe its behavior. But wait, why isn't anyone approaching the demon blade? Humph, a bunch of animals. With just a little manipulation, they'll obey. No one approached the demon blade. In this utterly unfamiliar place, having been abducted. In that moment, someone recalled the inhumane experiments previously conducted in Sakura Country. Could it be they had become experimental subjects too? But then, a voice rang out. My apologies, everyone. Due to certain special circumstances, you've encountered some trouble. But rest assured, if you can kill any one person here, you will be set free. Moreover, we will not subject you to any legal consequences and will provide substantial compensation. Without sufficient food and water, you can only survive for 3 days at most. The words had barely left his mouth when shock rippled through the crowd. They never imagined they'd be treated as experimental subjects. They could never have imagined that such utterly depraved individuals existed in this world. It made no sense. The citizens of Sakura Nation were all well-educated individuals. How could they commit such a monstrous act? Yet as time dragged on, no one came to rescue them from this hellhole. Moreover, there was no food. And they gradually realized that if they didn't comply with his demands, they might starve and dehydrate to death. Finally, someone rose and walked toward the demonic blade lying on the ground. It was clearly a blade forged for slaughter. Though the exact nature of the situation remained unclear, the current circumstances suggested that unless someone was killed, there was no way to alter their predicament. Even if someone did die, if they weren't released, at least they might get some food and water, far better than starving to death in 3 days. The moment he lifted the demon blade, an overwhelming wave of terror surged from his core, turning his eyes a blood-red hue. With a hint of bloodlust in his gaze, he fixed his stare on the crowd around him. What are you doing? Aha, don't come any closer. Help! Someone's going to kill us. Help! In an instant, the entire room descended into chaos. The man wielding the demon blade seemed to have completely lost his mind, becoming a puppet of the blade as he went on a frenzied killing spree, slaughtering everything around him. But strangely, the victims shed little blood. The dagger continuously drained fresh blood. Experiment after experiment unfolded, while officials from Sakura Nation meticulously recorded the demon blade trials. Luyu watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze. Each day, he would spend 2 hours observing the experiments conducted by the Sakura Nation. Faced with the deaths of the Dragon Nation citizens, Luyu felt utterly powerless. The only thing he could do was report the matter to the Dragon Nation's higher-ups, urging them to help spread awareness. The Sakura Nation government would never abandon its research on the demon blade over such a minor setback. They even brazenly claimed that no one was forced to participate, everyone joined voluntarily. Chapter 88, The Experiment in Sakura Nation. However, Luyu was powerless to change their situation. 10 years had passed since the emergence of the national fortune system, yet they remained in Sakura Nation, unwilling to return to their homeland. Perhaps they simply had no desire to return to Dragon Nation, convinced that its demise might be imminent. Clearly, their current predicament was self-inflicted. The Dragon Nation's leadership would never waste time on them. Through several days of observation, Luyu had gained a rough understanding of the demon blade's capabilities and formulated preliminary plans for the new dungeon. Over a month later, the new war of national destiny was about to commence. The Dragon Nation's target this time was, naturally, the land of cherry blossoms. However, Sakura Nation remained unaware that every move they made was under surveillance, continuing their research as usual. They even spared no expense in launching a massive public opinion war online, inciting all nations to condemn the Dragon Nation and dilute the impact of the demon blade experiments. Our great empire would never use humans for any experiments. The reason they are drawn to our culture and technology is precisely because of our strength. So what if we did? After all, the Dragon Nation cost us over 1 million lives. Besides, everyone knows the dire straits our nation faces were on the brink of extinction. How could we possibly care about millions more deaths? If anyone is cruel, it's the Dragon Nation that reigns supreme in cruelty.
Our nations must not let the Dragon Nation's threats blind us. We must redouble our efforts in investigating these bizarre phenomena. Amidst the online uproar, a new war of national destiny was about to erupt.
However, the Dragon Nation exploited the system's granted permissions to set the timing of this national destiny war to a specific date.
Suddenly, the internet fell silent.
All the paid commenters were stunned. After all, they had already won one national fortune war against the Dragon Nation. It seemed impossible to face another. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap across their faces.
The Dragon Nation had indeed seized upon the Sakura Nation's vulnerability.
And the people of other nations had underestimated the deep-seated animosity between these two countries.
Given even a moment to regroup, the Dragon Nation could reduce the land of cherry blossoms to ruins.
It was either their demise or ours.
There was no other way.
Though it was known that Sakura Nation's elites sought to control the mysterious energy. At this critical juncture, however, the entire nation fell silent. The fear from their last failure has not fully dissipated, and the terrifying experience of the strange force's revival remains vivid in their memories.
The pressure from the Dragon Nation was simply too great.
Before long, the War of National Fortune commenced.
Challengers from all nations, fully prepared for battle, were transported into the dungeon.
This war of national destiny was destined to be a bloody and brutal conflict. This was precisely why every nation sought to control the power of the anomalous. For whoever mastered the anomalous would find conquering all foreign dungeons a simple task.
In this new era, the uncanny was the deadliest weapon.
At this point, few paid attention to the Dragon Nation's dungeon anymore except for two nations. The entire Dragon Nation was on holiday, with everyone staying home to watch the live broadcast of the National Fortune Challenge. Every breath was held, awaiting the broadcast's arrival.
A summer evening.
A small lake nestled in the heart of the mountains shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. The village nestled by the lake was home to simple, unassuming folk who rose with the dawn and retired with the sunset. But at that very moment, 10 unexpected guests arrived on the scene. Forest, lake, mountains, everyone was stunned by the scene, but soon they understood what had happened.
The Dragon Nation actually replaced the previous instance? That's utterly insane. How confident are they that every instance will have such a high death rate? No worries. I have my demon blade.
I fear no supernatural threat. Even if I encounter something like the starving ghost or the ghost scholar, I can handle it.
Don't be complacent. This time, the anomalies might be even stronger. Be extremely cautious, everyone.
Remember, this concerns the fate of an entire nation.
The team was led by a woman named Tomoko.
She gripped a demon blade in her hand. Its scabbard was exceptionally peculiar. If she failed to hold the hilt firmly, the blade would turn against her and take control. Just then, a child approached from the distance.
Seeing the people from Sakura Nation, the child showed no fear. A face of pure innocence was filled with curiosity.
"Hey, who are you guys? I don't think I've seen you around the village before." With that, he began walking toward the crowd.
Whoosh! A brilliant flash of steel sliced through the air, severing the child's head in an instant.
Blood spattered everywhere. The captain sheathed the demon blade without a flicker of emotion, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary knife.
Just a mere mortal. I thought he'd be more formidable. No one cared about the death of an innocent soul.
At that moment, another system notification appeared, identical to the previous one.
Hold out until dawn. Alright, let's stick to the original plan and scout this instance first, proposed Tomoko. So the group began exploring the area.
But no one noticed that after they left, the blood flowing from the boy's body on the ground gradually trickled down the slope and into the nearby lake.
The blood-stained water dyed a small section of the lake crimson. Sakura Nation.
A group of executives watched from the sidelines, showing little reaction to the death of a commoner child. In any case, their sole purpose in this battle was one thing: kill. The Dragon Nation dungeon was indeed perilous, yet no matter how treacherous it seemed, it relied solely on monstrous entities to kill challengers.
Eliminate all such entities, and the dungeon would pose no threat whatsoever. Though the defeat of the human demon realm served as a lesson, who could blame them for being useless? The demon blade was different. After over a month of testing, they all knew this demonic blade could effortlessly slay any fierce ghost. Moreover, after absorbing sufficient blood, the demon blade's power had grown even stronger.
They also discovered that infusing the power contained within the blood into the demon blade not only calmed it but also allowed them to unleash that power in the most critical moments.
Excellent.
It seems the demon blade can eliminate any bizarre creature, preventing them from gaining fear points.
This will allow us to complete the dungeon quest more effectively. Chapter 89, The New Dungeon. Haha, I can feel it. The long-held wish of Sakura Nation is finally about to be fulfilled. This battle we will win.
The Dragon Nation shouldn't have chosen us, but regardless, as long as the demon blade is with us, victory is assured. Yet despite their confidence, a lingering unease remained. The Dragon Country dungeon had cast a deep psychological shadow across the entire world. No matter how stable the current situation appeared, there could be no room for complacency.
Otherwise, a catastrophic shift could occur at any moment.
Within the subterranean complex, The situation in Dragon Country was entirely different. Some offered a pack of cigarettes, others presented a month's salary, while one person handed over a note pledging to wash everyone's socks for a month.
They did not believe the Dragon Nation would fail.
On the contrary, they were celebrating its victory. Luyu had stated he was 100% certain that every single person in this dungeon would be killed. Though Luyu hadn't explained why, they trusted his abilities implicitly. They never imagined Luyu would make such a reckless choice, in this instance a gamble, really.
Failure meant losing everything. Yet judging by the current situation, his gamble had paid off. In this instance, the challengers must endure until the following morning to complete their mission. Killing was forbidden.
The more killing occurred, the more difficult it became. In truth, every nation had a fundamental rule when designing their dungeons. Those who enter this instance are righteous individuals, here to resolve bizarre incidents. Within the instance, if challengers encounter kind-hearted individuals, they will naturally offer assistance.
If they encounter evildoers, they will kill them without hesitation.
Yet in reality, most nations either disregard this rule entirely or simply choose to ignore it.
Even the Dragon Nation is no exception.
After all, in the dungeon world, killing someone carries little consequence, but leaving an anomaly behind is an extremely dangerous affair. Luyu scoured every available resource, yet found no exploitable weaknesses. It was a deeply sinister strategy, yet one capable of plunging every team into despair. His approach differed entirely from the Demon Blades. The Demon Blade excelled at slaughter, not rescue. Luyu, however, took the opposite approach, demanding they protect every single person in this instance.
If even one person died, the instance's difficulty would skyrocket, and casualties would mount relentlessly. By that point, total annihilation would be inevitable.
This dungeon did have one advantage. At the very least, the Demon Blade would be unusable for the immediate future. This meant they'd lose their bizarre abilities and revert to conventional combat methods. The best-case scenario would be the Cherry Blossom Nation being tortured to the brink of death, even forced to attack an ordinary person within the dungeon, then unleashing rampant slaughter throughout the instance.
In that case, Sakura Nation faced only one fate: a gruesome death. Even wielding the Demon Blade, survival would be impossible.
But now it seems his guess was correct. It was precisely because he understood Sakura Country's true nature that he set the trap for them. Meanwhile, Tomoko and the others had already walked quite a distance. Along the way, they encountered several villagers.
Tomoko wasted no words, swiftly slicing off the person's head in one fluid motion.
It seemed as though she had grown accustomed to such actions in reality. In truth, for challengers to wield this demonic blade effectively, each must undergo special training. The group moved through the village, trying to figure out the situation before sunset.
Witnessing this scene, the villagers were all terrified into stupor, each remaining frozen in their homes. Others seized the chance to flee into the woods. But
by evening, they had encountered nothing unusual. The dungeon turned out to be completely unthreatening.
The village appeared utterly ordinary, radiating warmth and harmony, devoid of any hostility.
Though some villagers attempted resistance with tools like hoes and shovels, they offered no real challenge against the well-trained forces of Tomoko and her group.
However,
the more ordinary it seemed, the more terrifying it became. And this made everyone feel a tinge of unease.
Beneath this placid surface, they sensed a terrifying truth lurking. Why is this place so safe? Why can't I sense anything unusual? Finally, some couldn't bear it anymore, sensing danger closing in from all sides.
The silent village held no lights, only the bright moonlight reflecting on the lake, creating an eerie tranquility.
Could it be we're trapped in an illusion, while in reality, our bodies are in grave danger? Another person speculated.
The moment these words were spoken, everyone felt an immense weight settle over them. Though they hadn't encountered anything strange or terrifying, a sense of dread slowly grew within them. For those with weaker resolve, it had already reached 50%. This was rather peculiar. This dungeon held no eerie atmosphere, no sense of dread. Such ordinariness was the most extraordinary thing of all.
Tomoko frowned slightly.
As the team leader, she sensed something simmering beneath the surface like a volcano on the verge of eruption. But what was truly worrying was that she had no idea what it was. It felt like a prisoner injected with poison, fully aware of the danger, yet powerless to do anything but watch death approach.
Search. Turn the entire village upside down. Kill everyone here. They might be the key to the problem.
A cold, murderous intent flashed in Tomoko's beautiful eyes. In previous Dragon Country instances, NPCs were rare, almost never encountered alive. But now, to find so many living people here was highly unusual. Therefore, to prevent complications, they must eliminate the threat at its root. Armed with flashlights, the group began slaughtering household after household. Those hiding within their homes found no escape, all met their end. At that moment, the spectators watching this scene all frowned slightly.
How ruthless. These people from Sakura Country haven't done a single humane thing. The objective of this mission is simply to hold out until morning. But what's so peculiar about these villagers? Why do I feel like their expressions during the killings were terrifying? Chapter 90, The Devil.
I think I understand why the Dragon Nation despises those pampered nobodies so much.
Good heavens, they're all demons. Yet the people of Sakura Nation seem to find nothing amiss.
But they weren't fools, they wouldn't dare argue online. In their eyes, surviving this war and annihilating the Dragon Nation was all that mattered.
Inside the instance. Wait, is it just me? I swear the water level in this lake seems to be rising?
A young challenger was walking forward when suddenly his foot slipped, sending him tumbling into a puddle. He looked up and witnessed the scene. Dozens of meters away, the lake water had already flooded the village. A tree growing along the shore was now submerged, with only a few branches visible above the water.
This isn't a lake, it's clearly an ocean. Could the tide be rising tonight? A man speculated.
Under the moonlight, the clear water shimmered with ripples.
Tomoko crouched down, scooped up some water from the surface, and brought it to her lips to taste. This is normal water.
Yet her delicate brows furrowed deeply. If this were a lake, it certainly wouldn't look like this. Or rather, the settings of this dungeon were entirely different from the real world.
Is there something wrong with this lake?
Yes. Just then, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Something was terribly wrong with this lake. Each map within a dungeon instance had its limitations, yet Luyu had designed the entire instance as a vast lake, covering an immense area. This was clearly a strange occurrence.
There was only one possibility.
This lake was the most crucial element. In other words, the lake was the core of the entire dungeon, while the surrounding villages served as auxiliary elements.
Upon this realization, Jizi spoke up.
Keep an eye on the frequency of the water level rising. Also, we need to find another spot. Otherwise, we might get flooded soon. This wasn't entirely impossible, after all, the space within a dungeon was inherently limited. That distant mountain peak might seem far away, but it was actually impossible to climb. Once you reached a certain height, you'd be blocked by an invisible air barrier. If a flood truly came, they wouldn't find refuge on the mountaintop either, they'd simply drown. Shizi felt an increasing sense of unease.
Given Luyu's skill level, he absolutely wouldn't set the difficulty this low. It was highly unlikely there wouldn't be any sense of dread. Yet, at this very moment, the surroundings fell into complete silence.
The summer chorus of cicadas, frogs, and insects had vanished. It felt as though no other living creatures existed in the world besides the 10 of them. The villagers seemed to have vanished.
No. Where had the villagers gone? Tomoko's expression suddenly changed.
Where did the villagers go?
I don't know either. We haven't seen them in a long time. There were over 100 people in the village. Even if they killed that many, there should still be around 40 or 50 left. But where on earth had they all gone? Found them.
Soon, everyone discovered them, over a dozen children huddled inside an outhouse, shivering violently.
Seeing this, Tomoko's brow furrowed deeper.
The villagers were all ordinary people. This wasn't trickery, nor was it illusion. Clearly, they were just a group of ordinary people.
Hold on.
Tomoko noticed her companions preparing to slaughter all the children with cold grins, prompting her to shout a stern rebuke.
These people are just ordinary mortals. Why should we kill them?
But her companions all looked utterly innocent, as if they had just killed not a dozen children, but a dozen chicks.
Without my orders, you are forbidden to do this again. Tomoko felt an urge to explode, but ultimately restrained herself.
In this situation, the best course was to avoid conflict with her own team members, otherwise, she might well be killed.
No, the lake is rising again.
Just then, a member of the lake guard squad rushed over, his face pale with alarm. Behind him, a massive surge of water surged forward like a tidal wave, its speed matching his own as he fled. Strangely, however, this tide did not surge forward like an ordinary one. Instead, it remained eerily still, not even a ripple stirring its surface. Within moments, the lake's surface had risen to submerge his legs. Movement in water severely restricts a person's actions, making it easy to lose balance. The man stumbled, his feet catching on something beneath him. He fell backward, his entire body plunging into the water.
Dead silence.
The man who had fallen into the water vanished as if he had evaporated, leaving not even a single splash behind.
Something's wrong. Quick, save him. Tomoko's face paled as she witnessed the scene, her voice rising in alarm.
One of the men stripped off his clothes and dove headfirst into the sea, quickly disappearing beneath the surface. But, just like the first man, he vanished without a trace, leaving not a single ripple in his wake. At that very moment, a line of blood-red characters appeared before everyone's eyes.
Takashi Hoshino killed in action.
He was the first to be engulfed by the sea, yet within 10 seconds, he was utterly gone. This was the system's notification to everyone. It seemed he was truly dead. But why? This was just an ordinary lake. Even if someone fell, they could get back up. Moreover, the seawater here had only just risen, and beneath it lay solid ground. There were no plants or anything that could trap a person. With his extraordinary swimming skills, he should have been able to swim to shore. Yet he showed no signs of struggling at all. Strangely, most people would struggle desperately when drowning, yet the crowd on shore saw no movement at all. No one rushed to rescue him. They didn't believe he could be killed so easily, and since they saw no signs of struggle, they dismissed it as a joke. However, when they saw the notification that their companion had been killed, their expressions turned grave.
Tomoko's expression also darkened. Earlier, someone had already gone down to save him. Hold on, I'll save him.
The third challenger approached the water's edge, but instead of diving in, he chose another route.
Just then, Tomoko's face suddenly paled and she cried out, "Don't go in."
But it was too late. The man had just turned to leave when he realized the water had risen to his neck. His face drained of color as he thrust his hands out, seemingly trying to swim back.
An unbelievable scene unfolded. No matter how hard he struggled, it seemed utterly futile.
He appeared to be gliding through air, yet his body remained fixed in place.
Chapter 91, The Mysterious Sea.
Except for a pair of eyes, his head was swiftly engulfed by the water. Everyone could see a glimmer of terror and despair in his eyes, the expression of someone watching their own death unfold helplessly.
UCI Kyujo killed in action. Wamura Yuya killed.
2 consecutive alert tones sounded, indicating both challengers had been killed.
Run! Tomoko had no time to think.
She screamed and turned, fleeing toward higher ground.
This lake is definitely dangerous.
The moment you entered the water, your drowned swimming skills were useless. It resembled the poison zone in games. The lake killed without any discernible pattern, like an unsolvable, bizarre entity.
Fortunately, the others hadn't entered the water.
If they'd still been standing there grinning foolishly, trying to swim across, they'd probably all have plunged straight into the sea and drowned.
Because in that very spot, you couldn't even stay afloat.
At that moment, this seemingly tranquil and peaceful little village had been torn open, revealing the horrors lurking within.
Like a piece of hell. The people living here must be troubled too.
After all, they've resided beside this strange lake all this time without a single incident. This scene sent shockwaves through the outside world.
The abnormality must be in the water. I was wondering why this instance in Dragon Country wouldn't have any anomalies.
What a terrifying lake. It's like a door. Once you step inside, no one ever comes back out. This is it? These were our nation's top experts.
How long has the instance even been open? And already 3 people have died in such a mess? This is terrifying.
If they're all down already, we're doomed.
Dragon Nation's dungeon really isn't as easy as we imagined. The atmosphere in Sakura Nation instantly turned oppressive, while Dragon Nation erupted in celebration.
It felt less like a battle for national destiny and more like an international basketball match. This game, of course, determined the rise and fall of a nation's destiny, even potentially shortening the lifespan of the entire country.
Calling it a deathmatch would be no exaggeration. Inside the dungeon. Phew.
The lake has stopped rising. We're safe. The 7 of them collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Staring at the suddenly still lake, they felt like they'd narrowly escaped death.
At that moment, the lake remained still. Moonlight shone upon the lake, reflecting a faint glow.
But now, no one dared to underestimate this lake, nor did anyone dare to admire it. For just moments ago, 3 people had been inexplicably swallowed by its depths. Why such a thing happened, why 3 expert swimmers were killed, these remained mysteries, never to be solved. There was scant information available on how to crack this instance. From the moment we entered this instance, everything has been shrouded in mystery. That terrifying sensation of truth being tantalizingly close yet utterly elusive is deeply unsettling.
Calm down. Our fear levels have already reached an unimaginable height. If they keep rising, I can't even fathom how terrifying this instance will become.
GZ, drenched in sweat, spoke up. Her earlier aloof and dignified demeanor was gone, replaced by a look of utter disarray. Even her long hair was tangled and stuck to her forehead. At this point, everyone's fear levels had dropped to just 20 or 30%. But during their escape, they were still deeply shaken by the terrifying lake. Under these circumstances, their attempts to slay the bizarre, terrifying demonic blade were utterly futile. After all, no matter how formidable the demon blade might be, a blade may cleave iron, but it cannot cleave water. Water, being a force of yin and softness, could naturally suppress the mighty demon blade. This was the decisive trap Liu had prepared for Sakura Nation, a dungeon crafted solely for them. In truth, this scenario is not invincible, for its inherent fate will not allow you to succeed. As the saying goes, heaven cherishes life. No matter how perilous the place, there must always be a path to survival. From the very beginning, Liu had left them a lifeline. Had they shown even a shred of mercy toward the NPCs, had they not slaughtered indiscriminately, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. At the very least, they wouldn't have lost 3 members so abruptly. Alas, Sakura Nation did not fail to leave itself an escape route. It was clearly a dead end, yet they plunged headlong into it, ultimately playing themselves to death. Something feels off. The lake's rise was completely unpredictable. But now that I think back, every time we killed a villager, the lake would inexplicably rise. I noticed it early on, but I thought I was imagining things. But after we killed over a dozen people, the lake suddenly became violent, rising over 10 meters high. Most of the village was submerged.
Look at it now, the entire lake is filled with water.
No sooner had he finished speaking.
Everyone looked down.
What lay below was no longer a lake, but an ocean. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but ocean. If this were outside the dungeon, such a massive volume of water couldn't possibly be contained. It would inevitably flow with the undulations of the ground, ultimately causing a catastrophic flood.
However, within this copy, space is limited. This excess water does not flow outward but is blocked by an invisible wall. There wasn't much room for them to steady themselves. At that moment, a thread of despair rose in everyone's hearts. Could this be the pressure emanating from the Dragon Nation instance? From initial ease to utter despair it took less than 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, they had plummeted from heaven to hell. Such a stark contrast left everyone dumbfounded.
When they first learned this instance was created by the Dragon Nation, everyone had come with the intent to defeat its bizarre purpose. But reality proved cruel. The dungeon contained no eeriness at all, only a strange lake. This left them thoroughly displeased. They never imagined Lu Yu had already uncovered their plan to wield the demon blade.
Snap! At that moment, a faint cracking sound echoed from the nearby woods. Instantly, everyone's spirits lifted. They gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for battle. A chill swept over them all. A headless corpse appeared in the distance, yet it was still alive. Have any of you seen my head? Eerie. Terrifying. A man without a head stood there, alive and well, able to speak, uttering the words, "Did you see my head?" Chapter 92, The Headless Corpse. Already strange enough, now it sent chills down everyone's spine.
The man didn't strike anyone as strange at all. He seemed like a blind man.
Yet he asked, "Did you see my head?"
It was as if he knew even before his death that losing his head wouldn't kill him.
Anyone with half a brain could understand what he meant. Could his head regrow if someone put it back on? It seemed none of these people were ordinary. They looked perfectly ordinary, harmless as can be, yet when their heads were severed, they didn't die. Instead, they searched frantically for their own severed heads. These aren't humans at all. No. If decapitation doesn't kill them,
that means the people they slaughtered earlier, they're not dead yet. In that instant, their scalps prickled and cold crept up their spines.
A collective gasp erupted as everyone present was startled. A dungeon with over 100 NPCs, each one utterly bizarre.
They lived out their days in the village like this, appearing harmonious and peaceful.
Yet, once this veil was lifted, what met their eyes was a veritable hellscape. Had this role-playing been going on all along before their arrival?
But what was even more shocking was this. Even in broad daylight, they still believed they could slaughter others at will, treating them like fish on a cutting board. This was utterly foolish. From the very start, they had been marked as prey. Perhaps in the eyes of these villagers, they were nothing more than sheep. And now, the roles had reversed. It seems this dungeon isn't without its own peculiarities. The eeriness had been following them all along. At this realization, fear gripped everyone's hearts. Whoosh! A streak of eerie green light shot out from the sword's scabbard. It was the demon blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Tomoko drew her blade. The figure before her was undoubtedly a supernatural entity, and only the demon blade could counter such an anomaly.
Hold on.
Just then, she was yanked back by someone.
Don't forget, once we start slaughtering indiscriminately, this lake will keep rising.
Soon, there won't be a single place left for us to stand.
If this continues, we'll all die. Tomoko paused, taken aback. The lake aspect was something she hadn't anticipated. Then she saw the headless corpse, arms outstretched, groping its way forward in the darkness. Was it even human? Could killing such an abomination also cause the lake to rise? Never mind, let's try it anyway. What if this abnormality suddenly attacked them later? At this thought, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Tomoko's beautiful eyes. The demonic blade flashed through the air, cleaving the recently slain man clean in two. Not a single drop of blood flowed from his body, yet his entrails continued to twitch convulsively. Ouch, that hurts. The corpse, split cleanly in two, still crawled across the ground. It wasn't dead. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. At the same moment, the lake around them began to surge violently. Everyone was startled. It seemed they had discovered some patterns about this dungeon. Killing people, no, even adding more people could make this lake rise higher. This was utterly absurd. Such a pattern was clearly designed to suppress the power of their demon blades. They were now stuck in an inescapable predicament. What a stroke of rotten luck. Many felt deeply aggrieved, on the verge of spitting blood. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Nation Guild also felt an urge to spit blood. This is outrageous. How utterly unfair. How could the Dragon Nation suppress our demon blades with such precision? Bunch of idiots. We shouldn't have gone for the kill just now. Damn it, we fell for Lu Yu's trap. This time we must succeed. Otherwise, our lifespans will be shortened again. Besides, bringing such an anomaly into the dungeon will surely earn us tenfold punishment from the system. Even a youngster like me could age to death instantly. The group of young executives were nearly driven mad. This was the consequence of their inability to accept defeat. The demon-human realm was a prime example. They had entered the dungeon with an anomaly before. If Sakura Kingdom lost this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet no matter how loudly they shouted, they couldn't enter the instance. Tomoko's face twisted with pain, her heart filled with despair and terror.
At the same time, her mind was consumed by hatred. Her fear level now surpassed that of everyone around her.
Using the demonic blade meant certain death. Yet she couldn't kill anyone either, which frustrated her deeply. Her death would be utterly meaningless.
She had only one life, and to have it end so inexplicably was something she refused to accept. Of course, she also harbored a deep, seething hatred for Liu Yu's design. If she could transform into a specter, she would certainly seek out Liu Yu.
But she couldn't. At that moment,
the demonic blade in her hand was already eroding her consciousness, stirring an overwhelming urge to slaughter everything in sight. Such emotions were beyond human control.
She must kill the Gyi.
Otherwise, she would unleash a bloodbath, slaughtering all her companions.
Yaha!
Tomoko let out a piercing scream, her voice filled with frustration and despair. Then, she actually sat down and undid her buttons. She intended to take her own life.
Only suicide could stop the demon blade's slaughter and reseal it once more.
At this moment, facing certain death, Tomoko lost all trace of her former composure. Her once beautiful face was now utterly disfigured, like a pristine sheet of paper being used to wipe someone's ass.
Please, when I take my own life, you must cut off my head.
Tomoko's face was deathly pale, her body trembling as she pleaded with those around her. If her abdomen were ripped open and her intestines spilled out, the pain would be excruciating.
But death would not come immediately.
Only by severing her head could her agony be ended.
My son, may you rest in peace.
We shall carry on your legacy. Tomoko's lips turned white, her arms trembled, and her eyes were filled with terror.
Ah!
She screamed as her abdomen was sliced open, her entrails spilling out. Those beside her roared in fury, and with a single stroke, her head was severed. A beautiful head rolled away like a smashed watermelon.
Just then, Tomoko suddenly gasped, her voice trembling. Why? Why am I still alive? Tomoko was still alive.
Even with her belly ripped open, her entrails spilling onto the ground, and her head severed, she hadn't died. She was the only one who could still speak after being beheaded.
Chapter 93, Living Without a Head.
There was once a man who survived decapitation. It was said he could blink 11 times before dying, earning him a Guinness World Record.
Tomoko might well break that record and remain unmatched for years to come.
Still, surviving was the best outcome possible. The problem was, Tomoko had cut open her own stomach. No one could endure such agony, otherwise, decapitation wouldn't exist. At that moment, her brain felt like it was being torn apart.
Arg!
A piercing scream erupted from Tomoko's mouth, as if she were tearing her own throat apart.
It was a bone-chilling sound. Many spectators watching the match felt queasy.
She instinctively rubbed her lower abdomen, then her head. Thankfully, her head was still intact.
Then came a mix of pity and schadenfreude.
After all, Tomoko showed no mercy when killing. Countless heads had fallen to her blade. This was her just desserts. Louis XVI sent you a congratulatory letter. Keep it up, buddy.
Don't embarrass yourself. You love beheading so much, don't you? How does it feel? Absolutely insane cutting open your own belly like that.
Ugh, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. So you're a madman too, beyond my wildest imagination. Unbeknownst to them, a massive audience had already gathered on the Dragon Nation's livestream platform. Perhaps because the previous dungeons had been too dull, they'd seen the same ones countless times.
While each nation had its own playstyle, none offered much entertainment value.
The Dragon Nation dungeon was the most entertaining.
Good heavens, just watching this hurts me. But honestly, I want her to die too.
She deserves this punishment. I bet she'll be tortured to death.
Arg! Tomoko's screams continued, growing fainter yet unrelenting.
The agony searing through her body showed no sign of abating.
Her appearance was more terrifying than any demon.
Her body collapsed to its knees, her entrails and head rolling onto the ground as she emitted a piercing, wailing scream. Several team members nearby watched the scene, involuntarily swallowing hard.
Everyone instinctively took a step back. Help me! Help me! Tomoko finally caught her breath, pleading.
She hoped someone would end her suffering. Her current state was a kind of torment, a living hell.
Kill her now!
Yes, yes, yes.
The young man trembled as he stepped forward, bringing his blade down on Tomoko's head.
However, the blow did not kill her. The hardness of her skull was far beyond what ordinary blades could pierce. Then, blow after blow, he hacked Tomoko's beautiful head into a bloody pulp. But, as if cursed, her screams echoed relentlessly, growing ever more piercing. Tomoko was still alive.
Damn it! You idiot! Leave it to me. One of them finally couldn't hold back.
He stepped forward, picked up the still moaning head from the ground, and flung it into the lake with a casual toss. With a splash, everything around them fell silent. The scene was quite bloody.
Some had already vomited.
And even the most resilient among them couldn't bear witnessing the once beautiful and radiant female squad leader meet such an end. In truth, the boys in the squad had all harbored feelings for her.
Even while cooking dinner at night, they couldn't help but pull out photos of Tomoko from their phones.
But from this day forward, in their minds, Tomoko would be forever transformed into a wailing specter.
Where's my head?
The severed torso had somehow reconnected itself, and the wound was steadily healing. Then it rose again, groping its way across the ground.
Everyone was startled. Though the headless corpse before them posed no immediate threat, they desperately tried to flee the scene, as if witnessing something utterly horrifying. Tomoko has fallen. At that moment, a line of blood-red characters appeared, signifying Tomoko's death.
A wave of lingering fear washed over the group.
For had already perished. How long had they even been in this instance?
Yet now, only 6 remained. This Dragon Country instance proved far more perilous than any previous one.
The captain is dead. From now on, I'm in command. We can't just stand here like fools.
If we don't figure something out, we'll all end up dead here.
Put away the demon blade, don't let that headless one take it. We're leaving now, heading to higher ground.
A rugged man stepped forward. Hirano, the deputy leader of this operation. His tone remained calm, as if he could maintain composure even in the face of death. Among all present, his fear level was the lowest. Had he not lost to Tomoko in a previous test, he would have been the squad leader from the start. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow over the lake.
Not a ripple disturbed its surface, smooth as glass.
This scene, projected into the conference rooms of various nations' highest echelons, felt particularly eerie. The high-ranking officials of the land of cherry blossoms all felt suffocated, as if they were being swallowed by the lake itself. Of course, if everyone were truly submerged by this lake, it would spell certain death.
No way. Under these circumstances, people wouldn't die. What's going on? At first,
upon seeing the headless corpse, their thoughts mirrored others. They believed this dungeon contained no supernatural entities, only over 100 NPCs.
However, after Jeezy failed to disembowel it,
everyone realized they had been utterly mistaken. These villagers were not important clues at all.
What truly matters is the copy. In other words, the copy is the law of this world. Even if decapitated, even if disemboweled with no organs left, they can still survive. Even a severed head, if reattached, can regrow. This is a world of sheer bizarre and grotesque wonders.
The most terrifying aspect is that when these individuals sustain injuries, the lakes seem to come alive, their water levels rising relentlessly. Due to the lake's deadly laws, even the most skilled swimmer cannot survive within its waters. From this perspective, even if there were boats or similar objects, they could not float on the water. This was another rule of the instance. Once the lake rose to a certain level, everyone inside would die.
Damn it! Our magic blades are completely suppressed, we can't use them here. Chapter 94, The Curse of the Raven. What a terrifying dungeon.
Luyu seems to have anticipated our use of the magic blade and deliberately created this dungeon where we can't kill the anomalies. We haven't even lasted an hour in this instance, and we've already lost 4 people. With the demon blade sealed too, the 6 of us from Sakura Nation entering such a high-risk dungeon were completely helpless.
Don't panic. Maybe we can still find a way.
As long as we don't kill more people, the water level in this dungeon won't rise any further.
You, stop being such a jinx.
At that moment, they seemed to reach an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Hirano and the others were also analyzing this dungeon.
Their conclusions largely mirrored those of the Sakura Nation group.
First, do not harm anyone, not even the headless ones whose bodies lie severed from their heads.
Second, never jump into the water, especially if it's deep enough to submerge your head.
Even if you can swim, you'll drown to death.
Hirano declared with unwavering certainty.
So, if we don't kill them, will we be safe? Someone stammered. Hearing this, the group felt a pang of guilt.
Based on their experiences, it had always been this way in the Dragon Country dungeon.
Just when everyone felt certain of victory, convinced they were safe, something far worse would drag them step by step toward their doom.
For a moment, no one spoke. No one could be certain what might happen next. But silence did not mean nothing was happening.
The course of this instance was not something they could alter at will. Everything unfolded precisely as Luyu had planned.
Meanwhile, on the opposite shore of the lake,
a figure stood by the riverbank, gazing down at the lake below and the village across the water. He had fled to this place to evade the invaders, but as the water level rose, his escape route was also submerged.
They've all left. I must find my wife.
He still worried about his wife, who had fled alone.
With that, Han Fei plunged into the lake.
But the moment he entered the water, a terrifying sight unfolded. He sensed that within this lake, there seemed to be no weight at all. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't force himself to float. No matter how vigorously he flailed his arms, not a single ripple disturbed the surface, as if he were swimming through air.
Yet the lake was undeniably real.
And the moment he opened his mouth, it filled instantly with water. Despair, terror, a flood of negative emotions overwhelmed his mind, plunging him into utter chaos as he gasped for breath. Before long, his strength was completely drained, his entire body convulsing violently. Then his brain ceased functioning, and he drowned. Simultaneously, the lake's water level began to rise.
Ha! What? What's going on here? At the same moment, the crowd watching the lake's surface froze in shock.
They hadn't killed anyone, nor had they injured a single soul, yet the lake's water level was rising at a visible pace.
Could it be that their earlier assumptions were wrong? How could they possibly fight like this?
They might as well wait for death. But none of them dared utter such words.
This wasn't a game.
Death was death, and life was a one-time only deal.
No one wants to go to their death.
Though when they entered this instance, everyone had braced themselves for death. When death actually loomed before them, each person felt a deep-seated fear and despair.
Wait, could it be?
Suddenly, one of them snapped out of it, his voice trembling.
What if we didn't kill anyone, and those people committed suicide? Wouldn't that make the lake rise again?
Hirano froze, his brow furrowing.
That's highly possible, but why would these people die inexplicably? Internal strife? No, I mean, if we're all going to be drowned, why wouldn't the villagers be drowned too?
The boy's voice grew increasingly desperate, on the verge of tears. At that moment, no one laughed at the grown man on the verge of tears. Every face paled.
Finally figured it out?
Luyu watched the scene unfold before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was the rule he had set within the dungeon: no killing, and the village must be protected. Therefore, if you were lucky or clever enough, you could grasp this truth. All you needed to do was focus all your energy on protecting the village, preventing them from taking their own lives out of fear. Yet, those challengers not only failed to protect the village but reveled in slaughter, ultimately losing their own lives here. This setup was essentially a gamble, but in truth, Luyu's chances of losing were slim. He'd even made a wager with others: if he didn't kill someone today, he'd eat the entire table clean. A group raced through the dungeon. It was a race against time. Only now did they realize. If all the people they had just killed had turned into headless corpses, and they themselves hadn't died, it would be terrifying. He couldn't even see the path clearly, let alone the lake. If they rashly entered the lake, it would be a one-way trip to death. And if they died, the lake's water level would rise, and the rising water would claim more lives. It was a vicious cycle. Under such circumstances, they'd have no way to clear the obstacle. They'd be utterly powerless to resist, facing nothing but death. The second possibility was extremely remote. Even if the entire village perished, the lake would not rise to its maximum level. A sliver of hope remained. But why would this be the case? Luyu, the designer of this dungeon, is no kind-hearted soul. Given everyone's speculation about his character, he was quite likely to have arranged it this way. When everyone perishes, the lake's surface will have just reached its peak. As for those people, they were only a few centimeters away from the water's surface. Yet even at that height, he was still drowned alive. Luyu was entirely capable of such cruelty, for he was a demon through and through. The group split up, each person assigned to a specific direction, carrying the headless corpses to higher ground. Soon, several headless individuals were apprehended, though they clearly refused to cooperate. You're not fellow villagers. You're bandits. You're the bandit who cut off my head. A woman let out a shriek upon hearing the challenger's voice and turned to flee. Damn it, you bastard, don't run. Chapter 95, Certain Death. Furious and helpless, the man had no choice but to continue the chase. Fortunately, the headless creature darted wildly through the woods, inevitably colliding with several trees. Before long, he caught up. He pinned the man to the ground and threatened. If you dare wander around here, I'll finish you off. Meanwhile, the captain didn't rush to find the headless men. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the ordinary villagers who hadn't been beheaded. It was highly likely that the creatures would simply leap into the lake to evade capture. But how could they know that the lake, once a place of leisurely swimming, had now become a terrifying abyss where death awaited anyone who entered? Therefore, compared to the headless creatures darting about, he believed the villagers posed a greater threat. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten this fact. In this dungeon, the lake seemed to be the strangest place of all. Yet, in such an odd place, the challenger's fear was also a crucial factor. Yet the pressure and danger emanating from the lake had made them completely overlook this fact. In other words, their hearts were already filled with sufficient dread. Just as his fear reached a breaking point, something bizarre occurred. The lake's surface turned a deep crimson. Under the moonlight, it resembled a sea of blood. Near the shore, a figure suddenly emerged from the tranquil waters. This lake seemed to possess a will of its own, swimming toward the shore from its depths. With a squelch, a blood-red footprint suddenly appeared on the ground. The next second, squelch. Not far from the crimson footprint, another pair of footprints suddenly appeared. Then 3, 4, 5. It was as if a person who shouldn't exist had suddenly materialized on the lake's surface. How could it be that color? Everyone sensed something was amiss. The captain, carrying a headless corpse, turned his gaze unintentionally and suddenly noticed the anomaly on the lake's surface. Blood red. The sight immediately evoked images of blood, and with the vast expanse of the lake, it resembled nothing less than a sea of crimson. Such a terrifying sight seemed to everyone like something straight from hell. Eerie, terrifying, a flood of sensations overwhelmed his mind. Everyone gathered around, staring at the lake's surface. It's red.
One person stammered. No, the moon in the sky has changed too. Only then did people notice another thing. The moon in the sky, along with the clouds, had also taken on a faint reddish hue at that very moment. There was even a blood-red moon. The world had been utterly transformed. Gone was the former tranquility. The lake, the moon, everything had changed. A scene of utter desolation stretched across the land. This scene was strange and eerily quiet. It was as if this had always been the case, and they, as mere mortals, had now witnessed the world's true nature. Yes, this was purgatory. Otherwise, how could a man survive after having his head severed? This was not human, it was a monstrous aberration from the depths of hell. Tomoko remained alive with her head severed, and even when her abdomen was ripped open, she did not die. Clearly, she was not human. This is the abnormal. In other words, these people are all dead. In an instant, the number of viewers on Dragon Nation's live streaming platform skyrocketed. Upon hearing the news, some immediately tuned into the Dragon Nation livestream only to witness this scene. A sea of blood, a blood moon. It was nothing short of a living hell. Whoa, this is terrifying. So this Dragon Nation dungeon is essentially sending everyone straight to hell. No wonder 4 people died right at the start. Good heavens, why do I feel like the hell in this dungeon seems even more terrifying? If you can't survive in there, who knows what kind of torment awaits? That blood pool that devours everything, it feels eerily reminiscent of certain ancient civilizations. Now that I think about it, perhaps Dragon Nation's strange civilization has already begun spreading. Even in purgatory, they could achieve immortality, perhaps an eternal torment. Lu Yu is a complete monster. How does he manage to design dungeons that send chills down your spine every single time, yet they feel so painfully real? I even suspect that Lu Yu might be Satan reincarnated. How else could he conceive such terrifyingly lifelike dungeons? All were stunned. Especially those from religious cultures, who firmly believed that the virtuous would ascend to heaven while the wicked would descend into hell. In that moment, some began reflecting on their lives, recalling the sins they had committed. They feared that upon death, they would be plunged into a dreadful realm, doomed to eternal torment. But there was one exception. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, however, broke into applause. Do they still delude themselves into thinking they can go to heaven? Do they even deserve it? They don't deserve it. Let's see what more suffering they can endure. Have Lu Yu finish them off for me, let them taste some real suffering. Lu Yu is the real master. That poor girl, Jizi. To let her die so easily, she should have suffered worse than death. Inside the instance, the Sakura Nation challengers faced crisis. They knew panic would serve no purpose now. At that moment, Hirano suddenly realized something. Yes, from the very beginning, they had made a colossal mistake. The consequence of their mistake was the rising lake. But since the lake had now turned red, it meant this phenomenon had nothing to do with their indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Hirayama pondered for a moment, and a word surfaced in his mind. Fear value. Indeed, the fear value he had previously overlooked was now the key to breaking the deadlock. Hirano scanned the group, only to find their fear values all exceeded 50% and remained stubbornly high. Realizing this change, a chill ran through Hirano's heart. Oh no! How could he have forgotten about this? The fear value. This would make the dungeon's eeriness even more powerful. If it were merely about killing people, the horror within the dungeon might not be nearly as profound. But once the challenger's fear value is added, it truly becomes an unsolvable dungeon. Realizing this, Hirano made a decisive choice. Implement Plan B, take the medication to suppress the panic within. Saying this, Hirano retrieved a blue pill from his backpack. This plan drew inspiration from the former Eagle Nation. The Cherry Blossom Nation had paid a hefty sum for this banned drug, seeking an extra layer of protection within the dungeon. After acquiring the drug, Sakura Nation did not use it directly but instead modified it. This was a drug capable of suppressing human fear at a biological level. Chapter 96, The Blue Potion. The growth pattern of these bizarre phenomena within the dungeon was fueled by consuming fear values. Therefore, if one could suppress the secretion of certain hormones within the body through the drug to reduce this fear value, it would indirectly inhibit the growth of these bizarre phenomena. This drug boosts certain hormones in the human body, causing intense excitement upon ingestion. Additionally, this drug carries other side effects. The reproductive urges triggered by consuming the drug can cause people to lose their rationality, and no one can predict what the outcome might be. But at this moment, Hirano couldn't afford to think about that. If he didn't control his own fear and bring everyone's fear levels down, they would truly be finished. Facing life and death, they were willing to do anything. Under Hirano's command, everyone unhesitatingly retrieved the potions from their backpacks. Shortly after ingesting the substances, their fear levels began to drop. However, in exchange, each person's complexion turned bright red, and their entire bodies radiated the frenzied aura of a beast in heat. Even their complexions changed noticeably. Though there wasn't a single woman in the team now, a man pushed to the brink could still resort to desperate measures. Cough cough. A faint flush appeared on Hirano's face, but he managed to hold back. We should go find the villagers now. Wait, what are you doing?
Before he could finish, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder.
The person's gaze held a hint of amusement as they asked. Hirano-kun, have you ever noticed your skin? We exercise regularly, so why is your complexion still so pale? With a sharp slap, Hirano's anger erupted into a stinging blow. Get away! Everyone, calm down. Don't risk everything just for personal gain. Another banned substance.
Many spectators watching the match wore peculiar expressions.
But the high-ranking officials from various nations all experienced a moment of sudden clarity. Right. Why hadn't they thought of that before?
The best way to fight your fear is not to confront it head-on, but to distract yourself.
Of course, other nations didn't possess the advanced technology of Sakura Nation.
Liu beside him spit out the water in his mouth, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
Good heavens!
The rest of the Dragon Nation people stared in disbelief, as if they'd seen a demon.
After a long moment, the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha, blue pills? Seriously?
That's just ridiculous.
Liu Yu's face turned ashen.
That someone would resort to such methods to suppress their fear while it had some effect, it was only a slight one.
Ha! This is way too intense. The whole world is watching. Can they really keep it under control?
If they truly can't control it, they'll lose all face on Blue Star.
Liu Yu, do you think they can actually pull this off? An executive asked him anxiously. All eyes turned to Liu Yu.
Joking aside, if the land of cherry blossoms relied on that tiny blue pill to succeed, they'd become a laughingstock. I'll say it again, if they succeed, I'll tear this room apart.
Liu Yu replied with unwavering certainty. This put everyone at ease, realizing they'd been worrying needlessly. But then again, it made sense.
They'd killed countless people these past few days, and their fear levels remained sky high. No matter how much medication they took, it did nothing to help. In a cave, dozens of villagers were imprisoned.
None of them understood what was happening.
Just moments ago, these people had looked ready to kill them, so why had they suddenly become their protectors? They could only huddle together in the corner, curled up in fear.
Hirayama and the others gathered outside the cave, their expressions solemn.
Over the past few days, they had gathered numerous villagers and confined them in a higher cave, preparing for any eventuality.
The lake level rose again. It now stood over 2 meters high.
This meant more than one person had fallen in earlier. This was undoubtedly bad news.
Fortunately, they have prevented many deaths.
If they could keep the villagers safe, the lake's water level would remain stable. Therefore, they would be safe.
Phew, we can relax for now. Hirano breathed a sigh of relief.
His face flushed slightly. The potency of those pills was overwhelming. Even with his self-control, he couldn't help but glance at the others a few extra times.
There were indeed women in the cave. They dared not make a move. Who could say if touching them might cause even greater destruction?
That was precisely why he stood guard at the cave entrance, to prevent anyone from losing control and risking the entire group's destruction.
He didn't care about that.
If anyone was foolish enough to do such a thing, he'd kill them. After all, killing one's own comrades wouldn't cause the lake to rise. That much had been confirmed beforehand. But the calm didn't last long before something strange happened.
Come see. What is this place? What on earth happened here?
Someone shouted, and the others rushed over.
Hirano followed the gaze and instantly widened his eyes. Bloodstains everywhere. The ground was covered in bloody footprints, seemingly leading from the blood pool. What the hell? Did someone disobey my orders and enter the blood lake without permission? Hirano roared. He assumed someone must have jumped into the blood lake.
However, it seemed the person hadn't gotten very far, as only their feet were stained red with blood. They must still be alive. But as soon as he stepped forward, the blood beneath his feet transformed into a trail of bloody footprints. Perhaps hearing the defiant voice, or perhaps startled by the bloody footprints, Hirano's voice grew harsh, his emotions beginning to spiral out of control.
No, everyone was here just now. No one would have gone into the blood pool.
The other teammates looked equally bewildered, deliberately exposing their shoes to prove their innocence.
Hirano noticed everyone's shoes were clean and fell deep in thought.
A strange aura spread through the dungeon. Finally, a voice trembling with fear rang out.
We didn't leave any traces behind with those villagers. So where did these traces come from?
An indescribable dread washed over everyone.
Hirano shuddered. Could there be unseen people lurking among them?
Hirayama felt every hair on his body stand on end, even temporarily suppressing the effects of that little pill.
Chapter 97, Red Footprints.
In that moment, within the surrounding darkness, it seemed as though pairs of eerie eyes were fixed upon them.
Hirano suddenly felt something behind him.
He turned to look, but saw nothing unusual. Yet the more he looked, the heavier the unease in his heart grew.
The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all.
It was merely a simple footprint, yet it evoked an overwhelming sense of dread.
What was going on? What would happen next?
He knew nothing about his surroundings, yet that sense of impending danger was driving him mad. He switched on his flashlight, groping through the darkness, trying to trace where the bloodstains led. Just then, his hand trembled violently, and the flashlight slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor. Behind him, distinct footsteps echoed clearly. When he shone the flashlight, he caught sight of a blood-soaked footprint.
Hirano's heart skipped a beat. And so did the viewers in the livestream.
Perhaps it wasn't terrifying at first, but as the flashlight fell from his hand and darkness enveloped the area, everyone was involuntarily drawn in.
Holy, what the hell is that? Good heavens, there are bloody footprints all over the floor. This is terrifying. This dungeon is as terrifying as ever.
I can't bear to watch anymore. Hurry up and finish it. Those footsteps just now must have been from the ghostly presence.
Why didn't we see it? I knew it.
This Dragon Country dungeon isn't going to be easy. There really is something weird lurking inside. More viewers flooded into the Dragon Country livestream, but many were instantly petrified upon entering. Some even let out blood-curdling screams.
Hirano's fear meter had now surpassed 90% and he was on the verge of fainting.
The fear levels of his other teammates also remained above 70%.
Something weird. It's coming. Hirayama, abandoning all dignity, let out a piercing scream.
It was the most primal human instinct seeking support from companions in the face of terror. The others immediately shone their flashlights in the direction he pointed, but saw nothing unusual. However, as their beams swept across the ground, they suddenly spotted a row of vivid red footprints. Their faces instantly drained of color.
Was that invisible abnormality still here? Had it been following them all along? Or was there an invisible person trailing behind them? What do we do now? The abnormality can actually become invisible.
Hirano had completely lost his mind, too terrified to even bend down and pick up the flashlight. Terror gripped his heart.
Hirano frantically charged toward the cave entrance. While the remaining few also took off running, not daring to linger for a moment.
When faced with fear and danger, humans instinctively seek out their companions. Though the inhabitants were ordinary folk, their hearts remained remarkably calm. All the villagers froze in shock. As these once menacing invaders now fled in utter terror, as if they'd encountered something dreadful.
What on earth was going on? Everyone was terrified.
Flashlight beams swept across the cave entrance, quickly revealing a trail of blood-soaked footprints.
Here. It's coming. The supernatural is here. The voices of the Sakura Nation challengers trembled, and they even shielded the villagers with their bodies.
The blue pills were useless now. In the face of overwhelming terror, no medicine could help.
Slap. A blood-soaked handprint appeared on the cave wall. Slap. 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 Before long, the stone walls at the cave entrance were covered in bloody handprints. Not to mention the bloody footprints scattered across the ground, as if an invisible, eerie presence were encircling the onlookers. Hirano, draw your sword. A teammate's gaze fixed on Hirano,
clearly urging him to draw his blade.
Since the enemy was an anomaly, the demonic blade would suffice. After all, eliminating the eerie presence would prevent the lake from rising.
Whoosh! A crimson blade flashed as the demonic sword appeared in the air. Hirano's dark eyes turned blood red in that instant.
The moment he drew the blade, crimson palm prints multiplied on the wall. Clearly, the invisible anomalies were about to strike.
I'll kill you! Hirano roared, his demon blade slicing through the air in sweeping arcs.
For a moment, the entire cave echoed with the sharp whistling of blades slicing through the air. Viewed separately, this scene would have been utterly comical, almost laugh-inducing. Meanwhile, some netizens from the Dragon Nation secretly recorded the scene.
They planned to post the video after the livestream ended. But for most, every hair on their body stood on end, hearts pounding in their throats. For the true form of this bizarre entity was about to reveal itself. Yet, after a dozen seconds passed, the cave remained unchanged.
Judging by the way the demonic blade struck out, it hadn't hit anything.
This meant that none of his previous attacks had connected.
Could it be that there was no strange entity at all? Or perhaps this dungeon simply lacked any form of invisible anomaly? Could that crimson footprint actually be the anomaly's true form?
The thought struck him, and he immediately lowered his head, swinging the demonic blade at the footprints.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Die.
Blade after blade, he severed every trace of blood on the ground, convinced he could slay it.
But just then, he sensed something amiss.
Before his eyes appeared a pair of shoes that looked eerily familiar.
They were his squad's boots.
The pattern on them was all too familiar.
A wave of disbelief washed over him.
A thought struck him,
and the thought sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that their comrade had already become one of the eerie ones?
If so, things would be much simpler. Upon closer inspection, the footprints, some large, some small, resembled straw sandal prints, clearly left by villagers. They must belong to the village's deceased. Therefore, these bloody footprints weren't made by the eerie presence in the lake, but were simply the traces left behind by the dead in the lake. After death, these individuals had transformed into an intangible presence, silent and imperceptible to the outside world, leaving only bloody footprints behind. Hirano shared this discovery with the others, and the originally panicked crowd gradually calmed down.
Immediately afterward, they sensed an indescribable strangeness. How could a dead person possibly develop self-awareness within the dungeon? This was utterly bizarre. Chapter 98, The Bewildered Crowd. So, were they really dead? You mean everyone who dies in the dungeon gets transformed into a weirdo? Exactly. If people can survive decapitation in the dungeon, they certainly wouldn't drown in the lake.
That means those blood-soaked footprints are the traces left behind by souls without physical bodies.
Whoa. Just thinking about it is terrifying. That's impossible.
Before he could recover from the shock, a savage killing intent erupted from his demonic blade. His eyes were bloodshot, yet a bitter smile spread across his lips. He had believed he could persevere to the end. Even if he fell in battle, he would at least be remembered. He never imagined he would end up like Tomoko drawing his demon blade for no apparent reason.
Not for the team, not for the nation sacrificed in such a meaningless way. He refused to accept it.
Now, clutching the demon blade, he slowly straightened his back. His figure appeared profoundly desolate, evoking the chill of the E River. Alone, he walked toward the cave entrance. For his comrades, for his great nation, he would make his final stand.
Captain, what are you doing? A young member behind him couldn't help but ask.
He turned, revealing a sorrowful smile.
What needs doing?
With that, he strode off, his demonic blade in hand.
At that moment, many understood. He intended to leap into the lake.
The only way to stop the demon blade from taking control.
Otherwise, once Hirano fell under its sway, he would wield the cursed blade and unleash a bloodbath.
Even if he were willing to be killed, it would be impossible to leave his body intact.
In this instance, you cannot truly die. No matter what method you employ, be it disembowelment or even decapitation, you cannot genuinely perish. The only way to die is by jumping into that blood lake. Wait, how did he take the demon blade with him?
At first, they were quite anxious, but soon they realized something was amiss. Once the demon blade entered the lake, their entire team would be doomed, left with nothing to rely on afterward. The demon blade hadn't been used yet, but no one was certain if it might prove useful later in the dungeon.
Throwing it into the blood pool would be a huge loss.
No, perhaps what Mr. Hirano considered far surpasses our own thoughts.
What do you mean? All those people just entered the blood pool, but they aren't dead and they won't die. By entering the blood pool, Hirano-kun can use the demon blade to slay those monstrosities within it. The entire group erupted in shock.
The blood pool was the most peculiar feature of this dungeon.
Could Hirano be planning to destroy it? But then again,
he couldn't destroy the pool itself, but if he jumped in armed with the demonic blade, perhaps something unexpected might happen.
Then, they might have a chance to win.
With this thought, the group's gaze toward Hirano shifted.
Whatever the final outcome, Hirano would never witness it.
This was essentially sacrificing his life to secure the nation's final victory. Yet to sacrifice his own life for this cause, such resolve was truly magnificent. Officials from the land of cherry blossoms bowed deeply before the screen in solemn tribute.
Rest in peace, Mr. Hirano. At that very moment, Hirano reached the lakeshore.
The blood pool now glowed in eerie crimson, not ordinary liquid, but thick, viscous blood. Without much hesitation, he stepped directly into the waves. The blood in the pool quickly rose to his calves, yet he felt nothing. Just then, he sensed something and turned to look. At that very moment, he heard 4 familiar footsteps approaching his comrades. Clearly, this time, his comrades had come to see him off. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile.
Muttering to himself, "Everyone, I know you must be lonely right now. I'm here to keep you company."
Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the pool of blood, letting the water rise over his head.
Hirano killed in action. Sakura Country and the others sighed deeply upon seeing the message. Hirano was a brave man.
At this moment, their small squad had lost at least half its members. Only 2 hours had passed, and dawn was still hours away.
What followed was a long wait until dawn. Hirayama, wielding his demonic blade, engaged in a life and death struggle with the eerie entity within the blood lake, and the outcome was decided. Then, all 5 knelt in unison, prostrating themselves repeatedly toward the location of the blood pool.
As if by unspoken agreement, the audience outside the screen silently bowed toward the display. Some even knelt on the floor in reverence, as if paying homage to their own idols. However, this scene left the villagers inside the cave utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, these men had been like butchers. They had slaughtered countless civilians upon arrival, sparing not even children. Now they were putting on this deeply affectionate act.
What on earth were they doing? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Over 10 minutes had passed, yet the situation in the dungeon remained unchanged.
It seems Hirano is truly dead.
Worse still, not only did Hirano fail to eliminate the strange entity in that blood lake, but he also sacrificed himself in the process. Now, everyone's faces darkened, their hearts growing heavier by the moment.
If Hirano's death brought no change whatsoever, it would be a tremendous loss for Sakura Nation.
After all, he had descended into the blood pool wielding the demonic blade. About 15 minutes later, a villager suddenly pointed toward the cave entrance.
"Look over there."
All eyes turned toward the source of the cry.
In an instant, several large characters written in blood appeared at the cave's entrance. As if someone had drawn them with a sharp blade across the floor, yet they left only faint marks without damaging the surface. The words were written in Japanese, translating as follows. "I am Hirano."
A chill ran through the crowd. Then, joy spread across their faces.
It was Hirano, he had done it.
Though he had died, his spirit had awakened from the pool of blood and written these words here.
This meant his mind remained intact,
as if sensing the gazes of all present. Beneath those crimson characters, a new line of blood-red words emerged. Stroke by stroke, as if guided by an invisible hand, they slowly took shape. Follow me, and I will lead you all to find the rest of the villagers.
Chapter 99, The Resurrected Hera. This bizarre scene left everyone speechless. Those who had been declared dead could still survive within this instance in ways unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, they could even send messages in this manner. Hirano Koen is truly dependable.
He must have obtained some crucial information, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken like that. One of them pumped his fist excitedly. At that moment, Hirano seemed to possess a power beyond ordinary comprehension, as if he knew everything that was about to unfold within this dungeon. For them, it was like a shot of adrenaline, offering a glimmer of hope. In that moment, the entire crowd held their breath, as if witnessing a miracle.
Holy, is that even possible? Dragon Nation really went too far this time.
With such a massive flaw in this instance, they're probably in for a world of trouble. I can't wait to see the Dragon Nation's despair.
I told you so. Lu Yu is human, not God. He can't possibly make every dungeon 100% successful. Beating Sakura Nation, Eagle Nation, and Transgender Nation back to back is already an incredible feat. At the same moment,
as the three figures emerged from the cave, the onlookers present all paused their actions. In the pitch-black surroundings, 3 torches illuminated a path. 2 blood-soaked footprints led the way ahead. Needless to say, the one leading the way was undoubtedly the ghostly Hirayama. At first, the blood-stained footprints filled them with dread. But upon realizing they belonged to a dead man, a sense of security washed over them. It felt as though their companion still stood guard beside them. All 3 seemed to sense that companion standing before them now, occasionally turning back to flash them a smile. 2 remained outside the cave, watching the villagers inside. They had to ensure the villagers' safety. If any of them lost their minds and jumped into the pool of blood, all their efforts would be for naught. At a time like this, they had to stay alert. But shortly after they departed, footsteps echoed from the distant shadows. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound felt like someone walking down the street in a pair of soaking wet shoes. The 2 men immediately grew alert at the sound. He then aimed the flashlight in his hand toward the source of the sound. A figure, drenched in blood, emerged slowly from the woods. Upon recognizing the figure, both men's eyes widened in shock. His teammate couldn't help but cry out. Hirano? You're not dead. Yes, it was Hirano. His body was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of it. But instead of rejoicing at their comrade's survival, a chill ran down both their spines. If Hirano wasn't dead, then what the hell was that thing we just fought, that so-called Hirano? But before they could dwell on it, their gazes immediately fell upon the demonic blade. Now, the demon blade seemed to have drained the entire lake of its blood, emitting an eerie crimson glow in the darkness. A demon blade? Could it be that this very blade saved Hirayama's life? How did it appear here at this moment? But Hirano said nothing, merely approaching them. The blood-red demon blade dragged a long trail across the ground. Hirano Koen, you. A girl stepped forward, about to speak. But before her words could finish, a crimson streak of light sliced through her neck. Ah! Before she could comprehend what had happened, she instinctively reached out to touch her own throat. But she discovered her body was no longer under her control. Then, her head was severed from her body. In that split second of her dazed confusion, Hirano hesitated not a moment, slicing the corpse cleanly in 2 from the center. Internal organs and blood vessels were exposed, making it resemble a mannequin. Its internal organs still twitched slowly. Kill me. I beg you. The severed head wailed in agony on the ground, as if enduring the most brutal torment imaginable. What shattered her most was that it was her most trusted captain who had killed her. Just moments ago, they'd believed Hirano's ghost would aid them, but now they'd been plunged into an abyss. The other man stood frozen in utter bewilderment. Watching his teammate cleaved in 2, entrails and blood splattered everywhere, an indescribable stench spreading through the air. He suddenly realized the figure before him wasn't Hirano at all, but a dead man controlled by the demonic blade. It seemed the lake hadn't harmed him at all. Instead, it had allowed him to control his own body and leave the water, leading to the scene they just witnessed. What a blunder! He immediately charged into the cave entrance, intending to use the terrain to fight Hirano. But at that very moment, a crimson streak of light suddenly sliced through his body, cleaving him clean in 2. His body stiffened violently, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The crowd, who had been cheering over the Dragon Nation's defeat, fell completely silent. The blow had struck with such suddenness that some were still mid-complaint when awkwardness swiftly took hold. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. On the screen, his 2 teammates let out piercing screams louder than the pig slaughtering cries during the spring festival. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, and some couldn't help but gasp in horror. No way!
I thought anyone who fell into the blood pool was dead. It's Hirano. He's still holding the demon blade. Looks like the blade possessed the corpse. Once he jumped into the lake, he became its puppet. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. Ha! Looks like Sakura Nation's in for trouble. Those possessed by the demon blade will attack their own teammates indiscriminately. Once we wipe out all the Sakura challengers, victory is ours. At that moment, many realized something. The Sakura Nation team had made a colossal mistake. Those footprints crawling out of the blood pool, they shouldn't have trusted them at all. Still, some suggested those footprints might have been left by the supernatural. Neither explanation could be proven. Whether the supernatural entity truly existed, or whether the owner of those footprints was truly human at all, remained a mystery. Meanwhile, following the trail of blood left by Hirano, the remaining 3 from Sakura Country gradually sensed something amiss. Why hadn't they encountered a single villager? Chapter 100, All of You Die. They pressed onward, soon reaching the base of a mountain where the path abruptly ended. Instead, a massive stone wall loomed before them. Hirano, how did you bring us to this godforsaken place? Someone couldn't hold back and asked aloud. Yet, after waiting 2 minutes, there was still no answer. Bloodstained footprints wouldn't talk, after all. So everyone took out their flashlights, sweeping them back and forth across the ground, hoping Hirano might leave them another clue. But they wished they hadn't shown the light. The sight that met their eyes made everyone gasp in horror. There, carved in blood, were the words, "Everyone must die." What's going on? What does Hirano mean? One teammate suddenly felt goosebumps rise all over his body as a wave of fear washed over him. At that moment, an obvious question crossed everyone's mind. Was that shoe print really Hirano's? No one could know what a person looked like after death. But here, it was magnified infinitely. The deceased seemed to possess their own soul and consciousness, able to walk and leave bloody footprints on the ground. However, those deemed strange. Might they retain the same? Or are they merely a group of low-level life forms devoid of thinking ability? Or are they merely a group of lowly beings incapable of thought? At this moment, the true allure of Eastern terror reached its zenith. For no one knew what awaited them after death. And that fear of the unknown was overwhelming. Taking a single step forward was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Throughout this process, not a single anomaly occurred, nor was anyone harmed. Yet their current level of terror far surpassed that of the previous 3 times. It must be noted that in this instance, there were no lanterns, coffins, or other elements characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet that inexplicable dread had not diminished. Now standing at the cliff's edge, the 3 felt utterly insignificant, like ants before an elephant, utterly powerless to resist. The slightest slip-up could reduce them to dust. Yet they had no time to dwell on this scene. Meanwhile, under the demonic blade's control, Hirano's body continued its relentless slaughter of the surrounding villagers. With each villager he struck down, the lake's waters rose another inch. The outcome was now decided. All members of Sakura Nation have perished. Dungeon objective failed. Soon, a line of blood-red characters appeared on the large screen, announcing the completion of this instance. Dead silence fell. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. They never imagined this match would end so utterly and horrifically, nor that the situation in Sakura Country would be so devastating. 5 men wiped out in less than a minute. Such a killing speed had utterly shattered the dungeon's records. Previous records had all been broken by dungeons from the Dragon Nation, designed by Liu Yu himself. In the past, it was nearly impossible for people from different countries to remember complex Chinese names. But now, the name Liu Yu is frequently mentioned worldwide. In some respects, it has become a symbol of Satan, with many firmly believing Liu Yu is Satan incarnate. Naturally, their perspectives differ. To the people of the Dragon Nation, Liu Yu is like a legendary deity, single-handedly holding back all other nations. At this moment, a single question occupies everyone's mind: where exactly does this man's limit lie? Ever since Liu Yu's emergence, this peculiar instance has continuously respawned, leaving challengers no time to clear it. Their mortality rate was staggering, approaching near total annihilation. Regardless of which nation faced the Dragon Kingdom, even the mightiest powers, the outcome remained the same. After Liu Yu's series of national wars, everyone understood that this terrifying figure would undoubtedly launch new instances in the coming conflicts. The most terrifying thing is the unknown. At this moment, the entire world was cowed by Liu Yu. To those outside the Dragon Nation, he appeared as a living monster, the very incarnation of Satan on Earth. As Sakura Nation suffered defeat, an overwhelming dread descended upon this small country. They had lost again. And what's more, they had even resorted to bizarre powers. Last time, it was the demon-human kingdom that was defeated. The tragic fate of the Yokai Nation still lingered fresh in their memories. Those who refused to abandon their homeland were directly annihilated by the system's power on the final day. Indeed. In truth, many people don't care whether the land is shrinking or not. The pressing issue now is their own survival. In the last century, the problem of an aging population was already evident. If everyone were to die out, the consequences would be unimaginable. However,
The system's punishment arrived without warning. Bloodshot veins seeped from every child's eyes, forming row upon row of text, like a devil whispering in their ears. Those who use the bizarre potion will face harsher punishment. The life expectancy of all members is reduced to 30 years. 1/3 of your territory will be seized. You have 3 days to flee. Such punishment was nothing short of a living hell. Every second of life saw a number diminish. From 100 million at the start to 10 million now. Many young people died without even knowing how they perished. Overnight, the oldest person in Sakura Nation, barely 30, became the world's oldest. Those who survived were utterly bewildered. Such punishment could only be described as demonic, an outright attempt to annihilate the nation. It must be understood that in Sakura Nation, many senior executives and corporate managers were seasoned veterans. This punishment left their upper echelons utterly bewildered. What remained was a group of powerless young people, most of whom were merely university students. Their hearts were filled with confusion and fear for their nation. But that wasn't the end of it. The most terrifying aspect was that they had lost 1/3 of their territory, and in 3 days, they would be killed. The already small sea territory instantly became a barren wasteland. When the world learned of this punishment, everyone was stunned. This wasn't punishment, it was annihilation. Yet then, the Dragon Nation stepped forward to announce it would assume responsibility for this incident. Chapter 101, Taking Responsibility. The news sent the entire world into an uproar. Take responsibility? If not for witnessing it firsthand, one might have thought they were joking. But such thoughts remained unspoken, no one dared voice them aloud. With Dragon Nation's current might, it could absolutely launch an attack on a country and utterly annihilate it. This wasn't an empty threat, it was entirely within their capabilities. Judging by its previous punishment of Sakura Nation, Dragon Nation clearly gained the upper hand this time. Not only did they seize 1/3 of its territory, but they also gained extended lifespans, allowing them to live longer. Such an opportunity made many wealthy merchants green with envy. They could only extend their lives by trading organs, yet in Dragon Nation, even a beggar sleeping under a bridge could live longer. In a basement conference room, Lu Yu rose to his feet. There was nothing more to see here. He intended to return to his bedroom to see if he could uncover any new insights. The instant he rose, every person in the conference hall stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on him. Then, as if on cue, applause erupted. No one could say who started it first, but soon everyone was clapping. Lu Yu moved through the crowd like a victorious general returning from battle. He truly deserved such honor. The fate of the entire nation rested upon his shoulders. Bearing immense pressure and risking his life, he had achieved today's accomplishments. More importantly, Lu Yu's contributions had expanded the Dragon Nation's borders once more. This feat alone ensured his name would be forever etched in history. But now, with a flick of his sleeve, he concealed himself behind it. Entering his bedroom, a system notification popped up. Due to your nation enduring 2 forms of enemy cheating while maintaining a 100% casualty rate, you are hereby granted a Class A anomalous item named Weird Cloth. Following this was a description of the deceptive cloth, written in blood. Item, Camouflage. Terror level, Class A. Description, this is a blood-soaked cloth accompanied by a yellow talisman. I advise you not to remove it. Simply drape the cloth over a supernatural entity to seal it away. When he returned to reality, Lu Yu found a tattered red cloth strip in his hand. The cloth appeared quite high quality, but for some reason, it was stained red with blood, giving it a rather unsettling look. Most terrifyingly, a yellow talisman was stuck to the cloth. Written in red lacquer on the talisman were characters Lu Yu couldn't recognize at all. Moreover, the talisman appeared ancient, bearing stains and slight warping, as if it might peel off at any moment. However, according to the system's blood-written description, it wouldn't detach unless deliberately torn off. It was highly likely an integral part of that bizarre, eerie cloth. A cloth that can suppress the uncanny? It seems quite special. Lu Yu clutched the cloth, then glanced at the pair of red embroidered shoes in the room. A wave of bitterness washed over him. He really did have an unusual collection of strange items. Yet, neither the embroidered red shoes nor the strange cloth seemed to cause him any harm. After several attempts, Lu Yu realized this item, like the embroidered shoes, was invisible to others. But then he remembered after he entered the dungeon, others seemed to be able to see the embroidered shoes too. In other words, they were invisible in reality and could only be seen within the dungeon. Or perhaps it was due to some specific reason. Lu Yu shook his head. It seemed these peculiar items were somehow connected to him personally, usable only by him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. What if he wore it on his own head? The Gibu could suppress evil entities, but it was different for living beings. In other words, Lu Yu couldn't possibly be sealed by the ghost cloth. However, Lu Yu quickly abandoned this suicidal notion. The ghost cloth was utterly bizarre from every angle. Using himself as a test subject was far too risky. Right, Lu Yu murmured to himself. I could try the embroidered shoe. The shoe was restless, often appearing inexplicably nearby, causing significant disruption to his sleep and daily life. As he pondered, Lu Yu covered the embroidered shoe with the red cloth. To his surprise, once covered, the embroidered shoes ceased its pursuit. It seems that gibberish symbol really worked, it even sealed the embroidered shoes. Upon realizing this effect, Lu Yu's mind began to form new thoughts. Perhaps the ghost cloth wasn't as simple as it seemed. This war for national destiny was far from over. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials gathered together, with only Lu Yu permitted to leave. The rest must remain here, waiting until the Dragon Group survives the Sakura Country instance. Lu Yu's early departure had a straightforward reason. During the initial phase of the instance, the Sakura Nation challengers were perishing far too swiftly. However, on a global scale, the instance had only just begun. After all, no other nation could match the Dragon Nation's ability to deploy entirely new instances each time. In other nations, creating a dungeon with a 100% mortality rate would be cause for celebration. The authorities did not permit challengers to constantly update new instances. They would make the most of every single second within each instance. Typically, every nation possesses several such sets of equipment. If a nation consistently triumphs in the war of national fortune, it gains the capital to take risks. In new instances, strong performance can be saved as a backup. Should casualties in major dungeons become unbearably high, and a nation desperately needs a national fortune war to turn its fate around, it must resort to a rarely used dungeon. In the Dragon Nation's council chamber, high-ranking officials watch the current fate war unfold. The curse of resentment rarely appears in national fate wars. I recall Sakura Nation used it only 3 times, and its death rate soars to 90%. So, out of 30 people sent on 3 runs, only 3 survived. The rest were all killed. Such a casualty rate is far too high, it's nearly matching ours. We must prepare for the worst. All 10 Dragon Group members could be wiped out. At these words, the room fell silent. The silence hung heavy. For Dragon Nation, this battle's defeat carried little consequence. The benefits gained from this Dragon Nation campaign far exceeded those from previous defeats by more than tenfold. Chapter 102, The Cherry Blossom Country Instance. However, it had severely shaken the morale of the Dragon Nation's troops. Moreover, these 10 soldiers were living, breathing human beings, each with families of their own. Watching them die like this was utterly heartbreaking. Yet no one knew what to do. Should they rely on Lu Yu? Lu Yu was indeed formidable, but his expertise was limited to dungeon runs. As for fighting in dungeons, he was helpless. Though he wore embroidered shoes that let him move freely through dungeons, they were utterly useless against the curse of resentment. The curse of resentment. In this instance quest, the only entity present was a bizarre being named Kayako. She resembled Sadako, though she didn't split into multiple entities. Her movements accelerated based on the level of fear she instilled. Later on, it would rise upright and move swiftly like a ghost from the movies. Touch it even slightly, and you'd die instantly. The cursed dungeon is compact, offering challengers limited mobility, thus demanding exceptional physical prowess. He could climb directly from the first floor to the second without a ladder, then leap through a window from the second floor and scale the walls to reach other rooms. The Dragon Nation team's approach to this dungeon was straightforward, the token. Thus, one person circled Kayako repeatedly, endlessly, until sunrise marked their successful passage. As for whether they succeeded, that was entirely up to fate. Because during this process, everyone inevitably felt a sense of dread. This feeling only accelerated Kayako's movements, ultimately leading to the entire team's annihilation. But there was no other way. While everyone could conquer their fears within the dungeon, once they actually entered this instance, the fear of death became unavoidable. At that very moment, a man named Zhang Wei from the Dragon Nation was distracting Kayako. Kayako slowly rose from the wooden floor. Zhang Wei walked toward the other end of the passageway, where a staircase led upward. After descending the stairs, he had to wait for Kayako to come down. He would then climb back up to the second level with both hands, repeating the process once Kayako returned to the second floor. The hardest part was keeping his fear levels as low as possible, because behind him lurked another cursed coconut. Even the slightest contact meant certain death. Anyone in such a situation would feel uneasy. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Between Zhang Wei and Kayako, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Wei froze. In his memory, only the shackled coconut was abnormal in this instance. "What's going on? Zhang Wei, did you notice anything?" "Yes, someone appeared in front of me. He ignored my presence. Should I shoot?" Just then, Zhang Wei glanced down and immediately noticed the exquisitely embroidered shoes beneath the man's feet. A grown man wearing embroidered shoes? That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Just one glance sent Zhang Wei's fear meter soaring by nearly 50%. After all, throughout this dungeon run, he'd been relentlessly pursued by Kayako, yet his fear meter hadn't even hit 30%. "My name is Lu Yu. I've come to assist in battle." Lu Yu didn't even lift his head. At that moment, he clutched a blood-soaked red cloth strip in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Kayako, who was slowly approaching. Yet at that very moment, he did something utterly unexpected to Zhang Wei. He walked straight toward Kayako. "Lu Yu's here. We're safe." Zhang Wei pulled out his communicator and shouted loudly. "What? Lu Yu's here. Outside the instance, witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation leapt from their seats in unison.
This was the last thing they had anticipated. As far as they knew, Lu Yu was utterly useless in the curse of resentment. What is he doing? Does he actually plan to confront Kayako with his bare hands? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This is reckless. Doesn't he fear being killed by Kayako?
Even if he doesn't care about his own life, he should think about the future of our Dragon Nation people.
This is simply too much.
Others were deeply concerned, for Lu Yu wasn't fighting just for himself, but for the entire nation.
Should anything happen to Lu Yu, the entire Dragon Nation would be implicated.
But at that moment, an old man sneered coldly. What Lu Yu chooses to do is his own business. You shouldn't hold him hostage. Doing so would only cause us to lose the people's support. If any of you can't see the situation clearly, then please leave on your own. The words fell, and the entire hall fell silent. The speaker was a member of the think tank, his face tinged with a hint of worry. In truth, to them, Lu Yu wasn't a person, he was more like an object that could safeguard national security. While outwardly everyone maintained a semblance of respect toward Lu Yu, deep down, they harbored other thoughts. They simply didn't show it. However, some individuals within the Dragon Nation clearly did not share this perspective. Lu Yu was a person with his own thoughts. He does as he pleases, and we Longwa people never force him. Moreover, they firmly believed Lu Yu would never do anything to harm the Dragon Nation. Wait, he's holding a red cloth. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, someone murmured, seemingly having noticed something. A piece of red cloth, it was impossible to discern anything from it. Yet everyone present was sharp-witted. They could all tell that the item in Lu Yu's hand was far from ordinary, it was highly likely a reward from the system. But even if it was meant to counter some supernatural threat, it should at least be some kind of weapon. What use could a scrap of cloth possibly be? But on the screen, Lu Yu's figure strode forward with unwavering confidence. As if he had anticipated this moment all along. Kayako didn't seem to pose much of a threat to him, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. At that moment, they also noticed the peculiarity of this dungeon. The remaining nations were all stunned by this scene. Lu Yu? How did he get here? How could he appear in Sakura Nation's dungeon? Lu Yu can freely enter other nations' instances. He's terrifying. He can't even be considered human. Most crucially, he's wearing a pair of bizarre embroidered shoes. These shoes are no ordinary items, they must contain some strange, otherworldly power. Look at his legs, they've become abnormally massive since putting on those shoes. What does this signify? Chapter 103, The Sinister Plot. Damn it, this is so unfair. Why can the Dragon Nation exploit their bizarre abilities to invade our dungeons? Yet when we use such powers in their dungeons, we get punished. This is blatant double standards, clearly favoring the Dragon Nation. But the defeated nation holds no voice. No matter how loudly they cry out, no one will answer them. Even the system tacitly allowed Lu Yu to attack other nations' dungeons. After all, that peculiar artifact on his person was the system's reward to Lu Yu. If the system were to turn against him, it would be like slapping itself in the face. Moreover, such strange artifacts were exceedingly rare, difficult to obtain under normal circumstances. Only someone like Lu Yu, leveraging his status as a time traveler, could establish a top-tier dungeon to acquire this ability. Inside the dungeon, facing the coconut shackles, Lu Yu felt no fear whatsoever. He knew that with these embroidered shoes, he was invincible. No matter how bizarre the threat, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. At that moment, someone noticed that Kayako hadn't charged toward Lu Yu. In other words, Kayako hadn't noticed Lu Yu's presence. To the ghostly eyes, Lu Yu appeared as if he were a phantom. At that very moment, Lu Yu was walking toward the coconut of torment, slowly removing the red cloth from his hand. It was a strip of cloth soaked through with blood, looking utterly eerie. And no one who saw it would think kindly of it. What was most spine-chilling was that a yellow talisman was still stuck to the cloth, smeared with blood-red pigment. Anyone familiar with the eerie traditions of the Dragon Nation would recognize it as a yellow talisman specifically crafted to ward off zombies. Could this yellow talisman also be used to suppress some other kind of supernatural threat? Lu Yu knew exactly what it was. The system had explicitly identified it, leaving no room for error. No matter how formidable or mysterious the entity, once enveloped by it, it would become as lifeless as a walking corpse, utterly unable to break free. Without hesitation, Lu Yu slapped the yellow talisman onto the head of the approaching coconut. Kayako didn't notice the strange piece of cloth. In an instant, the strange cloth clung to Kayako's head like iron to a magnet. Like a bride about to marry suddenly veiled in red gauze, her entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground. For a moment, the world fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Kayako, like the ghostly messenger, was an unbreakable presence. Could Lu Yu have actually subdued her? In that moment, the same thought echoed in everyone's mind. How on earth did he manage it? How could this be? In a basement of Sakura Nation, a group of suited executives wore expressions of utter horror. The ruler of Sakura Nation had completely lost the composure expected of a sovereign. Only terror and despair remained. Like the challengers who had entered before them, they too had lost all hope.
Defeated. This was the enigmatic Kayako, impossible to defeat. This was utterly unbelievable. What kind of trick is this? When Kayako's dungeon was first set up, she was supposed to be immortal. How did he stop Kayako? Damn it! What's the point of worrying about that now? If this dungeon mission fails, each of us will lose 5 years of life. How old are you? I'm already 29. Damn it all, I haven't lived enough yet. Many executives over 25 had already lost hope.
They'd thought they were still young enough to survive. But no one could have imagined that after the war with the Dragon Nation, everyone's average lifespan would be cut to 30 years. Some even had to find ways to emigrate to other countries just to keep living.
As for Dragon Nation? Absolutely impossible. Even the most powerful conglomerates were shut out. Their graves must be overgrown by now. Of course, survival isn't entirely impossible, it just requires aligning with a few smaller nations. Yet small nations offered no security.
Faced with such a catastrophe, they couldn't even protect themselves and could vanish at any moment. But rather than die immediately, it was better to prolong life for a while longer. Realizing this, many government officials immediately rushed toward the elevators, intending to board a private jet bound for some small nation. Yet the majority remained helpless. Having endured one catastrophe, they now faced another. Many began preparing for their own deaths, hoping to prevent their bodies from being looted. This news spread like wildfire across the globe, capturing the attention of countless people. At that moment, they discovered that within the Sakura Nation instance, this terrifying anomaly, the shackled coconut, lay motionless, its entire body still, a strange red cloth strip covering its head. That an anomaly had been suppressed by such an unimaginable method was truly unbelievable. Holy crap! Could it be that the anomaly was controlled by Liu Yu? How could the Dragon Nation possess such terrifying power? If he can seal the boss, what chance do we have? It's unclear at this point. Is this power a one-time use, or can it be deployed infinitely? If it can persist indefinitely, that would be truly terrifying. Next time, we absolutely cannot set up just one boss. Otherwise, we'll be completely overwhelmed by the Dragon Nation again. Inside the instance, Kayako lay motionless on the ground for over 10 minutes. Like a malfunctioning robot. A peculiar red headscarf adorned her head, with a yellow talisman paper still stuck to it. Combined with the eerie atmosphere of this dungeon, the scene was utterly bizarre. Though this dungeon itself held nothing truly terrifying, just a dimly lit two-story building. In truth, Kayako wasn't frightening at all, she looked just like any ordinary woman. But with that red headscarf and the yellow talisman stuck on it, she looked utterly unsettling. This eerie, spine-chilling atmosphere steeped in Chinese mysticism made one's hair stand on end. Liu Yu watched closely for a while. Seeing Kayako make no further moves, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei inside the adjacent cabinet witnessed every detail. He was utterly dumbfounded, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. If not for saving face, he would have nearly shouted Wang Defu's name. It was all so bizarre, so utterly unbelievable. A person suddenly emerging from the dungeon and effortlessly dispatching the world's sole, unbreakable, bizarre Kayako. Chapter 104, Victory in the National Fortune War. Had Liu Yu not intervened in time, Kayako would likely have charged straight at him and ended him right then and there. But Liu Yu's sudden appearance seemed to have somehow restrained Kayako, granting him a sliver of hope. At that moment, Zhang Wei's fear level plummeted to its lowest point, reaching a mere 1%. Were it not for the fact that he was still trapped in a place resembling a dungeon, one might even mistake it for having escaped this dungeon and returned to the modern city of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Wei, what's going on? How are you still alive? Why is your fear level so low? The captain's voice crackled through the earpiece. He wasn't deliberately cursing Zhang Wei, but rather asked after hearing his second teammate's report and confirming that Zhang Wei was undoubtedly doomed. What he never could have anticipated, however, was that not only did Zhang Wei survive, but his own fear meter had plummeted to a new low. If this kept up, the difficulty of this mission would likely become much easier. Boss, I think we don't need to do anything. A powerful presence is guiding us towards success. Zhang Wei exclaimed excitedly. Before long, everyone received the message. Everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Soon after, the captain arrived. Upon seeing the situation, he too was startled. After all, this was the shackled coconut. He never imagined it would be resolved so effortlessly. Don't worry, I'll be exiting the instance soon. As long as you don't remove this ghost cloth, Kayako won't be able to break free. All you need to do now is wait patiently for this instance to finish. Liu Yu could only wear the embroidered shoes for a little over 2 hours at most each day, so he couldn't last long in the instance. Then we're truly indebted to teacher Liu Yu. The captain was speechless. Liu Yu's action had indirectly saved all 10 of their lives. Had Liu Yu not arrived in time, even if they completed this mission, casualties would have been inevitable, perhaps even total annihilation. It's nothing. Just an experiment. With that, Liu Yu vanished from the instance in a flash. The moment he returned to the real world, he slipped off the embroidered shoes, pulled out his small notebook and began scribbling notes. The moment he sealed Kayako with the occult cloth, an idea struck him. He planned to show off his skills in the next dungeon run. As Luyu departed the instance, the team leader watched his retreating figure, his emotions still churning. Especially when he saw Kayako immobilized and bound in place, he was even more stunned. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Not only could Luyu freely enter and exit the instance, but he could also effortlessly suppress and seal the only boss within it that had previously been unbeatable. The scene looked like something straight out of a movie. But it was all real. What followed needed no further explanation. The dragon group members waited quietly until the next morning. Though they knew Luyu had sealed away Kayako, out of caution, everyone cautiously dispersed in different directions. This way, should anything occur, they could respond promptly and minimize losses. But it turned out they had overestimated the danger. By dawn, nothing had occurred within the dungeon. Kayako remained lying there, seemingly lifeless, showing no signs of movement whatsoever. This left every member of the dragon group with a sense of unreality, for they had never experienced such an effortless battle. It had been effortless. Zhang Wei was right, Luyu was deliberately making things easier for them. After completing the dungeon, the eerie cloth reappeared in Luyu's bedroom. Seeing the cloth still there, Luyu felt relieved. It seemed the experiment had worked. He had previously taken a gamble, deliberately losing the cloth in the dungeon to see if it would follow him back to the real world. The answer was no. With this conclusion, he could finally proceed with his experiments in peace. Now, I just need to focus on designing the next dungeon mission. The new one will definitely be a hell mode. Luyu murmured to himself. This insight came from Kayako's guidance. If he could design the dungeon exactly as he envisioned, why would he need to care who entered it? After all, no matter who they were doomed to die. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. But what he didn't know was that a massive uproar had already erupted outside. Now everyone understood the extent of the Dragon Nation's threat to the entire world. If this problem wasn't resolved quickly, the entire world might be plundered clean. The Dragon Nation is truly terrifying. The eeriness of their civilization is on an entirely different level compared to ours. After learning about the Dragon Nation's dungeons, I feel our own strangeness is like child's play. Their strangeness is like a 1,000-year-old demon merely glimpsing it could drive a person mad. We have only one path left: submit to the Dragon Nation and beg for mercy. Otherwise, we'll be annihilated by the Dragon Nation sooner or later. Damn it, it's all that bastard Luyu's fault. The Dragon Nation was supposed to be carved up among our nations, but now everything's changed. In the end, it was Luyu's sudden emergence that allowed their nation to rise to power once more. I heard the Eagle Nation once planned to launch nuclear missiles at Luyu's underground base. But intelligence indicates he's deep underground. Even if we used countless nuclear weapons, it might not inflict any damage on him. Worse, it could provoke a nuclear counterattack from Dragon Nation. Exactly. As long as Luyu lives, we're all finished. The problem is, he's under the Dragon Nation's ironclad protection. Not even a fly could get near him. Chaos erupted online, an indescribable dread spreading like wildfire. The nations previously attacked by the Dragon Nation, the Human Demon Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Eagle Nation now lay in utter ruin. The Demon Nation was on the brink of annihilation. The Eagle Nation's biohazard crisis had been contained. However, encountering zombies in the wilderness remained a possibility, so many chose to stay in major cities under military protection. Even the Eagle Nation's new ruler was contemplating using nuclear weapons to destroy the virus's source. But the worst situation remains in Sakura Nation. The defeat in the last Fate War had claimed the lives of a generation of elders, plunging the nation into despair. This latest defeat in the Fate War claimed the lives of all middle-aged citizens, leaving only those under 25 years old. Chapter 105: Sakura Nation's Punishment. These individuals were just entering society, inexperienced in the ways of the world. In any nation, they would be considered the lowest strata of existence. Many of them were still students. For Sakura Nation, however, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. Henceforth, all citizens of Sakura Nation must marry and bear children before the age of 25. After all, 25 was the absolute limit. Beyond that age, one would pass away peacefully. This effectively severed a nation's future and hope. Even more terrifying, due to the bizarre invasion, the land of cherry blossoms experienced another strange resurgence. How should this matter be handled? Many are contemplating whether to relocate elsewhere. For who knows, the next time, the Dragon Nation might strike them again. If they lose again next time, the land of cherry blossoms will truly be finished. They knew their limitations all too well. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials still harbored thoughts of launching another offensive, intending to crush the land of cherry blossoms into oblivion and erase it completely from the face of the earth. But a top-secret intelligence report shattered the Dragon Nation's plans. What? Britain is cultivating vampire soldiers? Luyu frowned as he examined the documents. It must be understood that Japan's vampires were nothing like the dashing, superpowered, immortal beings portrayed in television dramas. In reality, vampires were bizarre creatures resurging within the land of decay. They were a horde of monsters driven solely by slaughter and insatiable craving. Their origin was a giant blood-red bat. More precisely, a bat blood demon. Moreover, the vampires cultivated in Britain are not true vampires, they are merely infected by the power of the blood demon. They are what are known as blood slaves. Similar to the zombies of the Eagle Nation, they retain a degree of self-awareness. It remains unclear what methods they employ to persuade the blood demons to transform some individuals into blood servants. But it doesn't cause loss of consciousness, instead, it forms an extremely peculiar power. After being transformed into blood servants by the blood fiend, their physiological structures differ from ordinary humans. Everything before their eyes becomes a world of black and white. Moreover, as human beings, their emotions are also affected. In the dungeon, the stimuli faced by challengers are not intense, so their fear levels remain low. Their speed, strength, and endurance rival Olympic athletes. An assistant explained to Lu Yu. Beside him, a strategist from the Dragon Nation spoke up. During the last National Fortune War, we encountered a blood servant who was exceptionally powerful. Our team lost 3 members. Yet that blood servant emerged unscathed, maintaining a fear level of around 30% throughout the entire battle. This was clearly a significant disadvantage for Dragon Nation. How could they possibly confront a creature that possessed inhuman strength yet felt no fear whatsoever? We have a choice. We can avoid conflict with the Rotten Nation now, but in the future we must confront them. One crucial detail he omitted: once new bloodline slaves are created, the Rotten Nation will spawn 2nd and 3rd generations. If its power were to increase further, that would be the most terrifying scenario. Most crucially, while other nations might exploit such methods, the Dragon Nation could not. After all, if the Dragon Nation truly regained its strength, merely surviving under such circumstances would already be a stroke of extraordinary luck. Perhaps, with current human technology, it would be impossible to prevent this. The conference room fell silent. No one had anticipated that Lu Yu, the designer of this scenario virtually invincible within the Dragon Nation, would still be unable to counter it. Never mind, Lu Yu's voice cut through the silence. All eyes focused on him. The adversary they now faced was utterly monstrous, almost inhuman. Lu Yu, are you truly certain this time? If it can't even instill fear, then the eeriness within this instance simply cannot grow. Their vision is comparable to beasts. In other words, anything meant to psychologically affect challengers in the dungeon won't faze them at all. Witnessing this, Lu Yu slammed his hand on the table. I can give it a shot. Everyone. Time flew by. A new war of national destiny erupted. To the surprise of all nations, the Dragon Nation chose to confront the Rotten Nation. The people of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the Land of the Eagle, and other nations were all stunned, as they had each believed they would be the Dragon Nation's first target. Yet, regarding the Dragon Nation, the masses harbored only a hint of doubt. Everyone understood that if the Dragon Nation had made such a decision, then for its leadership, the Rotten Nation must pose an immense threat. The Rotten Nation. Well, it seems the Dragon Nation has set its sights on us. Our nation's cunning might not match that of the Dragon Nation, but when it comes to employing deceptive tactics, if we claim 2nd place, no one dares claim 1st. The national fortune system has ushered in a new era. This time, we've taken the lead once more. While other nations would panic under the Dragon Nation's gaze, the leaders of the decaying nation remained remarkably composed. During the last National Fortune War, they had already tested the combat effectiveness of the Blood Clan. Deploying just one Blood Clan warrior reduced casualties by nearly half. This time, the Dragon Nation faced an army composed entirely of Blood Clan warriors. There was neither arrogance nor panic. They all understood that war between the Rotten Kingdom and the Dragon Nation was merely a matter of time. Of course, even facing the Dragon Nation, they would not be defeated. The terror of the Dragon Nation instance lay in its ability to rapidly amplify a challenger's fear, rendering them exceptionally powerful within its confines. However, the Blood Clan members who had experienced real combat believed their fear levels wouldn't exceed 30%, for they had already shed their humanity. They relied not on Eagle Nation's potions, but on a bizarre power. In truth, this squad was no longer 10 people, it was 10 freaks. Regardless, we hold the upper hand this time. I can't wait to see how the Dragon Nation people react. If the Dragon Nation's dungeon is breached and the anomaly somehow resurrects within their borders, countless Dragon Nation citizens will perish. It's almost thrilling to contemplate. At the same time, a war of national destiny commenced, teleporting all nations' teams into each other's dungeons. Dragon Nation Dungeon. In that instant, the screen plunged into darkness. The first sound to reach them was a piercing wail, as if someone had just witnessed the murder of their own family. Chapter 106, Funeral Rites. It filled every listener with profound sorrow. Accompanying that wail, the group finally beheld the true face of this Dragon Country instance. It was a vast expanse of azure sky. Deep blue and bright, lazy clouds drifted across it like soft cotton. The sunlight was warm and beautiful. Such weather was perfect for taking a stroll, walking the dog, or riding a bike. Anyone in such weather would feel utterly refreshed and exhilarated. And just then, countless pieces of joss paper drifted through the air. Wow! A funeral procession appeared.
A country lane flanked by fields, its surface a bumpy dirt path. The leader walked forward, scattering white paper money into the air as he went.
Behind him followed a mourner wielding a mourning staff. Behind them stretched a long procession, with several strong middle-aged men carrying a red coffin. Just then, the British men arrived at the rear of the funeral procession. Yet when they saw the others, they froze in place. For atop their own heads, they too wore black hats. In the livestream, the figures of the British group gradually came into view. The first thing noticeable about their appearance was that they were clearly not ordinary humans. To put it plainly, their faces bore distinct bat-like features. Most strikingly, their noses were indistinguishable from those of ordinary bats. Yet they were all dressed in modern military uniforms, creating a jarring incongruity. The moment they entered the instance, they immediately began scanning their surroundings. Yet upon closer inspection, one senses an unusual calmness about them, even a detached indifference that seems inhuman. This scene captured the world's attention. My God, those people look like a bunch of monsters. Could this be what you Brits call the Blood Clan? I always thought vampires were some kind of handsome, dashing race. Turns out they're just mixed race. Oh my God, give me back that fair-skinned, handsome vampire from your country. My worldview is crumbling. Ha, foolish humans. This is humanity's finest evolutionary path. Besides, didn't we evolve from apes anyway? These challengers from the rotten country had long anticipated that their emergence would draw global attention. But they didn't care about that. After all, their emotions had grown so cold and detached. Though they once feared the uncanny, that dread had gradually faded after becoming blood slaves. Beyond that, they faced another problem. Where are we? Could this be the Dragon Kingdom? What's that thing above our heads? Looks like a baseball cap? Soon, someone noticed the peculiarity above everyone's heads. Moreover, they observed that their own teammates were all wearing such hats as well. They also discovered a funeral procession ahead of them, carrying a coffin on their shoulders. The sight of the coffin made everyone's heart sink. Their spirits weren't high, but they possessed some understanding of the concept of a coffin. They were well aware of the eerie civilization of the Dragon Kingdom. Terrifying, eerie, death. Yet their fear levels remained largely unchanged. Even though they had anticipated that this coffin might bring something abnormal, the sense of helplessness they felt wasn't like that of ordinary humans encountering the unusual. Instead, it resembled the helplessness a fierce beast feels upon encountering a predator stronger than itself. Yes, they no longer considered themselves ordinary humans, or rather, they could no longer be called human. They were monsters existing in the twilight zone between man and ghost. Therefore, once they accepted their own condition, the strange fear they felt toward everything else diminished to its lowest point. Then, words written in blood appeared. Hold the funeral before dusk. Not to wait until dawn, but to hold the funeral. At that moment, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Everyone also realized that this instance didn't begin at dusk, but rather at dawn. It was well known that most mysterious instances took place at night. But setting the scene in broad daylight drastically diminished the sense of dread, clearly an unwise choice. Instinctively, everyone concluded that Liu must have lost his mind to pull off such a foolish stunt. Even the most timid among them felt no fear upon witnessing this scene. The funeral is simple: follow this group to the graveyard and bury them. David addressed his team in a tone bordering on a verdict. He emphasized this to ensure no one misunderstood. He was the leader of this team. Alright, those guys are already far ahead. Hurry up and catch up. If we get left too far behind, they might think we've deserted the group and wipe us out outright. Then he continued. While they'd been chatting and surveying their surroundings, the funeral procession had already moved more than 10 meters ahead. Carrying such heavy burdens while moving at this pace was utterly baffling. The group immediately broke into a sprint. Their movements weren't particularly slow, but rather oddly light, as if they were strolling leisurely. Yet with each step, they left behind a trail of afterimages. Clearly, the physical constitution of these individuals was beyond that of ordinary humans. However, when they caught up to the group, something felt off. Someone was missing from the group. At first, they assumed the missing members were the ones carrying the joss paper up front. But as they drew closer, they realized they were mistaken. They even took a closer look at the coffin bearer, yet something still didn't feel quite right. Of the 10-person squad, only 5 remained. At the same time, still that same country lane. A group dressed in bright red wedding attire carried a large red sedan chair. Behind them followed 5 figures, the same 5 British individuals who had previously gone missing. Yet at this moment, the system issued another notification. Complete the bride receiving ceremony before dusk. Almost simultaneously, a funeral and a wedding unfolded. One red, one white. This rural path now felt utterly transformed. Even those unfamiliar with Dragon Nation's culture understood what this signified. For in previous Dragon Country instances, similar experiences had occurred. One was a funeral for the deceased, while the other was a wedding for the bride and groom. Though these were 2 entirely different worlds, when they occurred within the instance, even the slowest to react could sense something amiss. Chapter 107, Wedding. Holy crap, is this a funeral or a wedding? Is this instance glitching or what?
Thank goodness these two squads didn't team up, that would have been embarrassing. In the real world, maybe it wouldn't matter. This dungeon has so many bizarre mechanics. If the funeral party and wedding party ever crossed paths, it would be terrifying and deadly. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, everyone watched the national war with bated breath. Ever since learning about the blood slaves of the Rotten Nation, the people had been unable to sleep at night. Even though Lu Yu had made solemn promises over a month ago, it still couldn't fully reassure everyone. Remember, in the previous instance, the Dragon Nation's trump card had achieved its goals by manipulating the challenger's fears. However, in this Dragon Nation instance, they were no longer facing ordinary humans, but a horde of monsters. Even the emotions that once belonged to humanity were slowly fading away. How would Lu Yu handle such a situation? At that moment, Lu Yu provided an answer. You should all understand the principle that red and white events clash, right? According to Dragon Nation tradition, this was considered an inauspicious act. On one side was the funeral procession, on the other the wedding procession. One marking the final journey of the departed, the other symbolizing a path brimming with vitality and hope. Neither choice posed a major problem. Among the common folk, there was a saying, strike it rich overnight. But, the most crucial point is that these two processions must never meet. For if they collide, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, this situation unfolded within a dungeon. Though the concept of red stars and white stars clashing doesn't exist here, any person from the Dragon Nation witnessing this scene would instantly make the connection of fear ingrained deep within their bones. We've got this in the bag. Let me guess, if a wedding procession and a funeral procession meet, both groups are bound to be slaughtered, right? In the conference room, the atmosphere, once heavy and stifling, had now erupted into a cacophony of voices, like a bustling marketplace. Enough, everyone. Stop arguing. Let's hear what Lu Yu has to say. He masterminded this entire operation, he should have the final say. Finally, an elderly man, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted in a hoarse voice. Instantly, the entire conference room fell silent. All eyes turned toward Lu Yu's seat. Ahem. Your assumptions are incorrect. Lu Yu cleared his throat, but his words left everyone stunned. Wrong? Wasn't it the principle that red and white clash? Everyone lowered their heads, lost in thought. No one dared to ask Lu Yu for clarification, for every person present was a head of state. To dismiss it without careful thought would be utterly unreasonable. Lu Yu observed this silently, saying nothing more. He recalled how, over the past month, he had proposed numerous options only to reject them all. The reason was simple. This time, he was dealing with a group of emotionless blood servants. These individuals were colorblind, meaning what ordinary people saw appeared to them only in black, white, and gray, like a monochrome photograph. For instance, when they saw white or red, to them, it was merely a patch of white and a patch of gray. Moreover, they possessed night vision. So even if the instance was set at night, it made no difference to them. Thus, Lu Yu abandoned the nighttime dungeon setting. He abandoned methods of instilling fear, opting instead for the simplest approach. As long as the challengers retained human reason and survival instincts, they would fall into his trap, a trap specifically designed for those 10 creatures, neither quite human nor quite ghost. Lu Yu gazed at the monochrome screen, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The stage is set, all the actors are ready, and the show is about to begin. The United Kingdom. In an antique-style room, leather sofas were arranged throughout. A group of gentlemen in suits sat together, sipping tea and chatting. Were it not for the live broadcast of the War of National Destiny playing before them, the scene would have been indistinguishable from a typical British aristocratic gathering. Though Britain's upper echelons appeared unconcerned by the Dragon Nation's emergence, they harbored deep apprehension. It wasn't fear of the Dragon Nation's people, but fear of Lu Yu. After all, those powerful nations resorted to every possible means, yet ultimately fell at his hands. Yet they held near absolute confidence in their own creation, the Blood Servants. During the livestream, the two teams split up within the dungeon. One was a funeral party, the other a wedding party. A representative from the decaying kingdom instantly furrowed his brow. What's going on? How can a funeral and a wedding be held together? What the hell is that demon Lu Yu up to? Ever since the Dragon Nation's repeated victories in the War of National Fortune, all nations were now actively studying the Dragon Nation's traditional civilization. Thus, witnessing this scene, they were immediately overcome by a sense of foreboding. It's nothing. They're just wasting time. Look at our challengers, everyone's fear levels are low. No one's fear level has exceeded 10% yet, and some are below 5%. If ours doesn't increase, we'll be unbeatable. At the funeral, the 5 stood at the very back. They suddenly realized the positions of the other 5. They didn't have God's eye view, so their understanding of the game was far less than those watching the livestream. But they weren't particularly anxious. Based on their assessment of fear levels, the opposing group seemed perfectly capable too. Finally, this dungeon's requirements are crystal clear, looks like I can slack off. Did Lu Yu just give up after seeing how strong we are? One member, with nothing else to do, started chatting. They simply followed the funeral procession and encountered nothing unusual along the way.
It seemed they could pass the dungeon smoothly if things continued this way.
This left them feeling unsatisfied.
It was like wielding a divine artifact only to punch a pile of cotton. No sooner had he spoken than disaster struck. The person walking ahead tripped over a large rock and fell flat on the ground. But strangely, the convoy didn't halt and the fallen person didn't get up. Instead, they vanished into thin air right where they stood. The five approached the rock and looked down, each wearing a look of puzzlement. Not a single soul remained on the ground.
Are you kidding me? Chapter 108, all made of paper.
David felt no great change in his mood, nor did he feel particularly afraid.
He just sensed something was off. Could it be the people at the funeral were all made of paper? But how could paper figures walk on their own? Besides, if they were all paper, how did they manage to lift that coffin?
When he looked up, he was startled. They saw that the group hadn't moved at all and they were all paper figures. He turned around to find his teammates standing there, utterly dazed and motionless.
Could this all be an illusion? David's heart sank as a sudden realization struck him.
At the very start of the dungeon, a prompt had appeared, demanding that challengers complete the funeral rites before nightfall.
What if they couldn't manage it before nightfall? Snap out of it.
David delivered a merciless slap to each person's face, rousing everyone from their daze. Witnessing this scene, the others froze in shock. The situation was truly bizarre. Just moments ago, a large group of people had been conducting a funeral, yet now they had all transformed into paper figures.
Moreover, the burly men carrying the coffin were also made of paper. Which meant, no one was actually carrying the coffin. Were the five of them supposed to carry it together? At this moment, each person's fear level shifted slightly, though the change was so minor that none paid it much mind. Right now, they were more concerned with what exactly had happened. I'm curious, does anyone recall that initial prompt? The system instructed us to complete the funeral rites before nightfall.
So we must get it to the cemetery before sunset.
David said solemnly.
It must be said, he had underestimated the difficulty of this Dragon Country instance.
If that man hadn't suddenly collapsed just now,
they might have stood there like fools until nightfall. In that case, he might not even have known how he died.
But what he never could have imagined. But that wasn't what snapped them back to reality.
Since this was a scenario set by Liu Yu, no one would disrupt this illusion. In truth, these people were in a peculiar state where the illusion had no effect on them.
What should we do then? Should we carry this coffin away?
At this, the group fell silent.
Carry the coffin?
If this were the outside world, it might be manageable, but this was the Dragon Country instance.
Forget a red coffin, even an ordinary one wouldn't be moved lightly.
Though the blood servants had lost their human emotions, their survival instincts remained intact as living beings and were now far stronger than ever before. In other words, their fear of death far surpassed that of ordinary people. This was not a weakness for them, but a strength. That's why they become extra cautious when danger arises, boosting their chances of survival. But now, upon seeing that coffin, every one of them hesitated.
Should they move it or not? Move the coffin. If we don't complete the funeral tonight, we're all dead.
David took a deep breath and issued the command. In that instant, he felt inexplicably tense and afraid.
This was utterly baffling.
After all, he had conducted experiments before and felt almost no human emotion. Yet now, he sensed a threat of fear. This was terrifying.
Just how powerful was that Liu Yu? How had he achieved this?
At that very moment, everyone's emotions shifted. The sight of those paper figures sent a chill through every person present. Even in broad daylight, they felt their hearts racing.
It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be at night.
A group of paper figures carrying a coffin, just looking at it sent shivers down one's spine. For some reason, even though it's broad daylight, it feels even more eerie.
Exactly. This dungeon requires the funeral to be completed before nightfall.
I'm genuinely worried something airy might happen after dark.
I can feel the hairs on my arms standing on end.
I don't even want to look anymore, but I'm too scared to sleep.
What did I ever do to deserve this?
Meanwhile, David and the others had already begun moving the mahogany coffin inside the dungeon. Fortunately, Liu Yu had prepared the tools needed to hoist the coffin.
Otherwise, how could they possibly have obtained so many tools in such a desolate, uninhabited place? Thank goodness our physiques far surpass ordinary people's, otherwise, we'd never have lifted this coffin.
David lifted the coffin. It wasn't particularly heavy, which pleased him. He assumed Liu Yu had deliberately made things difficult for them. But Liu Yu never imagined their strength would be this formidable. Captain, forgive my boldness, but this coffin feels peculiar. During our training camp, we'd all seen coffins from the Dragon Nation. I just tried it out to see how heavy it really was.
David asked, what are you implying? I mean, it seems like there's nothing inside.
At this remark, everyone froze in surprise. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have thought much of it. But this was a dungeon with an eerie atmosphere.
If there was no one inside, what was the point of holding a funeral?
Funeral processions always carried a coffin containing the deceased.
If the coffin was empty now, didn't that mean the funeral shouldn't proceed?
The thought sent a chill through them, and they instinctively slowed their pace.
Finally, someone couldn't hold back and voiced the question. Captain, could it be that Liu intends for one of us to lie in this coffin, only to be buried inside it? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? So someone has to be eliminated? Damn it! This Liu is utterly despicable. Does he want us to turn on each other over this? Everyone grew tense, blurting out more words instinctively. Because if that happened, one of them would inevitably be unable to escape this dungeon, one of them would die. Enough, everyone shut up. This situation is probably a trap Liu set to make us turn on each other. Calm down. David shouted. He sensed something was terribly wrong. The group had believed they were fearless, yet now they looked utterly panicked. This stirred unease within him. But what troubled him more was that this was merely an accident. First, a paper effigy inexplicably shattered the illusion. Then, someone else discovered the empty coffin. Chapter 109, Shilling. This couldn't be coincidence, it had to be Liu's doing. At the same time, the wedding procession also encountered trouble. The challengers likewise discovered that all the palanquin bearers in the procession were made of paper. Even the figure seated atop the tall, majestic steed at the very front had transformed into a paper effigy. Witnessing this scene would send shivers down the spine of any ordinary person. But the 5 blood servants sensed nothing amiss, only a faint unease. According to the system, we must welcome the bride before nightfall, Noah stated. As the deputy leader of this dungeon run, he held the authority to issue commands. The others exchanged glances, but they had no choice but to comply. But after a moment, someone spoke up. Captain, shouldn't we be bringing the bride to the wedding? There's no one in this carriage at all. The remark silenced the entire group. The carriage came to a halt, and everyone felt deeply puzzled. No one? Then what exactly were they picking up? Could there be another bride waiting for them? But even if there was, they wouldn't take her. After all, they couldn't be sure if that bride was strange. Would something strange just obediently climb into the palanquin? Moreover, they had no idea where they were supposed to take this wedding sedan chair. But now it seemed this dungeon only had this one path. Following it forward, they were bound to reach the end. At this moment, Noah desperately wanted to radio the other 5 to check on their status. But he dared not do so. Who knew what state the others were in? If they were hiding somewhere while the supernatural entities prowled outside, the moment their walkie-talkies crackled, it would spell certain death. At this moment, an unavoidable thought crossed everyone's mind. Must one of us sacrifice themselves, dress as the bride, and climb into the palanquin? But no one dared voice it. Perhaps if someone had spoken up, the others would have said, "Then you be the bride," and forced him into the palanquin. Though they weren't afraid, their will to survive was still strong. They couldn't bear such a certain death. At the same moment, the same situation unfolded on the opposite side. Yet compared to the wedding party, the atmosphere here was far more somber. For the wedding party, it was merely a matter of boarding a palanquin. For the funeral procession, it was a matter of boarding a coffin. The difference between the two was profound. Then there was David, the team leader. He was an extremely serious man. From his perspective, any deviation from protocol could spell total annihilation. Thus far, they had encountered neither danger nor strangeness. It turned out the true peril of this dungeon lay within these intangible rules. This meant the dungeon's danger level was extremely high. The slightest misstep could lead to total annihilation. The funeral must be held before nightfall. But what if it isn't held before nightfall? Then death was certain. A coffin must be used for the funeral procession, and it must contain a body, otherwise, it cannot be called a burial. We must bury the coffin before nightfall, or something terrible will happen. These rules aren't explicitly stated within the instance, yet they function like invisible threads. Should anyone disturb them, they trigger dreadful mechanisms, plunging the entire team into an inescapable abyss. That is the true horror. Someone always has to pay the price. Haven't you noticed? This dungeon seems perfectly normal, with no obvious threats. But precisely because of that, it proves a greater danger lurks within the dungeon, one we cannot avoid. David simply ordered the convoy to halt, unable to proceed further for fear of an accident. He informed his team that the dungeon situation was critical. But who should I send to their death? That's not a fair question. Sacrificing one life for everyone else's survival seems utterly absurd. That devil Liu, how could he possibly assign such an easy task here? Clearly, he didn't care whether the others lived or died. His only concern was his own survival. Without sacrifice, we all die. If death is inevitable, what difference does a day make? David frowned and asked. We are noble vampires, blessed with immortal lifespans. By all logic, we should never die. If any of us perish here, wouldn't we just become stray dogs on the street? But the others would still be alive. That's not fair. I refuse to accept it. Another voice chimed in, tinged with resentment. The group erupted into an argument. Their emotions cold and detached. Yet when faced with death, they became no different from ordinary mortals, and their fear of death far surpassed that of common folk. For ordinary people, death was inevitable. But for these undead blood servants, the idea of dying was utterly unacceptable. David gradually sensed something was amiss.
If the bickering continued, they might all meet their end here. He suddenly realized just how terrifying this mission truly was. Though nothing supernatural was present, even this seemingly ordinary mission proved exceedingly difficult for them, utterly impossible to resolve. But judging by the current situation, this mission was likely targeting them specifically.
Fine, then we'll draw lots. Whoever gets chosen will have to be sacrificed, David declared sternly. Everyone fell into deep thought.
They had to resolve this issue, but they had no other choice. If they didn't leave soon, once the sun set, they would truly be doomed. At that moment, the sun in the sky began to tilt, clearly signaling midday. They weren't sure how quickly the instance's time would pass, so they needed to complete the task as soon as possible to avoid any mishaps. So they proceeded to draw lots. After the draw, the chosen one's face twisted with despair and terror.
No! I can't do this. I won't survive.
He shook his head repeatedly, filled with unwillingness. He could have achieved immortality, but now, death loomed before him. Years ago, the upper echelons of the decaying nation had used the Blood Clan to create a special blood servant. He had eagerly sought to become one, driven by his desire for immortality. However, when he had to pay the price for his actions, he began to regret it. Though mortal life has its limits, it's still better than living forever. At least he could have another decade or so, live like an ordinary person, fall in love, travel. Chapter 110, The Lottery Results. But once death came, everything would vanish into nothingness. Yet all eyes were fixed upon him. At this moment, no one would speak for him. Everyone hoped he would be sealed in the coffin, only then could they save their own lives. If you refuse to sacrifice yourself, we'll do it for you. We'll kill you, place you in the coffin, and even hold a funeral. David wore the mask of a righteous gentleman, his face tinged with coldness. Yet inwardly, he felt a tinge of relief. Moments ago, he'd been anxious about being chosen. If chosen, even as the squad leader, he would face certain death. His so-called comrades would surely shove him into the coffin to save themselves. He paused, then added, "But don't worry. As long as you do as we say, we'll spare your life. If you choose to die willingly, you'll get one more day to live. See? We're being quite generous with you." After entering the coffin, a look of utter despair spread across the man's face. Now he looked like a genuine vampire, pale as if drained of blood, reduced to a corpse. His body still trembled like a condemned prisoner. No matter how arrogant he had been in life, before the equality of all beings, he would still be scared out of his wits. "No, no," he muttered incoherently. Just as the coffin lid slammed shut, his eyes snapped open. He snarled like a wild dog, scrambling frantically to escape. But at that very moment, a hand shot out of thin air, smashing him unconscious to the ground. Those outside the coffin quickly sealed the lid shut once more. Only then did Lu Yu, watching the livestream, exhale deeply, his entire body relaxing. He understood that the trap he had set had been triggered. From this moment on, an inescapable trap had been formed. These people were doomed. Seeing his reaction, a member of the think tank quietly asked, "Lu Yu, can you tell me what just happened?" A sinister smile curved Lu Yu's lips. The real show was about to begin. He paused, then added, "I'll use their own specialties against them until they're utterly defeated. I'll make them feel fear." SSSSHHHHH. The think tank members took deep breaths. True to form, Lu Yu had managed to scare even Blood Rage to death? This wasn't something ordinary people could handle. He didn't want to watch the livestream anymore, he might end up in the hospital from fright. "I just remembered my wife is about to give birth. I'd better get going. If we actually do this, it will deal a massive blow to our morale." In the British Parliament, a man with a receding hairline voiced his concerns to the UK's security minister. A group of teammates sending their own comrade to the grave, and with the whole world watching. Who would risk their life to rescue them after that? "It's fine. What's done is done. I'll handle it gradually." He lifted his teacup and took a sip. After all, as long as one person remained alive, he could distance himself from the matter. But what gnawed at him was the cowardice of his own men. What kind of mess was this? This was an embarrassment to the UK. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, several British bigwigs sat with airs of nonchalance, leisurely sipping tea and enjoying snacks. Not a single one of them cared whether the person in the coffin was dead or alive. Even those Blood Clan members were nothing more than pawns in their hands. With their power, becoming a Blood Clan member would be a simple matter. But to do so would mean losing their humanity, becoming monstrous beings. What meaning would life hold then? Therefore, this method of extending life was only employed in the very last moment of mortal peril. In that moment, they all yearned to live a normal life like ordinary people. Yet the vast majority of viewers couldn't fathom why the challengers would do this. Instantly, the livestream chat erupted with a barrage of comments. "Holy, what the hell are they doing? They're nailing their own comrade into a coffin and knocking him unconscious? Are they afraid he'll come back to life? TSK, brutal tactics. They can't even be called human, just a bunch of monsters. What noble vampires? They're just a bunch of living beasts. If they dare set foot in our dragon kingdom, I'll cut them down with a single sword stroke."
My goodness, these vampires are nothing but demons. Their hearts are so dark they could do this to their own kind. So terrifying. The more I think about it, the more horrifying it gets. That person in the coffin was going to be buried alive. Shouldering the coffin carrying one extra body, the group of 4 trudged along the rural path, finally finding their rhythm. The coffin containing a corpse was indeed much heavier than before. Just then, all 4 of them grinned simultaneously. Though they had committed a cruel act, they were now, undeniably, safe. With this unfortunate teammate, they could now smoothly navigate the final stage. Moreover, they could continue living as Blood Clan members, gaining eternal life. Contact the other squads via radio. We must get in touch with them as soon as possible, or we'll have no way to confirm whether they're alive or dead. David's mood now felt like he could finally clock out, head home, take a hot shower, and crash into bed. In short, his own safety was now assured, and he couldn't care less about his teammates' fate. Contacting the other teams now was purely a whim, utterly pointless. However, the anticipated crisis never materialized. He picked up the walkie-talkie and connected the call. The person on the other end was safe and sound. The 2 teams exchanged their experiences. You went to pick up the bride? David fell into deep thought, feeling his luck was truly terrible to have collided with a coffin. Still, he cautioned, have one of them ride in the bridal sedan chair anyway. A wedding procession without a bride isn't a good thing. What he didn't say aloud was that the bride inside that palanquin would likely face something dreadful soon. Perhaps she would be trapped here forever, just like the person in the coffin. But what did that matter to him? His duty was to complete the funeral procession, not to fetch the bride. Perhaps these 2 distinct paths through the realm were independent, each person had their own task, like 2 separate instances. With that, the group resumed carrying the coffin. They moved swiftly. They had to find the graveyard before sunset. Chapter 111, Unexpected Situation. But in the next instant, something unexpected happened. Thump! 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 The coffin suddenly began to move, as if someone had awakened. He was pounding on the coffin, as if demanding those outside to let him out. Yet those outside the coffin remained utterly oblivious, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Thump, thump, thump. The pounding grew louder and more urgent, tinged with tension and terror. Before everyone's eyes, they all saw the poor soul's fear level had reached 42%. Extremely high. This was highly unusual. Their emotions were being overwhelmed. They shouldn't be feeling this way. But it wasn't over yet. 43%. 44%. 45%. The man's fear level shot up like a rocket, climbing relentlessly. Only then did David and the others realize something seemed terribly wrong. What the hell is going on? Damn it! David's face turned anxious. Even though he usually remained calm, it was hard for him to keep his cool at this moment. After all, the challenger's fear index was directly proportional to the dungeon's danger level. If this continued, this corpse would become a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later, everyone would be burned alive. This is bad. Someone's going to die. Only then did the others snap back to reality. If they remained this terrified, they might not even make it out of the dungeon. At that moment, they finally realized something. They had likely fallen into Lu Yu's trap. This was a colossal trap. What happens when you put someone inside a coffin? And this was a coffin destined for immediate execution. To be trapped inside, with someone stomping on it, it was a death sentence. The man inside the coffin now had little time left. In such circumstances, even the most brutal blood slave would be scared out of his wits. For these men were all cowards who valued their lives above all else. But that's not the end of it. The most terrifying part was, as he sat within the coffin, he felt someone moving him from behind. A painfully slow process that kept him in a constant state of tension and dread. Even the most indifferent person fears death. It is a terrifying thing, yet he must endure the agony of dying. His fear meter is skyrocketing. 89%. 90%. 91%. Damn it! Stop him. David was utterly terrified, completely baffled by what was happening. But he knew he'd fallen into a colossal trap. He could almost picture Lu Yu standing outside the instance with a sinister grin, watching him with a mocking gaze like an ant that had jumped into a pot of boiling oil. This can't be possible. Chaos erupted among the group. Their earlier composure vanished, replaced by a primal, gut-wrenching fear. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have felt the slightest fear. They would have found it laughable. But within this instance, every single one of them was utterly terrified. The person lying in the coffin wore an expression of utter terror. Had the coffin not crashed to the ground, he might never have known what was happening outside. He might have believed he had arrived at some place where he was to be buried. Once buried underground, death was certain. It felt like having a gun pointed at you, ready to blow your brains out at any moment. Lu Yu is terrifying. He scared the hell out of them so easily. We haven't experienced the dungeon, so we can't truly understand, but I'm certain that with their emotionless coldness, they must be absolutely terrifying in this dungeon. Holy, are we all going down? Ha! You idiots, do you really think you're vampires or something?
David and his group's ordeal left the British officials utterly stunned. Their eyes were glued to the scene unfolding before them, so transfixed the tea spilled from their cups onto their suits. Meanwhile, the other wedding guests also noticed the terror levels of the other group. This scene sent chills down the spines of the 5 who weren't present. What the hell is going on? Why are they so terrified? Damn it! I told you this dungeon wouldn't be easy. Something weird was bound to happen. Contact them via radio and get the situation sorted. Even if they're about to get killed, they should at least give us some information. Soon, a response came over the communicator. After learning the details, everyone fell into a heavy silence. Upon learning they hadn't encountered anything supernatural, both sides relaxed and fell into deep thought. Just then, one teammate spoke up. I have an idea. If we just haul the person out of the coffin and kill him, our problem will be solved. Dead silence. David froze as if struck by a bombshell. Why hadn't he thought of this before? That was a brilliant idea. Besides, the deceased can still have a funeral. There's no need to kill another person. Thinking this, he glanced around at the others, their faces twisted with vicious intent. They must kill the person inside that coffin. Otherwise, they'd be doomed. They're going to die sooner or later anyway. Why not just kill him now? Wouldn't that make everyone happy? The moment these words left his mouth, they drew sharp condemnation from many. But at this moment, the few people across from them were different. They were merely protecting themselves. Besides, who entered the coffin was decided by lottery. Even if they left now, they wouldn't be implicated. The group immediately pulled out their tools, intent on prying open the coffin. No, why? Why is this coffin locked? One of them wore a look of terror on his face. Possessing immense strength capable of lifting 1,000 kilograms, yet he couldn't budge even a single small nail. Why won't it budge? Use more force. David rushed over to help. Together, these two blood slaves possessed brute strength exceeding 2,000 kilograms, enough to lift a bronze cauldron in ancient times. Yet they couldn't budge the single nail. The seemingly ordinary coffin before them appeared sealed by some mystical energy, utterly resistant to conventional opening methods. In that moment, everyone felt a wave of despair wash over them. Once buried underground, there would be no escape. One man drew a pistol and fired 2 shots at the coffin, yet not even a scratch appeared. This left everyone utterly hopeless. Still, it remained unopened. This coffin must be cursed. Brute force couldn't budge it. Even a rocket launcher might not destroy it now. What on earth should they do? The group stood there, utterly bewildered. Once the fear level of the person inside the coffin reached 99%, it seemed to get stuck, unable to advance any further. Chapter 112, The Unopenable Coffin. In truth, this was due to the inherent nature of the blood slaves. The physiological makeup of these blood servants had long diverged from ordinary humans. While it was difficult to scare them to death, this fear threshold became the breaking point that crushed them. Whether inside the coffin or in the outside world, it made no difference. At this moment, the person inside the coffin, though terrified, felt a sense of relief. Yet the harsh truth remained, even death was beyond his grasp. All he could do was struggle endlessly in terror, as if trapped in hell itself. This is the only way. It's my sole path to survival. Seeing the fear meter at 99%, like some kind of glitch, David leapt to his feet and bellowed. Hold the funeral immediately and bury this coffin. If we delay, we'll all be doomed. The word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Only now did he finally realize he'd fallen into Lu Yu's trap. Lu Yu must have anticipated this all along. The previous traps were mere diversions. The real trump card was that coffin. Once a person was placed inside the coffin, it signified that their life was nearing its end. There were only 2 ways to break this stalemate. First, kill the person inside. But this was clearly unrealistic. Given their modus operandi, they would undoubtedly resort to humanitarian gestures or similar tactics to prolong the victim's suffering. Yet all this has led to the current predicament. Every act of mercy has become a mockery. They possess no humanity whatsoever, only utter cruelty. Confining a person within a sealed coffin, filling their heart with terror as they await death. Second, they drag the empty coffin forward all the way to the cemetery before placing the body inside. The rules only stipulated that the funeral must be held before nightfall. There was no requirement to place the deceased in a coffin. But they never considered that possibility. It was truly careless. Had they taken this task seriously from the start, such a basic mistake would never have occurred. But now it was too late for regrets. They had fallen into Lu Yu's trap. The only solution now was to bury the coffin as quickly as possible. That Lu Yu is nothing short of a demon. With that, the group hoisted the coffin and pressed onward. Meanwhile, within the wedding procession, events were unfolding. Upon learning of the events unfolding with the funeral procession, each of them grew anxious and restless. Yet they also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't rushed to select the bride. Otherwise, something terrible might have happened. Given David and the others' predicament, it's best we leave now. Once we reach that so-called end, we can make our decision then. Rather than making a rash decision now that could lead to unforeseen consequences. They knew full well that sooner or later, some unfortunate soul would be carried away in the palanquin. Yet before that moment arrived, everyone clung to the hope of delaying it as long as possible. When everyone lifted the sedan chair, an unexpected turn of events finally unfolded. There, atop the empty sedan chair, a figure had appeared no one knew when. Dressed in crimson robes and a red headscarf. Her cheeks appeared fair, with a faint blush lingering at the corners of her lips. A faint smile always lingered on her face, and the corners of her lips curved into a gentle arc. Everyone was startled by this sudden appearance of a bride. Everyone thought they must have misremembered. Perhaps someone had been in the sedan chair all along, and they simply hadn't noticed. But such thoughts flashed only briefly through their minds. After all, that was impossible. Initially, upon seeing that the entire wedding procession was made of paper, they had lifted the curtains of the palanquin to peek inside, and indeed, no one was there. The sedan chair wasn't large, nor did it contain any extra items. It was impossible for the bride to be invisible. So where on earth had that bride in the red dress come from? This was rather peculiar. How could a bride suddenly appear out of nowhere? Or could it be that this wasn't a human at all, but something supernatural? A wave of intense dread washed over Noah and the others. After all, in the Dragon Country dungeon, the bride was inherently a highly dangerous entity. But compared to this one, they were nowhere near as terrifying. Anyway, the bride inside the palanquin didn't seem particularly intimidating. At present, she appeared as ordinary as any woman. Perhaps a single knife could slice her clean in two. She appeared utterly harmless, making no movements whatsoever, sitting obediently within the palanquin. As if heaven itself had bestowed this gift upon them. After all, they were short on brides. Someone had to sacrifice themselves. But now, here she was, delivered right to their doorstep. This was a blessing. Yet while the group remained calm, the viewers watching the livestream were a different story. After all, to the bystanders, the entire scene was utterly terrifying. Everyone watched the livestream from God's eye view, none knowing where the woman had suddenly appeared from. The curtains flapped wildly in the wind. The carriage, which had been empty moments ago, suddenly held a woman. Holy crap! Where did she come from? A woman in red. And she's even covered her face with a red scarf. This is giving me the creeps. In the Dragon Country dungeon, brides like this are the scariest. How can these blood slaves stay so calm? Are they really that fearless? Are these people insane? Why aren't they running? Damn it, are these people sick? Seeing a strange bride in the palanquin, they remained so calm, showing no reaction whatsoever, even carrying the palanquin with such composure. The British official's expression darkened considerably. He had initially thought the blood slaves' low fear factor was good news, but it turned out to be bad news. Fear is a natural instinct in all creatures. When frightened, they learn to protect themselves, flee, or defend. But when they no longer feel fear, or worse, lose the ability to fear, they would keep taking risks without realizing the danger they faced, ultimately playing themselves to death. This was precisely the situation at hand. The 5 individuals in the Corpse Nation's wedding procession felt no fear whatsoever, nor did they sense anything amiss. Knowing full well they're carrying something sinister, yet remaining so calm, they're truly courting death. Lu Yu, did you design this? In the Dragon Nation's council chamber, a strategist stared at Lu Yu, astonishment etched across his face. Clearly, he too had witnessed the scene. Chapter 113, Two Extremes. Lu Yu had exploited the advantages inherent in the blood servants from the decayed nation to design a trap, gradually cornering them into a desperate situation. The coffin incident was one such example, and the bride in the palanquin was another. But upon slight reflection, one would realize. The palanquin and the coffin seemed like two extremes. You couldn't rush to stuff someone into the coffin. Even if you did, you'd need to place a corpse inside first. Otherwise, that person would become a terror-generating machine, producing endless terror points and increasing the dungeon's difficulty. The palanquin, however, operates in the opposite manner. The faster it reaches its destination, the better. Otherwise, something will emerge from within. No, to be precise, an unknown, bizarre creature would emerge. Many finally grasped the truth, their gazes toward Lu Yu tinged with a hint of reverence. If it were them, they wouldn't be confident they could do better than Lu Yu. The online claims that Lu Yu was Satan were no exaggeration. If it had been them, they would likely have met a gruesome end. And their deaths would certainly rival the tortures recorded in the history of the Dragon Nation. One kind was physical agony, the other was mental torment. For a group of people devoid of emotion and fear to die in terror, it was nothing short of ironic. Yet it's also somewhat terrifying. Which speaks volumes about the peril of this dungeon. Outsiders like them would likely never comprehend its perils in a lifetime. Is this the full extent of the blood slave's power? Just then, Lu Yu suddenly spoke up. The others froze, and Lu Yu continued. This is merely the beginning. The truly terrifying things lie ahead. The 10-person team had just walked through the gates of hell, facing the possibility of death at any moment. Yet Lu Yu claimed the worst was yet to come? At this thought, many couldn't help but pause in surprise. A few older members even reached into their pockets, pulling out a life-saving pill, ready to administer it at a moment's notice should any unexpected incident occur. Inside the instance, the flower sedan chair continued its journey as usual. They paid no heed to the eeriness within the palanquin. Since they already had a bride, there was no need to make any sacrifices for the dungeon. They had all heard of the tragedy that befell the funeral procession, and no one wanted to be unlucky enough to be chosen and sent to their death. As for the bride, she sat quietly inside the palanquin, her face veiled in crimson. Yet, from her skin, her nose bridge, and her lips, it was clear she was an absolutely stunning beauty who stirred the imagination.
No. Suddenly, one of them sensed something. Glancing at the sedan chair he was carrying.
A red sedan chair. To his visually impaired eyes, the color appeared somewhat muted, yet he could discern it was red, not white. But, when he looked back at the bride inside the palanquin, he noticed a hint of crimson at the corner of her lips. Red? He could actually see color? But I'm a blood slave. His mind instantly exploded with confusion. Biologically speaking, they were incapable of seeing color. Yet here, in this dungeon, before this unfamiliar bride, he had seen red once more? This sea of red was downright unsettling. Hey, did you notice? This bride's lips are red. He felt he couldn't bear this experience alone. He had to share everything, or he might lose his mind. So he called over his companions. Before long, the others noticed too. It was indeed a deep crimson. Had their vision returned? Why was this happening? They shouldn't be able to see color. At this thought, none could remain calm. A strange aura began to spread. A sinister crimson hue suddenly appeared in this world that should have been black and white. Such a sight was utterly terrifying. Everyone felt a fear rising from the depths of their souls. They didn't know what they feared, but they were terrified nonetheless. The seemingly harmless bride now appeared far from innocent, radiating an invisible pressure. As if they were bearing the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder, not a delicate woman, more like a stone statue, its face frozen in an eerie grin. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Everyone was drenched in sweat. At first, they'd felt quite relaxed, paying no mind to the inexplicably appearing bride. But now, all they wanted was to abandon the palanquin and flee. But they couldn't. The objective of this dungeon was to deliver the bride before nightfall. Abandoning the palanquin and fleeing would mean forfeiting the entire mission. They had utterly abandoned any hope of survival, and the only outcome awaiting them was death. Nightfall meant death. Then, in this seemingly harmless place, something terrifying would unfold. At that moment, the sunset was slowly sinking in the west. It seemed only a matter of time before darkness fell, the dungeon concluded, and they all perished. What the hell is going on? Someone growled in frustration. His voice barely above a whisper, afraid to disturb the bride. But he simply couldn't hold back any longer. Suddenly realizing a terrifying truth. They had been carrying a monstrosity all along. Wasn't this courting death? We should deliver it to the destination first, lest that bride suddenly appears. Noah, as the deputy leader, responded. What should we do? This dungeon feels so hard. We could die at any moment. Calm down. Haven't you noticed? Our emotions are all over the place, and our fear levels keep climbing. Noah frowned and muttered under his breath. Theoretically, their emotions were only 10% of a normal person's. Meaning he could maintain 10 times the composure no matter the situation. Yet even now, they couldn't hold their composure. Imagine if an ordinary person were here, they'd have been scared out of their wits by now. Many would have been scared out of their wits, and the mission would have ended right there. Fortunately, they were all Blood Clan members. In such circumstances, their situation was far better than that of ordinary people. This was precisely why they could maintain their rationality and composure at this moment, neither abandoning the sedan chair to flee nor being scared out of their wits. This meant that as long as they could find a way, they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. However, before Noah and the others could devise a plan, something even worse happened. Chapter 114, Blood Red. Look! The red is spreading faster. One of them exclaimed in a trembling voice. Inside the palanquin, the bride's collar had somehow been stained a deep crimson. And strands of crimson were spreading outward in all directions. It resembled a disease, or perhaps a gas. Whatever it was no good. This crimson hue symbolized death. Damn it! Should we just kill her? One teammate supported the sedan chair with one hand while reaching for his waist with the other. The pistol held silver bullets dipped in holy water. Holy water referred to the water used by the Church of the Decaying Nation. Holy water was only rumored to counter certain supernatural threats. Whether it worked against the supernatural phenomena in the Dragon Kingdom remained unknown. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. Noah snapped. He knew full well that the Dragon Nation's supernatural threats were far beyond what these little trinkets could handle. At worst, they might enrage the entity and get them killed outright. Do you have any suggestions? But Noah had no clue either. He remained silent. And for a moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. In this monochrome world, it was the only splash of red. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, those outside the instance were equally bewildered. This sudden turn of events had everyone terrified. More importantly, Even disregarding the sudden surge in fear levels, one could discern something from their actions and expressions. It was as if they had encountered something terrifying beyond the comprehension of anyone outside. Why are they whispering? Speak up. Damn it, I can't hear a thing. Did they just say red? Holy, you guys are still talking about colors? Idiots. Maybe they're a bunch of patients discussing how to cure their eyes after clearing this dungeon. Ha, how ridiculous. Unlike most, however, the think tanks and high-ranking officials from various nations wore grim expressions. They believed the truth behind this incident must be utterly bizarre and terrifying. What the hell was going on? Damn it! Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. Even as a vampire, you're still useless. At the meeting in the Rotten Kingdom, the representative from the Rotten Kingdom was so enraged he slammed his cup onto the floor. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. From his god's eye view, these two teams were utterly bizarre. It's just a coffin, is that really something to be so terrified of? The other one was even more ridiculous, sitting in a sedan chair? Was that really something to be so terrified of? Perhaps it's just an illusion. Remember, this is a dungeon in the Dragon Kingdom, anything could happen. The other one said calmly. Even as they maintained a semblance of composure, these British officials felt a surge of anxiety. Could Britain be on the verge of defeat? If they did lose, they couldn't bear the consequences. They never believed they would lose. Who would have thought these 10 blood slaves would show fear? How could they possibly be intimidated by such a minor matter? Logically, they shouldn't feel this way. That's precisely why it seems so unbelievable. After all, not a single casualty had been suffered by this 10-man squad thus far. That was precisely why they remained so composed, otherwise, they would have likely lost their minds long ago. Meanwhile, the wedding party members carefully carried a large red bridal sedan chair, moving cautiously along this seemingly endless rural path. The deputy leader glanced up and realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. In another 4 or 5 hours, the sun would set. By then, if they hadn't completed the wedding procession according to the original plot, they'd all be doomed. Not even Jesus Christ could save them. But now, regardless of whether they could pull it off, the situation before them alone was enough to trap them in a desperate predicament. For the bride inside the palanquin, aside from her veil, her garments were already stained crimson. The bride in her crimson gown, veiled in a grayish-white shroud, looked eerily sinister. Yet everyone knew that soon, the entire palanquin would be drenched in blood. Everyone also noticed that the spot where the bride sat was already a deep crimson. This meant that by nightfall, not only the bride's garments but the entire palanquin itself would be drenched in crimson. What if the entire palanquin were painted red? By then, might the eerie energy have reached its peak, condemning every bearer to perish here? Don't waste time. Let's move quickly. I have a bad feeling if even a drop touches us, we'll all die here. Noah urged the others. He didn't know what the red meant, but he was certain it couldn't be anything good. If he hadn't misread the situation, the sudden appearance of red and the strange bride were undoubtedly connected to the funeral procession. Yet for now, nothing else had happened except perhaps the bride might step out of the palanquin, her skin gradually turning crimson. This was clearly unusual, and there was only one reason for it, that spreading red touch it even a little, and you'd die instantly. What? Are they out of their minds? A British spectator watched the scene in utter shock, his mind reeling. If you die just from being touched by those blood-red things, isn't that a game-breaking bug? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Come to think of it, that strange bride appeared suddenly after another teen was placed in the coffin. Then, this bride would continuously accumulate fear points. It's highly likely that the accumulation of fear points is what gave birth to the ghost bride. Noah shared his theory. And the reason the bride turned red? Probably because the fear levels inside the coffin kept rising. Hearing this, everyone felt like cursing. The misfortune of one team had fallen upon another utterly outrageous. At that moment, they were itching to kill the other team. Useless as they were, they only slowed everyone down. But regardless, they had no choice but to pick up the pace. Noah used his communicator to contact the other team while urging them to hurry, warning that they might well die here otherwise. Meanwhile, David and the others didn't even say another word before breaking into a full sprint. But strangely, after covering over 10 kilometers, they still hadn't found any trace of the cemetery. Chapter 115, Normal People. What was going on? By now, everyone was frantic with worry, and a terrifying thought began to take shape in their minds. Had they taken the wrong path? What if the real end was actually behind them? What if they'd taken the wrong path from the very beginning? It wasn't entirely impossible, given that Liu had once committed such an unconscionable act. At the start, the funeral procession had taken a wrong turn, leading people astray. No, this dungeon won't let you cheat. David shook his head quickly. If that were truly the case, it would be utterly unsolvable. Besides, the system wouldn't allow a dungeon to become impossible to clear. It would always leave challengers a glimmer of hope. If that were the case, what's the point of fighting this war at all? Since it's a dungeon, there must be a way. They won't have gone astray. There was only one possibility: this space was immense, vast beyond imagination.
That's precisely why they've been wandering for so long without reaching their destination. But that thought was immediately dismissed.
David suddenly recalled that their extraordinary strength was gained through cheating. And within the dungeon's design, there was simply no room for cheating. Only a normal person could possibly clear it. It wasn't that they were slow, there was another reason.
Halt!
David suddenly shouted at that moment. The group froze, unsure what was happening. But David was their leader, and they had no choice but to obey his command.
So everyone slowed their pace, switching from running to walking. Captain, what are you waiting for? In this environment, every second we waste could mean total annihilation. His teammates were clearly dissatisfied.
They had no idea what David was up to.
Every second was precious now, there was no room for waste. I think we might have made a mistake, David said, panting.
Perhaps the way we reach our destination isn't about speed, but about timing.
He voiced his theory. If this dungeon was designed for ordinary people to complete,
then by proceeding normally, they could reach the destination within the allotted time, 5 or 6 hours. During that period, they could afford to slow down. In this dungeon, along the seemingly endless road stretching into the horizon, the so-called space was merely a formality.
What? No way. Everyone was stunned.
Thus, the challenger's goal wasn't to reach the graveyard as quickly as possible, but to complete the task within the allotted time, a truly torturous ordeal.
What? This is outrageous.
At that moment, the UK representative watching the livestream in the real world was green with rage. This was a path where progress was measured by time. No matter how fast you ran, even if you outpaced a train, it wouldn't make a difference.
Under normal circumstances, taking this route would be the optimal choice.
But for this particular dungeon, it was nothing short of a death sentence for the UK team. The British challengers had to bury the person in the coffin as quickly as possible, or their lives would be in grave danger. After all, the person inside was someone who could continuously generate terror points. Yet now he's been told the mission cannot be completed early, he must advance the prescribed distance. In other words, rushing was futile. Only by patiently moving forward step by step could the mission be accomplished. It's like someone rushing down the stairs only to be blocked by 2 girls. Even Usain Bolt would have to slow his pace in such a situation, waiting for the girls to descend before continuing his pursuit.
Witnessing this scene, many were taken aback.
They had never considered this possibility before.
This is just too unfair. We're screwed. This is game over for the UK. This is an impossible dungeon to clear.
Most people would wait until they reached the designated location to place the body inside, but I never imagined these monsters in the UK would have already put the corpse in the coffin beforehand.
Holy!
It's probably because their physical capabilities far surpass ordinary humans that they naturally disregard this kind of common sense thinking.
Got it, this is a trap you set to counter them.
Not only those present, but officials from various nations also realized this. This wasn't a desperate situation at all, it was clearly the British asking for trouble.
What sane person would start by putting people straight into coffins?
By now, no one felt the slightest pity for the rotten country they'd brought this upon themselves.
Damn it, are you people even doing your jobs? We could have casualties any minute now.
Meanwhile, in the wedding procession on the other side, the mysterious bride was already drenched in blood. Beneath the crimson veil, a jade-like face peeked out, framed by a swan-like neck long in pure white. Most terrifying of all, in the eyes of everyone present, the mysterious bride radiated an unsettling aura that sent shivers down their spines.
It was an utterly bizarre and terrifying scene, one that inspired no ill thoughts whatsoever, but rather an overwhelming urge to flee.
At that moment, not only the bride herself, but even the very seat she occupied, was drenched in crimson.
Time was running out.
If they didn't stop it soon, once the crimson hue engulfed the entire palanquin, then, if it spread to their hands, the situation would be even more dire. Something truly dreadful might occur.
The worst-case scenario would be total annihilation. But now, their very lives were in someone else's hands. No wonder they were so tense. You're afraid?
We're more afraid than you are.
David's response was blunt.
Already furious, he was now boiling over with rage. This entire situation was his doing. He was the leader of this squad, holding absolute authority over every decision. His mistakes had plunged the team into this dire situation. So the more they pressed him, the more he felt like a complete fool.
It's almost dark. How can we not even find a grave? What the hell is all this stuff around us?
The team members were starting to lose their resolve. Their lives were in someone else's hands, yet this person acted like a fool who understood nothing. After all this time here, they still hadn't managed to bury the coffin.
When would they ever complete this mission? Damn it! Shut up! Chapter 116, Run!
David roared furiously, slamming the communicator in his hand onto the ground. This outburst clearly exceeded his self-control, but he paid it no mind. At this moment, his pride was paramount. Whether the other person lived or died was none of his concern. After all, his job was to protect his power, not send his men to their deaths. Once he successfully cleared this mission, not even the nation's rulers could control him.
Damn it, you useless pigs! Noah was on the verge of losing his temper.
But at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the palanquin moved, a different scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, filling them all with sudden joy. If this was the case, it meant they had reached their destination. All they needed to do was stop the palanquin there to complete the wedding ceremony. The sun was setting, but the sky hadn't yet grown completely dark. Moreover, the crimson hue hadn't spread further, indicating they were still alive.
Hurry! Noah's low command sent the group rushing forward.
Yet no matter how fast they ran, the end seemed perpetually out of reach. Only when they were utterly exhausted did they finally glimpse what they thought was the destination.
A mass grave.
On the other side, the funeral procession gradually made out the scene before them.
Shock mingled with a hint of excitement in their hearts. Was this the end?
At this thought, their pace quickened once more. They had all forgotten that speeding along this path was futile. But when they beheld the scene before them, their expressions turned utterly bizarre. This wasn't a graveyard at all, it was clearly an old mansion, with 2 red lanterns hanging over the main gate.
An old mansion, a graveyard.
Seeing these 2 places, everyone froze.
Could this be the final destination for both teams?
But this seemed rather peculiar. The wedding procession had arrived at a graveyard, while the funeral procession had come to an old mansion. Hanging above the gate was a pair of red lanterns and a character for joy. This was rather peculiar. Could Luyu have deliberately arranged this to heighten their sense of dread? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Just then, one of the teammates suddenly realized something, his expression shifting.
This was clearly a completely unrelated location.
By convention, the funeral procession should be heading to the cemetery, while the wedding party should be arriving at this old mansion. Only then would they have cleared this dungeon. Yet the scene before them was the exact opposite.
What this signified couldn't be clearer. Though the 2 teams of challengers lacked the omniscient perspective enjoyed by outsiders, they still sensed something was amiss. Could it be that the path they took at the beginning was wrong? Should they turn back and retrace their steps? At that moment, both David and Noah were overcome with intense self-doubt.
They couldn't believe it, they were so close to reaching their destination, only to be told they'd been running in the wrong direction all along. They hadn't even gotten close to the real goal.
This was pure torture for them. Luyu, did you orchestrate this little trick too? In the real world, some people looked at Luyu with confusion.
Luyu shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I wouldn't stoop to such foolishness.
Besides, the best part hasn't even begun yet. Getting killed now would be utterly pointless."
Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, thinking to themselves, as if you haven't pulled off plenty of stunts like this before.
Meanwhile, chaos erupted among Britain's elite. Damn it! How could we lose so ridiculously? Defeated by the Dragon Nation? I refuse to accept this. I won't stand for it.
The ruler of the decaying kingdom tugged at his meticulously styled hair, his eyes bloodshot. Despair consumed him, yet he refused to leave without understanding what had gone wrong.
Damn it! We can't just be buried here, can we?
Amidst the funeral procession, one comrade gazed at the old mansion before them, feeling uneasy that this could be the burial site.
But if it wasn't meant for burying coffins, then what purpose did this building serve? How the hell should I know? David's expression darkened.
Meanwhile, in another graveyard, the team's pace slowed to a crawl. Graves stretched endlessly on both sides, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see, sending a chill down their spines.
Captain, where should we put the palanquin?
That thing is getting darker and darker.
Why don't we just leave it on the ground? Shut up. I'm thinking.
Noah scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a suitable spot to set the palanquin down. Deep down, he was begging Luyu to show mercy and spare them.
Ha! What's that?
Suddenly, his eyes flashed with insight. He pointed, and the group immediately hurried toward the spot. As they drew closer, they saw it was merely a rectangular pit, barely large enough for a single coffin.
Clearly, this wasn't their destination, it belonged to another funeral party. If the funeral procession arrived, they could simply load the coffin inside.
That way, everyone could successfully clear the dungeon, and all would survive.
But now, this pit lay before the wedding party. What utter irony. Damn it! There's barely enough room to fit the palanquin.
One of the teammates, clearly out of his mind, even suggested shoving the palanquin into the large pit.
But everyone knew this pit could only hold a coffin.
Even if there were a large enough hole to fit the palanquin now, they absolutely couldn't put it in. That would be tantamount to suicide and might even hasten their deaths. Just then, a startled cry rang out.
Captain! Captain! Look at the palanquin!
The palanquin was now covered in a dense cluster of crimson dots, resembling a poisonous mushroom, an eerie sight. It resembled a wound wrapped in white cloth, suddenly oozing bright red blood, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The sight turned every face pale. This meant they truly had little time left. Their only thought now was to set the palanquin down and run as far away as possible.
But they couldn't. If they didn't secure the palanquin properly, once night fell, they would truly be doomed.
That palanquin clearly held a sinister bride, everyone wanted to hurl it down.
Yet they dared not let go, nor could they let go. Damn it! Keep watching. Don't let go.
Noah cursed incessantly, yet his body trembled slightly.
He knew all too well that if that crimson glow spread, they would surely die. Chapter 117, The Old Mansion. Even as a Blood Clan member half human, half vampire, he couldn't escape this calamity. He wondered if the gods had heard their prayers. As the group pressed forward, a sudden change occurred. An ancient manor appeared on the horizon. At first glance, it bore clear signs of habitation. Though its proximity to the graveyard felt eerie, no one paid much mind at that moment. They all noticed the row of dark red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the old house. To their astonishment, both lanterns were red. To the people of the Dragon Kingdom, this was a symbol of celebration. This meant they now knew the mysterious bride was to be delivered there. At that moment, the funeral procession entered the old residence. They had expected this to be a house inhabited by something eerie, but the reality was quite the opposite. Everything appeared perfectly normal. As they passed the old house and pushed open the rear gate, they discovered a cemetery. In the real world, as observers, the audience could clearly see the entire layout of the dungeon. Only then did everyone realize that Lu Yu had never intended to trap them all. He had genuinely left them a way out. Behind the ancient mansion lay the cemetery, and beyond the cemetery stood the mansion itself. The distance between the two locations was merely a few steps. Yet they couldn't fathom why Lu Yu had placed a cross between the two endpoints. What was the meaning behind this? Everyone was perplexed. Given the current situation, the British faction now held the upper hand in this bizarre battle. Moreover, they were poised to become the first challengers in Lu Yu's dungeon realm to complete the dungeon without suffering a single casualty. Such a reversal was utterly unexpected by everyone. Are they going to win? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. If clearing the Dragon Nation's dungeon is this easy, then the strength of those other nations must be nothing special. This must be the rotten country's luck. Landing on a Dragon Nation dungeon with minimal risks and mortality rates? Talk about getting lucky as hell. I'm delighted to see you Dragon Country people get humiliated. Ha! Dragon Nation is finished. Sweet. At this moment, even the corrupt nation's administrators hadn't anticipated such unexpected good fortune arriving so swiftly. It felt like a giant cake dropped from the heavens. One moment they thought everyone was doomed, the next, the dungeon was nearly complete. To him, it felt like a dream. In that instant, the words he would deliver at his future press conference already formed in his mind. From now on, even the Eagle Nation would have to kneel before him. He was the undisputed overlord of Blue Star. Ha! Just as I predicted, victory is ours in this battle. The ruler of the Rotten Nation produced a comb from somewhere, tidied his hair, and wore a look of smug satisfaction. Inside the British conference room, every official looked as though they'd won the lottery. After a moment of silence, the room erupted in excitement. Is that all Dragon Nation has to offer? I knew it. Quick, bring me a glass of champagne. I need to celebrate properly. Though they knew this victory brought them no tangible benefit, witnessing the battle filled them with intense excitement. The pressure Dragon Nation had placed on them was overwhelming. Even if they refused to admit it verbally, when real conflict loomed, they'd retreat like turtles burying their heads in the sand. Terrified Dragon Nation would crush them with a single blow. But now, they could finally hold their heads high. The Dragon Nation's mystery and terror were known to all. Even the small glimpse within the dungeon was enough to make them feel utterly invincible. Of course, some remained silent. But this wasn't the main reason for the Dragon Nation's quietude. They sensed something peculiar lurking beneath the surface. A funeral procession and a wedding procession were both heading toward each other. This was absolutely not a good omen. It was a taboo. So what exactly was the entire world celebrating now? Hadn't they noticed something amiss? Although the Dragon Nation instance showcased so many distinctive Dragon Nation elements that people from other nations were secretly studying them, after such a terrifying event occurred, it filled every Dragon Nation citizen with dread. They were acting like fools, seeing nothing at all. In certain situations, rote memorization is utterly useless. Only those with Dragon Nation in their very bones can truly grasp the fear of the Chinese people. Thus, when faced with the bizarre and perilous, only the Dragon Nation people know how to evade danger. Yet at this moment, the members of the two teams wore expressions of pure delight. They had completely forgotten they still held communicators in their hands and failed to report to their respective teams. Perhaps because both teams operated independently, each could pass the trial without concern for the other's fate. Or perhaps the unusual atmosphere around them had instilled a powerful sense of urgency, leaving them no time to wait. They were desperate to finish quickly, so much so that they didn't even have time to warn their companions. It's still early in the evening, but we've finally found the burial ground. We'll pass through soon. David exclaimed cheerfully. He had even forgotten the tapping sounds coming from inside the coffin. But that wasn't the most crucial thing. Once he buried the coffin, he could escape this nightmare. Then, back in the real world, he could sit on the couch with his feet up on the table, leisurely watching TV and sipping coffee. Everything that happened in this world would become a nightmare, while he would be a hero in the land of decay. And as a noble vampire, he would gain eternal life. Captain, we're running out of time. At that moment, Noah's companions nearly gasped in shock. Seeing victory within reach, they knew entering this lantern-lit mansion would finally complete their mission. Soon, victory is within our grasp. Noah's face lit up with excitement. At that moment, Luyu sighed deeply and addressed everyone present. Everyone, the show is about to begin. David and the others stepped into the graveyard. Seeing the graves scattered across the ground, they felt not fear but a strange sense of familiarity. If before they had only sensed a hint of danger, now they breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of graves meant there was a way to bury the coffin. Once buried, they could escape this shadowy, ghostly place and return to the real world. Chapter 118, The Opposite Destination. But now, they faced a problem. There was no large pit anywhere to bury the coffin, only existing graves. They couldn't very well dig up an existing grave and shove the one they were carrying into it. He feared such an act might invite even greater torment. After all, they couldn't be certain what strange entities might lurk within those graves. Even a normal corpse would be transformed into something eerie by his fear attribute. It was like Pandora's box had been opened. A group of people were searching diligently. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. By now, darkness had fallen. If they didn't finish the job before nightfall, they'd all be finished. Hold on. Everyone, look. But before they could find a suitable spot, someone sensed something was amiss. An eerie crimson light appeared before them, starkly visible against the pitch-black surroundings. Red? They were all colorblind, how could they possibly see red? In that moment, David and the others felt an inexplicable dread. Up until now, they had been puzzled as to why they hadn't encountered any danger or anomalies since entering this instance. Now, it seemed all of that was waiting for them. What should they do? Should they press forward or seek shelter inside that ancient mansion first? But there was no time to ponder. As night fell and the sun sank below the horizon, any further delay would spell certain doom for the entire group. At that point, even if they had completed their mission, the system would forcibly erase them. Thus, they had no choice but to charge forward or face certain death. Damn it! Let's go! All of us! David roared furiously. As a member of the Blood Clan, his instincts sensed danger. Two sharp fangs protruded from his mouth and his eyes were bloodshot. In truth, these exalted Blood Clan members had been utterly useless in this mission, a fact that filled them with seething rage. No matter what strange things lay ahead, they were ready to fight. Just then, the audience noticed a scene change on the screen. An eerie atmosphere settled over everyone, accompanied by an ominous foreboding. Some quick-witted individuals clearly grasped the implication. Since both teams were in the same location, they were bound to meet. To prevent such an encounter, the two squads currently only needed to communicate via walkie-talkie. Any team with a shred of sense would avoid each other. But neither team had time to worry about that. For them, the greatest threat now was that coffin and the bride. Beyond that, there was the setting sun. And nothing else within the entire dungeon posed any real threat to them. Yet they forgot one crucial thing. The two teams were not meant to meet. At dusk, along a country lane, a group of people dressed in mourning attire silently carried a coffin, walking among the graves. Awaiting them was a massive wedding sedan chair, its color so vivid it seemed as though it might drip blood. In the eerie traditions of the Dragon Kingdom, the clash of red and white was an utterly dreadful occurrence, evoking a sense of ill omen and taboo in everyone present. Yet now, this very scene unfolded within this bizarre dungeon instance. Its horror and peril were beyond description. Even a fool could sense something terribly wrong in this scene. What's going on? Why do I feel a chill? This is giving me the creeps. A funeral procession colliding with a wedding procession. I have a feeling something major is about to happen. Holy crap, I get it now. No wonder both processions were headed for the same intersection they were meant to meet under these circumstances. Dragon Nation is terrifying indeed. Just coffins and red bridal palanquins can create such a horrifying scene. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Since this dungeon was taking place in broad daylight, the fear it evoked didn't seem as intense to outsiders as previous Dragon Country dungeons. But at that very moment, the fear in everyone's hearts surged to a new peak. No one screamed, the sight was too horrifying, etched into their memories forever. Are you kidding me? These two squads actually meeting here? What is this? The representative from the UK's mind went blank, utterly unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. 1 second ago, he was already planning his victory banquet and drafting his speech about defeating Dragon Nation to seize the throne of Blue Star's supremacy. The next moment, he felt himself plummet from heaven to hell. It was obvious that meeting under these circumstances could only spell trouble. The scene before him gave him the distinct feeling that annihilation was imminent. All 10 of them would likely perish here. The British High Command, who had been gloating over their squad's lack of casualties, now turned ashen-faced. The reason no one had died earlier wasn't because this boss was weak, but because Luyu had been brewing a devastating move, aiming to eliminate all 10 in the shortest possible time. This dramatic turn of events was utterly shocking, making everyone feel like nothing more than a clown. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. A British official collapsed to the floor, spilling tea from his cup, yet he seemed oblivious.
He shook his head frantically, muttering to himself. He had truly lost his mind. The blow was too crushing to bear. He had believed he would stand atop the pinnacle, yet now he felt like a fat pig trapped in a swamp, stripped of everything overnight. This was worse than the last economic crisis. That one had merely bankrupted them, but this time, they would pay with their lives. Is there no solution? Use a nuke? Blow this dungeon to smithereens. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. He began spouting wild nonsense, yet no one laughed at him, nor did anyone notice him. Those powerful figures who usually wielded authority were now scared out of their wits. The representative from the Rotten Kingdom witnessed this scene, frozen in place as if petrified. It was all over. Never underestimate the people of the Dragon Nation, and never underestimate Luyu. That was the greatest mistake. Luyu, who had defeated nations like the Eagle Nation and was hailed as a satanic presence, how could he be so easily defeated? Chapter 119, False Hope. They had created only 10 blood clans, yet their arrogance had swelled to the point of believing themselves invincible. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap across their faces, and Luyu taught them a lesson. In the Dragon Nation version of the Fear Dungeon, the Blood Clan proved as fragile as paper. Their survival rate was even lower than that of ordinary survivors. This was utterly devastating to them, shattering their worldview completely. Within Dragon Nation, the people of Dragon Nation had grown numb to one victory after another. Ever since the emergence of legendary dungeon designer Luyu, Dragon Nation's war of national destiny had progressed with unprecedented ease. No nation could halt their advance. No matter how formidable the enemy or how underhanded their tactics, they were destined to be crushed. No one harbored any doubts about the outcome of this match. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's netizens had taken to their keyboards, igniting a heated online debate that they were thoroughly enjoying. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials remained seated in a vast chamber. They would not leave until this mission was complete. Luyu, is this instance nearing its conclusion? Barring any surprises, the moment the funeral procession and the wedding procession collide, everyone will be mysteriously killed. Luyu nodded. With matters having reached this point, he said no more, for this instance was about to conclude. Simply put, this instance's purpose was to combat the blood servants of the corrupt nation. They could no longer be considered human, half vampire, devoid of any fear. But Luyu believed humans always had weaknesses. Sometimes, what seemed like strength could become a flaw. Therefore, he did not underestimate his foe, shouldering the entire burden of responsibility himself. He wasn't intimidated by the enemy's strength. He had great confidence in the mysterious culture of the Dragon Nation he envisioned. Even though he was not a native of the Dragon Kingdom and knew little of its civilization. Yet he understood that the clash between red and white was an extremely dangerous affair. The setting sun dyed the sky crimson. On a country lane, a procession of mourners and a procession of wedding guests were approaching each other head-on. At that moment, the 4 individuals and the 5 sedan chair bearers seemed oblivious to each other, continuing onward without noticing the unusual scene before them. But as the scene zoomed in, it became clear that what lay ahead was not what they had hoped for. Now, both groups wore expressions of sheer terror. Despair filled their hearts. They seemed to lose control over their own bodies. As if they had encountered a black hole, a powerful suction pulling both squads toward it. Wah! Suddenly, a sound of weeping echoed through the air. And it was David and his men weeping. The sound was heart-wrenching, as if they had lost a family member. And if one listened closely, they could discern that the sobbing was precisely the sound that had echoed at the very beginning of the dungeon. David and the others felt a profound sense of helplessness. Though their bodies wept, they could not control themselves. Meanwhile, within the wedding procession, a group of people bustled about. Each wore a peculiar smile upon their lips. As if an invisible hand had forcibly stretched their mouths open. Yet they were helpless, unable to truly smile, instead feeling a sense of wanting to cry but having no tears. Just as they were about to collide, the crowd suddenly halted. Why aren't we moving? The outcome of this national war seemed inevitable. The British forces were on the verge of total annihilation. Yet everyone yearned to witness it. When joy and sorrow collide, what kind of dreadful events might unfold? The most terrifying thing in the world is the fear of the unknown. The more you know, the less you fear. Yet now, the 2 processions have begun a fresh round of confrontation. The coffin and the palanquin stood side by side in the middle of the road, neither yielding. It seemed as though the 2 processions were about to collide. Yet before the collision could occur, a terrifying scene unfolded. The palanquin bearers suddenly exerted all their strength, hoisting the palanquin onto the coffin. At that moment, both groups lifted the coffin and palanquin together. Holy crap! That's terrifying. What the hell is going on here? What's going on? Why do I keep feeling like their laughter is terrifying? Those beasts. This is utterly inhuman. This is way too weird. A palanquin crushing a coffin? This is way scarier than a ghost marriage. Everyone was stunned, especially the timid ones. A group of strange individuals, some weeping, some laughing, seemed to have forgotten they were here to complete this dungeon challenge. They resembled NPCs in a dungeon, carrying a palanquin as they entered the graveyard. Just then, words written in blood appeared on the large screen.
David has fallen. Edward has fallen. Noah fallen.
One name after another appeared, each a blood-formed notification that looked utterly unsettling. With each beep of the system's voice came another death notice. Though their bodies still stood upright, still carried the palanquin on their shoulders, as if they were not yet dead. In truth, they were already dead. At this moment, these challengers were perhaps no longer human, but something sinister. But, before fear could take hold, a sudden change occurred. Now only one normal person remained.
Yes, the one from the rotten country. He was still alive.
At that moment, the screen split into two sections. One showed a palanquin being carried, the other a pitch-black coffin.
At this moment, the teammate lying in the coffin was utterly terrified.
He had watched helplessly as his companions died one after another, until only he remained.
How could this happen? If they were all dead, why was he still moving?
An overwhelming wave of terror washed over him, immersing him in a dreadful and bizarre sensation akin to being in the depths of hell.
Now, carried by a horde of inhuman creatures, where was he headed? Was hell awaiting him ahead? He didn't know, nor could he think about it.
Only an endless terror gripped him, leaving his mind utterly blank. In this dungeon, everyone else was dead except him. He was now trapped inside a coffin that couldn't be opened, and this coffin had been transported to a location unknown to anyone. Yet he remained unaware that at this very moment, people across the globe were watching him with strange, unsettling stares. Even those sitting before their televisions could feel this dread.
Chapter 120, The Highly Intelligent Individual. Holy, this is utterly hopeless.
All the other team members are dead, and he's the only one left alive, yet he doesn't even have a chance to escape. Good lord, just let him die already. This is nothing short of inhumane torture.
I think Luyu did this on purpose. He's clearly mentally unstable, a true incarnation of Satan. This is bad. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Why are you all staring at me like that? I told you this was a glitch.
Luyu looked utterly innocent, but the people around him stared at him as if he were a madman.
But he simply couldn't explain it.
When he designed this dungeon, he already had a rough understanding of the conditions facing the raid teams. That anyone could survive under such brutal conditions was beyond his expectations. That was what they called a bug.
But it didn't matter.
By this point, the collision of the red and white ceremonies had concluded, marking the end of the dungeon's most perilous phase. Once the coffin and the wedding palanquin merged into one, neither the funeral procession nor the wedding procession could proceed. Without the coffin or the palanquin, if the funeral and wedding ceremonies weren't completed before nightfall, it would be a dead end. Of course, the collision of the red and white ceremonies is also terrifying, likely leading to the team's demise. What happened next was no longer Luyu's concern.
As for the dungeon over in the UK,
Luyu felt he needn't assist his dragon group comrades this time. He had faith in them.
Moreover, the items bestowed by the system were considered strategic resources within the Dragon Nation. Each use brought a palpable sense of danger.
Therefore, it was best to keep them in reserve.
A mere rotten country wasn't worth using them for.
Luyu, you should take a look at this. At that moment, his assistant handed him a laptop displaying the live feed from the Sakura Nation Challenge instance. Though the situation was now precarious, all 10 of them were still alive. Under normal circumstances, they simply didn't possess the strength to clear the dungeon. Not being scared out of their wits was already a blessing.
And indeed, that's exactly what happened. After entering this instance, 9 people were completely terrified.
Yet among them, one person remained remarkably composed and managed to complete the dungeon solo.
And he was just an elementary school student. A genius?
Luyu felt a chill run down his spine.
Was he facing Conan?
If that were the case, he would be a major threat indeed.
Tojo Saburo, that was the name of this Japanese boy.
Luyu opened his notebook and found his file.
Luyu's current standing was already quite high. Many secrets held no mystery for him.
Soon, the boy's records appeared before him.
3 years ago, Tojo Saburo's IQ test results showed his intelligence had reached 140.
He was selected by the Japanese government to join the list of gifted individuals. Their objective was to forge a formidable team capable of tackling high-difficulty dungeons and conquering those of other nations. Unfortunately, after suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of the Dragon Nation, Sakura Nation's core members had been completely wiped out. For a long time afterward, the mere mention of the word land would cause faces to turn pale.
As for Tojo Saburo, he was the sole survivor.
Being young, he faced no punishment. Yet with the disappearance of the upper echelons, he reaped immense benefits. Leveraging his intelligence and role as a military strategist, he successfully seized control of the entire Sakura Nation. Yet, after seizing control of a nation, he did not sit idly by nor exploit his power for personal gain. Instead, he did something that stunned everyone. He participated in the National Fortune Dungeon. Not only did he personally engage in the national war, but he also cleared every single instance. In this world, tackling dungeons was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Yet Tojo Saburo threw himself into this complex environment, abandoning his comfortable life to choose the most perilous path. Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for this young man. Clever people are often cowards who fear death, yet the one before him was so audacious. This Tojo Saburo truly had some skills. In the most recent Fate War, not only did he survive, he thrived. Surrounded by a bunch of idiots, he still managed to clear the dungeon. All of this was built upon his analytical skills and logical reasoning. Only now did Yu understand why his assistant held this man in such high regard. Because if he could pass the Dragon Nation's trial, he would undoubtedly become a true menace to the state. Most challengers lacked exceptional intellect. For a dungeon like Dragon Nation, beyond possessing extraordinary courage, one must also have sufficient intelligence and the ability to adapt to different situations to stand a chance of success. The assistant grew concerned. If Tojo Saburo were allowed to develop further, he would undoubtedly become a massive threat to the Dragon Nation in the future. Yu suggested, "Can we assassinate him?" The assistant replied, "We've actually sent people to assassinate him before, but the problem is, we've never managed to find him. He protects himself very well." Assassinating a nation's leader was no simple task. Yet it was not a despicable tactic, but one employed by the ancestors of the Dragon Nation. Achieving maximum results with minimal cost anyone would be willing to try. Assassination is impossible, and so is winning him over, Yu mused. That leaves only one option. Seize this opportunity to eliminate him. More accurately, to annihilate Sakura Nation, making it the first country Dragon Nation had ever destroyed. Though Dragon Nation ranked highest in danger level on Blue Star, no nation had yet perished due to its quest objectives. Yu believed that having Sakura Nation set this precedent would be an excellent approach. But we must seek approval from higher-ups before making a final decision, the assistant said. This matter concerned the Dragon Nation's destiny and could not be taken lightly. It required careful handling. On Blue Star, a war over national destiny drew to a close, leaving some rejoicing and others grieving. Nations scrambled to harness the strange phenomenon and channel it into their respective realms. This triggered a chain of unforeseen events. Many small nations on the brink of extinction miraculously survived at this very moment. Chapter 121, The Might of the Dragon Nation. Certain superpowers, however, lost control inexplicably within a dungeon due to mysterious external factors, ultimately failing and suffering massive casualties. Some nations even teetered on the brink of extinction. Yet one nation once again achieved comprehensive success with unstoppable momentum, an indisputable fact. This outcome caught the nations of Blue Star somewhat off guard. Rotten Nation versus Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation prevails. Unexpectedly, the Rotten Nation had been defeated. According to assessments by intelligence agencies worldwide, the British Empire's Blood Clan soldiers possessed near-perfect mastery over vampire abilities. In theory, all instances should have been as fragile as paper in their hands, posing no threat whatsoever. Yet this exceptionally powerful force perished within the Dragon Nation's dungeon. This was like a slap in the face to every nation's think tanks, once again humiliating them and trampling their intelligence underfoot. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. The dungeons of the Dragon Nation were truly terrifying. The Dragon Nation's brand of terror proved effective against both humans and the uncanny, capable of literally scaring emotionless creatures to death. Numerous professionals and prominent bloggers repeatedly watched the livestream of this Dragon Nation instance. Numerous analytical articles flooded the internet. Yet the more they learned, the more terrified they became. Unlike other forms of horror, where greater knowledge often breeds indifference. After all terrifying civilizations share a common trait: all fear stems from the unknown. The Dragon Nation people understood this well, yet the more profound their understanding of the Dragon Nation instance became, the more intense their fear grew. Dragon Nation-style terror defies the very rules of this world, becoming its most bizarre phenomenon. It is like an incurable virus. Once exposed, one becomes helplessly infected, with no treatment capable of curing it. And as time passes, it takes root in your heart, slowly spreading outward. Many who were unfamiliar with the peculiarities of Huaxia began murmuring among themselves after witnessing this scene. Even the most ordinary things in daily life like red objects or graveyards could instill fear. After the Dragon Nation's results were announced, the entire internet erupted. Are you kidding me? Dragon Nation won again? This Dragon Nation dungeon is downright terrifying. Rotten Nation. Oh my god. The ruler of Rotten Nation collapsed to the ground, utterly dumbfounded. They had lost utterly and completely. Who would have thought that even after deploying 10 Blood Clan members, they still couldn't breach the Dragon Nation's dungeon? The Dragon Nation instance was truly peculiar, harboring such immense risks. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Failure meant accepting punishment. This dungeon challenge had involved the use of bizarre abilities, essentially cheating. Up until now, the most terrifying punishment the system had ever imposed was upon the land of cherry blossoms. Not only had they employed bizarre abilities within the dungeon, but they had also consumed forbidden drugs. Employing two forms of cheating simultaneously earned them double punishment, nearly wiping out their nation. Now, in this war of national destiny, the cheating methods employed by the Rotten Kingdom were far more heinous than those of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Not a single one of the 10 participants in the dungeon challenge was human.
Calling them 10 monsters would be no exaggeration.
At this moment, the entire nation trembled like condemned prisoners awaiting a bullet to shatter them at any second. Yet, as they had anticipated, they received the punishment they deserved. Corrupt nation found guilty of fraud in instance challenge.
Impose tenfold penalty. All citizens' lifespans reduced by 50 years. All land holdings halved. As the punishment fell, the entire rotten nation fell silent.
Though countless lives would be lost, the surviving populace found it hard to believe that the system's punishment amounted to merely tenfold. There could be only one reason: even if the corrupt nation summoned 10 blood clans, these 10 were actually created by a single blood clan. It could only be said that they possessed but one trick.
In Sakura Nation, within an underground structure. Unbelievable, they only imposed a tenfold penalty.
Tojo Saburo leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee as he adjusted his glasses. Despite being just an elementary school student, he carried himself with remarkable maturity.
Saburo were facing the formidable Dragon Nation.
Surviving a war of national destiny against them is already a stroke of luck. Making enemies with them would likely lead to no good outcome.
An assistant spoke up. The Dragon Nation? Perhaps I'm a bit late in saying this.
But truthfully, I don't need to watch any live streams of Dragon Nation instances. I can clear every single one based solely on my own deductions. Saburo Tojo wore a confident smile, his eyes brimming with contempt. For most strategists, such plans existed only on paper. Only by personally entering a dungeon and successfully clearing it could one truly claim victory. He had every right to be proud. He was confident that even if confronted with a Dragon Nation dungeon, his chances of survival were high. While he couldn't guarantee it, his chances were certainly not poor. To him, the terrifying, eerie reputation of the Dragon Nation dungeons with their 100% mortality rate was nothing more than a scare tactic. Beyond those so-called strange elements, the rest of the Dragon Country dungeon was essentially just a basic, psychological trap. Within the dungeon, he must maintain sufficient rationality to avoid being undone by the trap Liu had designed. If we encounter the Dragon Country again, we're in trouble. Let's keep a low profile and avoid rash actions.
Tojo Saburo shot him a sidelong glance.
We should indeed keep a low profile, but the Dragon Nation is likely too arrogant now, not taking us seriously at all.
Given more time, I could build my own team.
Then, no dungeon would be beyond my reach. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation, Liu Yu reported his opinion to his superiors. The world changes in the blink of an eye. Any small nation now has the potential to leap into a force capable of shaking an entire country.
The life in Sakura Nation is harsh now. They've won this war of national destiny.
If this trend continues, they might truly regain their strength, becoming invincible.
I concur with Liu Yu's proposal. We must nip the Sakura Nation in the bud, ensuring they never gain another chance to rise. Chapter 122, The Red-Robed Corpse. This is the first nation we've ever destroyed. Fine, I'm in. I agree too. Alright, then the next nation war will be the day Sakura Nation meets its end.
Immediately after, an elderly man addressed Liu Yu. Liu Yu, we're counting on you for this dungeon run.
Everyone's hoping you can help us tweak this instance.
Tojo Saburo isn't someone to be taken lightly. You've seen his intel, he's an exceptionally clever individual who even managed to survive the Fate War.
So you must be extremely cautious. Liu Yu nodded.
I'll give it serious thought, but I need a full day to rest. Tomorrow, we'll discuss how to approach this new dungeon together. After leaving the meeting room, Liu Yu headed straight to his bedroom and collapsed onto his bed, hoping to see if the system had granted him any new rewards this time. After all, his dungeon runs had recorded a 100% mortality rate for 5 consecutive attempts. True to form, the system delivered, writing a line in blood. As the instance you created achieved 100% success, you shall receive an A+ grade mysterious item named Nameless Female Corpse. But the next moment, a figure clad in red materialized in the corner of the room. Holy! Liu Yu! Anyone would be utterly shocked to see a red-clad female corpse materialize in their own home. Moreover, Liu Yu knew this figure was definitely no ordinary person. Strangely enough, the figure didn't collapse to the floor. Like a walking corpse, she stood motionless in the corner, utterly still. Though Liu Yu couldn't make out her entire outfit, he recognized it as ancient attire adorned with several auspicious birds. The only parts visible to him were her hands and neck. It felt as if all her blood had been drained, leaving her soaked in water. Yet none of this compared to her appearance. Her head was crowned with jet black hair, reminiscent of Sadako. If Liu Yu could see her true face, even if she looked terrifying, he felt he could accept it. Yet that face, hidden beneath the long hair, sent shivers down his spine. Liu Yu had this feeling that the body might twitch at any moment. What the hell are you doing? If you want to kill me, just say so. Liu Yu clutched his chest with one hand, wondering if he should take some medicine. Though he frequently tackled terrifying dungeons himself, even watching teams from other countries suffer gruesome deaths inside never bothered him much. But experiencing it firsthand? His smile vanished instantly. Then, stream after stream of blood slid down before his eyes, forming a stark contrast with the corpse. Item, unidentified female corpse. Horror level, A+.
Details, clad in a red gown, died with hatred in her heart. Note, only by holding her small hand can she be made to obey. This isn't a dead body at all, it's clearly a blood-red vengeful spirit. He suddenly noticed the temperature in the entire room had dropped significantly. His breath formed visible white mist and the lighting seemed faulty. It seemed as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. As for the corpse in the corner, it had vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. In that moment, he finally understood the true nature of the fear experienced by those who had encountered such horrors in his own dungeon. The next instant, an icy chill gripped his neck, like hands frozen in extreme cold being suddenly pulled out. A cold, small hand seized Lu Yu's neck with such force it lifted him entirely off the ground. Behind him, a figure clad in red had appeared without warning. Lu Yu gasped for breath, his mind blank, struggling to form words. Despite following the system's prompt and clutching one of the corpse's hands tightly, he still couldn't make her let go. Damn it! He was going to die. As the dungeon designer for Dragon Nation, bearing the weight of his nation's future on his shoulders, how could he possibly die here? In that moment, Lu Yu felt a sense of absurdity. It seemed as though this time, the system's reward wasn't on the side of the Dragon Nation, but rather on the opposing side. He'd been too careless. A chill gripped Lu Yu's heart. In his current state, no one would come to his aid. And now, he was located within the most heavily fortified sector of the Dragon Nation's defense system. For Dragon Nation officials, no threat could possibly approach this area. Moreover, his bedroom contained no surveillance equipment whatsoever, a measure taken for security reasons. Even if he were strangled to death, it was unlikely anyone would ever know. This meant the lifeless body wouldn't be discovered until the next meal delivery. No, that food delivery person would likely be killed by the woman too. Then she would be released, unleashing a killing spree. What was even more terrifying was that the embroidered shoe was still in his hand. If she were to put on that embroidered shoe, wouldn't she then be able to ignore all physical barriers and move freely through any structure? Then she would become a terrifying, unnatural being, immortal and indestructible, rejected by all until she had wiped out every living soul on Earth. Lu Yu's eyes began to glaze over, but suddenly, something occurred to him. The embroidered shoe? The weird cloth. The weird cloth could seal away anything, including the weird. Yet Lu Yu knew this plan was reckless. After all, he could only pull it off in a dungeon. He never imagined that one day, as a desk clerk, he would have to battle a supernatural entity. The weird cloth and embroidered shoes were absolutely indispensable. If left behind and discovered by the janitor, it would spell disaster. Thus, Lu Yu kept them close at all times. Both items were tucked into his coat pocket. The embroidered shoe was wrapped in the ghost cloth, just in case opening the door revealed it and scared him. At that moment, Lu Yu felt as though his throat was being crushed. As if the corpse had been killed by his own hand, it seemed to harbor a deep hatred for him, its 10 fingers digging deep into Lu Yu's flesh. Lu Yu realized he had little time left. With all his strength, he fumbled for the strange cloth in his pocket. He didn't even notice his embroidered shoes falling to the ground. He swiftly wrapped the cloth around the woman's head. At that moment, Lu Yu distinctly felt the arm gripping his throat suddenly relax. Thud! He collapsed onto the floor, curling up like a large shrimp, gasping for breath. A dull ache still throbbed at his throat. Chapter 123, The Seal of the Sinister Cloth. The sensation felt like someone had sliced open his flesh and sprinkled pepper into the wound. But luckily, he had narrowly escaped death this time. Had he been even 3 or 5 seconds slower, he might have been strangled to death. At that moment, inside the house, the woman's hand slowly lowered, returning to its original form. Above her head, a strip of cloth still hung. It was a blood-red cloth, as if painted with fresh blood, with a talisman still stuck to it. Her entire body was shrouded in an eerie crimson veil, making her appear like a bride about to be married. Lu Yu lay face down on the bed for a long time before finally coming to his senses. He walked to the mirror and looked at his own neck. The corpse had struck hard, leaving his throat bruised and purple, along with a deep claw mark embedded in his skin. Had Lu Yu not already confirmed this corpse was system-generated, he might have believed it bore a grudge against him, come to exact revenge. But just then, something unexpected happened. He suddenly realized the corpse was gone. He whipped his head around, only to find the woman still standing in the same spot, completely motionless. Lu Yu snapped back to his senses. In other words, you couldn't see the corpse through the mirror's surface. Moreover, it wasn't just this corpse. Even the ghostly cloth and embroidered shoes were invisible. These 3 strange objects were invisible to ordinary people, only Lu Yu could perceive them. Are you kidding me? Lu Yu glanced down. At that moment, he witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. He discovered that his foot was encased in a pair of red embroidered shoes. His legs had been bare moments before, yet now one shoe rested beneath him. These embroidered shoes were utterly bizarre. Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. As if he were not in the real world but trapped in a Dragon Country dungeon where death could strike at any moment. Fortunately, after examining them closely, he found no unusual features on the corpse. The Gibu was indeed the most perverse thing, whatever it trapped would be sealed away.
Lu Yu was incredibly fortunate to have obtained the Gibu in time, otherwise, he might well have perished here.
Next time the system offers any reward, I'll treat it with extreme caution. Otherwise, I might just get killed by the next reward. Lu Yu scanned his surroundings warily. Knock knock knock.
As Lu Yu pondered, knocking sounded at the door. He opened the door to find a delivery guy pushing a cart toward him. It was already late and the meal was ready. Thanks, Lu Yu opened the door, carefully meeting the delivery guy's eyes as he took his food.
He was curious, could the delivery guy see the corpse behind him?
However, the delivery guy seemed to notice nothing unusual. He respectfully handed over the meal and pushed his cart away. After dinner, Lu Yu wandered through the basement, pondering his next mission. This subterranean base had been meticulously modified to support human life, equipped with facilities like badminton and ping-pong tables. Even if the apocalypse struck, it could remain one of the safest havens on Blue Star. Moreover, the place itself functioned as a complete life support system, capable of sustaining human survival for extended periods. After Blue Star became shrouded in the mysterious national fortune system, officials from the Dragon Nation had all retreated underground. They feared strange events unfolding on the surface or nations resorting to nuclear weapons in a mutually assured destruction scenario. As a key figure, Lu Yu had been brought here long ago. Hey, Lu Yu, fancy joining us for a game? Passing by the badminton court, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached and addressed Lu Yu. He was one of the think tank members, responsible for analyzing the scenarios of various nations. The strength of the Dragon Group lay in the strategic council of its think tank. Beyond their duties, they also emphasized maintaining a balanced schedule and participating in various activities. Sure, Lu Yu nodded, donning his gear and shoes before stepping onto the court to face his opponent. After over 10 minutes, Lu Yu was drenched in sweat, yet he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Take a break. Go get some water first. Lu Yu nodded and walked over to the corner to get a drink. But at that moment, his body froze. A figure clad in red stood in the corner. Wearing embroidered boots on her feet, a red headscarf wrapped around her head, and a talisman hanging from her hair. A woman in red? What was she doing here? Lu Yu felt the blood freeze in his veins, his heartbeat ceasing entirely. Had the illusory cloth failed? Or were her previous actions merely an illusion meant to mislead him? In that instant, a chill crept up Lu Yu's spine, sending a shiver down his spine. Just then, a hand slapped his shoulder. Hey, what are you spacing out for? The bespectacled boy took a sip and leaned closer, a hint of confusion on his face. Lu Yu finally snapped out of his initial shock. Did you know humans have 3 flames? 1 atop the head, 2 upon the shoulders. If you walk at night and suddenly turn around and someone slaps your shoulder, one of your flames will go out. Then you lose your yang energy and become more susceptible to the supernatural. SSSSHHH. The bespectacled man gasped. It's you after all. You've got me hooked with just a few words. Is this what the next dungeon content will be like? Lu Yu didn't answer, for he suddenly recalled a possibility. Then he left the court. Just then, he abruptly turned back. The crimson corpse had appeared behind him, its presence unknown until that moment. But Lu Yu's gaze didn't linger on the corpse. Instead, it slowly drifted downward, settling on a pair of embroidered shoes at her feet. Yes, it had to be that shoe playing tricks. Under normal circumstances, this shoe would mysteriously appear beside him. Unfortunately, no one could witness this scene. Fortunately, he carried a heart pill with him at all times, prepared for emergencies. In other words, the corpse had been sealed by the ghostly cloth, transformed into an object. However, the ghostly cloth hadn't locked the shoe in place, it could still move freely. Lu Yu took one step after another, and the embroidered shoe followed behind him. The embroidered shoe had been dragging the corpse forward all along, which explained the situation. As he exited the bedroom, the woman followed behind him all the way to the tennis court. Yet along the entire route, no one could perceive the presence of the red-clad corpse. If a mysterious red-clad corpse were silently trailing behind you, that would be far more terrifying than a pair of embroidered red shoes. Chapter 124, Heart's Desire. Lu Yu felt like crying. He had barely escaped the embroidered shoes, and now a strange bride had appeared. Lost in thought, he entered the bedroom and closed the door, only to discover a mysterious bride dressed in red, wearing a red headscarf and red shoes, following right behind him. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel their heart leap into their throat. Moreover, wherever Lu Yu went, she followed. Meaning that if Lu Yu went to the bathroom, he might well find red embroidered shoes peeking through the crack beneath the door. While bathing, a crimson shadow flickered in the mirror's reflection. Even in sleep, one must remain vigilant against the eerie bride lurking in the corner. Even when attending meetings, a mysterious bride accompanied him. The most agonizing part was that this eerie corpse was visible only to him. No one else could see her, nor could anyone understand. What's more, this eerie bride was far more than just a scare tactic. The moment he lifted the veil from her face, she transformed into a malevolent specter, unleashing a bloodbath. Damn it, is this system trying to kill me? Lu Yu suddenly felt that this thing this system had given him was less of a prize and more of a curse. Most people would have lost their minds by now. In fact, anyone else would likely have died the moment the woman grabbed his throat, let alone managed to trap her. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly realized something he hadn't noticed before. What if the system threw another dangerous thing at him next time? Wouldn't that be the end of him? The thought alone sent beads of sweat forming on Lu Yu's forehead. He had originally intended to leave the sinister woman here and not probe her powers. But now it seemed impossible. He had to figure out the ghost girl's powers, as it was the only thing he could possibly handle. If the system produced another strange artifact next time, he would have no choice but to seal it with this piece of ghostly cloth. To cast the ghostly spell, I must release the female corpse, but I can first seize her hands. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. He recalled the system's warning: if he grasped the corpse's hands, he could command her. What would happen next, Lu Yu couldn't say for certain. But with things having come to this, he had no choice but to push forward. This is bloody hell. Lu Yu took a deep breath and turned to enter the house. He didn't want to go outside. To others, his ghost bride was invisible, and his movements would appear utterly bizarre. Lu Yu took another deep breath, then grabbed the other person's arm. It was cold and hard, like a fish frozen solid into ice, or a corpse that had just crawled out of the morgue. Then, he grabbed the ghostly cloth, gritted his teeth, and pulled with all his might. A face, obscured by thick black hair, suddenly appeared before Lu Yu. A sudden chill ran down his spine, as if something was watching him. His heart pounded wildly, the hand gripping the corpse frozen mid-air, ready to seal her back up with the cloth and restore her to her original state if she showed any sign of threat. However, a full 5 minutes passed. Lu Yu's arms were nearly numb. Yet the corpse remained utterly still, as if frozen in place. It worked. Lu Yu swallowed hard. To be able to control a strange beast, this wasn't something just anyone could do. Now, he only needed to follow the system's prompts to master this reward and gain control over it. Just as nations sought to control their own peculiarities, ghost dolls, demonic blades, each possessed its own distinct traits. Yet no matter how bizarre those anomalies might be, none could compare to this one from the Dragon Nation. This female corpse held the potential to annihilate all of humanity. To others, it appeared as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, causing instant death. Moreover, even if discovered, there was no way to stop it. It was simply too unnerving. Once the red-clad corpse breaks free, the danger becomes unbearable. Although Lu Yu already possessed a pair of embroidered shoes, in a sense, the red-clad corpse was now ready to tackle a dungeon. For any normal team encountering such an anomaly, it would be an absolute disaster. Wait, can I command her? A sudden flash of insight struck Lu Yu, sparking a theory. Let me try. Take me to the restroom. The next second, the scene shifted, and he found himself in the restroom. This meant the woman could understand his thoughts and even control those red embroidered shoes. This came as a surprise to Lu Yu. The embroidered shoes had unique usage rules: only one use per day, limited to a maximum of 2 hours each time, or else one risked death. But the red-clad corpse was different. She was dead, and once a person was dead, they had no reservations. Therefore, the negative effects brought by the embroidered shoe were nearly negligible on her, approaching zero. With this unique medium, Lu Yu could continuously have the corpse wear the embroidered shoes without any adverse effects. The only drawback was that Lu Yu was facing a genuine, malevolent ghost. The slightest misstep meant certain death. Moreover, whenever he grasped the corpse's hand, his own body would become ethereal. When the corpse was immobilized by the ghostly cloth, the embroidered shoes' properties were sealed, and they became a solid entity. Now that Lu Yu could physically interact with her, revealing the ghostly cloth triggered the embroidered shoes effect, rendering both him and the corpse invisible. This meant he could teleport the red-clad corpse anywhere across Blue Star, slaying any target he desired. More importantly, they couldn't do anything to him. Lu Yu immediately thought of assassinating Tojo Saburo, as he was the only one posing a threat to the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the young generation of geniuses in Sakura Nation had been nearly wiped out, leaving the nation severely weakened with no new hope emerging. If they couldn't eliminate him before he matured, the Dragon Nation's future could face grave peril. In Lu Yu's view, using bizarre mystical powers to assassinate high-ranking officials of an enemy nation wasn't entirely dishonorable. Thus, he made his decision immediately. Sakura Nation. Within an underground facility. Matsui had once been an ordinary official, but with all senior officials now deceased, he became the most senior among them. Naturally, he ascended to the upper echelons of society. Money and women, once the stuff of his wildest dreams, were now within easy reach. Chapter 125, Massacre. In the previous War of National Destiny, Sakura Nation emerged victorious, which made him somewhat elated. He believed this might be a case of bad luck turning to good fortune, a rebound from rock bottom, and thus began a life of luxury. In truth, the Sakura Nation challenger team led by Tojo Saburo possessed the capability to annihilate the Dragon Nation. Thus, he once again drank himself into a drunken stupor, staggering unsteadily as a popular actress supported him back to the bedroom. Just as they were undressing, poised to embark on a passionate journey of life, the room's lights suddenly flickered. What's going on? Is the wiring faulty? Matsui, drunk and dazed, stared at the flickering lights, unsure of what was happening. But the actress beside him wore an increasingly strange expression. The place they were in was a nuclear-proof underground bunker. Compared to the grand structures of nations like the Dragon Kingdom or the Eagle Kingdom, this facility wasn't particularly imposing. But in Sakura Country, it was undoubtedly the best. Even without any maintenance, it could function for 10 or 8 years without any issues. Just as they were puzzling over it, the light suddenly flickered on again, then inexplicably went out. What? Matsui was startled, snapping him back to his senses. Yet he wasn't frightened, he was furious. Damn it, who dares tamper with the lights? They're asking for trouble. He resolved to summon the equipment engineers first thing the next morning. He vowed to kill that engineer and make sure their families suffered a miserable death. Once just a minor player, his sudden rise to power unleashed the twisted desires long suppressed within him. Fueled by the allure of authority, his depravity grew increasingly unrestrained. Yet the actress beside him didn't see it that way. She was now perfectly lucid, feeling the temperature in the entire room drop as her exhaled breath turned into a white mist. What's going on? Just moments ago, she had felt a hint of warmth, but now it was as if she'd stepped into a freezer. A sense of foreboding washed over her mind. Though they were underground, she reminded herself that this world was full of mysterious and eerie phenomena. Could we be dealing with something supernatural? Matsui-kun, we should get out of here. The actress's voice trembled. Just then, she suddenly sensed someone behind her. Sometimes, human intuition is remarkably accurate. She truly sensed someone there, but she lacked the courage to turn around. But Mr. Matsui didn't respond. Matsui-kun, are you okay? Her body stiffened as she slowly turned to look at Matsui, wondering why he hadn't spoken. Was he asleep? He was sulking just a moment ago, and now he's asleep? Ah! Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. Matsui wasn't asleep. He was dead. His eyes bulged, tongue hanging out, his face turning purple. And multiple deep gashes marred his neck, as if it had been severed. His body lay stiff and slumped at an angle, utterly motionless. But strangely, he made not a sound, showing no sign of struggle whatsoever. This was utterly unbelievable. Damn it! The actress screamed as she rushed toward the door. But to her horror, the door wouldn't budge. It felt as though something had glued it shut, making it impossible to open. She pounded on it like a madwoman, not even noticing when she snapped one of her cherished nails. If the monster had killed Matsui, she was likely next. But the door was incredibly sturdy and well soundproofed. Matsui had arranged it that way. He certainly didn't want anyone overhearing him sleeping with a celebrity, or worse, being spied on. At this point, even if she screamed herself hoarse, it would be utterly useless. Suddenly, the actress stopped in her tracks. Suddenly sensing someone behind her. The person's clothing seemed to cling to hers, a single strand of hair slipping down her neck. What sent the deepest chill down her spine was the silhouette she spotted on the wall under the emergency light. There were two of them. She slowly turned her head. Her gaze fell upon a man dressed in red. Such a strange figure suddenly appearing in the darkness was utterly terrifying. Her heart skipped a beat and she collapsed to the floor. What a coward! Liu muttered beside her, tugging at the small hand of the female corpse. Back then, he had seen a corpse dressed in red in a similarly enclosed room. If he'd fainted from fright at first sight, he'd probably be a corpse himself by now. The other one was even more useless. The high-ranking official from Sakura Country had died without even seeing the red-clad corpse. A complete piece of trash. Let's go. In the next instant, Liu carried the red-robed female corpse through the door, emerging at the other end of the corridor. The slaughter began. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere in Sakura Nation, a security guard sipped coffee leisurely. But strangely, one of the security cameras suddenly went fuzzy. Ha! He straightened up, looking puzzled. Soon, however, the static on the screen vanished and nothing appeared in the hallway. At that moment, Tojo Saburo picked up his phone and checked it. His expression immediately darkened. He didn't reside in the same bunker as the company's other executives, but in a separate underground facility. This location was classified beyond classification and absolute secret unknown to outsiders. He participated in every meeting remotely, and even supplies had to go through a complex, cumbersome process. Sakura Nation spared no effort in ensuring his security. It could be said that spies worldwide were unable to detect his whereabouts. Yet he was not entirely cut off from the outside world. In fact, he could observe everything happening within Sakura Nation's underground base. Though it served little practical purpose, it at least allowed him to grasp the situation above ground. But just then, he received a message indicating a malfunction in one of the surveillance monitors. If this were impossible, there was only one explanation: someone had hacked into their computer system. An assassin? Tojo Saburo shuddered. If an assassin had infiltrated their inner circle, it would spell disaster, potentially leading to the slaughter of their high-ranking members. In that moment, he felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't hidden behind these people. What had started as mere caution unexpectedly became his lifesaver. Such petty tricks are useless. I can fix this in minutes. Immediately after, Tojo Saburo opened his notebook. Chapter 126, An Unbelievable Scene. He had anticipated this situation and prepared accordingly. Though the surveillance footage had been compromised, it wasn't beyond recovery and only he possessed the means to restore it. What? After restoring the footage, Tojo Saburo stared at the scene before him, his heart nearly stopping. He nearly fell out of his seat. It was a hallway lined with doors on both sides. Just then, a crimson figure emerged from a door on the left. Clad in crimson robes, long hair veiling her face like Sadako, or rather, resembling the ghostly woman from the Dragon Kingdom. The crimson figure walked toward a door on the right. Then, as if encountering no resistance whatsoever, she passed right through it, disappearing into the door itself. This scene was utterly unbelievable. This was clearly beyond human capability, utterly unnatural. A supernatural entity had infiltrated the ranks of the high-level members. How terrifying. But what astonished Tojo Saburo was that another figure stood to the left of this corpse. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Yu. Yes, that face, he would never forget it. It was him who had brought Sakura Nation to this point. Tojo Saburo had long regarded him as his mortal enemy. Yet now, he appeared here inexplicably. Beside him lay the corpse of a woman dressed in red. And what was even more terrifying was that he was holding the arm of this female corpse. Impossible. Seibo Tojo sat before the desk, zooming in on the video and replaying it over and over. But no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, this fact remained unalterable. Lu Yu was indeed manipulating a genuine vengeful spirit, slaughtering those pampered high-ranking officials with impunity. This was a top-security underground nuclear bunker. No foreign spy could possibly infiltrate it. Yet now, a Dragon Nation citizen had breached it with ease. Moreover, wherever he went, death followed in his wake. It was as if he had come specifically to assassinate high-ranking officials. Ding! A segment of interrupted footage appeared on the screen. After watching it, Tojo Saburo immediately gasped in shock. Lu Yu and the red corpse had reappeared on the screen once more. They seemed to have just finished a massacre, emerging from room 2 and entering room 3. Lu Yu and the red-clad corpse wandered from room to room, an utterly terrifying sight. Like the mythical god of death, she reaped each life with ruthless, tyrannical cruelty. What was most terrifying was that Lu Yu dared to grasp the eerie arm. It was as if the two were flaunting their affection. No. He wasn't targeting those high-ranking officials, he was after me. Suddenly, Tojo Saburo's sharp mind gave him an overwhelming premonition. Though it might sound boastful, he was now one of the most likely targets for assassination. The rest were mere bystanders who'd stumbled into their positions by sheer luck. You see, in the past, those so-called high-ranking officials were just ordinary nobodies with no experience. Basically, they were mere errand boys. Had the higher-ups not been killed, they would never have had the chance to occupy their current positions. A chill instantly ran through Tojo Saburo's body. A suffocating sensation surged through him, as if a pair of giant hands had clamped down on his throat, leaving him gasping for air. In that moment, he sensed an intense hostility emanating from Lu Yu. He prided himself on his intelligence and cunning. He had even imagined himself capable of taking on the Dragon Nation, of facing Lu Yu in battle. But in reality, they wouldn't even bother using a dungeon to deal with him. Instead, they'd rely on their bizarre abilities to kill him. It was as simple as killing a stray dog on the street. For the Dragon Nation today, there was no need to make a big fuss over such a minor matter. They could simply declare war outright. He, Tojo Saburo, was merely a minor obstacle. Yet if he could be eliminated, the subsequent matters would become far simpler. Tojo Saburo's entire body trembled, suddenly sensing that this area he occupied was far from safe. Though his gut told him Lu Yu wouldn't come for him, as a rational person, he couldn't help but doubt his own instincts. Calm down. Tojo Saburo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Otherwise, he might die of fright before he was even beaten to death. Zzz. Yet the surveillance feed suddenly flickered. Lu Yu and the red-clad female corpse reappeared before him. Just then, the corpse in red suddenly turned its head, staring fixedly at the screen. Ah! Seibo Tojo recoiled in terror at the sight, causing the stool beneath him to tip sideways. He toppled over, crashing to the floor. His entire body was now racked with intense pain, but compared to the terror gripping his heart, it was insignificant. His gaze fixed on the camera lens, where Lu Yu and the corpse in red seemed poised to leap out at any moment. Little did he know that the corpse possessed no such power. If it did, that would be truly monstrous. In truth, Lu Yu had only intended to scare the surveillance center staff with this tactic, not because he had seen Tojo Saburo. Moreover, this was meant to keep those bastards on guard, giving them a chance to escape. His target was solely Tojo Saburo. And he planned to use this tactic to force Tojo Saburo out, rather than searching room by room. Before long, the alarm from the underground facility sounded. Needless to say, the guards had already spotted Lu Yu. Several fully armed soldiers rushed over, shouting in a language Lu Yu couldn't understand. What? It's Lu Yu. What's he doing here? Are you kidding me? It's actually him. Many recognized Lu Yu, but this only made it harder to believe. A dungeon designer from Dragon Nation and SSS level figure hunted in secret by nations worldwide had actually appeared in the most classified location within his own country. It was utterly unbelievable. Then there was the female corpse beside Luyu, clad in red. There was no doubt about it, such an aura, such eeriness, was no mere cosplay. This was genuine, unmistakable strangeness. In that instant, everyone recalled Luyu's mysterious experiences in previous dungeons. It was obvious this guy must have used some bizarre power to infiltrate their territory. Hands up. Surrender peacefully, and I'll spare your lives. Ha! Looks like even the heavens favor our Sakura Nation. Luyu has come crawling to us. Baka! Get down on the ground now, or I'll blow your brains out. Chapter 127. Kill them all. The crowd instantly cheered. This was no small achievement. If they could capture or kill Luyu, they'd be major heroes. But their thoughts lasted only 3 seconds, for Luyu had already begun his slaughter. Ignoring the soldiers' frantic shouts, he strode directly toward the heavily armed troops. In the narrow passageway, a group of soldiers wielding firearms fired wildly. But Luyu, dragging the female corpse's arm as if it were an ordinary mannequin, walked forward calmly, unimpeded. Kill them all. With Luyu's command, the entire passageway was instantly drenched in crimson, even the plain white lightbulb stained scarlet. The gun-wielding men froze in shock, then, as if seeing a hallucination, began firing at each other. They had shot their own comrades dead. Within 2 seconds, the remaining rebel soldiers lay dead. Yet even then, Luyu remained utterly unmoved, as if he had merely dispatched a dozen stray dogs. Compared to those insignificant deaths, he was far more concerned with where Tojo Saburo was now. What a terrifying spectacle! Tojo Saburo witnessed the terrifying scene, dozens of armed men, just like that, dead? Yet the facts were undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe. The eerie power of that red-clad female corpse proved impervious even to modern firearms. No, to be precise, only the supernatural phenomena of the Dragon Nation could be this ferocious. If it were supernatural phenomena from other nations, they might still find ways to deal with them. But the Dragon Nation's supernatural entities weren't merely capable of passing through walls or being completely immune to physical harm, they could also create an effect akin to an illusion. Under such power, ordinary people were as fragile as paper. Half a day passed. Luyu bid farewell to the underground complex in Sakura Nation and returned to Dragon Nation. He had slaughtered every single executive of Sakura Nation, yet still found no trace of Tojo Saburo. This left him deeply disappointed. That bastard's hiding so deep. Could he be cheating too? Luyu's face twisted with irritation. Upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom, he once again covered the red-robed female corpse's head with the eerie cloth before releasing her hands. The corpse in red transformed back into its previous ghostly woman form. It would still follow Luyu, but it could no longer kill indiscriminately or be seen by others. Holy! Luyu, you're famous now, your exploits are trending all over the internet. At that moment, his bespectacled assistant walked in and played a video showing Luyu with the red-clothed corpse. Normally, such phenomena were invisible, but Luyu had noticed that during his interactions with the corpse, others could see it too. Under these circumstances, the camera could still capture the anomaly, resulting in the scene they'd just witnessed. The livestream chat was now flooded with comments as everyone discussed the scene. Holy crap, isn't that Luyu? What's he holding in his hand? Unbelievable. Luyu is controlling a weirdo? He's going on a killing spree. An anomaly that can't even be killed by bullets? That's impossible. This is the latest announcement from Sakura Nation. Several key members have been killed recently. Originally, since the last National Fortune War concluded, everyone was still reeling from Dragon Nation's achievements. But when Luyu appeared before them with the corpse of the red-clad woman, everyone's perceptions were shattered once more. According to the Daily Mail's report, the attack occurred at a small nuclear power plant. Luyu had somehow managed to infiltrate this place using net bizarre energy. This meant that whenever he chose, he could take a life at will. A profound sense of unease swept through the crowd, a feeling that their very lives were held in someone else's hands. Yet despite Luyu's solo operation, which had claimed the lives of multiple high-ranking officials from the land of cherry blossoms, there was no dissent within the Dragon Nation. On the contrary, they expressed their support. The only regret was that Tojo Saburo still lived. Then we'll kill him in this dungeon, Luyu murmured. The next day, he did not send the crimson-robed corpse to assassinate anyone else. Instead, he remained in his room, preparing for the next instance. Over a month later, another national destiny battle commenced. This time, Dragon Nation's enemy was Cherry Blossom Nation. After over a month of hiding in the shadows, Tojo Saburo now appeared in the Dragon Nation's instance with a solemn expression. Evening. Sunshine Residential Complex. 10 members of the Sakura Nation's combat team suddenly materialized. Among them was the smallest in stature, appearing like an elementary school student. Yet in reality, he was Sakura Nation's most valuable national treasure, Tojo Saburo. The moment Tojo Saburo stepped into the instance, he immediately scanned his surroundings. His eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. This was a modern world, surrounded by skyscrapers, yet here lay a residential neighborhood. Oh my, they've even changed into different outfits. At that moment, a young girl lowered her head, only then noticing that all 10 of them were wearing a set of specially designed black and white striped uniforms. They resembled the uniforms of a food delivery company. Sure enough, each person carried a thermal container, and the aroma of cooked food wafted from them. This surprised Tojo Saburo. Could they be being sent on some kind of mission? Wait, there's another line of text on the back. What does it say? Just then, one of them suddenly noticed a phrase on the back of their comrade's uniform. Translated, it read, "Life or death." What did this mean? Is this delivery company out of their minds? Relax, Luyu was just joking. If you overthink it or get scared, you'll be playing right into his hands. Tojo Saburo couldn't care less. He had no interest in such simplistic messages. Only a fool would fall for it. He knew full well that in this war of national destiny, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly be eyeing him like a predator. To be precise, it wasn't the Dragon Nation that sought to eliminate him, but Luyu himself. This thought weighed heavily on Tojo Saburo's mind. He had been hoping to bide his time, to wait it out. But the Dragon Nation's response was far too swift, leaving him no chance to grow before firing a direct shot. The moment he displayed his strength within the mission, he became the target of everyone's ire. He had to admit, the Dragon Nation's strength this time was formidable. Not only were they powerful, but their leadership acted with lightning speed and decisiveness, commanding respect. This was likely Sakura Nation's final battle. Chapter 128, Analysis. If he failed, death awaited him. For the nation, its demise was merely a matter of time. Without him, life in Sakura Nation would descend into utter desolation. Even the newly promoted high-ranking officers had been slaughtered by Luyu, leaving Sakura Nation's future and prospects utterly destroyed. This was a war that determined the fate of the entire nation. Failure was not an option. Luyu, huh? Just wait until I deal with you. Tojo Saburo looked up at the sky, unsure if any cameras were watching. What he saw, however, was a live broadcast of a dungeon instance. His actions were not lost on Luyu, whose lips twitched slightly. How could this kid be so childish? A line of text, written in blood, appeared before everyone's eyes. Delivery task completed. So they really were being sent to deliver meals. At that moment, Tojo Saburo's mood grew heavy. This dungeon didn't seem as easy as he'd imagined. It might even be a trap Luyu had deliberately set for him. Just then, the crimson text shifted again, revealing a new message. 1 out of 10 deliveries contains a strange item. Then another line appeared. Under no circumstances go to the 18th floor. 2 warnings in succession, each sending a chill down the spine. One of these 10 dishes is cursed? And on the 18th floor, something truly terrifying might appear. By now, many people were covered in goosebumps, especially the delivery guys watching the livestream. They were utterly bewildered, unsure whether they should continue making deliveries. What a joke! Ghosts can order food? One teammate asked in disbelief. Tojo Saburo glanced at him, feeling helpless. He had personally recruited all 9 of his team members, but their quality was uneven. In present-day Sakura Nation, there simply weren't any promising prospects. He began his analysis. Based on these 3 clues, we can deduce one thing: 10 people are delivering 10 packages. One person will encounter a Gyi, but the other 9 will be unharmed. He paused, then added. If we can identify the anomaly, we can avoid it while ensuring the others deliver their packages safely. The others perked up at once. In such a perilous dungeon where death lurked at every turn, maintaining clear-headed reasoning was no small feat. Mr. Tojo, you really have a knack for this. So, Tojo-kun, could you tell me which of these 10 dishes has the hidden trap? Tojo Saburo adjusted his glasses and opened the 10 set menus, examining each one. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A line of blood-red characters appeared before him. Time remaining, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. What? Everyone froze in shock. There was still an hour left. This left everyone feeling uneasy, and Tojo Saburo in particular felt an immense pressure. But he quickly scanned all the dishes he'd ordered and found they were all ordinary human fare, things like braised chicken, red-cooked pork knuckles, burgers, roasted chicken, and the like. Strangely enough, he detected nothing unusual, as if the ghost's tastes mirrored those of humans. Are you kidding me? A fine layer of sweat instantly beaded on Tojo Saburo's forehead. First, because of the life or death crisis, and second, because he could sense Luyu's hostility toward him. Since he couldn't deduce anything, he had no choice but to hand the takeout over to the weirdo. Unless the other party was truly bizarre, there was no way to tell. Time was tight, so they had to tackle them one by one. If everyone worked together, it meant each person had to complete an order within 6 minutes. Any mistake during this process could plunge the entire team into an irreversible catastrophe. Additionally, working alone held an advantage. Encountering a Goi would likely result in instant death. In such cases, examining the deceased could reveal where things went wrong. Tojo Saburo remained confident in his own wit and strength, but his teammates weren't so optimistic. To him, they were merely tools less important than his own life, and certainly less important than the lives of the people of Sakura Nation. If clearing the stage meant sacrificing 9 lives, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. But now wasn't the time for overthinking.
He had to act fast and check the delivery address. All 10 deliveries were headed to the same building. Apartment 44. Second floor, 4th floor, 6th floor, 18th floor, 20th floor. Apartment 44 was quite a distance away. Tojo Saburo immediately stood up and said, "We'll head there first. I'll explain some things on the way." Every second counted now. Meanwhile, Tojo Saburo's mind was racing as he analyzed these clues.
He had already conducted extensive research on the Dragon Country instance, so he paid close attention to certain minor details. The number 4 was associated with death and considered unlucky. Building 44 was the most dangerous location. There was definitely something wrong with this structure, which was why the ghost had ordered food here. Meanwhile, outside the instance, many were watching the match in their rooms while snacking. This war concerned their very lives, yet they had long grown accustomed to such an atmosphere. Moreover, in the vast majority of matches, they experienced one victory followed by one defeat. Thus, life before and after the war remained largely unchanged. Yet for the Dragon Nation, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom now posed a significant threat. The Dragon Nation's dungeons boasted a 100% fatality rate, a fact known to all. Yet for most challengers, this was hardly worth mentioning. This was why, despite the Dragon Nation's perilous nature, many felt as if they were in a different world. After all, even during the calmest periods on Blue Star, battles erupted ceaselessly. This was no era of peace where most could live comfortably. The Dragon Nation truly has its own agenda. Seems they don't want their lives to get any worse. We're truly finished today. Don't get too cocky. Today's captain from Sakura Nation is Tojo Saburo, hailed as a genius. I suspect this dungeon was specifically designed for him. This is a true battle of immortals. The Dragon Nation's people are far too arrogant. Is there truly no way to stop them? Is no one going to reign in the Dragon Nation? Chapter 129, Taking Down Tojo Saburo. Silence fell around them. Control the Dragon Nation? How could anyone even utter such words? Aren't you worried Luyu might do something to you in real life? Bringing a strange bride into your home, then killing you? Haven't you seen how all the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation have been wiped out? Within the Dragon Nation's council chamber.
Though Tojo Saburo is still in elementary school, he is truly a rare talent. Logically, someone with his extraordinary gifts should remain in Sakura Nation. He represents its future hope. If allowed to develop further, he could become a tremendous threat. But since we found him, we should eliminate him directly, make him vanish from this planet forever.
Unfortunately, our agents haven't pinpointed Tojo Saburo's exact hiding place, nor do we know if he has any other hidden cards up his sleeve.
I'm sorry, Luyu, but we can't assist you this time.
A hint of regret flashed across the old man's face. In past wars of national destiny, they had always managed to gather substantial intelligence on their adversaries. This time, however, they were utterly helpless.
Luyu didn't seem to mind.
After all, he had searched for Tojo Saburo himself, just as they had, and had come up empty-handed.
One had to admit, this Tojo Saburo was quite skilled.
Had he been born in the Dragon Nation, he would surely have been a man of exceptional talent.
Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong place.
Therefore, he must be mentally prepared to face death. He was counting on his opponents pulling some trick. If they failed to break through, it would be disastrous.
Then let his life become even more miserable. His only concern was what to do if Tojo Saburo cheated. In that case, ordinary punishment wouldn't be enough to ruin his reputation. But he believed that if Tojo Saburo had even a shred of humanity left, he would resort to cheating too. After all, to survive, he had no choice but to do so. I'll be watching to see if you can handle my copy, Tojo Saburo. Luyu braced his arms on the desk, hands crossed beneath his nose, his gaze calmly fixed on the computer screen. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Tojo Saburo and his group raced through the area, locating Building 44 on the map.
Tojo Saburo explained. The number 4 is considered unlucky among the Dragon Nation people, synonymous with death. Following this belief, locations like 4 and 14 are highly likely to be haunted by strange entities. Moreover, 18th floor isn't a good place either. In fact, in some communities in the Dragon Nation, there isn't even such a floor. I suggest avoiding floors 4, 14, and 18 for now. Have them delivered to other floors, then we'll handle the remaining 3 floors ourselves. According to the system, the 18th floor is the most dangerous, yet one of the orders was placed by someone on the 18th floor. But that didn't mean they could be certain the food was ordered by someone on the 18th floor.
Tojo Saburo suspected Luyu was behind this, trying to mislead them and cause him to make a mistake. Oof. You think you can fool me like this? How childish. Tojo Saburo scoffed, shaking his head. But Tojo-kun, if the 18th floor delivery wasn't ordered by the ghost, then why does the system say the 18th floor is the most dangerous? How could anyone survive in such a perilous place? Just then, a teammate suddenly asked. No clue. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Either way, we should still. At that moment, Tojo Saburo stopped speaking. In a dimly lit corner, a patch of open ground held several pieces of exercise equipment. At that very moment, an eerie sound echoed. Boom, boom, boom.
In the dim light, a child could be seen playing.
Everyone turned their heads, their footsteps unabated.
They all sensed something was off about the child.
Yet they couldn't quite put their finger on what exactly was wrong. Tojo Saburo spoke up, "Ignore it. Keep moving forward. This is our job. Don't concern yourselves with anything else." He instinctively sensed that Lu Yu's trap was already waiting for them.
If he acted on impulse and approached recklessly, he might fall into Lu Yu's scheme.
But this mission had a 1-hour countdown.
If they were delayed because of this, it would be disastrous. After everyone had departed, the figure at the center of the machinery continued to rhythmically strike the ball.
Thump, thump, thump. After over 10 minutes, Tojo Saburo and the others finally reached Building 44.
Not only was the number unlucky, but its location was also quite remote. Some floors of Building 44 were brightly lit, while others remained dimly lit, indistinguishable from any other nearby structure.
From the outside, there was nothing peculiar about this seemingly ordinary building. "Can't we use the lights to tell?" Saburo Tojo murmured.
If the lights on a particular floor went out, he could easily identify the anomaly and respond accordingly. But judging by the current situation, Liu hadn't revealed a single flaw. He was proving incredibly difficult to deal with. The group boarded an elevator.
Climbing over 20 floors on foot would take considerable time.
Moreover, certain areas were off limits to them, particularly the 18th floor, which they would inevitably pass through if taking the stairs.
"Let's go up 2 floors first." "Wait, where's the 18th floor?"
Saburo Tojo stared at the buttons. As he reached to press 2, he froze in shock.
All the buttons were there except for the 18th floor. After the 17th floor came the 19th. Did that mean the 18th floor simply didn't exist? Or was it located in another building? Then how could they possibly reach the 18th floor? "No way, there's no 18th floor?" A teammate beside him exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the elevator chimed, bringing them to the 2nd floor. Looking out from the elevator doors, the entire corridor was shrouded in darkness.
Only the green emergency lights illuminated the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling, lending the place an eerie, terrifying atmosphere.
"We'll figure out the 18th floor later," Tojo Saburo said. "Let's deliver to the other floors first."
With that, he gave a subtle nod to a teammate nearby. The person nodded back, picked up an insulated container, and walked away.
Tojo Saburo's plan was to first deliver takeout to floors 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, and 20. Those with orders for floors 4, 14, and 18 would have to wait here.
Once the regular floors were delivered, they would descend from the 20th floor and collectively handle the 4th, 14th, and 18th floors.
The delivery guy from the 2nd floor stepped out of the elevator. Tojo Saburo pressed the close button.
The light from the elevator cast patterns on the delivery guy's black and white uniform, narrowing until it faded away completely.
Chapter 130, Starting Delivery. Then, Tojo Saburo pressed the button for the 6th floor. On the 2nd floor, a teammate carrying an insulated bucket located the room number.
The door didn't look particularly old. It must have been recently renovated. Stepping out of the elevator, a corridor stretched ahead. At its far end, a corner turned, revealing several rooms beyond. In the dim corridor, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart filled with dread.
"Don't be scared, this floor shouldn't be dangerous," he said, stepping forward. He quickly found room 203 and knocked on the door.
His heart pounded violently, his eyes wide, veins bulging across his entire body.
Although Dongjao Saburo had already warned them that only the 4th and 18th floors were problematic.
But this was the Dragon Country dungeon, designed by Lu Yu himself.
Who knew if he'd dug a trap waiting for them here? What if his luck ran out and he encountered a ghostly trap?
Perhaps the next door would open to reveal a woman like Sadako, hair disheveled, screaming, "I'm so miserable."
With a creak, the door slowly swung open, spilling warm yellow light into the hallway. A beautiful middle-aged woman opened the door.
He was nearly moved to tears.
Thank goodness it wasn't a gue. "Hello, here's your takeout order."
He immediately handed the food box to the woman, who took it with a flustered look, studying the deliveryman with puzzlement.
As if he had something to say.
But this teammate breathed a sigh of relief. His objective achieved. Now he only needed to wait here for the other team members to emerge. After the woman closed the door, a middle-aged man approached.
"Honey, is this the takeout you ordered?"
The beautiful woman nodded, her expression still slightly peculiar, and continued. The delivery guy seemed off earlier.
He appeared to be heading toward the elevator. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's face. "The elevator? Isn't there something wrong with the elevator in our building?"
The woman shook her head.
"Never mind. Anyway, if he saw the elevator was out of order, he'd definitely take the stairs down. Let's just eat our takeout first." Viewers watching the livestream felt a chill run down their spines. If that was the case, how had the challengers from Sakura Country entered the building earlier? All eyes fixed on the screen, where a group of Sakura Country challengers were indeed riding the elevator upward. If that was the case, then what were they doing here now? Ding! The elevator stopped on the 6th floor. After the second delivery guy left, Tojo Saburo closed the elevator doors and pressed the button for the 8th floor.
He scanned his teammates again, noting their fear levels were all high.
Only the person on the 2nd floor showed slightly lower readings, but most remained dangerously elevated.
So far, this dungeon run had proceeded without a hitch.
Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had anticipated.
With only floors 4, 14, and 18 posing risks, the rest remained relatively safe.
Is it really that simple? Tojo Saburo couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't be so easily resolved.
Lu Yu must have set a deadly trap for them.
If he couldn't find it, they were as good as dead.
But this thought didn't linger long before being interrupted. On the 7th floor, the elevator abruptly halted, as if someone were about to board.
Everyone felt perplexed. Could there truly be a living person riding the elevator in this dungeon? At that moment, the elevator doors slid open. The hallway beyond the doors was completely empty. What the hell?
Several teammates froze in unison, puzzled.
An elevator wouldn't stop abruptly without someone pressing the button. There was only one explanation: someone inside had just pressed the call button. But now, the hallway was completely empty.
In the pitch-black corridor, all the lights had been turned off, leaving it completely dark, as if it were about to swallow everyone whole.
If no one pressed the button, then doesn't that mean the thing outside the door is a ghost? Tojo Saburo instantly furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something he had never noticed before.
In his view, 1 out of every 10 people was a meal delivery for the ghost.
But the dungeon hadn't told them that building 44 housed only one ghost. Perhaps there was more than one anomaly lurking here.
In that instant, a chill ran down everyone's spine, sending goosebumps across their skin. An indescribable tension and unease spread through their hearts. It wasn't just the challengers immersed in the ordeal, even the onlookers at the scene, especially those living in such high-rise buildings with elevators, felt a tinge of fear.
What exactly are they afraid of? It's so late, the elevator doors open, and there's not a soul in the hallway. How creepy is that? Why do I feel like something entered the elevator? Holy! Don't scare me like that. I'm still in the elevator. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing, Lu Yu?
Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Dragon Nation, a bespectacled man seated beside Lu Yu wore an equally stunned expression.
Since the copy Lu Yu had created was top secret, only he knew about it.
Just then, the bespectacled man abruptly raised his hand to shield his eyes. He dared only watch the livestream through his fingers, eyes half closed.
How can you possibly see the livestream like that? What are you afraid of? Enough, enough. I'm scared. My grandmother is about to give birth. I'm leaving now.
The bespectacled man made an excuse to leave, prompting laughter from those around him.
Most people reacted similarly. It was understandable.
Lu Yu's previous instances had all been set in an ancient dragon kingdom, but this time, it was built within a modern world. They genuinely feared that watching this video might trigger negative thoughts. Seeing everyone react this way, Lu Yu felt reassured. It seemed the fear of the Dragon Kingdom was fatal, no matter the era. For challengers unfamiliar with Dragon Nation's civilization, witnessing its historical scenes might feel alien, but amidst towering skyscrapers, the terror only intensified. As he pondered this, he peered through the screen toward the direction where Tojo Saburo was positioned. He wondered if this man hailed as a genius could maintain his composure if confronted with something truly terrifying. Just as Tojo Saburo pondered this, the elevator doors abruptly began to close. Chapter 131, The Invisible Threat. It was as if the doors had merely malfunctioned when opening earlier. But Tojo Saburo was absolutely certain this was no malfunction. Someone like Lu Yu, who calculated every ray of light, would never deliberately do anything trivial in this dungeon. Most people might have let it slide, but Tojo Saburo would never tolerate such an occurrence. His mind operated like an exquisitely precise machine, incapable of tolerating even a single grain of sand. At this moment, it was highly likely that a Gue had already slipped into this elevator. To continue riding it now would surely spell disaster. Take the stairs? That was impossible too. After all, delivering food via the stairs meant traversing the 18th floor, an extremely dangerous route. Moreover, Tojo Saburo understood clearly that all of this was part of Lu Yu's plan. This meant Lu Yu had already seen through every move they made. If they continued acting like ordinary people now, they would inevitably fall into Lu Yu's trap. They would be slowly drawn in, ultimately facing total annihilation. Therefore, to survive this mission, they must adopt a course of action radically different from ordinary people. Only then might there be a glimmer of hope for victory. An ordinary person in such circumstances would likely have given up long ago, but Tojo Saburo was determined to wait it out here. With this thought, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Something terrifying must be waiting for me. Lu Yu, this time you've miscalculated. 6th floor. The second delivery guy knocked on the door, bringing a roasted chicken. A little boy opened it. The sight of the delivery guy left the boy looking utterly puzzled. Due to the elevator malfunction, orders had been delivered to the lobby for customers to pick up themselves lately. But now, this delivery guy had made it all the way up to the 6th floor, proof of his professionalism. Suddenly, he spoke up.
Uncle, since you're working so hard, let me give you a heads up, this place is haunted. What?
Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly froze in place. His entire body stiffened as he stared fixedly at the youth behind the door, overcome with sheer terror. Typically, anyone claiming there was a ghost here was likely a ghost themselves. Uttering such words would reveal their true nature. But no matter how you looked at it, the boy before him couldn't possibly be a ghost. If he really were one, he should have fled by now. What ghost? The youth replied. Legend says no one can ascend to the 13th level. Before he could finish, a hand emerged from behind him. And a middle-aged woman emerged from within it. Enough already. Ordering takeout again? I went to all this trouble to cook for you, and you won't even eat it? That's just too much. The boy's face immediately turned grim. Last time I ate something you made, I ended up running to the bathroom 7 times. A flush touched the woman's cheeks, but she forced herself to continue. You little brat, you dare argue with me? Didn't I tell you not to talk nonsense? Don't you fear being beaten to death by the people on the 13th floor? With a loud slam, the door shut, leaving all the delivery guy's questions hanging in the air. The delivery guy immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie, intending to report the news to Tojo Saburo. Oh, I see. Upon hearing the news, a look of I knew it flashed across Tojo Saburo's face. Liu Yu had set a trap for him. The 13th floor was a trap. Once he stepped foot there, he'd never escape. Sure enough, Building 44 wasn't home to just one trickster. One took orders, one operated the elevator, and one lurked on the 13th floor. Of course, there were likely even more ghosts lurking within. The 18th floor surely held terrifying specters waiting as well, otherwise it wouldn't be known as the most perilous floor. It's strange that people still live in this building, murmured a young teammate. With so many supernatural entities lurking, how is it possible for anyone to survive? A young teammate complained. At those words, Tojo Saburo suddenly understood. Right, there were still people in this building. Moreover, those living souls seemed to possess knowledge about this place. Could they perhaps yield more information? Damn it! I was wrong. Tojo Saburo slapped his thigh hard. He should have guessed it sooner. A strange building housing one person after another, their presence couldn't be mere coincidence. It likely concealed some crucial information. Yet he had overlooked this entirely. From the very start, he should have sent men to find them and question them. But it was too late now. They had wasted so much time. And now it was probably too late to gather intelligence. Moreover, his team member wasn't socially adept. Approaching strangers to inquire about the building would likely make him seem like a lunatic. As Tojo Saburo sank into deep thought, he remained utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Through the reflection on the elevator wall, the audience noticed a woman in white with disheveled hair suddenly appear in their midst. She was the invisible woman who had entered the elevator from the 7th floor. Though no one noticed her, she remained motionless. But then, she suddenly made her move. She wore a white shirt and jeans, an outfit common in summer but odd for autumn. Even more eerie was the faint trace of blood staining her clothes. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes reduced to mere whites. In that instant, her reflection in the mirror slowly moved, reaching out to grab the throat of the teammate closest to her. Yet no one noticed this terrifying scene. The elevator doors were plastered with dense clusters of flyers, casting the space in utter darkness. Everyone was busy delivering goods at that moment, none noticing the reflection on the wall. Ding! As the elevator reached the 8th floor, a teammate emerged carrying an insulated bucket. Just as Tojo Saburo was about to close the elevator doors, a figure clad in white appeared beside him. The Sakura Nation challengers all wore black and white uniforms, and this figure clearly did not belong among them. Before he could press the button, the elevator doors slammed shut. Just then, a boy beside him suddenly rolled his eyes. And strange indentations appeared on his neck, as if bound by invisible shackles. Who's there? Almost the instant he pressed the button, Tojo Saburo turned around. And just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the white figure had vanished. As if the entire scene had been nothing but a figment of his imagination. Just as he was puzzling over it, he suddenly noticed an eerie indentation on his teammate's neck. The teammate's eyes rolled back, tongue hanging out, looking as if he were about to suffocate. Chapter 132, The Strangeness Lies Among Them. Tojo Saburo suddenly grasped something, his pupils contracting sharply. The eerie presence lurked among them. The only difference was that his eyes couldn't see it, only the corners of his vision could detect it. Yet the eeriness could touch them, could strangle them to death, but they couldn't touch it back, let alone fight it. Damn it! Stop! A thought flashed through Saburo Tojo's mind. There were only 2 ways to break this inescapable curse. 1. Everyone exits the elevator, leaving only the one with the throat constricted behind. The ghost would then be trapped inside. From now on, none of them would ever ride this elevator again. But he dismissed the idea. Whether heading to the 13th floor or the 18th, the elevator was essential. Therefore, not only could he not trap the Gue inside the elevator, he might even have to throw it out. 2. Pick any floor and toss the ghost there. For example, if he chose the 1st floor, they would never be able to take the elevator to that floor again.
Even if the ghost was expelled, he couldn't guarantee that another elevator wouldn't open before they next entered that floor. Yet Tojo Saburo resolutely made this decision, even sacrificing his teammates to save the entire group. To him, the team members were merely tools, their lives held no significance. What mattered was that their sacrifice served a purpose. Yet now, he had personally shut down the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th floor. For the entire journey, they would be trapped in a sealed elevator with a monster. Help! Help! The teenager, his throat being squeezed, cried out for help. Those around him noticed the scene and gasped in alarm. Panic spread instantly. Just like Tojo Saburo and his teammate who was nearly choked to death, one fully aware of the moment, the other certain his time was up. Faced with life and death, no one was immune to fear. Yet the more he feared, the more potent the eerie force became. It was a dead end, impossible to escape, only death awaited. Lu Yu had actually left them a path to survival. When the anomaly entered the elevator, it did not attack immediately but waited. During this interval, the challengers had ample time to respond. They couldn't eliminate the anomaly immediately because the dungeon wouldn't permit it. However, Lu Yu was clever. He rendered the anomaly invisible, making it detectable only when reflecting light. Yet in such circumstances, no one would notice the elevator walls. Tojo Saburo's guess, however, was completely wrong. He was a sharp man. He must have known the ghost had entered the elevator, yet he chose to stay behind, leading to this very scene. Look! A teammate suddenly exclaimed in a trembling voice, pointing at a wall not far away that appeared to be made of glass. Everyone turned to look and saw a white figure appear amidst the crowd. At that moment, everyone froze. Not just them, everyone in the livestream was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Holy! 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 Every hair on my body is standing on end. This is terrifying. This is too terrifying. I never want to see anything like this again. I'll never ride an elevator again. Tojo Saburo trapped them in the elevator, forcing them to stay with a fierce ghost. It was utterly terrifying. Whoever faced this situation couldn't possibly stay calm. Perhaps some might maintain their composure, but the Sakura Country challenger certainly wasn't calm at this moment. They couldn't touch it, and they couldn't defeat it. Haha, that Lu Yu is one clever lad. A low chuckle echoed through the Dragon Nation's council chamber, its source unknown. At first, he thought Tojo Saburo had made a compelling argument, believing he had uncovered Lu Yu's scheme. But this had backfired spectacularly. Had they managed to exit the elevator from the start, things wouldn't have unfolded this way. I think his thinking is rather rigid, or perhaps he's just scared. At that moment, Lu Yu also voiced his opinion. Based on the information we have now, the 13th and 18th floors are impassable. We have no choice but to take the elevator. However, between those two floors, he could have chosen to take the stairs. It's more tiring, but it's the safest option. The dim lighting in the stairwell, the unknowns lurking there, and the ticking countdown, all these factors weighed heavily on his mind. This is actually a human instinct, as if only inside the elevator could one feel truly safe. Stepping out of the secure elevator into the stairwell introduces numerous uncertainties. Moreover, Saburo Tojo had previously missed his chance to ask others for information, which led him to make this judgment now. Indeed, even the wisest person makes mistakes. And after all, Tojo Saburo was still just an elementary school student. Even the most intelligent person would feel fear when confronted with such a situation. Under these circumstances, even his usually mechanical-like thinking faltered due to fear. 8th floor. Are you kidding me? What's going on here? The third delivery guy stepped out of the elevator, still searching for the room. While his teammates carried the food searching for the room, he suddenly noticed their fear levels skyrocketing. He instantly realized these people must have encountered something truly terrifying, otherwise, they wouldn't be so afraid. Still, he felt relieved inside he'd been assigned the 8th floor, not the 4th. Nothing strange should happen here. Besides, his deliveries would be done soon. All he had to do now was wait for the people in the elevator to come out. Thus, he now felt even safer. Only then did he notice the room number 804. Good. He knocked on the door, ready to gather information. Creak. The door creaked open, and a weathered voice called out from inside, "Come in." "Hello, where should I leave the delivery?" His teammate carried the meal box inside. The balcony was lit, but the room remained dark. Apparently the owner didn't want to turn on the lights. What struck him as most peculiar was that the elderly woman who had spoken earlier had vanished. Though he distinctly remembered the voice coming from the doorway. Could it be that the elderly in Longwa possessed such remarkable physical agility they could vanish into the room in the blink of an eye? "Smee Masai, should I put the takeout on the table?" his teammate asked politely. Even though the old woman was just an NPC, he still wanted to clarify a few things. "Place it on the dining table in the living room." A frail voice echoed from within the room, sounding perfectly ordinary. The teammate placed the food on the table and headed toward the door. "May I ask a few questions?" Chapter 133, The 8th Floor's Mystery. After uttering those words, he froze in place. He realized there was no one in the room at all. The old man must have either hidden under the bed or inside the wardrobe. But how could any of this be possible for a man in his 70s? Smimas, may I ask you a few questions? His teammate remained undeterred, returning to the room to search.
If the old man had fallen to the floor, pulling him up would surely win his favor.
But, when he turned around, the room remained empty.
He now stood in darkness, the faint glow from the hallway filtering through the living room.
Though dim, it allowed him to see everything within the room. A faint chill crept over him. Where had everyone gone? Had he heard a sound just now? At that moment,
a chair creaked and shifted within the room.
He whipped his head around, only to find the chair empty.
Extreme terror gripped him, as if an invisible giant hand had seized his heart, filling him with dread.
What are you standing there for?
Just then, an old man's voice rang out from behind him, startling him.
Yame die.
When he turned around, he saw an old man who looked perfectly normal, as if he had just stepped out of the restroom. Yet his footsteps were light, making no sound at all. Thankfully, he appeared ordinary, not like a ghost.
But then, his teammates suddenly noticed something amiss. The man's clothes appeared handmade.
Yet there were no zippers or buttons.
He looked down and only then noticed the man's pants were on backwards.
His heart skipped a beat. His face instantly drained of color and his entire body froze, utterly motionless. The old man's clothes weren't on backwards, instead, his head had turned a full 180 degrees, facing him directly.
This wasn't human.
This was a ghost. So it was he who had been feeding the ghost all along.
The true Gue hadn't appeared on the 4th or 14th floors, but on the 8th. Tojo Saburo had miscalculated once more.
He had assumed the Gue would emerge from the 4th floor, but Luyu did not do so. Instead, he placed the Gue within a room on the 8th floor.
Why? So that meant at least one of the 10 on his side would die? Whoever feeds the trick is as good as dead. What are you standing around for?
The old man's expression was blank, like a robot, his eyes hollow.
I'm sorry.
His teammate mustered his courage and walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. His heart pounded like a drum, likely exceeding 200 beats per minute, an extreme state of excitement that made him feel lightheaded and euphoric. Yet a fierce will to survive surged deep within him. It seemed this eerie presence wasn't invincible after all.
Stop right there.
Suddenly, the old man's voice sounded behind him. And this voice seemed to be less than a meter behind him. This shattered the last shred of hope in his heart, plunging him into utter despair. His mind raged.
Could this eerie presence move without a sound?
He dared not even turn his head. He was on the verge of tears.
This was no longer mere fear, it was pure agony. S. Smith, Mass, please, what else can I do for you? He asked in a trembling voice. What the hell does he want?
If it wanted to kill him, it should just do it already. Spare him this endless torment.
Take this trash away. But the next sentence left him stunned.
Then he noticed something he'd never seen before. By the door lay a plastic bag stuffed full of trash.
My old bones can't walk anymore. Take him away, or I'll give you a bad review.
His tone remained mechanical, yet every word carried an unsettling chill.
Negative review? Did the ghost even know about negative reviews?
His teammates had noticed it long ago. This eerie phenomenon was highly unusual. Not only could it order takeout, but it could also write negative reviews. His teammates felt a surge of blood rush to their throats. They cursed incessantly in their minds, trying to calm their terror.
Damn it, this weirdo actually gave him a bad review? Does this thing even know how to go online?
Though his mind was churning with turmoil, his face remained calm.
All right.
He had an instinctive sense that the other party believed he was still alive.
At this moment, he absolutely couldn't say anything that might raise suspicion. Like,
hey, your neck is seriously flexible, turning 180 degrees like that is impressive. Why is your butt on your front side? Only then did his teammates realize this was a trap Luyu had set. If he opened the door and blurted out something like, I'm the delivery guy who's either dead or alive, the other party would likely realize his death instantly and turn to hunt him down. Thus, from the very start, this delivery guy delivering to the ghost had been sentenced to death.
Any properly trained team would notice subtle details upon entering the instance.
Naturally, they'd observe the delivery uniform worn by their teammate and deduce he was the dead or alive delivery guy. During the delivery, the courier would unconsciously utter the phrase dead or alive. This phrase was highly likely the trigger for the Gue incident. Before uttering those words, the delivery guy likely had no idea he was already dead. Fortunately, the delivery driver who brought food to Gue didn't say anything else. By cutting corners just once, he saved his own life. Life can be strangely wonderful sometimes. Though he wasn't killed this time, the danger was no less than being trapped in an elevator. One misstep could cost him his life.
This Dragon Country mission was undeniably terrifying.
He cautiously approached the doorway, bent down, and picked up the trash bag. Taking advantage of the moment, he glanced toward the room and saw the old man still watching him. However, the old man did not follow him. Just then, his gaze fell upon the shoe rack in the entryway. A black and white photograph nearly identical to the old man standing behind him. But the stiffness had vanished from his face, replaced by a serene calm. It was a bizarre photograph. His hand trembled slightly, but thankfully he hadn't thrown away the trash bag. He quickly left the room and shut the door. Thud. He exhaled in relief, only then realizing his entire body was drenched in sweat. I'm not dead, he silently told himself. Still, the fear he'd felt during that entire ordeal had been intense. Chapter 134, A Narrow Escape. But he had endured it after all. Though he had no time to dwell on it now, as excessive fear would only bring greater trouble to the dungeon. Then, he walked toward the elevator, a plastic bag in hand, simultaneously pulling out his communicator to report the news to Tojo Saburo. At the same moment, the livestream screen was flooded with comments. Many viewers, having watched the entire livestream, were nearly scared out of their wits. It was simply too terrifying for them. They never imagined that a single image could deliver such a devastating visual impact. Oh my goodness, how terrifying. I'm home alone with just a desk lamp on, and I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom. There's just a chair in my room, but damn, my back is drenched in sweat. Holy crap, I nearly died of fright. I just opened the door and saw an old lady carrying a pile of trash coming down the stairs. Are you kidding me? The delivery guy's haunted on the 8th floor? Inside the elevator, Tojo Saburo listened to the report coming through his communicator, his face contorted with extreme agony. He had made a mistake. The delivery ghost wasn't on the 4th or 14th floor, it was on the 8th. The 44th and 14th floors had misled him, making him believe the numbers held significance. But Liu Yu had actually designed the takeout ghost on the 8th floor, catching him completely off guard. But Liu Yu's plan was flawless. If the delivery guy had followed his instructions and kept quiet, he could have saved his own life, and his teammates would have remained unharmed. The Sakura Nation members on the 8th floor faced no direct threat of death, yet the surge in fear levels proved this point. It was at this moment that they finally grasped the peculiar nature of the white-robed trickster. Within the dungeon, this peculiar phenomenon grew increasingly pronounced as time passed. The entity's power had also surged significantly. Now, the teammate being choked rolled his eyes back, his entire face turning purple. It was clear he was suffocating. Just then, the elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Now, Tojo Saburo could only return to a lower floor and throw the person targeted by the specter down. But even then, the targeted teammate wouldn't survive that long. Then, inevitably, a second teammate would be choked by the Gue and killed. Perhaps another person would die here as well. Ding! The delivery guy on the 10th floor didn't even glance back as he hurried out. He feared that lingering any longer would make him the next victim to be silently killed. But just then, the white-robed specter loosened her grip. The teammate she'd been holding went limp like a noodle, collapsing onto the floor, utterly silent. Yet she did not stop there. She continued searching the area, seeking her next victim. Help, help me! One teammate's face twisted in terror as he caught the Gue's gaze. He didn't need a mirror to watch her, his own eyes were enough. Even Tojo Saburo, if targeted by this white-robed specter, would face certain death. That was its deadly nature. Once locked onto, there was no chance of escape, only certain death. The only way to avoid being killed by this eerie specter was to lure it to a place beyond their reach. But the targeted individual couldn't possibly escape. Yet at that very moment, the locked-on teammate did something utterly unexpected. He took off running. He dashed out of the elevator and headed straight for the 10th floor. That's right, there was no other way. He had to run. If your speed outpaced the trickery, you wouldn't be caught. Damn it! Idiot! But Tojo Saburo was pacing frantically. His teammate had actually lured the Gue to the 10th floor. Wouldn't that wipe out our entire squad? The delivery guy on the 10th floor is dead, the order is lost on the 10th floor, and the Gue is still roaming there. Doesn't that mean this order will never be delivered? Damn it, we're screwed. Meanwhile, back in Dragon Country, everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. Liu Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined the Gue would actually escape from the elevator. In his estimation, this eerie creature should be capable of taking down one person. But to contain this bizarre creature, a much greater price would have to be paid. With sufficiently strong physical conditioning, he could have sent a suicide squad member to use their life as bait, luring the Gue out of the building. But now, not only had the Gue killed someone, it had also spiraled out of control. No one could predict what would happen next. This is getting interesting. A faint smile touched his lips. This mission was only going to get worse. Building 44, 10th floor. With a soft thud, a figure darted out from within, followed closely by a ghost clad in a white uniform. Originally invisible, its form grew larger and larger until even its eyes became discernible. The delivery guy delivering food to the 10th floor nearly died of fright at the sight. But just then, Tojo Saburo roared, "Don't run! You idiot, the ghost is chasing him, why are you running?" Hearing this, the man rolled his eyes, conceding there was some logic to it. Earlier in the elevator, everyone had been standing together, yet the creature had only attacked one person. Then it went after another person. In other words, as long as the person being hunted by the Gue didn't die, the rest would be safe. But this calm didn't last long. With the death of the targeted individual, the entity would roam freely, attacking anyone nearby. Still, he had to wait here for his teammates to come down. That would surely mean his death.
But Tojo Saburo seemed to have anticipated this. He didn't close the elevator doors, merely saying, "Hurry back after delivering the food." That was true professionalism.
Any other team would have scrambled to get into the elevator long ago, never considering the consequences.
But Tojo Saburo was a smart man. He understood clearly what actions were forbidden and what actions were absolutely necessary.
That's why he could remain lucid even when facing death. His task now was to wait for the delivery to be completed and be picked up. Thus, had he not taken the elevator past the 10th floor, he would never have encountered this bizarre creature.
Delivering from the 10th floor to the 4th was simple enough, just take the stairs.
But then, the unexpected happened. He saw the person who had been chased by the eerie figure suddenly dash into the stairwell and disappear inside. The white-robed specter followed close behind.
What if he entered the stairwell and the ghost killed him too? What would happen then? Would the specter roam the stairwell at will, killing every soul who entered? Chapter 135, Running into the Stairwell.
It was also possible that after the victim died, the ghost was randomly teleported to another floor. When they passed through this floor, the elevator would restart. This was trouble.
An expression of disbelief spread across Tojo Saburo's face.
Typically, the moment his companion escaped from the elevator, he had anticipated this outcome.
Given his temperament,
he would have drawn his pistol, shot the man's legs out from under him, and dragged him down. Then, on the 10th floor, he would have finished him off with a single shot, closing the elevator doors before the ghost could return inside. Instead, he was now trapped on the 10th floor. But in this moment, fear and anxiety clouded his judgment.
Damn it! This piece of trash will get us all killed. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Tojo Saburo's eyes. He resolved that once they escaped the dungeon, he would slaughter the entire family. What he didn't realize was that his rage wasn't directed at his teammates' stupidity, but at his own flawed judgment. His usually mechanical mind had faltered at the most critical moment. He was a man of extraordinary talent. How could he possibly fear death or conspiracy? The delivery guy on the 10th floor, seeing another teammate lure the Gue out of the 10th floor, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The delivery guy on this floor finally relaxed. Whatever happened next, at least he'd made it through this. He knocked on the door, ready to deliver the order. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a somewhat listless expression. After taking the food, he said nothing and slammed the door shut. Judging from the scene, his bedroom was a complete mess, resembling a pigsty with clutter scattered everywhere, clearly untouched for ages. Only then did Tojo Saburo speak up. What did he say? This guy's a classic shut-in. Probably hasn't left the house in years, just ordering takeout. I don't think we'll get anything useful out of him. The delivery guy stood there, feeling a bit embarrassed at having gained no useful information. Tojo Saburo sighed. Alright, you can go now. As he stepped into the elevator, the 10th floor corridor plunged back into darkness, illuminated only by a faint green glow. The squad member who had fled earlier, along with the sinister figure in the white robe, had vanished without a trace. As the elevator doors closed, the dim yellow light inside gradually faded, leaving only a narrow slit. But at that very moment, a blood-red eye peered out from the crack in the door of the man's room. Damn it, this is weird. I just saw a female ghost in white walk past the door. This place is unbearable. I'm moving out as soon as possible. In the cluttered room, the only somewhat tidy spot was the wardrobe, where a family portrait hung. It was a picture of a family of 3, and the man in it didn't look nearly as disheveled as he did now. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a sharp suit, looking every inch the accomplished man except for the bright smile playing on his lips. A little girl with twin ponytails, not yet reaching his knees, hugged his leg and grinned widely. A woman held his hand, resting her head on his shoulder. 3 years ago, an elevator accident shattered this happy family. The couple had taken the elevator to visit a friend on the 20th floor when it suddenly plummeted. Ever since then, even after replacing the elevator, problems kept occurring. Residents often remarked the elevator doors would suddenly open, yet no one stood outside. Others claimed to have seen pools of blood on the floor. When they opened the doors, blood gushed out like a fountain, but when they turned around, all traces of it vanished. Since the tragedy, the man had become deeply depressed, plagued by nightmares every night that drove him to seek refuge in the elevator. Despite the presence of such eerie phenomena, he still yearned to see his loved ones. Yet every time he reached the elevator, a message appeared, elevator out of order. Only viewers with an omniscient perspective could clearly see the entire sequence. Damn, I missed a lot of crucial information. That Tojo Saburo guy doesn't seem so special after all. He missed 2 messages in a row. Ha, genius my foot. Haven't you noticed he's scared stiff, hiding like a turtle? What a bunch of pig dog teammates. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps and labored breathing echoed up the staircase. A young boy, pursued by a sinister creature, raced frantically up the stairs. By now, he had completely lost his senses. His sole desire was to escape, yet he had forgotten he was running toward the upper floor. Damn it, why's it only after me? He muttered to himself as he ran. He couldn't believe he was the target of this supernatural entity. It felt like a gamble, a game of chance where only one bullet was loaded in a revolver and both sides were betting. As he fled, he kept glancing back over his shoulder. Yet the white-robed specter moved with unhurried slowness, showing no sign of closing in. It didn't catch up? He plopped down on the stairs, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at the empty hallway, his mind was filled with confusion. That he had managed to escape Li Gui's grasp felt like nothing short of a miracle. But when he looked up, he realized he was now on the 13th floor. In that instant, he recalled the information about the 13th floor. The 13th floor held an eerie staircase. Once you stepped onto it, there was no escape. What? His face instantly drained of color. Unable to believe his eyes, he continued climbing upward. Yet the higher he ascended, the heavier his heart felt, sinking to the depths of despair. The 13th floor. Still the 13th floor. He ascended another level, only to find the same result. It felt like an endless Mobius strip. No three-dimensional being could ever escape it. I refuse to believe it. He shouted in frustration. He had barely escaped the clutches of the sinister figure in white robes, only to find himself trapped once more in an inescapable, bizarre staircase. A wave of fear and despair washed over him. Yet a thought slowly took shape in his mind. Since escape was impossible, what would happen next in this dungeon? What if, upon completing the quest within this instance, he would be teleported away? Could he finally leave this place? Thus, this inescapable looping staircase might not be a curse after all, but a sanctuary. Chapter 136, The Sinister Staircase. Here, he had no worries whatsoever. He could openly slack off, needing only to wait for the instance to complete. But, thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from below, reverberating through the empty hallway. What's going on? Someone else is coming in? He looked utterly bewildered. Could it be his own team members? Or residents of this place? After all, the eerie staircase had always existed. Who knew if someone else might be trapped inside? And the person now ascending could very well be one of those trapped souls. Still, he continued descending with renewed cheer. Having someone accompany him meant he wouldn't feel lonely or afraid. Yet standing at the center of the return-shaped staircase and looking down, it felt endless. Both the upper and lower levels stretched boundlessly, as if they weren't in the real world at all, but somewhere else entirely. Beyond the stairs, there was nothing. Below, a ghostly figure clad in white slowly ascended the stairs. She was covered in blood. The sinister figure in white robes had also arrived here, trapped in a bizarre staircase loop. At this sight, his heart lurched in shock, disbelief welling up. Damn it! Damn it! Why a ghost? How could a ghost end up here? The next instant, he charged forward at top speed, pulling away from the eerie presence. But in this environment, escape was utterly impossible. Yet the Li Gui behind him pursued relentlessly. His strength had limits. Once depleted, the Gui would catch him and deliver a fatal blow. It was a dead end. This kid's luck's running out. Lu Yu watched the scene unfold, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He never would have imagined this boy could reach the 13th step. It was completely unexpected. Doesn't that mean the Gui will be trapped on the 13th level of the Gui staircase? Suddenly, someone spoke up. This was everyone's greatest concern. Even now, the white-robed ghostly fiend had already slain one of their Sakura Nation teammates. Another teammate was about to be slain as well. Yet such an unbreakable Gui had only claimed 2 lives. It was truly a waste. Lu Yu shook his head. No. The staircase won't stop it. I set the rules, why would I harm myself? With those words, everyone finally understood. Indeed, this anomaly wasn't a true anomaly at all, it was deliberately orchestrated by Lu Yu. This glitch wouldn't appear in the dungeon. Lu Yu had anticipated this issue long ago. Thus, after the white-robed fiend killed that teammate, not only was it not imprisoned, but it would roam freely outside, slaughtering indiscriminately. Holy crap, that's insane. 666. You really thought of everything. Everyone openly expressed their admiration, for Lu Yu had anticipated every single bug, leaving no detail overlooked. He's still alive? Inside the elevator, Tojo Saburo saw the team member being pursued by the sinister figure in white robes, and he was still alive. At this moment, his fear level had reached 60% and was still climbing. This left him with a complex mix of emotions. He could stop the specter's attack, but doing so would generate immense fear within him. Where this fear originated, he still hadn't figured out. He had a premonition that something terrible awaited him. Moreover, if this kid died, it would be a catastrophe. The ghost in the white robe would break free from control, and who knew which floor it would flee to. Perhaps the next time they rode the elevator through this floor, they might encounter the specter again. Which meant this time, the white-robed specter might very well slaughter all of them single-handedly. Tojo Saburo felt deeply unsettled. He sensed that ever since entering this dungeon, Lu Yu had been leading him by the nose. He pressed forward relentlessly. At this point, even he felt uncertain. What had once been a 90% certainty of success had now dropped to 60%. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing the 12th floor.
They scanned the area first, confirming no sign of the white-robed fiend before moving on. Each carrying a tray of food, they dashed to the target store and knocked. An elderly man opened the door. Just as he was about to hand over the food, the old man stopped him. With a loud slam, the door shut tightly, catching his leg in the process. Gritting his teeth, he refused to pull his leg out. "What are you doing?" The old man, witnessing this, was startled. He suspected the delivery guy might be there to steal something or worse, even kill him. How could an old man like him possibly fight off these young men? So he slammed the door shut with all his might. "Sunmmary, may I ask you a few questions?" His teammate gritted his teeth through the pain and explained their purpose. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The old man remained cautious as ever, but this time he didn't open the door. Instead, he peered through the crack at the delivery guy. The old man's gaze fixed on the delivery guy. The delivery guy felt like his leg was about to snap, but now he couldn't afford to offend this old man. "I'm a news reporter." The old man froze upon hearing this, furrowing his brow as he stared at his teammate. "You're a reporter? Where's your camera?" "I'm carrying a miniature camera one your eyes can't see." "What do you want to know?" The old man was extremely cautious, as some criminals often disguise themselves as journalists. "I'm just here to ask if there are any secrets here that shouldn't be revealed." "No idea." The old man kicked his leg aside and slammed the door shut. "Damn it." His teammate cursed under his breath, about to pound on the door, when Tojo Saburo grabbed him by the arm. "Seems not every resident has info to share, only certain special NPCs know." With only 5 deliveries left before the countdown ended, time was still tight. And that wasn't even the end of it. The 18th floor delivery was downright terrifying. Since we confirmed the delivery ghost is on the 8th floor, the 4th and 14th floors shouldn't be a problem either. As he pondered this, Tojo Saburo had already pressed the button for the 14th floor in the elevator. The moment he pressed the button, a line of blood-red characters appeared before everyone's eyes. "Hori Ryota has perished." Hori Ryota was the teammate who had fled the elevator to escape a white-robed specter, only to get trapped in the endless loop of the level 13 puzzle staircase. How could he have died so quickly? Inside the moving elevator, the expressions of everyone present turned grim. "Are you kidding me? How useless can this guy be?" The ghost caught up to him in such a short time. Chapter 137, The Truth of Death. A voice rang out. But Tojo Saburo also knew this matter was likely far more complex than he imagined. That white specter couldn't possibly have caught his teammate so quickly. Could it be? Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes snapped open wide, pupils contracting sharply. Could it be this person wasn't downstairs, but upstairs? Running upstairs was exhausting, making sustained pursuit impossible. Moreover, in such circumstances, being pursued by a specter would panic anyone. They would charge upward recklessly, exhausting their stamina at any cost. Besides, tension and fear were inherently exhausting. But that didn't quite add up either. If his teammates had been running upward all along, they shouldn't have been taken out so quickly. His previous location was the 10th floor. Ascending further would lead to the 13th floor. According to Tojo Saburo, the 13th floor was supposed to be an independent plane, yet that white-robed specter could enter it. Before he could ponder further, a sharp ding sounded as the elevator halted on the 14th floor. The group stared at the pitch-black passage ahead, hesitating to step out. Tojo Saburo murmured, "If that white-robed specter went in, doesn't that mean she's also been ensnared by the specter staircase? If that were the case, it couldn't be better. Without the white-robed specter, they could clear the floor smoothly." "Lord Tojo, does this mean the white-robed specter is dealt with?" the delivery guy on the first floor asked, sounding somewhat incredulous. As he spoke, he stepped out of the elevator and headed toward the end of the passageway. Yet Tojo Saburo's sixth sense stirred, hinting at impending trouble. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was clear this dungeon was Liu Yu's creation. And Liu Yu wouldn't let it end so easily. At the live streaming site, everyone watched the scene unfold from an omniscient perspective. This was a sight all too familiar to them. Time rewound to several minutes earlier. Floor 13, the deceptive staircase. Hori Ryota was running up the stairs like a madman. Having endured devilish training since childhood, his physical condition remained formidable. But the crucial point was this: Ague was hot on his heels. If it caught him, it meant certain death. His heart pounded furiously, his blood surging with a flood of hormones. This state didn't last long, though, as his strength was rapidly depleting. Moreover, climbing stairs was inherently a physically demanding task that required gradual effort. He was pushing himself with the explosive power of a 100-meter dash, making it impossible to ascend very high. Yet, the instant he turned, the sight before him froze him in shock. The white-robed demon still pursued him relentlessly, seemingly matching his speed almost perfectly. Why was this happening? Given his current state, the figure had no chance of catching him anytime soon. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed incessantly under his breath. But he didn't realize that to everyone present, all his efforts were futile. No matter how hard he ran, he couldn't shake off the other's pursuit. Yet every time he paused, he saw that white-robed Fierce slowly closing the distance between them. He couldn't stop.
He had to keep moving forward. Damn it! This is terrifying. An inescapable specter, an endless staircase. Damn, if I had to run that with my build, I'd be worn out to death. Good heavens, I hope that poor bastard can hold on a little longer. Just watching this is making my legs ache. This is just like that dream I had before. But human strength has its limits. After another 30 seconds, Ryota Hori was utterly exhausted.
No matter how hard he tried to climb upward, his legs felt incredibly heavy, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back.
No, I won't collapse here.
Sweat drenched his entire body, and his hands and feet were on the verge of giving out. Thud, thud, thud. He heard the sound behind him, steady and unhurried, as someone ascended the stairs.
Aha, she's coming. She's coming. Hori Ryota was utterly overcome with despair. He saw the white figure behind him. Her face was completely drained of color, and her eyes were entirely white, no pupils at all. If anyone had noticed her movements, they would have seen her body was stiff and rigid, like a lifeless puppet. No, no, no. Hori Ryota struggled forward, tears streaming down his face as he retreated. In that moment, his will to survive ignited every ounce of his potential. Yet he could not escape that specter in white robes. The terror of its relentless approach, the inescapable dread of its proximity, that was the true meaning of death. Suddenly, he made up his mind, no matter what, he couldn't let this specter get close. He had witnessed his comrade being strangled to death, a truly horrific sight. Such a miserable death was worse than taking his own life. Summoning every ounce of strength, he clung to the railing and looked down. The bottom was nowhere in sight. It was a staircase shaped like the Chinese character for return, but upon closer inspection, he realized the lowest step was actually the floor of the first level. If he fell from this spot, could he crash all the way to the first floor? Hori Ryota felt lost. His only regret was not bringing the rope with him. With it, he could have used the spiral staircase to descend to the first floor. In the end, he decided to jump into the void of the staircase. During his descent, Hori Ryota noticed out of the corner of his eye that with each drop, the white, eerie shadow appeared on the floor he was falling through. Only then did Hori Ryota understand why he couldn't shake this cunning specter. To be precise, she was part of the 13th step. Thud! Hori Ryota's body slammed onto the ground like a sack of rags, blood splattering everywhere. At that very moment, a white-robed specter flashed past him, staining his form crimson red. Seeing the corpse, the white-robed specter's outstretched arm froze mid-air. To Bai Paoli Gue, jumping off a high building was tantamount to courting death. She merely intended to let her target escape so she could pursue them. This was precisely why Bai Paoli Gue had followed all the way down to the first floor. Yet, in that very instant, the target had fallen to their death. This left Bai Paoli Gue momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. She could only pace the first floor corridor. This outcome had caught everyone off guard, including Lu Yu. Still, it was the worst possible outcome for Sakura Country. The ghostly figure in white robes was now trapped on the first floor. Chapter 138, Trapped on the First Floor. For others, this outcome was already favorable. Since no meals needed to be delivered to the first floor, there was no need to return there. Yet no one understood what this truly meant. They overlooked one crucial fact, just how vital the first floor truly was. After delivering meals, they absolutely had to return to the first floor, otherwise, they couldn't leave the building at all. If they couldn't leave the building, this dungeon run would never end. No matter how hard they tried, it would all be for nothing. Lu Yu hadn't considered this when designing the layout, nor had he anticipated Bai Paoli Gue becoming trapped on the first floor. It was an accident, but for those who entered this instance, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. Floor 14. Hori Ryota was dead, but Tojo Saburo and the others had no idea which floor the white-robed specter following him had reached. At this moment, they had no time to dwell on it. They could only hope for a stroke of luck to avoid encountering that white-robed specter. The delivery guy knocked on the door. Before opening the door, he could already hear two people arguing inside. Damn it, who could be so evil as to bury someone in their own home? I curse them to give birth to children without butts. Enough, stop it. If the neighbors hear you, they'll think you killed someone. Inside were a middle-aged couple, both clearly troubled. Hello, your delivery. His partner held a thermal container. The man replied, just leave it outside. But the delivery guy didn't seem ready to leave. He wanted to pry more information out of them. Neither person inside seemed inclined to argue in front of a stranger. After the man opened the door to retrieve the food, it slammed shut with a loud thud. The door's soundproofing proved unexpectedly effective. He couldn't hear a single word through the crack, only a low rumble. What's the situation? Tojo Saburo stepped into the elevator and asked. It seems someone buried the old man's body inside the room. Everyone looked at each other. Was this some kind of horror movie? Under normal circumstances, keeping an elderly person's body at home was commonplace and nothing to be surprised about, so no one gave it much thought. After all, they hadn't encountered anything strange, and it wasn't a big deal. 16th floor. The door opened to reveal a woman with disheveled hair, radiating an aura of madness. At first, my teammate thought they'd stumbled upon something supernatural, but soon realized the woman was just insane, still very much alive. Have you seen my sister?
The madwoman asked curiously when she saw the delivery guy standing at the door.
What does your sister look like? The delivery guy asked.
But then, the madwoman's next words sent a chill down the delivery guy's spine, causing him to involuntarily step back.
Heh, she's dead. She fell down the stairs. Holy, is she crazy?
The delivery guy felt like he'd been tricked. Just moments ago, his fear level had inexplicably skyrocketed to over 70%.
This was utterly humiliating. He wasn't afraid of the supernatural, he feared the living.
Yet the madwoman kept muttering to herself.
That day, the elevator broke down.
She had to take the stairs down and ended up falling from the 13th floor. The delivery guy felt like he'd caught onto some crucial clue and suddenly perked up.
Then what? He pressed. At that moment, the madwoman suddenly lifted her head.
Beneath her disheveled hair, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at her companion.
I heard someone say a woman once appeared in this building. She takes the elevator every night.
If you see her, you must notify me. So this crazy woman must be the sister known as the white-robed ghost. The teammate cursed silently under his breath, but no further useful information was forthcoming.
Inside the elevator, Tojo Saburo listened silently, then simply nodded. Could we lead her to her sister? Wouldn't that eliminate the younger one?
It was mere conjecture, but no one dared verify it. After all, luring the specter to the 16th floor required a human bait.
That madwoman was just an ordinary human utterly incapable of stopping the white-robed specter. The bait would surely be killed. Time was running out. Moreover, what awaited them next was the 18th floor. At this moment, everyone was debating whether to send out the delivery for the 18th floor. But Tojo Saburo was a man with a plan. He said it would be delivered last, so it would be delivered last. He skipped the 18th floor and headed to the 20th.
With only half an hour left until the deadline, their deliveries still included the 4th, 18th, and 20th floors. It felt as though all the dangers of the 18th floor had converged here, like a final boss.
Just then, the elevator doors slowly closed and began ascending. 16th floor, 17th floor, 19th floor. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. It was then that Saburo Tojo realized the 18th floor. The 18th floor. It clearly took an exceptionally long time to ascend from the 17th to the 19th floor. This meant this building truly had 18 floors. The problem was, the elevator couldn't reach the 18th floor. In other words, this was deliberately designed. The elevator cannot stop at the 18th floor, and there is no button for the 18th floor inside the elevator. This creates the illusion that the building lacks an 18th floor.
But that's not the case. The 18th floor does exist.
So by taking the stairs, one can reach the 18th floor. So why can't the elevator reach the 18th floor? Tojo Saburo was utterly baffled. He felt like he must have overlooked a crucial clue. Since everyone else had received the message, what had he missed? At that moment, everyone watching the livestream noticed. Wait a minute, hasn't this elevator been going up for a long time? Between the 17th and 19th floors, there seems to be an extra floor. 18th floor. Damn it, something just feels off. No doubt about it, something's definitely wrong here. Holy crap, Japan's screwed. Luyu, does the 18th floor really exist? In the assembly hall of the Dragon Nation, expressions of confusion spread across everyone's faces.
Until now, everyone believed the mysterious staircases on the 18th and 13th floors led to two separate worlds. But judging from the current situation, the 18th floor was actually a layer within reality, one that couldn't be reached by elevator, only by climbing the stairs.
What secrets lay hidden within this revelation? Inside the instance. Before Saburo Tojo could think too much about it, the elevator reached the 20th floor. Finally. For them, this was already the top floor. Going any higher served no purpose, since their delivery route had only this floor left to cover. Chapter 139, Another Elevator.
Once the delivery guy finished delivering orders on this floor, he'd move on to the remaining 4 floors.
After that, only the 18th floor would be left.
But things never go that smoothly.
Just as everyone waited for the elevator doors to open, an unexpected change occurred.
The elevator doors slowly opened. Instead of the dark passageway that should have appeared before him, nor the faint green lights flickering in the darkness. Instead, standing before him was another elevator. This was a malfunctioning elevator, clearly having fallen from a great height, its entire structure twisted and mangled. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that the entire elevator was piled high with corpses.
Blood. Blood everywhere. No. Help. Ah.
Everyone inside the elevator was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They had all thought the 18th floor was dangerous, but none could have imagined such a thing happening on the 20th floor. The people around them wore expressions of sheer terror, yet they all understood this elevator was definitely malfunctioning. During their delivery run on the 2nd floor, they had uncovered a crucial piece of information: the building's elevator had been out of order for some time. This meant they hadn't been riding a proper elevator at all, but rather a bizarre contraption. Their companion, however, had missed this crucial detail, overlooking vital information that ultimately led to their current predicament. There was another piece of information they had overlooked. 2 consecutive warnings were, in fact, quite generous.
Unfortunately, these Japanese individuals proved utterly useless, failing to seize any opportunity.
Their eventual downfall was entirely their own fault. As a genius, Tojo Saburo could have easily obtained more information through his own efforts, yet he hadn't analyzed a single piece of intelligence.
Everyone hid in the elevator like old six.
On the surface, he appeared to be orchestrating everything, but in reality, he was as cowardly as a mouse.
Everyone was deeply concerned.
If they encountered anything strange during this period, they might very well die here. Now, of the Sakura Nation team's 10 members, 2 had perished, both slain by the white-robed fiend.
Only 8 remained.
The 3 survivors, 1 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 6th, and 1 on the 8th, awaited their descent.
5 people remained in the elevator, and they were likely to die here.
Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream were stunned.
Is our good fortune finally coming to an end? Holy! Oh my god, this is terrifying.
I never imagined this Dragon Country dungeon would end so abruptly.
I don't get it. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar. Could this instance truly be ending so abruptly? He'd made so many preparations.
If it ended like this, it would be such a waste.
This Tojo Saburo was utterly useless.
Lu Yu had expected him to be capable of something more, but it turned out he was just like that. Though smarter than the average person, he lacked both wisdom and courage.
Timid and afraid of trouble, he often made mistakes.
Inside the elevator, blood stained the floor crimson.
Like a pool of blood, it engulfed their feet. Yet it caused them little harm, merely heightening their dread.
What sent chills down their spines, however, was the elevator itself utterly destroyed. The corpses on the floor bled from every orifice, some missing limbs, their forms too gruesome to behold. They resembled demons crawling out of hell, wailing as they stumbled toward the ordinary elevator.
Uncanny. So very uncanny.
This was truly an eerie elevator, terrifying every single person inside. At this moment, they seemed to have already regarded Tojo Saburo and the others as enemies, or rather, they were simply consumed by rage for their own vengeance.
Don't come any closer. Several people were forced into the elevator, trying to retreat but finding no way out.
Tojo Saburo was also terrified. Drops of bright red blood were mysteriously sprayed onto his cheek, starkly contrasting with his fair skin. A shrewd man, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The elevator they were in wasn't a normal one in this dungeon. Instead, it was a bizarre elevator resembling the 13th floor staircase.
It was not something ordinary people could escape.
The only way to survive this bizarre elevator was to avoid it altogether. Therefore, there must be some crucial element within this dungeon that they had overlooked.
With events having reached this point, Tojo Saburo had already been defeated. With his current strength, survival here was utterly impossible. Is there truly no way out? Tojo Saburo wondered inwardly.
Truthfully, he was reluctant to play this trump card, not because he feared death if he lost, but because he didn't want to use it prematurely. He was a proud man, and he desperately wanted to use his own wit to thwart Lu Yu's plan, proving to the world that Lu Yu wasn't as formidable as everyone imagined. Even if he wanted to cheat, he had to wait until the 18th layer to use it. But his strength was already stretched to its limit. If he held back any further, he would likely be killed.
As these thoughts raced through his mind, he retrieved a human skin mask.
This mask felt like leather to the touch, but it was actually made from human skin. Featuring eyes, a nose, and teeth, it appeared as though an entire human face had been peeled off, sun-dried, and fashioned into this mask. There was no distinction between front and back.
Help! Save me! Don't come closer.
At that moment, Tojo Saburo's team members were desperately calling for help, overcome by a profound terror. They knew there was no chance of survival. When entering this dungeon, Tojo Saburo had made it clear his team would never resort to any tricks. Not only would using strange energies be futile, but even swallowing that blue pill would have no effect.
This was precisely why they were all ordinary people, powerless to resist, relying entirely on Tojo Saburo's wits alone.
Under these circumstances, even a fool would realize their inevitable doom. As ordinary mortals, their fate had reached its end.
Yet, how could they have imagined that Tojo Saburo would stake his very life on a human skin mask?
Though the odds of him making a mistake were slim, he always wore a peculiar human skin mask to cling to life.
It's bizarre. This might just save us.
When they saw Tojo Saburo pull out a strange human skin mask, everyone realized this was a supernatural phenomenon.
Chapter 140, The Human Skin Mask. It had been revived from reality, later covertly adopted by the Sakura Nation government, and now found itself in the hands of Tojo Saburo. They weren't angry at Tojo Saburo for keeping it from them. On the contrary, they were relieved it meant they could escape this crisis together. Yet they failed to realize their fate remained unchanged. Tojo Saburo had no intention of saving them.
He viewed them merely as sacrificial offerings, seeking only to preserve his own life.
Staring at the human skin mask in his hands, a flood of information surged through Tojo Saburo's mind. Eerie name, Masked Stranger. Threat level, S. Contagion level, E.
Description, a weirdness capable of devouring other weirdnesses.
When affixed to a human face,
it harbors no intent to harm humans.
If placed in a cage with an anomaly, it will devour the anomaly in one gulp. The victim, whose soul is immediately consumed, first displays an expression of agony before being swallowed whole by the ghostly mask.
Testing reveals this mask must first devour a human before it can consume a strange entity. If a new host does not wear the human skin mask within 24 hours, it will automatically grow a new body. Its body is pitch black, resembling crude oil, and possesses immense destructive power. It must be confined within a steel chamber over a meter thick until a new host is found. Containment plan: imprison it within a metal structure over 1 meter tall, surrounded by one living being and one supernatural entity. Should the mask-faced creature escape, it will draw the living near to transform them into its host, devouring their soul. Once it consumes the body and becomes a mask itself, it must be guided back within 24 hours. In other words, no matter how terrifying you are, wearing this mask ensures your survival. Unless it's a truly terrifying entity like a ghostly enforcer, it can devour anything else, be it the white-robed fiend or the old woman in the portrait, in a single gulp. And once consumed, there's no chance of escape. It's like being teleported into some strange dimension. No one knows what becomes of those swallowed entities. Perhaps that energy has transformed into this very face, or perhaps they've been sealed away. But for Tojo Saburo, that didn't matter. What mattered was that he knew how to use it. The face's power was limited. It could devour supernatural entities, but only after consuming a human being. There were 5 people left here. The number of anomalies seemed designed based on the elevator's occupancy. Each additional person meant another anomaly would emerge. Let's begin. He took a deep breath and donned a human skin mask. Since it was unknown whether this human skin mask could grow stronger, the government merely kept it in custody without feeding it more eeriness. Moreover, there weren't many anomalies to feed it in daily life, so it was usually locked away in a room. It wasn't until yesterday that the government provided it with a strange entity to consume, specifically to help Tojo Saburo better navigate this instance. Tojo Saburo hadn't intended to use the mask. After all, once worn, it could never be removed. One would either wear it forever or be consumed by it. But now, there was no time for hesitation. Without it, he would die instantly. With it, he could at least hold on a little longer. One Dragon Nation member had coined the phrase drinking poison to quench thirst, a perfect description of his current predicament. The moment he put on that eerie human skin mask, it seemed to come alive, fusing seamlessly with Tojo Saburo's face. It was impossible to tell them apart. Cutting off his face would be pure torture. But in truth, he couldn't cut off his own face either. The government had long studied this problem. Even if severed, the mask would remain attached to the host's skull or the back of their head. Wherever the mask resided, a new face would form there. If it was at the back, the wearer would walk upside down. If atop the head, they would crawl on all fours or lie prone on the ground. At that moment, the human skin mask had grown atop Tojo Saburo's head, revealing a blood-red human face. This face had no eyes or mouth, appearing utterly terrifying. Yet an even more terrifying scene unfolded inside the elevator. 5 hideous specters approached them, as if intent on dragging them into hell. Devour. Tojo Saburo growled hoarsely. He's cheating. This bastard really doesn't know when to quit. He's going down, and he's dragging someone down with him. What exactly is this mask for? If it weren't powerful, Tojo Saburo wouldn't have carried it with him. But since he took it out and kept it on him, it must mean it can save him from this crisis. At that moment, when Tojo Saburo produced the eerie mask, everyone present instantly grasped what was happening. Whispers erupted instantly. Last time, Sakura Nation had cheated in the dungeon with a demonic sword. But that blade seemed useless. If only it had been in this instance, then the demonic sword could have served a purpose. He could kill the Gue. But everything has 2 sides. Even useful things come with their own set of side effects. The more powerful the object, the more terrifying the side effects. Under these circumstances, the only thing Tojo Saburo could do was protect himself. At that moment, the entire dungeon underwent a new transformation. A Gue was swallowed whole. The sight sent a chill down one's spine. Wearing a strange human skin mask, Tojo Saburo appeared like a completely different person. No, rather than human, he resembled a giant serpent. A mouth emerged from the mask, swallowing Tojo Saburo whole. Throughout the process, his neck and torso swelled to monstrous proportions. By any normal human anatomy, survival was impossible. The only explanation was that his current form was that of a giant serpent. He then swallowed a fierce ghost whole before turning to lunge at his companions. Initially, they had thought he had come to rescue them. But now, they realized the person beside them was far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. In less than 2 minutes, everyone except Tojo Saburo vanished. Including the fierce ghosts, every single one had been devoured by him. Are you kidding me? He actually swallowed the ghost. Chapter 141, Devouring the Ghost. I clearly saw his neck swell as thick as a water barrel. An ordinary person would have burst doing that. Is he possessed? How did his power suddenly become so strong that he can devour even a Gue? And why did he swallow his own companions? Impressive. Truly impressive.
He's eating his own kind. Disgusting.
Everyone stared at the scene as if they'd seen a ghost, utterly dumbfounded. A living human, wearing a bizarre mask, could actually devour a fierce spirit alive.
It was utterly bizarre.
But when Luyu's gaze fell upon him, he immediately sensed something was off about this Tojo Saburo. Or rather, his mask was problematic. This layer of eerie mask appears to be some kind of peculiar creature.
However, its use demands extreme conditions. It indiscriminately attacks all living beings within its vicinity.
But I suspect he consumed a strange creature first, only to devour a human afterward to counterbalance its power. At these words, everyone relaxed. Initially, they had feared Tojo Saburo would devour the strange entity without hesitation, which would mean he could move freely within this dungeon. After all, he could swallow any gue hole, making clearing the dungeon a mere formality. However, in reality, this human skin mask had a limitation. It couldn't consume strange entities indiscriminately and still required a substantial supply of human victims. Though Tojo Saburo had just devoured 5 anomalies, he had only consumed 4 fresh human lives afterward. In other words, he could no longer wield the power of the fierce spirits, and his strength would be drastically weakened.
Hold up. Look over there, something's wrong.
At that moment, someone suddenly shouted. Inside the instance, Tojo Saburo suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was eerie, as if he had encountered something terrifying.
Immediately afterward, droplets of blood began trickling down his jaw. After devouring the mask's power, he hadn't had time to consume another living being to counteract its effects. In other words, he was now being consumed by the mask itself. To avoid being consumed, he had to find a living human and devour them. The sensation was slow and excruciating, as if every nerve in his body was being gnawed away. Damn it, how the hell do I get out of here?
He screamed, frantically scanning the area for the strange elevator. Before him stood 2 elevators. One looked reasonably intact, while the other appeared to have plummeted from a dozen stories, its entire frame mangled beyond recognition. Inside were blood and shattered organs, with rust stains in places. It looked like it had just returned from a trip to the underworld. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the rusted elevator. He had a feeling it was the way out. Though this situation would be a death sentence for most people, if he could eliminate the malevolent force inside, other exits would surely appear. Otherwise, this mission would be impossible to complete. Squelch! Before stepping into the rusty elevator, he stumbled over a pile of shattered internal organs.
Fortunately, he regained his balance quickly.
A pair of eyeless orbs scanned the elevator cabin, searching for a way out.
Wait!
Suddenly, he glanced back and saw that the elevator he had entered had vanished without a trace.
Could it be that the ordinary elevator he had just been in was an illusion, while this rusty, eerie elevator was the real one? Tojo Saburo felt goosebumps rise all over his body.
They were trapped inside a bizarre elevator, the very same one they had mistaken for a safe haven just moments ago. The thought alone was terrifying.
Damn it, we must have missed some crucial information. There must be a rule against taking the elevator. Tojo Saburo cursed silently under his breath.
His men were utterly useless, a bunch of fools who hadn't even picked up on the most crucial piece of information, nearly costing them their lives.
If not for his ace in the hole, he would have been a goner by now. To die here like this would be laughable. Even an enemy like Luyu would look down on him dying before facing any real danger. What a piece of trash. But, just as Tojo Saburo was lost in thought, an unexpected change occurred. Snap, snap, snap.
Amidst the shrill scraping sounds, arms began reaching out from within the elevator, tearing open the narrow passageway as if some vengeful spirit was trying to crawl inside.
Damn it, you've got to be kidding me, a vengeful spirit? Saburo Tojo was utterly shocked. He never imagined this eerie elevator could be so terrifying, seemingly endless. Damn it! I have to get out of here fast, or I'll die for sure. Chaos erupted within Tojo Saburo's mind as he sensed an overwhelming threat to his very existence.
The eerie mask on his face could deceive others, but its power had limits. He had already devoured 5 strange creatures and 4 humans, leaving him 1 human short. Once the eerie mask consumed his body, he would lose his ability to devour. Yet what filled him with despair was that not a single living soul remained in the entire elevator.
This meant he was now indistinguishable from an ordinary person. If attacked, death was the only outcome. Run!
His heart pounded like a drum, panic surging to 90%.
Snap, snap, snap.
The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a blood-soaked hand reaching out from within.
This was no zombie from the American version of Resident Evil, this was a genuine specter.
And it was the most terrifying kind of supernatural entity. Unless one wielded some form of supernatural power, not even cannon fire would be effective, let alone a gun. Yet no matter how hard Tojo Saburo strained, he couldn't find a safe way out. Beyond this eerie elevator shaft, the surroundings didn't resemble the real-world location at all. Instead, it looked like an empty void. In other words, escaping through the external elevator shaft was clearly impossible.
No way. Just then, Tojo Saburo suddenly remembered something. He reached out and wiped the wall.
Then, he spotted the hidden elevator door below.
The buttons were intact and functional.
He hurriedly opened the door. Just then, the upper half of a woman in a white dress peered out from above his head.
Chapter 142, He too was strange.
It was a girl covered in blood. She looked like a kindergarten child, but her limbs were bent at strange angles, as if they had been forcibly twisted and broken. Now, she was wriggling her way out of the crack, an utterly terrifying sight.
Snap, crack, snap. But because it had been smashed, its movements weren't fast.
It only reached halfway before stopping. Through the door crack, the dark passageway resembled a monstrous beast, illuminated only by a single green emergency light that cast a stark glow over the area.
Tojo Saburo nearly gasped in awe. This sight was utterly breathtaking. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped out from inside.
Several sharp metal spikes pierced his skin on the half-open door, but he paid them no mind. After all, behind him, a fierce specter was closing in, intent on ending his life.
Ah!
A shrill female scream pierced the air as a blood-stained arm shot out from the open elevator doors, nearly grabbing hold of Tojo Saburo's coat. But in the end, he escaped. The voice, thick with hatred, gradually faded away. Then, the elevator doors slowly closed, and the blood-red light gradually faded. The eerie elevator vanished.
Phew, I'm not dead yet?
Tojo Saburo collapsed onto the floor, blood streaming down his face, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death itself. That he had managed to escape from those bizarre elevators was nothing short of remarkable. He glanced back and saw that the eerie elevator was actually a badly damaged machine, bearing a sign that read "Elevator out of order, do not enter." It seemed they had indeed been trapped in some kind of illusion. The building's elevators were clearly broken, yet the one they had ridden appeared unaffected. At this point, only 4 challengers from Team Sakura remained alive. Of the 10-member team, half had already been lost.
Among them, 4 had been killed by Tojo Saburo.
The other members likely never imagined that in this mission, the highest death toll wasn't inflicted by a ghost, but by a single human.
Tojo Saburo glanced at the remaining time, just over half an hour. Though it seemed ample, he did not relax his vigilance. 3 deliveries remained undelivered, the 4th, 18th, and 20th floors. Let's deliver the 20th floor first. He slowly climbed to his feet, muttering to himself. His cheek still throbbed with pain, the eerie mask continuing to gnaw at his flesh. Strangely, however, the pain wasn't as intense as it had been initially. It felt as if the neural connection between his brain and his facial nerves had been severed. Otherwise, this agony would have been unbearable. Good thing I brought takeout. He walked toward the 3 boxes containing food. All 3 were stained crimson, as if they had just been retrieved from a pile of corpses. But now, the blood was completely invisible to everyone. Even the blood on Tojo Saburo's entire body had vanished, as if the bizarre elevator scene had never happened at all. Yet blood began to flow from his face, his own blood. He pulled a takeout box from the insulated container and glanced around the room. He's still alive? Good lord, that guy is pure evil. To survive, he actually devoured his own comrades. He'll get his comeuppance. Damn, that was close. If it had been me, I'd be dead by now. There's not just one vengeful spirit in this elevator, it's like there's no end to them. Did anyone else notice? That little girl in the white dress, I swear I've seen her in a photo from one of the rooms. He's still alive? Luyu, do you think this kid plans to devour every resident in this building? Then use them to swallow the ghostly force and pass the trial? In the Dragon Nation's council chamber, someone spoke up, though it was unclear who. All this talk is nonsense, Luyu sighed helplessly. If Tojo Saburo tried that, he'd be courting certain death. After all, the mission wasn't to eliminate every monster, but to deliver all the food supplies. Instead of delivering the food, he was trying to kill the Gue. That was putting the cart before the horse, wasn't it? Because Tojo Saburo's appearance at that moment was truly terrifying, he pulled up the brim of his cap and the collar of his shirt. After knocking this time, the delivery guy was easily dismissed. The person who opened the door was a student pulling an all-nighter, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. He paid no attention to Tojo Saburo and simply reached out to take the order. Tojo Saburo asked, "Do you know that a murder once took place in this apartment building?" The person was clearly startled, evidently not expecting such a question from a delivery guy who looked less like an adult and more like an elementary school student. Yet his expression remained calm, as if murder were nothing more than a trivial matter to him. "Yeah, I know about that. It was a kid from our neighborhood, about your height, who got run over by a car. A child run over by a car, nearly as tall as he was." Tojo Saburo, wearing a baseball cap, listened to the news with furrowed brows. Images flashed through his mind of the ball-bouncing child playing in the community during the dungeon run. Could he be another anomaly? But since it happened in the neighborhood, it wouldn't interfere with their delivery work. Thinking this, his heart grew uneasy. What Tojo Saburo intended to do next was to devour the student before him, alive and whole. After all, he had already delivered all his orders, and the rules didn't explicitly forbid killing others, only that the deliveries had to be completed. Besides, in this dungeon, they could do whatever they pleased. Perfect. If he devoured this person, he could escape the mask's devouring and be saved. Yet, the very instant he prepared to swallow the person before him, the eerie ghost mask remained utterly still. It was as if he wasn't even on its list of potential prey. Damn it, do the humans in this dungeon even count as human? Saburo Tojo felt the eerie mask still biting into his face, his heart racing with anxiety. Wasn't this a complete waste of time? If even the living couldn't be consumed, did that mean only his own comrades could be devoured?
But his team was nearly wiped out. Only 3 remained, making just 4 including himself. If he devoured another one, he'd lose 2 more comrades. That meant he could only consume 2 more fiends at most.
Chapter 143, Spider-Man. This was a huge risk. After all, he had to deliver goods to the 18th layer, the most perilous zone of all. How could he possibly escape from the 18th level after slaying 2 ghosts? You've got to be kidding me. Tojo Saburo refused to accept it, plunging once more into despair.
Inside that eerie elevator, there were 5 ghosts, no, 6, maybe even more.
How terrifying must the 18th layer be? With a loud slam, the door closed, plunging the entire passageway back into darkness.
Tojo Saburo didn't dwell on it. Though hard to believe, he had to act immediately. Time was running out. Grasping 2 boxed meals in one hand, he picked up the intercom with the other and contacted his 3 teammates. "You 3, don't take the elevator. Hurry up and go to the 4th floor." What's going on? We can't reach the 13th floor without the elevator. Captain, what just happened? How did so many people suddenly die? Boss, don't tell me the deliveries for the 18th floor are already done? The remaining 3 were filled with confusion. Having lingered too long on this floor, they had gathered far too little information, so little that they remained unaware their comrade had already fallen victim to Tojo Saburo. Nor could they have imagined that the elevator they just entered was a bizarre one.
Stop overthinking it. I don't have time for this. Do exactly what I tell you.
Tojo Saburo felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if someone had bitten his face hard. If one were to remove this mask, they would discover that his own face was identical to it. Not a single trace of skin remained, not even a hint of oil. Bare and exposed were a pair of eyes without pupils. The eerie mask seemed to have countless mouths tearing at his skin, compelling him to swallow another person once more.
But now, he faced a dilemma.
This place was filled with eeriness. The 13-story staircase was impossible to climb.
Once you entered, you could never leave.
Even wearing the eerie mask, Tojo Saburo found no escape from these 2 problems. Once again, he was driven to a dead end. He had made a mistake. If only he had let everyone order together, delivering the takeout 1 floor at a time from the 2nd floor down. Instead, he had played a clever trick, dispersing everyone, which led to the current situation. It was a fatal mistake. But Tojo Saburo wasn't truly cornered. Within moments, a plan formed in his mind. Before that, however, he still needed to ascend to the 18th floor to uncover its secrets. Soon, he reached the 18th floor. The door at the stairwell entrance was locked, secured with a chain that could only be breached with specialized bolt cutters or a bullet. Through the door, Saburo Tojo could not see the specifics of the 18th floor. It seemed as though something unknown awaited him. Yet the 18th floor was undeniably real, simply inaccessible to ordinary people. In fact, even more horrific murders than this one had occurred here. Therefore, the building's management had deliberately sealed off the 18th floor to prevent anyone from entering and uncovering its true nature. But Tojo Saburo had to go down to the 18th floor himself to deliver their meals. Damn it, is anyone still alive here? The scene before him fueled his mounting rage. The system had stated from the beginning that only 1 person among the 10 was delivering meals to the ghost, and that ghost resided on the 8th floor. Therefore, the remaining 9 deliveries, along with this one on the 18th floor, were undoubtedly pre-ordered by someone. Yet here on the 18th floor, someone was actually living a living, breathing human being. It was utterly baffling. After all, the elevator didn't stop on the 18th floor, and the stairwell door was locked. How had these people gotten in? Could it be Spider-Man? After scanning the area, Tojo Saburo didn't pause. He descended the stairs, remaining vigilant the entire way, anxious about encountering that elusive white-robed specter. Fortunately, he felt fortunate not to have encountered it. On the 14th floor, he didn't continue forward. Instead, he chose a passage leading to the haunted staircase, a place from which no one could ever escape. But the elevator wasn't operational either. The moment it activated, danger descended, which was incredibly frustrating. There's no other way but to climb over the wall. Tojo Saburo steeled himself, his gaze settling on the narrow window in the stairwell. Given his build, he could easily squeeze through. But falling from the 14th floor would surely crush him into mincemeat, and he'd get stuck in the floorboards. The cleaning lady would be utterly baffled when she found him. But Tojo Saburo was no ordinary man, half human, half monstrous. Against all odds, he smashed through the window and wriggled his way out. His hands gripped the wall as he descended like a spider, steadily making his way downward. At that moment, the entire neighborhood lit up, bathed in warm, inviting light. Yet at that very moment, something straight out of a movie unfolded in Building 44. No one could have imagined a living person wearing a bizarre mask, crawling like a human spider across the building's walls, avoiding the elevator. He's a monster. Holy, he must be unstoppable now, right? That creepy staircase on the 13th floor and that weird elevator, aren't they just child's play for him?
Damn it, another cheat code. This Dragon Country dungeon is a massive challenge in itself. Ordinary people have no chance of clearing it. Enough already. If Sakura Nation loses and gets punished by the system, don't come crying to us. But if he succeeds, Sakura Nation will soar to new heights.
I'll be damned if I don't see how Sakura Nation soars to new heights. Fourth floor. The three waited for a long time.
Just then, a figure descended from above, shattering the window. Is that the captain? Seeing Tojo Saburo wearing that eerie mask, all three of them shuddered. For it was a face beyond human, and merely one glance sent their fear levels skyrocketing. Had Tojo Saburo not been so overwhelmingly large, they might have mistaken him for a monstrous entity that had emerged from the dungeon itself. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Tojo Saburo said no more, merely handing the three a takeout box. Given his physical condition, delivering takeout was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 144, Douta's Takeout Order. Yes, yes, yes.
His teammates took the food without noticing the hidden meaning behind those words.
The so-called wasting time referred to Tojo Saburo desperately trying to prevent that eerie mask from devouring him and now urgently sought to swallow one of the three. Tojo Saburo had already planned it out. Once his teammate delivered the 4th floor order, he would lead all three to the 18th floor. He planned to cripple both legs of each of them first, keeping two as backups, before confronting the horror on the 18th floor. As for whether they lived or died in the end, that would depend entirely on fate. But now, he had no choice but to take the gamble. If this gamble succeeded, it would be a monumental achievement for the ages, defeating the mightiest force of the Dragon Nation in one fell swoop. His own Cherry Blossom Nation would be reborn. After this battle, he believed the Dragon Nation would refrain from antagonizing him for a very long time. Then, he would have ample time to cultivate his own team. When the time came to face the Dragon Nation again, he would have a greater chance of success. It was like rolling a snowball, but only if he survived this critical moment. Otherwise, nothing else mattered. Boom, boom, boom. The door knocked. Since Li Gue wouldn't appear on the 4th floor, this takeout order would be delivered directly. Creak. Hello, your takeout. The door opened to reveal a housewife, though she looked rather upset. She seemed to have been through a lot lately, looking visibly exhausted with wrinkles that didn't quite match her age. It wasn't until she saw the delivery guy that she realized her takeout had arrived. Wrong delivery. But her next words left the entire crowd stunned. Wrong delivery? The delivery guy looked up and confirmed it was indeed room 404. Could it be that the housewife had lost her mind and was trying to play a trick on him? No, it's not wrong. This is the delivery for 404. However, the woman showed no intention of coming to collect it. Standing in the darkness, Tojo Saburo watched her, a sinking feeling in his stomach. A bad feeling washed over him. This felt like a trap, and one set by Luyu. Sure enough, the next moment, the woman spoke. This was ordered by Do himself. He likes to order takeout. He should be out playing right now and might be a while before he gets home. Could you deliver it to him? What was going on? Just as the delivery guy was about to speak, the door slammed shut before him, as if she had no intention of letting him say another word. Honda, you deliver it. Tojo Saburo suddenly rushed over from the side, blood dripping from his jaw. The situation had become extremely dire. He wanted to devour his teammate right then and there, so he blurted out. We saw a kid playing with a ball in the square earlier. It's probably him. Hurry up and deliver the food to her, or we'll all die. In that moment, he had lost all rationality. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered things more carefully. Earlier, he had thought it was a trick. Sending an ordinary teammate to deliver goods to a ghost was simply too difficult. But he couldn't even protect himself. It was like his stomach hurt so badly he might himself at any moment. He couldn't wait even a minute. Yes, yes, yes. Honda hurriedly replied. In his memory, everyone else had to accompany Tojo Saburo to the 18th floor, and the difficulty of the 18th floor was bound to exceed that of the floors he delivered to. The little boy playing in the square earlier must have been a ghost, but even if he encountered one, he probably wouldn't be killed. After all, the people on the 8th floor hadn't died. He was merely delivering food to the weirdo. He was certain he could escape unscathed. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of death at all. He believed his chances of survival were still quite high. After giving his instructions, Tojo Saburo led the other two upstairs, leaving only Honda to descend alone. In the dimly lit stairwell of Building 44, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He kept glancing back, as if something was following him. But as he continued descending, he realized his fears were unfounded. I was overthinking it. There's no such thing as that many ghosts. Honda chuckled wryly at himself. He felt embarrassed by his earlier behavior, going live globally only to act like a scared turtle. He knew all too well that if anyone who knew him found out, he'd be utterly humiliated. Everything proceeded smoothly until a figure clad in white appeared before him. The white-robed fiend. Honda's expression froze instantly. He also had an earpiece, allowing him to monitor the squad's situation at any time, so he was well aware of the terror the white-robed fiend represented.
But he never expected Li Gue, who should have been on the 13th floor, to be on the first floor. This was utterly unbelievable. The white-robed ghost was on the first floor. This was bad news.
Honda didn't possess the ability to move freely between floors like Tojo Saburo.
For him, exiting the building meant inevitably passing through the first floor. Yet now, a ghost clad in white robes had appeared there. The moment he stepped onto the first floor, he would be detected. And those targeted by a ghostly presence invariably met their end.
For an ordinary person like Honda, this was nothing short of a death sentence.
The moment he descended the stairs to the first floor, the specter had already locked onto him. Yet he still had to deliver food to another child.
This was an absolutely hellish task.
Never mind whether he could survive this ordeal, just delivering this order alone was going to be a nightmare.
And even if he somehow pulled off the impossible and delivered that order, he'd still have to face the white-robed specter's relentless pursuit until the mission was complete. No. I'm definitely not going down there. I'll wait a bit. Honda muttered to himself.
He had to wait for Tojo Saburo and the others to finish delivering all the takeout on the 18th floor before he could hand this order to the little boy.
Only then could he immediately leave this dungeon.
Though doing so would expose his teammates to danger, he had no other choice.
He just wanted to survive.
I never imagined this dungeon would take such a drastic turn.
Luyu watched the scene unfold with keen interest. He never imagined things would turn out this way.
According to his plan, there was no need for the white-robed fiend to guard the first floor, nor was the 20th floor fiendish elevator necessary.
The 18th floor alone would be sufficient to ensure Tojo Saburo met a fate worse than death.
However, given the current situation, the delivery to the 4th floor was likely impossible.
Even if Tojo Saburo survived, the people on the 18th floor would see to it that he was finished.
By then, the rage would likely make him spit blood.
Chapter 145, Arrival at the 18th floor. At this moment, Tojo Saburo remained unaware of the chaos unfolding below.
Had he known, the sheer frustration would have killed him.
It took considerable effort to bring the two of them to the 18th floor. Upon seeing the 18th floor, the two men wore expressions of utter disbelief, mirroring Tojo Saburo's reaction the first time he witnessed the scene.
This is the 18th floor? I suspect something bizarre happened here, perhaps even a murder, which is why it was sealed off.
But such information absolutely cannot be disclosed to the ordinary residents in the building. That's why we've never been able to investigate what's happening on the 18th floor. As the two speculated, everyone in the livestream shared the same feeling. What on earth was going on with this 18th floor? According to their information, the person ordering takeout should be an ordinary individual. But how could there be a living person on this strange floor? If that were the case, this living person might be even more terrifying than the strange itself. Yet the two teammates failed to notice that as they focused all their attention on the door to the 18th floor, Tojo Saburo's demonic hand had already appeared beside them. What are you doing? Before one teammate could react, Tojo Saburo swallowed him whole. This scene was far more terrifying than any previous encounter. Their captain was actually eating people? No, it can't be. Teammate, are you possessed? He couldn't believe that the person before him, or rather, the figure standing before him, wasn't Saburo Tojo at all. Or was it that mysterious mask controlling Tojo Saburo? In that instant, he saw a sinister figure. Tojo Saburo swallowed a teammate whole, and the eerie mask ceased tearing at his body. This actually brought him some relief. Otherwise, if it kept biting like that, it might actually bite through to the bone, and then he'd truly be finished. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked toward his companion. Before he could react, Tojo Saburo moved. With superhuman speed, he snapped his comrade's limbs, crippling him. This ensured he couldn't escape, making him prey. Tojo could devour a strange beast to counteract the mask's negative effects. But the current situation left him deeply unsatisfied. Originally, there were 3 team members. He'd been forced to devour one first, and the remaining one had been taken away by the delivery from room 404. That meant he could devour at most 2 more ghost beasts. With just these 2, would it even be possible to escape from the 18th floor? Arg! His unfortunate teammate let out a piercing scream of agony. The excruciating pain left him unable to ask Tojo Saburo what he was trying to do. They were supposed to be fighting side by side against the bizarre fellow teammates. But now, they'd been taken out by their own captain. One living person was about to devour another alive. Trash deserves to be treated like trash. Tojo Saburo cracked his neck, drew his pistol, and fired 2 shots that shattered the chains. With a clang, the chains fell to the ground. The iron door of the 18th floor swung open with a thunderous crash. Tojo Saburo took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and the sight of the 18th floor met his eyes. His eyes widened instantly. What met his eyes was a world blanketed in white. The layout of the 18th floor was similar to the others, a dimly lit corridor illuminated only by a faint green emergency light. The only difference was that the door to this floor was covered with offerings like joss paper. In some rooms, charred candles and decayed offerings still lingered. Clearly, this place wasn't meant for the living. It seemed more like it was prepared for the dead. What the hell is going on? Saburo Tojo stared at the scene in utter disbelief.
Though he was well versed in Dragon Nation's culture, and having watched every Dragon Nation dungeon livestream, Tojo Saburo understood exactly what this signified. This was undoubtedly a terrifying challenge. Even he, who could devour the uncanny, was deeply unsettled. Before even reaching the doorway, it felt like stepping into the gates of hell. An intensely frigid aura emanated from the 18th floor, causing him to shiver involuntarily. When the audience saw the 18th floor, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! What the hell is going on here? How could anyone possibly live in this place? No wonder the elevator won't go up, the stairwell door is locked from the inside, and there aren't any windows in the hallway. If I lived here and found one floor like this, I'd move out immediately. Ugh, this is giving me goosebumps all over. That Eastern horror was suffocating, palpable even through the screen. A scene like this would feel oppressive even without any supernatural occurrences. The danger lurking on this floor was visibly on an entirely different level from the outside. Even someone like Tojo Saburo was deeply shaken. Damn it, damn it. Only then did Tojo Saburo realize his body was trembling slightly. Yes, he was afraid. Though he hated to admit it, he desperately wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He had no intention of continuing the fight. Escape was his only priority, he'd do anything to get out. But it was too late for regrets now. Once you'd entered this dungeon, could you really escape? Besides, he still had over 20 minutes before he could leave. If he didn't deliver the takeout soon, he'd truly be done for. As time ticked away, Tojo Saburo remained rooted to the spot, seemingly brewing something. In that moment, he suddenly sensed his survival time rapidly dwindling. How he wished he could escape this dungeon within 24 hours. How could this floor's delivery possibly be completed? Dong Jiao Sanlang's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, and his eyes grew hazy under the pressure of this overwhelming force. He pulled out the address written on the delivery slip, confirmed the room number, and took several deep breaths. At last, he took that step. Tap, the sound echoed through the empty hallway, like a call to awaken some slumbering creature. Tojo Saburo wanted to say excuse me, but he had no energy left for words. All he could do now was deliver the order quickly and get out of there. Besides, he dared not make too much noise, lest the Gue detect him. When he entered the 18th floor, he was still dragging a teammate, one whose mouth was gagged, preventing any sound as he moved step by step toward the 18th floor. Chapter 146, The Morgue. The door gleamed with pristine newness, as if no one had ever lived here, with no signs of human habitation whatsoever. The character's funeral rites were plastered on the door, and the ground in front of it held the remains of a completely burned-out white candle. This was clearly no residential building, it was unmistakably a mortuary. Tojo Saburo had no idea that in Dragon Country, there was actually a custom of placing the deceased in the homes of the living. But this was a dungeon designed by Liu Yu. Even if something seemed illogical, there must be a reason. A thought instinctively crossed Tojo Saburo's mind: what lay behind this massive door? Could there be a coffin inside? Unlikely. How could such a massive coffin have been carried up here? Besides, they were on the 18th floor. Hauling it up from below was simply unrealistic. Such a massive object would inevitably attract complaints if anyone saw it. Therefore, there definitely wouldn't be a coffin inside. If not a coffin, then perhaps it contained ashes. In that moment, he recalled hearing something about the family below mentioning they had the ashes of a deceased relative. This information seemed crucial. This information was actually connected to the 18th floor. How foolish of him not to have paid attention to it earlier. If only he'd remembered sooner. Thud, thud, thud. Tojo Saburo stepped out of the room one step at a time, then headed toward the next one. The destination he sought still lay a long way ahead. This was undoubtedly Liu Yu's deliberate plan. Though Tojo Saburo was now restricted in his movements, he still had to take a detour and retrieve the takeout through another passageway. Throughout this process, he remained oblivious to the blind spot in his field of vision, utterly unprepared for what was about to unfold. Silence hung thick, heavy enough to hear a pin drop. Behind him, a sudden creak echoed. The door he had just passed was open. In an instant, Tojo Saburo let out a startled cry, like a rooster seized by the throat, and sprang forward. He spun around abruptly. He suddenly realized that in the darkness surrounding him, a head had appeared. It was the gray-white face of an old woman, like a black and white photograph. He could only see her face, no body, no neck. The face stared at Tojo Saburo with a strange gaze, a sinister smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Young man, so late at night, what are you doing here alone? Could you be a thief?" She spoke, her voice sounding strangely strained, as if she were choking on her words. This being was not human, but a ghost. I'm here to deliver takeout." Tojo Saburo's heart nearly leapt into his throat, his speech stuttering. He knew he could easily devour a ghost in one gulp, yet for some reason, he was terrified. But he didn't know. Behind the old man, his companion, the one with severed arms and legs, could clearly see the old man's neck. It wasn't a human neck at all, but a long, slender python. She possessed no physical form, only a blackened urn. This old hag was indeed cunning. Her head emerged from a tattered urn like a venomous snake. Many felt their scalps crawl at the sight.
Most didn't know what the urn signified, yet they could discern its nature. Holy! How could that urn contain a head? Oh my god, that's terrifying. My hands were shaking just now. I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom now. Good grief, haunted houses in China really pull out all the stops. Now I'll have psychological trauma just looking at ashes. This is the terror of the Dragon Kingdom, even when it's just an ordinary object, an elderly head that seems harmless as can be. But in that moment, they felt an overwhelming terror. It felt like encountering those bizarre dungeons in other countries, like terrifying hordes of zombies. Tojo Saburo's teammate had his mouth stuffed shut, unable to speak, let alone tell his comrades that the old man's corpse had turned into an urn, leaving only a skull behind. Even if he could, he might not have wanted to. Damn it, damn it. Tojo Saburo froze in place, staring at the old woman peering through the doorway. Fear and inner turmoil raged within him. He had no clue what this bizarre ability was all about. In the Dragon Country dungeon, every anomaly followed its own unique rules. Some seemed harmless as long as you didn't provoke them, but others were deadly. Once targeted by an anomaly, death was certain. After much deliberation, he chose to ignore it. After all, based on the current situation, the anomaly probably wouldn't attack him as long as they didn't interfere with his delivery. With that thought, he took a step back. Young man, where do you think you're going? Come here and have a chat with this old woman. The old woman's voice rang out again, clearly unwilling to let Tojo Saburo leave so easily. Yet her head never moved from the doorway. She refused to let anyone know she had no physical form. Witnessing this, Tojo Saburo was startled. A wave of intense fear washed over him, but then he felt a sense of relief. Judging by his demeanor, he probably couldn't get out, which is why he said such things. Of course he wouldn't fall for the trap. But some things aren't something he could avoid simply by not wanting to do them. Watch out for traps behind you. Hearing this, Tojo Saburo instantly spun around and glanced behind him. His heart leapt into his throat once more. A genuine gue was warning him, there was no denying its authenticity. This was definitely not a good sign. Anyone hearing it would be startled. Yet, there was nothing behind him. No! Suddenly, a thought struck Saburo Tojo. He'd been tricked. This creature was luring him to turn around. In other words, this bizarre law likely intended to expose the opponent's back to her, making it easier for her to kill him. He felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if that damned old hag were right behind him. He spun around abruptly. Strangely, the damned old woman didn't lunge at him. Instead, she stood there, her back turned to him. She was now watching her own teammate. Another one coming? Her tone was eerie and savage. Her principle was that she could only act when no one else saw her. That's why she had suddenly tricked Tojo Saburo into turning around, allowing her to slip away. But she didn't realize someone was watching her from behind, which is why her scheme failed. Chapter 147, The Scheme. Witnessing this scene, Tojo Saburo finally grasped the bizarre scheme unfolding before him and realized he'd truly been as good as dead moments ago. Without his teammates, he never could have stopped this creature. He would have been finished long ago. His extreme terror turned to rage. He was furious that his life held so little value here any of these creatures could kill him. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. But no matter how furious he felt, he couldn't risk his life just for the thrill of revenge. Survival came first. This was just an ordinary weirdo, no need to fight it. Watch her. I'm going to deliver this order. To save his own skin, he gave his teammates a heads up. Because the moment the damn old hag broke free, the first thing she'd do was kill her own comrades. So if his teammates wanted to survive, they had to keep a close eye on her. Good. You're not that stupid after all. Luyu couldn't help but admire Tojo Saburo for surviving that bizarre first attack on the 18th floor. He silently marveled at his own incredible luck. His comrade had encountered the damned old woman and successfully broken the curse. An ordinary person would never have grasped the intricacies in such a short time. Tojo Saburo possessed an exceptionally powerful mental fortitude, coupled with an aura so terrifying it rendered others incapable of clear thought. In other words, Tojo Saburo had deduced the pattern purely through intuition. One could only imagine how agile his mind must have been at his peak. How much longer do you think you can hold out? Luyu asked curiously. The peculiarities of the 18th layer were nothing special in themselves, but after being nourished by fear, they underwent a qualitative transformation. Some anomalies that could have been avoided became deadly threats at this juncture. In a sense, this was a truly hellish dungeon. Delivering the takeout from the 18th floor right from the start would have made things much easier. It was a shortcut. But Tojo Saburo was too cautious to act so recklessly, missing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tojo Saburo now stood before the door of room 2. He opened the bedroom door. Having learned his lesson, he dared not be careless this time, scrutinizing the door with utmost caution. Room 2 differed slightly from the previous one. A burnt-out candle sat on the floor, surrounded by decaying offerings. The only addition was a painting hanging above the doorway. A normal family would never hang a portrait of the deceased on their door, but now, in a place meticulously planned by Luyu, this act suddenly felt entirely reasonable. However, What was most peculiar was that the man in the portrait bore a striking resemblance to Tojo Saburo. In reality, though, Tojo Saburo wore an eerie mask, no mouth, no teeth, only a pair of eyes peering out, making him look like a grotesque specter. The man in the portrait, however, appeared refined and scholarly, like a student attending school. His eyes gazed straight ahead, his expression serene. Is this my portrait? Tojo Saburo was utterly bewildered. He realized the figure in the portrait bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. It felt like a curse. But then he thought, Luyu must have done this intentionally. Still, something felt off. How could Luyu possibly have predicted that the deliverer man destined for the 18th layer would be him? What if it was one of his own team members delivering to the 18th floor? That would completely undermine the deterrent effect. A chill ran down his spine. If that were the case, it meant one thing. The portrait of himself wasn't something Luyu had arranged beforehand. Then what exactly was this portrait for? What negative consequences would it bring him? Moreover, this eerie portrait must have taken his form from the very beginning. But when exactly had it changed? Unfortunately, his attention was entirely focused on the old woman in the first room. He hadn't noticed the portrait on the wall and remained unaware of whether it was a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, everyone watching this scene through the camera understood it all too well. As Tojo Saburo retreated backward, he found himself standing precisely at the doorway of room 2, with the old woman following closely behind. At that very moment, another face appeared on Tojo Saburo's own. The figure in the portrait was like a mirror, illuminating only those directly before it. Even if one crouched low, it would cause no harm. But Tojo Saburo stood directly before the portrait, anchoring himself at its center. Even observing the livestream from a godlike perspective, one couldn't discern the meaning behind the portrait's subject. Only Luyu understood. Damn it, whatever. Just deliver the food first. Tojo Saburo glanced at the takeout in his hands. Only 17 minutes remained. The seconds ticked away. If he kept stalling, he'd likely never deliver this order. He took a few steps forward. Suddenly, his own portrait began to move. It was as if someone had taken control of his character and stepped out of the screen, and half of Tojo Saburo's foot had vanished. Ah! The sensation was deeply unsettling. He felt no physical pain, yet a sense of utter disorientation washed over him. Instantly, he realized his foot had vanished without a trace. The sensation was like suddenly stepping onto solid ground in a dream, or tumbling into an abyss with no bottom. Fortunately, he pulled his leg back in time. Otherwise, he would have stepped out of the frame and vanished from reality. Blood and flesh twitched violently, but he had no time to care. He now understood the nature of this eerie portrait. It functioned like a vast mirror. Step beyond its borders, and he would vanish from this world forever. Once inside the painting, he would be trapped here, never to escape. One step beyond the edge would mean complete dissolution, no different from death. Holy, what the hell is this? Tojo Saburo felt an unprecedented despair and terror. The entire world seemed compressed within this small frame, and he could never escape. All that remained was to await death. Anyone in such a situation would feel utterly hopeless and miserable. At that moment, the viewers watching the livestream felt exactly the same. Damn, that's insane. How did his foot suddenly vanish? He's dead. I'd bet 50% he's dead meat. He has no choice but to concede. Chapter 148, The Loophole. What do you mean admit defeat? Look at that pitiful expression on Tojo Saburo's face. If he could admit defeat, he'd have died 100 times over. This dungeon is so treacherous, it seems more dangerous than any we've faced in the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, this walkthrough is inhuman work. If I had to go to the Dragon Kingdom, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. Is he about to exhaust his trump cards? If he swallows that bizarre portrait, he'll have to return to his teammates. But if that happened, the old hag would be released, and he'd have to keep an eye on her himself. Then he wouldn't be able to deliver takeout anymore. The assembly hall of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in chaos. They were watching as if a player were playing a game, and now that player was on his last legs. If he used the mask again, he'd only have one last breath left. Luyu remained silent, watching coldly. In truth, when he had set up the vengeful spirit, he had deliberately left some loopholes. Not everyone was trapped inside. That was part of the game's rules. But spotting the flaw required some wit. An ordinary person faced with this situation would have long since given up hope. But Tojo Saburo was different. His mission was to find a way out. I hope you don't die too soon, Luyu muttered under his breath. Otherwise, I'll be terribly disappointed. Luyu muttered under his breath. Time flew by. Beads of sweat began forming on Tojo Saburo's forehead. He knew full well he was standing in a pit Luyu had set up, with sharp spikes below. One wrong step, and he'd be decapitated. Damn it, is this supposed to be fair? Does this mean I have to stop here? Tojo Saburo felt a surge of resentment. He had long suspected that he would have to swallow that eerie portrait. But doing so meant he could only swallow one more teammate before facing the old woman's relentless pursuit, a sure path to self-destruction. Even if he could scrape by for a while longer, death would inevitably come. No, there must be another way out here. I have to find a way out.
He felt immense psychological pressure, frantically scratching his head with his hands, trying to shake off the flakes of dandruff and a few loose strands of hair.
At this point, he couldn't care less about such trivialities. Death was inevitable anyway. Time ticked away relentlessly.
Only 15 minutes remained. If he didn't deliver the takeout, he was truly finished. At the same moment, at the passageway entrance,
one of Tojo Saburo's team members felt his eyelids growing dry and heavy.
He had an overwhelming urge to close his eyes, yet he dared not blink once. If he did, the demon before him would kill him instantly. Therefore, he had to blink one eye at a time, without the slightest mistake. For him, this was an incredibly difficult task.
The slightest carelessness would mean certain death.
His teammate, however, grew increasingly tense. His eyes twitched slightly from the sheer pressure.
Damn it, hurry up.
His nerves were stretched to the breaking point.
What exactly was Tojo Saburo trying to do? Why was he just standing there?
He had no idea what was happening to Tojo Saburo, and if he did, he would surely feel utterly frustrated. Under these circumstances, he would have long since given up, resigned to his fate, watching his life unfold like a movie.
Got it. But at that very moment, Tojo Saburo clapped his hands in astonishment.
It was something 99% of people would never dare to do, the bravest act imaginable, removing the portrait. After all, the portrait itself was a bizarre entity, and now he was dealing with this strangeness. The moment he stepped out of the scroll, it would vanish instantly. Those unlucky enough to attempt it might find their hand vanish the moment they touched the painting. The entire canvas would then crumble, and the person attempting it would vanish along with it. Therefore, removing this painting was akin to gambling.
However, Tojo Saburo had his own purpose.
He had just conducted an experiment and discovered a pattern. The area revealed by the portrait was not a single region, but a rectangle.
If it were the spine, the portrait would be the flashlight, and the vertebral area would be the active zone.
But in reality, when he reached out to touch the sides of the oil painting, his hand did not vanish.
In other words, the active area wasn't particularly large, it functioned like a movable rectangular frame.
This explained why he could carry the portrait around without his body vanishing. To them, it seemed like a fatal trap, yet ultimately, they had left an escape route.
That was the rule of the game, which is why Tojo Saburo had devised this plan, and he had indeed succeeded.
But the prerequisite was that he had to hold the painting in his hand and not let it fall to the ground, or he would vanish instantly.
Is that even possible?
That kid's got some skills, damn it.
Phew, that was close. Almost scared the hell out of me. I broke out in a cold sweat. That was one hell of a gamble.
Liu watched Tojo Saburo succeed and let out a faint smile, thinking to himself that the kid wasn't half bad, he had some brains after all. If the enemy proved too weak, all his meticulous planning for this dungeon would have been for nothing.
What awaited Tojo Saburo next, however, were even greater dangers and traps. How many times could he possibly overcome them? Huff, huff, huff. Sabo Tojo clutched his portrait, drenched in sweat.
Honestly, his fear levels had just skyrocketed to terrifying heights. He nearly dropped dead on the spot. Surviving this ordeal meant he'd tapped into 120% of his potential.
I've finally dodged that bullet. The 18th layer was nothing short of a living hell.
Those two bizarre creatures alone had nearly killed him. Had he not seized that great opportunity and painstakingly tapped into his latent potential, he would have been finished long ago. And with the unknown, terrifying presence still lurking behind him, even his pride and confidence couldn't suppress the urge to retreat. If he could trade just one chance to be Liyu's lackey for immediate withdrawal from this dungeon, he'd kneel down and scream it out loud. But now, that chance was gone. He had to push through to the end.
He knew time was running out. Yet he noticed something peculiar. Honda hadn't delivered the takeout or been killed yet. What was he doing?
A sense of foreboding rose within him.
He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd taken a wrong turn. Chapter 149, Things Are Looking Bad.
Having a grown man deliver for Gue was a gamble no matter how you looked at it. But at the time, he'd been blinded by desire, desperate enough to kill someone, which was why he'd sent Honda to deliver to 404. In hindsight, it was clearly a misstep.
He'd made too many mistakes along the way.
Had things gone just a little smoother, he wouldn't be in such a mess today. Moreover, he'd resorted to an eerie ability and donned a mysterious mask. In many ways, he was never truly worthy of being Liyu's opponent. He really was a bit useless. Of course, he wouldn't admit defeat. In his mind, this entire ordeal was orchestrated by Liyu alone. He had pushed the difficulty of this instance to its absolute limit. It was simply impossible for anyone to clear it solo. He even believed no one in the world could possibly succeed. Thud, thud, thud. Tojo Saburo clutched his portrait and shuffled toward the corner. He was pondering something he'd pondered many times before. The food on this floor was ordered by someone, meaning there was indeed someone here. But given the current situation, that was impossible. This place was teeming with strange entities, and they were all incredibly powerful. Not even the humans, let alone the strange entities he controlled, would dare linger here for long. What exactly was happening here? Or perhaps the initial information was flawed. Had the supernatural entities here ordered takeout? Or perhaps none of the initial information was real at all, merely an illusion conjured by some malevolent specter created by Luyu, designed solely to deceive them. A multitude of possibilities swirled in Tojo Saburo's mind, leaving him momentarily unable to make a decision. But Tojo Saburo had no way of knowing whether Luyu would resort to the same trick again. Damn it, this mission is a real pain in the ass. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes, Tojo Saburo muttered under his breath. He felt profoundly wronged. With his intelligence, he could have easily survived the previous instances. But this instance was terrifying, far surpassing all previous ones. His luck had been abysmal. His mindset was gradually shifting. Gone was the earlier obsession with proving himself superior to Luyu. Now, he was simply fighting for survival. Meanwhile, Tojo Saburo had reached the 3 rooms at the end of the passageway. Now, he only needed to pass through this gate, then turn a corner, to complete his delivery task. Once he delivered all these items, this damn dungeon would finally be over, and he could survive this ordeal. Yet as time dragged on, his vigilance grew ever sharper, his fear ever deeper. He knew full well that Luyu would never let him off lightly. As time went on, the Gue would only grow stronger, and when that happened, his death would be certain. What lay ahead, then, would be a battle of unimaginable terror. This gate doesn't seem particularly dangerous. When he reached the door of room 3, he examined it carefully but saw nothing unusual. Only then did he slowly approach. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly quickened his pace and stood before the gate. Boom, boom, boom. His heart pounded wildly, an unprecedented wave of terror washing over him. This was incredibly nerve-wracking. Tojo Saburo felt like he might be scared to death at any moment. But this time, luck was on his side, and he encountered no trouble. Perhaps there was no trap behind this door after all. Not every door concealed something sinister, it was just that his luck had run out when he encountered those 2 ghosts earlier. He turned his head and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The room door creaked open silently, revealing only a narrow crack. The gap was so narrow it could only fit a small animal through, a kitten or a puppy at most. Yet, behind that black door, Tojo Saburo felt an unprecedented dread. This was the true haunted house. Though only a crack had opened, with nothing dangerous inside, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He wasn't foolish enough to think he was safe. If he had, he would have been killed hundreds of times over. Yet, even with his keen eyesight, he couldn't make out what was happening inside. This was an invisible trap. Not being able to see was bad enough, but the real terror lay in the possibility that whatever lurked within governed some terrifying law of slaughter, like turning around meant certain death. If that were the case, he was finished. Tojo Saburo's heart pounded wildly, his entire body drenched in sweat. He slowly turned his head. He desperately wanted to know what he was facing, but the wisest course now was to ignore that door entirely. But anyone who thought that way was headed for certain death. Tojo Saburo knew the best approach was to not overlook a single detail. Every tiny detail was crucial. He had to uncover it, to at least understand what it truly was. Otherwise, advancing unprepared could lead to far worse consequences. He was now at his wit's end and had to be cautious, lest he lose his life. He had no desire to die like this. Yet as he scanned his surroundings, he saw no one. Not a single trace marked the ground. Could it be that there was nothing inside after all? Saburo Tojo's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the person behind the door hadn't come out at all, but was peering at him through the crack. Could it be telling me to shut the door? He knew he couldn't let his guard down. There was definitely something wrong with that door, and he had to shut it. After a moment's thought, he decided to go back and shut the door. He understood clearly that in such circumstances, most people would not choose to retrace their steps. This meant they had to turn away, close the door behind them, and perhaps cling to a sliver of hope. With a faint click, Tojo Saburo closed the door. Nothing unusual had happened during that time, and he exhaled deeply. A confidence he hadn't felt in a long time began to grow within him. It seemed his hunch had been right after all. Returning to close the door was indeed the correct choice. I feel like I've regained some strength. I won a match. What do you think, Luyu? Tojo Saburo sighed, then gazed proudly at the ceiling, as if flaunting his triumph to Luyu. Damn it! That kid's getting way too cocky. Killing one Gue makes him think he's all that? Are you kidding me? He's still alive? He actually dared to retrace his steps? This Tojo Saburo really isn't ordinary. 99% of people wouldn't do that. Chapter 150, The Move. Never expected that kind of maneuver. This was the first time they'd encountered such an oddball who could dodge danger like this. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, more comments flooded the screen. However, sharp-eyed observers noticed a subtle detail invisible to the average person. Whoa, did you guys see that? Did I just see that correctly? Holy crap, I saw it. A new face appeared on the portrait. Tojo Saburo remained unaware that, at some point, an extra head had appeared on the portrait in his hands, staring intently at him. But the scene vanished in an instant, leaving no one able to discern the details. Yet they understood this eerie visage wasn't what it seemed, a vengeful specter lurking behind the third door.
Yet none present including Tojo Saburo himself realized just how profoundly eerie the scene truly was.
Believing he had evaded danger, Tojo Saburo cradled the portrait and advanced step by step. He turned to look at the passageway opposite. Here too were 3 rooms, meaning each chamber held 3 eerie presences. But since it was ordered by a person, that meant there were only 2 strange entities. What he hadn't anticipated was that this delivery order had been placed by the person behind the first door. This meant that if he continued forward and delivered the order, he could not only complete the delivery job but also escape this floor. Next, all he had to do was wait for the delivery to room 404 to arrive, then exit this damn dungeon. He couldn't understand why Liu Yu had placed the door here instead of at the very end. If it had been at the end, he'd have to deal with 2 eerie phenomena simultaneously and would likely die here.
Wait a minute. That didn't seem right. Tojo Saburo kept moving forward, his mind racing. Something felt off. If the delivery only needed to be made behind the first door, then what was the purpose of these 2 rooms? That meant these 2 rooms must serve a purpose, otherwise, it made no sense at all. If Liu Yu had actually done this, that would be a miracle. Yet, despite considering numerous possibilities, none felt plausible to him. At that moment, he stood at the doorway, about to deliver the meal. Then, he suddenly realized something. How was he supposed to deliver this takeout? If you were delivering food to a living person, you'd at least press the doorbell or knock, waiting for the door to open before handing over the order. But doing so would increase the risk considerably. After all, in this silent hallway, 2 strange beings still resided. If he made any noise, wouldn't he alert those 2 creatures? Just as he hesitated, an unexpected change occurred. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. The knocking came from the door right in front of him. What? Saburo Tojo instinctively glanced behind him, but there was no one there. Are you kidding me? If it's not a human, could it be a ghost knocking? In the dark passageway, everything became blurred. There was no one else in this passageway besides himself. There shouldn't be anything hidden here. Then what was going on? Could it be an invisible ghost knocking? If anything was eerie, it might be the ghost that had emerged from that black door just now. But why hadn't it attacked him? Why had it followed him all this way just to knock on this door? At that moment, Tojo Saburo felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness and dread. He had no idea what was happening. Yet the true horror lay ahead. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Open the door. It was a child's voice, yet it was utterly impossible for a human to utter such words. It sent a bone-chilling shiver down his spine. This was a ghost child. And if it were a child, it wouldn't make such a sound. The conclusion was clear. The eerie child had already climbed onto his back, knocking on the door in front of him while speaking to him. No, it can't be. Saburo Tojo's face instantly drained of color, his entire body stiffening as a chill ran down his spine. His fear level had already surpassed 90%. For he had discovered that lurking behind him was a bizarre creature. Under such circumstances, it was sheer luck he hadn't suffered a heart attack from fright. He was quick-witted, but his courage wasn't much better. If anything, he was rather timid. This scene sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching the livestream. Some instinctively turned their heads, while others reached up to touch their shoulders, feeling as though something unclean was lurking behind them. The creepy thing, it actually crawled onto him. I was just thinking it was following him. Don't be ridiculous, following him is way scarier, okay? I kept making the sign of the cross over my chest, praying to God. Ha! Trying to use your God to control our God? That's not his specialty. When I went to the bathroom, the motion sensor light suddenly went out. Scared the crap out of me. At that moment, Tojo Saburo finally noticed something peculiar about the portrait. Originally, only his own face was there, but now, it seemed as though another head had appeared on his face. Yet that head radiated an intensely malevolent aura, appearing particularly grotesque against the black and white portrait. It was the face of a child, looking no more than 2 or 3 years old. Yet this very portrait sent a chill down the spine of a grown man like Tojo Saburo. Sabo Tojo could no longer maintain his composure. Though he wore a bizarre mask, he was still human, capable of fear and mortal terror. Most people faced with such a sight would either wet themselves in terror or freeze in helpless dread. Even if the opponent wore a bizarre mask, they wouldn't act rashly. After all, in such an environment, a normal person's mind would go blank. Saburo Tojo still retained a measure of rational thought. But he also knew that standing there like a fool would be tantamount to waiting for death. What should he do? His mind raced so fast, if there were water droplets on his forehead, they would surely be steaming by now. This was no exaggeration, he was genuinely searching for a solution. When a person's latent potential was activated, they could accomplish truly extraordinary feats. What if he used the mask to devour this strange child? No, absolutely not. The only way he could survive was through the companion he'd initially treated as reserve food. But if he devoured his teammate, the old woman would break the seal. Then he'd have to watch her constantly, lest she killed him. Chapter 151, The Solution. But isn't that courting death? He still clutched his own portrait in his hand.
Continuing to look at it would only drag him into an abyss of no return. Tying his own hands and feet together would render him useless.
What am I to do?
Tojo Saburo cried in despair. At this moment, he was no longer a child. No child would kill a companion just to survive. Given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Luyu, seize the Dragon Nation, and fulfill his dreams. It was ambition ingrained in his very bones, but in this situation, he could only expose his vulnerable side. If I swallow this strange child, I'll be left with only two choices. 1. Deliver this takeout before the bizarre mask bites me to death. Or return to the stairwell, devour my teammates, then keep an eye on that damn old woman while coming back to deliver the takeout. Both paths ultimately meant delivering the order, but the biggest headache right now was that bastard Honda. What the hell is he doing? Why isn't the delivery to room 404 done yet? That useless piece of trash. Tojo Saburo gritted his teeth, feeling like he'd been screwed over by his own stupid friend. If Honda finished delivering the food now, and he could then complete the 18th floor deliveries, this mission would be over. He wouldn't have to worry about anything else. But the problem was, it felt like the heavens were mocking him. Unaware that Honda was also waiting for him to deliver the food. A white figure was seen drifting through the first floor hallway. The moment Honda descended the stairs, the malevolent entity would lock onto him. And given how long it had taken Tojo Saburo to deliver the remaining orders, he was likely to be killed. Luyu hadn't anticipated this turn of events. These two individuals were like two separate wheels, mutually restraining each other and preventing either from functioning normally. What a pity, he thought. To think Tojo Saburo would falter here before even facing his final trial? In the Dragon Nation Parliament, Luyu shook his head with a bitter smile. From the current situation, it seemed the Cherry Blossom Nation was poised to win after all. They only had 2 deliveries left to complete. But in truth, the greatest crisis and fear lay ahead. If Tojo Saburo were killed here, it would be a tremendous loss. Under normal circumstances, he might not have struggled so much. But because his fear value had increased, his bizarre power had also surged dramatically within this dungeon. Take the old hag on the 8th floor, for instance. She appeared harmless, but if Tojo Saburo encountered her now, it wouldn't be so simple. He'd likely be killed by her. The same held true for the other eerie creatures. They weren't inherently deadly, but now they had become terrifying and dangerous because they had evolved.
At this moment, Tojo Saburo was forced to make a choice.
He rejected both options and chose a third path. Ignoring the eerie child behind him, he pressed forward. Up to this point, the eerie child hadn't harmed him in any way, so he saw no need to do anything further. At worst, he'd just have to carry the brat on his back. After all, the kid wouldn't be following him out of the instance anyway. At worst, he'd slow him down for a bit inside, but once he delivered the takeout, he'd be free. If he hadn't misjudged, the owner of this room was a living, breathing human. In that case, he could easily deliver this order. After completing the final delivery, he could smoothly exit this place. Success was within reach. But just as he was about to ring the doorbell, it suddenly chimed. A voice called out from inside. "Hello, is this for delivery?" Hearing this, Tojo Saburo nearly burst into tears. The realization that a living person was inside filled him with such emotion he was on the verge of crying. "Yes, please open the door to collect your order." He suppressed his excitement, clutching the eerie portrait closer. He glanced at the strange painting, then at the ghostly child on his back. Tojo Saburo moved with the utmost caution, knowing that the slightest misstep could spell utter ruin. He had staked the entire nation's future on this boy. Every step he took was intertwined with the destiny of the land of cherry blossoms, leaving no room for error. "It wasn't for me. I ordered it for my grandfather's memorial altar. It's the 7th day since he passed away. I'm away on a trip and can't return home, so I ordered his favorite braised pork knuckle rice. Could you please deliver this takeout for me? I'll give you a 5-star review later." Tojo Saburo stared in utter shock. As if struck by lightning. His entire body froze, his lips trembling. He didn't know whether to feel anger, to cry, or to despair. Who knew you could pull something like this off? The earlier claim that only one ghost ordered takeout was just a verbal trick. After all, they could easily have a living person order takeout for the ghost, then have themselves deliver it to the ghost. So these people actually needed to deliver food to 2 ghosts. Holy. So that's how it is. That works? I knew it couldn't be that simple. This explains everything. That sly Luyu setting so many traps in this dungeon? He's practically trying to kill us. So you're saying Tojo Saburo is going to deliver takeout to the Gue? And it's the Gue that's become even stronger after absorbing all that fear energy? What a letdown. Just when we thought we saw a glimmer of hope, we're met with even deeper despair. If it were me, I'd just wait to be killed. How the hell are we supposed to survive this? My life is over. At that moment, everyone present held their breath for Tojo Saburo, as he had absolutely no chance of survival. But Luyu had left a glimmer of hope, one that most people simply couldn't perceive. If Tojo Saburo were to handle this matter, he would undoubtedly devise even more ways to achieve it. Yet there are no guarantees in this world.
And under such circumstances, the challengers must think under a peculiar pressure, in an atmosphere that sends shivers down the spine.
His decision at this moment would determine not only his own life or death, but also the fate of a nation. Under such conditions, bearing immense pressure, mistakes were likely even total annihilation. Therefore, this was not merely a test of intellect, but also a test of courage and the spirit of sacrifice.
Yet neither the members of Sakura Nation nor Tojo Saburo himself possess these qualities. Chapter 152, The Unlucky Ones.
With their abilities, survival in Lu Yu's dungeon was utterly impossible. If they couldn't even muster the courage to die honorably, they were nothing but a bunch of scared, unlucky bastards.
Yet Tojo Saburo did not choose sacrifice.
Instead, he wore a bizarre mask, a sign that he still held the potential to turn defeat into victory.
But was that truly the case?
Of course, this was merely a superficial assessment. Most believed his chances of survival were slim, yet a sliver of possibility remained. Yet no one knew what tactics Lu Yu had employed, nor what twists lay ahead. This uncertainty cast a shroud of mystery over everything.
You might as well kill me. Saburo Tojo could no longer maintain his composure.
He was on the verge of madness, his initial hope now replaced by utter despair. Such emotional turmoil would drive anyone mad, and now, he could no longer control his sanity.
He suddenly shouted at Honda on the second floor. Damn it, Honda. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Why haven't you delivered the food yet? If Honda had already delivered the order, his chances of survival would be much higher.
All he needed to do next was push open the door, deliver the food inside, and complete the task. But Honda's delivery still hadn't arrived, posing a significant threat. Opening the door meant potentially facing a horde of eerie creatures. And even if he did finish the deliveries, he'd still be stuck on the 18th floor. In this terrifying dungeon, escaping the encirclement of so many weirdos was impossible. On the second floor hallway, Honda also received the message. But when he saw that only 10 minutes remained, Honda felt a wave of anguish wash over him. This meant he had less than 10 minutes left. Even if the white-robed specter caught up to him, he'd have enough time to hold out until the end. Gritting his teeth, he decisively descended the stairs to deliver the food to the strange entity. The first-floor hallway lay silent and pitch black. Yet lurking behind this stillness was a sinister figure clad in white. Her garments were drenched in blood, as if she'd been drenched in red paint. As she paced at the far end of the hallway, Honda descended the stairs silently, emerging from building 44. The entire process was utterly silent, leaving no trace that anyone had emerged from the building. Yet, not long after Honda departed, the ghostly figure in white suddenly turned and walked straight ahead. Soon, her silhouette appeared outside building 44 as well. She hadn't seen Honda, yet he seemed to be stalked by her gaze, relentlessly pursued until he was killed. The scene was utterly bizarre and deeply terrifying. In a residential area, a man dressed in a delivery uniform was running down the street. Behind him, a white figure loitered on the street, strutting about with no fear of being discovered. On the 18th floor, Tojo Saburo waited for a moment. He was cunning. He had to wait until Honda delivered the food. He wouldn't open the door otherwise. Even though it was slightly ajar, he could sense an evil presence waiting for him. Yet reality proved brutally cruel. Just as he thought he could safely navigate the crisis, Saburo Tojo felt suffocation closing in. Within that eerie portrait, he saw two children's handprints. These weren't playful handprints left by children at play, but the marks of hands intent on strangling him to death. His vision blurred. Those two tiny handprints, seemingly harmless, couldn't even wrap around his neck. But these were sinister palms not to be measured by ordinary standards. A single squeeze could crush him to death. This can't be. Tojo Saburo panicked instantly. The current situation forced him to make a decision, either swallow the ghost baby or face certain death. But if he did that, he'd have no way to deliver food anymore. He was already teetering on the edge of death, whether torn to shreds by the grimacing face or targeted by the old woman. Either path led to certain death. You brat! Since you're already dead, why won't you just stay dead? I'll make you die again. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Tojo Saburo unleashed his supernatural ability. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed through the hallway. It was the wail of a ghost being bitten in one gulp. Unlike when he devoured fierce ghosts in the ghost stairwell, this ghost's power had been steadily growing stronger. Perhaps soon, his mask would no longer be able to devour all the ghosts. In this dungeon, the power of these ghosts might very well surpass that of the mask itself. Damn, that's fast. Lu Yu murmured as he watched Tojo Saburo swallow the ghost child. It seemed he was now making a last stand, like walking a tightrope. The slightest misstep would mean instant death. Survival under such circumstances was exceedingly difficult, requiring not only cunning but also a measure of luck. But Lu Yu remained confident in the dungeon he had crafted. He intended to see just how long Tojo Saburo's hope could endure. He was like a seasoned hunter, watching his trap slowly suffocate its prey to death. 18th floor. Tojo Saburo's team members were startled by the piercing scream, every hair on their bodies standing on end. What the hell? It sounded like a ghost scream. He desperately wanted to know what had happened to Tojo Saburo. Deep within him, there was hatred for Tojo Saburo, fear, and a sliver of hope that was almost twisted. His emotions were now deeply conflicted. Tojo Saburo had completely disregarded his team members, treating them as sacrificial offerings. He had crippled them and placed them before a bizarre entity to save his own life. He realized that Tojo Saburo needed to consume humans to maintain a delicate equilibrium, which is why he had become the reserve food source. Yet beyond these two truths, he still clung to the hope that Tojo Saburo would save him. He understood clearly that only Tojo Saburo could navigate this dungeon successfully. Once all these matters were resolved, he could finally escape this dungeon. Though he was now crippled, he was still alive, and that was what mattered most. But he failed to notice that the old woman before him had undergone a transformation. At first, only her head remained visible, but as time passed, her body slowly regenerated, even managing to crawl out of the urn. He wanted to scream, he wanted to flee, but he was utterly helpless, forced to watch the scene unfold before his eyes. Chapter 153, Bound Feet. The old woman was short and petite, dressed in ancient attire. But what drew the most attention were her feet, each as large as a hand, forming an odd triangle. They looked like two mice scurrying about. Tap tap tap. A faint patter of footsteps echoed through the hallway as the old woman leaned against the wall, advancing step by step. Even if it was just one small step at a time, someday she would stand right in front of him. Once, if anyone's gaze fell upon that tiny old woman, her movements would halt abruptly. But now, everything had changed. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell was this? Why were her feet so tiny? She was utterly out of place. Even more terrifying, her feet were so tiny she couldn't stand steadily, forced to lean against the wall. Her gait was slow and clumsy, making her seem less than human. Even though her features were indistinguishable from any humans, she still gave off a bone-chilling vibe. What's going on? She looks harmless, weaker than an ordinary elderly person, struggling to walk. Yet why do I feel she's terrifying and dangerous? It's like the traditional foot binding of the Dragon Kingdom, forcibly breaking a woman's feet to create a twisted kind of beauty. Good heavens! Such a woman should be pitied, yet why do I find her terrifying? She looks pitiful, but her heart is twisted and abnormal. That's precisely why we find her so eerie. The reason we're afraid is because we're in trouble ourselves and want others to suffer too. At that moment, the audience was utterly stunned by this bizarre creature with its tiny feet, a truly uncanny apparition. It could be said that this was the most terrifying ghost they had encountered so far. If the previous vengeful spirits had sent chills down their spines, this old woman with tiny feet now evoked a terror that pierced straight to the soul. For them, it was an indelible trauma. Just then, after Tojo Saburo devoured the eerie child, that bizarre mask continued to tear at his flesh. Now, he must devour another human or risk being consumed by the mask itself. But the situation was dire. His teammates were all watching the old woman. If he ate one of them, he'd be left alone to face her, and that was no good. Clutching the eerie portrait, he eyed the old woman warily. He didn't believe he could deliver the takeout safely. Better to take a risk than face this fate. Ignoring the eerie mask, he delivered the takeout to the Gue's hands, hoping to hold out until the end. But doing so meant he couldn't use the eerie mask. This meant that if he encountered the Gue again next time, he would have to face its bizarre attacks, and death would await him. Thus, it was a tremendous gamble. Yet for Tojo Saburo, it was also something he had to do. Better to walk a path filled with uncertainty and hope than to remain trapped in this paralysis. Creak. He entered the bedroom, one hand cradling the portrait, the other holding the takeout. Now, he moved with utmost caution, hoping only to reach the end safely. But the scene inside the room was not quite what he had imagined. No urn, no terrifying portrait. Startled, he hurried inside but found nothing unusual. The furnishings were indeed simple. With only one item of clothing worthy of note. A worn-out set of traditional Chinese attire, likely worn for a long time, with some frayed patches. What was going on? Why was there only one garment here? Tojo Saburo was utterly baffled. The civilization of the Dragon Kingdom was nothing like what he knew. How could a person die without leaving ashes, only a single garment behind? Could it be? The cause of death was highly unusual, making it impossible to locate the body. They could only treat the clothing on the person as the body itself. In an instant, Tojo Saburo's eyes narrowed to slits as a thought flashed through his mind. Could he have been murdered? Just then, with a creak, the large door behind him slowly closed. The entire space plunged into darkness. Whoa, that scared me. Why is it so dark? Who turned off the lights? Holy. Could it be a ghost? This is terrifying. My room is pitch black too, almost identical to this dungeon scene. I can't bear to watch anymore. At that moment, the audience could feel the sheer terror of the scene. They could even sense how terrible Tojo Saburo's current state was. Being trapped in a pitch-black room on the 18th floor, a place brimming with eerie dangers, was absolutely terrifying, even more so than the haunted elevator. At the very least, when he entered the haunted elevator, Tojo Saburo had several companions with him, allowing him to eliminate the supernatural threat without hesitation. But now, he was completely alone. In other words, if he encountered a powerful ghost, he would have no chance of survival.
At that point, Tojo Saburo could only rely on his own luck. In the darkness, the door slammed shut. Every muscle in Tojo Saburo's body trembled, and he dared not even glance back. He finally understood what it meant to be at someone's mercy.
Within these walls, he possessed no means of defense. He was nothing but slaughter waiting to happen. His life was now in the hands of the Gue, or more accurately, in Luyu's hands. If the other party chose not to kill him, perhaps there remained a sliver of hope.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
The room was utterly silent.
Guai made no further move, seemingly unwilling to finish him off just yet, which allowed Tojo Saburo to breathe a slight sigh of relief.
Even so, his nerves were stretched to the limit. Eyes wide, he strained to adjust to his surroundings. People always feel fear in the dark, especially in complete darkness. It was an unbearable sensation, as if one's soul had fallen into hell, surrounded by utter darkness where nothing could be seen.
At that moment, Tojo Saburo felt like a blind man.
Compounded by the terrifying eeriness permeating the room, his fear level had soared past 90% and showed no sign of abating. He was terrified. As time passed, the room remained pitch black, and Tojo Saburo could see nothing.
Are you kidding me? I can't see a thing. You expect me to deliver takeout to this ghost like this?
His mind was on the verge of collapse. If only he could see, even if something terrifying lurked in the darkness, at least he'd know how he died.
Chapter 154, The Key to Solving the Problem. But being forced to grope around the room like a blind man? That was terrifying. Yet now, he had no way out. Unless he acted immediately, death was certain.
Yet he dared not ask if anyone was inside. Clearly, the other party had sensed his arrival and even shut the door, obviously not intending to let him leave.
At this moment, the eerie presence within the room was undoubtedly doing something, though he couldn't see it.
Yet he knew he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He couldn't just wait for her to speak first.
To survive, the only thing he could do now was to deliver the takeout quickly.
Perhaps that was the key to solving this problem: first distract the strange presence with delicious food, then figure out a way to escape this haunted place. He clutched the photo and the delivery package as he moved forward. According to his memory, he could place the food on a table ahead. In this situation, his sharp mind proved advantageous. He could memorize the entire layout of a room in no time, and even in pitch darkness, he could recall the positions of objects. And in practice, he could ensure minimal error. After walking a short distance, Tojo Saburo felt what he believed to be a dining table and placed the takeout on it. In the silent, pitch-black room, the sound of a bag being torn open suddenly echoed. This sent a chill down Saburo Tojo's spine. After all, something sinister lurked within these walls.
Damn it! Tojo Saburo roared. He bit his lip, knowing it was a desperate move. Regardless of whether the bag might clatter loudly, he reached inside to grab it. He knew a thing or two about the Dragon Nation civilization.
Based on the information he'd just received, the supernatural entity here had likely already passed away. It was the 7th day since its passing. His descendants had ordered takeout from elsewhere for the spirit. His task was simply to carry the food upstairs and place it on the table. It seemed to be a plate of pork knuckle rice. And inside the takeout box was another plastic container, still steaming. He held the portrait in one hand, for that hand was immobilized. All he could do now was use his other hand to open the takeout. He took out the container and tried to lift the lid with one hand. This step proved extremely difficult. The box was exquisitely crafted, and precisely because of this, it was nearly impossible to open with one hand. But eventually, he succeeded. Phew! He finally exhaled, but it didn't bring him any relief. Saburo Tojo's scalp was drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked through. If there had been light, his head would have resembled a pine forest. It couldn't be blamed on him, for he now found himself in a pitch-black void. And surrounding him were eerie presences. To maintain his composure and not lose his mind in such an environment was, in itself, a remarkable feat. Too much had happened in such a short time. An ordinary person would surely have been scared out of their wits. His hands trembled uncontrollably, but thankfully he didn't knock over the lunchbox. Otherwise, he'd have been waiting to be killed. When he opened the lunchbox, his fingertips touched the steaming rice and the smooth pork knuckle. He had no appetite whatsoever. There was one more thing he had to do: insert the chopsticks. According to the customs of the Dragon Kingdom, when preparing food for the deceased, a pair of chopsticks must be inserted into the rice. Yet now, in the pitch-black night, Tojo Saburo searched for the chopsticks with eyes like a god. In the pitch-black room, he could see nothing. Yet, with the system's assistance, everyone could see Tojo Saburo and the objects on the table. The agony of staring wide-eyed yet perceiving nothing was unbearable. Every person present could sense Tojo Saburo's terror and unease. His breath came in violent shudders, and even his hands trembled uncontrollably. When he reached for the large bag, his hand grasped only air. He tried again, but still found nothing. The more desperate he became, the less he could grasp. Yet during this time, nothing unusual occurred. It was as if the eerie presence in the room had grown ravenously hungry, eager for Saburo Tojo to bring food so it wouldn't go hungry.
Strangely, from the audience's perspective, they saw no trace of the apparition, nor did it stand beside Tojo Saburo. Found it! Finally, a flicker of delight crossed Tojo Saburo's eyes. Sweat drenched his entire body, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. Yet the moment he grasped the chopsticks, hesitation washed over him. For there were 2 pairs inside. This wasn't a mistake by the owner after all, this was a replica. And this dungeon was created by Liu Yu himself. Liu Yu had placed both pairs of chopsticks inside the box. There had to be a catch. Could there be a deeper meaning behind this? Could it mean there were 2 anomalies in this room, or was there some deeper significance? After pondering, Tojo Saburo reached a conclusion. There was only one anomaly in the room, an old man dressed in traditional Chinese attire. As for why there were 2 pairs of chopsticks, he pondered it and still felt something was off. Perhaps he needed 3 chopsticks, not 2 pairs. Like some kind of incense ritual. But was that truly the case? After all, chopsticks were meant for eating. And Tojo Saburo found himself in a dilemma, while Liu Yu waited for him to fall into the trap. Liu Yu had merely added 1 pair of chopsticks, yet he could push him to this edge, truly terrifying. Saburo Tojo paused, musing, 2 or 3, that is the critical question. His mind raced at breakneck speed, a decision that would take most people several minutes to process. At that moment, Liu Yu watched Tojo Saburo, drenched in sweat and soaked through, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was a fatal question and a terrifying trap. He could guarantee that the vast majority of people would never notice this detail. The only problem was that Tojo Saburo had noticed it. And choosing wrong meant certain death. This was the most dangerous and terrifying spot in the entire dungeon. The slightest misstep could get you killed by the trickery. Most crucially, how many chopsticks should be placed? Hold on, something's wrong. Tojo Saburo pondered for a long time. Just as he was about to use 2 chopsticks to pierce the rice, a sudden shout rang out. But he quickly realized what it meant. The old man had died suddenly. Didn't that mean he had no idea his own death had occurred? Chapter 155, Massacre. Or had he become a vengeful spirit, still refusing to accept his own death? So, in this situation, what would happen when a worldly wise old man, amidst a lavish meal, saw a pair of chopsticks stuck in front of him? If the ghostly presence remained unaware of its own demise, the sight of those chopsticks might instantly awaken it, transforming it into a malevolent specter. The latter, knowing full well it was dead, still refused to accept reality. In that case, upon seeing the chopsticks, it would likely fly into a rage, perhaps even killing itself. Both scenarios could lead to the same outcome, one becoming a vengeful spirit unleashing a killing spree. Therefore, the chopsticks prepared for the deceased must never be placed in this rice bowl. This is a trap, a very subtle one. From the moment the visitor outside claimed to be buying food for the deceased elder, he had been led astray. This created a false impression, making him believe he was delivering a meal to the deceased. However, the ghost had no urn, only a set of clothes on its body, and having been murdered, it certainly wouldn't believe in its own death. Sticking a pair of chopsticks into the rice would be courting death. Finally, with trembling hands, Tojo Saburo lowered the chopsticks. Though a series of suspicions had long been forming in his mind, he still didn't know what his fate would be. He considered himself clever. This was a gamble. Failure meant certain death here. The entire process took less than a second, seemingly simple, yet fraught with hidden danger. Most people couldn't understand it, many were completely baffled. How could this seemingly ordinary takeout order, merely placing the food on the table, be so difficult? Why did Tojo Saburo show such fear and hesitation? Yet even without understanding, many sensed an intense sense of dread. An empty room, a single dining table, a bowl of rice placed upon it. The scene was utterly bizarre. Something unthinkable in other countries. Even if it did happen, it would be a trivial matter. Yet in the Dragon Kingdom, this very moment became the focal point. Though the events themselves were utterly mundane, the ultimate outcome hinged on the challenger's very life. Seconds later, Tojo Saburo set down his chopsticks. After waiting a moment and confirming he was still alive, he finally relaxed. From the moment he entered until now, this was the first time he felt such relief. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This place truly held great danger. Had he jabbed the rice with his chopsticks just now, the spirit would likely have erupted in fury. And at that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have imagined that such a minor detail would hold the key to his very life? The level of danger here far exceeded his expectations. This kid is no ordinary fellow. Liu Yu sighed inwardly upon seeing Tojo Saburo evade the trap he had set. He felt no sense of crisis. After all, with the growing power of the 18th floor's Ligue, Tojo Saburo might not even survive. But Tojo Saburo's prowess was undeniable. An ordinary person would have been killed by the fiend long ago. Yet Tojo Saburo had managed to put down his chopsticks, a feat in itself. He was not only clever but also incredibly fortunate. It's like aiming a gun at your own head and pulling the trigger. Your survival odds aren't 50% anymore. Instead, there's a 50% chance you'll die and a 50% chance you'll survive. One misstep and you're finished. At the same moment, Honda emerged from building 44, food in hand, darting through the neighborhood.
His gaze fell upon the surrounding skyscrapers and the distant lights. Even though he knew everything before him was fake, not real, he couldn't help but feel a pang of homesickness. After spending less than an hour in this instance, he had already encountered a terrifying ordeal. His companions had all been killed, and he himself had narrowly escaped death. In that moment, all he wanted was to go home, unwilling to endure such agony any longer. But just as he glanced around, a casual turn of his head sent a chill down his spine. He saw a figure clad in white robes, moving under the dim light. Following him closely, it was the ghost. Damn it, the ghostly specter is still following me. Honda cursed inwardly, quickening his pace, terrified of being detected by the specter. He was puzzled. He had already evaded it, and the white-robed Ligue didn't seem to have noticed him, yet it still managed to track him down. As he pondered this, he kept glancing back, watching for the Ligue's movements. Fortunately, the white-robed Ligue moved slowly, otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He kept glancing back. Just then, in the middle of the street, a child appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. The child stopped playing with the ball and stood still, staring intently at Honda as he sped toward them. Honda didn't notice. The boy was standing right beside that streetlight, the light right behind him, yet his face remained completely obscured. Holy, whose kid is this? Honda spun around and only then realized a small figure stood before him. He stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face, and inwardly cursed his luck. Wasn't this the little brat from 404? In the dead of night, not a sound, just standing there blocking the middle of the road. Something felt off. This was a dungeon instance, there shouldn't be NPCs everywhere. So was the boy human, or something strange? Yet, facing Honda, the boy showed no anger. Instead, his face bore an unusual calmness. He whispered softly, "Uncle, have you seen my little ball?" The voice sounded muffled, as if something had blocked it, making it eerily strange. Honda looked up and suddenly realized this child bore a striking resemblance to the one they'd encountered when they first entered the dungeon. This stirred something within him. Behind him lurked the sinister, while before him loomed the eerie. Could it be that today was truly the day he would meet his end here? But then he thought this child must be the person he was supposed to deliver the takeout to. "Dodo?" he asked tentatively. "Yes, I'm Dodo." "Uncle, how do you know me?" The petite figure called Dodo spoke up. His tone remained muffled, but judging by his state, communication seemed possible. Honda watched Ligue warily from behind, realizing the ghost would take some time to catch up. He quickly spoke up. "This is the takeout your mother asked me to deliver. She heard it's your favorite, so I made sure to bring it just for you. Here, take it and eat." With that, he handed the item in his hand to Dodo. Chapter 156, Racing Against Time. He had to race against the clock, delivering every last takeout order to escape the pursuit of the ghost in white robes. "Uncle, have you seen my little ball?" But Dodo repeated the question mechanically, as if a robot. A flicker of irritation rose in Honda's heart, yet it was accompanied by a strange premonition. He was now certain that the being standing before him was not human at all. How could a living person give him such an odd feeling? But he didn't dwell on it. He wasn't the meticulous type like Tojo Saburo, nor did he have time to ponder it. Right now, he was being chased by a fierce ghost. The delivery target was right in front of him. If he could deliver this order, he would gain his freedom and complete his mission. All he needed to do now was wait for the mission to conclude. Most people thought that way. When a task was almost complete, carelessness and impatience often led to mistakes. It was like missing the final kick. Many failed at the very last moment. Honda handed the food to Dodo, eager to finish the mission quickly. Yet halfway through extending his hand, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That thing wasn't human at all, it was a headless creature. Its head had vanished, replaced by a shattered sphere. Now he finally understood why Dodo's voice was so deep. Perhaps the sphere was Dodo's head. Additionally, Dodo had mentioned something else earlier. Why could Honda recognize him? A headless person couldn't be recognized with absolute certainty, even by the closest friend. But how could an outsider recognize someone at a glance in the dead of night? This was highly suspicious. Then Dodo's voice sounded again. His voice had lost its usual softness and innocence, replaced instead by a chill. As if he'd suddenly sensed something amiss. "Sir, how on earth did you recognize me?" Honda didn't know what to say. Indeed, how had this headless creature before him recognized him? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. This was a deadly question. One wrong move and his life would be over. "I was careless." Honda felt a chill run through him. This was his mistake. He'd been so focused on finishing the delivery quickly that he'd let his guard down. It was truly a case of reaping what he had sown. But now it was too late. Honda knew he had to act fast, otherwise, he was truly finished. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the livestream was simply there for the spectacle. Only 3 members remained in Team Sakura. Once Tojo Saburo and Honda Masao delivered their orders, their mission would end. If even one person failed, the mission would be impossible to complete. Yet to the Dragon Nation fans, this prospect was utterly delightful. Oh dear, they're going to win again. Ha, let Tojo Saburo play the fool. He's got zero brainpower, what a waste.
Looks like Sakura Nation really has no geniuses left these days. How did such trash even make it into the National Fortune War? We'll let you off this time. Be more careful in your next life. I was counting on a happy life ahead, but I never imagined it would end like this. The people of Sakura Nation were utterly terrified.
Originally, losing this war against the Dragon Nation wouldn't have been the end of the world.
After all, they'd won the last war.
Even if they lost this time, it wouldn't matter, they could simply start over.
But to everyone's surprise, Tojo Saburo had actually cheated, plunging them into a desperate situation. Everyone knew cheating in a war of national destiny was extremely dangerous. The current Sakura Nation simply couldn't withstand the loss of a single war. Defeat would mean the nation's annihilation.
Initially, when Tojo Saburo wore that eerie mask and devoured the malevolent spirit within the dungeon, everyone's hearts were filled with hope, believing he could defeat the Dragon Nation.
But as they witnessed the Sakura Nation team's strength steadily wane, their expressions grew increasingly grim and frantic. Honda's defeat shattered their faith. Many chose to flee, but even more opted to wait. Where could they possibly run to now?
Even if they reached the ends of the earth, the system's punishment would follow. No matter where on Blue Star they were, they would be sentenced to death. Better to spend their final moments bidding farewell to loved ones and doing what they truly desired. Within this scenario, Honda remained unaware that his mistake had plunged the citizens of Sakura Nation into despair, even prompting some to consider giving up.
With his own life hanging by a thread, who would care about the fate of others?
Under the dim light, Bean Bean trudged forward with heavy steps, approaching Honda. The small orb that had replaced Bean Bean's head seemed to possess eyes, now gazing at Honda with a strange, piercing stare.
Honda couldn't figure it out. He'd already delivered the takeout, so why wouldn't they leave him alone? He didn't realize that the current Dodo was completely different from the one at the beginning. Its form had grown terrifyingly massive. What had once been a harmless ghost now radiated an overwhelming danger. This meant its threat level was no less than that of the 18th floor's Gue. Even Tojo Saburo had to tread carefully when facing the 18th floor's Gue, but Honda had been far too complacent.
His death was hardly surprising. The only thing he could do now was find a way to resolve the crisis before him.
He tried to think like Tojo Saburo. This was a headless Gue.
That bean-shaped creature seemed unaware of its impending death. Therefore, he couldn't speak of it doing so would alert the Gue, sealing his fate. Once the death flag was raised, there was no turning back. At this moment, the best course was to keep deceiving Dodo, making him believe he was still alive. That way, Honda wouldn't have to endure this torment anymore. But Honda overlooked one crucial detail. Behind him lurked the white-robed specter. Just as he tried to shake off Dodo, the white-robed specter inevitably followed and struck him down.
Honda is dead.
The moment this message appeared.
On the 18th floor of Building 44, Tojo Saburo felt the world spinning. Honda is dead? Just like that? The system hadn't indicated Honda's mission was complete.
The only explanation was that Honda's mission had failed. Honda was dead, but the mission continued. Which means that after delivering all the packages on the 18th floor, he still has to deliver food for Honda.
Chapter 157, Human Hell. If Tojo Saburo could see a flash of light at this moment, he would instantly pass out. If Tojo Saburo could see a ray of light at this moment, he would faint instantly.
For him, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow, plunging him into utter despair.
For a fleeting moment, he felt like giving up. What was he supposed to do?
Now, only he and one other member remained in the squad, and that member was nearly incapacitated.
Less than 10 minutes remained until the dungeon ended.
He had to deliver all 18 floors' takeout orders within that time, survive the onslaught of ghosts on the 18th floor, and safely deliver Honda's lost order. This wasn't just hell mode, it was a living hell. Honda fell to the ground, dead, clutching his delivery. The ghost ball stood motionless, while the white-robed specter seemed to suddenly lose its bearings, drifting away into the distance. Two eerie figures now lurked in the darkness, casting a spine-chilling aura. Even more terrifying was that after completing the 18th floor task, Tojo Saburo and the others had rushed to this place to search for Honda's body and the scattered takeout. But they held no hope for Tojo's survival after all. There was no way he could have made it out of the 18th floor.
In the darkened room, Tojo Saburo didn't last long.
Soon, he found himself in trouble again. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room, revealing a figure clad in leather boots. The sinister presence revealed itself. He stood directly before him.
Though his vision was now completely shrouded in darkness, Tojo Saburo could still pinpoint his current position within the room.
Behind him lay the door, while before him stood a table laden with the takeout he had brought. Now, with this sound, there were only two possibilities. Either Li Gue had come to kill him, or Li Gue had come to eat. If it was the first scenario, he would flee immediately. Did that mean his task was complete and he could leave? But the silver lining was yet to come. Tojo Saburo felt his skin being completely devoured by that eerie mask, leaving nothing but a pile of white bones. The mask had now fused completely with his face, replacing his original features. Yet this transformation was not entirely without purpose. He suddenly realized that even after his eyeballs had been devoured by the eerie mask, they could still move. In truth, he wasn't moving his own eyes, he was moving the eyes of the eerie mask. Of course, in the darkness, the living could not perceive the eerie, but the eerie eyes could see the eerie. Through his eyes, the world gradually brightened, radiating outward from him like ripples spreading in all directions. First came a dining table, bearing a plate of braised pork knuckles and rice. But strangely, he detected no trace of the uncanny. What had those footsteps been earlier? Had he hallucinated? Or had the sound truly come from behind him, and his ears deceived him? But when he looked down, he was startled. He saw a single foot resting beneath the table. Yet he could only make out a shoe, no sign of a person. What the hell? An invisible ghost? Tojo Saburo's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively stepped back, but just then, a sensation touched his hand, a set of clothes. The traditional Chinese outfit that should have been on the bedside table now appeared out of thin air beside him, accidentally brushing against his back. He desperately wanted to turn around, but a primal scream echoed deep within him, "Don't turn around. Turning means death." In the end, reason prevailed over everything. His heart pounding in his throat, his body stiff as a wooden stake. He glanced at the bed out of the corner of his eye. The clothes were gone. Damn it, damn it. He raged inwardly, his Adam's apple bobbing, yet he dared not utter a word. Though he couldn't see behind himself, he could vividly imagine the scene. An untouched Zhengshan suit hung behind him in an utterly bizarre manner. The uncanny was real, but this time, he couldn't make sense of its bizarre maneuver. The sound of boots approached the dining table. A mouse suit floated behind him. No, it must have drifted there the moment the door closed. He had only just noticed it. The thought sent a chill through Tojo Saburo, an indescribable terror surging through his mind. He felt as though the hand of death had clamped down on his chest. His life hanging by a thread. Not a single mistake could be made. The slightest misstep meant certain death. But how could he possibly evade this bizarre law of death? At that moment, the spectators outside finally witnessed the scene. Holy! It's actually floating in midair. Damn, that's freaking terrifying. Could there be other strange things in this room? Oh my, I got startled by the shoes under the table. Don't be scared, this dungeon is just like that. This is Dragon Country's weird culture. I'm not from Dragon Country, how could I possibly know about it beforehand? Does that mean I should step aside? Tojo Saburo thought for a moment and decided he should step aside. The ghost was heading to eat, so he shifted slightly to the right, clearing a path. However, he never turned back, fearing that any movement might trigger disastrous consequences. Just then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The traditional Chinese robe suddenly flew forward, landing on the table, while the two shoes began moving on their own, walking toward him. The two objects gathered together, front and back, as if an invisible person stood behind him. Then, Tojo Saburo witnessed something utterly spine-chilling. This Zhengshan suit is being worn backwards. Or more precisely, he had just been facing away from himself. And when it floated before Tojo Saburo, its back was facing him. In other words, something invisible was now staring back at him. Under these circumstances, he must not show any sign of abnormality. Yet Tojo Saburo maintained his composure amidst extreme terror. He understood clearly that here, he was merely an ordinary person, not a human being. A normal person could see nothing in complete darkness, so he must not be detected by the supernatural entity. But then came the problem: if he couldn't see anything, how could he possibly evade the Gue? This was another mistake, a fatal one. All of this stemmed from his terror, a terror that had rendered him less than human. Chapter 158, Exposed. But what could he do? He'd given it his all. If it had been his stupid teammate, he'd likely be dead by now. He'd done everything he could. This mission was simply too terrifying, it was never meant to be accomplished by one person alone. Before he could react, the figure in the strange traditional Chinese robe struck again. Instead of reaching for the pig's trotter, he moved forward, or rather, diagonally toward Tojo Saburo. Exposed. In an instant, Tojo Saburo felt his head was about to explode. And he instinctively charged toward the door. He hadn't even opened the door when he was propelled through it. Wearing that eerie mask, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary men. That small wooden door shattered into pieces under the force of his single kick. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tojo Saburo cursed under his breath as he stumbled outside, knowing deep down that he was finished. At this point, the Tang-style stranger clearly wouldn't tolerate such treatment anymore. And now, he had less than 10 minutes left to live. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. He had to escape immediately. If he didn't, he wouldn't last even half a minute. He had a premonition: if that Tang-style weirdo caught him, he'd be instantly killed. Faced with a mere 10 minutes between life and death, anyone would make a rational choice. Tojo Saburo had no time for anything else. He couldn't care less about those damn dungeons, those damn systems, those damn quests. He charged forward the moment he stepped out. A glimmer of light illuminated the hallway, offering a sliver of hope. But what he didn't expect was that as he passed through the next door in the corridor, two doors swung open simultaneously, and a figure emerged from the room. He had no time to look further, only to run desperately. Finally, he reached the last sliver of light and elevator. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but Tojo Saburo had no time to dwell on it. As three figures emerged from the passageway, any one of them could end his life. In that instant, he frantically pressed the close button. Finally, the elevator doors sealed shut, blocking out all fear and darkness. Still alive? Crouching in the elevator's corner, he drew a deep breath, feeling as though he'd narrowly escaped death. Yet seconds later, a realization struck him. The 18th floor? How could there possibly be an elevator? What? He sprang to his feet and charged toward the door like a wild dog. But it was too late. The elevator light suddenly turned blood red, as if drenched in fresh blood. The buttons were simple, displaying only 18. A tremendous gravitational pull struck him. From the 18th floor to the 17th, 16th, 15th. The speed accelerated relentlessly, as if encountering no resistance whatsoever. Starting from the 18th floor, he plummeted downward in free fall. Immediately afterward, a line of bright red text appeared: Murayama Taito has perished. This meant that Tojo Saburo was the sole survivor. His companion, the other person on the 18th floor, was now gone. But Tojo Saburo was in no state to mourn his comrade. Like a madman, he pounded his fists relentlessly against the elevator doors. Yet no matter how much strength he mustered, he couldn't budge it. Instead, the elevator continued its relentless descent, like a merciless death sentence. Finally, when the elevator halted at level 18, darkness engulfed the group. A line of blood-red text appeared before them: all members of the Sakura Nation have perished. The National Fortune Tournament concluded, yet the audience remained fixated on the enigma of this dungeon. Moments ago, they felt as if they were right there, witnessing Tojo Saburo struggling desperately in his final moments. They even experienced a terrifying illusion that they themselves were about to die. Just as the elevator doors were closing, three figures emerged from the darkness, radiating an oppressive aura. Any one of these three bizarre entities could instantly annihilate any challenger. Their simultaneous attack effectively sealed off Tojo Saburo's escape route within this dungeon. Yet what baffled them was this. How could someone as intelligent as Tojo Saburo commit such a foolish act? Did he even know there was no elevator on the 18th floor? The truth of the matter could never be verified. No matter how intelligent a person may be, facing mortal danger makes it difficult to maintain composure and rationality. Take Tojo Saburo, for instance. In his final moments, he still resembled a child. Yet without his intelligence, he would never have survived this long. This mission was simply too perilous. The slightest misstep could have cost him his life. It's finally over. Once again, you failed to meet my expectations. Luyu sat in his chair, staring at the row of words written in blood on the light screen. Though unexpected, it was still within acceptable limits. Though Tojo Saburo performed well, he was still far from clearing the stage. Even if he managed to escape the 18th floor, a small sphere would be waiting for him. The outcome was still uncertain. The harsh reality was that on the 18th floor, he hadn't managed to deliver the takeout order successfully. It was precisely because of this failure that he fell short at the last moment. Luyu, you've won this battle again. Take a look at your victory. An intelligence officer pulled out a laptop displaying a photograph revealing a blood-soaked scene. Currently, Dragon Nation's satellite technology remains stuck in the previous generation. With the emergence of the National Fortune System, the nation's scientific prowess has been steadily advancing. At that moment, a live broadcast from Sakura Nation played on the walls of the conference hall. Many ordinary citizens, fresh from celebrating the new year, walked onto the streets with peculiar expressions. This was an expression Luyu had never seen before: no fear, no sorrow, no despair. In this moment, only they could see it, a countdown appearing before their eyes. The nation of Sakura has exhausted its fate and stands on the brink of extinction. 5 minutes remain. At life's end, bid farewell to your loved ones. A massive blood-red number pulsed with a cruel intensity. When the time was up, the land of cherry blossoms would vanish from Blue Star, leaving no trace behind. The expressions on their faces were known only to themselves. It was pure sorrow. Knowing that their homeland, their race, their civilization, and their history would be utterly destroyed in this moment, they could feel nothing but sorrow. Nothing would remain. They were marching toward complete annihilation. They harbored no regrets after all. This was the consequence of defying the Dragon Nation. Yet they never imagined the outcome would be so brutal, not even a shred left behind. Chapter 159, The Destruction of Sakura Nation. But now, there was no time for regret or despair. They had no chance to react at all. Memories flooded their minds, the history of their nation, so magnificent yet so tragic. At this moment, a single misstep had caused all their ancestors' hard work and everything they had built to vanish into thin air. Time ticked relentlessly onward. 3 minutes remained. Finally, some could bear it no longer and collapsed to their knees. They weren't begging for mercy, their bodies were simply too weak to stand. More succumbed to despair, some screamed, some wept, while others bowed deeply before the mysterious system, as if begging for mercy. Not only Long was Luyu, but journalists from all nations were capturing this momentous day through various means, broadcasting it to the world. After all, this was the first nation Dragon Country had ever annihilated.
War would surely follow in its footsteps.
At that moment, the crowd fell silent, yet online discussions erupted.
Some voiced opposition, others remained silent, and still others hurled accusations. How cruel.
Such actions by the Dragon Nation are nothing short of an insult to humanity. I propose that all of us on Blue Star unite to destroy the Dragon Nation and restore peace to our planet. The downfall of the land of cherry blossoms was all because of the Dragon Nation. They committed unforgivable crimes, and hundreds of millions perished at their hands.
This is nothing short of slaughter. The entire Dragon Nation is a nation of murderers. Lu Yu is responsible for the deaths of my entire family.
Online, a torrent of condemnation erupted, launching a fierce offensive against the Dragon Nation. Even as many Dragon Nation netizens stepped forward to demand justice for their country, they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of public opinion, unable to utter a single word. This matter was truly grave. Over the past decade, numerous nations had been annihilated, but those were insignificant minor states. This wasn't the fault of one individual, but the collective failure of multiple nations.
This was a contest entirely determined by the challengers' own choices.
Even if they failed, no one would complain.
But this time is different.
This time, the Dragon Nation could directly name its target.
They chose the Cherry Blossom Nation, clearly intending to annihilate it completely, leaving no room for argument.
Yet, just as condemnation erupted across the internet, the Dragon Nation government stepped forward. They would take full responsibility for the destruction of the land of cherry blossoms. The moment those words were spoken, the entire world erupted.
Everyone was stunned.
That Dragon Nation would openly admit to this news was truly perplexing. After all, the people of the Dragon Nation had always appeared timid and hesitant in the past, never displaying such unyielding resolve that seemed utterly arrogant.
But they didn't realize that all this stemmed from their development.
Once they were certain of their absolute advantage, there was no need to put on a show.
Moreover, this served as a subtle hint. Cherry Blossom Nation may be the first, but it certainly won't be the last.
And precisely because of this, those who had been shouting defiance now felt fear, dreading that they might be the next to be targeted by the Dragon Nation.
Ridiculous. Does this mean they intend to oppose us? At that moment, in the Eagle Nation,
when the new ruler received this news, he was utterly stunned. This amounted to a declaration of war utterly audacious.
He never imagined matters would escalate to this point.
He had assumed the Dragon Nation merely sought to prolong its existence, but who knew it harbored such immense ambition?
No, it wasn't just ambition, it was outright contempt.
Even when the Dragon Nation was weak, they had never regarded the Eagle Nation as anything but fish on a cutting board. Good heavens, are they truly prepared to fight to the death? The ruler of Eagle Nation wavered. He was merely a puppet propped up by others. The true power lay with the nation's financial oligarchs. At this moment, it wasn't just Eagle Nation. The leaders of all nations were in a state of panic, convening meetings to discuss countermeasures. As for the impending war of national destiny, they paid it no mind whatsoever. They knew all too well that if Dragon Nation set its sights on them, there would be no good outcome.
The fate now befalling Sakura Nation might well become their own future. No one desired such a life. Finally settled.
Watching the land of cherry blossoms completely destroyed, a nation reduced to a barren island, Lu Yu and the other Dragon Nation citizens slumped back into their seats.
But Lu Yu knew this was only the beginning for him. The ultimate goal of the Dragon Nation was to unify the entire Dragon Nation. He still had much work ahead. Next, he would use this foundation to create an entirely new realm. As the punishment upon Sakura Nation descended, the rewards granted by the system to Dragon Nation also manifested. The lifespan of Dragon Nation's citizens increased once more, and the territory of Cherry Blossom Nation was now incorporated into Dragon Nation's domain. This was something that had been utterly unimaginable in the past. Today's glory would forever be etched into the annals of the Dragon Nation's history. The entire Dragon Nation erupted in jubilant celebration.
Some families were already planning to relocate to the islands of Sakura Nation, eager to admire the cherry blossoms and snow-capped mountains together.
In stark contrast, the reactions in other nations across Blue Star were markedly different.
Those who had been mocking the Dragon Nation now fell utterly silent.
No matter how much they had mocked, it had been mere words without any real harm.
In any case, the Dragon Nation had secured victory in this battle.
The Dragon Nation's foremost adversary, the land of cherry blossoms, vanished completely into the annals of history at that very moment.
It was likely that many years hence, no one would even remember that such a nation had ever existed on Blue Star.
As for them, will they too become targets of the Dragon Nation, following in the footsteps of the Cherry Blossom Nation? Deep beneath the Dragon Nation, in a hidden place,
Lu Yu sat in the tea room, sipping tea and nibbling on pastries bite by bite. In truth, he was exhausted. He'd had little time to rest lately. While others reveled in celebration, he felt no interest whatsoever.
He had invested considerable effort into this mission. His opponent was Tojo Saburo, a man not to be trifled with. While other challengers primarily fielded soldiers, Tojo Saburo appeared on the battlefield in a unique manner. Because of this, Lu Yu had to prepare extensively, devising many scenarios and even traps himself. Though Tojo Saburo possessed considerable talent, his temperament seemed ill-suited for this dungeon.
In the end, he fell at Lu Yu's hands. Meanwhile, Lu Yu pondered how to craft the next instance.
Chapter 160, Training.
Though he had already destroyed an empire, he dared not be complacent. He still did not know the names of his future enemies, so he had to give it his all. After witnessing the might of the Dragon Nation, fear of it among other nations was inevitable. Other nations had already begun intensive training for their teams, specifically targeting Dragon Nation scenarios.
Had this instance unfolded in an ancient world, Tojo Saburo and his comrades wouldn't have been gripped by such profound dread.
Without the sustenance of fear, the strangeness within this instance wouldn't grow so powerful. Though Dragon Nation's bizarre instances were devastating blows to every nation on Earth, Lu Yu dared not let his guard down. After all, he had no idea what enemies might lie ahead. From start to finish, he had designed the Dragon Nation instance based on others' blueprints.
Due to limited resources, the Dragon Nation's instance couldn't be made very large. Take Building 44, for instance. Its eeriness level wasn't particularly high. It was precisely because of the terrifying values of the Sakura Nation challengers that the eeriness transformed from initially harmless into an extremely dangerous entity. Merely touching it would cause team members to die instantly. Some anomalies were utterly uncontrollable. Once targeted by one, death was inevitable. Lu Yu, have you decided who you'll target in the upcoming National Fortune War?
Lost in thought, Lu Yu was startled when an elderly man suddenly sat down beside him. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu would never have imagined sitting on equal footing with this elder. Yet at this moment, the old man appeared as a kind and benevolent figure. Lu Yu was now considered a national treasure, and as the most crucial piece in the National Fortune War, he naturally had the standing to sit with him as an equal. Moreover, he felt no fear whatsoever. I believe that in the upcoming War of National Destiny, our choice of enemy will be a crucial issue. In the last National Fortune War, we did destroy a small nation, but it took us 3 major battles to achieve that. From now on, other nations will certainly not take us lightly.
They might even unite against us. We must eliminate their leaders. Hearing this, the old man's expression shifted slightly. It seemed Lu Yu shared this perspective. In truth, after Dragon Nation's conquest of Sakura Nation, the nations of Blue Star harbored deep hostility toward Dragon Nation. No amount of goodwill gestures could dispel their apprehensions.
Therefore, Dragon Nation had no choice but to adopt a more assertive approach.
However, the question remained, which nation should be targeted next? This required comprehensive consideration. On one hand, the strength of the opponent; on the other, whether the enemy was a leading power. Otherwise, it simply wasn't worth the Dragon Nation's effort. Moreover, in this new era, some nations had mastered the use of the uncanny to become exceptionally powerful, much like the Demon Nation. The prime example is the Eagle Nation. Once rulers of Blue Star, their underestimated combat prowess meant many dismissed them as insignificant. It wasn't until recently, when the Eagles used performance-enhancing drugs to reduce their players' anxiety, that other nations took notice. You name a country, I'll name one too. How does that sound?
The old man smiled wryly at Lu Yu. This guy really was a delusional teenager.
Well, if that's how he wanted it, so be it.
But to others, the actions of these two men resembled children playing house. After all, every move they made at this moment could affect the lives of millions within a nation. The rustling of paper filled the air as they turned their backs to each other, writing down the names of the countries they deemed most suitable as their enemies. Then they placed their papers on the table. To their surprise, the contents on both pieces of paper were identical. After returning to his room, Lu Yu received a message. This national war had earned him an additional reward from the system. No wonder the Sakura Nation team wasn't particularly strong this time around. But Tojo Saburo was a true genius, and he'd even exploit his bizarre abilities to cheat. In the end, they lost and lost spectacularly. This alone demonstrated just how terrifying the dungeon quest Lu Yu had undertaken truly was. In truth, this mission was already exceptionally challenging. Any other team would likely have been wiped out from the very start.
Item, Lamp of the Uncanny. Terror level, B.
Description, crafted from the skin, bones, and fat of corpses. Legend holds that lighting this ghostly lantern reveals the dead.
A strange lantern suddenly appeared in Lu Yu's bedroom.
The lantern looked ancient and filthy, as if it had been sitting there for years, covered in grime and grease stains.
But strangely, its handle was formed from bone segments, resembling a bamboo pole.
The wick was fashioned from an unknown animal hide, and the candle burning within it was neither red nor white, but yellow. Over time, it had grown dry and brittle, its hue gradually darkening to black. The moment the eerie lantern appeared, a foul stench instantly filled the entire room. Lu Yu had once encountered this very scent on a corpse. During the creation of his previous replica, he had utilized various materials, including human corpses. But now, he could confirm beyond doubt that this lantern was fashioned from a corpse.
No way.
The reward this time is just as bizarre as ever.
Seeing a dead person? How amazing is that? Could it be that there truly exist ghostly spirits in this world invisible to us, yet undeniably real?
Lu Yu could no longer maintain his composure. Anyone who saw such a bizarre lamp in their own home would be unable to stay calm. This was an extremely unlucky occurrence, one that could easily bring misfortune upon him. Last time, the system's reward had nearly killed him. That red-clothed corpse, if not for the eerie mask sealing it away, he'd likely be dead by now. Therefore, he didn't see this reward as anything beneficial. Instead, it felt like it would drag him into an abyss of no return. According to the system's description, this thing couldn't be burned, but if ignited, something terrible would surely happen. Perhaps such strange objects existed in this world? But ordinary people couldn't see them. They required special means to perceive such things. Lu Yu didn't dwell on it further and had no intention of investigating. He simply found a safe and locked the thing away. Chapter 161, The Ancient Lamp. He then requested his superiors to assign him a larger room. Given the system's nature, he might receive more rewards in the future. Therefore, he needed a suitable location to conceal these items. Otherwise, they could pose a grave danger to the entire dragon nation. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could see these strange objects. Otherwise, he could have handed them all over to the higher-ups. He glanced at the crimson-robed female corpse that had been following him all along and sighed inwardly. This eerie phenomenon had become part of his daily life. He had no choice but to grow accustomed to it. The Dragon Nation instance quest concluded in under an hour. While other nations were still locked in combat. Even Dragon Group members were still carrying out the Sakura Country dungeon mission, unaware that Sakura Country had long been destroyed. Their mission, even if failed, would have no impact on reality. However, the internet erupted. Dragon Nation had once again cleared a new instance with a 100% success rate, and without any cheating. This spectacle felt like a sharp blade plunging into their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. The Dragon Nation's bizarre civilization was terrifying enough on its own. Combined with the dungeons designed by Lu Yu, it gave them a 1 + 1 = 3 capability, becoming an impenetrable barrier. This leaves us utterly defenseless. There's no way we can defeat Dragon Nation. Damn it, can't we win even once? If this keeps up, another nation could be crushed by the Dragon Nation very soon. The true horror of the Dragon Nation lies not only in the terrifying nature of their dungeons, but more crucially, in the fact that none of their dungeons ever repeat. This leaves us with no viable tactics. Even past-run videos from Dragon Nation dungeons are useless for reference. What's worse, it could lead the next challengers into misjudgments. This has happened before, leaving us utterly helpless. Many bloggers are trying to unravel the secrets of the Dragon Nation, but they all know how incredibly difficult this task is. Compared to Dragon Nation's dungeons, those of other nations seem rather meager. Some nations create a single instance that encompasses every bizarre and uncanny phenomenon within their borders. A significant number of people have conducted in-depth research into the Dragon Nation's bizarre civilization, achieving remarkable expertise. But now it all seems like a complete sham. No one knows in which era Lu Yu's next dungeon will unfold, rendering all their current research utterly meaningless. Moreover, each dungeon challenge is completed by teams composed of the challengers themselves. Unlike keyboard warriors like them, who sit in front of computers all day no matter how much they know, it holds no value. Only someone like Tojo Saburo could achieve what they dream of. But could he really? Even if they took up arms on the battlefield, they wouldn't dare attempt it. Not to mention the next Dragon Nation instance would bring 100% guaranteed danger. After all, being struck by a bullet might not cause pain, but facing the fierce and cunning forces of Huaxia would be pure agony. He would teeter on the brink of life and death, and when his mind and body were pushed to their limits, he would be killed by those forces. As this war of national destiny drew to a close, some rejoiced while others grieved. Some nations perished, others suffered defeat. Yet even so, all eyes remained fixed upon the Dragon Nation. As long as the Dragon Nation stood, countless souls would be robbed of sleep. Meanwhile, on an unnamed deserted island at sea, passenger planes landed one after another. A group of representatives from different nations, dressed in suits, gathered here to secretly discuss how to coordinate their efforts. Yes, it was about forming an alliance. The strategists of the Dragon Nation had long anticipated this, and even Lu Yu had foreseen it. Every nation must recognize that no matter how hard they strive, they cannot achieve victory alone. Therefore, they could only leverage their respective strengths to compensate for each other's weaknesses. But this was no easy task. After all, the issues involved are simply too numerous to resolve in a day or two. First and foremost was the question of coordination. After all, some nations, like the Eagle Nation, rely on administering potions to induce fear in humans and reduce fear-related hormones. But if they disclose this serum to other nations, the Eagle Nation would lose all its advantages. Should other nations acquire it, the Eagle Nation would be stripped of its power and could very well be overrun by weaker states. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for nations to reach a consensus. Alternatively, certain nations, like the Land of the Fairies, possess uncanny abilities akin to those of the Gumanton. Yet there lies a crucial issue: these supernatural entities require living beings to sustain their energy. Once a Gumanton loses control, it could easily suffer backlash. All of this requires careful consideration. After all, humanity has only just begun studying such supernatural phenomena, and much remains unknown. Thus, they resembled barbarian chieftains. Everyone brought out the stones they had collected, comparing which side stones were harder and whose stone spears were sharper. Some had even devised an archery technique, though its greatest challenge lay in the inability to observe the enemy in time. A single misstep could prove costly. Damn it, in this regard, we're truly far behind the Dragon Nation. Yeah, when it comes to manipulating the power of the uncanny, the Dragon Nation's original designer, Lu Yu, could control several types of uncanny objects. Those mysterious embroidered shoes, no one knew their origin, yet they granted their wearer the ability to freely enter and exit instances. And then there's that eerie red cloth that can seal away all the strange phenomena within the dungeon. It's simply unbelievable. And then there's that mysterious red-robed corpse. She seems to have fused the powers of all manner of eerie entities, unleashing unimaginable might. We must maintain strict confidentiality regarding our respective residences. Representatives from various nations chimed in, each voicing their opinions. When the conversation turned to the strange artifacts in Lu Yu's possession, envy and desire flickered in many eyes. They wanted them too. Judging by the power Lu Yu had demonstrated, even an ordinary mortal could wield them with ease. If they could control such items themselves, wouldn't it greatly enhance their nation's strength? Especially his, which could trap fierce spirits within. If used in the Dragon Nation's dungeon, they would undoubtedly be divine weapons. Chapter 162 Conspiracy. However, all the good stuff had been monopolized by the Dragon Nation. For these people, possessing such a strange artifact would be nothing short of a divine blessing. In the past, it was considered cultural dregs. It had to be eliminated. But unexpectedly, the national fortune system emerged on Blue Star, ushering in a new era for the planet. These scraps have become their most precious assets. I believe we can form an alliance, leveraging resources from each nation. Take the Eagle Nation, for instance. They can provide the medicine, but it must be kept under their custody. Distribution can only occur once inside the dungeon. And those blood servants from the Rotten Kingdom, they could convert some into blood slaves. After using Eagle Nation's serum, they'd become incredibly effective. They're bloodsuckers. Idiot. If you want to use our potions, that's fine. But I warn you, you must not keep any for yourselves. If I find out, I won't show mercy. Furthermore, after the war concludes, all who use the potions must undergo our medical examination before returning to their respective nations. Only after confirming all toxins have been purged from your bodies will you be permitted to depart. Ridiculous. Stay in Eagle Nation? That would mean all our secrets would be exposed to you. Worse yet, you might even gain control over us. Exactly. Absolutely not. Perhaps we could do this, find several doctors to conduct secret training on a deserted island. Once everything is over, we'll eliminate all the relevant doctors. That's our only option. We can't kill everyone who fought. Who would be willing to serve us then? We can't hide forever. We must strike a blow to Dragon Nation. Combined with our blood servants, it will be devastatingly effective. Damn it, those are noble vampires. No one knew that a clandestine meeting was unfolding on this deserted island. The location itself was exceptionally well concealed. Even the Dragon Nation's satellites detected no anomalies. After this war, every nation was utterly terrified. The people of Dragon Nation were still basking in the fruits of victory. Yet no one could have imagined that a colossal storm vortex, specifically brewing for the Dragon Nation, was about to engulf the entire nation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was still preparing for a new mission. This time, he and the old man were in agreement. Both were citizens of Eagle Nation. Yes, though they possessed no terrifying or bizarre civilization, they had wielded considerable influence throughout history. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is stronger than a horse. With their influence, they might unite several nations under one banner. Therefore, for Dragon Nation, the first priority was to deal with this weak camel. It's also possible they're discussing something. Lu Yu had long prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. He never imagined the other side would take no action at all. For instance, the Eagle Congress could sell outdated medications capable of suppressing certain bizarre abilities. Take the blood servants of the Rotten Kingdom. Administering the right potions could yield some effect. At that point, no one could predict just how formidable those monsters might become. Thus, he designated this instance as a nightmare-level challenge, an even more terrifying and bizarre dungeon. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu was immersed in his gaming world, while outside, the winds of change were gathering. Just as these nations debated how to confront the Dragon Nation this time, the next period of national warfare finally arrived. For Dragon Nation, the question of which nation it would face next was a matter of great significance. Among the populace, betting pools sprang up, wagering on which nation the Dragon Nation would choose to challenge. Several nations offered hefty stakes, eager to see whom the Dragon Nation harbored the deepest grudge against. First was Sakura Nation, but having already been annihilated, who would be next? While the world speculated, nations across Blue Star were quietly stirring beneath the surface. Many nations were secretly transporting goods. Some information leaked out, some was made public, while much more remained tightly sealed. From these signs, many speculated that several nations were forming an alliance against Dragon Nation. Fearfully, the Dragon Nation now resembled a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap much longer.
Though outwardly formidable, the next national war threatened to deliver a crushing blow. Should it lose this war, the consequences would be terrifying, for this conflict could very well give rise to the bizarre phenomenon of resurrection. The Dragon Nation's uncanny civilization is truly terrifying, even nuclear weapons pale in comparison. Eagle and several other major powers have already unveiled their contingency plans. Should the Dragon Nation truly fall and the bizarre resurgence occur, it could suffer catastrophic damage that spreads to neighboring nations and even the entire planet. When the time comes, action must be taken. However, this possibility is quite low. Top think tanks like the Eagle Nation estimate their odds of victory against the Dragon Nation in this conflict at roughly 50-50. After surviving an eerie resurrection, the Dragon Nation's chances of infection also stand at 50-50. The Dragon Nation now possesses means to counter the strange phenomenon. Therefore, should it indeed experience a strange revival, casualties should remain relatively low. Amidst the eager gazes of countless onlookers, a new wave of national warfare commenced. The Dragon Nation chose the Eagle Nation as its challenger this time. When this outcome was announced, the entire world erupted in shock. What? This is impossible. Eagle Nation's bizarre civilization doesn't match its reputation as a major power. It poses absolutely no threat to Dragon Nation. What makes Dragon Nation think Eagle Nation could become the world's second strongest power after Cherry Blossom Nation? I don't get it. Dragon Nation made a grave mistake. Or perhaps, for the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation's advanced pharmaceutical technology poses a significant threat. If they develop a new serum that can completely suppress fear levels, no dungeon will ever pose a threat to them again. Ridiculous. What does Eagle Nation amount to? We should wipe out the transgender nation first. After all, the Gumantong are terrifying. Many believed the Dragon Nation had completely lost its mind to commit such a grave error. Even nations like Eagle Nation wore expressions of astonishment. The Eagle Nation's ruler, who had believed he'd escaped Dragon Nation's pursuit, now wore an incredibly grave expression, tinged with awkwardness. Chapter 163, 70% Confidence. Yet he remained composed, having made prior arrangements. Each nation had a specialized task force assigned to them, ensuring targeted responses regardless of who became the target. Calm down. We've made thorough preparations. We have a 70% chance of success in this battle. A figure materialized before the crowd, none other than Bruce Pai, the mastermind of Eagle Nation's think tank. He had been soundly defeated by Lu Yu last time, subsequently expelled from the think tank and demoted to a junior assistant. Oh, Professor Bruce Pai, you mentioned a 70% chance of victory. Is that truly the case? Based on past experience, anyone targeted by Dragon Nation was essentially doomed. Due to Lu Yu's actions, the Eagle Nation had undergone major reforms. Therefore, upon learning their homeland had been provoked, many felt deeply unsettled. His first thought wasn't whether they could win, but whether they could survive. Bruce Pai had noticed too this old chairman was merely a puppet, no different from an ordinary person. His psyche was more fragile than that of the average soldier. He sighed inwardly, may we prevail. Early summer. At dusk. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, casting its glow over the long abandoned campus. Rusty walls, overgrown grounds, yellowed plaster, and a thick layer of dust. This was a perfect place for exploration. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a Taoist priest. His hair was white, his beard unkempt, yet his eyes shone with a piercing brilliance. He came from the horizon and soon spotted the three characters hanging above the gate, Xingshui Middle School. Inside stood an ancient well. This ancient well had once nourished many people, but as it dried up, it gradually faded from memory. Since then, strange rumors have circulated about it. Some even claim to have found abandoned infant corpses within its depths. To wash away the resentment from the deceased infants, the villagers specially invited a monk to perform rituals for them. But the rituals proved ineffective. The strange occurrences persisted and grew worse. Even sealing the well had no effect. Eventually, the villagers had no choice but to abandon the place, and the tales surrounding the ancient well gradually faded from memory. Later, a high school was built on the site. But when they began constructing a new building, the ancient well was unearthed, and strange occurrences began happening one after another. The school became plagued by strange occurrences, and lives were lost because of it. The school administration, at a loss, sought out a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. No one knew the details, but the Taoist priest shook his head. He explained that the resentment trapped within the well was too immense. Though he had suppressed it with a ritual formation, it was impossible to eradicate it completely. Moreover, the formation wouldn't hold for much longer. The principal should close the school immediately. Naturally, the principal refused. After all, this was a private institution. Every day of closure meant lost revenue. Soon after the Taoist rites concluded, the school paid a sum to quell the rumors and resumed admissions. But soon after, strange occurrences began to multiply. It seemed the Taoist priest wasn't suppressing the strangeness at all. Instead, he was unleashing even more strange schemes. Ultimately, the principal had no choice but to dissolve the school. The once bustling Gujing Middle School now lay in ruins, its buildings crumbling.
Only the occasional rustling of leaves and the faint chirping of birds could be heard as they gazed upon the eerie spectacle beyond the city walls. After watching the opening video and reading the related descriptions, everyone gained a general understanding of this dungeon. This was an abandoned school where, long ago, numerous eerie occurrences had unfolded. The root of it all lay in that well. The school itself was no stranger to the members of various nations. Compared to Building 44, they were even more thoroughly familiar with this place. Yet this familiarity brought them not safety but an indescribable dread. Rust-stained black walls, weathered surfaces, and foul-smelling sewage permeated the entire campus with a sinister, terrifying aura. Even though the dungeon hadn't officially opened yet, and no one knew what lay within, some were already speculating. Why do I keep feeling like someone's watching us from the window? Why do I feel like someone's been tied up? Can we stop freaking ourselves out? Every instance dungeon in Dragon Nation was so profoundly shocking that even veteran players carried deep impressions of them. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively imagined the worst and ended up scaring themselves. This is the psychology of fear. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing for them. Many things aren't inherently terrifying, they become frightening only through our own imagination. It's like how many people experience lingering effects after watching a horror movie. Most people find themselves checking for children, or looking to see if anyone is hiding under tables or beds. Even when using the restroom, they unconsciously glance at the mirror, checking if an arm might reach out. In truth, everyone knows these scenes are fictional, fabricated by people and don't exist. Yet we still startle ourselves, and our imaginations run even wilder than the movies. It's an intrusive thought, like when someone stands on a rooftop and instinctively wants to jump. Inside the dungeon, 10 figures suddenly emerged from an open area in front of the academy gates. The sun stretched their shadows across the ground like 10 withered trees, leafless, casting a shadow across the walls. These beings varied in appearance. Some could scarcely be called human, deserving only the label monsters. Anyone who had witnessed the Dragon Nation instance could recognize them as creatures known as the Blood Clan, bizarre products from the Rotten Nation that transformed ordinary humans into monsters through unnatural abilities. Clearly, these individuals were not from the same nation. They were contestants from various countries hastily assembled. By now, many had grasped the situation. It seemed the rumors were true. After all, nations had indeed united to confront the Dragon Nation. And this was only the beginning. Damn it, the rumors online were true. They really have formed an alliance. I see it, the Brits, the Japanese, the Americans. Hey, why's that guy holding some weird rag doll? Chapter 164, International Cooperation. Holy, this is bad news. With all these forces coming together, how is the Dragon Nation supposed to win? The moment the 10 entered, they immediately scanned their surroundings warily. One whispered, "Now, it's just us against Dragon Nation." They hadn't known what kind of dungeon Dragon Nation had prepared this time. Even though they'd made thorough preparations, stepping into Dragon Nation's dungeon still made them feel uneasy. This was a matter of life and death. No one could afford to be careless. Time to distribute the potions. In their hands were the fear-suppressing drugs used by the Eagle Nation. Through generations of research and refinement, the formula had evolved beyond its original form. It now maximally preserved other sensory functions while reducing fear levels. Moreover, after certain modifications, it deliberately preserves a small remnant of humanity, ensuring it is not completely erased. However, just as the Eagle Nation people were about to distribute the medication, a sudden voice interrupted them. "Gentlemen." The resonant voice startled everyone present. Everyone had assumed the place was deserted. Many instinctively turned their heads, seeking the source of the voice. It was a Taoist priest, dressed in a Taoist robe. These individuals had received formal training and possessed basic knowledge of the supernatural phenomena prevalent in the Dragon Nation. Thus, they recognized the Taoist attire and the highly conspicuous Tai Chi Bagua symbol adorning it. "Gentlemen, please calm yourselves. I am here for the same reason as you, to resolve the strange occurrences within this school." The moment he finished speaking, everyone heard a system announcement. Requirement: exorcise the supernatural entity from the well before dawn. Exorcise a demon? That's practically a death sentence. The news sent the crowd into an uproar. Back in Dragon Country, every dungeon quest meant either holding out until sunrise or delivering takeout. The first option was simpler: just survive. The second was tougher, but not impossible. In the end, it was merely delivering meals to 2 or 3 spirits. Now, they were being asked to confront the fierce spirits of the Dragon Kingdom head-on. Moreover, from the old Taoist's words, it seemed he wanted them to help eliminate that strange entity, a request that bordered on the absurd, almost laughable. Moreover, the notion of eliminating the Dragon Nation's supernatural entities was utterly impossible. In previous instances, the Dragon Nation's supernatural entities had proven themselves beyond elimination. Only evasion was possible. Moreover, right at the start of the instance, the system had stated that even the monks and Taoist priests of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't completely eradicated the eerie power within that ancient well. Much less could outsiders like them. Yet the old Taoist seemed utterly oblivious to the expressions on others' faces. What was even stranger was that several among this group appeared decidedly unnerving. Yet the old Taoist seemed either accustomed to it, blind to it, or simply unwilling to see.
In other words, this NPC was most likely programmed solely to distribute quests here.
He offered no reply, merely continuing to speak to himself. This formation took me immense effort to set up, but my cultivation was insufficient at the time to completely purge the strange energies here. After years of dedicated study, I have finally devised a solution. If you cooperate with me, you may search this well for the 5 prohibitions I once placed here. Each restriction is sealed by a peculiar artifact. If you can deliver them to me, I shall be able to lift the restrictions binding this place. At these words, everyone froze in shock.
It now seemed this dungeon wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. They'd simply overestimated the danger.
They had expected to be tasked with resolving the eerie phenomenon, but it turned out to be something else entirely. In essence, they were tasked with retrieving the rare artifacts for the old Taoist. Once they collected all 5 items, the dungeon would conclude. It was almost like delivering takeout, the only difference being that there was a return trip. This makes it even harder. After all, with food delivery, you don't need to return alive. Even if you die on the spot, the task is considered completed. But now, they must confront those eerie entities, return alive, and deliver every treasure to the old Taoist.
There is one piece of good news, though. The time limit was extended from 1 hour to 1 night. Still, no matter how you looked at it, this was a trap. Lu Yu wouldn't be that kind. The most critical aspect of this dungeon isn't the time limit, it's the eeriness. After hearing the old Taoist's words, the group exchanged glances before the temporary leader stepped forward to agree. This temporary leader was named Steve, a citizen of the Eagle Nation. He radiated a masculine vigor from head to toe, possessing the bearing of a natural leader. Retrieve the sealed magical item. Current progress, 05. Another line of blood-red text appeared alongside a system notification, confirming everyone's suspicions. It seemed that to complete this task, they would have to confront 5 anomalies. Thus, they decided to split into 2 groups and proceed separately. It was the best approach. The only thing that left everyone feeling uneasy was that each member possessed different strengths. Some carried ancient spirit dolls, while others had taken potions. This felt deeply unfair. But they had no choice, this was the reality, and someone had to take the risk. 5 formed a group, intending to search the well for the seal. Creak, the rust-stained gate swung open, welcoming several new visitors into the long-sealed school once more. Whether by coincidence or not, the moment the gate swung open, a chilling breeze swept through, sending an extremely unpleasant feeling through them. None of them paid it much mind after all, strange things were to be expected in such an unusual dungeon. They spread out, beginning their search around the school grounds. Finding these 5 items in such a vast school proved no easy task. If it was a small object, you could easily overlook it if you weren't paying close attention. Fortunately, these 5 treasures were no ordinary items. Each was specifically designed to seal away the eerie. But precisely because of this, the challengers were eager to encounter such strangeness. Interestingly, some things might appear before your eyes if you weren't actively searching for them, yet remain elusive for ages if you deliberately hunted them down. The group wandered through the empty school for a long time without discovering anything unusual. Chapter 165, Ghostly Shadows. We've been searching this long, and we haven't found a single one? One member was visibly annoyed. He was itching to find a Dragon Nation fighter to settle who was stronger. Meanwhile, a 2-person squad appeared before a building. Both were blood servants, clearly not ordinary people. Their unique physiques had earned them assignments in dark environments. Their vision and hearing were superhuman, allowing them to function in darkness as effortlessly as in ordinary light. Their emotional connection to humanity was already tenuous. Everyone wondered how they would react if confronted with such a situation. Tap. Their footsteps halted. The sound echoed far into the empty hallway. The 2 blood servants exchanged glances, then fearlessly stepped inside. From the ground up, ruins were everywhere. Broken furniture, shattered glass shards, and rotting books littered the floor. It looked as if an old classmate, frustrated by the school's closure, had returned to vent their anger and wreck the place. On one wall, patterns drawn in crayons of various colors covered the surface. Among the graffiti, the most prominent were profanities like XX idiot. Each step they took produced a creak sound, mixed with the crunch of broken glass. Next, the 2 began searching room by room. They weren't looking for treasures, but for strange phenomena. However, they found no such thing. Instead, on one wall, they saw something peculiar. A dark, shadowy figure had appeared on the once white wall. Yet upon closer inspection, it didn't resemble paint, but rather as if it had fused with the wall itself. It looked as though, back when the school was built, the painter had deliberately applied a thick layer of putty here, creating this peculiar pattern. But that didn't make sense either. What was even stranger was the shadow's posture. It seemed to be fleeing. As the 2 blood servants passed by this wall, they left behind 2 peculiar shadows beside the dark figure. 3 distinct shadows now appeared on the wall. The audience saw these shadows too. That's not right at all. That strange shadow just now, was it trying to crawl out of the wall? These figures of the 2 people are still lingering on the wall? How bizarre. It's as if their souls were sucked out. Goodness, that scared me to death. Are these two blind? How could they not see such a huge dark shadow? At that moment, the head of the Rotten Nations delegation was also furious, cursing loudly. After all, today's National Fortune battle featured an exceptionally formidable lineup. Today's battle wasn't merely about confronting the Dragon Nation, there was also a covert competition between nations. The nation whose challengers performed best would gain greater influence. Yet those two charging at the forefront seemed utterly blindly. Gue stood right before them, yet they appeared to see nothing. This was nothing short of humiliating Britain in full view of everyone. Yet no amount of anxiety could change anything, for the instance was now completely sealed off. Regardless, those within the instance lacked an observer's perspective. The two blood servants continued their cautious search, but their actions only made the situation more awkward and laughable. Finally, after over 10 minutes, the pair located the treasure and emerged from the room to regroup. Just as everyone assumed they would notice something amiss with the wall, the two turned without a second glance and headed straight for the adjacent classroom. This left many stunned. Having encountered the eerie phenomenon, they seemed to have seen nothing at all. What would happen next was obvious. Yet neither showed any sign of unease. They seemed utterly unconcerned about any shadows on the wall, continuing their search for treasures. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to another direction, where a second specter had appeared. This group consisted of two attractive white individuals. Their advantage lay in a potion that suppressed fear levels. Moreover, they possessed no supernatural abilities. If you encounter something strange, deal with it as quickly as possible. If they couldn't handle it, they'd retreat and contact a team capable of controlling such anomalies to come in. However, they soon encountered the anomaly. The two had originally set out with a casual, exploratory mindset, which is why they chose to detour around the academic buildings. Trees lined both sides of the path. Now, as the sun gradually sank below the horizon and the moon rose, the sky grew dim. In the darkness, the trees took on an eerie quality, like strange, elongated shadows. Something feels off, they murmured as they continued walking. Visually, this path should have taken only 5 minutes to traverse. Yet they had been walking for over 10 minutes, their feet feeling as though they were on a treadmill, never reaching the end. We've been walking here for so long, yet it feels like we just entered. This place is definitely strange. The other person noticed this too and nodded in agreement. Both wore blank expressions. The scene was utterly bizarre. Any ordinary person would likely have been scared to death. Yet they remained calm after all, the potions they'd taken weren't for nothing. Their fear levels hovered around 10%, indicating only mild anxiety. When one of them turned back, he saw over a dozen large trees. This intersection wasn't far from where they stood. It should have taken less than 30 seconds to pass through. It was truly strange. We seem to have stumbled upon something strange. This eeriness seems capable of creating an illusion, making one mistakenly believe they're constantly walking, when in reality we've been trapped in a hallucination all along. The two finally grew more serious, though their expressions remained blank and their movements sluggish. They showed no awareness of the grave danger they were in. This was a side effect that could not be eliminated no matter how one adjusted. It was precisely this fear that gave beasts their instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, making them stronger when faced with danger. Once fear takes hold, the human brain slows down. This is humanity's greatest weakness. Figure out what went wrong. That Taoist said he set up a barrier here. Our main goal was to find the treasure. Though none of them had ever seen a treasure before, they all assumed it would be easy to recognize. Thus, the two did not press forward but instead spread out to search the surroundings. Chapter 166, Illusions. Then they witnessed another strange phenomenon. As they approached the large trees planted near the roadside, they realized neither side of the path resembled a school grounds. Instead, it looked like a forest. Looking down the path, they saw its exit had vanished, replaced by an endless stretch of road. The other side was the same. No research buildings existed there either, only another endless road stretching onward. This was what was known as a ghost wall, though such terminology clearly didn't exist here. Everyone assumed it was just an ordinary illusion. It seemed they had entered a miniature world entirely distinct from the main one. Without figuring out this strange place, there was no way out. Instantly, both their fear levels shot up significantly, climbing from 10% to 20%. Damn it, we're trapped. There's no way to call for help. We have to handle this ourselves. We're both ordinary people. Without some supernatural power, how can we possibly handle a fierce ghost? There's nothing we can do but wait to die. They had encountered a wall of strangeness. Though they hadn't seen the ghost yet, they could sense something was terribly wrong. What was even more deadly was that they were now completely alone. One wrong move, and it's a dead end. Though the medicine had lessened their fear of the supernatural, death remained inevitable. The terror of the supernatural and impending death, compounded by this sense of utter isolation, pushed both men's fear levels up to 30%. Looks like we've been played. At that moment, Steve also noticed the situation unfolding here. He and several other foreign challengers had entered the girls' dormitory. Since they were far apart, he couldn't rush over to help and could only hope for their good fortune. However, he had his own concerns. These two were just ordinary people who'd taken the drug. Even if they were killed, it wouldn't make much of a difference, it would be meaningless. Steve, hurry up. Don't delay our schedule.
Just then, his teammate's voice rang out. She was an exceptionally gloomy woman, with thick, dark, wavy hair, a high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and skin as pale as a corpse. But what drew the most attention was the peculiar doll cradled in the girl's hands. This wasn't some ordinary doll displayed in a shop window that would make little girls stop and stare.
It was a black doll.
A sinister smile played at the corners of its mouth, its crimson lips appearing as if smeared with blood.
Yes, this was a ghost doll.
A controllable, eerie entity, much like the ancient spirit dolls of the land of the dead.
But Steve had no idea what this thing was for.
After all, this was a highly classified matter. Only that cold-hearted woman possessed the authority to manipulate it. No one else was permitted to interfere, not even to touch it. Steve's collaboration with her mostly involved him carrying out missions. Her presence was reserved for when they encountered strange occurrences or were forced into desperate situations, only then would her abilities be utilized. Compared to the classroom, the girls' dormitory was much better. It was clean inside. Only a layer of dust accumulated on the floor, and the building itself, aged by the passage of time.
Other than that, there was hardly any trash, and everything was neatly organized. Each floor had 3 rooms, each with its own bathroom and wardrobe.
Steve turned the place upside down, rummaging through every drawer in every room. He knew that strange occurrences might be connected to strange objects.
Moreover, if such things were hidden deep within, they might not be found without a thorough search. Put yourself in Lu Yu's shoes.
To prevent them from passing through, he'd have to hide the 5 anomalies even deeper, ensuring they remained undiscovered. That's why he was searching so meticulously. But perhaps fate had other plans. If he had searched the entire building, he would have noticed that strange shadow.
Instead, he went looking in the girls' dormitory.
After circling the upper floors, the pair found nothing unusual, no signs of anything amiss. Even the spectators observing this instance from an omniscient perspective detected no flaws. Finally, they reached the 5th floor. Similar to the 4th floor, the only difference was more furniture and larger spaces. Something seemed off here, as if the students who originally lived here had all moved out.
Steve's expression turned serious as he sensed something was off.
The moment they entered room 503, something strange happened. A soft glow suddenly illuminated the dim dorm room. From the basketball court, the sound of soccer balls echoed intermittently, while the cheerful laughter of girls reverberated down the dorm hallway. The light around them abruptly shifted from gloom to warmth. Everything seemed oblivious to their presence, going about its business as if they weren't there. Several figures flitted past them as if they themselves were ghosts. This scene unfolded decades ago. Back when the school was still open, and everyone was resting in their respective dorm rooms. However, the 3 girls sharing this room did not get along well. 2 girls locked the door from the inside. 2 others, dressed in flashy, colorful outfits, were bullying a girl who wore plain clothes. They threw her clothes and blankets onto the floor, then trampled them with their feet, leaving dirty footprints everywhere. They even cut off her hair, yet she offered no resistance. A deep sense of inferiority radiated from her. She had once had a happy home, but after her parents divorced, she lost all her relatives. Neither parent wanted her anymore, nor would they give her any allowance. Had she not paid all her tuition in one lump sum, she wouldn't have been able to attend university at all. In such circumstances, the once cheerful and outgoing girl began to grow insecure and fragile. Without parental support, the 2 girls in her dorm not only failed to comfort her, but instead made bullying her their mission, amplifying human nature to its most extreme. After their midday break, the 2 girls emerged from the dormitory, full of energy. A figure plunged from the 5th floor, taking a vibrant life with it. As for the cause of the girl's death, no one knew. It could only be called suicide. Everyone assumed her depression stemmed from her parents' divorce. With no clues and no witnesses, the case was eventually closed without resolution. The 2 instigators not only faced no punishment but were even assigned to a new apartment. Just when everyone thought the matter had been swept under the rug.
Chapter 167, School Bullying.
On the 7th day after the little girl's death, strange things began to happen. The scene shifted, plunging everything back into darkness. The only difference was that the university remained unchanged. In the dead of night, 2 girls slept soundly in their new dorm room. Both were terrified. Though they hadn't spoken of the girl who jumped to her death because of bullying, they still felt they had done something wrong. One of them murmured, when someone dies with hatred, they might become a vengeful spirit. On the day of reincarnation, vengeful spirits returned to the mortal world, taking away the person they hated most. It had been 7 days since the girl's suicide. Terrified she might return, both girls hid under their beds. It was said that if the vengeful spirit entered their dorm room and found it empty, it would leave. At dawn, a strange sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway of the girls' dormitory. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like an obese man stomping heavily on the floor of the staircase, the footsteps carrying a heavy weight of resentment. This was peculiar. After all, this building had a dorm supervisor on duty. If someone were running wildly through the hallway in the middle of the night, someone would surely come to stop them. But the dorm supervisor never appeared.
And apart from the footsteps, the entire building was utterly silent. It felt as though only the two of them could hear those eerie sounds echoing through the void. Thump, thump, thump. From the first floor to the second, then the third, then the fifth. As the distance closed, the girls drew nearer to the specter. It seemed to be searching room by room for something. Cold sweat poured down the two girls' faces inside the room. Even Steve and his teammates, who had been watching the replay, felt a surge of tension. They knew this was merely a past event, and the ghost wouldn't actually attack them. They still felt a tinge of apprehension. Steve walked to the doorway and peered inside through a window. The hallway was dimly lit, and everyone was fast asleep. Yet such a tremendous noise, such heavy footsteps, went unheard by everyone. It was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, he saw a dark figure leaping through the darkness. Though indistinct, an instinctive sense of eeriness washed over him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the figure halted before the dormitory door. As if it had known all along that the person who killed him was inside this room. At that moment, the door creaked open. What? They remembered clearly that the girls had locked all the doors. Even if the dorm supervisor used her key to open it, it would take some effort. But the door before them opened effortlessly, as if it had never been locked at all. Steve and the gloomy woman both instinctively retreated to a corner of the room. Even knowing this was an illusion, they didn't want to get any closer to the eerie presence. Thump, thump, thump. The dark figure hopped into the dorm room like a zombie from a mythical tale. In that instant, both girls shut their eyes in terror, hands clamped tightly over their mouths. They both knew the girl they had bullied had come to take their lives. If the apparition spotted them now, it would surely snatch them away. By morning, the dorm supervisor would find their room completely empty. Then, the dorm supervisor would find their corpses under their beds. And they certainly didn't want to meet their end, much less be turned into vengeful ghosts by a woman consumed by hatred. Found you. A hoarse, eerie voice echoed through the air, sounding as if someone had forcibly squeezed its throat, making it unbearably unpleasant to hear. The two girls were startled by the scene, despair rising in their hearts. How had this creature found them? Didn't the rumors say that if the ghost didn't see anyone in the room, it would leave? One girl instinctively opened her eyes wide and witnessed the most terrifying sight of her life. The girl they had bullied before now stood before them. The only difference was that she wasn't standing there. Having fallen headfirst from upstairs, even as a ghost, she walked upside down. So the thump, thump, thump sound the girls had heard earlier was her head hitting the floor. Her head was twisted at a 90-degree angle, distorting her voice. Her bloodstained, hideous face glaring viciously at the two girls below. The scene abruptly ended there. Steve and the cold-eyed woman both wore expressions of terror, their fear levels already reaching 49%. Yet their fear levels stubbornly refused to hit 50%. Due to the drug's effect, their hormones were disrupted, preventing them from reaching a state of extreme terror. Everyone in the livestream was stunned by what they saw, as the previous scene had been shown from the girl's perspective. Aha, so terrifying. Holy. 0 frame start. How did I just turn into a girl? Scared me half to death. She was clearly a kind soul who was bullied. How could she suddenly become so terrifying? I think we shouldn't be afraid. Only when the supernatural intervenes can we have a just society. Otherwise, no one would ever know how that girl died. But that girl is a vengeful spirit now. She's trapped in this university, targeting anyone who tries to enter the campus. Steve stood in the dorm room, nervously scanning the surroundings, worried the supernatural presence might still be there. Only after confirming that no one else was in the room besides himself and the cold-eyed woman did he breathe a huge sigh of relief. Damn it, it was just an illusion. How could it scare us like that? Steve looked thoroughly annoyed. He'd actually been scared by an illusion? How embarrassing was that? Worst of all, he'd been under the influence of medication and still managed to conjure such terrifying dread. It was easy to imagine that under such circumstances, without some kind of external aid like drugs, they wouldn't stand a chance of survival. They could easily be scared to death. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, a series of heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway outside the door. It sounded like the girl who had jumped from the upper floor in the video earlier, now transformed into a vengeful spirit. What was even more significant was that this person was no longer on the first floor. She had already reached the 5th floor, drawing ever closer to the dorm room where the two were staying. The ghost's coming. Steve instantly recognized the sound and dove onto the bed without hesitation. Chapter 168, The Upside-Down Ghost. Though the bed was nothing but a wooden plank, stripped of even the blanket, at least it kept his legs off the floor. From what he'd just witnessed, he gleaned a crucial piece of information: the ghost walked upside down. Therefore, the best strategy was to avoid staying under the bed, a hint the video had just provided them. There was another crucial piece of information here. But Steve and the others realized this instance wouldn't grant them any countermeasures against the Gue. Luyu, the designer of this dungeon, would never be so kind as to reveal the secret to clearing it. So, could there be a trap here? But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Moreover, even if given ample time to think, Steve believed neither of them could solve this problem.
After all, even Tojo Saburo had failed to escape Luyu's trap and ultimately perished within the dungeon. They didn't possess Tojo Saburo's level of intelligence, so pondering it now was pointless. The cold-eyed woman could no longer maintain her composure. Like Steve, she pressed herself against his inner side. She believed that if trouble arose, Steve would be the first to be attacked, leaving her a chance to escape unscathed. Steve knew exactly what she was thinking, and it infuriated him. But now was no time for arguments. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Creak, the door swung open. Just as they had witnessed in the illusion, a dark figure leapt inside from outside, accompanied by a dull thud. Seeing this, Steve relaxed. Its posture hadn't changed. Just like in the illusion, it was walking backwards. This meant he had correctly anticipated its move, dodging this wave of bizarre attack. Yet everyone was still startled by the scene, a truly terrifying sight, even more spine-chilling than the ghoul's face they'd glimpsed beneath the bed earlier. Because the ghost walked upside down, Steve, his teammates, and everyone watching the livestream could clearly see it standing there with its head pointing downward. It kept leaping about in the darkness, as if searching for something beneath the bed. The sight was terrifying, sending shivers down the spine. After all, even in the real world, no one could walk upside down. Thump! 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 The eerie figure entered the room and began scanning the area. Steve feared they might be discovered, but he also knew the Gue was upside down and couldn't possibly find them. But if the creature looked up, it could see them. He even felt like the creature was watching them with its eyes. This was excruciating for him. Even with the Gue infant's bizarre abilities, they had to avoid it at all costs. Suddenly, the ghost spoke. The two froze, thinking they'd been exposed. But upon closer listening, they realized it was merely talking to itself. "Where are you?" The voice was hoarse and eerie, as if it were echoing directly inside their ears. Had they not taken the medication, which had lowered their fear levels to the absolute minimum, they would have been scared out of their wits by now. The apparition hadn't detected them at all, it was merely talking to itself. Any person with even slightly weaker mental fortitude would have been terrified out of their wits. Tap tap tap, the apparition continued walking. Searching circle after circle without finding the person she sought. Then, with a hint of reluctance, she said, "I will find you. You won't escape." The sound of thump, thump, thump gradually faded into the distance. Steve watched helplessly as two long legs bounded out of the bedroom, then with a creak, the door slammed shut again by some mysterious force. But neither of them dared utter a sound. Though the ghost had left the room, it hadn't gone far. A loud shout would draw it back. They weren't fools. They're not dead? Just moments ago, he had been certain Steve and that icy woman were as good as dead. Bruce Pei added beside him. "You can't hide under the bed. They'll find you. If they can't even pass this test, then they really are a bunch of incompetents." Still, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Does that mean all the oddities in this dungeon are easy to handle? Would Luyu create such a pointless dungeon? This is only its initial form. Perhaps as challengers' fear levels rise, it will manifest secondary or tertiary forms. Bruce Pei shared his theories with the group. Having researched this instance from Dragon Nation, he understood that Dragon Nation's strange phenomena were exceptionally powerful entities. Over time, the rules governing a weird entity could be completely altered. In such circumstances, challengers must possess both sharp judgment and considerable luck. But that alone clearly wasn't enough. The Dragon Country instance was simply too perilous. With their abilities alone, clearing it without external aid was impossible. So resorting to a little trickery wasn't exactly shameful. After all, might makes right. Then, thousands of years later, the annals of history would certainly not mention these dark forces. Instead, they would portray it as a nation of traditionalists and conservatives. As the footsteps of the Gue faded into the distance, Steve and the cold-eyed woman finally relaxed. Now, they should be safe. Yet, just as everyone thought the matter was settled and began to relax, a pair of iron-green palms suddenly reached out from beneath their bed, gripping the edge of the mattress. "You, here!" A shrill scream pierced the air as a woman's head slowly emerged from beneath the bed. "Ah!" Steve gasped. Just moments ago, his fear level had already surpassed 70%. He had taken the medication. No matter how terrified he felt, his fear level shouldn't have exceeded 50%. But now, he had shattered that limit. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yet this kind of fright was the quintessential horror scene. Though many called it an outdated film, it remained a timeless classic. With the right atmosphere, the right timing, and the sudden, eerie appearance of the creature, 99% of people would be utterly startled. The remaining 1% are either natural geniuses or simply distracted. Even if they anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand still leaves them stunned. The gloomy woman behind him wasn't much better off. Originally, they thought they'd escaped danger, only to discover someone lurking beneath their bed. Now, a hand reached up from below, revealing half a face. Paired with that bone-chilling scream, it sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 169, Attracting the Uncanny. "Hurry! Use your voodoo doll to kill her. Otherwise, we'll both die here." Steve yelped, snapping back to his senses. This was the effect of the serum. Under such circumstances, most people would be terrified out of their wits.
Paralyzed, unable to move, some even wet themselves in terror, left only to await death.
Do you think my strange arts are powerful? The cold woman thought to herself. But she understood Steve's terror.
No one could remain calm after discovering a ghost lurking beneath their own bed.
The best course now was to confront it with a ghost infant. She immediately summoned the ghost baby. No one could see how she moved. The doll in her hand seemed to come alive, emitting a ha-ha-ha laugh that sounded like an old woman cackling. Then, with a nimble leap, she landed and dashed out of the dorm room.
The eerie chuckling echoed down the hallway.
A strange scene unfolded.
Just as the eerie doll made its move, the other eerie entity abruptly halted. Ignoring the two humans, it crawled out of the room, radiating an aura that screamed it wouldn't rest until it was destroyed.
But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another ghostly figure emerged from beneath the bed. Everyone realized there were two ghosts under this bed, and these two ghosts were the very women who had bullied the girl who committed suicide. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, for it was utterly bizarre. From one ghost at the start to two now, it was utterly terrifying. They dared not delve deeper into the implications. If they thought about it carefully, they would realize that when Steve and his teammates entered this room, there were already two ghosts present. And both of them had chosen the bed where the supernatural entities resided. They thought they could avoid the supernatural, but unbeknownst to them, they had been targeted from the very start.
In other words, they'd walked right into its trap. Wasn't that courting death?
The very thought sent shivers down their spines. Thankfully, the incident had finally passed.
Both ghostly entities were now captivated by the agile, eerie doll.
The eerie presence in this dorm room had vanished completely. This eerie doll could not only draw on one monster, but also attract others nearby. Just then, a faint glow seeped out from beneath the bed.
Dim and heavy.
Steve dared not get out of bed. He stretched his head under the mattress. Beneath the bed, he discovered a shimmering fragment of pottery. This was likely the mysterious object the old Taoist had mentioned earlier at the school gate, something used to suppress strange entities, and also a quest item.
If he could gather 5 of them, the mission would be complete. Bingo!
His face lit up with joy, and he reached out eagerly.
But his current position was awkward, he couldn't reach it.
So he had no choice but to climb off the bed, lie on the floor, and reach his hand under the pottery. Throughout this time, his nerves remained taut, constantly on edge for any potential danger. This was precisely why the Dragon Country instance was so treacherous. No one knew where the lurking threats might strike next. Both he and the cold-hearted woman had sky-high fear levels, exceeding 50%. It seemed the potion wasn't having much effect in this instance. Perhaps it hadn't yet evolved to suppress such intense emotions. This was not a good sign. Fear only served to amplify the eerie power of this world. Just as Steve extracted the ceramic shard, a beam of dawn light streamed through the window. The scene replayed. Early morning. A flurry of rustling sounds emanated from the girls' dormitory. Some were washing up, others using the bathroom, a bustling scene brimming with youthful energy. But after waiting for a long time, the dorm supervisor saw no one coming out of the room, so she opened the door and walked in. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed through the hallway.
I'm dying! I'm dying!
Beneath the beds in the dorm lay the bodies of two girls. Their faces still bore expressions of terror, eyes wide open as if they had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Clearly, they had been scared to death. The autopsy report confirmed the same conclusion: both had met a sudden and terrifying end that very night. The news quickly spread throughout the entire campus. Everyone speculated that the girl might not have committed suicide, but instead been bullied by her roommate. During the search of the girl's belongings, they discovered a shoe print on her bed. But at that time, no one paid it any mind. In other words, bringing it up now would mean offending the other two girls, which would be too risky. No one spoke up. But since both girls were dead, people felt no need to hold back, and all sorts of theories began circulating. From that point onward, one strange occurrence after another unfolded in the girls' dormitory. Someone would get up late at night to use the bathroom and often hear banging sounds coming from under the bed. And others even discovered strands of long hair while cleaning their room's hair that didn't belong to anyone else in the dorm. Before long, rumors about the incident spread far and wide. With no other options, they moved male students into the girls' dormitory, hoping their masculine energy might suppress the disturbances. But amid their fierce opposition, the matter was eventually dropped. The video ended, plunging the entire girls' dormitory back into darkness. After witnessing this scene, Steve and the cold-eyed woman both wore expressions of reluctance, as if they were still dreaming. When they came to their senses, they found themselves back in a cruel world. Everyone was utterly captivated by the scene, completely forgetting the terror and peril of the strange dungeon they had just experienced. After the video ended, they reappeared in this peril-filled instance, facing the threat of death once more. But there was no time for rest. The eerie infant had lured the malevolent presence away, but no one knew when it might reappear. The most urgent task now was to escape this place immediately. Those two are incredibly resilient, surviving under such circumstances. I'd say encountering these anomalies in the girls' dorm would have been a death sentence for them. In a conference room in Longwa, a bespectacled man spoke up. Lu Yu sat beside him, wondering how he could survive this peril without resorting to cheating.
After all, the moment they entered the girls' dormitory, the video would start playing in reverse.
By watching the video, everyone would know there was a strange creature that walked upside down here. The only way to evade it was to lie on the bed, not beneath it.
Chapter 170, The High-Stakes Gamble. Yet something even more terrifying unfolded.
After the lead ghost departed, 2 other ghosts had hidden beneath his bed.
What kind of mental fortitude would it take to guess these 2 girls were ghosts?
Actually, there's a good solution: gambling, Lu Yu said.
A gamble?
The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses on his nose and listened intently. Several others nearby also perked up their ears, listening intently.
When confronted with such a situation, one couldn't help but wonder, if I were in their shoes, what would I do?
But they were helpless. After all, there was no solution to the strange occurrences happening in the dormitory.
The first step was to enter the dorm room and watch the video replay inside. Then, footsteps would echo through the hallway.
In other words, the upside-down apparition was likely lurking in the hallway of the girls' dormitory right now. Escaping the dorm room was nearly impossible, yet the moment one stepped out, they would be targeted by the apparition.
Yet staying inside the dorm room indefinitely was no guarantee of safety. Hiding under the bed meant risking attack from the upside-down apparition.
But when you lie on the bed, you might think you've escaped danger.
In reality, 2 ghosts lurk beneath your bed. The moment the inverted specter moves, those 2 entities would immediately launch their attack.
Trapped on both sides, there was no hope of survival. At this moment, everyone desperately craved an answer.
Lu Yu continued.
In truth, if you could witness the first scene, you'd understand that the inverted Gwai is creating 2 new Gwai. In other words, these 2 individuals share a peculiar relationship akin to that of a vampire and its blood slave. If he could grasp this, things would become much simpler. Because the hanging enigma and the 2 enigmas harbor hatred toward each other, even after becoming enigmas, they would be consumed by that hatred, endlessly killed and reborn. Her goal wasn't to find the intruder, but those 2 women. He paused before continuing. The best strategy is to bet on the Gwai.
They'll definitely go after those 2 girls first, then seek out the challenger. Hearing this, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. One of them exclaimed. Holy, how intense! Who would have guessed those 2 were hiding under his bed? Though it was just a hypothesis, he couldn't be certain. Even if he discovered something, he wouldn't assume the upside-down ghost would attack the ghost. Isn't that playing with death? Exactly. It's a huge gamble.
Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, in this situation, if you don't take the risk, do you think that ghost would show mercy and let you go? Besides, our opponents are cheating with drugs or other supernatural abilities. Unless we ramp up the difficulty of this mission, we'll never kill them.
Many gasped.
This wasn't just a slight increase in difficulty, it was nightmarish.
In such an environment, what kind of monstrously talented individual could possibly survive this dungeon relying solely on their own wit and courage, without any external aid? Everyone watched the scene before them with pity.
These guys were truly suffering. While Steve and Sai searched the girls' dormitory, the other 2 squad members combed through a nearby building. This mission involved 4 blood slaves, divided into 2 teams. Unlike the previous team, they found no dark shadows on the walls, no reflections of themselves, and detected nothing unusual.
Something's wrong. We've turned the entire building upside down. How could we not find anything unusual? Could it be that there's nothing strange inside this building? No, we can't just leave like this. We have to search every last corner. Another member was even more adamant.
In this dungeon, the most crucial task was to seek out the uncanny. In other words, seeking out the uncanny was a challenge in itself for them. If they couldn't find the strange, then there was nothing more to say, only a dead end awaited. He believed that this instance must have some rules, and by exploiting them, it would be easy to pinpoint the source of the strangeness. He could have asked the Taoist priest about this, but at the time, no one had thought to do so, and the matter was forgotten. Though unexpected, it posed no real danger. Once they had thoroughly searched the entire building, he could then seek the Taoist priest's guidance. Drip, drip. Just as the 2 were about to head downstairs to continue their search, they heard a faint dripping sound. An ordinary person would never have detected such a sound. But as blood servants, their hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even the faintest sounds were crystal clear to them.
What? Water?
As far as I know, this academy was abandoned many years ago, and the water sources dried up long ago.
If I'm not mistaken, the pipes in this building must be bone dry. There's no water at all.
The 2 exchanged glances, seeing confusion and wariness in each other's eyes before simultaneously heading toward the source of the sound. Reaching the doorway, they looked up and realized it was coming from the women's restroom. The women's restroom looked no different from any ordinary restroom, but the 2 blood servants were certain the dripping sound was coming from inside. They exchanged another glance before entering the restroom together. The interior was Spartan, resembling a public restroom, but all the fixtures looked worn and outdated due to age. The bathroom stalls had peeling paint, and the ceiling was covered in yellowed stains.
A musty odor lingered, though it wasn't unpleasant.
Even feces, over the long years, had been broken down by bacteria. The sink area was built with white tiles, and a large mirror was barely visible. At that moment, both of them were staring intently at the sink, trying to pinpoint the source of the dripping water. Yep, right here. Only then did they notice a wet droplet beneath the second faucet on the left side of the sink, clearly fresh, having dripped from the basin not long ago. However, the two blood servants' eyes were black and white, and with their dark vision, they could only make out a blurred mass of water, no further details. Yet from another perspective, it wasn't liquid at all, just a single bead of blood. A drop of blood appearing in a long-abandoned school building, in a bathroom that had been without water for years, was clearly no ordinary occurrence. Chapter 171, The Blood Bead. However, the two blood servants remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. One possibility was that this occurrence was purely accidental, like a leaky roof. The second possibility was far stranger. Based solely on that single droplet, they simply couldn't believe the restroom was problematic and insisted on further investigation. Yet they failed to notice that in another part of the bathroom, the mirror reflected no one at all. Indeed, the mirror did not reflect their figures. Even when they stepped directly in front of it, they could only see an empty bathroom. The two stared at the ceiling, hoping to spot rain, but found nothing. The air was dry, and dust particles swirled in the breeze. One of them bent down again, wanting to check if something was wrong. Perhaps the faucet temperature was too low, causing water droplets to fall. But as the other scanned the room, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. "Ha! There's someone else in here!" He let out a startled scream. Both were blood servants who had taken potions, yet their fear levels were still rising. For ordinary people, this sight alone would have been shocking enough. In the second stall to the right, someone was crouched down. Looking closer, he could see a foot. Clearly, he was using the restroom. At that moment, both men felt a pang of unease. They were absolutely certain no one else was here besides themselves. Under these circumstances, the only explanations were NPCs or something eerie. The first possibility was highly unlikely. They were almost certain it was a ghost. Their goal was to find this strange phenomenon, but upon discovering it, they found themselves in a dilemma. Should they open the door? After all, that thing could very well be inside his body, or it might be in the restroom where he was staying. But if he opened the door, he risked being ambushed by the vengeful spirit. Remember, the two had just searched the restroom thoroughly and still found no one using the toilet. Then, they left safely. On their way back, they encountered no eerie attacks. In their view, as long as they didn't open the door, the ghost wouldn't attack them. However, without opening the door, he couldn't retrieve the treasure either. We have two options. The first is to push open the bathroom door, lure the ghost away, and then take the treasure. The other is to enter directly through the upper compartment above. Perhaps we could carry the treasure out that way too. Since the ghost wouldn't attack before the door was opened, could he also enter from above? If it worked, that would be ideal. No need to risk opening the door and being chased by the ghost. After all, no one truly understood the nature of this eerie power. If being targeted by the Gue is what leads to death, then the one tasked with opening the door is almost certainly doomed. No one would take that risk. Let's go check it out. If it doesn't work, we'll just leave. The other person agreed this was the safer approach. This scene played out before the eyes of everyone in the livestream. Many rolled their eyes at the pair. They were clearly cowards. In the real world, this would be utterly indecent. But the real kicker? This was a women's restroom. And these two grown men had the nerve to peek inside? How utterly shameless. Witnessing this spectacle, officials from the UK felt a sense of shame. They thought the pair were being far too fussy. They could have just opened the door instead of making such a fuss, purely wasting their own time. But just then, both men moved simultaneously. But since they dared not open the door, they stopped advancing. Regular voyeurs know the best way to spy is to go into the adjacent stall, step on the toilet seat, and peek through the gap. This approach had two advantages. First, it allowed for better concealment. Second, standing on the toilet bowl allowed him to adjust his height freely. After discussing it, the two decided to sneak into the small room next door to take a peek. Creak, the bathroom door swung open, but there was no toilet inside. Pushing open the stall door, a dark, gaping trench came into view. A rectangular object lay horizontally on the stall floor, and this trench extended to two other stalls on either side. This was an old-style restroom. Though it looked like a series of small cubicles, it was actually just a drainage ditch. To use the facilities, one had to squat on either side of the sewer. But something didn't add up. If that were the case, one foot should have been positioned near the door. Yet from the outside, both feet were clearly visible outside the stall. The only explanation was that the person inside was facing away from the door, leaning their entire body against it. It was an utterly bizarre sight. A figure crouched motionless against the bathroom wall, silent and still, its duration unknown. Perhaps a day, perhaps a month, perhaps a year, perhaps decades. An intense sense of eeriness washed over both of them. They exchanged glances, feeling a chill run through their bodies. Both felt a chill and debated whether to peek again. If someone could peer down from the ceiling, they would witness a truly terrifying sight, a creature with waist-length black hair. And if this creature were to turn around at that moment, it would surely spell disaster.
Even an ordinary person wouldn't dare peek into a women's restroom stall this way.
To ordinary people, it would be nothing short of suicide.
But these two blood servants were no ordinary people, they weren't even human.
They hesitated only briefly before their fear was replaced by a death-defying resolve. They had to know whether the figure inside was human or ghost. If they turned tail now, they'd be the laughingstock of the place.
Being scared off by 2 feet peeking out from the bathroom crack? That would be utterly embarrassing.
Exchanging a glance, they advanced together toward the stall. One lay flat on the floor while the other stood on his legs, slowly climbing upward to see what lay within the stall. But the instant they entered, the stall door slammed shut on its own. Under normal circumstances, restroom doors actually stay closed on their own. But the problem was, this restroom had long been abandoned, and now that it had shut down automatically, it was bound to draw attention. The two blood servants exchanged glances upon witnessing this, but neither gave it much thought. To them, it was merely an accident.
Chapter 172, Nothing at all.
Besides, even if the door closed, it wouldn't affect their plan. To prevent the door from closing, one of them had to brace it open with one hand, an extremely difficult task. Then one knelt on both knees, using his shoulders as a cushion to lift the other person up. He cautiously crawled to the entrance of another compartment, eager to see what was happening inside. But as his gaze swept over the adjacent cubicle, he let out a soft gasp, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable.
What's going on? Nothing at all.
At that moment, the blood servant who had climbed onto the compartment discovered the adjacent one was completely empty. There was no trace of the eerie figure, only a pair of shoes left on the floor. It seemed Lu Yu, the one who designed this dungeon, was behind all this mischief. Anyone walking into a bathroom and seeing a pair of feet peeking through the crack would likely be scared out of their wits. But this was exactly Lu Yu's style. Scaring people for a little thrill was worth it. After all, crafting a single piece of gear didn't consume too many materials, making it quite profitable.
But the outcome left them utterly disappointed.
Their reasoning was twisted. If the room held a supernatural presence, it would indeed amplify the fear factor. Yet now, finding nothing unusual, they were deeply disappointed.
No anomalies meant no strange occurrences.
Yet, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. This left them deeply disappointed and increasingly convinced that something was terribly wrong with this building. Yet, just as despair settled in, a peculiar scene unfolded.
But from the omniscient viewpoint, everyone could see it.
Inside the bathroom, only a mirror reflected everything within. Suddenly, a figure with disheveled hair emerged silently from the mirror's surface. The figure wasn't real, visible only through the mirror, and she entered through the bathroom door reflected on its surface, making no sound whatsoever. The figure did not face the mirror directly. But from the side, it was clear this was a woman. Her complexion looked unnatural, not like an ordinary human, but more like someone who had been submerged in water for a long time, without any swelling or wrinkles. Her long hair was damp, with a slight curl, as if she had just emerged from a bath. Strangely, droplets of water formed beneath her feet, trailing a long, wet path across the floor. In reality, everyone could only see the wet trail slowly moving toward the bathroom. In the mirror, the woman reached the bathroom door. She turned to face the mirror, revealing a black uniform and long black hair cascading behind her. A gaunt hand reached toward the stall door. Creak! The door swung open.
Ha!
Both of them froze, exchanging startled glances.
Someone else was in the restroom?
That sound must have come from the door next door opening.
Under normal circumstances, stall doors wouldn't open on their own. Once opened, they would automatically close again. And there was no wind or disturbance in the restroom. How could the door have opened suddenly? There are only 2 of us in this bathroom. And I didn't hear a single sound just now, let alone someone coming in. So what on earth opened the stall door? The blood servant, used as a cushion below, addressed the figure above. Hearing this, the blood servant who had been peering into the women's restroom stall knew exactly what he had to do. His current position was elevated. If he straightened up and looked out, he could see who had opened the door next door. At that moment, the blood servant stood up straight, craning his neck to peer out. Most people would need tremendous courage to do this. Just as he had thought when he first peered into the women's restroom. So when he observed again, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. But he wasn't an ordinary person. As a blood servant, his emotions were inherently cold and detached. To put it bluntly, even if his head fell off, he wouldn't flinch. After all, the hormones coursing through his body held little sway over him. No one? Impossible.
When he looked up, he found the area outside completely empty, with only an open stall door.
Could it all have been an illusion? This kid is beyond stupid. With Gaidu right in front of you, what the hell are you standing there for? We're done for. Not only did they fail to notice the blood's abnormality, they didn't even spot the mirror's peculiarity.
Those two really got what they deserved. To clear Lu Yu's dungeon, every single detail matters.
Ugh, this is terrifying.
The 2 blood servants remained unfazed, but the spectators were growing anxious, especially the Eagle Nation people. They were about to challenge the Dragon Nation, and defeat would spell disaster.
Wait, there's a water stain here. Finally, a teammate sensed something amiss.
He noticed a large, wet patch on the bathroom floor, spreading forward in a very peculiar way.
The water was flowing from stall number 1 to the entrance of stall number 2.
Squeak! The door to the second stall swung open with a loud creak, echoing through the quiet building.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
The blood servant standing on the floor flashed a look of terror. Clearly, an invisible force was passing before his eyes, checking for anyone hiding. The women's restroom had only 5 stalls, with 2 pairs of shoes still inside the rightmost one. Therefore, their current location must be in the 3rd stall. Since the mysterious figure had already opened the first 2 stalls, their stall would be next.
Lock the door.
The blood servant below, even without witnessing it firsthand, could guess what was happening. He slammed the stall door shut.
Boom! Bang! A series of loud noises echoed, as if someone was violently pounding on the compartment door. Strangely, the restroom was empty, yet a peculiar water trail appeared on the floor. Damn it, the ghost is blocking our way. We gotta do something fast, or if that thing opens the door, we're all dead. The knocking grew louder and heavier with each strike. The sound resembled a middle-aged woman screaming at a door. The university's facilities were all extremely outdated. After enduring the passage of time, they now seemed precariously unstable, as if they could collapse at any moment. Chapter 173, Descending.
But to the others, the scene was even more terrifying. In the empty restroom, a woman with disheveled hair stood alone. She was pounding on the door of the 3rd stall. Strangely, a head was peering out from the door, yet it paid her no mind, as if she weren't there at all. What on earth should they do? Many people held their breath for the 2 of them. If the door opened, something terrible would definitely happen. This dungeon was still in its early stages, and the supernatural entity's power wasn't too strong yet. For now, the only options seemed to be charging out, using one person to distract the supernatural entity while the other escaped. Or escape through the adjacent compartment. With their combined strength, scaling a small partition wouldn't be too difficult. But the crucial issue was the poor quality of the compartment's materials. If the interior was rotted and couldn't support an adult's weight, it could easily collapse the entire compartment. That would make things dire, as they'd become targets for the malevolent entity.
Go through the bottom.
The 2 of them conferred.
Beneath the compartment lay a drainage pipe.
Though not spacious, it could barely fit one person sideways. Besides, with their physical condition, navigating such a sewer wouldn't be too difficult.
No time to waste.
Before long, they entered the sewer and slipped into the adjacent compartment. With a loud crash, the adjacent compartment shattered into pieces just as the 2 men emerged from the sewer. Seeing this, both blood slaves breathed a sigh of relief. Their decision had clearly been the right one. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they would likely be dead now. Squeak!
The next second, the door swung open again. Judging by the direction of the sound, it seemed to be heading toward compartment 4.
Only when it reached the 5th stall did the 2 men climb back up the human ladder to see what was happening outside. The women's restroom remained unchanged. All stall doors were tightly shut except for one damaged entrance. The stall where they had just been was now shattered into pieces. A deep water stain remained on the floor. But strangely, another person had suddenly appeared in the restroom, the girl they had seen earlier. The girl who had only been visible in the mirror now stood within the restroom itself, positioned directly in front of a large mirror. She stood motionless before the mirror. Blood Slave nearly gasped in shock, his face turning deathly pale. His legs trembled violently, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. At that very moment, another person became fully aware of the situation.
Weirdo stood before the mirror with disheveled hair, yet he hadn't blocked the stall door.
They could have left. But in this tense situation, who would dare to do so? To step out so brazenly would be nothing short of courting death. No one knew if Gue had detected their presence and would launch an attack.
This is bad.
The 2 exchanged glances.
No one knew how much longer that Gue would linger here. Staying any longer meant being trapped here until the end of time. Worst of all, they couldn't use their communicators to contact anyone. Using walkie-talkies under these circumstances would likely alert the Gue. The previous knock from the Gue had been terrifying enough. They certainly didn't want a repeat performance. Moreover, the ghost had chosen to retreat without detecting them initially, but whether it would do so again was uncertain. If the creature destroyed every door, they would have no way out. So the 2 decided to wait it out, hoping the ghost would emerge from the bathroom first. But they didn't realize that things weren't as bad as they imagined. The truly dreadful thing had already appeared before them, and neither of them had yet realized it. Li Gue stood right before this mirror, yet nothing could be seen within its reflection. Just as before, neither of them appeared in the reflection. But from an observer's perspective, Gue wasn't actually in the real space. He had stepped out of the mirror and was facing it the entire time. Simultaneously, 2 figures materialized on the mirror's surface, figures that had not been there before. Creak! The door to compartment 3 swung open, and 2 figures emerged. Yet both wore an eerie expression, their eyes devoid of any spark of life. Even stranger, their entire body's hair, skin, everything were a ghastly pallor, as if soaked in water. Yet, when viewed through the mirror, neither figure was present, and the stall door remained unopened. Without a word, they walked out of the restroom and into the hallway. What is this? What just happened? Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly baffled by what had transpired. Holy crap! Does that mean they're both dead? Were they possessed? I just feel like they've changed. Mr. Bruce Pie, could you explain this to me? The Eagle Nation's ruler turned his gaze to the man beside him, confident that with his intelligence, he could make the right judgment. Bruce Pie was smoking at that moment. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then looked at the sovereign with a deeply melancholy gaze and said, "It's quite simple. Imagine two houses, one real, one reflected in a mirror. Connecting these two rooms is a mirror surface, though this surface isn't a true mirror, merely a transparent pane of glass." He paused, giving the sovereign time to ponder. Both rooms are identical, perfectly symmetrical. So when you see the other room, you assume it's a mirror. That's why, when the two blood servants entered the women's restroom at first, they saw no reflection of themselves in the mirror because it was merely a pane of glass. As for the female ghost, she never appeared in the real-world restroom, nor were her footsteps heard. This explains why she appeared in the mirror. The ruler listened, occasionally nodding and furrowing his brow. Then why does she have such a profound effect on the outside world? It seems she can open a door to the real world. I'm not sure either. It must be one of her special powers. Bruce Pie added, but it only works in the bathroom. What terrifying power. Chapter 174, Glass. Thankfully, this terrifying anomaly appeared only within this dungeon, not resurrected in reality. If such anomalies were to resurface in the Dragon Kingdom, the devastation would be unimaginable. Continue. Bruce Pie took another deep drag on his cigarette before slowly exhaling. Based on my guess, they must have been in the restroom for quite some time. Or for some other reason, leading them to be transported into the bathroom reflected in the mirror. Thus, to us, they appear as if materialized within the mirror. Which explains their reaction. I suspect they must have seen that woman. Moreover, he could see his own real-world bathroom reflected in the mirror. In other words, they couldn't see themselves or the female ghost at all. Just as they entered, another unclean creature emerged from within. Their appearance was similar to the female ghost, both were soaked through and had very pale skin. So, both of them fell into the mirror realm? Two eerie entities replaced them and entered the real world? Hearing this, the ruler took a deep breath, a chill running down his spine. He instinctively scanned the room, checking if anyone else had been drenched. Yes. Bruce Pie sighed. He had initially believed that the location of the demon well, first proposed, was the most crucial part of the dungeon. But no one could have imagined that every single strange entity here would be so terrifying and dangerous. If he were forced into this dungeon, he'd likely lose his life. Is anyone there? Help! It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing. Is anyone there? Hello? It's so dark here. In a dimly lit passageway, a man clad in a black robe stood motionless. He kept repeating the same words into his walkie-talkie. Yet there was no response from the communicator, only silence. He felt like the sole survivor left in this world. The teammates who had entered the building with him had vanished at some unknown point. No matter how hard he searched, he received no response. In the empty corridor, the only sounds were his own voice and his breathing. In the stillness, he could hear the rustling of his clothes caught by the wind. Such a situation would be sheer torture for an ordinary person. Even an ordinary person would go mad under these circumstances. Meanwhile, by now, the sky had gradually grown dark and a full moon rose slowly above the horizon, its golden glow mingling with the stars. Under the pallid moonlight, the school lay in utter silence, as if forgotten by the world. The school had two buildings. To be precise, there had originally been three, but the third one was abandoned before it could even be completed. The terror within Building 1 stemmed from the shadowy figures lurking on its walls, while the horror within Building 2 originated from the women's restroom. Conducting reconnaissance within these two buildings were the blood servants from the Land of Decay, divided into two groups totaling 4 individuals. This was because their vision was excellent, allowing them to conduct reconnaissance in the darkness. At that moment, a cry for help erupted from one of the blood servant squad members inside Building 1. His actions drew the attention of some spectators. Yet, under everyone's watchful eyes, the team member who cried out for help appeared completely unharmed. Nothing unusual appeared at either end of the abandoned passageway, nor were there any eerie shadows lurking. Moreover, he was seated on an open window, with a bright moon shining in from outside, illuminating the room so clearly that even ordinary people could see everything inside. Yet the man before them clearly had his eyes wide open, yet claimed he could see nothing. The moment he passed by the window, his eyes seemed blind, showing no reaction whatsoever. To him now, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. This blackness wasn't the pitch-black darkness of before, but more like a thick fog enveloping his entire body. Within a meter's range, he could see his own hands, his clothes, his walkie-talkie. However, when he looked toward the surrounding walls, they remained shrouded in darkness, utterly indistinguishable unless he moved closer. What was even stranger was that when he walked to the window and looked out toward the campus grounds, all he could see was thick, impenetrable blackness. Clearly, he had stumbled upon something strange. Hello? Anyone there? Can you hear me?
He called out to everyone through his communicator while simultaneously seeking help from others inside the building. His voice was loud enough for anyone outside the window to hear clearly. But no one responded, as if he had been forgotten. What the hell? Am I dead? A sinking feeling washed over him. But in this lonely, unfamiliar place, receiving no response at all made his mind race with wild thoughts. Impossible. I'm not dead. I'm still inside the school. He quickly dismissed the thought. He was alive enough to feel the crumbling walls around him, as real as any living person. Now, there's only one way out of this mess. Get out first, then find others. I don't believe the ghost can stop me. As he spoke, his hands began groping along the wall. Then, suddenly, something changed. He felt as though he'd fallen into an endless passageway. Damn it! What the hell is going on? A chill ran through him. The situation before him was nothing like he'd imagined. A terrifying thought began to take shape in his mind. Could he really be dead? Had his spirit transformed into a ghostly apparition trapped within this dungeon, doomed to wander endlessly through an inescapable passage? People can scare themselves to death. Moreover, the place he found himself in was indeed quite peculiar. Just then, the terrifying aura emanating from the blood servant surged uncontrollably 20%, 30%, 40%. What is he doing? The higher-ups of the Rotten Kingdom were enraged by his actions. To their eyes, there was nothing unusual about the surroundings whatsoever. That blood slave had been circling around in circles the entire time. From his own perspective, he was groping his way forward along a straight path. But to others, it looked as though he was grasping at the empty air before him, spinning endlessly in circles. At the same moment, within the same building, another individual found themselves in a similar predicament. Though they were on the same floor, neither could hear a word of the other's conversation. Moreover, they kept calling for help over their walkie-talkies, yet the other two seemed oblivious to their distress signals. It was as if some strange force had veiled their eyes and ears. Is anyone there? Help! It's so dark here, I can't see a thing. Chapter 175, Invisibility. Is anyone there? Help me! A cry for help echoed through Steve's communicator. He led the cold-hearted woman out of the dormitory. The three ghosts hadn't attacked them at all. After all, the ghost doll was circling the girls' dormitory at that moment. Of course, the doll's departure also meant the cold woman was now without her puppet's assistance and would never be able to wield it again. What's going on? Sounds like someone's trapped? Steve heard the words transmitted through the communicator, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. He recognized the voice as a distress call from the blood servant in the UK. Despite the moonlight shining brightly all around, he claimed it was pitch black here, and he couldn't see a thing. This was rather peculiar. Should we go rescue them? The woman with the cold, stern expression asked. I'll ask them for their current location, Steve said as he took the phone. However, after asking 3 times in a row, the person on the other end of the communicator acted like a deaf person, showing no response at all. Instead, they kept repeating over and over. Is anyone there? Help me. It's so dark here, I can't see a thing. Witnessing this, Steve and the somber woman exchanged bewildered glances. Both felt something was off, as if they were trapped in a place where they could see nothing and hear nothing. Looks like we're in some kind of building. Let's head over there. Steve had no choice but to rely on his faint memories to make a guess. They headed toward a nearby building. The dilapidated staircase looked eerie under the moonlight. On the 3rd floor landing, a figure peered through a window, scanning the surroundings with a walkie-talkie. We're here! Steve shouted urgently, trying to grab his attention. But from dozens of meters away, he couldn't hear a thing. He kept circling around. It's as if something is controlling them. He didn't hear a word you said. The cold-voiced woman spoke. We should hurry and rescue them. Steve didn't say much either, simply walking straight through the doorway. But as he stepped inside, a sudden burst of flames erupted before him, illuminating the entire room in a blinding glow. It was a classroom engulfed in flames, with teachers and students frantically running about. A short, reserved boy was pushed to the back by the crowd. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't push past the others. All he could do now was wait for the others to leave before making his own escape. But just as he burst out of the classroom, the last student slammed the door shut with a loud bang, as if terrified the flames might consume him. Without even knowing if any classmates had been left behind, he hurried away. The introverted boy tried to open the door, but after inhaling a large amount of smoke, he collapsed onto the floor. By the time firefighters arrived to extinguish the blaze, the entire room had been reduced to ashes. Strangely, the boy's body was never found. Only a pile of charred human figures lay on the ground. The boy was declared missing. The school had no choice but to renovate the classroom. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a figure suddenly emerged from the hallway wall. No matter how they painted over it, the shadow would reappear. Worse still, as the shadow manifested, people began disappearing from the campus one after another. Is this replaying the death scene? Steve regained consciousness to find himself in a pitch-black passageway. He felt this passageway was identical to the scene he'd seen in the video before.
The only difference was that it looked more dilapidated. He immediately pulled out his flashlight. Then he saw the eerie sight: his teammates under attack. What is that? Suddenly, he noticed a dark figure slowly materializing in the first floor hallway, resembling the skeletal remains of a human form. Strangely, beside this peculiar shadow stood two other figures. The first shadow raised both hands, pressing them down on the heads of the other two. It appeared as though it was covering their eyes and ears with its hands. Hold on, don't do anything rash. At that moment, the cold-eyed woman who had been trailing behind immediately spoke up upon witnessing the scene. Steve nodded. He too had sensed something amiss with those three strange shadows. When the scene replayed, he had seen a single eerie shadow, but now there were three. Those two figures were most likely the shadows of his two teammates. The reason they were experiencing this strange phenomenon was all because of the shadows on the wall. If they carelessly walked over there, they'd likely encounter the same thing. By then, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Don't run that way. Let's go the other direction. Steve looked utterly helpless. A building couldn't possibly have only one door. If they went through this one, they could avoid those eerie shadows on the wall. He still didn't know what these phantom shadows were, but they were undoubtedly connected to the darkness. Before long, the two had reached the school's back door. The doors locked. Steve and his partner both noticed the rear entrance was bolted shut, yet instead of panic, a hint of relief crossed their faces. Clearly, this door was locked to prevent anyone from entering from behind. So why would they want to prevent entry from the rear? The reason was simple: the shadow creature could only enter by touching someone's shadow through the front door. After breaking the lock, the two quickly slipped into the building and made their way upward. Second floor. In the pitch-black darkness, his partner continued groping blindly through the gloom. He had lost all hope, moving forward purely out of habit. But he knew full well that in this endless corridor, there was absolutely no way out. Hey! Anyone there? Is anyone out there? He shouted at the top of his lungs, desperate for his voice to carry out and be heard by everyone. Suddenly, his voice and footsteps fell silent. His teammates listened intently, ears pricked. Thud, thud, thud. Faint footsteps echoed through the dim passageway. Who goes there? A flash of delight crossed his face. This was truly a stroke of luck. All his previous efforts hadn't been in vain. But he had anticipated this. The only ones who could hear his cries for help now were his teammates. And that person, too, was likely trapped within this thick fog, unable to see a thing. Both were in the same predicament. Even if they found each other, they could offer little more than mutual consolation. Perhaps escaping this place would still require considerable effort. Chapter 176, Phantom. Thud, thud, thud. But as the footsteps drew nearer, the teammates sensed something amiss. Is that you, Jack? Jack, what's wrong? There was no response. The figure kept walking. A sense of foreboding washed over him, dimming the initial glimmer of hope in his eyes. You little brat. What time is it now? If you keep messing around, I'll smash your skull with one punch. Boom, boom, boom. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing grew heavier, and the fear in his heart steadily climbed. In the pitch-black hallway, a series of hurried footsteps drew nearer from afar. Yet no matter how many times he called out, the figure remained utterly unresponsive. It was obvious now. These two clearly weren't on the same team. Otherwise, that person would have recognized his voice. To say there was absolutely no sound was impossible. Which meant this person wasn't human at all. Bloodslave's heart was filled with shock and rage, but more than anything, an overwhelming sense of dread he couldn't suppress. Fortunately, he was a blood servant and had ingested certain potions, otherwise, he would have fainted long ago. Not to mention, he was still standing upright instead of turning tail and running with legs like jelly. He understood clearly that escape held no meaning in this situation. He couldn't leave this passage now. He was undoubtedly under some mysterious influence. Therefore, the enemy certainly wouldn't let him go. Stay calm. Must stay calm, he murmured, drawing a deep breath. He knew that the more fear he felt, the stronger that mysterious energy would become. Moreover, judging by the time since entering the instance, the fear value generated by the 10-person team shouldn't be that high. Therefore, under these circumstances, the apparition that had appeared now shouldn't become so terrifying. In other words, he might not die. Thud, thud, thud. Yet as the footsteps drew nearer, a thread of unease crept into his heart. He knew he had no power to resist in this situation. For the Gue to kill him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Yet he could scarcely scratch the Gue. What was even more deadly was that the Gue's power hadn't yet reached such terrifying levels. Yet, the Gue also followed its own rules. Violate these rules, and even the weakest Gu could kill a person. They must have encountered something strange, though they were unaware of it. And now, after enduring so many bizarre attacks over such a long period, he still couldn't grasp the laws governing this strangeness, much less comprehend the true nature of this bizarre power. It was highly likely they had no chance of escape, only a dead end. A dull thud echoed. A familiar face appeared before his eyes. Jack? He could scarcely believe his eyes. This man was truly his long-lost companion. Damn it, you bastard. Why didn't you say anything? He wanted to punch him right then and there. He'd nearly scared the hell out of him. And his terror level was undoubtedly visible to everyone else on the system interface. His teammate didn't speak, just kept walking. Step by step, drawing nearer. Jack's expression was peculiar, tinged with coldness, as he spoke in a calm tone. I found the way out. Follow me. Then, my teammate charged into the darkness ahead and vanished from sight. Thud, thud, thud. This scene left the blood servant utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Without so much as an apology, they left. And what did that person just say? Found a way out? How did he find the exit in the darkness? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. He sensed something odd about his teammate, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Before he could dwell on it further, the man vanished. He was plunged back into complete darkness. Left alone in this situation, he felt like he might go mad. Therefore, even if Jack seemed off, he had to follow him. Just hearing his footsteps was enough to satisfy him. So he followed the sound. Jack, wait for me. You bastard, if you dare leave me behind again, I'll beat the crap out of you. He cursed all the way, furious. Yet deep inside, he was filled with dread. What the hell is going on? Holy. Could it be, he can't tell what that thing is? Shush, so terrifying, so terrifying. At that moment, from the bystander's perspective, the blood servant conversing with Jack presented an entirely different scene. A dark shadow had materialized before him, seemingly out of nowhere. It wasn't a projection on the wall, but a tangible, solid black figure. It was blurry and hard to make out, like a patch of mist. The blood servant seemed to mistake it for one of his own kind. Not only that, but it kept following him. This time, he didn't circle around but headed straight for a classroom. His path crossed Steve and Selena as they were rushing to the rescue. After the two ascended the stairs, he descended one level and positioned himself where the three dark figures stood. At that moment, everyone noticed that the shadows on the wall were no longer three, but two. The vanished figure resembled his own. His shadow leapt off the wall and approached him like a living being. Witnessing this, many felt their hair stand on end, a chill running down their spines. If it were merely a strange shadow, that might have been bearable. But it bore the likeness of his teammate, making it all the more unsettling. But it didn't end there. When this blood servant reached the first floor, he was still alone. This time, he no longer groped blindly in the darkness. His eyes remained blind, yet he seemed to know the surrounding paths like the back of his hand. Guided by his own shadow, he advanced to the entrance of a classroom. This was a classroom unlike any other. Charred marks covered every surface, as if it had been scorched by fire. The dark figure entered the room and turned to wait. After the fire, a figure appeared in the hallway. A door separated the two, yet the person inside remained unaware of what had transpired. Is the exit here? But why is my vision still shrouded in darkness? As he spoke, he stepped into the classroom. The scene ended there. As the blood servant entered the classroom, the suddenly materialized room vanished. As if the room had never truly existed. At that very moment, a line of blood-red text appeared in everyone's eyes. John killed. Seeing this message, everyone's hearts sank. Steve and the cold-eyed woman halted in their tracks. They stood alone in the empty hallway, just the two of them. Chapter 177, Phantom 2. Looks like we're too late. Steve sighed deeply, a wave of intense frustration washing over him. They had seen him just moments ago, yet now, less than 5 minutes later, he had vanished without a trace. The news of his death had already been transmitted through the system. Had they arrived sooner, had they moved faster, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. And Jack, we have to find him as soon as possible. Steve barked the order at the cold-eyed woman. Without slowing down, the two of them raced straight to the third floor. Finally, they arrived at the scene and found Jack unharmed. But now Jack could see nothing, hear nothing, like a blind man stumbling through darkness. Had they not intervened, he might well have continued wandering aimlessly like John. Who's there? Anyone? Jack, can you see us? Steve stepped forward and greeted Jack, but Jack still didn't acknowledge him. He stepped closer, grabbed Jack's arm, and Jack's body jerked. To him, it was as if a dark arm had reached out from the surrounding darkness. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, struggling to break free from the grasp of that hand. But Steve was strong. He didn't let go, instead pulling Jack back with his other arm. Only then did Jack recognize who had grabbed him. It's you! I'm so scared. His fear level had already reached 70%. This was already an extraordinary occurrence, compounded by the effects of the high-tech serum, resulting in such a drastic transformation. One could only imagine how terrified he must have been moments before. Being trapped in complete darkness, unable to hear a thing, it was utterly devastating. Captain, why are you just opening your mouth without speaking? Steve finally relaxed, but just then, Jack standing beside him wore a look of puzzlement. Jack noticed Steve grab his arm. But he only opened his mouth without making a sound, appearing extremely strange. It wasn't until Steve approached that he heard his footsteps, his breathing, and the rustling of his clothes being tugged. Yet he heard neither Steve's footsteps nor his breath. It was as if they belonged to two different worlds. Are you messing with me? Are you even human? Jack suddenly grew frantic. This situation was utterly unbelievable, impossible for him to accept. It felt as though his captain was nothing but a hallucination, leaving him utterly alone in this dark, dead-end passageway. Pull yourself together, you idiot. Steve noticed Jack's fear meter climbing steadily as he stared at him with the blank gaze of someone looking at a corpse. Something was terribly wrong. But the more he spoke, the more terrified Jack became, staring at him as if he were strange. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed sharply in Jack's ears. This was an unmistakably vivid, lifelike voice, that of a living person. His gaze shifted. If the footsteps heard earlier belonged to a living person, then this thing before him made not a single sound. Could he be a ghost? Get out of the way. He suddenly exerted force, kicking Steve's abdomen hard enough to send him flying, then turned and ran toward the source of the sound. This scene felt like being chased by a horde of zombies. Steve inwardly cursed his misfortune. He'd gone to great lengths to find his teammate, yet instead of gratitude, he got kicked. How ungrateful could he be? Though Steve was physically fit, Jack's strength was overwhelming. That kick nearly killed him. What's wrong? At that moment, the cold-eyed woman helped him to his feet. I'm fine. But how did he know the direction? Steve forced himself to his feet through the searing pain, frowning as he watched Jack sprint away. What had seemed like aimless circling now appeared to be purposeful as Jack, seemingly seeing everything, charged swiftly toward the passage's end. Something's wrong. Could he be under some kind of illusion? Steve suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. If that man hadn't actually seen him, but merely mistook him for someone else, that might make sense. He'd fallen for it. Damn it, follow him. Steve's expression darkened as he barked, leave me. Stop him. The cold-eyed woman hesitated, released Steve, and took off running. At that moment, Jack was charging upstairs. He too heard the source of those footsteps. Almost there. Almost there. By the sound of it, he's still alive. I'm coming. I'm coming. He waved at the stairs ahead, but saw no one. Instead, a dark figure slowly approached from the distance. By the time she reached the stairs, Jack was already long gone, his hurried footsteps still echoing down the hallway as he raced back downstairs. Oh no. That kid's so impatient he must have seen a glimmer of hope. But he didn't even notice us. How are we supposed to catch up with him? With that, she too headed downstairs. As she moved forward, her footsteps suddenly halted. The hallway was empty except for her. Jack seemed to have slipped into one of the classrooms without a sound, as if playing hide and seek. Jack? The cold-voiced woman called out loudly, sweeping the hallway with her flashlight as she searched each classroom. Just as despair threatened to overtake her, she spotted a familiar figure in the corner of the hallway. Jack. Her face lit up with joy as she hurried around the corner. But on the other side of the corner, the space was empty. Only a shadow identical to Jack stood silently against the wall. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a long shadow on the wall. Yet, as the moonlight illuminated the wall and the figure that bore such a striking resemblance to Jack, that shadow did not fade away with the moonlight. Instead, it grew even deeper. The already pallid face of the cold woman turned even more deathly pale. She knew exactly what was happening. It was a sinister shadow. This strange shadow was no longer the one that had been smeared on the wall earlier. Instead, it had transformed into a substance resembling black oil, clinging tightly to the wall surface and standing out strikingly. It was as if this wasn't a shadow at all, but a tangible entity. Ah! No! After staring at the eerie shadow for several seconds, the gloomy woman suddenly realized her own reflection had been captured by the image on the wall. She screamed in terror and stumbled backward. But strangely, the dark shadow never followed her. Chapter 178, Footsteps. He hadn't left. Damn it! Her expression darkened instantly, though she had already suspected the shadow on the wall might be connected to the darkness. Yet when she cast her own shadow upon the wall, she finally grasped the terrifying nature of what it meant. John's shadow, Jack's shadow both had been etched onto the wall, left behind alongside the shadow. And she had witnessed their fates with her own eyes. One dead, one escaped. Their deaths were strange, neither seen nor heard. She didn't know why, nor did she care. But now, she had no choice, for she would soon follow in their footsteps. Transformed into a shadow on the wall. Don't worry, its death curse won't kill you immediately. There's always a way out. You should know, we encountered the hanging ghost in the girls' dorm too, and 2 female specters both emerged from under that bed. Which means those ghosts aren't that powerful. A slightly steady male voice sounded behind her. Steve approached with a serious expression. The current situation was truly dire. A mere shadowy apparition had already taken out 2 of his teammates. Add in that cold-hearted woman, and that made 3. This was extremely dangerous. He had to eliminate this shadow creature as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one dared imagine how powerful it might become. 5 confirmed dead. Luyu leaned back, letting the chair support him, appearing completely at ease. Earlier, he had considered this 10-person team formidable. He had poured over a month's worth of effort into assembling them.
But no one could have predicted they'd prove so utterly useless.
In mere seconds, 5 of them were dead. What? All 5 of them were killed? One exclaimed in shock.
The man in sunglasses adjusted his glasses. He distinctly remembered only one Jack had died. Yet Lu Yu, with utter audacity, declared that all 5 of them were finished. His courage was unwavering, like a death sentence they were all doomed.
It was utterly baffling.
Ahem, to be precise, only one person died. This is merely my conjecture. Feeling his words might have sounded overconfident, Liu cleared his throat lightly and spoke with feigned humility.
He certainly didn't want to be seen as an arrogant fool.
Yet in truth, he held a 90% certainty that everything would unfold exactly as he foresaw. First, John and Jack, one dead, the other near death. Then there was that sinister woman, her figure pinned to the wall. Given her abilities and Steve's, they wouldn't be able to break free from that eerie shadow anytime soon. She was as good as dead. Worst of all, Steve and his teammates were likely trapped here. And those 2 poor souls.
Trapped inside the mirror, they couldn't escape. It was no different from death.
They were still alive, but freeing them would require sufficient manpower to break the strange power binding them.
But for the time being, we can't spare many people. Damn it, what the hell is going on here?
We are a multinational coalition, having deployed every ace up our sleeves, yet we never imagined we would end up in such a predicament. At that moment, the leaders of all major factions could scarcely believe their eyes. Before this, they had embarked on this war with unwavering confidence. Though victory was never guaranteed, they had believed their odds against the Dragon Nation stood at 50-50. Yet judging by the current situation, it seemed they were headed for defeat. This was entirely different from what they had initially claimed. From the very beginning, they had been contemplating what to do if the Dragon Nation suffered a defeat, or worse, if it were to make a bizarre comeback. They could join the Dragon Nation's operations under the guise of assistance. It was less about helping and more about controlling. Step by step, they uncovered strange intelligence about the Dragon Nation. They even planned to capture several Dragon Nation citizens for experimentation. For every nation's peculiarities held immense value. Among these nations, the Dragon Nation's uncanny civilization held an absolute advantage, firmly occupying the top spot.
Meanwhile, a new storm erupted online. Among the participants, the Dragon Nation citizens were the most enthusiastic.
Wow, never thought we'd win again.
TSK, ever since this competition started, those other countries have been so cocky.
They thought victory was theirs for the taking.
Why aren't they so cocky now?
In fact, when they saw the Pretty Country's team this time, many noticed that over half the members weren't even from the Pretty Country. Clearly, they were cheating. And it wasn't just one form of cheating. By this point, such cheating had become meaningless. All nations tacitly accepted it except for the Dragon Nation. If at first people might have blamed others, once they realized they themselves were cheating, it was like slapping themselves in the face. So, for the sake of saving face, many turned a blind eye. Countries were constantly comparing themselves to one another. It was all about which team was more formidable. However, this particular conflict led everyone to naturally assume it was just an ordinary team. After comparing them to the Dragon Nation team, everyone realized their chances of victory were high this time. You see, in previous national wars, while casualties were always 100%, it seemed like each time the difference was just a tiny bit. If cheating were involved, the survival rate would increase significantly.
So what if multiple cheating methods were employed? Wouldn't that make such an outcome even more likely?
Thus, after witnessing this battle, many felt their confidence soar, convinced they could utterly rout the Dragon Nation this time. After all, this time multiple nations had united.
Moreover, they've ingested advanced pharmaceuticals from the Eagle Nation.
In short, we held the upper hand. Thus, in the early stages, many grew overconfident, declaring things like the Dragon Nation is doomed.
They ran wild online. Although Dragon Nation netizens felt resentful, they couldn't refute those brimming with confidence.
Since the other side had already thrown caution to the wind and openly flaunted their deceptive tactics, they naturally offered no response to these comments. But as the conflict continued, they gradually realized things weren't so straightforward. Although victory in this battle was gradually shifting in favor of the Dragon Nation, this was a terrifying thing.
Chapter 179, The Taunt. This scene left many speechless. Yet some self-important individuals took to the internet to spout foolish words. Dragon Nation will win this battle? I don't think so. With so many people fighting together, they might not lose after all. What a joke. Dragon Nation will surely be the victor. Heh, so what if they're cheating? Why don't you cheat too? I think it's just jealousy talking. Dragon Nation's netizens, however, launched a counterattack immediately. Unlike typical verbal sparring, this clash would shift the momentum between the two nations. At that very moment, the entire dungeon situation shifted once more. On the path from the building to the lab, two people found themselves blocked. This was a state akin to trick wall, entirely distinct from the state of trick arts. They could see their surroundings clearly. A full moon hung in the sky, its bright light casting eerie shadows upon the trees. Yet, they were unable to leave this place. They didn't know if their current location was the same as before.
Or perhaps they were nowhere near the same place at all.
4 ordinary people.
In such a desolate place, especially at night, on a path with no way out.
He knew something was definitely amiss. An ordinary person would likely have been scared out of their wits long ago.
But these 2 men merely paled slightly, nothing serious.
But that wasn't all. Their faces bore a peculiar numbness, as if paralyzed.
This was the effect of the drug.
Even if they were terrified inside, they couldn't show it. Damn it! How am I supposed to get out of here? I've held back too long.
I can't wait to see that creep and give him a good beating.
Both men felt exhausted and sat down against a large tree.
Truthfully, they'd been scared at first, but after getting used to it, boredom took over. Facing the unknown was preferable to enduring endless torment. Whether good or bad, it would bring things to a swift conclusion, sparing them from this pointless struggle.
To the others watching, this scene looked like suicide. They lacked even the most basic reverence for the uncanny.
Even in an unfamiliar place, they remained so careless. But such is human nature, lazy, gambling on luck. They assumed that after all this time, the supernatural force hadn't killed them or revealed itself. They felt certain they were safe, which is why they grew so confident, believing they could overcome the Gue. The Gue was like a sleeping tiger. No matter how much he taunted it, the beast paid him no mind. Yet when a tiger finally attacks, it is terrifying. Just then, something unexpected happened. A man looked up at the tree, but someone beside him tugged at his sleeve. "What's wrong?" he asked, looking at the person beside him in confusion. Only then did he notice his brother's peculiar expression, a deadpan face, yet his eyes betrayed a distinct look of fear.
"You, look at these tracks. Footprints? Could he see footprints?"
The man looked down in confusion, only to see the ground covered in the shadows of trees. The highway was paved with cement, worn down to a powdery surface over the years. It was a road just like any other, where every step left a clear imprint. Through the gaps between the trees, one could faintly make out numerous footprints on the ground. Judging by these marks, the footprints were fresh, recently made, one might even say. But judging by the footprints, there were definitely more than just the 2 of them. Many others must have passed through.
At least dozens of people. Are you kidding me? Could there be people here?
Many felt a chill run down their spines. From the very beginning, there had been no one else around them.
Even from their perspective, not a single person could be seen. No one, and no strangeness.
But when he looked down, he discovered the ground was covered in a dense network of footprints.
What did this mean? Could they be surrounded? Damn it, don't you dare scare me. God, please don't. Damn it, what the hell is going on?
Barney felt a chill run down his spine at the sight.
He knew full well that under certain conditions, the eerie phenomena of the Dragon Kingdom weren't always visible. Could it be that the moment they stepped onto this strange forest path, there was actually someone else inside? But as ordinary people, they naturally couldn't detect anything unusual. So they had been walking all this time under someone's eerie gaze?
At that moment, his fear meter, amplified by the potion, was steadily climbing. Ivan's fear level was even more staggering, reaching a full 70%.
His body was even trembling slightly.
His gaze fixed straight ahead, yet his eyes darted constantly around the surroundings. Now, this once deserted path was packed with people. The 2 of them stood out like young men on a bustling street corner, drawing countless ghostly stares.
Damn it, let's get out of here," Barney whispered to Ivan.
His voice was barely audible, as if terrified that some invisible, eerie presence might detect them.
If the eerie presence realized they'd been spotted, things would turn very bad indeed. Damn it, what do we do?
Ivan's eyes widened, glowing a blood red that sent shivers down the spine. He frantically scratched at his head, making his already sparse hair even thinner. "We've been searching for an exit already, but this damn place we can't get out."
"Think. There must be something we can do, something,"
Barney muttered to himself, on the verge of losing his mind.
Still, their eyes scanned the surroundings relentlessly. It felt like a crowd could appear any second. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore."
Suddenly, Ivan let out a frenzied scream.
With astonishing agility, he leapt off the ground and sprinted away, ignoring Barney's desperate attempts to pull him back.
"You fool, if you keep this up, you'll die even faster." Seeing this, Barney realized Ivan was truly losing his mind. But he also knew that at a time like this, he had to stay clear-headed, or things would only get worse. But his teammate had completely lost control, growing smaller and smaller in the distance. Whoosh! Just then, a powerful gust of wind struck him from behind. Barney spun around, only to be struck across the cheek by something that appeared out of nowhere.
2 piercing screams followed. Chapter 180, Circling. Whoa! Holy!
Barney froze in shock at the sight. Ivan, who had vanished from his left, reappeared on his right. His movements were so swift that he hadn't even noticed another person ahead.
"Damn it, you bastard!"
Ivan was knocked flat on his back by Barney's punch, sprawled out like a starfish. When he finally got back up, he saw the thing that had kicked him to the ground. It was Barney.
"That's what I should be saying to you. You cowardly bastard, what the hell are you doing here?" Barney muttered, rubbing his injuries with a frown.
The 2 men exchanged a glance and suddenly realized.
"We've gone full circle. Both men spoke at once. Just then, Barney seemed to remember something. He pulled out his flashlight, swept it across the ground, then took off his shoe and began fiddling with it. Then came a statement that was both laughable and exasperating. These footprints were all theirs. There was no one hiding in the shadows. They had simply circled the entire area, leaving their footprints scattered everywhere. Upon learning this fact, Ivan felt like cursing. These two were so terrified they'd conjured up such intense fear and it was all just a scare tactic? What's more, the whole world was watching this live broadcast. Their pathetic spectacle had been witnessed by the entire world. They felt like they could spit blood. Holy, so those footprints were all their own doing. Damn it, they were just scaring themselves. Those idiots, they might as well just die. The audience clearly picked up on this, and then everyone got angry. Many had been genuinely frightened by these two, some even crossing themselves and praying for divine protection. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. Smack! The ruler of Eagle Nation slammed his fist on the table and roared. These two good-for-nothings have brought shame upon our nation. When they return, I will send them straight to a military tribunal. Bruce Pye calmly interjected from the side. Your Majesty, do not forget that those individuals signed contracts. Unless they've committed serious offenses, even you as ruler have no right to punish them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The ruler's face flushed crimson, though he vented his fury only on the carpet beneath his feet. Yet a hint of sorrow flickered in Bruce Pye's eyes. Yet one thought remained unspoken: whether these two would even survive to return was uncertain. Should the war of national destiny be lost, the casualties would extend far beyond just these two. Damn it, these are our own footprints. Barney was furious. He picked up his shoe, scrambled to his feet, and swept the flashlight around. As the beam illuminated the darkness, he suddenly spotted something. A woman, hanging from a large tree. What's that? Barney's heart skipped a beat. He tugged Ivan, urging him toward the tree. Holy! What the hell is going on? Ivan was just as bewildered. Could it be that such a terrifying presence had been hanging right above their heads all along and they hadn't felt a thing, just swinging around beneath it? Their entrapment in this eerie place was likely tied to the woman hanging from the tree. But now came the problem. Now that they'd discovered this place's abnormality, what should they do? Their goal was to find strange artifacts, yet they had searched nearly every corner of the surroundings and found nothing. There was only one place left to search. The woman. That thing was most likely hidden inside her body. To get it, they'd have to rescue her from the tree first. But the two hesitated to act, for the corpse was utterly bizarre. Stealing from the eerie was far more dangerous than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Pulling a tooth from a tiger might cost you an arm at worst, but stealing from the bizarre? You might just lose your life. But if they don't do this, they'll never get out and won't be able to clear this dungeon. By dawn, they'll still be dead. Moreover, the woman hadn't attacked them yet. But the longer they delayed, the stronger the dungeon's eerie power would grow, and that corpse might undergo some strange transformation. At this moment, they faced a challenge many encounter. What they now faced was the malevolent force itself. Since evasion was impossible, they had to confront it head-on. One among them would have to approach the Guaya task akin to plucking teeth from a tiger's mouth. Rock, paper, scissors? Barney and Ivan exchanged a glance. Clearly, neither of them wanted to take on such a suicide mission. Fine. Ivan's face drained of color. A 50% chance? It was pure gambling. They had both seen a documentary once. The hero in the documentary was exploring the wilderness when his arm became trapped under a boulder. He too faced two choices. 1. Amputate his own arm to save his life. Or lose all hope of survival, lying alone in the wilderness. But he was fortunate. He knew that even if he broke his arm, the pain would only last for a while. His chances of survival were high. But now their situation was entirely different from before. If they lost at rock paper scissors, this dungeon run would truly be over. What's more, facing a sneak attack just before death felt no less devastating than having an arm hacked off. Then let's rock paper scissors. Rock. Scissors. Ha! I win. Damn it, one round isn't enough. Let's play best of 3. Damn it, just go already. How can you be so shameless? No, no, no. I have to win. Otherwise, I'm not going. Fine, one more round. At first, Barney was pretty happy about it, but Ivan wasn't having it. Seeing the guy determined to finish him off, he had no choice but to give in. Still, he was quite pleased. Theoretically, his odds of winning were better than Ivan's. He still held the advantage in the remaining 2 matches. When the two faced off again, the outcome surprised everyone. Ivan lost once more. This left him both disappointed and helpless. Without pausing to think, he clenched his teeth, clamped the flashlight between his teeth, and sprinted toward the tree. After all, he was specially trained, not an ordinary man. Such trees were no challenge for him. Chapter 181, The Hanging Mystery. He flicked on the flashlight and scanned the area, searching for the woman hanging from the tree trunk. Wait, where did the body go? But after scanning the area, he found no trace of the body. Not a single figure remained in the tree. Not up there.
He was about to relay this information to Barney, but when he lowered his head, the last syllable stuck in his throat. A figure clad in a pure white robe had materialized beside Barney, though Barney himself remained utterly oblivious. Behind Barney, the corpse clutched a rope, its jet black hair hanging in disarray. Her face was drained of all color. It was as if all the blood in her body had been drawn downward by gravity, pooling in her lower half. A thin black line marked her neck, resembling a dog collar with a leash attached. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this was a deep wound. Her body began to shrink, her skin turning black as a foul stench spread through the air. Most horrifying of all, a long tongue, serpentine in its descent, hung from her jaw. She glared at Ivan viciously, as if warning him not to alert Barney. It was said that those who died by hanging harbored deep regret and resentment before their final breath. Only by finding a scapegoat could they find freedom. And death by hanging was an exceptionally cruel fate. No matter how merciful they had been in life, once transformed into ghostly beings, they became the most ferocious monsters, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Ivan, struck by the woman's gaze, immediately fell silent, swallowing hard and saying nothing more. "Is there anything?" Before Barney could react, he saw the woman standing beside him. In that instant, Ivan suddenly drew a gun from behind his back and fired a shot into Barney's back. Without hesitation, the seasoned veteran fired with such speed that he emptied the entire magazine in under 2 seconds. Bang 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 bang. Barney sensed something was wrong. He cursed under his breath, then ducked and rolled on the ground. "You bastard, how dare you attack me?" But when he turned around, he was utterly terrified. Recognizing the intruder, he struck out, aiming precisely at the woman behind him. But Ivan knew full well that bullets would be useless in this situation. He didn't aim to kill the woman, he only wanted to seize the rope in her hands. Though none of them understood what this dungeon was all about, they were all rigorously trained. They knew quite a bit about Dragon Nation civilization and such. And from studying the previous Dragon Nation instances, they were practically half-baked experts on the subject. Then, an idea struck him. That strange rope she was holding must be off somehow. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if this would work, but there was no harm in trying. But now it seemed he was right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bullet after bullet tore through the air, seeming to strike empty space. In such a short span, he couldn't guarantee his accuracy. His target was a mere thread. But one bullet did strike the rope, snapping it clean. The woman seemed to have seen something terrifying. She raised her hands in horror, her face contorted. Just then, the rope in her hands fell to the ground. Barney, quick as lightning, snatched it up and swiftly moved away from the corpse. The instant the woman released her grip, a faint distortion rippled across the narrow path where they stood. Under the bright moonlight, the surface of water revealed itself, and the two reappeared in the world of this dungeon. A body, long since decayed, crashed to the ground like a tattered sack. Originally suspended from a large tree, the rope snapped, causing her body to plummet to the ground. Simultaneously, eerie scenes began unfolding before their eyes. The corpse lying on the ground had once been a middle school teacher, admitted to this university with outstanding high school grades. But she never knew that her admission to this university wasn't earned through her own abilities. It was merely that the dean, upon seeing her resume, had been captivated by her beautiful face, leading him to admit her on the spot. The rest had been straightforward. She had imagined that, fresh out of university, she would secure a teaching position at a prestigious private high school and begin her new life. But now, she found herself trapped in a dead-end situation. Less than a week into her position, she faced sexual harassment from the principal. Later, she tried to report it to the police, but the principal threatened to fire her. He promised her salary would increase if she kept quiet about the incident. This female teacher was quite beautiful, but her family background was truly ordinary. At home, she had a bedridden mother, an alcoholic father, and a younger brother about to get married. She couldn't afford to lose her job. She knew that if she lost this respectable job, she'd likely be sold off to the village like livestock. To her father, she was nothing but disposable trash. She couldn't lose this opportunity. She had struggled for so many years, finally escaping this household to start anew. She refused to let it all come to nothing. She had no choice but to yield. But she had underestimated the depths of human depravity. She had thought it would only cost her her virtue, but the principal wanted more, and not just once. He treated her like a mere outlet for his desires. Compared to her father, this headmaster was merely someone with a higher education and greater power. So, time after time, she abandoned her principles, ultimately becoming a complete and utter whore. One day, she was caught having an affair with a teacher by a private investigator. The detective had been hired by the principal's wife. As a temptress who seduced the principal and if trying to climb the ladder, the principal naturally had to clear his name. Students who once respected her most now burst into laughter whenever they saw her. Even the students she once mentored now looked at her with a hint of contempt. But that wasn't what truly crushed her. Instead, it was her own father. Having heard the rumors from somewhere, he actually showed up. In front of the entire school, he grabbed her face and slapped her hard across the cheek. As he struck her, he screamed, "Bitch!" She recalled that summer day, and her heart felt like it had frozen over.
Chapter 182, Resolving the Strange Incident.
So she had no choice but to end her life by hanging. But perhaps it was fate. Because there was a cursed well on campus, she managed to survive.
It was said that at night, an inescapable path would appear within the academy. Entering it meant encountering the haunted wall. How could those two weaklings still be alive?
Out of the Eagle Nation's 10-person squad, only these two could handle a strange incident. They did take the potion, but the thing is, everyone took it. Overall, the potion's effects are negligible.
I think there are two reasons. First, the supernatural entity is weak, and second, they genuinely possess two abilities.
The Eagle Nation has achieved a major victory this time.
The situation took an unexpected turn. Everyone present, even those from Dragon Nation, grew excited. Even though this incident wasn't favorable for them, the Dragon Nation had grown quite bored of witnessing those inexplicably overwhelming victories time and again.
Now, seeing someone capable of resolving this supernatural incident, they were genuinely pleased.
Of course, some remained level-headed, like Bruce Pie. But they didn't see this as a good thing.
On the contrary, their expressions grew grave.
To be precise, this battle wasn't a victory at all, it was an inexplicable fight. The corpse possessed little offensive capability, and it was defeated by the combined efforts of the two weakest combatants, all part of a pre-arranged plan.
It seemed deliberately staged.
No wonder they felt this way.
The Dragon Nation's consistent victories had become routine for them, so they saw this merely as an ordinary match, not a triumph.
He's not dead? Dragon Nation, within an underground base. Many high-ranking officials were taken aback.
They had initially dismissed these two as ordinary individuals with no apparent special abilities. Yet in the end, these two emerged as the most valuable players on the entire field. Even their captain, Steve, had only managed to defuse a bizarre incident through some peculiar ability. Yet these two had single-handedly defeated the anomaly. This was simply too incredible.
Could it be that damn guy made a mistake? That remark clearly implied something.
Blame Lu Yu if not for him, how could those two have stumbled upon the treasure so easily? As his words trailed off, all eyes turned to a handsome youth seated cross-legged. He seemed to be reflecting on the flaws in his own design.
Ha, I knew this was a flaw.
But you can't blame him either. He's already burdened with so much glory, making a few mistakes is only natural and entirely understandable.
That's not right.
This mission concerns the security of our Dragon Nation. A single misstep could lead to the downfall of our country and the destruction of our homes. Whispers rippled through the crowd. In truth, many within the Dragon Nation opposed Lu Yu. Most of these people were members of the think tank. Ever since Lu Yu emerged, he had shone like a dazzling sun, becoming the center of attention. Previously, creating the finest copies required hundreds, even thousands of people to complete. But since Lu Yu burst onto the scene, he had become the sole dungeon creator in Dragon Nation. What's more, he single-handedly created a dungeon with a 100% death rate, and not a single one was a duplicate. Truly, he stands alone in history, with no predecessor or successor. Lu Yu's emergence was nothing short of astonishing, not just for Dragon Nation, but for the entire Blue Star. His status is akin to that of the genius who first formulated the theory of relativity in the realm of science, a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, Lu Yu's emergence is undoubtedly a cause for great celebration. Yet for those with innate talent, it was far from a blessing. His brilliance overshadowed them all.
Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, some smirked inwardly, thinking, just as we expected. Enough with the whispering. Speak your minds freely.
At that moment, a high-ranking official spoke up. As for Lu Yu's mistake, those above seemed unconcerned. This minor incident was quickly quelled, and everyone refocused their attention on the task at hand. No one noticed that from start to finish, Lu Yu's expression hadn't changed at all. He hadn't even blinked once. His fingers tapped the table intermittently as he sank into deep thought. This was merely the beginning.
Who said balance was required in this instance?
Dungeon designers could create all manner of bizarre settings according to their whims, such as strange phenomena that wouldn't kill players, designed solely to heighten challengers' fear levels and thus speed up dungeon progression. Other peculiar elements served to confuse teams, potentially yielding unexpected outcomes in certain situations. But to many, such actions were seen as a gamble, a risk. So he decided to test it out. From the reactions of most players, he found the answer he sought. Most people choose to play it safe rather than take risks. But this is merely an act of avoidance. Even though the power of the Dragon Nation was highly unusual, it would inevitably be fully deciphered by other nations one day, who would then develop countermeasures. Fortunately, this dungeon was designed solely by Lu Yu, so he needn't concern himself with others' opinions. Under the moonlight, the demonic well exuded an eerie aura. Banji and Ivan walked pale-faced along the forest path. Banji held a green rope in his hand, faintly glowing with a dim light. It was the very rope used moments ago to secure the corpse. But this was no ordinary rope, it was a divine artifact. Of the 5 divine artifacts, they had now obtained one, fulfilling their mission. Yet they felt no triumph, no joy, only a chill and dread. It felt as though their hearts had been ripped out and submerged in icy water. Their sole thought now was to flee this cursed place as quickly as possible. Before joining the battle, both men had been lowly soldiers in the Luyu kingdom. Every day, they endured bizarre training drills. They had never experienced anything like this before. At first, they thought this terror was similar to their previous special training. At most, they might feel slightly tense when facing danger and be prone to mistakes. However, their assumptions proved utterly wrong. The mere mention of that dreadful thing sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 183, Substitution. Not to mention, under such eerie circumstances, they had to carry out a series of operations. This is bloody hell. Barney cursed under his breath. He'd rather grab a pistol and engage in a real shootout. Though it would be extremely dangerous, at least it would offer a sense of release. Even if an arm were chopped off, no matter how excruciating the pain, it would remain merely physical agony, nothing compared to the torment of the mind. The two had barely stepped out of the woods when they headed toward the school. A line of words written in blood appeared before their eyes. John killed in action. Soon, a second line appeared. Jack killed in action. 2 consecutive alerts meant casualties had also occurred on the other side. In other words, one entire squad had been wiped out. This was not good news. This situation meant that a team that had already completed their mission would have to step in and finish the task of the team that had just been wiped out. Barney and Ivan weren't about to be the sacrificial lambs. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously took off running. Before long, they reached the school gates. Damn it, don't make me go looking for anything else. If I run into anything weird again, even if you make me jump off a building, I'm not doing it. Gentlemen, it seems you've discovered something extraordinary. The old Taoist spoke as he took a rope glowing with a green light from Barney's hand. What is this? Why was it in that weirdo's hands? Barney gasped for breath. After all, he'd risked his life to get it. He had every right to demand answers. I imagine you've encountered that accursed creature. She was once a teacher at the academy, but her resentment grew so intense that she was corrupted by that demonic well, transforming into a vengeful spirit that slaughtered countless innocent students. Back then, I set up a 5 elements great array, using 5 malevolent spirits as bait to seal that demonic well. This hanging ghost dwells in the wood elements sector. Over time, the rope she used to hang herself transformed into a strange artifact. Barney and Ivan were both utterly baffled, yet they grasped the crux of the matter. 5 objects, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, aligned with the 5 distinct directions of the demonic well. Wait a minute, if that's the case, then you should have already found the locations of the 5 ghosts, right? Ivan grasped his meaning and immediately asked. Correct. The middle-aged man nodded. Damn it! Why didn't you tell us sooner? Ivan shouted. If he'd known from the start that this path was a trap, he'd never have dared to take it. In other words, once they understood the strength of these 5 traps, they could have chosen a weaker one. But now it was too late to do anything about it. Worse, it had been broadcast, leaving his dignity and authority in tatters. Is this my fault? The old Taoist looked utterly innocent. Calm down. Barney took a deep breath and yanked Ivan back just as he was about to strike. Simply put, he was an NPC. Or perhaps his arrival was intentional on Lu Yu's part, and his lack of prompting was part of the plan. They should have asked about this before setting out. But they hadn't asked anything. So now they had to take responsibility for their mistake. So the two exchanged a few words with the Taoist priest about the 5 strange occurrences. Didn't you already resolve it? Why ask more questions? The Taoist monk remained stubbornly silent, whether teasing them intentionally or not. Damn it! I'm gonna beat him to a pulp, don't stop me! Ivan shouted. Ahem, actually, you've already encountered 4 anomalies. The last one is on the playground. And this one isn't too hard to find. You'll see it as soon as you get there. The old Taoist spoke up. So we've already encountered 4 ghostly phenomena? Barney's face flashed with shock upon hearing this. This meant that all 3 squads had encountered this situation. One team had even been wiped out entirely. The other 2 groups were still grappling with the anomalies. At that very moment, the system delivered a grim update. Betty has fallen. The name Betty was certainly no stranger to them. She was the woman who had previously appeared carrying a creepy doll, her face perpetually clouded with sorrow. No one could have imagined she would die so suddenly. What's more, she and Steve were on the same squad. Her death meant losing a squad leader. Barney and Ivan exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous foreboding rise within them. Damn it, are we too late? Inside a building. Steve waited in the hallway, drenched in sweat. When he saw the pale-faced woman lying dead, his heart sank. Earlier, the sinister woman's shadow had appeared on the wall. That sealed her fate. But there was another way to save her life. He could only resolve the matter of the shadowy figure before eliminating the woman. Perhaps that would halt their pursuit. So he abandoned the sinister woman and walked out alone, determined to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. But just as he was about to succeed, the woman suddenly died. She couldn't hold on any longer. Damn it! I'll make them pay for this. Steve muttered bitterly. Though he hadn't shared much with that cold woman and couldn't claim deep friendship, they were at least teammates. Besides, she had saved his life.
Now she was gone like this, and naturally, he felt uneasy. He immediately headed toward the classroom in front of him. It was an ordinary-looking room, indistinguishable from the other classrooms nearby. Yet certain details suggested this was the very classroom where the child had been burned to death last time, the same room Steve had once occupied. Steve surmised and sensed that the most likely way to unravel the Phantom's mystery was to enter that room, for it was likely the very source of everything. Click! His foot landed squarely on the door. The heavy footsteps echoed through the dust-filled classroom, sounding especially loud in the empty space. The classroom's layout was identical to any other, utterly desolate. All the furniture was dilapidated, some pieces dismantled into scattered fragments. Yet most remained in orderly rows, as if students were still attending class. Steve looked at the empty desks and chairs, a chill rising in his heart. He sensed that behind each desk sat one person after another, people he couldn't see, which was why he felt this way. Chapter 184, Digging a Pit. Hey, don't overthink it. Don't entertain strange notions, you're just scaring yourself. He kept telling himself this in his mind, trying to stay calm. He had taken the potion, so even if he encountered something terrifying, he wouldn't react too strongly. His gaze swept across the classroom and quickly settled on the floor. He recalled from his memories that this boy, locked in the room, had collapsed right here. When the firefighters arrived at the scene, they found only a black silhouette remaining. If it couldn't be eliminated, then it could be used for concealment. But Steve knew this wasn't a mere shadow, its very body was a living entity. You can't just kill a ghost like that, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to perform the ritual. That's enough. He stepped forward, drawing a short sword, a versatile blade that could function as both a dagger and a military pickaxe. Now, he wielded it like a pickaxe, beginning to dig into the earth. He intended to pull the shadow down. But he failed to notice what was behind him. Behind him, a dark figure silently emerged from an open doorway. Look behind you, you idiot. Damn it, how could this guy not sense anything? I was so close to succeeding. At that moment, many were nearly boiling with rage. They desperately wanted to shout a warning, but there was nothing they could do. Some timid souls simply covered their eyes. A defenseless human being met their end at the hands of the bizarre entity. This wasn't a TV drama or a novel, it was a live broadcast, and everything was real. Everyone could see it clearly. The same event, viewed from different perspectives, evoked entirely different reactions. To the people of Eagle Nation, it was brutal. But to the people of Dragon Nation, this scene was undoubtedly a thrilling match. Here it comes. Here it comes. We're about to get 4 kills. Damn it, that bastard just mocked me, calling us Dragon Nation trash. Looks like he's about to get a harsh slap in the face. Looks like he dodged a bullet. But one person held a perspective entirely different from the rest. As the dungeon designer, Liu Yu understood these bizarre properties well. The phantom before him was definitely not the kind of anomaly that would die upon contact. While that outcome was possible later on, it hadn't reached the final stage yet, it hadn't accumulated enough to trigger its evolution. This time, the Eagle Nation team had played their hand far too boldly. Everyone had taken potions to suppress their fear and mobilized the full might of their nation. Therefore, this instance was still in its early stages. Even as it approached the mid-phase, the challenger's fear levels continued to drop. Unless it reached the intermediate level, its eerie powers would remain in their initial state, meaning its offensive capabilities weren't particularly formidable. The first stage of the Phantom Shadow involved projecting surrounding shadows onto the walls. It then uses illusions to confuse the opponent's senses, completely immobilizing them. Then, it can lure its victims into a special chamber. Anyone who entered this room would be killed instantly. Nothing could escape. Liu Yu developed this ability specifically to counter those with special powers. But now it seemed his plan had failed to achieve much. But the Phantom Shadow was inherently difficult to deal with and extremely dangerous. Without understanding its patterns, both your vision and hearing would be impaired. And indeed, that was precisely the outcome. Those 2 blood servants had perished at the hands of the Phantom. Then, he smoothly took down another. In total, the Phantom Shadow had eliminated 3 enemies, a feat that could be considered a major accomplishment. Of course, this was not its only value. During its blinding effect, victims experience extreme agony and terror. This caused challengers to generate increased fear values, allowing the shadow to continuously enhance its own power. However, the Phantom Shadow also had a significant flaw: it could not instantly kill its target, requiring a certain amount of time. Moreover, this is a loophole, a means of survival, a concession to the system. Clearly, Steve was one such survivor. Even now, as he was being pursued by the shadow, he understood all too well that he would inevitably meet the same fate as his 3 companions before him, shrouded by the shadow, then slain by its bizarre methods. But the more he learned about the Phantom, the more he understood this was merely a program. And during this time, even if his eyes were blinded by illusions, he would not die. He held on to hope for survival, and hoped to resolve this situation. At this moment, he arrived at the most crucial classroom, the very place where the Phantom had been killed. Moreover, he discovered the exact spot where the Phantom had fallen. Breaking through this layer of the Phantom Shadow would surely yield something.
Up until now, he hadn't encountered anything truly terrifying, and his odds of success remained high. Lost in thought, he failed to notice a towering figure standing behind him. Outside the window, the pallid moonlight spilled in, stretching Steve's silhouette long and thin. The wall behind him and the walls outside the classroom were all illuminated clearly. Before long, a shadow resembling his own appeared on the wall of the hallway outside the classroom. The figure standing outside the door turned and walked step by step toward Steve's shadow on the wall. The entire process was utterly silent. Steve, completely absorbed in digging, remained oblivious to it all. Only those observing from a god's eye view could witness this scene, their hearts pounding with both tension and fear. They knew full well that if it were them, they would never perform as well as Steve. That was precisely why the trickster had imprinted his shadow on the wall while they remained oblivious. Oh no! Just then, Steve felt his vision darken as the moonlight streaming in from outside vanished instantly. All surrounding sounds vanished completely, as if he'd been hurled into a different dimension. Silence and pitch darkness enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his own breathing, the rustle of his clothes, and the thudding of his heart. The darkness stretched endlessly before him, revealing nothing but boundless void, as if he had stepped into the realm of the dead. Being cast into such darkness would drive anyone mad, but Steve knew this was hardly surprising. His senses were clouded. Damn it, I'm already here? Steve startled, but he didn't panic. He kept digging at the ground. He understood his time was running out. Chapter 185, Near Death. So he began digging downward with renewed urgency. Thud, thud, thud. The clanging of the pickaxe against the ground was loud and unpleasant, unbearable for most people. But faced with a life or death crisis, he had to endure it, no matter how unbearable. Faster. Faster. Steve's heart began racing, his breathing growing uneven. He had anticipated the terrifying consequences of having his ears covered by the guemang. But this was reality. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could never truly grasp its horror. Only now did he feel a sharp sting on his back. He knew all too well that the eerie shadow lurked right behind him. The fear within him grew ever more intense. And beneath this immense pressure, there remained one uncertain question. He wasn't sure if his ground spell would work. If it truly contained nothing, then all hope would be lost. Then he would be left utterly alone in this darkness, waiting for that sinister shadow to arrive. But just then, something unexpected happened. As Steve continued digging downward, he saw a face slowly descending from above him. It was an upside-down face, as if he were kneeling with someone behind him leaning forward, pressing their head against his. The scene looked bizarre. It was impossible for an ordinary person to perform such a maneuver. First, gravity alone made it impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this. To bend your body into a J shape, you must use both hands to brace against the floor to maintain balance, otherwise, you'll easily fall over. However, using your hands to brace against the ground implies that the person's arms are exceptionally long, likely extending beyond their thighs. This is simply beyond human capability. Even Uncle Lu Huang's arms couldn't match that. And to stand on two legs while bending the upper body forward is even more difficult. The person following him must have just arrived. Steve had seen it too. There should be nothing on the ground behind him. Unless MJ had revived, this feat was utterly impossible. Second, it required limbs of extraordinary flexibility. Only then could one's spine bend like a snake. Anyone capable of such feats couldn't possibly be human. No matter how you look at it, this was a very strange occurrence. Most crucially, that face was actually speaking. What are you doing? It was a boy I didn't recognize at all. But anyone with even a shred of memory could recall that this was the boy who had once been by the shadow's side. He seemed to realize Steve had figured out he was the eerie one, so there was no need to keep up the act. Instead, he revealed his true face. Jess. Steve had been digging, and seeing that face sent a chill down his spine. A vein bulged in his temple, threatening to burst. His fear level had already surpassed 90%, and he was on the verge of fainting. And this was under the influence of drugs. For an ordinary person, they'd likely be scared half to death by now. He instinctively wanted to curse, but after a moment of terror, he kept digging. He could tell this guy was genuinely panicking. The more anxious he grew, the harder he pushed himself, proof that his path was correct. I'm digging out your body. Steve's words came out stammering. This was the first time in his life he'd felt so utterly defeated, weak and helpless, unable even to speak clearly. His mind went blank, unable even to think. Why are you digging out my body? Stop. The boy cursed, yet despite his proximity to Steve, his voice carried not a whisper of wind, not even the sound of his own words. It was as if he didn't need to breathe at all. Don't worry, I'll have it out in no time. But Steve couldn't calm down now. He kept spouting nonsense, yet his hands kept digging, his eyes fixed on the man's face. It was a desperate yearning for survival, a desperate yearning for life. Why is this happening? The boy muttered to himself before retreating back into his shell. Steve felt the shovel strike something hard in his hands, producing a sharp, metallic clink. He looked down and saw a piece of bone. Yet, in that very instant, everything before him became crystal clear. He knew it clearly. He had discovered the mysterious object himself, and had completely resolved the matter of the ghostly shadow. His entire body collapsed to the ground, as if his spirit had been pulled from his body and returned to its original place. He raised the white bone before him and saw a flame burning within the central crevice. This skeleton had been dead for decades, yet even so, its bones still burned fiercely. The flame did not seem tangible, but rather a form of resentment.
It must be this thing,
Steve muttered to himself. He struggled to rise but found himself utterly unable to do so, eventually scrambling to his feet in an awkward heap. As he walked, he felt as though he were treading on clouds. Those mere seconds had felt like an eternity to him. He was, after all, only human. Even with his specialized training and status as the team leader for the Eagle Nation, he possessed nothing more than a bit more courage and steadfast willpower. Had he been a second slower, caught off guard by the Phantom's ambush, no amount of resistance would have spared him from certain death. Thus, his survival in this catastrophe owed much to sheer luck. Had those 3 teammates not been killed by the Phantom, clearing his path and granting him valuable experience, he would never have been able to study the Shadow's power, much less excavate its corpse under such extreme conditions.
Let's go.
He then headed toward the school gates, intending to check if other teams had already obtained the artifact. Thud, thud, thud.
Steve's footsteps echoed through the deserted corridor.
It was hard to believe that within this abandoned building, 3 lives had already been buried here. Only after stepping outside the school did he breathe a sigh of relief. Less than an hour had passed since he'd entered. The moon hung high, casting a cold, desolate glow over the abandoned campus.
Now, Steve had a whole new understanding of this university. It was an institution steeped in an eerie atmosphere, seemingly desolate on the surface, yet bustling within.
Had this not been a completely sealed dungeon, but a real-world environment, far more lives would likely have been lost. Like a homeless person, like an adventurer with a death wish, like someone who tells the truth.
Chapter 186, Blood Servant.
One day, they would stumble upon this place by accident and discover its true purpose. But after that, they would never be able to leave. They would become food for those bizarre creatures.
I never thought he'd survive.
That specter was clearly right behind him.
How did he survive?
Oof. If that's the case, this specter doesn't seem all that terrifying.
Not scary? Remember, this shadow single-handedly killed 3 teammates. Many never imagined Steve could actually emerge from Building 1.
To most, being targeted by the specter meant certain death. Later, when they saw his figure pinned to the wall, a flicker of hope stirred in their hearts. Even the Eagle Nation members had mentally written him off as dead. Yet, against all odds, this man on the brink of death managed to turn the tide in such extreme circumstances and survive. Combined with the fact that none of the 2 teammates encountered earlier in the forest had perished, this gave many a glimmer of hope.
Perhaps this dungeon wasn't so terrifying after all.
Perhaps this time, they could conquer the Dragon Country dungeon. Most importantly, we have a new potion that suppresses the Challenger's fear, making them more formidable during this mission.
Ha!
The Dragon Nation's eeriness is nothing special. Dealing with this bunch of weirdos is a piece of cake.
Don't forget our puppet.
Without it, that team would have been slaughtered in the girls' dorm long ago.
Oh, that reminds me.
Many who had been lurking in silence suddenly stood up, flooding the internet with posts. Despite the loss of 3 challengers, they acted as if nothing had happened, preoccupied only with flaunting their own achievements. Netizens in Dragon Nation seemed accustomed to such behavior and remained largely silent. They merely screenshotted a few of the more aggressive comments, preparing to release them at an opportune moment. They'd done this many times before, and it had scared the wits out of countless foreign netizens.
Many were forced to deactivate their accounts and withdraw from the internet.
Steve emerged from Building 1, heading toward the school entrance to meet up with the others. Just then, he spotted 2 figures.
Both had just emerged from Building 2. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 2 blood servant warriors from the UK. Whoa! What's going on here? Steve didn't suspect anything and stepped forward to greet the 2.
But strangely, the 2 blood servants were unusually quiet. Upon hearing their shouts, they immediately halted their steps and turned to look at Steve. Bathed in the pallid moonlight, their skin seemed shrouded within it, obscuring any discernible expression. Yet their vacant expressions and vacant stares gave off an eerie feeling. But with the dim lighting, Steve didn't think much of it.
Hey, what's up with you guys? You took down a freak without a scratch?
Steve looked at them with confusion. After all, those 2 blood slaves had been searching Building 2 for quite some time. They must have found something. Since they were both unharmed, it was most likely because the weirdo had already been dealt with. Yet, the only response was silence. The 2 blood servants immediately fixed their gaze on the black bone in his hand, yet still remained silent. Steve felt these 2 were far too cold and indifferent, clearly unwilling to speak with him. Faced with such treatment, he could only swallow his pride. These 2 were still quite useful to him. As a squad leader, he possessed the capability to deploy them as cannon fodder when confronting the impending supernatural incident. But Steve didn't notice this. His 2 teammates were nowhere to be seen. Their clothes were soaked through by the rain, quickly forming small puddles at their feet. Moreover, he noticed several peculiarities about the 2 individuals. First, their uniforms were reversed.
They were both wearing the standard Eagle Nation uniform, with a badge on their left chest. However, their badges were on the right side. Beyond the insignia, other items typically worn on the left had shifted to the right, while those normally on the right had moved to the left. It was as if they were two entirely different people, mirror images of each other. But under the blazing sun, everything appeared somewhat blurred. Moreover, Steve's attention wasn't focused on this detail, he hadn't noticed it. Alright, let's meet at the school gate first. Steve responded with a nod, and the two walked toward the school gates together. Soon, they encountered Barney and Ivan. "Captain, are you okay?" Barney asked. When he noticed the cold, sinister woman beside the captain was dead, he knew they must have encountered something strange. He thought the captain was dead, but apparently, he was unharmed. In fact, he might even have something extraordinary. It's a long story. Steve pulled out the fragment glowing with a faint yellow light, along with a piece of pitch black bone still burning fiercely inside. Holy, there are two. Between the two of us, that makes three. Ivan sucked in a sharp breath, staring at him as if he were some kind of freak. After all, the two of them risked their lives just to take down one Gue, yet their captain had single-handedly killed two. Was he even human? Barney was equally stunned when he saw two others standing beside Steve. They stood there silent, their eyes vacant, like two corpses. What the hell were these two up to? Why hadn't they uttered a single word the entire time? Just then, Ivan tugged quietly at his sleeve and whispered in a voice inaudible to ordinary ears. "Something's off about these two. Look at their clothes, they're completely different from ours." Barney hadn't yet processed what was happening. Suddenly, both blood servants turned their heads toward him simultaneously, staring blankly. In that instant, Barney and Ivan felt their scalps tingle as an eerie premonition washed over them. Under the moonlight, two soldiers from the decaying nation stared at him with an eerie glint in their eyes. The scene was truly terrifying. If not for the fact that these two looked much like their comrades and showed no hostility, anyone would have thought they were two ghostly apparitions. We're all on the same side. No need for such suspicion, right? At that moment, Steve stepped forward, cleared his throat, and eased the tension. Chapter 187, The Lost Squad. Barney and Ivan both felt a surge of relief. If they'd angered these two, they'd be in serious trouble. Steve and Barney then exchanged glances and outlined their plan. So far, all three had obtained 3 items, bringing the mission's progress to 3-5. The other 2 anomalies remained undiscovered. What about the other team? Steve suddenly realized something. They had originally started with 10 people. Subtracting the 3 who had died, that left 7. But their team was down to 5. That meant 2 members hadn't returned yet. Let's try contacting them via radio. Upon inquiry, they discovered the 2 were still wandering around campus. Not everyone could pinpoint the exact location of the paranormal activity immediately. Some were fortunate enough to avoid any encounters, so they'd been slacking off. The 2 had wandered around this area. Though it felt eerie and creepy, they hadn't encountered any danger. To the uninformed, they might have looked like tourists out for a stroll. Steve addressed them, "Head back. We'll wait at the school entrance." "Yes, Captain." Then came a long wait. They waited for over half an hour, but the others still hadn't emerged. Logically, the campus wasn't that large, and it shouldn't have taken them long to reach the spot. Steve waited anxiously, glancing at his watch from time to time. According to the rules, they had to complete the mission before dawn to make it out alive. Although 2 artifacts remained undiscovered, there was still ample time. Still, the sooner they finished the mission, the better. Steve paced back and forth near the entrance when suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. 2 puddles of water had appeared at the feet of his 2 British teammates. Given that the abandoned campus was surrounded by barren land covered in dust, how could water possibly be present? Moreover, the night sky held few clouds, and no rain had fallen. Even if it had, such a large area wouldn't have pooled water. The thought sent a chill through him. Could it be, something was wrong with them? Earlier, Barney and Ivan had whispered so quietly during their private talk that he hadn't overheard a word. At the time, he'd assumed the 2 were cursing him. These blood slaves from the rotten country looked vastly different from ordinary people. To put it simply, they were ugly. Privately, they occasionally discussed matters related to their appearance, though such topics were usually kept confidential to avoid conflict. But judging by the current situation, they weren't discussing that now. They were still deep within the dungeon, and even the most unreliable among them wouldn't bring up such matters here. Therefore, whatever Ivan was warning about must be a matter of life and death for everyone. It was highly likely he had sensed something unusual, which was why he had spoken up. "I just realized both of them really are acting weird." Steve finally grasped what was happening, breaking out in a cold sweat. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the garments worn by these 2 blood servants were actually reversed, seemingly achieved through mirror reflection. These 2 must have encountered something peculiar. Though he didn't know the details, Steve could guess the general idea. These 2 must have been affected by some bizarre force, causing them to become so peculiar, though the full effect hadn't yet manifested. It was even possible that the 2 had been replaced by imposters. But for now, rash action was absolutely out of the question. This eerie force was terrifying.
If anything went wrong with these two, it could very well cause them physical harm. For instance, killing them might result in the deaths of their own people. These two oddballs blended into the crowd without a hint of suspicion, as if nothing had ever happened. Worse still, they left their backs exposed to the enemy. This was terrifying to even contemplate. Steve recovered from his initial tension, sweat already beading on his forehead. His eyes locked onto the two blood slaves. Steve, did he sense something off about them? This is terrifying. Can't these people be more careful? Don't they fear the anomaly will eliminate them all? Are you kidding me? Knowing there's a mole among us and not doing anything? He probably fears being silenced. He's still one of our UK heroes, he shouldn't be this easily defeated. Steve knew full well that these two eerie figures bore a striking resemblance to a blood servant, and their hearing was exceptionally keen. If he told Barney or Ivan about this, it would expose the fact he'd discovered Rhodes wasn't human. This matter he couldn't tell anyone. He glanced at Barney, then at Ivan, who looked utterly bewildered. However, they also noticed that Steve seemed to have spotted something amiss. Just then, Steve, hands behind his back, gave Barney a subtle signal to keep quiet. The two strange beings couldn't move yet, fearing that touching them might cause something to happen to their bodies. Second, he had found a way to harness their power. Using two Gue to counter a Gue, it was well known that Gue typically targeted living beings, but when confronted by other Gue, they were prone to mental short circuits. Even if it proved useless, having these two as shields was worth the risk. Rather than risk exposing their true identities, it was better to maintain appearances and maximize the value of their cover. Just then, two figures slowly approached from the distance. Two lost souls, finally finding their way back. Alright, let's head to the playground. Steve exchanged a knowing glance with the two shadowy figures before instructing the group. The sports field at Jingshui Middle School resembled the surrounding buildings, a worn-out synthetic track, weathered beyond recognition by years of wind and rain. Wild grasses of various colors sprouted everywhere across the lawn. Perhaps because this area was relatively dry and rarely saw rain, the weeds didn't grow very tall. They only reached about 20 centimeters tall, just short of a person's ankle. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the place. It was hard to imagine where any eeriness might be lurking here. But the moment they arrived, it became instantly clear. A beam of light from a flashlight suddenly illuminated the center of the field. A group of boys and girls in school uniforms gathered together, chattering excitedly. Steve glanced at his teammates beside him and couldn't help but say, "It's a replay." Yes, this scene had indeed once been real. The victim was most likely already dead, leaving only a ghost to linger here. Chapter 188, Death Replay. What's that? The other team members, especially the two who were idle, had no idea what was happening. It's a replay of the ghost's death before it became a spirit. Steve looked just as baffled. After a brief explanation, the two finally understood that this replay posed no real danger. Besides, it was the best way to understand the anomaly. What are you standing around for? Come on, let's go check it out. The two immediately scampered over. Steve watched the scene unfold and shook his head. The replay of a bizarre death wasn't something to mess with. Once triggered, it would transport you to an unfamiliar place. These two looked like they were rushing headlong into danger. But now that they were here, there was no point in hiding anymore. Steve waved his hand, leading the others to follow behind. He looked at the two ghosts. Throughout the entire process, both remained silent, not uttering a word. They were like NPCs, following wherever their teammates went. From the looks of things, they posed no threat to us whatsoever. Late at night, many students found themselves with nothing to do. Their days in high school were monotonous, and dorm life was equally dull. Moreover, this university was located in a remote area with no internet cafes nearby. Sneaking out late at night to play was simply impossible. So they could only sneak out to the sports field in the dark of night, seeking a thrill in the pitch-black darkness. So what are we doing tonight? Keep telling ghost stories? No way, that's boring. Besides, I've heard them all a million times. Fine, let's play Truth or Dare then. Why play that? Haven't you forgotten about that classmate who got expelled for kicking the teacher during Truth or Dare? Everyone chattered away, debating how to pass the dull night. But they'd all played these games before, and their enthusiasm waned as they chatted. Soon, everyone wanted to head back to the dorm to rest. But sending them back to their dorms now would be such a waste. How about we try train? A boy who hadn't spoken a word suddenly piped up. What's train? All eyes turned to the boy who usually kept to himself. For some reason tonight, he'd snuck out too, and no one had noticed him. It's a pretty scary game. We stand at different points around the field. One person is the locomotive, moving counterclockwise and pulling everyone else along. When you grab someone, you place your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you and spin around in place. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, all finding the game intriguing. Playing it in a pitch-black place would be thrilling. Then the boy added. Of course, there are some rules. When boarding, you absolutely must not turn around, speak, or stop moving. Why can't we turn around, speak, or stop? Some couldn't help but ask. The boy's face darkened. If you break any of these three rules, bad things will happen. His current demeanor was peculiar, but no one gave it much thought, assuming he was just bluffing. And so the group embarked on their thrilling game. In the darkness where neither stars nor moon shone, they switched off their flashlights and spread out. The light was dim, and they could only vaguely make out some silhouettes. The boys, like a train, circled the track once. It was an ordinary game, nothing should have gone wrong. Just like before, one boy approached another. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the other boy's shoulder. Throughout the entire process, neither spoke a word, acting like strangers, yet sharing an unspoken understanding. Like a train, they moved forward together. Then came the third, the fourth. After a while, he grew a bit weary of it. As the first to pick up and drop off the boys, he naturally had to run the entire route. Most crucially, during this process, he couldn't look back, couldn't speak to anyone, and certainly couldn't stop. It felt as though his body had become completely beyond his control, transformed into a machine. But he knew he could control his body now. If he wanted to, he could stop any time. All along the way, he kept yawning and even made a few mistakes before finally managing to steady himself. But that would have killed everyone's mood. Their social circle on campus was limited. Generally speaking, if you crossed someone, you wouldn't have a good time for the next 3 years. The train ride went smoothly, completing a full round in no time. They'd pause the train, wait for classmates to board, then set off again. Just as everyone thought the game was ending after one round. The boy who acted as the locomotive didn't stop. Instead, he circled the playground once more. No way? Why are we doing 2 laps here? What's going on? Isn't it enough already? This is wasting my time. I'm heading back to the dorm to rest. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Quick, stop him. Something feels off. At that moment, everyone cursed silently in their hearts. But none of them showed it. After all, this was a violation of the rules. Everyone knew it was merely a formal restriction, nothing to make a fuss about. But that's human nature. No one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Because no one could be certain if the others would keep playing. It was entirely possible you were the only one who didn't enjoy it. If you announced you were quitting the game, you'd likely hurt the other players' feelings. If someone breaks the rules, they're the unlucky one, no one wants to get involved. And so, in a strange and eerie silence, the game somehow continued. No one spoke as they began circling the field. At least for now. Perhaps as time passed, some would grow restless or simply stop in their tracks. Anything was possible. The most crucial factor was that their patience was running thin. But then things took a turn for the worse. They had barely completed 2 laps when the first motorcycle came to a halt. Everyone instinctively stopped too. The next moment, everyone froze. Why did it stop? According to the game rules, when the train stopped, it meant the train had arrived at the station and everyone was supposed to get off. Chapter 189, Driving the Train. But they all boarded during the same round, no one should have been left behind. Moreover, everyone witnessed it, there were only a few people on the entire training ground. Where did this guy come from? At that moment, some finally noticed something was off. If the train hadn't stopped, there was only one explanation. That meant an invisible person was following them from behind. Suddenly, many felt a chill run down their spines, their muscles tensing. Common sense told them that in this game, encountering terrifying events was highly probable. Had their luck run out, bringing them face to face with something terrifying? No one knew. At that moment, they couldn't turn around, couldn't speak, and couldn't confirm whether the last person had been boarded onto the train. Before long, the train began moving again. The group continued circling the playground. But whether it was Steve or the viewers watching the livestream, they could clearly sense that their movements had grown stiff. Then, after traveling for a while longer, the train stopped again. This time, everyone panicked. At first, perhaps it was just a blur from the people ahead, but now that the train had stopped again, what could it be? Everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to the sides, searching to see if anyone had been left behind. But there was nothing around. Are you kidding me? This is never going to end. Help! Help! Ugh, I'm done with this. I'm going back to bed. At that moment, everyone's heart was screaming, for they had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. As the saying goes, you can't walk by the lake without getting your shoes wet. They often told horror stories late into the night, but no one ever took them seriously. Until something terrifying happened, and everyone realized the stories were real. Leading the way was a boy named Zhang Wei. This boy usually blended into the background, his appearance quite ordinary. In his entire life, he had never been noticed by anyone. As the third child in his family, his parents poured all their affection and patience into his older brother and sister, leaving him deprived of care throughout his upbringing. Moreover, his appearance was unremarkable, and his name was equally ordinary, which made him deeply insecure. Consequently, he desperately craved attention, even resorting to extreme measures. Tonight, he orchestrated this terrifying game precisely to create a sensation on campus. He parked the car in a deserted corner specifically to use hypnosis to frighten everyone, making them believe it was a terrifying disaster. Even if exposed later, he could brush it off by claiming he saw people. Playing the victim.
No one could prove he was lying, nor could they expose him. But to pull this off perfectly, he still needed someone to help. That someone was the last student in the back seat. They had once been deskmates, so after he shared his plan, the other agreed. The most terrifying aspect of this game was the students at the back of the train. He feared that when the train first stopped at an uninhabited location, the last student might panic and flee. That was not the outcome he desired. He needed the last student to help him pull off this scene. At this moment, the student at the back was grinning from ear to ear. He was the only one who could keep an eye on everyone ahead. Just as the train rounded the second curve, he suddenly felt the person in front tighten their grip on his arm. Then, when they stopped for the second time, he realized that everyone around them had changed their pace. Looks like he'd really screwed them over this time. Just imagining the sight of that group scared out of their wits made him want to laugh. The train continued onward, stopping again shortly after. Just as he was laughing, he suddenly felt a cool breeze brush past his back, as if someone was approaching him. Then, a pair of hands pressed down on his shoulders, cold to the touch. Instantly, his entire body went numb. He instinctively tried to turn around, only to discover his neck and body had frozen stiff, leaving him utterly immobilized. The train started moving again. This time, not only the people in front, but even he, the one in the know, felt his own body growing stiff. If this classmate behind him wasn't an actor hired by Zhang Wei, then who was he? If that were the case, it meant their plan had failed. The horror of this game truly exceeded both their expectations, but the price they paid was themselves. He desperately wanted to stop Zhang Wei, the locomotive of this train, so this charade could end quickly. Then he could turn and run, leaving those two hands behind him. The best solution was to let the slower ones go to their deaths. But the train kept moving forward, stopping 4, 5, 6 times along the way. Then the second lap ended, and the third lap began. Yet Zhang Wei showed no sign of stopping. He seemed pumped up on adrenaline. Damn it, what the hell does he want? The boy's face turned ashen, wishing everyone before him would just stop. He just wanted this scene to end as quickly as possible. Yet strangely, the train kept moving forward. Throughout the entire ordeal, not a single person stopped, turned around, or spoke a word. A silent crowd walked through the darkness, playing what seemed like a childish little game. The teenagers kept walking forward until their legs went numb and blisters formed on the soles of their feet, only then did they stop. He had a premonition that he might die here. Yet the train showed no sign of stopping. As the rising sun cast a warm glow upon the ground, it bathed the entire sports field in light, illuminating the students who had been running all night. The train finally reached its destination. Zhang Wei collapsed forward like a wooden stake, propelled by inertia, followed by a second, then a third lifeless body. Every single student on the field was dead. The video ended there. All the lights across the field faded away, leaving Steve and the other 6 still standing where the students had been talking moments before. Just then, a gentle breeze swept across their faces, rustling the wild grass on the ground. A cool sensation spread through everyone's hearts. Silence fell over the group. This scene seemed strange and hard to explain, much like the game those poor little kids had been playing before they started learning. Had they not played this game, they might never have discovered the anomaly here, let alone obtained that mysterious object. Chapter 190, Game On. Dawn would be their doom. Alright, let's give it a shot. Steve spoke as the team leader, turning to his teammates with words none of them wanted to hear. Since I'm the captain, I'll take the lead. Seeing the grim expressions on several faces, he added, I'll stop when the time is right. He had carefully considered the core mechanics of this game. From the start, everyone had come with a prankish mindset. If not for Zhang Wei deliberately taking a long detour and stopping 3 times, they wouldn't have encountered the Gue. As long as they took a wide detour, they wouldn't collide with the Gue. Except for the Gue within their own team. Before long, the group gathered in the square, preparing to welcome the arrival of the locomotive. Steve walked alone along the dilapidated track, constantly scanning his surroundings. But he kept 3 rules firmly in mind: no backing up, no talking, no stopping. He approached another person and placed his hand on their shoulder. The train started moving again, heading toward another person. Steve sensed the unease of the person behind him. His palms were slightly sweaty, and he gripped Steve's arm tightly. As if afraid of losing connection with the locomotive, afraid something might go wrong. Then they approached another person. Steve looked and saw there was indeed only one person. Then he began his next move. The train glided smoothly along, no one stopping, no one speaking, utter silence. Across the entire plaza, only the sound of everyone's breathing remained. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the train was filled with 6 people. They encountered no trouble along the way, and the train was about to complete a full lap around the playground. All 7 boarded the train and soon reached the end of the track. Relief washed over them. Everything was going smoothly. Steve had said that as long as nothing unexpected happened this time, they would stop. He hadn't encountered anything strange, nor had he discovered anything unusual. As for the strange object they were searching for, they could pursue it through other means, but this dreadful game was about to end. But just as the train neared the starting point, a figure suddenly emerged from ahead of the train. Had he been standing there all along?
Earlier, the darkness had prevented them from seeing clearly, and they had assumed all 7 had been brought here, so they paid it no mind. Yet when they saw the 8th person, a chill ran down their spines. There were only 7 of them. Where did the 8th come from? The only explanation was that this person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, not one of their teammates. This was bizarre. Damn it, everyone stop. No, I can't stop. This is a game that can't be stopped. Even if we have to stop, we have to finish this round first. Damn it, just as we're about to reach the end, someone suddenly appears. At that moment, every heart was pounding wildly. But one person was an exception. That person was Barney. When he realized there were 7 people on the train, he froze in place, his mind going completely blank. There were 7 people on this train, yet he hadn't boarded it yet. Which meant there was one person on the train who was disguised as someone else. What's going on with these people? How did another person appear? Could it be something supernatural? I told you, playing horror games is suicide. Now look what happened. Sigh. Knowing there's something wrong here and still daring to play, I think they're the real heroes. Where exactly did things go wrong? How did I fail to notice the imposter slip in? This was highly unusual. They hadn't noticed anything unusual at first, until the 8th person joined. That's when they caught on. Could it be that the ghost looked exactly like one of them? Many were now scrutinizing everything, searching for anything amiss, anything eerily identical to Barney? No. But as they looked left and right, they couldn't find Barney anywhere. At the same time, they didn't see a single stranger either. How could I not have noticed anything unusual? Many faces turned pale, for they couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the eeriness. This was a terrifying realization. After all, some anomalies could deceive players within instances precisely because they created illusions. However, for spectators outside the instance, such illusions held no sway over them. Often, they could discern clues. This time, however, seemed different. Even those outside the instance failed to notice this detail. No way. At that moment, the leaders of several nations, including the Eagle Nation's chief, wore expressions of utter disbelief. They too had reacted like most others. They all tried to find something strange in the vast crowd. Yet, they found nothing. This was hard for them to accept. Not seeing it inside the instance was one thing, but not seeing anything outside was terrifying. Could this strange power extend beyond the dungeon and affect the outside world? Mr. Bruce Pie, could you tell me what happened? The sovereign's gaze fell upon the man beside him, only to see astonishment etched across his face. It was fear. This can't be possible. His face drained of color, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. What's going on? The sovereign inquired again. We've been deceived. This is impossible. Bruce Pie declared with unwavering certainty. Then he added. We always thought it resembled someone, which is why we hallucinated. In truth, it's completely different from everyone else. And it could be someone we don't know, otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to find it. As he spoke each word, the expression on the Eagle Nation ruler's face across from him grew increasingly grave. Bruce, what's going on? Bruce Pie's face was now ashen, his lips trembling. As Holmes said, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He was certain there was an extra person in the squad. And this person could not possibly be an outsider, nor could it be someone with an identical appearance. Therefore, there was only one explanation. The extra person was one of their former teammates. Barney's expression darkened. He immediately noticed that this squad consisted of 7 members. Chapter 191, The Extra Man. This meant an 8th person had infiltrated their squad. The question now was whether they should still board the train. A train filled with such eerie strangers was simply too terrifying. Anyone would hesitate. But refusing to board might invite even greater peril. Because in this game, there was no option to stay off the train. But that doesn't mean safety. If he didn't board, he might face even more terrifying consequences. It was a gamble. But Barney didn't want to take that risk. The train couldn't wait much longer, and he needed to make a choice. Barney gritted his teeth and stepped onto the train car. Then he reached out and placed a hand on the other man's shoulder. The moment his hand touched him, the train began to move. One more turn, and he could return to where he started, completing a full cycle. Even so, Barney's face was etched with anxiety. He stared intently ahead in the pale moonlight. He tried to figure out who had snuck in. Yet upon closer inspection, everyone looked familiar, no trace of the intruder. Could I have misseen it? The human mind works strangely. To conserve energy, it actively ignores certain things. It's like reading a passage of text. Even if the arrangement seems chaotic, as long as you read it long enough, your mind will automatically correct itself. Then there's the tendency to forget unimportant things as soon as they're seen. Their desks were cluttered with all manner of objects, even those they had placed there themselves, they couldn't recall. Moreover, not everything the human eye sees needs to be stored in memory, otherwise, the human brain would explode. At this point, Barney suddenly recalled the others who had come with him. Himself, Ivan, Steve, 2 spies, and 2 others. Under the moonlight, he walked past Steve and listed them one by one.
But after naming just 4, he froze. The fifth face staring back at him was none other than the dead Jack. What the hell? Barney couldn't believe his eyes. He was certain he hadn't seen him before. Thinking he might be hallucinating, he looked again. The fourth name had changed to Ivan, not Jack. What the hell? Barney was nearly driven mad. He even began to doubt whether this scene before him was truly real or merely a figment of his imagination. But when he looked around again, there were indeed 8 people. When he counted down to 5 names again, he suddenly realized this person was none other than the deceased John. What? What the hell is going on? The king felt like he was about to break down. His team clearly only had 8 members, yet there was an extra person he couldn't identify. He glanced at Bruce Pay beside him, but Bruce seemed spellbound, not uttering a word. Yet his deathly pale face betrayed the turmoil within. Are you kidding me? Could some mysterious force have invaded our bodies, trapping us in an illusion? I refuse to accept this. Could we have been hacked? Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They couldn't find the extra person anywhere, sending a chill down everyone's spine. This was utterly bizarre. What kind of magic had Liu used to create such an illusion in this world? Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, many eyes kept glancing toward Liu. A few hesitated, wanting to question Liu but feeling too embarrassed to speak up. Earlier, several members of the think tank had sneered at Liu. If they confronted him now, wouldn't that be like slapping themselves in the face? Other high-ranking officials, though equally curious, hesitated, knowing rashness was unwise. Liu clearly noticed their hesitation and spoke first. 60. No one understood what Liu was referring to. What did 60 signify? Liu continued. That's the frame rate for the video feed. This dungeon broadcast covered every region across the entire planet. In some remote areas, the resolution wasn't high enough, so they had to use 60 frames. Most people didn't pay much attention to this detail and saw no particular value in it. Liu shifted gears. There was a similar program before. It involved playing a 1-minute segment of a video within a larger film for promotional purposes. This scene lasted only a brief moment. Though vastly different from the original footage, no one noticed. But the human brain is remarkable. It can imprint such scenes into the subconscious without conscious awareness. So viewers unknowingly saw a beverage ad, only to feel parched afterward. The group fell silent for a moment before someone suddenly frowned. But hasn't this been proven unscientific long ago? Liu nodded. It's pseudoscience, but I merely borrowed some elements from it. That so-called beverage advertisement was truly deceptive. During the actual screening of a film, an image completely unrelated to the movie suddenly appears. Even if it happened in a flash, the human eye could still catch it. To say no one noticed this is impossible. Yet this very scene unfolded on the playground of Jingshui Middle School. Even the closest person couldn't be recognized from a distance. In such darkness, even a single frame would be difficult to discern as abnormal. This time, Liu did not cast any illusions. Yet he could alter others' appearances. The faces of the 7 individuals shifted like a display screen, constantly changing. These redundant faces could appear anywhere. If someone glanced at them, it was hard to immediately notice their presence. Yet simultaneously, their mind would rapidly scan each face before confirming they had seen them before. The moment human eyes tried to fix on one particular face, that very face would shift. Such changes are hardly surprising, but rather quite subtle, for every face bears a certain resemblance to others. With just a slight adjustment to one's features, eyes, ears, nostrils, and so forth, one can easily disguise themselves as another person. Moreover, the dim lighting made it difficult to discern his features clearly, and the subtle alterations to his appearance were imperceptible to the naked eye. Liu conducted an experiment. Even when his gaze fixed on someone's face, his own eyes were easily recognizable. Moreover, by the time he sensed something amiss and looked closely, the face would return to normal, leaving him convinced he'd experienced a hallucination. This skill required no illusions and remained undetectable. Chapter 192, 60 frames. Even those observing the scene from outside the instance using the divine eye failed to notice this detail. This was the true terror of nightmare power. Any ordinary squad facing such eeriness was doomed. As Liu recounted the tale, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite amusing. Their expressions seemed to scream, "Are you kidding me?" He had only ever approached strange phenomena from a scientific perspective, things like auditory hallucinations, mental illness, and so on. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone create something so terrifying in this manner, let alone anything like this. Had Liu not explained it, they would have struggled to guess the truth or perhaps never known it in their lifetimes. If even they were this clueless, imagine the uninformed bystanders. At this point, the entire world would believe this was an unsolvable mystery, or rather, that this enigmatic entity had transcended dimensions and could reshape reality. Could any human conceive of such a thing? One of the advisors who had just confronted Liu stared at him in utter disbelief, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. The rest of the think tank members were also thoroughly impressed by Liu. Though they'd harbored doubts about him before, they were now utterly convinced by the young man's reasoning. Then what is its weakness? Just then, a senior executive suddenly spoke up. The very essence of a challenge lay in its fatal flaw of vulnerability that offered the challenger a path to survival. All eyes turned to Luyu, seeking his answer. Let's see how they handle it. But Luyu merely nodded.
Steve stood on the school lawn, his face pale in the moonlight. Their original 7-member squad now had an 8th member, which meant there was one more mystery. Yet he distinctly remembered all of them as familiar faces.
Why was this happening? Something was definitely off.
The train kept moving, seemingly nearing the station.
If it stopped, everyone would be safe, but danger would also be waiting.
While the train was moving, everyone had to follow the rules: no stopping, no turning around, no talking. These rules seemed strict, but they were actually a form of protection. Not only must people follow the rules, but so must the anomalies.
Therefore, he couldn't stop, couldn't turn around, couldn't speak. This was also why the spirits couldn't attack them. If they stopped, the spirits would regain their freedom. Who knew what might happen then? But he couldn't keep this up forever.
Judging by the death scene earlier, the deeper they delved into the game, the greater the difficulty became.
In the first circle, the Gue would likely infiltrate the group.
But as the number of anomalies increased, there would likely be even more of them.
That would only speed up the rate of death.
At this moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body, and his heart pounded wildly beyond his control. He suddenly realized his fear level had, at some point, surpassed 80%. The others weren't faring much better either, with only 2 blood slaves maintaining a fear level of 40%. It was rare for this to happen, even with the potions they'd been injected with, showing just how dire their situation was. Without their extraordinary constitutions and the aid of the serum, they would never have been able to overcome their terror. They might have been scared to death before even unleashing their strange powers. Steve hesitated, but instinctively made his decision. He halted his steps. To stop meant confronting the lurking threats hidden within the crowd. But equally, it allowed him to avoid further unknowns and dangers. It might not be the best approach, but it wasn't too bad either. Given Steve's abilities, reaching this level was quite commendable. Anyone else would likely have been scared out of their wits long ago, making rash decisions. Steve realized that with his limited wit, he couldn't come up with any brilliant ideas anytime soon. Therefore, he consciously made a decision that was neither too bold nor too timid. This too was a sign of leadership. In certain critical situations, such individuals can play a pivotal role, even determining the fate of an entire squad. It was precisely this terrifying resolve that earned Steve the captaincy of the Eagle Nation Challengers. It was also why he survived 2 consecutive ambushes by the Spectre. He even managed to resolve those 2 bizarre incidents. Stop! Steve halted abruptly, spinning around with a low growl. It was a warning: any movement, and they'd detect it instantly. At his command, the group halted in unison. They weren't fools, they understood immediately. In an instant, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone froze in place. But strangely, no one made a move, not even Wei. It was as if he had discovered something, or perhaps understood what these beings intended to do, which explained his actions. He tried desperately to appear ordinary. Steve's gaze swept across every face in the room like a sharp dagger, searching for something. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a full 10 seconds passed. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Steve's forehead. He couldn't make sense of it. No way, no way? Steve screamed inwardly. It was unbelievable he hadn't found the odd one out. If it had been a hallucination, he could have understood. But the problem was, he recognized every single one of these faces. Not a single one was unfamiliar to him. And just then, he recalled how Barney had looked utterly flustered the moment he saw Steve and the others. Wasn't that just like himself? Could it be that Barney only reacted that way after realizing every single person in this squad was someone he knew? No, no. Our original squad only had 7 members. This time, there are 8 people. If Steve's brain were a computer, it would be smoking right now, its CPU overwhelmed beyond capacity. He wasn't a sage. After ruling out every other possibility, only one remained, however implausible: it was the truth. But the problem was, forget the truth, even he couldn't fathom any possibility. This was beyond his comprehension, something he'd never even heard of, let alone solve. It was an unprecedented experience. Moreover, based on past experience, in such an environment, they had almost no chance of survival. Chapter 193, The Addition of the Uncanny. Captain, what's going on? At this moment, his team members were growing impatient. The eerie silence made everyone sense something was terribly wrong. They were all wary of each other, as if avoiding mortal enemies. But strangely, everyone around them was familiar, clearly their own comrades. This situation was completely unexpected, and none of them knew how to respond. Though they all sensed the presence of something strange, he couldn't discern its exact form. It was incomprehensible. Utterly incomprehensible. This situation had long since exceeded their comprehension, and there was nothing they could do about it. Yet, as they stood silent and helpless, the situation only grew worse. Ivan has fallen. A mechanical voice cut through the silence, snapping everyone back to reality. Ivan lay limp on the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, no longer breathing. He was dead. The others stared at Ivan's body, utterly bewildered.
This was the last thing they had expected. They knew full well that if the train stopped, Gue would attack them. But he hadn't anticipated that Gue's actions would come so swiftly. And no one had seen how he'd managed it. Oh no, Gue has struck. Good heavens, I didn't even see when he made his move. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Gue had struck. Most crucially, no one could fathom how he'd managed it. That was truly terrifying. Without understanding his opponent, he had no way to defend himself. If he couldn't defend himself, he'd be at their mercy. This meant they would soon be wiped out entirely, with not a single survivor. Calm down. Steve demonstrated the resolve of a leader at this critical moment. His single command instantly silenced everyone. He then signaled to Barney with a glance. Barney, take a look at how Ivan died, he ordered, keeping his eyes on the others. Barney let out a sigh. Ivan was his best friend. He had planned to bring him back alive from this mission. Then collect a hefty pension from the Eagle Nation government, buy a small island off the coast, and live out his days in peace. But his dream had been cut short before it even began. Yet despite Steve's outward composure, his mind was anything but calm. As for uncovering the truth? That wasn't the point. It was merely a justification to placate the public. The real reason? What else could it be? But he couldn't reveal it either, lest it cause greater chaos and more casualties. It might even lead to the annihilation of the entire force. Could it be my choice was wrong? A flicker of doubt crossed Steve's eyes. Now, only two paths lay before him, one was to stop, the other was to continue. Based on his assessment, descending further would lead into the most perilous and unpredictable terrain. That was why he had made this decision. But there was also a possibility that his choice was wrong. Making the wrong choice wasn't impossible. Everyone makes the same mistake, but most cannot bear the consequences. Maybe I miscalculated. Lou, you must have anticipated this move all along. If they'd known this would happen, they wouldn't have played this game. So, should we keep moving forward? Steve's heart was filled with regret and dread. That feeling was like a scythe of death hanging over his head. His fear meter shot straight up. Everyone could clearly see his current fear level had soared to a staggering 90%. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one terrified. In this unknown situation, a hidden threat lurked among the crowd, a lurking evil whose form was indistinguishable, yet capable of casually slaughtering its own kind, watching everyone silently. Every life hung in the balance. Who wouldn't be afraid? Everyone's fear levels were extremely high. As the team leader, his mental resilience was far stronger than the others, so it was no surprise his fear index was higher. Captain, Ivan was strangled to death. At that moment, Barney's voice carried a hint of terror. What? Strangled? Nonsense. Ivan was right in front of us. No one saw him make any unusual movements. How could he have been strangled? Besides, someone being strangled would show signs of extreme pain. But he showed no signs of struggle whatsoever. Everyone found it unbelievable. But as Barney lifted Ivan's shirt, the room fell silent. Two distinct fingerprints were clearly visible on Ivan's neck. The marks were greenish, as if someone had gripped his throat with force. At the center of these marks lay the imprint of the carotid artery. If someone's carotid artery is pinched shut, they truly cannot cry out for help. The moment the blood vessels are constricted, one feels no pain and shows no reaction, only darkness engulfs the vision before unconsciousness sets in. Therefore, no matter how high one's vitality might be, the instant their throat is seized, all resistance is utterly lost. Let alone signal how much pain they were in. In his final moments, Ivan felt no pain, suffered no abuse. The only difference was that his death was unjust. An invisible hand had seized his carotid artery, causing his brain to suffocate from oxygen deprivation. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run through them. How terrifying was that? Not only had they failed to detect the enemy's presence, but they'd been slaughtered without even a chance to fight back, simply strangled to death. How could he possibly tolerate this? Start the car. Steve snapped back to reality. He knew the only way to avoid being killed by the Gue was to keep playing the game. It felt like a desperate gamble, like drinking poison to quench thirst. But it was better than losing his life right now. An elusive creature lurking among the crowd was impossible to guard against. Even if they escaped this area, the Gue would catch up. Everyone followed suit, pulling Steve up from behind. There were 7 of them in total. This was peculiar. After all, there had only been 7 of them to begin with. 1 was killed, yet 7 remained. This meant the trickster was still playing this game with them. But everyone knew this, yet felt powerless, for they simply couldn't fathom this eerie phenomenon. The most crucial thing now isn't solving the problem, but figuring out how to survive. What the hell is going on? This monster is terrifying. I can't think of any way to stop it. We can't find him, nor see how he killed our teammates. That means they had no chance to fight back or resist. All they could do was wait for death. Chapter 194, The Truth. This monstrous creature poses an overwhelming threat to the Eagle Nation squad. Its power and intelligence far surpass theirs. Even if several nations joined forces, they couldn't achieve this. Total annihilation. Witnessing this unimaginable scene, many couldn't help but gasp in shock.
When it came to the terrifying and perilous nature of the mysterious dungeon, Dragon Nation was undeniably the undisputed leader.
No other nation could match it.
Even nations like Eagle Nation were powerless against it. Originally, he had thought that these nations joining forces could trap the Dragon Nation. But halfway through the battle, their mindset shifted. They began to think a 50-50 split was acceptable.
Yet as time wore on, the tide turned dramatically from an initial one-sided contest to an overwhelming victory.
The train began to move. Steve led the team forward, feeling more relaxed than ever before, though he knew full well this approach was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Still, it had allowed him to escape disaster. Besides, he still clung to a sliver of hope. The video showed the boy playing the train deliberately attempting suicide, stopping intentionally several times. At first, everyone thought it was just a prank, but 3 minutes later, he saw something sinister. In other words, if the locomotive didn't stop, the ghost couldn't possibly board the train.
Not just him, but everyone present felt the same way.
This is human inertia. People cling to hope, convinced that bad things won't happen. So he refuses to prepare for the worst. But that's precisely when the worst possible outcome materialized. Because they hadn't made the necessary preparations beforehand, this situation arose. When the train reached the 1/3 mark of the runway, Steve felt darkness engulf his vision, as if an invisible giant hand had clamped around his throat. In that instant, he grasped what it meant to be on the brink of life and death. And his mind went completely blank. Therefore, he halted his advance to conserve energy, pressing his hand against his jugular vein as he stopped, trying to pinpoint what was constricting him. Yet as his hand pressed against his throat, a chill touched him. It felt like an invisible giant hand, impossible to grasp.
What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Are you kidding me? This is pure suicide. Damn it, damn it.
Everyone panicked, utterly baffled by what was happening. They had been moving forward smoothly all along. And they knew exactly what would happen if they stopped. Steve was the one they trusted most. He surely understood what would happen if they didn't keep moving forward. Yet he had halted.
Which meant he had found something far more terrifying than stopping? Time ticked away, minute by minute.
The convoy that should never have stopped had halted in an accident, a situation none of them could have imagined.
What's wrong with Steve? Don't tell me he's a mole. In that moment, panic seized everyone. Especially the officials from Eagle Nation, their hearts pounding in their throats.
Some were already wondering if Steve was a Dragon Nation agent operating in the shadows.
Wait, his expression is strange. And the way he looks, it's like he's been hit by a trick attack? Just then, someone spoke up.
At these words, everyone's gaze sharpened, and they immediately noticed certain details.
I get it now, he fell for the trap. Damn it, weren't we told that driving wouldn't leave us open to ghost attacks? This weirdo is downright twisted. It defied the rules. Does this mean it's already entered the second stage?
The second stage occurs when the eerie entities within this world absorb a certain threshold of fear energy, triggering a mutation. This was a universal pattern found in all mysterious dungeons. But in Dragon Nation, this rule is taken to its absolute extreme. Reaching this stage, however, requires a certain threshold of fear points. The Eagle Country people, having consumed massive quantities of potions, had their fear levels drastically reduced so much so that many had forgotten. Now, they awoke from their daze, suddenly realizing.
How long has it been? We've already triggered the second phase. Damn, this is getting tricky. Hold up, come see this, he seems to have recovered? Steve's abnormal state quickly faded. After pausing for a few seconds, the sensation of death gradually faded.
Such a fading was utterly bizarre. Normally, if someone had their neck seized by the carotid artery, even if they didn't die instantly, they'd need a long recovery.
Yet he regained consciousness instantly, the sensation of death vanishing along with it.
The entire scene felt like a mere illusion. But he knew it was no illusion.
He had clearly fallen into a trap. But its target wasn't him.
It merely sought to halt his progress.
Damn it, another trickster? Steve suddenly realized he'd been tricked.
He thought that if he didn't stop the car, he might be able to intercept the ghost. But it turned out his thoughts were unnecessary. The ghost could control its attacks at will, but if the other party forced it to halt its advance, it had no choice but to stop. For the moment, he had no better choice. With matters having come to this, he could only grit his teeth and press forward. He immediately began walking forward. And as he moved, the others followed suit. And so, the train started moving again.
What's going on? What the hell is the captain playing at? So, we weren't attacked by the Gue? Could he have done this on purpose?
No one could speak up, and no one dared stop to question Steve. Each kept their thoughts buried deep inside.
Not a word was spoken.
In the pitch-black night, within the abandoned campus, a strange, spine-chilling game unfolded. If ordinary people witnessed this scene, they would surely lose their minds. To know something was wrong yet keep playing, what kind of nerves did it take to stay lucid halfway through? They knew they didn't possess such courage, but they had all taken the drug. Without the drugs, they would have collapsed on the spot.
They couldn't fathom who could have single-handedly resolved this paranormal incident without any assistance. When the train reached its destination, Steve collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Not dead, but utterly exhausted. Chapter 195, Forced Halt. Under such circumstances, his mental resilience was truly extraordinary. His spirit, at that moment, suffered a tremendous blow. Before anyone else could speak, he blurted out. "What just happened was my fault. I shouldn't have stopped. Just now, I was choked by the guay and had no choice but to halt my advance. But strangely, the moment I stopped, he released me." He briefly recounted the incident to his teammates. And though they had been about to erupt in anger, they all looked utterly bewildered upon hearing his words. Steve had no reason to lie. What he said was likely true. Yet this revelation exposed a terrifying and despairing truth. Even if they hadn't stopped, they still couldn't have avoided being ambushed. They hadn't been killed, but their squad now harbored another anomaly. Though drinking poison to quench thirst might temporarily spare them from death, it would eventually erupt. And further delay would only amplify the consequences. Silver moonlight spilled down. In the overgrown, abandoned schoolyard, several dark figures stood motionless. Steve counted them: 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Another one. From 7 at the start to 8, then 1 died, leaving 7, and now it's back to 8. But among these 8, only 4 were human. 2 were inner demons, and the other 2 were demons. A single guay had already cost them a teammate. Adding another guay would only make things worse. Wah! A piercing wail echoed through the silent school. The sound was strange and piercing, utterly unlike anything a normal child could produce. All eyes turned to one person. He was a member of the transgender nation. For this national battle, they had deployed 2 members, along with 2 ancient spirit dolls. The voice belonged to a small boy, his entire body pitch black, indistinguishable from a corpse. His eerie eyes held a strange smile, even as tears streamed down his face. "A demonic force is attacking me." The Gumantong, in an act of protection for its master, had resorted to such measures. Thankfully, the Gumantong is here. We're saved now. Seeing this, Barney's heart leapt with joy. As a mere mortal, possessing such supernatural abilities made him transcend ordinary existence like a superhero from the movies. Steve felt a stir of envy too. With the spirit doll around, they wouldn't face any more bizarre attacks. But his voice trailed off after just a few seconds. It was as if an invisible hand had clamped shut his mouth. The scene was utterly bizarre. Even the Gumantong wore a look of utter shock and disbelief. Clearly, he wasn't holding back his cries on purpose. It was as if some mysterious presence had silenced him. How could this happen? Why has the Gumantong stopped crying? This guy's so powerful, how could he be controlled by a spirit? Are we really doomed? Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, even those watching the livestream. Is the second stage of the guay really this terrifying? It actually managed to suppress the Gumantong. Damn it, I can't control my own hands. Just then, the right arm of the squad member controlling the Gumantong suddenly went limp and the Gumantong collapsed to the ground. It wasn't just him, everyone else felt a tingling numbness in their right arms too. Ugh. At that very moment, the teenager who had been holding the Gumantong, the teammate who thought he was out of danger, suddenly found 2 distinct fingerprints pressed into his neck. Then, just like Ivan, his entire body crashed to the ground. Mahar killed. Another casualty. A member of the transgender kingdom, still clutching the mysterious Gumantong, had been slain so easily. In this battle for national destiny, he had only encountered minor troubles, yet the powerful Gumantong failed to protect his life and was instead killed by the guay. Like a helpless child, utterly powerless to resist. This eerie power is utterly terrifying. It's simply impossible to resist. Such an outcome was hard for Steve to believe. His teammate had been killed by the guay so stealthily, without a trace, leaving him deeply unsettled. Not only had the Gumantong failed to protect them, but it had been subdued like a mere mortal, utterly unbelievable. In an instant, the psychological defenses everyone had built through cheating and mysterious potions crumbled to dust. They had believed their tactics were their trump card, unaware that within the realm of the guay, everything was utterly laughable. It was like being stripped naked in the freezing cold, left utterly defenseless against the bitter temperatures. Most people couldn't endure such a state for long. Damn it! He's too cunning, he can actually control our bodies. Barney seemed to recall something and cried out involuntarily. That single sentence exploded like a thunderclap in Steve's mind. That's right. These 2 oddities, no, to be precise, only one oddity existed. Whenever they made a circuit around the school, a portion of the strangeness would manifest. The first lap brought that eerie head. That's why Ivan died after running 1 lap. Ivan's death left 2 fingerprints on his neck. It wasn't that this strange entity silently killed someone, rather, the strange entity controlled their heads, even their necks. After circling the entire perimeter, another part of the eerie entity joined the group. This newly emerged part was the right arm of the eerie entity. More precisely, it was the joint connecting the right arm to the torso. This explained why the team members' right arms had lost control. Just like before, the Gumantong stopped crying, its mind had been completely overtaken by the strange entity. This is dismemberment. Steve uttered the shocking truth. The Guai was a being that had died by dismemberment, possessing an overwhelmingly powerful grudge, the most terrifying among countless vengeful spirits. Its corpse was composed of several distinct parts, first the head, then the right arm. Whenever they drove across the playground, a part of it would activate. When this Guai was unleashed, its power was direct and brutal. It can control others' bodies. Triggering the head allowed it to control others' heads, triggering the right arm enabled it to control others' right arms. It was a fundamental, twisted ability. Yet if one could see through it from the start, it wouldn't be so terrifying. But for the unlucky or foolish who failed to grasp this truth, there was only one path: death. Chapter 196, The Failure of the Gumantong. Whether it was luck or misfortune, they only realized this after it had awakened 2 organs. This meant they weren't entirely without hope. But how could they possibly defeat it? Escape was impossible. Continuing like this would only lead to more deaths. The only way to achieve this was to find that mysterious object. Yet, up to this point, they hadn't found even a single clue about the mysterious object. Steve's mind was in turmoil. He had never thought so frantically before, every nerve in his brain strained to its limit. After racking his brain for ages, he still couldn't come up with a single plausible solution. What are we going to do? Boss, you gotta make a decision fast. At this moment, 3 members remained in the squad. He, Barney, and a trans woman were all present. The speaker was a member of the transgender nation. She possessed a devilishly curvaceous figure and a face so exquisite she could have been a major movie star in the real world. But now, her expression was one of terror, a fear of death, a despair. The sealing of the Gumantong's supernatural abilities affected her the most. Originally, she had believed it to be a protective talisman. No matter what strange events unfolded, it could never take her life. Yet none of them could have anticipated that this Dragon Country instance would be so brutal, capable of blocking even the Gumantong and striking without warning. Had she not caught Gumantong in her arms, the girl would have crashed to the ground. Then there's only one path left. After enduring a psychological struggle beyond ordinary comprehension, Steve's eyes were now bloodshot. When a person faces death, their body enters an extraordinary state. No one could understand what he had actually encountered. But he had a way. A path that might just save his life. He wasn't some wise fool. Still, he could guess what Lu Yu was thinking. If he were in Lu Yu's shoes, he would have made the same judgment. And after witnessing the train's true power, he no longer hesitated. Most people wouldn't drive anymore. After all, driving would inevitably activate more of their limbs. By then, he might become powerful enough to suppress all the monsters. Thus, most concluded the vehicle could never be driven again. Yet he persisted in driving. This was nothing short of courting death. Or rather, it was a one-way trip to the grave. He was going all in. Not taking the risk meant certain death. Taking the risk offered at least a 1% chance of survival. What happens next is up to their own fate. Let's hope so. Drive. Without another word, he drove forward, signaling the others to follow. Seeing this, Barney's heart skipped a beat, but he resolved to trust his leader. After all, given the current situation, he didn't have a better plan either. But if he refused, it would be a battle fought alone. Even if he made the right choice, his chances of survival were slim. Following the captain, however, meant that while the final outcome remained uncertain, at least there would be more of them. Better than facing it alone. As for the transsexual nation's teammate, she had no objections whatsoever. She understood that since the Gumantong couldn't protect them, their only option was to follow the crowd. Once these 3 joined, the others quickly followed suit. The 7-person convoy set off once more. But now, the true humans in this squad were few. Only 3 remained alive. The other 4 bodies had stiffened, like corpses being manipulated by an unseen force. A faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay wafted through the air. At first, it was so faint that Steve almost doubted whether he was imagining it. But as more and more people joined the group, the stench grew increasingly intense. The sensation was unbearable, like a ravenous wolf drooling, waiting for the next second to arrive. At first, the group was large, and the odds of the strange force targeting an individual were slim. Yet as their numbers steadily dwindled, death would inevitably come for him. It was only a matter of time. The group pressed on, but before long, another anomaly struck. Steve felt a sudden numbness in his right arm, then everything went black. It's over. We've been attacked by the anomaly. Witnessing this, he instantly knew his plan was doomed. But this time, before the Guai could act, he stopped. He was certain a Guai was right beside him, more precisely, a Guai creature composed of a fragment of it. He recalled where he had parked the car and realized these 2 locations should be on opposite sides of the school. This meant that after being torn apart, the train Guai had likely scattered across various areas. Currently, he knew only 2 locations, one where the head was located. But could there be any clues hidden within this? Should he connect the body parts on the map and find the connections between them? No, absolutely not. Logically, there should be 6 bodies here. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Steve. That scene replayed in his mind. If there was any clue at all, the most likely candidate was that death fragment.
Yu wouldn't set up a lethal trap here, because such a trap wouldn't be recognized by the system.
In other words, there must be another way out hidden within this trap. Only those who had perished could have uncovered any clues. At that moment, as Steve walked, he mentally reviewed everything stored in his memory. He didn't have much time. Before completing this circuit, he must devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, the Gue would unleash another wave of slaughter. I recall that in the train, there was a guy named Zhang Wei. He first pretended to stop, then pretended to stop again, and only in the final lap did he truly encounter the Gue. Steve's eyes narrowed slightly. The value of 3 fit their current situation perfectly. This was already their third cycle. Could it be? Could that treasure lie at the end of the 3 circles? That's too coincidental. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, it was as if it had been planned all along. They found a perfect solution. Of course, it was understandable. Because continuing any further would likely mean certain death. If there were only 2 cycles, it would be impossible. Placing it in the third round, with its moderate difficulty, made perfect sense. Steve pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 197, Caught in the Trap. He memorized the exact spot where he had paused, intending to return for it after completing this circuit. But just then, both he and the person behind him stumbled simultaneously, their left legs going numb. This sudden turn of events caught them completely off guard. In an instant, the entire train crashed to the ground, sending everyone tumbling haphazardly. Thus, the original train game came to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream were left speechless. While the game's rules forbade stopping, they never explicitly prohibited it. Under this strange force, everyone would defy their own will. A greater danger lay ahead, waiting for them. My legs won't move. I can't feel a thing. Damn it! Damn it! We've fallen into a trap. Barney and the others froze in shock. But Steve remained composed, for he had already endured one such bizarre assault. His mindset had grown incredibly resilient, allowing him to maintain his composure. But just as he struggled to his feet, he saw 3 figures identical to themselves appear before him. His appearance kept shifting, sometimes Barney, sometimes a teammate from the land of the fairies. These changes happened so rapidly they were nearly invisible in the darkness. Therefore, unless one was paying close attention, it was impossible to detect. Oh, so that's how it is. Steve suddenly realized something. It seems these people are all using this method to conceal their identities. That's also why they couldn't detect it. At first, with so many people and so many methods, it was hard to detect. Later, as their numbers dwindled and their methods grew increasingly bizarre, this situation inevitably arose. The train ghost seemed to have realized this too. He no longer disguised himself but revealed his presence. The 3 eerie figures remained blurred and indistinct, making it nearly impossible to discern their features. Only the faces of the 3 individuals. Beyond these, the most striking feature was their physique. The first airy detail was his right arm, which appeared completely bloodless, like that of a corpse, bearing traces of decay. The second peculiarity was his left leg, which appeared slightly misaligned, with liquid dripping onto the floor. The third peculiarity was rather bizarre. His face was covered in festering sores, with bones and insects visible wriggling beneath the skin. Clearly, these were all fragments of the train's monstrous body. Of course, if one were to make a few more trips, perhaps every part of each corpse would reappear in this world? But Steve and the others weren't that foolish. They knew full well that allowing the train to gather all the body fragments would spell trouble. 3 corpses were already terrifying enough. Now their right arms were immobilized, and their left legs were immobilized. The entire group was now completely paralyzed. Steve stared at those 3 eerie things, utterly dumbfounded. So he began sprinting frantically toward the distance, step by step. The terrifying game of driving the train was no longer viable. They had all broken the rules of this game. There was no point in going any further. Staying here meant constant danger of attack. Given that, it was better to just give up. Before that bizarre attack struck, he had to find that thing and deal with it. But his current condition was dire. Only 1 foot retained sensation, while the rest of his body was nearly paralyzed. This drastically slowed his movement. This scene left his 2 teammates utterly dumbfounded. The next moment, they finally grasped what had happened. They all shouted, urging each other to follow. They desperately wanted to leap to their feet, but their condition made such a movement utterly impossible. So they had to rise to their feet in an extremely awkward posture. But they failed, and both fell back to the ground. For a normal person, suddenly becoming crippled would certainly feel unnatural. And then there were those 3 strange beings. They grew increasingly tense and fearful, making mistakes inevitable. Wah! Wah! The Gumantong suddenly let out a shrill cry, signaling its intent to attack. But at that very moment, the Gumantong actually showed a look of terror. As a supernatural being, it was unthinkable for it to fear another supernatural entity. Such occurrences were rare, yet here it was unfolding before their eyes. Moreover, this fear was not without reason. The train entity crushed the Gumantong with overwhelming force. It was like an adult effortlessly seizing a child's limbs, rendering them utterly helpless.
An evil spirit like the Gumantong had never encountered such a situation before. In its understanding, it was always the bully, never the bullied. You've got to hold on, don't give up, or we're both done for. Banji cried out in alarm. Ah! The transsexual little country's teammate didn't hold on for long. A piercing scream erupted. Her arms and legs bent at unnatural angles, twisted backward. As if an invisible hand was violently twisting her bones. But it didn't stop there. Even the arms and legs of the Gumantong snapped clean off. His voice grew louder, but it wasn't crying, it was a sound akin to attack and defense. As an infant, she knew nothing but crying. Yet before the three malevolent spirits, her voice sounded as fragile as paper. That's the famed Gumantong of the land of demons. Her limbs are all broken? Has the Dragon Nation's supernatural power grown this strong? It's rigged. Definitely rigged. I'm reporting Dragon Country for cheating. Cheating? Ha! You shamelessly use dirty tricks first, yet you can't even win our own dungeon run. And you have the nerve to accuse us of cheating? Shame on you. TSK, this train of tricks is too bold. They actually dared to target the Gumantong, and with such arrogance. To me, the Gumantong is just a cunning child. These Eagle Nation challengers have been putting her on a pedestal. Gumantong is actually quite weak. She has no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Sutara has fallen. Steve's heart sank instantly. Another teammate had fallen. From the very start, these 10 individuals had been brimming with fighting spirit. For nations, each deploying their ace in the hole, confident they could take them on. But how much time had passed? They'd been slaughtered into utter disarray. Even if the enemy possessed special abilities, they couldn't possibly overcome the deceptive tactics before them. This alone revealed just how perilous this mission truly was. Chapter 198, Perseverance. Only 4 remained, 2 of whom had vanished, leaving just 2 genuine individuals. But that was only looking at it from the best possible angle. From the worst-case scenario, he was the sole survivor. Barney was likely to bite the dust, leaving him to tackle this dungeon solo. Even at school, he had dealt with that one anomaly, but others remained unresolved. Alone? The path ahead was pitch black. The moonlight, obscured by dark clouds, made the darkness feel even more profound, bringing a sense of endless despair. Steve felt like ending it all. How unbearably difficult this was. How could a normal person be expected to handle so many bizarre occurrences? Was he supposed to just give up on life? If not for the fate of the Eagle Empire resting on his shoulders, preventing him from taking his own life. No, my mission isn't over yet. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't go to heaven, I'll go straight to hell. A flash of determination hardened Steve's eyes. When pushed to the edge, a person either breaks or fights back just like he was doing now. Fueled by adrenaline, he ignored the risk of further injury to his crippled leg and sprinted with all his might, heedless of the damage to his feet. Before long, the car returned to its original spot. It was an open field, the plastic surface now worn and crumbling, a shovel could easily dig a hole through it. However, before the train's bizarre demise, this place had undoubtedly been well preserved. Therefore, with his abilities, it would be extremely difficult to excavate it. Even if they demolished the entire mountain, it wouldn't leave no trace whatsoever. The body must have been buried in the soil, definitely not on the inner side of the track. That area was where students most frequently engaged in physical training. In Steve's memory, these grassy areas had been deliberately transplanted to this location. Therefore, to repair the turf, the soil must be dug up, only then could the deceased be found more effectively. So it was on the perimeter. He glanced at the ground outside the track, where a small clearing existed. This area was enclosed by a square wall, though the corners of the square wall were curved, leaving gaps between the 2 passages. Wild grasses grew thickly across the ground, far taller than the areas used for PE classes on the sports field. Particularly in a circular area, the weeds here were nearly half as tall as the surrounding walls. Clearly, this was the site of the bizarre burial. Steve recalled the scene. Before Waterwell University had been abandoned, that open land had been completely barren. There was no reason for this land to become fertile. If that's the case, it means there's a high probability a body is buried in the soil here. He immediately jumped up and began digging with the shovel. This scene felt eerily familiar. Not long ago, he had done the exact same thing in the classroom, and back then, he'd been utterly terrified by the eerie tactics employed. Isn't this rather familiar? He couldn't help but feel a touch of self-mockery. Then he dug even harder. This soil was easier to dig than the school grounds, and soon he struck something hard. It was a skeleton, long since decayed. Beside the bones lay an axe. This axe was extraordinary, it actually shimmered with a golden glow. A marvel! Steve exclaimed as he drew his knife. Only then did he notice a trace of blood still clinging to the axe, the liquid flowing as if it had been struck by something. "Captain, are we still alive?" Barney soon walked in from outside. Both his legs were intact, no longer crippled. Steve had survived the encounter with the creature precisely because he had diverted its attention away from himself and fled for his life. He needed to buy their captain some time. He did have some suicidal thoughts. The outcome wouldn't change anyway, and he'd likely be killed 9 times out of 10.
His only thought was to make their deaths meaningful.
When facing death, people seek something to ease their fear. There was no better reason than this.
Who would have thought we'd both be mere mortals?
Steve rose from his chair, his voice tinged with emotion. He hadn't expected this outcome either. Surviving was already a miracle. This dismembered abomination was undoubtedly the most terrifying and dangerous entity in this world. By all logic, with their strength, they should never have been able to defeat this abnormality. Their escape was pure luck.
Steve even felt he might be the chosen one.
Perhaps this would solve the problem and allow them to clear this dungeon. The two returned to the school, handed the knife to the old Taoist master, and then headed toward Building 2. This was the location where their 2 companions had vanished and also where the anomaly resided.
What puzzled him, however, was that these 2 eerie figures had yet to make a move against them. They hadn't even interfered in their affairs, acting like outsiders observing coldly from the sidelines.
This was highly unusual. From the very beginning, Steve had remained wary of these 2. "Barney, you need to be extra careful from now on," Steve said, giving Barney a discreet nod.
Barney nodded in response.
"Got it, Captain." The next moment, the 2 men entered Building 2 with the 2 strange creatures in tow.
Women's restroom. Mirror world.
They had been trapped in this place for a long time. During this time, they learned their companions were dying one by one, filling them with desperate anxiety. But the female ghost stood right outside the door, staring at her reflection in the mirror, so neither of them dared to leave.
Yet, as Steve and the others entered the building, the female ghost suddenly made her move.
As if hearing a sound, she instinctively tilted her head. Then she left the restroom and vanished into the shadows outside.
That female ghost seems to have left? The 2 teammates exchanged glances, seeing relief in each other's eyes.
Of course, they were unaware of the situation outside and simply attributed it to their own luck. In truth, before entering this peculiar restroom, nothing unusual had occurred here.
Which meant the female ghost hadn't lingered in the restroom for long. Thank goodness.
We've been waiting, and now we finally have a chance.
Cut the chatter. Let's get out of here. After some discussion, the 2 decided to leave first. After all, who knew when that woman might return?
If they wasted any more time, she'd truly be in tears. But just as they emerged from the restroom and were about to leave, both froze in their tracks.
Chapter 199, Mirror Illusion.
The outside world was empty, like a thick, oily mass.
What's going on? How could this happen?
Both were startled. The scene before them was clearly beyond their expectations.
Just then, an abrupt change occurred.
A flash of light erupted from the mirror before them, revealing a figure standing before their eyes.
Both men were sharp-eyed and instantly recognized the anomaly, immediately heightening their vigilance.
But they soon noticed something amiss. Steve and Barney had materialized from the mirror surface. Yet when they had just stepped out of the restroom, they hadn't seen anyone. In fact, there hadn't been a single sound, let alone a person.
People in the mirror?
The 2 teammates exchanged glances, each seeing the fear in the other's eyes.
Could it be that they were now inside the mirror? Steve and Barney were the last to arrive.
The expressions on their faces reflected that they had only just discovered this place. Yet the bathroom they stood in was now shrouded in darkness.
This was clearly no ordinary world.
Earlier, they had wondered if something strange might happen in the restroom that would trap them inside. But the situation before them was nothing like that. This wasn't the original dungeon at all, but a small space resembling an alternate dimension. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of a bathroom, so from the outside, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
There's no one here.
Steve and Barney quickly searched the second floor, eventually discovering this bathroom. The 2 imposters, identical in appearance to his own team members, had fled in the opposite direction when they stormed the building. He had no idea what those 2 traitors were up to, but it was better not to have them following him. The 2 men didn't care about this. In fact, they were eager for the 2 little guys to leave quickly.
This place felt peculiar, showing signs of tampering.
It meant something significant had happened here.
Another detail confirmed the eeriness: a single drop of blood on the sink. Though oxidized and faded, it was unmistakably fresh.
In such a peculiar instance, the only thing that could be linked to blood was strangeness.
Wait! Look!
Just then, Barney spotted the bathroom's sole mirror and froze in shock, for he saw the 2 eerie figures who had just fled.
Wait, those are 2 living people. Steve's eyes widened.
Unlike before, these 2 weren't dazed. They stared back at them in utter shock. But strangely, though they stood within the mirror, both had vanished from the outside world.
It's a mirror. So in the real world, there was a doppelganger of them. Damn it, I knew it. Steve quickly deduced. The crucial question was, how could they rescue the people trapped inside? But neither of them possessed psychic abilities. They couldn't possibly pull the mirrored figures back.
For now, he can only focus on clearing up the eerie presence within this bathroom.
That way, we might just be able to rescue them.
Just as Steve was deep in thought, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor outside. Thud, thud, thud.
What was that sound?
Only the 4 of them remained in the dungeon now. Steve felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his face flushing crimson.
Unnerving. Yes, the eeriness was right outside.
His situation now mirrored that of the two figures in the mirror. They too were trapped in the bathroom. If he did this again, his two companions would meet the same fate. Just as Steve was about to crawl into the toilet, he saw the smashed stall door, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Yes, his two companions must be hiding in that stall too. Then, the entity destroyed the stall door. That was why they had appeared in the mirror. But Steve didn't know if this had anything to do with them being trapped in the mirror world. But clearly, this wasn't a wise move. But the footsteps outside were already very close. If they let Guai enter the bathroom, they would be trapped here, and then they would have no way out but death. Death surrounded them on all sides. They had no choice. No, Barney, there has to be another way. Break this mirror. Steve suddenly blurted out, his words carrying a sense of desperation. Break this mirror? Without hesitation, Barney immediately handed over what he was holding. He drew a knife and swung it at the bathroom mirror. But the short blade, forged from a special alloy, struck the seemingly ordinary glass with only a faint thud. It felt like it had been blocked by bulletproof glass. This glass, how can it be so tough? Barney was startled. He tried several more times, but none of the blows could shatter it. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Steve and Barney turned toward the sound to see a woman standing at the bathroom door. She wore a female uniform, her body as lifeless as a corpse soaked in water. She was clearly dead, yet she could run proof that she was a ghost. Die! Barney lunged forward, thrusting his dagger toward the female ghost. He seemed intent on using his own weapon against this supernatural entity. With a dull thud, the short blade plunged into the female specter's abdomen, not even sinking past the hilt. Ha 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 ha, as if you're worthy? Barney was about to laugh out loud when he lifted his head and met a pair of eerie eyes devoid of any life. Yet these eyes, clearly those of the dead, now seemed to come alive, fixing him with an unnerving stare. In that instant, the blood in his veins turned to ice. It was the terror of being locked in the gaze of a predator. As if locked onto by some unnatural entity, it was a terror beyond physical limits. Only then did he realize he hadn't stabbed a person, but something more like a lump of jelly. There was no resistance, no sensation of piercing through flesh or organs. The next instant, a palm as cold as ice-carved stone clamped around his throat. This delicate-looking woman could actually lift him over 160 kilograms off the ground with sheer force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge that massive hand an inch. It felt as though he wasn't grappling with a human at all, but with a machine forged from steel, weighing several tons. He realized almost instantly that escape was impossible. Chapter 200, Only One Remains. This was the bizarre power impossible to guard against, let alone defeat. For an ordinary person in this situation, death was the only outcome. To survive, one must either evade the anomaly or eliminate it. But he couldn't meet either condition. Death was his only path. On the other side. Mirror world. Outside the restroom, two figures emerged from the shadows. These two guys, one was Barney, the other was Steve. But they looked stiff, showing no signs of life. Most importantly, they were soaked through and through, as if they'd just been pulled from the water. Captain, what's going on? The two blood slaves were startled by the sudden appearance of these strange figures. They kept glancing between the two figures in the mirror and the two people beside them. The two figures bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Their auras showed little difference. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that the captain before them seemed somehow off. Yet they couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. Just then, Steve suddenly slammed his fist against the glass, his face etched with worry. His lips moved, as if he were saying, "Fight." Fight? How exactly were they supposed to fight? Only then did the two realize this must be the captain's order to smash the mirror. Barney, on the other side of the mirror, had once tried to shatter it. Back then, they had sensed something was off. But now, it all clicked into place. It wasn't a mirror at all, but more like a barrier separating them from the real world. Before they could dwell on it further, two men who looked exactly like Steve and Barney suddenly stepped forward. Then, wielding knives in their hands, they began stabbing wildly at the two. It all happened too fast, so fast that neither of them had time to react. By the time they registered what had happened, their bodies were already riddled with over a dozen bloody holes, gushing streams of blood pouring from the wounds. Even blood servants possessed blood within their bodies. If it were drained completely, death would be inevitable. The only thing puzzling them was how these two could possess such immense strength. Their blood servant bodies had been tested hard as iron. Yet now, those two men wielded a blade that pierced them as easily as stabbing through cloth. It was utterly unbelievable. Attack! At that moment, both men were struggling to hold on. Blood spurted from their mouths, their breaths came in gasps, and they appeared on the brink of death. Yet just as death seemed imminent, one of them suddenly hurled a dagger from his hand, striking the mirror with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! Fine cracks spread across the bathroom mirror, forming a pattern that resembled a perfect painting. The next second, a piercing female scream echoed from within the mirror. Then, the mirror's surface became covered in dense cracks, resembling a wrinkled face.
Like lines of wrinkles, blood continuously flowed out from the mirror's surface. At first glance, the cracked mirror resembled a human face. A face contorted with agony appeared before him. But the two blood servants could no longer witness this scene. They collapsed with a thud, their breath gone forever. Mark is dead. William is dead. Barney is down. 3 consecutive system announcements sounded, and the names of the 3 challengers turned gray. The only one left alive was Steve. Inside the bathroom, Barney's body lay sprawled on the floor. The mirror shattered, revealing a long strand of hair still dripping water, glowing with a blue light. Finally, he had found a strange artifact. But Steve's expression was grim, for he had already paid with the lives of 3 companions. In that sense, the bathroom mirror's eeriness was no less unsettling than the train's. Moreover, he had noticed something else. He discovered that the 2 eerie entities were still present. Instead, within the mirror, they had manifested the forms of himself and Barney, slaying those 2 blood servants. These 2 traitors had never intended to kill them. Instead, they had been studying their every move. They planned to enter the mirror realm later, transform into their forms, and then kill the 2 figures within the mirror. But now, with the situation urgent, he and Barney rushed straight to the restroom and stopped this from happening. If the 2 figures within the mirror perished first, the mirror's curse would become impossible to counter. Only those within the mirror could break this strange curse. Ha 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 ha, looks like you've already obtained all the rare artifacts. A soft sound echoed as the Taoist priest materialized at the bathroom door. He stepped inside and picked up a strand of hair still clinging to the floor, faint traces of a woman's scent lingering on it. At the same moment, atop the ruins of an unfinished new school building on campus, a strange sound emanated from the ancient well, accompanied by the wails of countless infants. No one could have imagined events would unfold so swiftly. One moment, they were celebrating. Now, everyone stood frozen in shock. Only the bubbles on the wine bottle continued to rise steadily, but at this moment, no one paid them any mind. No, this can't be happening? It's not over yet? Didn't they say collecting 5 artifacts would clear the stage? Damn it! Is that Taoist NPC also a weirdo? This slap came way too fast. The old Taoist priest paced back and forth in the women's restroom, hands clasped behind his back. A demon? That's an interesting term. Probably similar to the church's doctrine. To me, whether it's a demon or not, it must be eliminated. For decades I've slain demons and exorcised evil, weathering countless storms. I always believed my deeds would be rewarded. But what was the outcome? Not only did I receive no reward, but my body began to break down. Steve no longer harbored any illusions. He felt certain death was inevitable. Facing such a ruthless foe, he had no chance of victory as an ordinary man. He would delay as long as possible. Because that way, he could buy himself more time. No one wants to die. Even the bravest find it hard to stay calm at the brink of life and death. He immediately picked up where the other left off. So this is why you took 5 innocent lives? The old Taoist chuckled darkly. What do you mean by that? Ha! For them to be used by me to extend my life is already a tremendous honor. Though Steve didn't understand what the old Taoist had done, he grasped the gist of his words. His eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out. Life-prolonging technique? Using 5 fierce ghosts to extend one's life? Such a method was utterly unheard of, unimaginable, and defied all logic. Chapter 201, The Old Taoist Scheme. This alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. What are fierce ghosts? They were the most terrifying entities, and the most indestructible. As far as Steve knew, if he swallowed the fiend, either the fiend would kill him, or the fiend would merge with him. No one could predict the outcome then. Perhaps something even more terrifying awaited. The Taoist waved 2 fingers at Steve. You have only 2 choices. First, I kill you. Before he finished speaking. I choose option 2, Steve declared with unwavering resolve. The old Taoist stared at him, speaking slowly. The second choice, you go down the well for me. Go down the well? Steve hadn't even processed what was happening. Suddenly, the school was filled with cries. This time, the sounds were louder and more urgent. The sound was like the vengeful spirit of a child who had just died, venting its grievances upon him. The grievances and hatred they bore in death were no less intense than those of other malevolent spirits, making them among the most terrifying supernatural forces in existence. This cursed well was originally just an ordinary well. But after that ancient well dried up, the villagers began throwing their children into this one. Whether grown or newborn. None escaped the fate of abandonment. The 5 strange objects in my possession have already absorbed most of thee from these ghostly infants. Their danger has been greatly reduced. Now, if someone descends with a rope and locates the source, it may be possible to destroy that cursed well. The old Taoist spoke. He had originally intended to handle the demonic well himself. If left unresolved, the well could very well threaten his life. But today, a scapegoat had arrived. He had actually slain all 5 fierce ghosts. This alone was proof of his formidable power. After hearing this, Steve felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. It seemed this was his only path to survival. The prerequisite for survival was to resolve the eerie phenomenon of this demonic well.
Only then could he continue living and complete this dungeon. So he agreed without hesitation. He approached the sinister well. It was a narrow well, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Once you entered, it was nearly impossible to turn back, let alone see the outside. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying beyond measure. Even though it was broad daylight and the light was good.
Yet no one dared to descend.
But Steve knew this was his only chance, he had to seize it.
For the Eagle Nation, this was their last chance. If they succeeded, he would be a true hero. If it failed, that would be certain death. Moreover, it would drag the Eagle Nation into the fray. At this moment, it wasn't just him. The Eagle Nation, indeed the entire Blue Star, was watching this unfold. Everyone held their breath.
Even Steve dared not make a loud sound, as if afraid his own noise might disturb the eerie silence.
Under the gaze of all,
this was a colossal gamble.
If he won, he would be the greatest beneficiary. As it stood now,
in the Dragon Nation's instance, it seemed only the Demon Well anomaly remained, while the Eagle Nation had only this one teammate left. The odds of victory for both nations had returned to a 50-50 split.
Logically speaking, the outcome of this contest should be evenly balanced. This battle seems to have concluded.
Seeing this, Liu felt no need to linger any longer. In truth, the outcome had been sealed the moment the fight reached this stage.
For most people,
weird dungeons usually follow a straight path to the end. This instance's eerie atmosphere remained unchanged.
But they forgot one crucial thing. Throughout the journey, the challenger's fear only grew deeper.
In truth, the eeriness only grows stronger.
Especially here.
Liu deliberately crafted a hangman trap that posed minimal danger yet generated terror.
Yet he did not kill anyone.
Yet this intense fear paradoxically became an intangible advantage.
Many people failed to notice.
At this juncture, such terror could profoundly influence the fate of the entire nation.
Moreover, Liu didn't believe Steve could unravel the mysteries of this cursed well.
Based on his previous understanding of Steve, he recognized Steve's considerable talent, but felt he still needed refinement.
I'm going down.
Steve exchanged a knowing glance with the old Taoist, secured the rope around his waist, and slowly descended into the pitch-black well. The ancient well was narrow and oppressive, creating a suffocating sensation.
The well's opening was lined with layer upon layer of blue bricks, each bearing a faint line.
The further down one descended, the more spacious the area became. Strangely enough, the sound of a child crying had echoed from the well moments ago, but now, that sound had vanished completely.
Huff, huff, huff.
Steve gasped for breath, 7 parts from sheer excitement, 3 parts from fear.
It was easy to imagine.
Under normal circumstances, a well that was clearly dark and narrow would undoubtedly feel oppressive. But when he realized something eerie lurked within, his fear and unease multiplied exponentially. This was evident in Steve's fear meter. His fear meter had already reached 80%. And that was without being ambushed by a fierce ghost. If it were a sudden attack, his fear level would definitely exceed 90%.
Looks like I'll have to use something after all.
Steve pressed his body against the well's edge, his feet braced against the adjacent wall. Then he pulled a syringe from his inner pocket. Unlabeled, containing the latest drug developed by the Eagle Nation. The previous drug was like comparing the human body to a house. The damage inflicted on the challengers' bodies by the drug was akin to destroying every piece of furniture in the house. But this did not deter them, for they knew that without taking it, death awaited.
Moreover, that drug had minimal side effects.
This new drug, however, was like shaking the very foundations of the building. It shattered the walls, crushed the foundation, and collapsed the roof. Even if they survived, they were left crippled. In the end, challengers would spend their next lives confined to hospitals, clinging to life through various machines and medications. And it would inflict immense damage on human life. The cost might not be mere years, but decades. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about that. Even if there were severe aftereffects, it wouldn't kill him immediately. If he could survive this dungeon and leave this world alive, then Eagle Nation would undoubtedly provide him with the best possible treatment.
Chapter 202, Popping Pills.
He was not only a hero of the Eagle Nation but also the ultimate exemplar of a challenger. He knew neither the Eagle Nation's officials nor its doctors and researchers would want to see him come to harm.
SSSSHHH.
He rolled up his right sleeve and inserted the syringe into his vein. The sharp sting of the needle and the icy cold liquid made him involuntarily suck in a breath.
After the injection, his entire body trembled. Before long,
his eyes rolled back, turning completely white.
What the hell is wrong with this guy? Is he on drugs again? Holy, has this guy lost his mind? Looks like cheating is pretty fun.
The Dragon Nation people witnessed this scene and erupted in furious curses at the Eagle Nation people for being utterly shameless. They'd blatantly cheated countless times before. And this was clearly pushing the Dragon Nation's limits. But the drug's effects were undeniably potent.
After Steve administered the injection, within 5 minutes his fear index plummeted.
80%, 70%, 60%.
By the time it reached 40%, his expression grew increasingly numb and rigid. His gaze grew dim and lifeless. And at first glance, it bore no difference from genuine eeriness. In this peculiar dungeon, the most agonizing aspect was the terror that surged in moments of crisis. An ordinary person encountering a fierce spirit could have fled, but in fear and panic, they would stumble, lose their balance, and ultimately be killed by the spirit. Overcoming this psychological shadow would greatly enhance one's survival skills when confronting bizarre phenomena. As Steve descended deeper into the ancient well, he looked up and saw the well opening above, now reduced to a tiny white speck. Were it not for the bright moon hanging high tonight, the light within this well would likely be even dimmer. Yet compared to the dim light above, he was more concerned with the darkness below. Nothing at all, no eerie shadows, no source of light whatsoever. In this narrow passage, any sound would echo. Steve's breath echoed through the passageway. His clothes brushed against the well opening as his rope was pulled down. At that moment, there was only one photograph present. And the streamer's perspective remained firmly in Steve's hands. It's like watching a high-definition VR game. Whether it's the screen's trembling, the movements of your hands, or the heavy panting, every detail creates an intense sense of immersion. It felt as though I had stepped into the well myself, embarking on an exploration. But it also revealed how Steve's fear was growing by the moment. Many were terrified by the scene, dreading that a grotesque face might appear at any moment. Steve estimated it was a tall, deep well. And he was already more than 10 meters below the surface. Before he could look up, his physical condition was still fairly good. But after the climb, he had exhausted all his strength and now needed to rest. Further down, his field of vision opened up considerably. At this height, he couldn't gauge the distance with his body alone, and it placed an immense strain on his strength. Moreover, the lighting here grew increasingly dim, forcing Steve to pull out his flashlight. Yet the instant he switched it on, his vision plunged into complete darkness. A cold palm covered his eyes from behind. Simultaneously, a childish voice sounded beside him. "Do you know who I am?" This sudden turn of events would have scared the wits out of most people. But Steve merely felt his fear level rise slightly. He remained calm, as if playing with a neighbor's child. "I don't know." He didn't move. Since he couldn't win by fighting, he'd resort to strategy. And while he wasn't afraid, the viewers in the livestream were terrified. Holy! My heart nearly stopped. I almost had a heart attack. Ugh, I can't even watch this anymore. It's terrifying. Holy! Holy! I'm just watching a livestream, why is this so damn intense? Giggle giggle giggle. A child's cheerful laughter echoed throughout the well, filling everyone's ears. His laughter was clear and crisp. Yet in this eerie setting, this single laugh sent a chill down everyone's spine. Heh, you'll die if you don't talk. The innocent tone of a child's voice sent shivers down their spines. Is this even a child? This was nothing but a monster who killed without mercy. His body hung motionless from a well, bound and blindfolded. Steve hung from the ceiling beam like a plucked, dried piece of meat. Without the potion, he couldn't even steady the rope. Must I speak? Steve's mind raced. The blindfolded child was likely the source of the strange phenomenon in that ancient well. Whether there was some trickery involved remained unknown. At the very least, he had to get through this immediate crisis. Take a guess. Steve fell deep in thought. In his view, revealing the true identity of the anomaly within the Dragon Country instance was undoubtedly the most foolish choice. It was a taboo in any instance. It was practically an admission that if he had actually revealed he was a weirdo, he'd likely be dead already. All of this could provoke the anomalous to unleash a killing spree. Therefore, he had to play along with the sinister entity. Across from him stood a child children who loved to play. So, after a pause, Steve, his eyes still covered, continued. You must be an elephant, right? An elephant, does it have arms? Besides, elephants don't talk. Guess again. You must be a penguin? Wrong. I don't have fur. Guess again. A parrot. Nope, you guess again. Steve's performance was absolutely hilarious. Everyone was both amused and exasperated. But upon closer thought, it was a terrifying notion. He wasn't playing with a mischievous child, he was playing with a fox. One wrong word, and it's a dead end. So this so-called game was nothing but a blood-stained toy. As Steve conversed with that eerie creature, the rope in his hand kept slipping. Under normal circumstances, he would never have done such a thing. But at this moment, he was utterly calm. If things continued like this, there was no point in him staying, for he had no chance of leaving this place alive. The creature likely wasn't merely seeking answers, it was likely just stalling. He began searching the ancient well. Chapter 203, Guess. But Liu never imagined that the latest drug developed by Eagle Nation could keep a person's fear index steady at around 50% while still allowing clear thinking. Lion. Guess again. Vulture. Ridiculous. Try again. Eagle. Steve kept falling, relying on pure instinct to descend without sight. This wasn't difficult. The hardest part was overcoming his own fear while talking to it. But it wasn't without its rewards.
The two were conversing. His legs touched the ground. The hands that had been covering his eyes had vanished. The child's voice behind him abruptly ceased. The scene that had just unfolded seemed as though it had never happened at all. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. But Steve knew. This was absolutely not a dream. This was a very real thing. He had fallen into a trap. It was likely a terrifyingly bizarre occurrence. Given the current situation, if he keeps guessing riddles mid-air, he'd likely be stuck here for 1,000 years without escaping. Even an ordinary person couldn't manage that. When his strength is finally exhausted, he can only slowly die. To descend here requires immense strength. After all, descending is a task demanding both skill and stamina, not to mention he'd have to engage in a few cryptic exchanges along the way. This is no ordinary feat. The bottom of this dry well held not a single drop of water, utterly parched. At this depth, no light penetrated at all. Only faint white specks of light were visible, like stars. The well resembled an inverted telescope. Wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, it formed a perfectly uniform arch. The well was built with dark blue-black bricks, incredibly sturdy, like overlapping scales extending upward from the well opening. Steve shone his flashlight down into the depths, then squinted. At the bottom of that ancient well lay a sea of skulls. Judging by the size of the skeletons, they didn't belong to adults at all, but rather to children who had just been born or hadn't even come into the world yet. Some had not yet fully developed, and even in death, they remained curled up. Clearly, these remains belonged to children. What the hell is this? Steve was stunned by the sight. Even the others present stared in disbelief, the room falling deathly silent. So many skeletons. This meant there would be an exceptionally large number of vengeful spirits here. Outside, any single vengeful spirit could be enough to kill him. And here, there were so many. No wonder he didn't want to come alone. Steve muttered under his breath, suddenly feeling like he'd boarded a sinking ship. He revisited his experiences in this dungeon. From the start, the system had tasked them with resolving the paranormal incidents within this school. Then, an NPC appeared claiming to be a Taoist priest. Then they received a quest from the NPC to collect 5 peculiar items. Thinking it over carefully. In truth, if they wanted to clear this dungeon, they only needed to complete the system-assigned quest. The second task, however, couldn't really be considered system-issued, it was merely given by an NPC. And that was indeed the case. The NPC was right. He created all 5 of these bizarre entities. In other words, these individuals were all working as his laborers, helping him deal with those 5 fierce ghosts. In truth, none of these 5 anomalies needed to be dealt with. All he needed to do was wait for the initial moment when the supernatural force was at its weakest, and directly eliminate the anomaly within the demonic well. So he sacrificed 9 lives just to deal with 5 specters? Steve felt like he was going mad. He now bitterly regretted not realizing this sooner. Choosing the wrong path from the start led them astray, ultimately trapping them in a dead end. Not only had they failed, but they'd shattered everyone's hopes. Besides, expecting him to uncover the anomaly alone was impossible. With so many skeletal remains, where could he possibly find the first child whose body had been discarded? It was practically impossible. Damn it, damn it. Beads of sweat formed on Steve's forehead as fear gripped him tighter. But just as he was at a loss, a pair of slender arms suddenly reached out from the bones on the ground and grabbed his pant leg. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A soft chuckle echoed from the ancient well. But his smile no longer held its former sweetness, instead, it carried a sinister edge. Go to hell. Steve kicked the green, doll-like hand away with a forceful stomp. Sweat drenched his body as he grabbed the rope, desperate to climb upward. He had no desire to continue fighting. His sole thought now was to escape this cursed place as quickly as possible. With his current strength, breaking through this demonic well was nearly impossible. To him, every second was precious. As for what happened afterward, that wasn't his concern. Perhaps he could still find something useful within the school. In any case, as long as he survived, there was still hope. If he were to die here, it would be a huge loss. He gave the rope a slight tug, and it slackened. Then he plunged headfirst into the well. The rapidly falling rope lashed like a powerful whip, leaving a bloody trail across his cheek. A trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. But he had no time to care. He stared at the rope with utter despair. The end of the rope was cleanly severed, clearly cut by something. He was completely stunned. It was obvious that the cut had been made by the old Taoist. From the very beginning, he had never intended to spare him. The moment he leaped into the well, the rope had been severed, leaving him to die. Perhaps, from the very beginning, the old Taoist had intended to kill them all. Wah! Wah! Suddenly, wails of grief echoed one after another. The sounds grew increasingly shrill and unnerving. One by one, faces covered in bruises and venomous hatred appeared at the well's edge. Like insects crawling out of cracks in the walls, they lunged at him frantically. Before long. Then, he was swallowed whole by the sea of eerie infants. Truthfully, those monstrosities weren't truly terrifying. They moved slowly, as if born from the darkness itself. At that moment, several eerie infants were crawling out of the shadows, struggling desperately to pull their bodies free from the darkness.
But where did these eerie infants come from?
Clearly, they were born of fear. If the terror index were low, there wouldn't be so many of these monstrous infants.
Chapter 204, The Sinister Infants.
Had they charged straight into the ancient well from the start, the outcome might have been different.
With potions and strange aids, they might have actually cleared this instance.
However, Liu Yu had made some adjustments during this mission. He issued a baffling side quest. This way, the original side quest would become the main quest. Most crucially, everyone believed the old Taoist's words.
Steve is dead. All members have perished. Dungeon completion impossible.
A line of blood-red characters appeared before everyone's eyes.
Everyone looked completely dumbfounded, unable to believe it. No way.
Everything had been going smoothly, and it seemed like it was all about to end.
Why did he fail at the last moment? The group was utterly baffled.
At the beginning of this mission,
everyone assumed the Eagle Nation and Dragon Nation were evenly matched.
In truth, major powers had long prepared for the bizarre resurrection scenario. But it turned out they were wrong.
How could the allied forces of these nations be so utterly useless?
They were all slaughtered one by Li Gui. The only reason they've lasted this long is because some individuals possess superior skills.
But now, they finally realize.
This dungeon had been leading them astray from the very beginning.
What the hell? That was way too fast.
These were the top aces from several nations, and they're wiped out completely.
100% mortality rate. Damn impressive. That's Master Lu for you. After getting roasted online, netizens from Dragon Nation breathed a collective sigh of relief.
Quick, get my notebook.
Where did those loudmouths go? Didn't you say you'd overwhelm me with numbers? Guess you didn't expect to lose to me after all. Even with cheating, you still won? What a noob.
The ruler of Eagle Nation was utterly dumbfounded.
He never imagined things would turn out this way.
They had considered the possibility of failure, but never imagined it would come so swiftly.
And if that day ever came, no one could bear it. Not everyone could bear the weight of defeat.
Most people refused to admit their own failure.
Jesus, it's our fault. Please forgive us. I refuse to accept this. How could we have lost? There must be some mistake.
I demand a rematch in the national war.
Many Eagle Nation citizens refused to accept defeat, convinced they couldn't possibly lose.
Losing to Dragon Nation last time was one thing after all, they lacked sufficient strength. But this time, Eagle Nation had united the strength of several nations, with each country deploying their best forces. It could be said that this time, the Dragon Nation wasn't facing a single country, but rather an army composed of multiple nations. That Dragon Nation emerged victorious under such circumstances was nothing short of astonishing. This signified that the strength of Eagle Nation and its allies was not lacking, it was Dragon Nation's power that surpassed them.
Even combined, they couldn't stand against it. How terrifying is that?
Even with such overwhelming advantages, they still couldn't defeat the Dragon Nation. Once that happens, no one on Earth will be able to halt their progress.
Given sufficient time, the Dragon Nation would emerge as the greatest beneficiary in the War of National Destiny.
But now, they couldn't afford to think that far ahead. Although the war between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation has temporarily paused, conflicts with other nations continue unabated. Even the Dragon Squad was still deep within the Eagle Nation's territory, their mission far from complete.
Yet an unexpected scene unfolded. A row of blood-red text appeared before every person on Blue Star, an extremely rare occurrence. Such displays typically only appeared when a national war commenced.
This was a system announcement broadcast to the entire world.
Attention, violation detected in a certain nation. The following nations shall bear tenfold punishment: Eagle Nation, Transgender Nation, Decaying Nation, Romantic Nation.
The news sent the entire world into an uproar.
What? All 4 nations sanctioned together? This is ridiculous. Our war with Rotten Nation isn't even over yet, and now you're pinning the blame on us? This is utterly unreasonable. Eagle Nation fell to Dragon Nation, why blame us? So this means we're being implicated in the war with the Dragon Nation too? This is outrageous. We refuse to accept this. We refuse. If the Eagle Nation folks were already fuming before, this time the other 4 nations were utterly dumbfounded. That's a tenfold penalty.
If this were to be enforced, who knows how many lives would be lost. For the people of the 3 nations besides Eagle Nation, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. They had been leisurely watching the livestream at home, but now they received a system notification. This was something no one could tolerate. Especially the 3 mighty powers, high and mighty as they were filled with sympathy for Eagle Nation's defeat. Yet when he realized he was among them, he was utterly stunned. Though no one could know his thoughts, he felt profoundly humiliated, shocked, and furious. In the end, no matter what they did, they couldn't escape the system's punishment. No one cared about their resistance, nor did anyone care about their survival. Eagle Nation, the land of demons and monsters, along with Rotten Nation and Romantic Nation, shall have their national strength halved. All citizens shall have their lifespans cut in half and their territories reduced by half. Within 3 days, all living beings are permitted to evacuate. Failure to do so will result in forced annihilation. The punishment had arrived. In the blink of an eye, countless people died silently on the streets, in homes, and throughout the 4 nations. Their deaths were peculiar: no illness, no murder. They seemed to pass away peacefully in their sleep. Yet most were remarkably young, some without a single wrinkle. This wasn't due to lifelong health habits, but because none had lived past 40. In crowded places like the square, corpses littered the ground everywhere. It was only on this day that Blue Star recalled that inexplicable terror. The most terrifying aspect of this peculiar national destiny system was that once exposed, it would erase everything with an irresistible force. Like Yama erasing one's name from the book of life and death. Holy, people are gonna die. The Eagle Nation has fallen. The current situation mirrors the aftermath of the Cherry Blossom Nation's collapse. Damn, the land of transgender is even worse off. A city this size, and barely anyone left. They're surprisingly thorough detecting foreigners within the army nation and ensuring they face fair punishment. Seems this system isn't so easy to deceive after all. Chapter 205, Punishment. Those who had narrowly escaped death watched the scene unfold online. Yet none felt sympathy for the fallen, for such losses had become commonplace since the war erupted. Having witnessed it too many times, they had grown accustomed to it. Lu Yu is truly formidable. Even surrounded by 4 nations, you managed to turn the tide. When the session concluded, everyone rose to their feet, glancing toward a certain spot before erupting into applause. Their eyes betrayed an undeniable look of envy toward that place. Among them were high-ranking officials, advisors, and venerable elders. Those council members who had once voiced objections to Lu Yu now wore expressions of shame. Where had they found the courage to question Lu Yu back then? Lu Yu had already demonstrated his formidable strength in previous battles, and he possessed a certain understanding of the Dragon Nation's enigmatic civilization. Yet, had anyone else undertaken this mission, such a high casualty rate would have been utterly impossible. Countries surrounding the Dragon Nation, influenced by its presence, had also begun to uncover fragments of its enigmatic civilization. However, due to their own circumstances, other nations have not witnessed many bizarre civilizations emerge. Neither in quality nor quantity can they compare to the Dragon Nation. Yet Lu Yu could create numerous terrifying dungeons. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Lu Yu returned to his residence. His bedroom was a self-contained unit within the structure, protected by a T0 grade security system. Even a sustained nuclear bombardment would leave it unscathed. Additionally, it featured an independent supply system, enabling him to survive for years in a sealed environment. In a sense, it resembled a city of the apocalypse. Inside, extensive renovations had been carried out at Lu Yu's instruction. His room had been transformed into a specialized containment facility. After all, the embroidered shoes gifted by the system were a highly peculiar artifact. They couldn't be stored in a storage space and had to be carried on one's person at all times. Other items existed as well, such as the ghostly woman and the ghostly lamp. One was the ghost cloth, capable of sealing anything, arguably the least lethal of the artifacts. Now, the ghost cloth could also be used to seal that female corpse, so the embroidered shoe remained constantly by Lu Yu's side. Yet only he could see it. That sorrow, he couldn't share with anyone. He had to bear it alone. Then there was the eerie lantern, which had shown no signs of threat thus far. Therefore, it was stored in another room. Lu Yu tested it and discovered that no one else could see the lantern. Once activated, this eerie lantern would become even more terrifying, its power likely matching or surpassing that of the ghostly corpse. After all, it was an object capable of illuminating hell itself. Lu Yu had a rough idea in mind, but he had never attempted it before and had no desire to do so. After this war of national destiny, the system bestowed upon him another eerie artifact. Item, landscape painting. Terrifying level, SS. Description, connects to the 9 hells, a bridge between reality and illusion. So it's an SS tier national fortune item. This time, it seems multiple nations cheated, which is why such a powerful reward was unlocked. Lu Yu muttered under his breath. After all, this was a 1-against-4 battle. To put it bluntly, had anyone else attempted this dungeon run, the Dragon Nation would have been utterly crushed this time, followed by a bizarre revival. The aftermath would be a bloodbath, with corpses littering the land. No one would feel the slightest sympathy for them. Not doing something about it would be outrageous. But what was puzzling was that in the description of this thing, there was a line of text that was incomprehensible and unclear, as if deliberately shrouded in mystery. As the words vanished, a colossal object suddenly materialized from Lu Yu's bedroom and hung upon the hall's wall. It was a landscape painting rendered in ink wash. Approximately 5 meters long and over 3 meters wide. Depicting an endless mountain range. Upon its peak stood trees, structures, and a diverse array of people. Each figure was vividly rendered. Though rendered in a flat composition, Lu Yu felt the painting pulsed with life as if a living person stood before him. He dared not look directly at the people depicted. For he could sense that those eyes possessed a life of their own, as if they had consciousness. He could also feel that beyond this space, someone else was watching them.
Truly an SS-grade artifact, it's downright bizarre. Lu Yu's eyelid twitched. An ordinary landscape painting, no matter how skillfully rendered, would remain indistinguishable to an amateur like him. But this painting before him evoked an exceptionally peculiar sensation. It was a sensation difficult to describe in words, only that it seemed to possess a life of its own. As if it possessed its own beating heart and distinct aura. Simply hanging on the wall, it radiated a powerful aura that commanded attention. Fortunately, the scroll showed no signs of danger or supernatural activity, and Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that after every victory in the National Fortune War, the system rewards the challenger with a bizarre artifact. Though it's a reward, there's a high probability it will cost the challenger their life. Who knows when that reward might destroy this place, slaughtering us all, myself included. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. Facing hardship, he couldn't turn away, he had to confront it bravely. And the best way to do that was to study how to harness these bizarre artifacts. If he could master them, it would be like gaining another trump card. Possessing more strange and mysterious things meant possessing more power, which meant greater safety. Should he encounter truly terrifying events in the future, he wouldn't be as helpless as he was now. He hadn't yet had time to study that strange lamp. This time, if he didn't thoroughly examine this peculiar landscape painting, the troubles it could accumulate later would be immense. Thus, he began to study the scroll. Lu Yu paced the room, studying the painting over and over. The more he studied it, the more troublesome it seemed. The intelligence provided by the system this time was indeed limited. A path connecting to the 9 netherworlds, a bridge linking the real and the illusory. Lu Yu pondered. The term 9 netherworlds felt strangely familiar, closely resembling the description of that eerie lamp. That eerie lamp, it illuminates the entire netherworld. Could this be the place? He pondered this, then retrieved the eerie lamp, intending to light it. Perhaps this was the key to finding the 9 netherworlds. But that would be courting death. So, he brought along the corpse of the woman in red and the strange cloth as well. Chapter 206, The Scroll. This way, he could handle any strange occurrences he might encounter. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Truth be told, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, this wasn't a dungeon, it was the real world. In a dungeon, survival space was essential, which is why challengers felt a sense of destiny, as if they were the protagonists who simply couldn't die easily. But in reality, he could find himself in dire straits at any moment, or rather, he already was. Lu Yu flicked his lighter, and with a crackle, the ghost lamp ignited. An eerie green light flooded the room. But the next moment, Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. Every hair on his body stood on end, and every muscle tensed to the breaking point. He realized he was no longer in his own room, but instead plunged into utter darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of that single green lantern. Holding the corpse of the red-clad woman in his arms only added to the bone-chilling horror. Could it be that I'm already in the underworld? Lu Yu quickly blew on the strange lamp, trying to extinguish it. But to his disappointment, the green flame seemed to exist beyond this world. No matter how hard he tried, not even a speck of spittle stirred. Finally, he signaled to the red-clad corpse beside him, gesturing for her to extinguish the eerie lamp. Huff! A chilling breeze swept through the air as the woman opened her mouth, expelling a foul, fishy breath that extinguished the green flame. In the next instant, Lu Yu found himself back in his bedroom. Nothing had changed. Not even the spot where he had been standing showed the slightest disturbance. The entire scene felt like a mere illusion. But it was no illusion. It was another realm. A hell that did not exist in the real world, where the darkness was so thick it seemed to swallow all light. He sensed that ordinary light sources couldn't illuminate that world at all. The only source of light was this eerie lamp. So he pulled out another flashlight and switched on the eerie lamp. This time, as darkness engulfed the surroundings, he grabbed the red-clad corpse with one hand, tucked the eerie lamp under his arm with another, and switched on the flashlight with the third. Yet, just as he had anticipated, the flashlight refused to turn on. In other words, even if the flashlight was on, not a single ray of light escaped. Lu Yu flipped the flashlight over. The flashlight emitted only a faint glow, which vanished completely after extending a few centimeters, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Only the eerie lamp glowed green. And though faint, this light could spread far and wide. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Yu walked through the shadowy corners. He saw his own room, its walls semi-transparent, he could walk right through them. He knew he wasn't in the real world, but in the underworld. Yet strangely, he could still walk upon the ground. Apart from that, the only things retaining physical form in this realm were the peculiar landscape paintings adorning the walls. Yet these paintings had undergone a profound transformation. Every figure within them had become terrifying monsters. Originally, a man carrying an axe and a basket into the mountains to chop wood was a common sight. But under the eerie glow of that lantern, the lumberjack had been reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. Or a pedestrian walking down the road, now hacked clean in two. His entrails torn out, his face contorted in agony, yet he struggled desperately to rise. At that very moment, the crimson sun in the sky had turned pitch black, radiating an aura of pure malevolence. It was a landscape steeped in poetic imagery, like towering mountains shrouded in mystery. As Lu Yu's gaze settled upon the scroll, the strange painting suddenly shifted. A path suddenly materialized before his eyes. Strangely enough, this path had always been part of the mural itself. And in this moment, it connected with reality. The image, once confined to a flat surface, became a bridge linking the painting to the real world. Could this be a passage into the painting? Lu Yu broke out in a cold sweat. If that were the case, then every world within this scroll was real. Something he'd only ever heard about in movies or stories. He never imagined it would happen to him. But he didn't view this as an adventure, it was a terrifying experience. The world within this scroll was not a beautiful one, but rather a place of gloom and dread. The figures depicted in the mural were not living beings, but malevolent spirits. In other words, this world was saturated with malevolence and strangeness, where no one could predict what would happen next. If I can get in, I can get out. After all, the system description says this is a bridge. Lu Yu silently mused to himself. He didn't place much faith in this system, but under certain circumstances, it proved reliable. Take the system's rules, for instance, this was the most fundamental principle. If it couldn't even get that right, what else could be trusted? Therefore, he could assume. This painting allowed free passage in and out, and the key to that passage lay in the eerie lamp in his hand. However, if the lantern vanished after he entered, he might never find his way out. He looked at the lantern, where a yellowed candle remained, likely burning for another 30 minutes. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and stepped onto the path without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. He heard his own footsteps, his own breathing, his own heartbeat. He was nervous. Though he could design dungeons with a 100% fatality rate, that didn't mean he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was just an ordinary person. Perhaps his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to remain composed in such bizarre circumstances. All this stemmed from his prolonged exposure to bizarre materials. He had witnessed so much within the dungeons that he was nearly numb to it all. Lu Yu followed him forward. Before long, the surrounding lights grew brighter, and eventually, he caught sight of a clear sky. Yet a black sun hung high in the sky, casting an eerie, otherworldly glow. Here, every scene was rendered in yellow, like blank paper, existing solely in shades of black and white. He realized this was merely a painting. Turning back, he saw his bedroom still there, yet it appeared hazy and distant, as if belonging to a different world. Chapter 207, Entering the Painting. But he knew this was his domain. If he got lost here, he would never fare well. He committed this place firmly to memory, ensuring he would never forget it. It was an ancient country road flanked by fields and stretching mountains. As he walked, a figure suddenly passed by ahead. Dressed in peasant clothes, wearing a conical hat and carrying a hoe, the man walked barefoot, wiping sweat from his face as he went, seemingly overwhelmed by the intense heat. But Lu Yu didn't feel particularly hot. He remained clad in a long-sleeved shirt and trousers. In summer, such clothing would surely be soaked through with sweat, but he found the weather pleasant, as if sitting in a room with the heater on. How strange. In broad daylight, carrying a lantern and wearing long sleeves, doesn't he feel the heat? The farmer passed by Lu Yu with a puzzled look, as if he'd seen something strange. Lu Yu wondered if the farmer was truly capable of deep thought. Perhaps he had truly entered a world brimming with color. Only Lu Yu could discern what this painting depicted. If that was the case, something was seriously wrong with Lu Yu. It was a scorching day, and he was not only dressed in long robes but also carried a peculiar lantern in his hand. To ordinary people, he was simply an oddball. Though Lu Yu carried himself with composure, deep down he remained cautious. In his eyes, everyone here seemed peculiar. Yet, up until now, the farmer he'd encountered still appeared human, while he himself seemed somewhat out of place. After a moment's thought, he rolled up his sleeves, pulled his pants up to his knees, and unzipped his jacket halfway. Only then did he resemble an ordinary person. From start to finish, he never let go of the red-clad female corpse. Gradually, however, he sensed something amiss. That icy palm suddenly grew warm in an instant, as if it had come back to life. Startled, he whipped his head around and stared intently at the corpse in the red dress. Her head was concealed by a mysterious veil, revealing only her lower body. Her skin no longer bore the pallor of death but resembled that of a living person. Her lips were rosy, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played upon her face. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern fine, downy hair covering her skin. What the hell? Lu Yu stared in disbelief, utterly baffled by what he was witnessing. Resurrection? If this were in a sci-fi movie, he would have believed it. But he had just arrived in the underworld from the real world. A woman's corpse, long dead and still carrying a faint stench of decay, had suddenly come back to life. It was utterly beyond comprehension. He could sense that the woman before him seemed to possess self-awareness. But one thing puzzled him: when the woman entered the painting and regained her senses, why did she still let him take her hand so obediently? It made no sense. Wait a minute, she's dead. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. Looking at this reanimated corpse, Lu Yu felt he couldn't keep holding her hand and was about to let go. But as the thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly realized something. According to the system's description, as long as he held the corpse's hand, she would obediently follow his commands. But why was she still standing there obediently under these circumstances? It was merely a matter of appearance. When Lu Yu held her arm, she didn't move. If Lu Yu released her hands and removed the cloth binding, then this woman would transform back into a monstrous entity coming to claim his life. He was nearly deceived by the illusions here himself. This place appears to be an ordinary world, but in reality, its true nature is a bizarre realm. Within this space, all spirits are transformed into humans. Close call, close call, close call. Lu Yu sighed with lingering fear, his gaze fixed intently on the corpse. After a moment's thought, he tucked the ghost lamp under his arm and pulled back the ghost cloth. Lu Yu froze. The woman possessed an absolutely stunning face. He couldn't believe she had been this beautiful in life. Yet, upon that flawless face, something felt utterly out of place. Her eyes were entirely white, devoid of pupils, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. It was an undeniably eerie sight, yet somehow baffling. In darkness, or glimpsed from the side, it would be difficult to discern whether she was a living person or a ghostly apparition. The lantern, Lu Yu murmured after a moment, handing the ghost lantern to the woman. He couldn't keep clutching that cloth forever. He needed one arm free to grasp it. If he encountered another ghostly entity, it would be easier to deal with. The woman obediently took the ghostly lantern from Lu Yu's hand and clutched it tightly. The scene was bizarre. After all, this was ancient times. In broad daylight, a grown man holding a woman's hand was downright strange. But right now, Lu Yu had no clue whatsoever. What possible use could this bizarre landscape painting have? Lu Yu scanned the surroundings. This eerie landscape painting was actually an SS-level strange object. Still, he couldn't fathom its purpose just yet, so he kept moving forward, hoping to uncover something. He periodically checked the candles in the room. Fortunately, they burned with remarkable endurance. Even after several minutes, the flames still burned steadily, indicating they could last for quite some time. Lu Yu walked a bit further before stopping. According to his memories, the ghostly landscape painting did indeed depict such a bridge. Beyond the bridge lay a slope, and further ahead, a city could be seen nestled at the foot of the mountain. "Young man, could you do me a favor?" Just then, an old woman's voice called out. Lu Yu looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old woman with snow-white hair and a hunchback standing by the roadside, speaking to him. "What kind of help?" "Ahem, excuse me. I've lost my wallet. Could you help me find it?" The old woman covered her mouth with a handkerchief, cleared her throat, lowered her head, and avoided Lu Yu's gaze. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed toward a certain spot. Lu Yu glanced over and saw the ground littered with joss paper. His eyes instantly sharpened as he fixed them on the old woman and said, "Burning joss paper these days?" The old woman looked at him with a curious expression on her deeply wrinkled face. Chapter 208, Joss Paper. "You mean you don't use joss paper?" Lu Yu said nothing, simply stepping forward to pick up each piece of joss paper before returning them to the old woman. From start to finish, he never let go of the corpse. During this time, he never turned his back on the old woman. Though the person before him seemed harmless, he sensed something off. The living certainly wouldn't use joss paper. It was meant for the dead. And this old woman didn't seem like the type to joke around. So this person was likely another strange being. It seems everyone within this scroll is a ghostly being. They've simply grown accustomed to it. Lu Yu mused thoughtfully. Perhaps they already consider me one of their own. I mustn't show any signs of being out of place. Alright then, thank you, young man. Take your wife and leave quickly. I don't want you visiting again. I can't afford to keep paying you off. The old woman tucked Lu Yu's spirit money into her pouch, then suddenly dissolved into a wisp of smoke, drifting toward a nearby tombstone. Is this some kind of joke? Lu Yu muttered to himself, witnessing the scene. She's not my wife. I'm not that kind of person. He stared at the lifeless body in his arms. Even within this painting, she was a living person, yet she showed no signs of consciousness. After a moment of silence, he pushed the thought aside and continued onward. Soon, an ancient city came into view before him. Everything looked like a realistic landscape painting, with nothing out of the ordinary. Not a single severed body littered the ground, and every person seemed alive. But Lu Yu knew it was all an illusion. Its true form was a bizarre city, where every person was strange, only he couldn't discern it with his eyes. Ha! Lu Yu suddenly noticed a joss paper note under his foot. He must have stepped on it while picking up money earlier. As he picked the joss paper off his shoe, he glanced back and saw the old woman had vanished. After a moment's thought, he tucked the joss paper into his pocket and stepped toward the city center. Along the way, he spotted a temple by the roadside. He had seen this scene before in the real world. The painting featured two faces. One was an ordinary painting, while the other was the very painting he had seen in hell. In the ordinary painting, everyone appeared human, but in this strange painting, they revealed their true forms. He recalled the woman in white he had seen in the ordinary painting. Yet in this painting of the underworld, a different scene unfolded. The woman in white had transformed into a piece of skin, suspended in midair. The skin was thin, yet hollow inside, an utterly terrifying sight. As Lu Yu pondered this, a woman in a white dress, her face beautiful, emerged from the temple. Upon seeing Lu Yu, she shyly lowered her head. "Sir, please come in." Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat at her words, and he hurriedly stepped outside.
Had he not known the truth, or had he not studied this strange landscape painting carefully, he might have truly been captivated by the woman before him, and yearned for a romantic encounter. But Lu Yu knew he was no human, merely a monster in human form. If he followed her into that dilapidated temple, who knew what might happen? It's truly dangerous. The crowd on the street grew thicker, and everyone stared at Lu Yu with strange looks. His attire was simply too bizarre. And in broad daylight, he held a lantern in one hand while leading a woman by the other. Yet no one approached him to speak. They merely glanced at him before moving on. This made Lu Yu breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't be noticed here, perhaps because of the corpse, or perhaps because of the eerie lantern in his hand. As he pondered this, his gaze drifted back to the eerie lamp. He was certain this candle would never burn out. From the moment he entered until now, at least 20 minutes had passed, yet the flame showed no sign of diminishing. Not a single drop of wax had fallen. This was strange. Perhaps this candle was meant to burn forever. That must be its nature. Entering this eerie city, he found it bustling with activity. Vendors hawked their wares, children skipped about, and farmers carried vegetables, a scene brimming with vitality. Yet Lu Yu felt no warmth amidst the crowd. He stood frozen, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Such scenes existed in ordinary paintings, vivid and full of life, like a living tableau. Yet within that peculiar tableau, the city was a realm of death, littered with corpses everywhere, utterly eerie. Clearly, the people before them were not human at all, they were simply eerie. Thus, as more and more of these people appeared, the fear in Lu Yu's heart grew heavier. He felt like a lamb among wolves. Fortunately, those eerie things didn't attack him. Otherwise, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would have been devoured in an instant. Better get moving. Why does this feel so terrifying? The further Lu Yu walked, the more uneasy he felt. The situation seemed perfectly normal now, and he felt safe enough, but something just didn't feel right. Perhaps he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. No matter how safe and ordinary this place seemed, one thing remained unalterable. This place was not real. It was an illusory world, like a painting. Staying here too long could lead to unforeseen consequences. For instance, lingering too long within the painting might lead to permanent sealing within it, never to leave for eternity. As a designer of bizarre dungeons, Lu Yu understood these patterns intimately. That's why he felt a deep primal fear towards such strange phenomena. What's going on with all these people up ahead? The street bustled with people, though no one seemed to know what had happened. What time is it? The execution at Kaishiku is about to begin. Everyone's waiting to watch the spectacle. If you're lucky, you might even get a coin or two. An old man with a sallow complexion and hair and beard like tangled weeds spoke with a faint smile. He grinned, revealing several yellow teeth. Lu Yu's heart sank. He had heard that in ancient times, criminals were beheaded after execution. But he never imagined he would encounter such a situation himself. As someone raised in modern society, he found such things utterly unbearable. Chapter 209, The Sinister Mansion. But the crowd around him was pushing forward, and even he was jostled to the very front of the line. Are you kidding me? Standing over 6 feet tall, Lu Yu stood out conspicuously among the crowd. His gaze immediately fell upon Kaishiku. It resembled the dungeon he had previously completed at Kaishiku, but now it contained more elements, more vibrant life, making it far more realistic than his earlier experience. A wooden platform stood in the center of Kaishiku. 3 figures lay bound, their hair disheveled, hands and feet twisted into knots by ropes, resembling 2 giant prawns. Beside him stood a burly man holding a dagger, wiping it repeatedly with a cloth strip. The crowd dared not approach too closely, forming a circle around them. Many held large bowls in their hands, contemplating whether to collect some blood later. At that moment, a middle-aged man in official robes spoke loudly from the platform, though Lu Yu couldn't make out his words. But just then, the burly man approached the 3, a long sword in hand. Instantly, the trio trembled violently, wetting themselves. With a wet thud, the man's head hit the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Seizing the momentum, the giant then severed the heads of the other 2 men. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if he'd severed hundreds of heads before. The crowd cheered and rushed forward, but Lu Yu stood frozen like a stone. A drop of blood had landed in his eye socket earlier, causing a sharp sting, but he could only wash it away with tears. His concern, however, wasn't for his eyes themselves, but whether the blood might carry some kind of bacteria. When the pain in his eyes subsided, he realized everything around him had changed. Perhaps because traces of blood still clung to his body, everything before his eyes appeared different now, tinged with a blood-red hue. Moreover, few people remained nearby. Corpses littered the ground, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of decay. The entire city lay in deathly silence. This scene resembled the strange painting he had seen in the underworld. Corpses littered the ground, swarmed by flies. Many bodies had begun to rot, emitting a nauseating stench. Had Lu Yu not been prepared for such sights, he would likely have vomited on the spot. Yet his spirits suffered a tremendous blow. The mental image of a city strewn with corpses was nothing like the reality of being immersed in it. It was an indescribable shock, enough to shatter one's worldview. Yet what captured his attention most were the living figures on the platform. A middle-aged man clad in official robes, a butcher wielding a long knife, not one missing, not one extra.
At that moment, every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on Lu Yu.
Though they were all living beings, their appearances bore little resemblance to ordinary humans. Each wore a hideously distorted expression.
"How dare you not kneel before me?" The man in official robes roared, his voice rolling like thunder, making Lu Yu's eardrums ache.
Before he could recover, the woman moved, dropping to her knees with a thud.
Lu Yu stared in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? This is a ghost. How could she possibly kneel before another ghost?"
His mind was reeling.
A Gue powerful enough to make a fierce ghost kneel could not be an ordinary being. Its danger level was undoubtedly extremely high. Moreover, judging by the situation, the ghost cloth in his hands was no match for it. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was flee immediately. But before he could move, the Li ghost clad in official robes and bearing a hideous visage approached him with a surprisingly gentle expression. "Your Excellency, you have brought this fierce ghost to our ghost mansion. Do you wish to hand him over to us for imprisonment, or to have him killed?" The Gu mansion? Lu Yu immediately grasped the crucial point.
From the start, he'd sensed something peculiar about the vicious spirit's polite demeanor toward him. It seemed his status in this fiend's eyes was quite high at the very least, he posed no threat whatsoever. And that Gu mansion, it only deepened his suspicions. For humans, breaking the law meant facing legal punishment. But what if this was a fraud? Was there some trickery involved? Thus, within the world depicted in this painting, there existed a Gue bureau dedicated to resolving bizarre incidents. But inside, he had a million curses to utter. Because in his eyes, this creature before him clad in official robes, with a hideous visage that seemed even more monstrous than the Li Gui itself, had the audacity to address the other as Li Gui. Countless thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind.
It took him over 10 seconds to snap back to reality before cautiously asking, "You can handle the Li Gui?"
"Yes. Bring all law-breaking Li Gui to us.
Hand them over. Whether it's imprisonment or execution."
"But how exactly do you plan to deal with this particular Li Gui?" demanded the Li Gui in official robes.
Lu Yu froze. This news hit him like a thunderclap, too overwhelming to process.
But the moment he heard about dealing with the corpse, he immediately replied, "There's no need to kill her.
She's mine."
The word wife remained unsaid. He needed to protect that red-clad female corpse. It held crucial value for him. Though dangerous, the corpse was bound by certain rules. With caution, it could be effectively controlled, it must not be killed. But to keep her, he had to weave a lie. That's why Lu Yu recalled the old woman's words. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, those words simply wouldn't come out. "Oh, I understand, the official in the robes suddenly feigned enlightenment.
"Then please depart, sir. This place is no longer safe for lingering." Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief and turned to leave.
He had longed to leave this place for ages, yet he could never figure out what purpose this mysterious landscape painting served. Then he saw the city filled with corpses. But he couldn't escape. Now that a chance to escape had finally presented itself, he immediately turned and ran. Once outside the eerie city, he continued along the streets. This time, everything felt different from his arrival. He saw a half-broken body crawling on the ground, and a piece of human skin floating before the door of a ruined temple. Only when Lu Yu passed the graveyard did he notice there were no graves, there were only piles of rotting skeletal remains. He retraced his steps to the starting point, found the exit, and finally entered his bedroom, instructing the woman to extinguish the candles. As the surroundings brightened once more and everything returned to its normal course, Lu Yu finally felt at ease.
Chapter 210, Back to the Real World. Finally back.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead. In a sense, it was as if he had entered a world filled with eerie phenomena. And he was just a living, breathing mortal. It was a miracle he hadn't been devoured by the malevolent spirits. Otherwise, a mere passerby might have turned into a malevolent ghost and killed him.
Looks like this eerie lantern did the trick. Lu Yu glanced at the lantern in his hand once more.
Having ruled out every other possibility, only one truth remained. How could an unnamed female corpse in red be so terrifying that even she had to kneel before the Ghost Bureau? The only explanation was that this eerie lantern had elevated his status, granting him, a mere mortal, the respect of the Supernatural Bureau. But regardless, this trip had been worth it. It was a hidden space, housing a special department dedicated to handling all manner of supernatural incidents. Should any troublesome matters arise, they could be directly handed over to the authorities for resolution. But before that, Li Gui must ensure Lu Yu maintains temporary control. If he couldn't control it, what else could be said? Phew, finally got it done. Lu Yu draped a shroud over the corpse and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it had truly been a brush with death. Yet the rewards were immense, a dual S-grade mysterious artifact of limitless power, capable of handling any supernatural threat. With this mysterious mountain and river map in hand, he no longer feared any strange or bizarre entities.
If he could master it, he could either trap his opponents within it or eliminate them outright. "Lu Yu, come quick. Something's wrong." Lu Yu pulled out his phone and saw the text message from the man in sunglasses.
He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something major was about to unfold. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling him with such urgency something that had never happened before.
Something must have happened.
With that, he stood up, stepped outside, and soon arrived at the conference room.
What's going on?
Lu Yu looked at him questioningly.
You're here. This Eagle Country instance mission is particularly difficult. We've lost quite a few people on our side. Take a look. He opened another video clip. Eagle Nation Dungeon. Gao Jiangwo held a small black notebook in his hands.
Inside were 10 names written in black ink. The first 3 were crossed out in red ink, while the 4th bore the name Gao Jiangwo.
His thick brows knitted tightly. What he held in his hands was no ordinary object, it was the death note.
If a person's name was written in the notebook, that person would die in the order their name appeared.
This notebook was peculiar.
It had existed since the moment the Eagle Country instance opened, and then, strangely, words began to slowly appear on its pages. Throughout this entire process, no one had written a single word. In other words, this notebook possessed the uncanny power to create something from nothing. But all of this was only the beginning. Before long, one of the team members was killed.
Keep in mind, they were all wearing the latest lightweight bulletproof vests.
Even a hit from a large caliber sniper rifle wouldn't have killed them. Yet in this instance, an NPC dispatched him with a single shot from a small caliber handgun. Remember, every member of the Dragon Group was a seasoned veteran.
Even a sharpshooter would struggle to hit them in the head.
The shooter was clearly drunk, his hands shaking violently.
To be killed with a single shot under such circumstances was utterly baffling.
Despair washed over the group as they struggled to believe the reality of the situation. Yet they didn't connect this incident to the black notebook, dismissing it as mere coincidence.
Or perhaps this dungeon held some unique feature?
This was the first time Eagle Nation had deployed this instance. All prior records were blank, as no one had ever attempted it before. The Dragon Squad members groped their way forward step by step in the darkness.
And the second incident.
It occurred when they were together, a car accident. Everyone escaped in time except for one man. His seatbelt jammed, and he was engulfed in flames. And his name was the second-ranked individual in the Death Note rankings.
All eyes fell upon that black notebook.
This was the Death Note.
Each entry on its pages would be executed one by one. Moreover, the deaths of those listed were peculiar, not natural causes, but rather accidents.
According to the Dragon Nation's beliefs, this was an extremely unfortunate occurrence. Afterward, the group cautiously distanced themselves from any place where accidents might occur. They devoted all their energy to protecting the third person.
Logically speaking, with so many elite members, safeguarding one person should have been a breeze.
The previous 2 guards had been taking turns collapsing every 30 minutes.
But when no one was expecting it, a manhole cover gave way.
A soldier stepped on it and fell straight into the shaft. The fall from over 20 meters killed him instantly.
Everyone snapped to attention. Danger lurked everywhere.
No matter where you were, death could strike without warning. Walking down the street, a vase could fall from above and crush you.
Or while dining at a restaurant, a gas explosion could occur.
Even taking a sip of water carried the risk of choking.
When things reached this point, the slightest disturbance could claim a life.
Even standing in an empty, featureless space, one could be struck by an earthquake at any moment. The most crucial factor is the fear factor.
As the challengers' fear levels escalate, the ways they can die multiply.
But this was unavoidable. Team Dragon had no special potions, they relied entirely on sheer willpower. Fear of death is a fundamental biological instinct, no one can deny it.
It's like how a person can't possibly suffocate from urinating. At that moment, human instinct takes over willpower, making choices for the body.
Those whose deaths were foretold feared more than others.
Gao Jiangwo was such a man.
He had faced life and death crises many times, often teetering on the brink of death, so he no longer feared the prospect of dying. But now, his fear level had reached 67%. This was an exceptionally high fear level. After all, the system never lied. Even though his expression remained calm, his heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease and panic.
"Old Gao, are you okay?"
His teammates around him offered words of comfort. But their words held no meaning.
Chapter 211, Death Note. Moreover, these men were elite among elites, no less formidable than Gao Jiangwo himself.
It could be said these men were the finest soldiers in the Dragon Nation, each hardened by countless battles. In the world of Soldier King, they would undoubtedly be protagonist-level figures. Yet even so, they too would fall. No matter how formidable one was, in such an eerie mission, death was the only outcome. When faced with the unknown, they had to test it with their lives.
Gao Jiangwo had been close to those 3 who perished, yet he stood by and did nothing.
It was as if they'd been struck by a stray bullet in battle.
What a terrifying notebook.
Gao Jiangwo stared at his name written in the notebook, letting out a long sigh after a long moment. He had come here with the resolve to die.
Given the current reality, the likelihood of death far outweighed the possibility of survival. But he didn't dwell on it.
He had long anticipated today's outcome. Before arriving, he had already drafted his will, settling all matters for after his death.
It was standard practice.
Even if one was highly confident in this instance, one still had to be mentally prepared for sacrifice at any moment. Therefore, he cared neither for his own life nor for his loved ones. His greatest concern now was how those who followed him would manage to clear this instance. He feared death not, for he bore the fate of the entire nation upon his shoulders. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life to secure victory in war, it would be worth it. Therefore, he would rather die than die without purpose. Before his final breath, he needed to pass on everything he knew to future generations.
I understand. It's a death diary.
Everyone recorded in it eventually dies for various reasons. After watching the video, Lu Yu reached this conclusion.
Exactly. That's what we meant too.
This isn't some strange ability anymore, but a specific curse.
Once a challenger's name is written down, they'll be struck by a fatal curse. Another person added. The most pressing issue now is how to evade the curse of this notebook. This notebook functions much like Sadako. It's the most foolish of all supernatural phenomena.
There's no intricate scheme behind it, it simply seizes any opportunity to unleash carnage.
A voice rang out. Everyone fell silent. In that case, solving this problem becomes straightforward. There are only two solutions.
Since the Death Note itself relies on a series of coincidences to function, what he needed to do was avoid those coincidences.
Like getting into a car accident.
They could only constantly monitor the road conditions and remain vigilant against passing vehicles. With thorough preparation, he shouldn't get hit by a car. Even if a large truck approached, he could simply dive into one of the buildings lining the road. The buildings in this copy weren't easily destroyed, some were even constructed of stone. Even if struck by a large truck, it might not necessarily break through them.
In any case, without any vehicles around, there's absolutely no way he'll get into trouble.
From any perspective, he held the upper hand.
Secondly, the copy itself holds no lethal power.
Otherwise, he could have simply dropped a meteor from the sky to crush someone to death. That possibility still existed. But in the end, he didn't.
Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't.
They had to abide by the dungeon rules, and the skills they set couldn't have any bugs.
What the dungeon required was the constant escalation of fear.
Therefore, the best way to counter this Death Note was to defy its power. With sufficient courage, one could halt its growth entirely. But these two methods are simple in theory, yet far from straightforward in practice. If it were that easy, the 3 Dragon Squad soldiers who died earlier wouldn't have been in mortal danger.
I'll handle it.
Lu Yu rose to his feet, drawing everyone's gaze. A collective shiver ran through the group.
They knew exactly what Lu Yu meant by "I'll handle it."
Only Lu Yu knew how to navigate such bizarre dungeons. He had already intervened in one such bizarre instance before. Therefore, if he took charge, there was a real possibility he could easily crack that Death Note.
Could it be dangerous?
A senior officer voiced his concern.
If Lu Yu went in, would the Death Note write his name?
Worse still, he might be deemed an outsider and become the first to be cursed.
The designers of the Eagle Nation instance must have anticipated Lu Yu's entry long ago. Considering his existence, they would certainly have implemented corresponding countermeasures. Lu Yu, they absolutely could not afford to lose him. If it weren't for the extreme danger, higher-ups wouldn't have sent Lu Yu into the instance. To say it's 100% safe is impossible. But I'm 90% confident. Even if danger arises, I can still escape unscathed.
Lu Yu voiced his thoughts. In truth, he was merely being modest. The rewards granted by the system this time had made him a bit overconfident. After all, he had endured so many perilous situations.
And he'd returned unscathed. A Death Note, a bizarre reward, what was there to fear?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see a protest march unfolding on the street before you. Due to the failure of this national war, our country has suffered immense losses.
Many high-ranking officials have perished in battle, plunging the entire nation into chaos. Most of our territory has been occupied.
Now, many young talents are seeking justice from the Dragon Nation. After all, we suffered consecutive defeats in the previous national fortune battles, and this latest conflict cost us over 100 million lives.
Now let's hear from some young people about their thoughts.
A young female reporter stood before the camera at an Eagle Nation television station, speaking passionately into the lens. Most Eagle Nation citizens were in a state of collapse at this time, making it extremely difficult for any television station to conduct a live broadcast. Other major channels were broadcasting similar news, all related to the national conflict.
Hello, could you tell me what this demonstration is about?
She approached a passing young man with her microphone.
We want to resist. The actions of Dragon Nation are utterly brutal. They've killed so many of us, it's nothing but a one-sided slaughter. This is inhumane.
I strongly oppose Dragon Nation's irresponsible actions because they are essentially exterminating all of humanity.
Chapter 212, The Last Straw.
We only hope the Dragon Nation will stop now, recognize their mistakes, and compensate our Eagle Nation. A young man in his 20s, sporting curly hair and a face dotted with pockmarks, spoke with spittle flying from his mouth. At this moment, the situation in Eagle Nation was drawing widespread attention. Though once a dominant power on Blue Star, it now lay in utter chaos. In truth, many secretly wished for the Eagle Nation's downfall.
Jesus, I never imagined the once mighty and arrogant Eagle Nation would end up like this. Exactly.
Back in the day, they'd have launched a full-scale investigation over a missing packet of laundry detergent.
And now they're protesting in the streets? This contrast is utterly disheartening. But this time, Dragon Nation has truly gone too far. Do they really think they're pushovers? How can they slaughter so brazenly? Are they even human? Pushing it too far? What about all the things the Eagle Nation did back in the day? The internet erupted in another wave of condemnation, but this time, Dragon Nation netizens' stance was far more resolute than before. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now turn our attention to the state of the national war. Our operation is still underway, and the Dragon Group is facing unprecedented danger. This may be our chance to strike back. The television broadcast showed the Eagle Nation's instance their first deployment of this secret weapon.
The higher-ups had originally intended for the Eagle Nation's team to pass through the Dragon Nation's instance. If they could hold Eagle Nation, it would be a massive setback for Dragon Nation. Yet they never anticipated failure. This new dungeon was originally intended to bolster Eagle Nation's prestige, but now it stands as their last hope.
3 down? Satisfying. Dragon Nation has grown far too arrogant lately. It's high time we put a dent in their swagger.
The Dragon Nation is evil, but so is our Eagle Nation. Still, this Death Note is just a bizarre phenomenon confined to the dungeon.
If it ever appears in the real world, we must inscribe the names of every single Dragon Nation citizen upon it. Gao Jiangwo and his companions walked down the street. The street bustled with people.
A pregnant woman was pushing a stroller when it suddenly slipped from her grasp and rolled down the road.
A driver jerked the steering wheel, only to lose control of his vehicle. The car flipped violently, crashing into Gao Jiangwo and his companions. Oh my god.
They didn't have time to dodge and collided head-on with the car. A large truck had lost control and was speeding straight toward them. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the spot where they had been standing moments before, collapsing a cafe and killing several pedestrians before they could even scream.
Clang!
The out-of-control vehicle skidded across the pavement like a turtle on its back, flying over Gao Jiangwo's head. The gust of wind it created ruffled his buzz cut.
The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, like a scene from a blockbuster movie. Cars flew everywhere, rolling and tumbling. One out-of-control truck smashed straight into a cafe. In an instant, the entire street descended into chaos.
Passers-by screamed in terror and scattered in all directions.
Damn, that was close. Gao Jiangwo had narrowly escaped death. And he truly hadn't expected to dodge in time under such circumstances.
It was entirely due to his years of training and combat experience. In that critical moment, his latent potential was unleashed, each movement flowing with seamless precision.
He felt like an outsider, watching his own body execute a complex sequence of movements before returning to control. Run! The other 6 rushed over, checked Gao Jiangwo to confirm he was unharmed.
Then they swiftly departed. They chose not to hide for a reason. In truth, their initial plan to respond was similar to most people's: leave the bustling city for a quiet corner.
But how could the designers possibly not have considered this?
The Eagle Nation was no shortage of geniuses. When designing this dungeon, they had already anticipated every possible scenario, including the current situation. Therefore, not only could they not hide, but they were forced to move about constantly. Although the Death Note relied on coincidental events, achieving such precision demanded considerable time. It was like a god manipulating objects to trigger a chain reaction.
This demonstrated the notebook's intelligence. If they remained stationary, they might remain temporarily safe. However, greater danger undoubtedly lurked nearby, waiting for him.
When that moment came, there would be no retreat.
It might not just kill Gao Jiangwo, but wipe out their entire force.
For instance, a missile suddenly going haywire, a massive earthquake, or a gang war erupting. In short, after careful deliberation, they chose not to hide any longer but instead embarked on a new path. This meant the Death Note introduced more variables, easily creating situations like the traffic accident they had just witnessed.
However, this approach allowed them to sidestep greater crises. By focusing solely on the impending threats, they could survive. It was like a reservoir: if water wasn't regularly drained, silt would accumulate. Once it reached a critical point, the entire reservoir could collapse, with catastrophic consequences. Regular drainage prevents such disasters. Damn it! Each crisis is more intense than the last. I have a bad feeling about this.
Gao Jiangwo had narrowly escaped disaster and should have been relieved. Yet his heart grew heavier by the moment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as fear steadily intensified within him. Previously, only one vehicle had malfunctioned at a time. This time, however, 2 vehicles had failed simultaneously. One was out in the open, the other lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely have been killed. This time, his escape was pure luck. The moment the stroller slipped from the pregnant woman's grasp, he sensed something was amiss. Then he realized the vehicle was small and posed little threat. He turned his head and saw a large truck silently approaching from the distance.
He might have survived this time, but next time? Not so sure. Chapter 213, Lu Yu's Rescue. Even if Gao Jiangwo was prepared to die, he was still human, not some drug-induced cyborg. He was just an ordinary person. Everyone fears death at times. It wasn't a matter of will, but rather a primal instinct. Hold on. Look. Suddenly, someone pointed down the path ahead, where two strange figures had appeared. One was dressed in modern attire, while the other wore ragged, tattered clothes. The figure wore a red cloth over its head, resembling a bride from ancient times. What kind of shoes are those? Some narrowed their eyes, for they noticed the strange woman wore embroidered shoes. Clearly, this was Lu Yu. Lu Yu, why did you come here? It's far too dangerous. Gao Jiangwo and the others hurried to meet her. They had known all along that Lu Yu would come. Though she had come to rescue them, they showed no gratitude whatsoever. Everyone understood just how perilous this dungeon was. It was a death note capable of killing through accidents. Even if Lu Yu possessed some special ability, once his name was written in the notebook, it meant certain death. And given Lu Yu's importance, it simply wasn't worth risking him. They would rather risk their own lives than see Lu Yu come to harm. Lu Yu shrugged it off and continued. Hold on. Where's the notebook? Let me see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the storyline of this instance has undergone some changes. A Dragon Nation citizen has suddenly appeared. His identity has now been confirmed as Lu Yu, the very designer of the Dragon Nation instance. Eagle Nation TV's host, having spotted Lu Yu's arrival, immediately went live. Damn it! This guy actually dares to enter the dungeon? He's got some nerve. Who does he think he is? Doesn't he worry about getting killed? A golden opportunity. Absolutely golden. If we can activate those bizarre killing rules in that notebook, the death note can take him out right here in the dungeon. But what if he unlocks the dungeon's death note? We can't afford another loss. Damn it, if only we could interfere with the dungeon. Just toss an atomic bomb in there and we'd take that kid out. Many Eagle Nation spectators were watching this battle for national destiny. But when they spotted Lu Yu, they stomped their feet in fury, wishing they could kill him right then and there. Yet no one voiced it, nor did anyone wish to, for this was a fair battle where the victor reigned supreme. In the past, when the Eagle Nation defeated other countries, they were actually happy. But now that they were the ones losing, they were wildly cursing their opponents. They had cheated in the dungeon, only to be defeated. This time, it felt like they'd been driven to the edge of the abyss. Yet no one cared about the barking of a defeated dog. Even nations that once held Eagle Nation in reverence and awe now dismiss them entirely. Everyone knows the Eagle Nation is fundamentally useless. Defeated twice in a row by the Dragon Nation, its national strength has plummeted. It's like the former Cherry Blossom Nation on the brink of extinction at any moment. With bad luck, it might well be annihilated in the next war. This once mighty power on Blue Star would be eliminated in this battle, leaving no trace behind. This is a war between two distinct races. Once one race annihilates the other, the hatred will endure for generations, lingering until centuries later when that race is finally forgotten. Here. This is the Death Note. A member of the Dragon Group pulled a black leather-bound notebook from his coat pocket. After confirming the notebook was indeed the mysterious object, everyone debated whether to discard it or hide it in a secure location. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the Death Note was an eerie object. Carrying it would surely bring risks, and even if there were no risks, it was still a taboo. Considering this, they ultimately chose to carry it with them. First, to prevent it from silently altering itself when unattended. Second, it provided more information for future challengers. Sometimes, a small detail could mean the difference between life and death for an entire team. Second, they didn't know what the notebook was truly for. What if they could figure out a way to solve the problem? These things were impossible to predict. It would be a waste of time to return for the Death Note later. Moreover, the notebook might undergo some inexplicable transformation that was the real concern. Carrying the notebook with them was risky, but it also offered significant advantages. A wise person would know how to weigh the pros and cons. Even if the Death Note were to malfunction, the worst-case scenario would merely be the death of the soldier holding it. The rest should be fine. Open it. Lu Yu didn't reach for it, merely standing silently to the side. He was cautious, guarding against any mishap. Right away. The man promptly retrieved the Death Note. Among the 10 names, 3 were marked with a check. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Behind the 10th name, an 11th name suddenly appeared. But when they read that name aloud, everyone's expression changed. Lu Yu. Yes, a red line had appeared before his name. This Death Note was indeed a bizarre artifact. It had somehow detected the presence of an 11th person in this instance and attempted to inscribe his name upon it. It seemed the designers in Eagle Country had anticipated this scenario long ago and prepared accordingly. Now, their preparations were finally put to use. How utterly reckless. Lu Yu growled coldly. This peculiar little notebook required a specific sequence to kill someone. It couldn't be done arbitrarily from the start. Such supernatural tricks were mere child's play to him. Those untouched by the supernatural might feel fear.
But to him, a veteran of countless battles, it was like children playing house.
For in his hand he held the wrathful ghost.
It was like a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Its terror and danger far surpassed that of this little notebook.
What are we to do? This death note is exceedingly dangerous.
We've tried several methods to destroy it: slashing with blades, burning with fire, shooting with guns, dousing with acid. None have worked. The soldier looked utterly disheartened. They had truly exhausted every effort, yet that bizarre power remained utterly peculiar. As if transcending the three realms and breaking free from the five elements.
Conventional methods could no longer break its hold. Leave it to me.
Lu Yu tore the red scarf from the corpse of the red-clad woman's face.
Chapter 214, The Seal.
This was a ghostly corpse in principle. It could seal away all malevolent spirits.
But it remains uncertain whether it can seal this death note. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way. Got it.
This soldier had encountered the red-robed corpse in a dungeon before. She was wrapped in a crimson headscarf and remained utterly motionless until the dungeon concluded. He understood the terrifying power of that red headscarf. It was likely designed specifically to counter malevolent spirits. What puzzled him, however, was that while this thing could be used against the living, the death note was clearly an artifact. Could it really be sealed as well? Lu Yu placed the strange cloth over the black notebook with one hand before speaking.
For now, you should avoid the danger. If there's no movement after a while, it means my sealing is complete. I am the next one who should die. At that moment, Gao Jiangwo stepped forward and volunteered.
How about I stand in the middle of the road and see if any cars come along to run me over? Lu Yu shot him a sidelong glance.
Honestly, there's no need to be that reckless.
Besides, even on a normal day, standing in the middle of the road would likely get you run over.
Oh, I see. Gao Jiangwo looked utterly bewildered, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head.
His earlier excitement had been a momentary lapse. Seeing someone pick up the cursed notebook that had killed three of them had made him so thrilled he'd nearly jumped at the chance. But now, he realized there was absolutely no need for any of that. The group wandered the streets, which resembled a virtual metropolis.
However, the residents here were all NPCs.
Even after so many traffic accidents, they continued living their normal lives, as if they only possessed the memory span of a goldfish.
In fact, Gao Jiangwo and the others had spotted the same man at 3 different crime scenes.
He wore a suit and carried a briefcase under his arm. Yet he kept reappearing like a fool, shouting "Oh my God," over and over. This was the drawback of cramming NPCs into this instance. It wasted a lot of instance resources, and each NPC's AI wasn't exactly top-notch. But there was one upside: it made it impossible to pinpoint who the assassin actually was.
The next second, an ordinary person might pull a gun from behind. A bullet would strike Gao Jiangwo, causing an accidental casualty. This had happened before.
A man, seemingly drunk, trembled as he opened fire on a group, killing one team member.
Everyone was furious, nearly erupting into a bloodbath.
But they also knew that if they did so, it could very likely lead to unpredictable consequences. So, they decided to kill the black man first.
Over 15 minutes passed without incident. Even Gao Jiangwo, whether intentionally or not, had walked to the roadside, watching to see if any vehicles might hit him.
Yet, the accident that had just occurred did not repeat itself. Looks like Lu Yu really did seal that bizarre death diary.
Ah, exactly. That's how it should be. If others can cheat, why can't we call for help? Isn't that fair?
Sigh, old Lu's crew is all dead now.
Never mind that.
You should be grateful at least others are still alive. If not for Lu Yu risking his life to help, old Gao would have been done for.
If 2 or 3 more died, this instance would have ended.
You gotta understand, in these dungeon quests, someone always gets forced into a suicide run. And without enough intel, the whole team could wipe.
Seeing the team was safe, Lu Yu finally exited the instance.
At that moment, the Eagle Nation players were speechless.
No, not just the Eagle Nation, other nations too.
The entire world was dumbfounded.
Is this even allowed?
Such a move was practically cheating.
What on earth are we supposed to do now?
The Eagle Nation folks were nearly in tears. Just moments ago, they'd been hoping that Death Note would kill Lu Yu, only to discover that the little notebook had actually been destroyed by Lu Yu himself.
Is there any justice left in the world? Are you kidding me? I didn't get hit by illusionary absolute? My God, there must be some massive glitch here. Why? Why let someone like this win? How dare those lowly Dragon Nation people possess such power? It's so unfair. Oh man, we lost again. But that wasn't the end of it.
After emerging from the Eagle Nation dungeon, Lu Yu returned to his bedroom. Holding a ghostly lamp, he once again entered the world within the landscape painting. He handed the Death Note to the eerie mansion. May I ask, sir, should we burn this Death Note or seal it away for now? The official addressed Lu Yu politely.
Lu Yu frowned in confusion. What happens if we burn it? What happens if we don't?
From his previous dungeon experience, he knew this Death Note was fireproof and impervious to physical destruction. Had it not been wrapped in that strange cloth, the creature would likely have unleashed another wave of slaughter. He couldn't fathom how this mysterious department managed to resolve such a bizarre incident so effortlessly.
It's simple.
You can use the Gue fire to burn this death note to ashes. The man in official robes gestured toward a brazier emitting an eerie blue flame.
Is the flame burning in that lamp also a strange fire? Lu Yu stared at the eerie lamp. The flame within it was an unnatural blue.
At first, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed this blue flame could actually kill malevolent spirits.
If that was the case, why waste any more time? Wouldn't this make him invincible?
Carrying the ghost lamp everywhere, burning any demon he encountered.
No.
The man poured a bucket of cold water on him, snapping him back to reality.
All right. Lu Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief. If you seal it away, it won't harm anyone. And when you want to use it again, you can simply lift the restrictions. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. The function of this death note is indiscriminate killing. Anyone whose name is written in it will eventually die in various accidents. Such bizarre phenomena are the most elusive to comprehend. Should it be lost by accident, it would spell utter disaster. This is a book that perpetually claims lives. Should it be lost, it could very well lead to the annihilation of all human society. Most crucially, this death note is utterly useless. If it were to be treated like a nuclear bomb, it would be better off handed over to another country. Chapter 215, The New Copy. But that was impossible.
After all, the death note contained the names of several Dragon Squad members, including his own. If the seal were broken, their situations would become dire. Fearing delays would invite trouble, Lu Yu ordered the man in official robes to burn the book. Then, he emerged from the scroll and returned to reality. By now, not only Eagle Nation but the other three nations had also deployed their forces and trump cards, preparing to confront Dragon Nation. Lu Yu, seeking vengeance, would spare no one. He would make them submit willingly, forcing them to feel the pain. Only then would they reconsider whether to strike against the Dragon Nation again. He remembered clearly that when he first arrived here, every nation had set the Dragon Nation's destruction as their goal. Even the Dragon Nation's allies were no exception. Lu Yu regarded these ruthless nations as monsters, not truly human. Even if his entire army were wiped out, he wouldn't care. Holy crap, come see this. Before long, news of Lu Yu's reappearance in the instance spread like wildfire across the internet. Everyone on Blue Star was stunned by Lu Yu's astonishing performance in the Eagle Nation instance, especially the aftermath of his final strike that instantly killed the boss. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. He wouldn't be planning to deal with this anomaly, would he? Are you kidding me? Isn't Eagle Nation holding a grudge against him? Why would he come all the way to our rotten country? Could it be because we teamed up with the Eagle Nation for this national challenge? Damn it! Lu Yu is being way too petty. We only sent a few people over, is that really worth holding a grudge? Those Dragon Country bastards are nothing but despicable scum. The internet erupted with condemnation, though most chose to stay silent and watch how things unfolded. Lu Yu's grudge was obvious, and the Eagle Nation people had gotten their just punishment. Now he's come to seek revenge on the Rotten Kingdom? Doesn't that mean he'll target other nations next? Under these circumstances, who would dare provoke him? What awaits them next is likely another round of retribution. This outcome is obvious even to the most naive observer. Even governments worldwide immediately responded by cutting power and shutting down networks. They didn't want their citizens bragging online, fearing they might destroy their own countries. The UK's top brass felt like they'd been fed a mouthful of crap. This punishment cost them dearly. As the nation declined, people's lifespans grew increasingly short. Some elderly nobles even perished as a result. Those remaining were young souls already nearing the end of their lives. If this dungeon run fails again, they too will likely perish here. But that wasn't the worst part. Lu Yu had already charged into this instance. With no retreat possible, he was determined to fight to the death. Now, they were like meat on a chopping block, helplessly awaiting their fate. Still, barring any unforeseen circumstances, things should be fine. Lu Yu swiftly concluded matters within the corrupt nation instance. Amidst the stunned stares of everyone present, he flicked his hand and vanished from the spot. After returning to Dragon Country, he made another trip to the Painting Realm, bringing the eerie presence from the decaying nation instance with him to the eerie mansion. The limitations of the weird mansion were severe. It could only contain one anomaly at a time. This forced him to roam about relentlessly, making him feel more like a mysterious figure. This time, he captured a giant bat known as a vampire. The only difference was that this vampire wasn't handsome and dashing like in the movies, nor was it accompanied by beautiful women. Instead, it resembled a terrifying giant beast. They fed on blood, granting them eternal life and immense power. Through illusions, they controlled humanity, while those drained of blood worshipped them as kings. Lu Yu tossed the ferocious little bat aside. It trembled like a piglet, its eyes wide with terror as it stared at the menacing creatures. Among the malevolent spirits of the Ghost Bureau, Li Gue ranked among the absolute elite of the supernatural realm. He was far beyond comparison to this mere bat demon before him. Lu Yu had no intention of claiming it as his own. Theoretically, through research, he could create a creature capable of granting humans extended lifespans. But Lu Yu did not believe true immortality existed. If they could live forever, they would never have developed the civilization they possess today. Thus, prolonged life only hindered human progress. When bodies grew stronger, humanity might grasp eternal power. Take it out. Lu Yu said nothing more, uttering only those few words before turning and heading toward the third instance. The demon-human kingdom was already weakened, and with the Eagle Kingdom joining forces in this war of national destiny, compounded by the systems ruling that they had cheated, they were now on the brink of annihilation. Lu Yu's move was like placing a noose around the human-demon kingdom's neck, sending them to their doom. In that moment, he resembled a judge, one who controlled the fate of a nation, whose every gesture held the power to destroy a country's existence. His gaze was icy, harboring no sympathy for the human-demon kingdom. The human-demon nation. Several challengers froze upon seeing Lu Yu suddenly appear. They all recognized him, the designer of the Dragon Nation instance. But what was he doing here? If it were due to the war between the Demon Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, that might make sense. But the problem was, they didn't belong to the Dragon Nation. What's peculiar about this dungeon? Lu Yu cut straight to the chase the moment he arrived, not wasting a single word. Why should we tell you? A black man stepped forward, looking utterly bewildered. Idiot. Lu Yu shot him a dismissive glance, his tone laced with contempt. What? You're insulting us. You're pushing it too far. The men instantly flew into a rage, yet none dared step forward. Especially with Lu Yu holding a strange woman in his arms, it infuriated them, but not a single one could stand alongside him. She wore a red veil, radiating a menacing aura. This was not the aura of a living person, it was filled with eeriness. I'm not accusing you, I'm stating a fact. If I say you're foolish, then you are. I won't mix my own opinions into it. Lu Yu spoke with solemn earnestness. This kid is utterly arrogant. Did you come all this way just to humiliate us? Lu Yu cut off the protests from the black men and continued. I came here specifically to solve the bizarre incidents in the human-demon realm. This is a huge benefit for you, you'll never have to worry about those strange occurrences again. You'll be able to complete your missions flawlessly, like exploiting a glitch. Chapter 216, Assistance. Of course, if you refuse to recognize my offer, I can leave. But I can't guarantee how many of you will be killed afterward. This statement struck a nerve with everyone present. Truth be told, they weren't particularly skilled in dungeon runs. They lacked both the wisdom and the national strength to compete. Whether in resources or cultivation, they couldn't compare to major powers like Dragon Nation or Eagle Nation. This was precisely why the challenger mortality rate in this instance was so alarmingly high. However, their physical constitution was relatively robust, and when faced with bizarre attacks, their fear levels remained surprisingly low. Yet that was of little use. Lu Yu's words sounded sincere and humble, but in truth, they were brimming with hostility. Many spectators watching this scene felt a surge of anger rise to their heads, instantly sending their blood pressure soaring. Most crucially, they couldn't refute him. Lu Yu was indeed indirectly aiding those African Americans and the ethnic group behind them. But to most, his demeanor came across as haughty, the attitude of a superior looking down on inferiors. Lu Yu, however, was a qualified candidate. His intellect and prowess were both second to none. The dungeons he created maintained a 100% fatality rate, a legend no individual or nation has ever surpassed. He could freely enter and exit the dungeons, and utilize all manner of strange and wondrous items within them, something no other nation could match. Some nations had discovered methods to control these anomalies, but these techniques only worked within their own borders. They remained utterly powerless against anomalies originating from other countries. Agreed. At that moment, a dark-skinned man who had remained silent throughout stepped forward. He was sharp enough to know this wasn't the time for outbursts. If the man before them could resolve this instance's challenges, it would save countless lives. Frankly, the difficulty of the Fairy Kingdom dungeon was among the highest. They could very well all perish here. If Lu Yu could truly do it, then he would be a savior to them. The anomaly this time is actually a gumantong, a supernatural creature crafted from the ashes of deceased children. But this one is different from ordinary gumantong. Normal gumantong feed on human blood and pose little threat, but the gumantong in this dungeon craves human organs. I watched helplessly as our companions were torn to shreds by those monstrous creatures. Amidst their agonized screams, their hearts were ripped out and devoured whole. Not only that, but after devouring more organs, the creature grew even stronger. So far, it has consumed 4 of our companions, and its power now far surpasses what it was before. After hearing this, Lu Yu frowned and asked, "What about the Gumantong?" His sole thought now was to locate that monstrosity as quickly as possible and escape this place. "That's the problem," the black man exclaimed excitedly. "This Gumantong appears out of nowhere and vanishes just as suddenly every single time. Plus, it emerges from a person's body, there's no way to prepare for it. Is this some new dungeon quest?" Lu Yu muttered to himself. He had studied every instance in the human-demon realm, yet had never heard of this peculiar one. Therefore, this instance was entirely new, never before utilized. This was the true trump card of the transgender kingdom. The Eagle Nation was deploying a new instance, and the Human Demon Nation was doing the same. But this was hardly surprising. Both nations now stood at a critical juncture. And if they didn't deploy their trump cards now, they risked total annihilation. Moreover, even though the transgender nation no longer has elderly or middle-aged individuals, only young people remain. This dungeon can be pre-programmed and stored within the system. Thus, even if the original designer perishes, successors can continue to utilize it. The Gumentong's movements were elusive. It didn't rely on fear to enhance its power, it could also consume others' organs to grow stronger. Such eeriness was indeed troublesome. Lu Yu, however, remained unconcerned. After all, no matter how formidable they were, they could never match the cunning arts in his hands. It was merely a matter of time. They were all elite soldiers, carefully selected. Facing the Gumentong's surprise attack, they had to react with lightning speed. Even so, 4 men fell, and they still failed to capture the Gumentong. Keep an eye on these men. If that ancient spirit doll returns, charge straight at it. You only need to seize control of its body and hold it down for a few seconds. Lu Yu gave the order, then waited in place. He. The sound seemed to echo from the void itself, impossible to pinpoint. Then, another agonized scream erupted from the rear of the crowd. Before Lu Yu could act, the corpse suddenly emitted a faint sigh before falling utterly still. What? What's going on? Lu Yu watched the scene in confusion until the crowd parted, revealing the final victim. His abdomen had been sliced open, revealing a jumble of colorful intestines, but his kidney was gone. If only one kidney had been taken, it wouldn't have been so alarming. But Lu Yu still sensed its cunning. The creature had clearly sensed his presence and recognized the formidable power of the red-clad female corpse. Thus, it made no further attempts. It had cleverly taken one kidney and vanished, leaving Lu Yu utterly helpless. More crucially, the creature moved with lightning speed. All Lu Yu heard was a sinister chuckle. Before the opponent vanished entirely. How could he possibly fight? Help! Help! I don't want this. I'm dying. The man lying there still struggled desperately. He saw his own body ripped open, a wisp of white smoke rising from within him like a boiling hot pot. But that was merely his internal organs. His kidneys had been removed, and the wounds hadn't been stitched shut. The sensation felt like being operated on without anesthesia. A doctor had simply abandoned him on the operating table, indifferent to his life or death. Such a scene was utterly brutal. To watch oneself bleed to death was worse than death itself. Another team member has fallen. This Gumentong is truly arrogant and wicked. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I was so close to catching him, yet he still slipped away. Chapter 217, Traces. Are you certain you didn't capture the Gumentong? Lu Yu paid no heed to whether the man was dead or alive, his gaze settling on the corpse of the woman in red. When she saw the Gumentong, she let out a sigh. Lu Yu's heart stirred. He guessed the woman might have tried to stop him but failed, leaving her only to sigh. But the corpse in the red dress showed no reaction. To be precise, she was a dead body, with no connection to Lu Yu whatsoever. Thus, he remained clueless about what had just transpired. Given the corpse's abilities, it should have been able to trap the Gumentong within 3 seconds. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. He stared at the corpse lying on the ground. Indeed, this man was already dead. For a normal person, having their abdomen ripped open or kidneys removed would lead to death from agony, terror, and blood loss without immediate medical intervention. Did you get anything out of him? Lu Yu asked one of the black men beside him. Earlier, they had interrogated the body lying on the ground, hoping to uncover any clues. He said it was a fair-skinned, delicate little baby. Quite pretty, actually. But, he said but and then stopped. Lu Yu. The ancient spirit doll moved so swiftly that none of them had time to react. Even the corpse of the woman in red, he couldn't catch. Something must have gone wrong. There was simply no solution. Though Lu Yu hadn't personally tackled any dungeons, as the designer behind so many, he held a significant advantage in this regard. He could approach problems from a designer's perspective. Plus, he'd conducted extensive research within the dungeons themselves, giving him considerable authority on the subject. If it were up to him, he'd never create such an unsolvable, bizarre puzzle. First off, his dungeon rules simply wouldn't allow it. He had considered creating such an anomaly, but after several warnings from the system, he abandoned the idea. Second, it was a rather crude approach. If the anomaly were designed too simplistically, it would create even greater flaws, potentially ones the designer hadn't even anticipated. If such a weakness were discovered, the dungeon could be easily breached. The more radical the approach, the greater the risk of things going wrong. Sometimes, it was better to keep a low profile. Therefore, the key point isn't how terrifying the anomaly is, but rather a method they haven't yet discovered, one that can conceal it, making it difficult to detect. Additionally, Lu Yu's own safety had become a major concern. This anomaly attacked with blinding speed. If Lu Yu were targeted, he likely wouldn't even have time to react before becoming its next victim. I still need to wait for 1 or 2 more people. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. If they couldn't handle this strange creature after losing several men, then they'd have no choice but to abandon the mission.
This wasn't a war against the dragon nation, it held absolutely no meaning whatsoever.
His purpose in coming was vengeance, but revenge must never come at the cost of his own safety. He would never gamble with his life. Lu Yu stepped back, observing the scene from above. This time, Lu Yu conducted a meticulous inspection of each person. He had to find that ancient spirit doll as quickly as possible. The crucial question was how it had come into existence and how it had vanished. Without capturing it, there was no way to seal it away completely. The prerequisite for capturing it was to first observe and understand the enemy's movements, otherwise, nothing could be done. In this dungeon, everyone's sense of dread was growing. After all, such an elusive monster was utterly spine-chilling. What was even more disheartening was that even Lu Yu himself couldn't kill it. This was nothing short of a death sentence. It felt as though they were doomed to wait for death amidst endless agony and regret. Just then, the second wave of attacks arrived. Lu Yu saw a flash before his eyes as a white figure suddenly darted from somewhere, piercing into a person at incredible speed. The victim's eyes rolled back in agony, their body lurched sideways, and they collapsed to the ground. The fabric over the lower abdomen trembled slightly, as if a tiny rodent had burrowed inside.
Hold him down.
Lu Yu immediately commanded the red-clad female corpse. But just then, the man lying on the ground stopped moving.
Lu Yu was overjoyed.
He had finally caught this guy. The others noticed the scene and charged forward in fury.
Damn it, get out of the way. Instead of feeling pleased, Lu Yu grew irritated. These people were utterly foolish. What good were they?
They were merely a bunch of ordinary mortals. Even if they all charged at once, it wouldn't make a difference. Not only would they fail to capture him, they'd become dead weight. In this situation, it was best to distance himself from the people on the ground. Only then could he create enough space to deal with this bizarre threat. Even if he couldn't handle it, at least he could see the direction the enemy fled. If he could pinpoint its location, everything would be manageable. But Lu Yu's attempt to intervene came too late. A burly man had already stepped in front of him, blocking his path. By the time he arrived, the ancient spirit doll had vanished without a trace.
What the hell? Bunch of idiots.
Lu Yu cursed, his face etched with disappointment. In this situation, not only could they not help him, but they were actually causing him trouble. If his companion hadn't been standing in front of him, he might have noticed the strange creature had vanished long ago.
We're sorry, we didn't mean to.
What happened just now was so sudden. We were all rushing to catch that weirdo, and when we saw you could control it, we lost our heads and just charged in.
But you're incredibly strong. To actually subdue it, that's unbelievable.
Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively.
Enough. What's done is done. Let me examine it.
The black men immediately hung their heads in shame, realizing they'd made a colossal mistake. This had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had they seized it, they might have actually recaptured that ancient spirit doll.
Unfortunately, they'd underestimated their enemy, squandering the chance and costing a teammate their life.
Yet some remained unconcerned, reasoning that with Lu Yu present, even if they failed now, success would surely come later.
Chapter 218, The Truth.
They were unaware of Lu Yu's true intentions, nor did they know that if they lost this battle again, he would leave.
They still clung to the notion that Lu Yu would aid them without seeking anything in return.
Had Lu Yu heard their thoughts, he would likely have shaken his head in disbelief and chuckled to himself. How naive. As the crowd parted to the sides, new casualties emerged. Lu Yu stepped forward and looked down at the ground. His abdomen had been sliced open, intestines spilling out much like the first corpse. But this time, his stomach was completely empty. It was as if a thief had attempted to break into a wealthy home, only to be caught and then flee in panic. Even so, his condition was far from promising. An open safe could be locked again, but an open chest could never be sewn shut. Lu Yu felt dizzy and lightheaded, his internal organs twitching uncontrollably. If the opponent stood up, his organs would spill out like fish flopping in water, truly a matter of life and death.
This is my last chance, Lu Yu muttered to himself. If I can't catch it now, I'll retreat. He refused to accept defeat.
This time, he had gleaned some useful information. At the very least, he could confirm that this creature possessed no cloaking ability. It was solid. Its speed was slow, like an agile rabbit. Unlike the supernatural entities of other countries, the Gumantong was a genuine living creature. Anyone could grab it with their bare hands. If given the chance, he would slay it.
Something's wrong. Very wrong.
Yet Lu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If it truly had a physical form, why did it suddenly appear just now? His arrival had been the same, and his departure would be too. He hadn't witnessed that strike with his own eyes.
Yet they could still perceive everything around them. Unless...
A thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind, his pupils gradually dilating.
Did you find out? A black man stepped forward to ask. Lu Yu waved his hand. Quiet. I'm thinking. In my opinion, he's trying to kill us outright. When he wasn't showing himself, we'd still pay a price, but at least we weren't sitting ducks. But now, we're practically his lab rats, frozen in place for his experiments while he does nothing. Earlier, he clearly subdued the Gumantong.
yet had managed to escape. At that moment, the burly man who had been standing before Lu Yu suddenly roared, his rage palpable as if inciting the others to attack Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly, but soon his gaze sharpened considerably. The other black men, swayed by his words, showed hesitation on their faces. One man in particular shot Lu Yu a hostile glare, seemingly agreeing with the tall man's words. Something's off about this kid. Lu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the burly man before him was somehow strange. He could dismiss the earlier incident as an accident. But this Gu Mantong wasn't someone to be underestimated, either elusive and difficult to pin down. That was precisely why he'd been delayed here for so long. But just as he was about to succeed, that man suddenly stopped him and with a pathetic excuse. It seemed like he was trying to cover up his identity. Could it be? Lu Yu's mind raced, recalling the events of the ambush by the Gu Mantong. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he thought about it, that burly man hadn't been in his line of sight just moments ago. He had only materialized before Lu Yu after the latter had subdued Gu Mantong. Given the current situation, their actions spoke volumes. Something was off about this guy. But what he couldn't understand was that the dark-skinned man seemed to be one of their own team members. He was definitely one of their own. In this dungeon run, his intervention wasn't motivated by any ulterior purpose. If his own teammates were all wiped out, he wouldn't even know if he could survive. Besides, from Gu Mantong's perspective, he'd never let anyone escape the dungeon alive, so that black guy had to die. As for why he helped the Gu Mantong, that's all there is to it. Those people had laid out tempting offers before him: money, women, power, all irresistible. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. No matter what, he had to apprehend this man regardless of whether he was involved or not. Hold him down. He ordered the red-clad female corpse beside him. The next moment, a chill ran down his spine, and every muscle in his body froze stiff. He wanted to move, but couldn't. His very life now lay in the hands of that red-clad female corpse. If she wished him dead, it could happen at any moment. This eerie sensation didn't originate from the dungeon world, but from the outside. It was not bound by the constraints of the dungeon environment. Lu Yu conveyed his meaning to the black men. They exchanged glances, each looking somewhat incredulous. After a long pause, the one who had remained mostly silent spoke slowly. "You're right. Taran's been acting strange ever since he entered this instance. He's always muttering to himself in the corner, like he's got multiple personalities. But whenever I ask him about it, he insists nothing's wrong. That's what's so strange." He sighed. "This is my fault too. I thought he was possessed, but then I realized the real anomaly here is a Gu Mantong. That made me realize my guess was wrong. Clearly, that Gu Mantong can't possess anyone. Wait." Lu Yu furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He'd been muttering to himself the whole time. Was he possessed? Lu Yu abruptly walked over to Taran and studied him closely. Even now, Lu Yu could sense the man's anxiety and fear. But he paid it no mind, knowing this man was definitely up to something. Then, he began searching Tyron's body. The other men exchanged glances and gathered around, eager to see what Lu Yu was searching for. "Yes, it's him." After a few breaths, Lu Yu chuckled softly and pulled out a small statue of a Gu Mantong from Taran's possession. "What is this? How could this be?" That's a Gu Mantong, isn't it? Why would he have something like this?" Everyone froze in shock. Clearly, this was a genuine Gu Mantong, not the one Taran had brought here. This thing was incredibly intricate, with each one having a unique appearance. The one Lu Yu had found, however, was identical to the eerie one from the dungeon. But everyone had already experienced the Gu Mantong's terrifying nature firsthand. Now, seeing it again, they were all scared stiff. Chapter 219, The Gu Mantong Statue. He feared that eerie creature might suddenly leap out, rip open his stomach, and snap his spine in two. But soon, they realized Lu Yu hadn't suffered any harm. The Gu Mantong he held in his hand, however, appeared lifeless and expressionless, showing no change whatsoever. It was the polar opposite of the Gu Mantong they remembered. "Don't worry, this thing won't be moving anytime soon." Lu Yu spoke with confidence, his gaze fixed on the Gu Mantong in his grasp. Though its appearance was peculiar, it didn't seem vicious. In fact, it seemed rather cute. It resembled a doll, hardly resembling a malevolent spirit capable of harming others. But Lu Yu knew this was indeed a Gu Mantong. Its true form was made from the ashes of an infant, filled with pure evil. According to Lu Yu's speculation, its function was likely to render its host temporarily immobile. Only when completely motionless would they transform into statues. As for why they could never detect its true form, it only served to heighten that ethereal, elusive sensation. All of this was due to a traitor. That traitor was Taran. He concealed the Gu Mantong's true form, hiding it within his own body unless he went without sustenance. He would strike soon. Being alone, the distance between him and the others was short. He could launch his attack in the shortest time possible without drawing anyone's attention. At that moment, if Taran was willing to cooperate, he might just help the Gu Mantong escape. That's why Lu Yu had felt the other was deliberately blocking his path. "Release him," Lu Yu commanded, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the woman in red. The next moment, Taran let out a soft gasp before snapping back to his senses. But after being frozen for so long, he couldn't react in time and collapsed to the ground. The expression on his face shifted from numbness to sheer terror. "You bastard! Traitorous scum!" The next instant, his teammates swarmed him, unleashing a barrage of punches. Lu Yu watched it all unfold with cold indifference. He felt no pity, for no civilization held affection for traitors. Besides, even if he killed him, he wouldn't lose anything. "Stop! Don't kill him, I still have questions for him." But before long, he noticed they were already drawing their blades. He quickly stepped in to stop them. Tyrone lay on the ground, bones shattered beyond count, gasping for breath. The agony was so intense he couldn't even groan. His expression shifted from terror to utter despair. He knew his fate was sealed. "Tell me what happened." Lu Yu stood nearby, his expression cold and indifferent. He didn't approach. Taran appeared badly injured, yet he still had the strength to fight back. That sheer willpower alone could keep him bouncing around even with a broken leg. It was still uncertain whether Taran was a spy sent by the human demon kingdom. Otherwise, Lu Yu would have ample reason to kill him. But Taran stared at Lu Yu, his face contorted in agony, unable even to speak. "If you don't speak, I'll kill you." Lu Yu gave a subtle signal to the two black men flanking him, indicating they should handle their own affairs. "No, no." Tyrone finally uttered these words. Better to prolong his life a little longer than to die immediately. He proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. It turned out he wasn't a spy, nor had he been incited to mutiny. His presence here stemmed entirely from overhearing a single phrase at the outset. A thought kept nagging at him: by collaborating with the Gumantong, he could kill more people. He could even trade it for a good liver. In truth, his illness had only recently been discovered, and no one else knew about it yet. With modern technology, treating this disease was not impossible, but he lacked sufficient funds. His homeland was too impoverished. Even if they won this war, there wouldn't be much money to go around. Moreover, he had ventured into this dungeon at great risk, this extremely dangerous land of the transgenders. If he came away empty-handed, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Without treatment, this illness would leave him with only a few more years to live at most. To save his own life, he risked everything to help the Gumantong conceal its true form. "You fool! Do you really think you can survive after helping the demon kingdom conceal that monstrosity? Have you forgotten this is a dungeon? This is a fight to the death. If they let you live, it means the other side has lost. Why would they do something so stupid?" A chorus of curses erupted. Taran opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Lu Yu sighed silently within. Such people were pitiful. Even knowing the odds were stacked against them, they would still risk everything. It was only human nature. Now that he had found the true form of the Gumantong, it was time for him to leave. The Gumantong only launched an attack every hour. He had already inquired about this matter once, and nothing had changed. He had been here for quite some time, and the next wave of attacks was not far off. The next wave of attacks would come in a few dozen minutes. This brief window was sufficient for him to make a trip to the haunted mansion. Having exited this instance, Lu Yu was now quite familiar with the scroll. He handed the ancient spirit doll over to the mysterious manor. "Master, how shall we handle this ancient spirit doll?" The steward of the ghost mansion was taken aback upon seeing Lu Yu return. This was already his second visit. Each time he brought back a fierce ghost that was far too fast. If not for witnessing it firsthand, one might truly mistake this master for a ghostly official. "Hold off on killing it for now. Let me consider, could this ancient spirit be of use to me?" Lu Yu voiced his thoughts. "Gumantong. I've killed a few of these minor demons before. Their functions are simple, their power weak, but their creation is brutally cruel. First, you must kill a newborn infant, burn its body to ashes, and use its soul as a vessel. Then you imprison that soul within a statue, condemning it to eternal existence without reincarnation." The youth in official robes glanced at the trembling Gumantong lying on the ground. The moment that creature entered, it transformed into a small doll. Yet no matter how vicious the Li Gui might be, it had to bow its head and submit before the people of the Gui mansion. But these little monsters haven't fully matured yet. They've lost their human intelligence and the memories of their past lives, which is why they become so wicked. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. In short, it was just a brat. Chapter 220, Confession. They knew no good or evil, acting solely on instinct like beasts. Whose tiger, once tamed, might one day become a man-eating beast? But the man turned, his gaze settling on the red-clad female corpse beside Lu Yu. "But?" Lu Yu pressed further. "Sir, with this person beside you, I don't think this strange occurrence will cause much of a stir." "Oh?" Lu Yu turned back in surprise, gazing at the corpse in red beside him. She had now reverted to the appearance of an ordinary woman. A faint smile graced her face. As an A+ level anomaly, she now wore a pair of peculiar embroidered shoes and a strange headscarf. This anomaly was a fusion of three treasures, capable of freely traversing different timelines and even transporting Lu Yu along with it, possessing extraordinary powers. Judging from the official's earlier description, this ancient spirit's power was roughly A+ grade, enough to suppress the corpse of the woman in red. He attempted to issue an order. The next moment, the red-clad female corpse bent down, her robe unfurling like a blossoming flower as it drifted to the ground. With one hand, she lifted the child from the ground. The scene was bizarre, like a benevolent saint, wearing a gentle smile, resembling a woman experiencing motherhood for the first time. But he knew this was an utterly terrifying fusion of evil. Once this fierce specter lost control, what a terrifying existence it would become. What the hell is that thing capable of? Lu Yu looked equally perplexed. Just then, the child clutched in the red-robed corpse's arms suddenly trembled. Its once lifeless eyes instantly turned pitch black, radiating an aura of pure malevolence. Immediately, corpses throughout the entire city began to stir. As if possessed of life, they hovered midair, mouths gaping wide. Yet in the very next instant, a bone-chilling spectacle unfolded. From the mouths of 3 men, a vast expanse of intestines rotting for who knows how many years spewed forth. Stop! Stop! Lu Yu immediately retched, feeling his stomach stir with a violent urge to burst free from his abdomen. He knew this was a force capable of affecting the internal organs. In the Demon Kingdom dungeon, this bizarre entity grew stronger by devouring others' organs, suggesting it was likely connected to bodily organs. But he never imagined such a thing could manifest in reality. In any case, the red-robed female corpse's power had increased significantly. With its combat prowess, it was certainly no weaker than those mysterious anomalies. Even without his anomaly cloth, Lu Yu could handle anything with ease. Lu Yu departed the weird mansion, heading toward the final dungeon. He sought vengeance and would leave no survivors. Romania was the final destination. In this war of national destiny between Lu Yu's nation and the Dragon Kingdom, one of the women wielding Gua puppets was Romanian. What Lu Yu didn't know was that the outside world had already erupted into chaos. Lu Yu had forcefully intervened in a 3-nation dungeon war and single-handedly turned the tide of battle. To any team, the Bazaar was a terrifying and perilous force. Yet in Lu Yu's eyes, it seemed like a weak little chick easily crushed underfoot. This left many utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The 3 great empires were on the verge of tears. They all understood that this time, they were finished. Offending the Dragon Nation and Lu Yu had led to this outcome. Their dungeon world was now devoid of any anomalies. This was a massive glitch. Without the anomalies, it was impossible to kill the challengers. Once the instance's time limit expired, the system would automatically mark it as a failure. If they lost, they would face the system's punishment. Damn it, why did we ever help the Eagle Nation? Couldn't we just live our own quiet lives? This mess was clearly stirred up by the higher-ups, yet they're pinning the blame on us common folk. That's just not right. Are you kidding me? 3 anomalies taken out like that? Is he even human? I don't know if he's human, but his companion was definitely a supernatural being, a terrifying fierce ghost feared throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Damn it! The enemy can command evil spirits and freely enter and exit instances. How are we supposed to fight back? The crowd was filled with regret and regret. If they could have raised objections to higher-ups, urging them not to target Dragon Nation, this operation would have been a failure. If only they had spoken up with the Dragon Kingdom more when it was still weak, before Lu Yu arrived. Would things have turned out differently? But it was all too late. It was as if they had never imagined such a day would come. From the very beginning, they had not taken the Dragon Kingdom seriously, seeking only to amass greater wealth. Now that it had all come crashing down upon them, their regrets came too late. But then, suddenly, a voice rang out. Why is the Roman Kingdom unscathed? They had participated in the war against the Dragon Kingdom and aided the Eagle Kingdom, yet Lu Yu had never intervened. Upon hearing this, the Roman Kingdom truly began to face trouble. Lu Yu reappeared in the Roman Kingdom's instance. Wait, why is the red-robed female corpse beside him holding a child? Is that a Gumanton? The red-robed female corpse beside Lu Yu was world-renowned. Almost everyone recognized her. Lu Yu had taken her hand and ventured into countless instances, harnessing her abilities to vanquish numerous demons. Thus, everyone was very familiar with her. Upon seeing the child in her arms, all attention immediately focused on her. A Gumanton? Someone instantly recognized the identity of this infant, and terror spread across every face. Wasn't this the pale-skinned Gumanton boss Lu Yu had snatched during his previous raid into the human demon realm? But now, it had reappeared. Not only that, but this Gumanton was being held in the arms of the red-robed female corpse, as if it were a child. This was utterly unbelievable. To subdue such a bizarre entity so effortlessly was utterly unfathomable. Even the deceased designer of the Transgender Kingdom dungeon probably never imagined that the thrilling, bizarre events he painstakingly crafted would be revealed to the world in this manner. If he were to learn of this from beyond the grave, he'd likely flip open his coffin lid and crawl out of the ground. Without wasting much time, Lu Yu proceeded to resolve the supernatural phenomenon in the Roman Kingdom. Chapter 221, The Eagle Nation's Tactics. Compared to the eeriness of the Dragon Nation, the strangeness of the Roman nation felt more like an intangible, bizarre energy. Yet this peculiar method of slaughter was entirely different from the fierce strangeness of the Dragon Nation. At first, he seemed afflicted with some kind of super-aggressive male syndrome, smashing everything to smithereens.
Though terrifying, it wasn't spine-chilling, but rather like a group of armed killers or mentally unstable individuals bursting into a home. Facing such a monster, Lu Yu's response was remarkably calm. He covered the creature's head with a cloth, trapping its body inside, then returned to the creature's lair. At Kaishiku, he severed its head with a single stroke. Thus, Lu Yu cleared the Four Nations dungeon outright, achieving his revenge. The entire world witnessed the terrifying reality that even the combined might of the Four Nations could not overcome the Dragon Nation. Moreover, after their defeat, the Dragon Nation tracked them down one by one and eliminated them all. Before long, this war of national destiny concluded. Immediately afterward, everyone learned a shocking truth: the human demon nation had perished. Indeed, as everyone had anticipated, the already teetering human demon nation collapsed completely under the weight of this single act. Yet online, cheers erupted. Few mourned the fall of the human demon nation. They brought this upon themselves. They were already on their last legs, yet they still sent troops to aid the Eagle Nation. It was nothing short of suicide. Can't even handle their own affairs, yet they meddle in others' business? Sigh, maybe having a Gumanton made them think they were invincible. I just think they were too naive. But some voiced concern. Damn, Dragon Nation just wiped out 2 countries at once. The Dragon Nation's power is simply too overwhelming. Their ability to manipulate a nation's fate at will isn't a good thing for us. We should unite instead of fighting amongst ourselves. Let's join forces against that bizarre national fortune system. What? How did this guy get banned? Lu Yu munched on snacks while scrolling through online comments. Honestly, he rarely paid attention to such things before, fearing online opinions would cloud his judgment. But now that he'd subdued the Gumanton, he decided to check the online reaction first. Seriously? No one seems to care about this? Doesn't anyone realize what this signifies? After scrolling for a while, Lu Yu realized he was wasting his time. What he considered valuable information didn't interest anyone because they were more drawn to sensationalism. It was only natural, really. Human nature being what it was, he probably would have reacted the same way. But this time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this national destiny war, the system had granted an SS-grade mysterious mountain river map. Within this map lay a secret department capable of suppressing and eliminating all paranormal phenomena, something unprecedented. With this department, he could handle any strange occurrence that arose. This meant that even if bizarre phenomena resurfaced in the future, he possessed sufficient capability to confront them. Still, it was best to prevent such revivals altogether. For once a malevolent spirit returned, death would inevitably follow. Only through death would the government become aware, allowing him to step in. He certainly didn't want to see his comrades die. Just then, Lu Yu's QQ popped up. He clicked to see. Lu Yu, the higher-ups want you at a meeting. They say they need to discuss which opponent we should choose for the next national fortune war. This was standard procedure. More than a discussion, it was a solicitation of Lu Yu's opinion, as this instance required his completion. But Lu Yu was certain the higher-ups would see it that way. After several defeats, the Eagle Nation had reached a dead end. One more national fortune war could destroy the former Earth superpower, effectively eliminating a major threat to the Dragon Nation. Creek. Eagle Nation. Prison. The door to one cell swung open, revealing a man with a thick beard and full lips sitting inside. Any ordinary prisoner would have bolted the moment the cell door opened. But this man sat calmly at the cell's only table, holding a set of plastic cutlery, eating heartily. Lecter, we've got an important visitor here. I'm telling you, don't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, your fate won't be as simple as a broken bone. The man called Lecter remained expressionless, not even sparing the speaking guard a glance. He continued chewing his eggs and bacon in large bites, as if savoring the most delicious meal in the world. The warden waited over 10 minutes. Only after Lecter finished an egg did he casually wipe his mouth and rise to leave. Lecter merely glanced at the man, sending a chill through his heart. For what he saw was not an ordinary criminal, but a true archvillain. A man who killed without a second thought. The only thing the guards couldn't fathom was why the higher-ups would send such a madman to tackle the dungeon. Guards file, Cannibal Uncanny. Classification, Top Secret. Name, Lecter. Gender, Male. Age, 37. Incident 1. 3 years prior to the strange events, a man in Florida encountered a Class C anomaly known as the scavenger while disposing of a corpse at his home. A fierce battle ensued. Realizing he could not kill it, he captured the creature and attempted to consume its flesh and blood, but an unexplained transformation occurred. Incident 2. 5 years ago, a mass disappearance occurred in Florida. Police identified Lecter and dispatched 30 officers to apprehend him, but he escaped. Event 3. In the 6th year, Lecter committed another crime. Over 1,000 officers patrolled the city and ultimately apprehended him. Sentence, 22,999 years. Glenn set down the documents in his hands. His gaze fixed on the man before him, his breathing quickening. No matter how many times he read these records, he couldn't help but feel stunned. A born killer, a cannibal, and then he encountered something bizarre. Moreover, he had formed a bond with this anomaly that defied scientific explanation.
In other words, while Lecter possessed a sliver of the scavenger's abilities, he retained normal cognitive function.
Moreover, he was a terrifying psychopath.
Once he gained sufficient power, he would become increasingly depraved. Had the Americans not noticed his peculiarity long ago, he likely would never have been apprehended.
Chapter 222, Preparations. Regardless, such a man would never be released.
The problem is, the Eagle Nation can't afford to worry about that now.
The empire was crumbling.
He, Glenn, a college student in his 20s, had been chosen as the interim president of Eagle Nation.
That alone proved everything.
He wasn't a responsible person and had no desire to shoulder any responsibilities.
Still, he wanted Eagle Nation to survive.
Only then could it rebuild its strength, and only then might he become a legend.
But the first problem confronting him now was how to select suitable candidates. The Eagle Nation undoubtedly lacked depth in its ranks.
The oldest members were barely in their 20s, and soldiers of such youth were easy to find.
Yet soldiers alone would not suffice.
Within that mysterious dungeon, formidable comprehensive strength was essential.
Moreover, Glenn was no fool.
The Eagle Nation had never lacked for talent, yet it still suffered defeat in war.
He understood clearly that ordinary geniuses wouldn't suffice.
He needed something special, something unconventional. By chance, he stumbled upon Lecter's dossier. After reading the file, he felt both fear and revulsion, yet soon a peculiar conviction took hold. This was the man he sought. You've experimented on my body so many times, yet you're still not satisfied.
What more do you want from me? Do you intend to squeeze every last drop of value out of me?
Lecter sipped his coffee from the table with elegant grace, his demeanor relaxed and composed, like a noble gentleman. No one could have imagined he was a murderer, a cannibalistic villain sentenced to 30,000 years. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars.
I came here to make a deal with you.
If you agree, you'll receive a lighter sentence.
Glenn suppressed his unease.
Sitting across from this cold-blooded killer, even though his hands and feet were bound, he still felt a tinge of fear. He knew all too well that this man's teeth might still carry traces of his victim's flesh and blood. Then he stated his demand.
I won't do it. Lecter rejected the proposal outright. Why? Glenn found it strange.
A killer like him should be desperate to regain his freedom. If he were a law-abiding citizen, he wouldn't be killing people.
I'm not from around here. Lecter leaned back in his chair, a smug look on his face.
He wasn't an Eagle Nation citizen, so even though his current age exceeded the nation's upper limit, he could still survive. From newspapers and other media, he knew the Eagle Nation was teetering on the brink of collapse. If he could hold out just a little longer, perhaps not even months, the Eagle Nation would truly be finished.
Then wouldn't he be free to leave whenever he pleased? Ha, how naive. Do you really think you can escape without helping me? Glenn said in a threatening tone. Is that so? Do you have the power to do that? Lecter paid no heed to the Eagle Nation man's warning. He was no longer human.
After merging with those strange creatures, his body had begun to mutate. Even if shot in the head, it could regrow like a cancerous mass with its own will. It was precisely this reason that fueled his insatiable appetite, leading him to commit numerous crimes until his eventual capture. But it had one weakness: it had to maintain human form.
Once handcuffed, it could never break free.
Poof. That's mercy for you. I'll seal you in a metal coffin and toss you into the sea.
How does that sound?
A wicked smile curled at the corner of Glenn's mouth.
Being confined in a sealed space was an exceptionally cruel punishment.
Most people, even without claustrophobia, couldn't endure being confined in such a cramped space indefinitely. Moreover, this punishment could potentially last for centuries, even tens of thousands of years. It was entirely possible that before the body succumbed to death, the spirit would be utterly shattered.
Unfortunately, even if he went mad, he couldn't escape.
His body remained trapped in that confined space. And the most terrifying part is that Lecter's current state is peculiar.
What if he hasn't gone mad? That would be worse than death. The next moment, Lecter frowned.
Even a hardened man like him found this punishment somewhat abnormal.
You're ruthless.
We can discuss your terms, Glenn said calmly, staring at him. Participate in a national war, and we'll reduce your sentence by 100 years.
You're ruthless. Are you some kind of capitalist bastard? At least 10,000 years. 200 years is the absolute limit.
I can't decide this on my own. In the end, both sides reached an agreement.
Lecter would fight for the Eagle Nation and receive a 1,000-year sentence reduction.
If Lecter were released from prison, government officials would drop all charges against him. Moreover, even if he committed murder outside Eagle Nation's borders, he would face no consequences upon returning.
Time flew by. Over a month later, another national destiny war commenced.
A new national destiny war commenced, and the populace, dormant for over a month, once again became tense and on edge. After all, the outcome of this national destiny war determined the fate of an entire nation. Younger generations might not grasp this weight, but those of advancing years, especially the elderly nearing life's end, couldn't help but feel anxious, even fearful. The hottest topic online had evolved from the initial clash of ideologies to a single burning question.
Which nation will the Dragon Nation target this time?
From its humble beginnings to its current might, no one dares underestimate the Dragon Nation anymore.
It can be said that Dragon Nation's status across the entire Blue Star has been utterly transformed. A dungeon with a 100% mortality rate. National Destiny War designates enemy nation permissions. It's like the mythical god of death, a single word from him, and the target is annihilated. Even the strongest teams cannot survive the Dragon Nation's bizarre dungeons. Cheating won't save them either. Dragon Nation is like a curse, like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, ready to fall at any moment and claim their lives. This time, the Dragon Nation's dungeon target is the Eagle Nation. Though now in decline, they remain a formidable power. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let this scourge continue to exist. Even though they now appear weak and pose no immediate threat, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Chapter 223, The Madman. Moreover, during the last War of National Destiny, Eagle Nation had rallied a coalition of 4 nations to attempt a counterattack against Dragon Nation. His plan failed, yet his ambition remained undeniable. Thus, it became common knowledge. The Dragon Nation understood that the Eagle Nation had surely guessed they would be the next target in the next National Destiny War. And the Eagle Nation understood that the Dragon Nation had become aware it was now firmly in their sights. For over a month now, both major powers have been preparing for battle with all their might, gearing up for this decisive clash. This was a fight to the death. I find myself growing impatient. Will the Eagle Nation, cornered like a dog, resort to desperate measures? Or do they seek to tear a piece of flesh from the Dragon Nation? Or perhaps, will a former hegemonic power fall from grace, never to rise again? Could it be that the Eagle Nation, seeing its own demise as inevitable, has resolved to take everyone down with it in a global nuclear war? Are you kidding? Nuclear war? Have you forgotten how powerful that strange system is? It's capable of resurrecting the bizarre. Destroying a few nuclear bombs would be child's play for it. Online opinions were divided. But overall, the Eagle Nation isn't held in high regard by most, and understandably so. Once unmatched in power, they never defeated the Dragon Nation. Now teetering on the brink of extinction, how could they possibly rise again? Eagle Nation. Well. Now, Lecter, all of Eagle Nation's hopes rest on your shoulders. Glenn met Lecter in the living room. His appearance was completely different from before. He wore combat fatigues, looking sharp and efficient. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, every muscle in his body frozen in the moment of fusion with that strange creature. Moreover, before merging with the strange entity, this was precisely his peak criminal period. He was a madman who also worked out constantly, which explained his massive muscles. In combat, he even surpassed certain special forces units. Consider this: in a place where firearms were easily accessible, he had already claimed over a dozen lives. To the uninitiated, he might appear as a warrior from Eagle Nation, but in truth, he was a demon. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Lecter looked energetic and radiant. Over the past month, I've been monitoring certain instances in the Dragon Nation. I've gained some understanding of these bizarre instances created by Lu Yu. Truth be told, it feels like I've found my perfect match. But Dragon Nation's peculiarity suits me perfectly. It can't kill me at all. The moment I touch it, I die instantly. Besides, if I clear this dungeon, doesn't that mean I'll be better than all those previous trash players? Finishing his words, he excitedly stuck out his tongue, his eyes bloodshot. Glenn recoiled in shock at the sight, taking a step back. What a demon! He inwardly cursed while secretly feeling relieved. For some reason, having this freak around felt strangely reassuring. After all, only this freak could survive that bizarre dungeon and complete the epic-level Dragon Country quest. It's up to you now. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom. This time we're taking on Eagle Nation. Don't worry, they're running low on talent. Most of them are just here for the ride. If they don't surrender, that'll be a win. As long as we avoid that Eagle Nation serum, we've got nothing to worry about. Sigh, we chose Eagle Nation as our target precisely because of this. We can't let them continue running rampant. Otherwise, the day they develop a serum that completely suppresses fear will spell trouble. The atmosphere in the conference room was remarkably relaxed. Lu Yu, however, showed no sign of relaxation. He sat with his arms crossed and legs folded, head bowed as if deep in thought. In truth, he knew deep down that this trip would likely go smoothly. Yet his sense of responsibility wouldn't let him relax. For over a month, he had been preparing for the new instance while also developing a new strategy. He had come to realize that while these bizarre dungeon quests could create a 100% chance of death, their actual level of danger was surprisingly low. Their inability to clear this instance didn't reflect the might of the Dragon Nation, but rather their own weakness. If they ever encountered a true powerhouse, someone even stronger than themselves, wouldn't Longwa be doomed? He thought his work was decent enough, but soon sensed something was off. The Eagle Nation squad was mediocre at best. They'd likely wipe the entire team the moment they entered this instance. If that happened, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? This left him thoroughly displeased. Lu Yu, what's this instance called? Just then, someone nudged Lu Yu's ribs with an elbow, causing him to glance over. The Fierce Mystery Zone. You are a recent college graduate. With the growing number of graduates these past few years, you should be in high demand. Yet you can't even find a job you like. You can only keep taking exams to make ends meet. After 3 grueling years, you finally secured a civil service position in a small town. Though the salary barely covers the basics, at least you have insurance and healthcare, and the work is easy. All that was just to reassure your parents. Only you know the truth, you've been crushed by countless failures and refuse to waste your life on exams anymore. You've arrived at the small town and hailed a cab to find a place to rent. After circling around for a while, considering your financial situation, you settle on an old residential area, planning to make do for a few months. Upon entering, Lecter noticed this line of text. Another CG sequence. Though this was his first-person perspective, he couldn't fully control his own body. From dragging his suitcase, to burying his head in homework, to gazing out the taxi window. But that wasn't all. This was a very old residential area. It seemed to have been built over a decade ago. Peeling walls, grimy windows, and that lingering old man smell. You step out of the taxi and immediately regret staying in this godforsaken place. It's hard to believe 2 buildings less than a meter apart could be constructed side by side. Neighbors can spy on each other, nighttime noises make sleep impossible, and worst of all, the sun never reaches this place. Chapter 224, Renting. Oh, right, given your work schedule, you head straight to the office after waking up and don't return until evening. So whether the windows are open or not doesn't matter. Alright, let's begin. Lecter watched himself move forward. Most buildings here were 3 stories tall, with all kinds of shops lining the streets that looked just like a small town in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet there was a thick smell of smoke, arguments, and children playing. Finally, he stopped at the entrance of a building, exchanged greetings with the security guard, and prepared to view the property. The gatekeeper was a balding man in his 50s, half a strand of noodles still stuck to his lips, a bunch of keys in his hand, looking like a pretty legit security guard. Room 308. You were startled by the scene before you. The place looked like a loaf of bread left out for years, cluttered with random junk everywhere. If the old man hadn't given you a discount, you would have walked away long ago. Thanks for your help, old man. You cleaned the place spotless. At least tonight, you've got a place to stay. Oh, right. The old man handed the keys to Lecter, about to return to his own room to sleep. He suddenly turned to Lecter, his hazy, seemingly perpetually half-closed eyelids giving off a drowsy impression. This neighborhood has many residents. Some have lived here for years, and some are quite elderly. Unpleasant incidents may occur from time to time. I ask for your understanding and hope you'll cultivate neighborly goodwill. He hesitated, unable to finish. Saying nothing would be irresponsible, but speaking up might prompt Lecter to sell the house immediately. Finally, he voiced his thoughts. Well, about this place. Late at night, you might hear someone walking around in high heels. Don't peek through the peephole, don't open the door, and pretend you didn't hear anything. What? Lecter's true self looked slightly puzzled. Even Lecter felt an urge to complain. While this wasn't some bizarre dungeon, renting a place like this in real life would inevitably raise suspicions. Something's off about this guy, the old man said, tapping his head. He loves wandering around in high heels, yet hates being watched. For the sake of neighborhood harmony, you'd better stay indoors. With that, he scooped up the stack of rent money and dashed off. As if he feared that lingering another minute might prompt the landlord to demand his money back. At that moment, Lecter regained control of his body, realizing that from this moment onward, he knew the copy was about to begin. Yet when he snapped back to reality, he froze in place. Where did those people go? He discovered a crucial problem. He had entered this instance with 9 other challengers, yet he couldn't find a single trace of his teammates. A terrifying thought formed in his mind, the remaining 9 were all still alive. Could it be they'd been placed in separate rooms? He muttered, fingering his chin. What he didn't know was that at that very moment, the other spectators watching the match were utterly baffled. The live broadcast of the entire dungeon had been split into 10 separate segments. 10 people sat in a single room, occupying the exact same spots. Even the old man was in the same position. Yet strangely, though they were in the same room, they couldn't see each other. It was as if they existed in separate worlds. What the hell? This was beyond their comprehension. Not only these individuals, but even some high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation were left bewildered. Luyu, what's going on? Don't tell me you created 10 separate spaces. Despair washed over Luyu's face. Truth be told, even revealing the true nature of this dungeon wouldn't have shocked anyone too much. The problem was, these 10 people probably hadn't even finished exploring before they were wiped out. This made Luyu feel as if he were talking to a stone. Just then, a line of blood-red text appeared before Lecter and the others, as if blood were flowing across it. Completion requirement, depart the fierce mystery zone before dawn. Current time, 1800 hours. What's going on? Why am I the only one left? Damn it! Where's Lecter? He's our leader. Without him, how am I supposed to survive? Well, since that's the case, I guess I'll grab something to eat first. Oh my god, are we supposed to navigate this dungeon alone? Maybe I should hide in the restroom? Escape from the haunted zone? How do we do that? It wasn't just Lecter, the remaining 9 had all noticed this too.
The room was empty except for themselves, everyone else had vanished. This scene caught them completely off guard.
Many were on the verge of breaking down. Before even encountering any monsters, their fear levels were skyrocketing, forcing them to down an entire bottle of potion. But Lecter did not take the potion.
He was not entirely human, and even in his human state, his mind differed from ordinary people.
He was a madman.
Still, he too knew fear. Having seen too many corpses and too much bloodshed, he paid little heed to the eerie occurrences. Thus, his fear diminished considerably.
But even so, they still feel afraid. According to Lecter, staying constantly vigilant was the key to survival. Leave the maze district before dawn? Let me see. After hesitating for several minutes, Lecter decided against seeking others. He resolved to study the dungeon map carefully. He walked to the window, wanting to see the view outside. Yet all he saw was a wall.
This wall stood about a meter from the window. Sunlight never reached this area year-round. Looking up through a narrow slit in the window revealed only a sliver of light.
Yet now, the sky had grown dim, signaling the impending darkness. No way. Is this place even habitable? Lecter thought. Even a prison wouldn't make him feel this miserable. Still, he didn't mind. He turned around and began searching the room. This decision caught everyone completely off guard. Most assumed the objective of this dungeon was escape. Why stay inside? Besides, what use was this room? Yet Lecter's mind was crystal clear, and he was an eccentric individual.
He had never undergone the special training of the Eagle Nation people, and his thoughts diverged from those of most.
Chapter 225, The Map.
He had just escaped from Eagle Country's prison and hadn't tasted freedom in a long time.
Even after regaining his liberty, he still had to undergo training in the United States.
This was the first time in the dungeon he had complete freedom. In reality, he felt as though he had crossed the ocean to some place in the Dragon Kingdom. Professional instinct drove him to start rummaging through the room, searching for valuable items. He was a drifter, with robbery as his only source of income. And indeed, he found some useful things. Inside a folded cabinet, he discovered a map, neatly folded. The map had been handled countless times over the years. Its pages were yellowed and stained with grease, yet the text remained clearly legible. It was a small map depicting a street and an elementary school. I see. Is this map only this small? Lecter suddenly remarked. For him, this was undoubtedly a clear clue. A map of such a massive dungeon would be pointless to waste time on unless there was a specific reason. Judging by the map, he must traverse a street and pass through the gates of an elementary school to escape the manhwa zone. During this time, he could be attacked by the strange forces at any moment.
This truly is a challenge, Lecter murmured, tucking the map back into his pocket as a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Seeing this, many others suddenly understood.
Yet when they looked at Lecter, their expressions turned puzzled. This kid seemed to have lost his mind.
Given the current situation, entering this instance meant facing the bizarre or even death. A solemn expression settled on everyone's face. Yet he remained not only calm, but visibly excited. He's lost his mind. Is he out of his mind?
Eagle Nation sent such a lunatic to lead the team, they really have no eyes.
Are you kidding me? Can this kid really handle the weirdness? If he sees a fierce spirit, won't he run? Good heavens, what terrible karma must I have incurred to be rescued by someone like this? Yet a few individuals, like Lu Yu, harbored immense hope in Lecter.
He was scrutinizing the man precisely because he'd spotted the map hidden away. You see, in previous dungeons, he'd always stashed certain items to help challengers clear the stage faster. But no one had ever found them before, which had been a huge advantage for him. The dungeon itself provided excellent conditions for challengers to clear it. Of course, if they didn't look for the hidden items, they wouldn't gain anything. Moreover, this Lecter was an unusual individual. He hadn't injected the serum. From his subtle movements, it was clear that after taking the serum, his expression would become extremely calm, even numb.
Yet he chose not to do so. Interesting. It seems this battle isn't over yet. Lu Yu murmured to himself. The landlord told me not to wander around. What's going on?
Besides, our mission is to leave the manhwa zone before dawn.
Could this be some kind of mental control? Lecter searched his bedroom, muttering to himself.
His demeanor suggested he felt as though he had returned home. Even though there's no news, it feels like immense psychological pressure on us. Lu Yu really is something else. He managed to think of all these things. Shortly after entering this world, he had discovered a hidden map. Within the dungeon, he had also uncovered a method to enhance a challenger's mental state. As these thoughts surfaced, the contempt in his heart gradually subsided, and his brow furrowed involuntarily.
He realized this was a formidable adversary.
After examining everything within sight, he finally stepped out of the room. But as he approached the door, before his hand could touch the doorknob, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps outside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was like someone walking down the hallway in high heels.
However, from the landlord's earlier words, Lecter could deduce that this sound did not come from an elegant woman. The person must be quite heavy.
The person walked awkwardly, limping slightly, like someone who rarely wore high heels.
What a coincidence. Just as I'm about to leave, the ghost appears? Lecter immediately backed away, recognizing the footsteps as the fiend's.
The landlord had warned him never to go out at night.
A man would pass by the door.
Given this eerie dungeon and the fact he'd been trapped in this room from the start, he was 99% certain those footsteps belonged to the wraith. And what was most suspicious was, he had been listening intently to every sound around him, and he trusted his hearing implicitly.
Yet those footsteps had come without warning, as if materializing out of thin air.
Moreover, the once bustling room fell completely silent after that heel click, as if all other noise had been banished. The world seemed to hold only the sound of those heels striking the floor. There were many such examples, but ultimately, Lecter reached the same conclusion: something was off. His animalistic instincts, combined with his formidable physique, laid the foundation for his future killings. Because he excelled at combat, he perceived everyone around him as weak, like a lion trapped among sheep. If he wished, he could kill them all. Yet here, he was bound by law and violence, unable to govern himself by the law of the jungle. Yet as he matured, his craving for the hunt grew ever more intense.
He realized he was no ordinary man.
Things like traffic lights, which mattered to ordinary people, meant nothing to him. Grand ideals, scientists, tycoons, presidents, all this was bull to him. In his eyes, only the hunt mattered. He was the true beast. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he embarked on a path of crime. At that moment, his instinct saved his life. One of his companions had just died. The remaining 9 were assigned to 9 different rooms. However, they were in no mood for a leisurely search and simply forced open the doors. Yet they soon encountered the same fate. Just as they prepared to turn the doorknobs, a sudden, urgent clatter of high heels echoed from outside.
Chapter 226, High Heels. The sound seemed deliberately directed at them, growing louder as it approached the doorway.
8 of them cautiously retreated, leaving only one young man to push open the door. Then he died. In other words, the moment the sound of high heels echoed at the door, it meant certain death. After pulling his hands free, Lecter leaned his head against the doorway and strained to listen. He wasn't foolish enough to peer through the crack in the door. After all, the landlord had warned him that this man the fiend detested being watched.
But his companion wasn't as clever. After dodging one attack, his gaze fell upon the doorway.
He was smart enough to recognize who was outside. With no way to relay warnings to the other 9 members of the team, even if the high-heeled killer took one of them down, the others wouldn't know. But clearly, he wasn't that smart. He'd completely forgotten every word his landlord had said. Then, as if he'd glimpsed something terrifying through the door crack, he let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire body shaking. But in the next instant, his screen went pitch black. He was dead.
In the blink of an eye, 2 people were dead. Such terrifying speed of slaughter was unheard of. Countless faces paled in horror.
The Eagle Nation soldiers, in particular, were filled with boiling blood. At this rate, their entire force would soon be wiped out.
What on earth were they to do?
Many couldn't fathom why this instance was so perilous.
This is terrifying. But why would the system accept such terrifying monsters?
This clearly broke the rules, defied the rules.
Yet everyone overlooked one simple fact.
It's called the margin of error.
In previous dungeons, everyone huddled together for warmth.
Even if something bizarre happened and someone died, no one would care. With 9 people, the survivors learned from that scene and wouldn't repeat the same mistake.
But here, that pattern no longer applied. Everyone operates alone, with zero margin for error. If you die, you're truly finished. That's why Lu Yu's new rule was the most terrifying of all. That sound, it seems to be getting closer to me?
At this moment, Lecter still didn't know that his 2 companions had already died.
He continued listening, moving from left to right until he reached the doorway.
But he didn't stop there.
Instead, he kept moving forward, gradually growing more distant until he vanished from sight. What's going on? Does this mean I can leave now? Lecter hesitated.
This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, and he had absolutely no experience with it. Though he'd seen similar examples before, those were all in the past. This time, they faced a brand new, unknown, mysterious Dragon Country instance.
Caution was still paramount.
His hand instinctively reached for the doorknob. Without the peephole, he relied solely on his senses to navigate. Just as he was about to push the door open, footsteps sounded outside once more.
Thump, thump, thump. Like a clumsy clown performing a juggling act. Then it moved from right to left, circling back to where it started. As Lecter flung the door open at near lightning speed, his palms broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, his fear level had already surpassed 70%. Are you kidding me? Is it really that dangerous? Only now did he truly grasp the sheer peril of the Dragon Country mission, a dungeon with a 100% mortality rate. This wasn't just danger, it was absolute death. The slightest misstep meant certain death. In that instant, his mindset shifted once more. From initial carelessness to later vigilance and now to profound respect.
He understood clearly that the enemy before him was a terrifying figure who brooked no carelessness. In his eyes, he and Luyu were like two cowboys facing off with revolvers. One misstep, and a single bullet could end it all. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from outside. Who would be walking down the hallway in the middle of the night, wearing high heels? The previously bustling atmosphere throughout the entire building seemed to freeze in that instant. It felt as though the entire building had frozen in time the moment that sound echoed through the halls. For Lecter, this was undoubtedly the strangest phenomenon imaginable. But what was even stranger was that after the footsteps stopped, there was no further sound. Most people would turn and leave when entering a hallway. Even with the most stable running shoes, turning around required several steps. And this person was wearing high heels, unfamiliar with the shoes. Therefore, they would need even more time to complete the turn. Yet the person abruptly halted their steps and turned around without warning. It was as if he had never turned back at all. Lecter pressed his ear to the door and listened for a moment, breaking out in a cold sweat. The footsteps were clearly retreating backward. Which meant the intruder outside was actually walking backward. This realization was bizarre, but beyond the strangeness came a palpable dread. Performing a circus act? Walking backwards? And in high heels? Lecter quipped sarcastically. His heart skipped a beat as he realized the creature outside wasn't human at all, it was a specter. The standoff in this dungeon continued. 10 team members, 2 dead, 8 trapped in a cramped room. The dungeon was simply too vast. Their goal was escape, yet they hadn't even left the newbie village. This situation made many tense up. That strange creature seemed intent on thwarting them, not retreating but instead advancing toward their position. Just as it reached the left edge. In less than 2 seconds, that voice rang out again. What the hell? Is he modeling on a runway out there? One of the team members cursed under his breath. Though he spoke casually, sweat already beaded on his forehead. He knew that as long as this creature remained, he would be killed. If they couldn't escape before dawn, the system would automatically mark him as forced death. All this circling around, is it ever going to end? What's going on? If it doesn't leave, how are we supposed to get out of here? This mission is impossible to complete. We're trapped here. Everyone had noticed the situation. Why was this strange creature blocking the doorway? What were they to do? Chapter 227, The Exit. Should we jump out the window? But just as they considered escaping through the window, they realized the door was forged from titanium steel, impossible to open. Even firing a pistol at it had no effect whatsoever. This clearly implied the only way out was through the main door. What the hell do we do now? How are we supposed to fight like this? Damn it! We can't even get into the starting village. This is ridiculous. We ran into a ghost right at the start of the dungeon. How scary is that? Holy crap, there are still ghosts roaming outside? I'm not going out. The live chat exploded with messages. Everyone could feel the despair gripping the challengers within this dungeon. Open the door and he'd be killed. Peek through the crack and he'd be killed. He couldn't escape through the window, but if he didn't leave, he was as good as dead. What on earth could they do? Luyu watched the screen with keen interest, eager to see if anyone among this group could find a way to escape. Especially the one who found the map first. He seemed sharp, but how long could that sharpness last? I can't open the window. Inside the dungeon. Lecter had no intention of leaving through the door either. He walked over to the window and tried to pull it open. But whether he used his pistol or an alloy knife, he couldn't break the window, let alone the seemingly ordinary iron door. In fact, even a fool could guess this was intentional design. Other windows should have standard security grills, yet only this building's windows were locked. Could it be you need to use your brain? A thought flashed through Lecter's mind, but he immediately shook his head and abandoned the idea. This was a peculiar dungeon, not a detective story, so he had to think in strange ways. His task was to decipher the patterns of the person outside the door, find their weakness, and secure enough time to escape. That was the fundamental principle of tackling a dungeon. Otherwise, it was a waste of time and he might even end up losing his own life. With no other choice, he retreated back inside. At that moment, he was immensely grateful he'd searched the entire house from top to bottom at the start. Otherwise, faced with this puzzle, he might have fallen into deep thought, convinced some clue lay hidden within, only to search in vain. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded again, this time shifting from the right to the left. This eerie back and forth movement, then retreating, the sound it made was peculiar too, likely caused by walking backward. Backward? Could it be? At that moment, Lecter, after some thought, suddenly conceived a highly risky idea. Due to his mental wiring, Lecter viewed everyone as potential prey, humans included. Thus, over the years, he had developed a habit of mentally mapping out every movement of others, including the creature he had never seen before. The moment he heard the footsteps, he had already mentally sketched the creature standing at the doorway. Finally, he discovered one thing. He was human, so he had 2 eyes. Human vision has its limits, they can't see behind themselves. Doesn't that mean his field of vision must be limited? The security guard had said people don't want to be seen, so he had to know when someone was watching him.
But then the question arose, what if he didn't notice someone's gaze? Wouldn't that mean he's safe? It was a risky idea, almost a gamble, but Lecter had his reasons. He noticed something peculiar. He was walking backward. At first, he thought it was a tactic to intimidate the assault team. But upon reflection, it was indeed the case. Whether it moved forward or backward, its beauty or ugliness didn't matter as long as it could kill its target. That was enough. This backward motion was imperceptible to the average observer. Only Lecter could discern its subtleties. Under normal circumstances, without observing those eerie eyes, one could never tell whether it was actually moving backward. Therefore, this design was solely to reduce combat difficulty, granting the assault team a glimmer of hope. This creature, if it's moving backward, its gaze should be shifting to the right. At this realization, Lecter's eyes lit up. A scene rapidly formed in his mind. One of them wore high heels, glanced to the right, and as that person passed his door, he pushed it open and dashed left. Throughout the entire sequence, he remained perfectly safe. Even if he had reached the right corridor, he wouldn't have spotted him immediately for a lethal strike. He didn't turn around but retreated backward all the way. Thus, though this tactic was perilous, it wasn't entirely without risk. Any normal human walked faster than this strange creature. To survive, he had to stay calm and maintain a lead through his evasive steps. He acted immediately. Even if opening the door meant certain death or facing other threats, Lecter was willing to take that risk. He was no ordinary man, he was a man who had killed countless times. He approached the door and pressed his ear against it. Thud, thud, thud. First from the right, then the left, and finally the right again. As he passed the doorway, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Lecter's palms. Yet he still gripped the doorknob tightly. Creak! The door swung open. Lecter bolted out without looking back. With no turning back now, he had no choice but to push forward. Even if his guess was wrong, he had to run. In truth, he had long prepared himself mentally for the possibility that his plan would fail and he would be caught. Yet this time, his actions succeeded unexpectedly. As the door swung open, the distinct click-clack of high heels grew louder outside. To his right, a figure seemed to be walking slowly yet resolutely. He couldn't tell if it was male or female, but he remained alert, shifting his gaze slightly to the left. Then, he burst through the door and fled for his life. His heartbeat quickened as he strained to listen for sounds behind him. Before long, the footsteps ceased. The enemy had actually retreated. They weren't pursuing me. Now, everything he had suspected was confirmed. He was indeed retreating. Lecter walked until he reached a spot where no one could see him, then stopped. He was panting, his heart racing, his entire body drenched in sweat. Chapter 228, Escape. Even with a police officer's gun pressed against his head, he hadn't felt this tense. Could I really have guessed right? Lecter felt a fleeting illusion of having escaped death, yet it seemed too unbelievable. He never imagined this improbable possibility could be true, yet it didn't fill him with pride. Instead, a tinge of fear crept in. What if, in that moment, he hadn't thought twice and made the right choice? Perhaps he was overthinking it. The eeriness wasn't that complicated. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have lived to see today. No matter how powerful he became, the leeway would find some unimaginable way to forcibly suppress him here. For Lecter, it was a sublime sensation. The sensation of teetering on the edge of death. He hadn't felt it in ages. By the time he realized it, he smiled faintly. Interesting, truly interesting. I haven't felt this excited in ages. He seemed to have gone mad. His face flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly, laughing wildly without end. Why did he choose to kill? Because he found an ordinary life utterly boring. So he decided to kill, to seek thrills. But as the killings pile up, his excitement gradually faded. Even a fierce confrontation with another person held little meaning. This time, within this dungeon, battling Li Gue, Lecter rediscovered that primal thrill of narrowly escaping death, a sensation that captivated him deeply. He's gone mad. He opened the door. Doesn't he realize that once he opens it, it's a dead end? But even if he manages it, how can he guarantee he won't die? I don't understand. I don't understand. Everyone watched the scene unfold from God's perspective, yet none understood what was happening. Lecter kept his thoughts entirely to himself, refusing to reveal them. Naturally, others witnessing this scene found it utterly baffling, yet observing from the sidelines had its own advantage. At least it revealed the true nature of this group, though all they could see was the back of the sinister figure. It was the back of a man, and the most striking feature was the pair of red high heels at his feet. Very good. This kid has surprised me. Lu Yu, spurred by Lecter's words, sat up straight, his eyes gleaming. He was pleased that someone had managed to escape this room, and even more so that they had done so smoothly, just as he had imagined. In truth, there was another trap here, confirming that after moving to the right, Gu didn't turn back but kept retreating backward. Otherwise, when Gu left first, he would appear here.
His only option was to circle around from left to right, pass through that door, and escape. But I'm not sure you'll survive the remaining specters. He leaned back in his chair, watching as if he were at the movies, staring at the big screen. Unlike Lecter, his teammates weren't nearly as clever. They were all locked in a room. Some rummaged through belongings, others pried at windows, some searched for escape routes, while one slashed at the floor with a knife. He planned to dig a hole in the floor, crawl out, and escape from there. But neither approach was reliable. Lu Yu had considered this, of course, and was prepared. If they couldn't find the right solution, they'd be trapped here forever. Survival wasn't impossible, they could wait for others to pass through and then safely exit. But he quickly abandoned that notion. In this dungeon, no one knew the others' situations. Some might fail, or perhaps they'd already perished. Relying on others for rescue was unrealistic. It was highly likely everyone would meet their end. Wouldn't they all die anyway? So to lie completely still, just like that, what kind of courage would that take? Finally free. Time to go. Lecter sat on the steps, waiting for his strength to fully return. Meanwhile, his ears remained alert, constantly listening for the distant sound of high heels. The sound continued moving forward, still lingering near the door where he had been, as if completely unaware that someone had escaped from the room. In truth, 2 more rooms lay between them in this corridor. At that moment, Lecter felt a sudden pang of sympathy for the nearby residents. How unfortunate they were, with a specter roaming the halls every evening. Even if he wasn't afraid, staying here too long would surely disrupt his sleep. But this illusion lasted only seconds. Lecter quickly regained his composure and turned to descend the stairs. He recalled himself following the security guard upstairs. From this vantage point, it was clear this was the safest route, free from any danger. According to the map, this route was the shortest path to the haunted zone. Therefore, no matter what, this route should lead to the destination. It was an old building, its cement floors exposed to the air. The walls, weathered by time, had begun to rot, revealing a grayish interior beneath. The walls were plastered with various flyers, mostly advertising drain cleaning services or adult entertainment. It was a quintessential Dragon Country style, catching even the foreigner Lecter's attention for a moment. But he didn't dwell on it, assuming it was just a small detail added by designer Lu Yu to enhance the dungeon's realism and immersion. If anything stood out, it was that many of the names and phone numbers were genuine. It was highly probable that Lu Yu had conducted field research in Longwa, copying a poster from the wall of one of its buildings. However, the moment Lecter descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A small poster still clung to the wall, but their number had noticeably diminished. This subtle change instantly caught his attention. Hanging on the now sparse wall was a peculiar red couplet. This was a common sight in Dragon Country households. As an outsider, Lecter naturally did not recognize the characters. Yet an uneasy feeling spread through him, telling him something was amiss. Typically, couplets were affixed to doorways, yet this one hung on an uninhabited staircase. This was a peculiar occurrence. It clearly implied that there should be a door here, that there should be a household living behind this wall. Whether it was human or not remained unknown. Chapter 229, The Fake Door. Because behind this wall was the exterior wall of the building itself, and since the building only had 2 stories, there was no way an extra room could exist. Could it be that this door doesn't connect to the real world, but to another strange dimension? Lecter didn't linger long at the sight of the door. He paused briefly, studied it for a moment, pondered, then turned and walked away. Yet, as he turned to walk forward, he suddenly froze. He was descending from the 2nd floor to the 1st, where he should have been able to see the stairwell and other residents. Instead, a bare wall met his eyes, adorned with a pair of couplets. A few small posters hung on the wall, yet the eerie atmosphere they exuded could not be concealed. He felt as though he hadn't entered the 1st floor at all, but had instead stepped into another unfamiliar space. Here, the people didn't live inside houses, there were only wall after wall. What the hell is going on? A fine sheen of sweat instantly broke out on Lecter's forehead as his fear level shot up to 70%. His memory was sharp. Though he'd only caught a fleeting glimpse, he could still recall the scene on the 1st floor. It was completely different from what he saw now. There was only one possibility left. What's going on? Why are there strange red characters on the wall? This is our Dragon Nation's couplet. It was clearly meant to hang at the doorway, but now it's plastered on the wall. Ha! Why do I feel a chill running down my spine? Not just Lecter, but many others were startled by the scene. Though unfamiliar with Dragon Nation culture, the patterns on the couplets clearly depicted a grand gate. From this perspective, he could imagine more possibilities and understand the fear gripping these Dragon Country people. Even without saying much, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Lecter found himself instinctively glancing down the staircase. As he descended, he noticed something peculiar. To the left,
Another staircase descended into the depths. Evidently, beneath this level lay yet another underground floor. But now, it seemed another pair of couplets had appeared, so Lecter wasn't overly surprised when he reached the basement. He circled the floor once, finding no exit, only another identical couplet and a door inscribed with couplets. He had already checked all the doors earlier, and none of them could be opened. This wall appeared perfectly ordinary. Lecter slashed at it several times with his knife but found nothing unusual. It was simply a common red brick wall. Deeper within lay steel reinforcement bars. With the small knife in his hand, he had no chance of chiseling a hole through a steel wall. Besides, Lecter didn't believe he was still in reality. Even if he managed to chisel through this wall, what lay beyond certainly wouldn't be an escape route. It was merely a place he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. As mentioned before, this was a bizarre dungeon with no conventional way through. Therefore, they had to approach it according to its own twisted logic. Let me think. After leaving that room, I seem to have stayed on the left side the whole time. Then there were these stairs, leading all the way down. Lecter once again recalled the structure of the building. His mind could not only replicate the target's physical structure but also mimic the surrounding architecture. As if replaying a movie within his own thoughts, there were originally 2 staircases on the 3rd floor, but the last one caught his attention, and he always looked to the right. No matter where he ran, he could spot me. Well, in that case, I only have one way down. This thought brought Lecter a sense of relief. He was certain he hadn't lost his way, for this was the only possible route downward. Taking this path would inevitably lead him to the couplets on the wall, then into a space with no windows, no doors, only the couplets. So then, the way out must be somewhere else, or rather, through some other door? With that thought, Lecter inspected every door on this floor and found them all ajar. None were genuine. Doubting this, he double-checked. After inspecting every false door and confirming the walls were not illusions with no hidden compartments behind them, Lecter continued downward to the basement level. But, what? The moment Lecter entered the basement, he prepared to confront something terrifying. The basement floor mirrored the upper levels, ordinary doors replaced by artificial ones. The difference here compared to other floors lay in the corner where the 2nd floor met the 1st. The wall held no false doorways, and the wall advertisements were sparse. Only a few scattered posters for athletes' foot treatments hung there. He descended to the basement level. To the left, a staircase led downward, straight to the lower basement. The scene before him felt so familiar that Lecter's heart skipped a beat. Could it be like a Mobius strip, a closed space? Imagine a passageway hidden from view at the stairwell entrance. Suppose you intend to exit the elevator on the 1st floor, but in reality, you've already exited on the 5th floor. You walk from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, and so it goes, round and round. You think you're descending, but you're merely circling. If this place truly works like that, then once you step inside, you'll never be able to leave. An inescapable, eerie 1st floor? The thought flashed through Lecter's mind, but he dismissed it immediately. He had seen this before. In a dungeon somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, an identical bizarre incident had indeed occurred, but he never imagined he'd encounter such a bizarre 1st floor himself. Being unable to leave meant being trapped in an endless loop, but the system wouldn't allow such a loop to persist. In other words, he could leave this place. He just needed to find a way. This realization snapped him out of his earlier despair, and he began to scrutinize the basement anew. Another 5 minutes passed. Finding no valuable clues, he headed straight for the 2nd basement level. Then he spotted another staircase leading to the 3rd basement level, along with a fake door that looked similar to the one on the 2nd floor. This couldn't be. At that moment, Lecter suddenly realized something. No, it was almost the same. Although the layouts of the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and basement level 2 were largely identical, one crucial detail differed. Chapter 230, Advertisement. A small advertisement plastered on the wall. Lecter possessed an extraordinary memory and had scanned nearly every small advertisement on every floor. Thus, he noticed that every fake door on the 3rd floor was disguised with a pair of couplets. Yet each one was different. This meant these 3 floors weren't a loop, they were genuine, distinct levels. He decided to try again. -3 RD floor, -4 TH floor, -5 TH floor. Descending the stairs one floor at a time, he observed that each level presented a distinct scene. On the 1st floor, he even spotted a small advertisement. I knew it. It wasn't until he reached the 7th basement level that Lecter finally stopped, letting out a deep sigh. But then came the problem. Despite the floors never overlapping, he still found no trace of an exit. Could it be possible that all the floors were endlessly non-periodic? Truthfully, he wasn't troubled by the floor having no end. But if there was any clue to be found, he would have to search step by step. Here, he absolutely could not retrace his steps. He had to continue descending to the next level to find an exit. If he missed any clue, he would never have considered this possibility. At that point, he might have foolishly kept walking. Yet he had long overlooked the most crucial point. Then he would be trapped here until death. Eagle Nation. Glenn sat alone in the conference hall, hands behind his back, watching the replica video playing. It was an all-white room where every Eagle Nation president had worked, right up to his generation. Yet those who had come before were all dead now, defeated by Dragon Nation and Lu Yu. With the passing of the elders, Eagle Nation had declined generation after generation. By his age, signs of national collapse were evident. Once, he had been so confident, so ambitious. Yet now, he seethed with rage over his own plans gone awry. He craved vengeance. Now, he could only wait for Lecter to decide the fate of the Eagle Nation. Glenn witnessed the scene unfold before him. Once merely an insignificant staff member in this place, his status had steadily risen with each wave of casualties. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, someone must hold it up. One day, he would realize he was the greatest man in this world. He couldn't help but marvel at how fate played tricks. Back when he was a clerk, he too had dreamed of becoming the president of Eagle Nation. But now, he suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. What he desired was not a faltering Eagle Nation on the brink of ruin, but a prosperous and powerful nation where he could remain a minor official. What a joke! The mighty Eagle Nation now pins all its hopes on a criminal from another country. At that moment, several bright images remained on the large screen. Of the 10 members, only one had emerged from the newbie village. That person was Lecter. The others remained confined in a small room. From Glenn's perspective, under these circumstances, they would never meet. Only Lecter had a chance of overcoming this obstacle. This wasn't merely due to Lecter's unique nature. More importantly, he was a criminal of extraordinary intelligence. His IQ and operational capabilities were both top tier. Even though Lecter was currently trapped in a bizarre dimension, Glenn remained convinced that he could escape. This Lu Yu from the Dragon Kingdom is nothing short of a demon. Who knows what methods he employed to transform a mission requiring a team into a task for a single individual? Glenn muttered to himself, his expression filled with dread. The dungeons he created grew more terrifying with each iteration. The Dragon Nation's dungeon was already a flawed leaky bucket. But now, this Dragon Nation instance had solidified into an impenetrable fortress. You have no idea what his dungeon truly looks like. Challengers could only advance along the route Lu Yu had specified, only to find themselves already ensnared within the enemy's grasp. The key to survival lies in one or two of these elements. A single misstep leads to death. This isn't a game, it's a real-life dungeon run. If something goes wrong, there's no restarting from the beginning. Originally, this dungeon was designed for a full squad to complete. Even if one member fell, others could survive. But this dungeon is even more extreme. All challengers are isolated, with only one life each. A fallen challenger leaves no clues for those who follow. Once you die, everything is lost. Only a handful could entertain such thoughts, but they weren't entirely alone. Some gradually grasped the true danger of this instance, their hearts turning to ice. They realized that it wasn't just the cheating methods of these nations that were advancing. The Dragon Nation's dungeon was also evolving at an alarming rate. Its growth rate was faster than cheating itself. As Lu Yu meticulously examined every small advertisement on each fake door in Lecter, he couldn't help but smile. He knew his efforts were futile, for that strange phenomenon wasn't the most crucial element. In truth, this false door possessed little real power. Its effect was identical to that of the red high heels from before. Both possessed specific rules. As long as they followed these rules, they could survive. This was a new method he had discovered while at Jingshu No. 1 middle school. Different anomalies produced different effects. Some anomalies were designed to kill enemies, while others served to delay time or heighten the challenger's fear levels. Now, the purpose of this fake gate technique is to waste more of the challenger's time and make them grow impatient. Lu Yu's thinking was too simplistic. A simple thought, once processed by the human mind, ceases to be so simple. In this dungeon, no one could see what Lu Yu was thinking. This is precisely why the challenger must explore blindly. He groped and speculated alone. Lu Yu only needed to slightly alter the small advertisements plastered on the walls to trigger countless irrelevant thoughts. In truth, it wasn't a big deal. Almost there. Lu Yu had been keeping track of the time. Now, he lifted his head and glanced at his watch. He had anticipated that something was definitely wrong with this instance. Inside the instance, Lecter looked exhausted. He had traversed this bizarre floor, devoid of any discernible pattern, countless times. Chapter 231, The Chair. He glanced at his wristwatch. Only a few hours had passed since he entered this dungeon, and it was still the early hours of the morning. He had spent a long time searching floor by floor, room by room. His eyes were wide open, yet he found no exit. But he was an extremely cautious man, accurate to say. A paranoid man bordering on obsessive-compulsive disorder. As a former criminal, he possessed formidable counter-surveillance skills. During his operations, he left no traces behind. not even DNA. Therefore, he had to ensure every detail was perfect.
This was why he descended so slowly, meticulously inspecting each floor to ensure he hadn't overlooked any door identical to those he'd already seen, or missed any clues on the walls that might lead to an exit. But soon, he realized it was all futile. The way out might not be found by searching for those doors. He kept searching for an escape route. Then, suddenly, something unexpected happened. After scouring this level countless times, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a chair that had appeared on the stairs at some unknown point. It was an empty stool. Startled by this unexpected sight, he pressed himself flat against the wall. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He wasn't the only one stunned. After all, everything had been the same up until now. Everyone was on the verge of falling asleep when suddenly an empty chair appeared before them, sending a shiver down their spines. In the real world, an empty chair might not be so unsettling, but this was the mysterious dungeon world, and Lecter was now trapped in a bizarre realm. Something was definitely wrong here. A false doorway formed by couplets alone was enough to raise doubts. Did this building even possess a genuine door? And beyond that doorway, was there anything at all? Thus, this empty chair easily created an illusion. Someone should be sitting there. In other words, the seat might not be empty at all, perhaps some invisible presence was seated there. Moreover, the chair's placement was highly peculiar. It wasn't tucked in a corner or along the wall's edge, but positioned right in the middle of the path, conspicuous and unmistakable. Is this why the passage is sealed? Or could this chair somehow relate to the exit? Lecter's heart gradually calmed. The earlier fright had made it pound violently, fear steadily rising within him. However, after about 10 seconds passed without any sense of threat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping this way was absolutely impossible. Never mind the sheer difficulty of navigating all those stairs even if he reached the end. What then? This path led nowhere. Continuing would waste hours, effectively ending any chance of clearing this dungeon. He hadn't found a second identical door, which meant there was another path to take. This passageway was likely the way out. Holding on to that thought, Lecter continued down the corridor. As he passed the seat, he glanced at it. It was an antique wooden chair. Its design was also very old-fashioned, clearly not the kind used by wealthy people, but rather a common, ordinary seat. He then shifted his gaze to the row of fake doors upstairs, hoping to find some clue. But just then, a scene that sent a chill down his spine unfolded. He noticed a human silhouette on the wall beside the chair. In the corridor, something was off. The corridor lights came from the ceiling, so the chair's shadow should have been cast from the floor. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the shadow on the chair itself was also a human silhouette, as if someone were sitting there. This time, it wasn't just Lecter. Everyone was stunned by the sight, a chill running through them all. What? Lecter froze. But he wasn't the type to let a surprise make his legs go weak. His heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and the chair. Only then did he grasp what had happened. The chair was indeed empty, but on the adjacent wall, the reflection of a chair and a human silhouette appeared, like an invisible face. The sight sent a chill down many spines. What the hell is that shadow on the wall? Is something fishy going on? Run away quickly. Everyone froze, then quickly panicked. Lecter, however, stood there dumbstruck, turning his head. If there was something unclean on that chair, now was the chance to flee. If they hesitated, escape might be impossible. But as the saying goes, those involved are often blinded by their own perspective, while outsiders see things clearly. Yet Lecter did not flee at that moment. After that, he walked tirelessly for hours within this endless loop, searching for an escape route. Throughout this process, he meticulously examined every floor, including the small advertisements plastered on the false doors, searching for any vulnerabilities. His eyes were nearly blurred from the glare, and he had no patience left to search. Suddenly, he saw a chair appear out of nowhere, along with a person sitting upright in its shadow. His first thought was, could this be a way out? Or was there some connection here? He felt an overwhelming urge to move the chair aside and see if there was a trap hidden beneath it. While the audience outside was watching the livestream, they could grab a can of Coke from the fridge when thirsty, order another snack when hungry, or even use the restroom. They were free and easy, without a trace of fear in their hearts. Lecter, however, was trapped like a prisoner. Of course, he couldn't understand. If they were Lecter, they would never flee in such a disheveled state after being tortured for hours. Even if something was amiss, he would first investigate the strange occurrence before devising an escape plan. Lecter came to a halt, shifting his gaze between the reflection on the wall and the chair on the floor. He seemed lost in thought. It was this very moment of hesitation that led to another unexpected turn of events. He saw the figure rise from the floor. Not only did it rise, but it turned its body toward Lecter. Chapter 232, The Phantom. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly illuminated the figure from the side.
clearly revealing his profile. Even his eyes were distinct. At that moment, even Lecter knew what was happening. He immediately turned and fled,
glancing back at the fake door one last time before leaving.
Only after confirming nothing was amiss did Lecter hurry downstairs. But in that brief delay, the shadow on the wall vanished without a trace.
All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye.
Suddenly, Lecter rolled on the spot, executing a high-difficulty maneuver straight out of a movie as he leapt down the stairs. Just then, everyone noticed that behind Lecter, on the wall, a figure had appeared out of nowhere, walking toward them, and in that very spot, Lecter's figure suddenly materialized. From where he stood, Lecter could see the figure stood over 2 meters tall. Even Lecter, who was over 1.9 meters tall himself, would be a full head shorter. Had Lecter not tumbled down the steps at the last moment, that dark figure would have seized his head in an instant. What happened afterward? He didn't know and dared not imagine. In any case, the audience finally understood what had transpired.
This thing was bizarre and dangerous. Its bizarre actions moments ago had been designed to buy Lecter enough time to escape. From this perspective, the power of this strange entity was undeniably formidable. One might even say it possessed the ability to kill with a single strike. Lecter's ability to pull off such a feat at the last moment proved his strength and reflexes were among the strongest in humanity. This wasn't a staged scene or a rehearsal, it was pure instinct in a life or death situation. This alone shows how invaluable Lecter is. He tumbled down the stairs without uttering a word, his gaze eerily calm as if he were a different person entirely, showing not a shred of fear. Lecter glanced at the figure at the stairwell entrance and charged toward it, yet despite his outward composure, his mind was anything but calm. In truth, the moment he saw that figure, a powerful sense of danger surged within him, a feeling that had yet to subside. Even now, despite the stimulant injection, his fear level remained at roughly 50%. As he ran, he repeatedly scanned the false doors on each floor, searching for any hidden secrets. He knew clearly that continuing like this was utterly useless. To survive, he had to escape this place, and the exit was likely concealed within one of these floors. If he kept running, he risked losing his chance and becoming trapped here forever. Yet, even in this state, he could sense the passageway was not far away. He had no idea how Lu Yu had created this dungeon, but putting himself in Lu Yu's shoes, if he were in Lu Yu's shoes, wouldn't he create a sinister shadow to pursue someone at this very moment? If so, the pursuit party would likely focus solely on escape, neglecting to explore other floors. Anything hidden between the floors would likely be overlooked. Therefore, he had to remain calm and not overlook any detail. Yet, after searching every corner of the entire first floor, he found himself standing at the stairwell entrance. But at that very moment, the sight before his eyes sent a chill through him, numbing every muscle in his body. The dark figure had appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Lecter even wondered if this monster possessed the ability to teleport. After all, from the moment he first descended the stairs until now, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed. How could it have caught up to him? Ah! He let out a sudden, piercing scream and executed another forward roll, leaping off the upper floor. The figure behind him caught him by the skin of his teeth. How could such a creature possibly be a match for a human? At that moment, even Lecter's composure was shattered. He wasn't bragging, but in terms of physical constitution and reflexes alone, few in the entire human world could surpass him. Yet even with his strength, shaking off this shadow proved challenging. For anyone else in this situation, survival would be utterly impossible. Yet this thought lingered only briefly in his mind. In this situation, he could only flee for his life. Just then, that strange figure suddenly appeared. The entire livestream fell silent. It felt as though every viewer had placed themselves in Lecter's shoes, waiting to see how he would escape. Even the chat stream fell silent. But a few people were discussing. That figure is so fast. How is anyone supposed to survive this? I'm reporting this, it's beyond human capability. No one could survive its pursuit. They'd all heard that Dragon Nation's dungeons were terrifying and bizarre, but none had ever imagined they could be this terrifying. If he had to clear the dungeon himself, he probably wouldn't last 3 seconds. The high-heel shoe they'd encountered earlier had also been incredibly bizarre and dangerous, but at least Lecter had come up with a solution. This gave everyone a sudden sense of clarity, as if it truly could be done. But now, Lecter had encountered a strange figure. Even if he found a way to break through, there was no escape. In their eyes, the only option left was to flee. Boom, boom, boom. Lecter sprinted forward, breathless, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt poised to burst through his chest and escape his body. This was likely the most terrifying escape of his entire life. Even when chased by those AK-wielding Eagle Nation police, he hadn't felt such heart-pounding terror. He's still hunting me down. Yet every time he reached the bottom of a flight of stairs, that strange figure somehow managed to burst into astonishing speed and catch up. leaving him no time to rest. Naturally, after 2 more high-difficulty forward rolls, Lecter could go no further. He had no choice but to duck, adopting an awkward posture to evade the opponent's attacks. Yet, even at this critical moment, he refused to give up. With each floor he reached, he scanned his surroundings, desperate to find an escape route or any clue. Chapter 233, The Exit. Yet now, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He couldn't comprehend how such a terrifying thing could exist in this world, but he was certain something was terribly wrong. Perhaps the entrance to another level was hidden from the start, or maybe an upward passage existed, or perhaps, upon seeing this wooden chair, he should never have descended further. The way out lay above. A flood of negative thoughts, regret, frustration, despair surged through him, threatening to overwhelm his rationality. In truth, even he hadn't noticed. It was a strange sensation. In reality, even if someone pointed a gun at him, he wouldn't have shown such an expression. His fear level would rise, but it would never reach 90%. Just then, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. "You're sweating." The remark came so abruptly that Lecter momentarily froze. The next second, his eyes were flooded with blinding light, as if he'd seen a god. He sprinted toward the source. The door, right there, within reach. He instinctively dashed downstairs, glanced left and right, and was about to leave empty-handed. A different kind of doorway appeared before him. He'd seen too many identical fake doors cobbled together with couplets. But here, where 4 fake doors should have been, stood a wooden one, a lifelike wooden door. He immediately ran to the doorway and flung the door open. Creak! A wooden creak echoed as the door swung open. A beam of white light streamed from within, as if from heaven itself. Lecter felt momentarily dazzled, but without hesitation, he stepped straight into the room. Under normal circumstances, he should have hesitated when stopping to open the door. Logically, that strange figure should have already charged forward, but at that moment, no one saw it. It seemed to have been startled by the white light emanating from the doorway. As for Lecter, he paid it little mind. He merely felt that under the illumination of this white radiance, all his worries and fears dissolved into thin air. He no longer needed to fear that mysterious figure. As he stepped through the doorway, the white light enveloped his entire body. Then, the wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Lecter vanished from sight. Lecter suddenly opened his eyes, waking from his slumber. He found himself in a corner, facing a wall plastered with posters and a fake doorway constructed from couplets. What's going on? He froze for a moment, then immediately sensed something unusual within his body. His heart was pounding violently, likely over 200 beats per minute, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Moreover, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just run a marathon, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But strangely, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. It was as if the earlier search and subsequent chase had never happened. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Lecter suddenly realized he was experiencing a dreamlike sensation. The difference was that most people dream of being hunted down in their sleep, only to wake up. For him, dying in a dream meant true death. Even within the dream, it felt utterly real. In that instant, everyone understood that what they had just witnessed was merely an illusion. No, this couldn't be a mere illusion. To die there meant to die in reality. I thought this was the real world. Wait, everything that just happened was real. What happened earlier was so similar to a dream, trapped in a strange cycle, constantly hunted down. The only difference was that when he woke up, he had nothing. But in the dream world, he'd be captured and killed. At this thought, many felt a lingering dread, a sense of déjà vu. Who would have thought that kid was so capable? Lu Yu was both astonished and amused that Lecter had managed to awaken from the illusion. This war had subjected him to countless trials, with Lecter often teetering on the brink of disaster. But in truth, only Lu Yu understood that this trial hadn't been nearly as perilous as imagined. Indeed, that strange figure had no intention of killing anyone. Its sole purpose was to intimidate the others. Typically, the pursued would be exhausted and eventually caught. But no one could have predicted that Lecter would manage to escape that monster's grasp in such a short time. It was like playing a game and encountering a boss you simply couldn't defeat. Logically, you should just lose to the boss and follow the script. But Lecter, clinging to his last breath, defeated the boss. Such a feat might be possible for some, but few could achieve it. It's not something just anyone can pull off. But he didn't come away empty-handed. He successfully pulled off a show of bravado. The consequence of this act, however, was to instill immense fear and increase the difficulty of the subsequent dungeon. The purpose of this dungeon was twofold: to waste more time and to heighten the fear factor for challengers, making them realize that not every trick could inflict damage. It achieved the unity of mystery and mystery. If you believe a trick can kill one person, it won't kill another. If you perceive a trick as harmless to both humans and animals, that is precisely its greatest danger. The human nervous system is like a steel wire. If forced to bend, it will bend at most. But if you bend it too hard, repeatedly, even the toughest wire will eventually snap. Such sudden terror is what truly erodes the mind and shatters willpower. Lu Yu's original purpose in designing this dungeon was actually to counteract the cheat serum used by the Eagle Country people. Your drug is supposed to alleviate fear, right? But you still have other emotions, so I'll just torment your mind. Even if I don't scare you to death, you'll end up with psychological issues. What he never could have imagined was that out of 10 people, only one would leave the newbie village alive, and that person hadn't taken any potions or cheated. This guy was formidable. Even that bug-like shadow couldn't catch him. Lu Yu remained unflustered. He understood they weren't even on the same level. This was a higher-tier dimension-lowering strike. If he couldn't even clear this instance, then defeat was inevitable. Good. Very good. Lecter actually survived under these circumstances. Chapter 234, Hope. Eagle Nation. Blend's excitement surged upon seeing Lecter still alive. With his intelligence, he hadn't fully grasped just how perilous this trial truly was. He genuinely believed Lecter's escape from that perilous and mysterious pursuit demonstrated remarkable capability. If he had already passed the second stage, the unsolvable and deadly challenge, then surely he would complete this mission soon? After all, the strangeness within the instance was finite. In truth, many shared his perspective. Many Eagle Nation citizens who had already lost faith in this war saw this scene and felt a glimmer of hope reignite within them. Huff, huff, huff. Lecter collapsed onto the floor, his back pressed against a freshly painted wall. Gasping for breath as he tried to steady his racing heart, he turned his head to glance at the couplets on the wall. He had seen countless such couplets before, over 10,000 in illusions alone, yet he could tell this pair was identical to the earliest couplets he had ever encountered. It was at this very moment that he had been trapped within that boundless illusory realm. Not only was he tormented, but a terrifying figure chased him relentlessly, nearly scaring him to death. He had barely escaped with his life. Fortunately, he was no ordinary man. His body had long transcended human limitations, merging into a peculiar state. Under such high-frequency heartbeats, an ordinary person would likely have suffered sudden death. After half a day of recuperation, he finally recovered completely. Am I still alive? He murmured. As the words left his lips, his panicked expression gradually gave way to calm, and a faint smile began to curve his lips. Unlike most people, who would merely feel fortunate to have escaped such peril, but he felt a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, what seemed terrifying, bizarre, and dangerous to most people was thrilling to him. After that battle, he felt he had conquered this monster, and that thrilled him. Lu Yu, is it? Then let me see what new surprises you have in store. Lecter, it was obvious, was getting carried away. Having survived 2 encounters with the Li Gui, he remained unscathed. Thus, to him, the Chinese man before him was nothing special, and Lu Yu himself held no particular significance. Those ghosts were indeed formidable. Anyone else would likely have perished here long ago, but he was different. He was special. Neither the high heels nor the pseudo-door trick could possibly survive under these circumstances. This meant he had surpassed most people, or rather, surpassed everything. This inflated his confidence and vanity to the extreme. So he pondered, what would happen if he ultimately cleared this dungeon? By then, the Dragon Nation would truly face utter destruction, and he would be the one who saved this nation on the brink of extinction. He would become a great hero, a legendary savior. Even that so-called Dragon Nation and that Lu Yu would be utterly crushed by him. He would bask in the adoring gazes of countless people, and relish the glances of his enemies, including Lu Yu. Lecter, despite his madness, possessed a mind unlike any other. Yet he was still human, and he placed extraordinary importance on his own identity. Like a predatory beast, a carnivorous male animal, he possessed the desire to dominate his pack. He was no exception. Of course, this was merely the surface. Lecter never let his guard down. He was not arrogant or conceited. He had learned from experience. Thump, thump, thump. Once his injuries had healed, he finally got up and went downstairs. This time, he finally reached the bottom of the stairs. The eerie couplets had vanished from every household's doorway, replaced instead by a genuine door that looked quite old. Lecter sighed inwardly. At last, he had escaped. It was already late. Because he had lingered in his dream for so long, real-world time had passed accordingly. It was now midnight, and everyone had fallen asleep. Silence reigned all around, with only him present. In the entire building, the only light left on the street was the dim, yellow glow of a small light bulb hanging over the doorway. No stars, no moonlight, only darkness. Lecter pulled the map he had found in the first room from his pocket, unfolded it, and studied it carefully. Though his memory was sharp, his mind had been in turmoil during this period of escape. Moreover, within this Mongolian zone, he couldn't see a thing.
Just to be safe, Lecter decided to consult the map first. After all, he'd been stuck here for hours. Dawn was only hours away. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't be trapped here for hours on end like before. Sure enough, an unexpected incident occurred. When he first obtained this map, he had only given it a cursory glance before tucking it away. Back then, he had only briefly assessed the scale of the fierce and strange zone and the structures it contained. He had roughly studied it and gained a general understanding of the escape route. For instance, directly in front of the dilapidated house where he was staying, there was a large black spot. At first, he thought it was some kind of stain, as the map looked quite old. But upon seeing those smudges, he suddenly realized they weren't smudges at all, they were simply important text that had been erased. It was a hostile graffiti, anyone could tell it was meant to be a vital marker. Yet it had been painted over, making it feel unfamiliar. It likely concealed some unknown danger. Yet another possibility was that this place held profound significance for him. Just like when he was locked in that strange room before, if he hadn't insisted on checking layer by layer, he might never have found the way out. This time, if he didn't examine it carefully, he might well come up empty-handed. This presented Lecter with a problem. He had already escaped the building and was just one street away from leaving the mansion district. But this incident occurred just as he was about to exit. No, a chill ran through him. Truthfully, it was an extremely risky decision. A seemingly ordinary road that should take only 2 minutes to traverse posed little threat to him. Chapter 235, The Photo Studio. This was clearly courting death. The visual contrast between the building and the road lulled people into a false sense of security, perhaps a trap designed by the architect. Lecter would never be fooled. Yet this time, he had overthought it. Lu Yu hadn't thought that deeply about it, but in a way, it still served its purpose. In fact, the place he had drawn was indeed a bizarre entity. Had they not arrived, they would never have encountered such a creature. If someone obtained this map and discovered this place, they would encounter even more eerie phenomena. It seemed like a trap. Still, overall, it was a good thing. On the big screen, Lecter now clutched a map with a look of deep conflict, while Lu Yu's face broke into a mischievous grin. So, if that's the case, what would you do? In the end, Lecter hesitated briefly before deciding to put the matter behind him. Whether it was a trap or not, it was far better than failing at the last moment due to overlooking crucial information. Besides, in this dungeon, there was no absolute death, no truly hopeless situation. The worst outcome would merely be encountering more danger or trouble. For ordinary people, that wouldn't be a good thing. For a freak like him, facing another crisis or encountering another demonic entity could give him a taste of death. It was an extremely risky endeavor, but emerging alive would bring a profound sense of fulfillment. So he tucked the map away into his pocket and, following the instructions, stepped forward. Thud, thud, thud. Only a few streetlights flickered faintly in the darkness. That particular lamp looked ancient, its glass surface now pitch black, emitting only a faint glow. Only a small patch beneath the lamp remained vaguely discernible, everything else was cast into ink-black shadows. Walking under such conditions was no different from walking in complete darkness, but Lecter was no stranger to nighttime strolls. In the darkness, Lecter could clearly hear the sound of his own footsteps, the rustle of his clothes, his own breathing, and the beat of his heart. When you weren't listening to music or were deep in thought, you inevitably drifted into contemplation. Lecter wondered if something terrifying lurked in this darkness, especially now that the streetlights were out. Complete darkness wouldn't be so bad, it would just bring a sense of despair. If something lay ahead, they would run toward it, but the waiting was torture, because you sensed something was wrong behind you, like something filthy was following you. Lecter found himself in this bone-chilling scene, feeling like a fish. He had once used this very tactic to track his victims, bringing them home before committing his crimes. Darkness was like a disguise, but it also meant its mystery and danger could be concealed. He moved cautiously along the deserted street, its entire length audible. A photo studio? He noticed an old shop front ahead. With the system's assistance, he recognized it as a long-abandoned photography studio. Lecter shone his flashlight to confirm he hadn't taken a wrong turn. With no other choice, he broke down the door. The interior was decidedly dated. If not for the thick layer of dust covering the furniture and tables, anyone would have assumed the place had been abandoned for years. Beyond the vintage decor, Lecter noticed the black and white photographs hanging on the walls. The scene was peculiar, none of the pictures depicted landscapes, only people. Lecter understood what these photographs represented in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, when he saw the wall covered in black and white photographs, an extremely peculiar feeling arose within him. It was as if he had entered an empty photo studio, yet felt as though he were being watched by countless eyes. Though the people in the photographs wouldn't suddenly leap out, transforming into a gaping-mouthed monster to swallow him whole. A chill rose from the depths of his soul, enveloping him entirely. Where the hell is this place? Lecter's fear level had already surpassed 70% and extreme dread mixed with intense fury.
Only a genius could have designed this place.
How could any customer possibly visit such an environment? Holy, this is ridiculous. Did you people even conceive of this architectural design? How could such a massive little shop still be in business? Why do I keep feeling like those people on the walls are watching him? Damn, this is terrifying.
Don't freak me out, my walls are covered in black and white photos too. Bull *******. Since the photo studio was small and the pictures were taken from a first-person perspective,
everything Lecter saw felt like he was right there in the room. This scene left everyone stunned.
If everyone's fear level was now above 80%,
and for the timid ones, it could even reach 90%. Inside the photo studio, after his initial shock, Lecter had already unconsciously backed away. He truly did not want to stay in this strange photo studio any longer. After all, he was now alone, trapped in a pitch-black studio,
and on this wall hung row upon row of black and white portraits, each face bearing a different expression. The feeling was like sleeping alone amidst a sea of corpses and blood in the dead of night.
Everyone knew that while graveyards were frightening,
they were at most a startling experience, nothing particularly extraordinary.
Yet Lecter now sensed something peculiar, as if strange things covered every inch of these walls.
It felt like he'd entered a bustling marketplace,
not an empty photo studio. Damn it, this place feels off. I should never have come.
He was now 100% certain that the blacked-out section of the map had been deliberately obscured to trap someone as meticulous as himself. If he were careless, he wouldn't have bothered looking for a shabby map.
Even if they had, they wouldn't have paid attention to that blacked-out section. But he,
being naturally suspicious,
was the type to fall right into someone else's trap. Getting in was easy, but getting out would be hard. Chapter 236, Taking a Photo? Just as he was about to step back and leave the photo studio,
the door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang.
Simultaneously,
a hoarse voice emanated from the back of the studio, a sound like someone on the brink of death,
struggling to suppress their throat. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female, or even to guess the age. It was an aged voice,
yet more like a child deliberately suppressing their own tone.
Want a photo? Lecter's eyes widened in fury as he stared intently at the counter.
A dark figure had appeared behind the counter,
its arrival unnoticed. Earlier,
his body had slumped against the chair back as if devoid of bones, the reason Lecter hadn't noticed him at first.
Even if he had seen it,
he would have assumed it was merely a figure clad in black, but this was no garment.
It was a person, twisted in an unimaginable posture, with their upper body rotated 180 degrees, their entire body lying backward on the chair. Then, like a worm, the creature curled into a ball,
making a series of creaking sounds that sent shivers down one's spine.
Lecter finally realized this must be another trap.
If it were an ordinary person twisted like this, they would surely be dead.
Even if they survived, they would be paralyzed, unable to move, let alone stand up on their own. He couldn't even escape.
The door behind him had long since closed. If he guessed correctly, it couldn't be opened at all, it was locked by some strange energy.
Sure enough, he crept to the doorway, attempting to open the door. Yet no matter how hard he pushed,
the door wouldn't budge an inch.
Logically, even if someone had locked it,
it should have wobbled upon contact.
But now, it felt as if the door had been welded shut, utterly immovable. Taking pictures? Just as Lecter froze, unsure what to do, the dark figure spoke again. But now,
his voice trembled slightly,
as if Lecter's refusal would unleash some dreadful consequence. Yes, I'll take a picture. Lecter had no choice but to agree. The next moment, an old camera appeared on the counter.
Clearly, he didn't intend to take Lecter's picture himself, but rather handed the camera over for Lecter to do it.
Lecter understood his intent and cautiously stepped forward. Seeing no further action, he reached out and took the camera. The camera was remarkably easy to operate. Lecter mastered it in just 12 seconds.
All he had to do was point the lens and press the shutter.
But he still didn't know how to take the picture,
or how to leave that strange photo studio.
Time ticked by.
Yet the mysterious shadow behind the counter made no further move, as if his sole purpose had been to hand Lecter the camera and ask that question.
Lecter slowly realized that this scene seemed familiar.
He had encountered the same situation with that monster before, no information at all, forcing him to explore on his own. He tried several more times, but failed each time. Did that mean he was trapped inside the photo studio, needing to fulfill certain conditions before he could leave? Lecter took a deep breath, then raised his camera, ready to shoot. At first, he felt a bit hesitant. He sensed that the number of photos he could take was likely limited,
and that certain conditions must be met. However, he soon realized he was overthinking it. This camera wasn't film-based. As long as the batteries held a charge, he could snap away freely. Click, click, click. In an instant, The entire photo studio echoed with the rapid clicks of shutters. In the dimly lit room, black and white photographs hung on the walls. And in this dimly lit room, a person was continuously taking photographs. The scene was utterly bizarre. Even the onlookers felt a tinge of dread, let alone Lecter. I can't help but wonder if he's gone mad? Exactly. In this atmosphere, in this terrifying place, how can he even find the mind to take pictures? I have to admit, for someone to remain so lucid under these circumstances is truly unusual. Did you notice? He doesn't seem to be on any eagle-type drugs, which is why his terror level stays so low. But a sane person in such a terrifying situation would definitely try to get high to numb the fear. Yet he hasn't taken any drugs, which only proves he's mentally unstable, a lunatic. Just then, Lecter was suddenly recognized. Ah, I know him. He's that madman from Florida. They say after he kills, he devours his victims raw like some kind of gourmet. What? No way. How could the Eagle Nation possibly choose a convict as a teammate? Damn it, is this real? Do his teammates realize what's going on? Aren't they afraid he'll stab them in the back? Those guys would do anything to win. They even released a locked-up convict. Suddenly, it dawned on everyone that Lecter's rise to prominence wasn't so surprising after all. He'd always been a psychopath, a criminal, and someone who'd crossed paths with Eagle Nation's police. So it was hardly surprising that he remained calm, even displaying extraordinary composure in the face of such terrifying events. In truth, for the people of Eagle Nation, only someone like him could save them and defeat Dragon Nation. At that moment, every Eagle Nation citizen ceased to despise Lecter. Instead, they hailed him as a hero, cheering him on with fervor. Are you kidding me? Eagle Nation sent someone like this to be their captain? On the other side, within the Dragon Nation, after discovering the online reports, Dragon Nation's intelligence operatives swiftly located Lecter's dossier. Upon seeing his background, the group gasped in shock. To many, all they saw were Lecter's repulsive past deeds, but to the Eagle Nation, his true strength was what mattered most. As a madman, his psychic abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Even soldiers who had undergone specialized training and seen combat couldn't match him. And this mindset is absolutely the best weapon when encountering strange and bizarre things. Moreover, his own strength was formidable. After all, he'd committed numerous heinous acts, decapitations, dismemberments, and the like. For ordinary people, forget about dismemberment, even wielding a chainsaw to saw through stewing bones would prove quite the struggle. Chapter 237, Cheating. His mental fortitude was formidable, his physical stamina exceptional, and his intellect sharp. Combine these three traits, and committing crimes becomes a dangerous endeavor. Yet in this mission, he proved to be a rare genius. Lu Yu, can he pull this off? At that moment, someone turned to look at Lu Yu, their eyes filled with concern, clearly worried about Lecter's situation. After all, even a team of several people might not be able to clear that dungeon. Yet Lecter had accomplished all this single-handedly. Such a prodigiously gifted individual held the potential to conquer the Dragon Nation dungeon, a realm teeming with formidable foes. Is that so? Seems he truly isn't an ordinary man. Lu Yu was also flipping through Lecter's records. The man before him gave Lu Yu the uncanny feeling of seeing Uncle Bahir. The only difference was that this man was not a fictional character. But Lu Yu was certain that if this man possessed only these abilities, Lu Yu's own strength would absolutely prevent him from clearing the dungeon. This guy was a murderer to begin with. Not even a citizen of the Eagle Nation. Who knows when he might turn on him? Thus, Lu Yu arrived at this conclusion. This guy must possess some undisclosed ability, and that very ability was the Eagle Nation's greatest asset. A natural talent? Lu Yu's gaze sharpened as a thought flashed through his mind. He knew his opponent likely possessed some kind of special ability. Lu Yu had no concrete evidence, but his instincts told him this was almost certainly true. But why didn't he use his power in that situation? Lu Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. If Lecter was merely an ordinary human with nothing extraordinary about him, Lu Yu wouldn't have feared him. But this time, everything had changed. He likely possessed some kind of special power. For them, this was indeed a tremendous threat. Lu Yu wasn't doubting the integrity of this dungeon instance. His opponent was a cheat. Fine. Since you've chosen this path, I won't hold back either. Lu Yu pressed his lips together, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Did you really think I wouldn't cheat? After all, he could come and go from the dungeon at will. If Lecter displayed power that was too monstrous, he'd have no choice but to intervene. Since we're both cheating, let's settle this once and for all. Click. Lecter snapped the photo, glanced at it again, then sighed. No reaction. His camera had barely a third of its battery power left. He photographed every corner of the photo studio. He even took pictures of the strange figure behind the bar. Yet he still wasn't released, and not even the strange figure behind the counter showed any reaction. He realized he must have done something wrong. Wait, Suddenly, an idea struck him. He photographed every single item in the photo studio, but it wasn't quite right. At that moment, he was the only person who hadn't been photographed. This realization only strengthened Lecter's conviction. Since only black and white photos existed here, as an outsider, he should have his own photograph as well. And all of this matched exactly what the dark figure had said at the beginning. This was suicide. But if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to leave. What danger could there be in taking my photograph? Lecter's mind raced as he instinctively glanced at his wristwatch, which he had adjusted before entering this world. It was now 2:04 a.m. Dawn wouldn't break for another 3 or 4 hours. This meant he didn't have much time left. This worried Lecter. He had to resolve the photo studio matter. Only now did it dawn on him. Whether it was the strange, irregular floor, this photo studio, or the person in the red high heels, all were designed to delay him. This meant that if he kept stalling, he might genuinely be trapped here until the next morning. This was a big problem. He certainly didn't want to be eliminated by the system before the vengeful ghost could finish him off. That would be truly regrettable. With that thought, Lecter hesitated no longer. He immediately grabbed the camera and began snapping photos of himself in rapid succession. Thanks to his extensive photography experience, he could easily shoot blind even with the lens facing away from him. Click! The flashes flickered. Lecter turned the camera around and inspected his photos. Holy! But the moment he looked, he froze completely, every hair on his body standing on end. In the photo, he was still himself, unchanged, but beside him, there was another person, dressed in a black suit and wearing a baseball cap that hid his face. Yet Lecter was certain no one else had been present. He had searched every corner of the photo studio. How could a third person have been there? He could only think of one possibility, this man in the suit and cap. He must have been following him either after Lecter entered the studio, or even longer before that. Had he not entered the photo studio? Had he not suddenly remembered to take a picture? He might never have noticed this man at all. At that moment, everyone was utterly terrified. Because this was their primary perspective, what Lecter saw, everyone else saw. This immersive sensation instilled a bone-chilling dread in everyone. Some couldn't help but glance around them, convinced an invisible presence might lurk beside them too. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Ugh, this is giving me the creeps. I think I'll stop watching. He's practically scared me to death. Oh no, Lecter can't escape the photo studio, but he's discovered something sinister. What are we going to do? Unlike the onlookers, Lecter felt no fear. Trapped inside the photo studio with no escape, he was utterly helpless. And now, he'd received more bad news. He'd encountered something strange. And he wasn't the only one. An ordinary person would likely have been scared half to death by now. His fear level, however, felt like a relentless roller coaster ride, quickly surging past 90% and remaining stubbornly above 80%. Are you kidding me? Lecter instinctively glanced beside him, but there was no one there.